Fong Fong, class advancement complete. Class, Beast Master. As soon as the class advancement mentor's voice fell, the area below the platform instantly erupted. Beast Master? Fong Fong scored first in theoretical knowledge. How did he get such a trash class? Slow development, burns money, and no teams want them. He's finished. I heard even the strongest 9 revolutions Beast Master can only control 10 beasts of the same level. How is he supposed to play in the early stages? Might as well go home and grow vegetables. Voices of mockery rose one after another. The school beauty, Sumuyu, wanted to defend Fong Fong, but was interrupted by someone nearby. Goddess Su, your family has money to burn, but what about Fong Feng's family? Besides, Beast Masters have trouble capturing pets, even crippling them doesn't guarantee success. It's not convenient like summoners with their illustrated cards, not to mention the type of beast he has an affinity for. At this moment, the trait viewing stone pulsed with light. A faint glimmer shot into Fong Feng's brow, coalescing into a blurry insect mark. Affinity for the insect clan? Even the mentor's tone sounded unnatural. Student, don't be discouraged. Insect clan beast masters are quite good too. Keep it up. The area below fell completely silent, then exploded into even louder laughter. Ha ha, an insect clan beast master. The fighter jet among trash. Lei Yang clutched his stomach, laughing openly, while Zhang Dong beside him was also bursting with amusement. Fong Fong, it's not my place to say, but this is really too tragic. Fong Fong stood frozen on the spot, somewhat dazed. He had transmigrated 3 years ago, waiting for a system that never came. Now, his class advancement drew the worst possible lot, Insect Clan Beast Master. A thought even flashed through his mind. Should he try dying again? When it rains, it pours. He smiled wryly, preparing to accept reality and perhaps research postpartum care for sows. Suddenly, a long overdue, heavenly sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected completing class advancement. Class confirmed as Insect Clan Beast Master. Divine Talent System activated. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining the Divine Talent, Divine Insect Splitting. Ding! Newbie gift pack distributed. It's here! It's finally here! Fong Fong trembled with excitement. He immediately checked. Divine Insect Splitting. Every type of insect controlled by the host will gain the splitting ability. Initial limit, 10,000. Increasing spirit can raise the limit. Split into 10,000? Fong Feng's heart raced. He opened the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining the Divine Insect, Nano Poison Bug. Congratulations host for obtaining the Dantian Insect Nest, can accommodate infinite poison bugs, has been automatically fused. Sure enough, there was an extra space within his Dantian, containing a tiny white bug with a purple tail. Name, Nano Poison Bug. Grade, Mythic. Level, LV. 0, increases with host's level. Attack, 1000. HP, 3000. Defense, 300. Effect, Virulent Poison. Each attack applies Virulent Poison, causing 1000 HP loss per second for 3 seconds. Skill, Pervasive Poison Fog. Area of effect Poison Fog. Duration 30 minutes. Note, Mythic Grade Divine Insect, cannot evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent active. Currently splitting, limit 10,000. Current count, 298/10,000. Holy crap! Mythic Grade! Fong Fong was stunned. Novice area mobs only had 300 or 400 HP. This poison bug could kill them in one hit. Plus the poison and splitting. 10,000 nano poison bugs? Wouldn't he dominate the novice area? Who said Insect Clan Beast Masters are weak? I'll smash their damn faces in. Fong Feng's confidence soared. Ignoring Lei Yang, who was still laughing, he turned and left. Fong Fong. Sumuyu caught up, worried. Don't be sad, there's always a way. Fong Fong smiled and gently poked her nose. Relax, I'm perfectly fine. As for you, hidden class Phoenix Mage, don't let this pig farmer surpass your level. Sumuyu chuckled. Get lost. Good luck. Fong Fong waved and headed straight for the leveling zone outside the city. Outside the city was a sea of people, with endless shouts for team formations, but absolutely no one wanted a beast master. Fong Fong ignored them completely and walked towards the path marked Wolfman Mountain LV. 11 LV. 30, boss inside. Young man, it's dangerous over there. Guard Chin Gang, LV. 35 apothecary, kindly reminded him. Thanks for the warning, I'll just take a look around. Fong Fong replied politely and went straight up the mountain. Wolfman Mountain was indeed deserted, only LV. 20 wolfmen, 1100 HP, roamed about. Fong Fong glanced at his Dantian insect nest, and information appeared. Nano Poison Bug, 10000/10000. They split to the max in just half an hour? Such high efficiency. With a thought, 10,000 nano poison bugs surged out like a white tide, instantly covering the wolfmen ahead. Hiss hiss. Almost at the moment of contact, dark purple appeared beneath the Wolfman's skin. They collapsed dead without even managing a cry. Ding! Killed Wolfman Beast, EXP plus 100. Ding! Killed Wolfman Beast, EXP plus 100. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up plus 1, gain 10 free attribute points. Ding! Your nano-poison bugs level has increased plus 1. The notification sounds spammed crazily. In just 2 minutes, hundreds of wolfmen were slaughtered, and Fong Feng's level skyrocketed to LV 15 like a rocket. Awesome! Fong Fong couldn't help shouting. Wherever the insect swarm passed, no grass grew. Ding! Due to excessive slaughter in a short period, the boss Wolfman King is approaching. Please be aware. Perfect timing. Fong Fong wasn't alarmed but pleased. Time to test the poison fog's power. He checked the Wolfman King's LV 30 Elite, 5000 HP, stats and compared them to his nano poison bugs, LV 15, attack significantly increased, poison stronger. He calculated mentally, one bug deals 1000 plus poison damage per second, 10,000 stacked. Wouldn't that be tens of millions of damage per second? This poison fog kills anything it touches. Soon, a Wolfman King over 2 meters tall charged over, wielding a Wolffang club. Nano poison bugs, poison fog attack. 10,000 bugs instantly spewed out a thick purple poison fog, rushing towards the Wolfman King. 1500, 1500, 1500. Poison damage increased after leveling. The Wolfman King charged into the fog. Damage numbers popped up frantically above its head. It didn't even get to use a skill before collapsing with a thud less than a second later, exploding into a pile of items. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached LV 29. Please complete your class advancement quest as soon as possible. Note, you can currently continue accumulating EXP up to LV 35. Level 29 already? Fong Fong felt like he was dreaming. He quickly allocated all 290 free attribute points to Spirit, increasing the Divine Insect Splitting limit to 20,000. Checking the upgraded Nano Poison Bugs, LV 29, their attack reached a staggering 3,900, and poison damage was 2,000 per second. Although defense was still a weak point, 590, numbers were king. He went forward to collect the loot, 300 wolf pelts, a decent green dagger, Wolf King's Thorn, and a Wolf King card, summon illustration. Ding! Due to poison fog erosion, Wolfman Mountain terrain has been damaged. Monster respawn delayed by 5 hours. Max EXP 2, time to head back to the city for class advancement. Fong Fong recalled his bugs, looked at the lingering poison fog in the mountains, and turned to descend. At the Longhua City Gate, Lei Yang was boasting to his companions about his swift shooter class, planning to level at Green Snake Slope, and threw in a few more mocking remarks about Fong Fong. Boss, look, Fong Fong is coming down from Wolfman Mountain. Zhang Dong had sharp eyes. Humph, he probably couldn't take it but didn't dare to die, so he came back, Lei Yang sneered. Fong Fong couldn't be bothered with them and was about to enter the city. Yo, Scholar Fong, how was the scenery on Wolfman Mountain? Lei Yang blocked his path. Feeling like life isn't worth living? Want to polish my shoes? I can carry you through some levels. Fong Fong frowned, considering whether to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a clear eagle cry echoed through the sky. A massive wind-riding golden eagle swooped overhead, stirring up fierce winds. It's Mentor Qian He, a 7 Revolutions Beast Master expert. The crowd exclaimed. Fong Fong also looked up, marveling inwardly at the gap in power, but also feeling more confident about surpassing it. Just then, something unexpected happened. What's that? Purple mist. It's drifting over from Wolfman Mountain. It's poisonous. The crowd stirred. A large patch of purple poison fog, carried by the wind from the Golden Eagle, was blowing towards the city gate. It's my poison fog. Fong Feng's heart tightened. Officer Chen, quick, evacuate. It's highly toxic. Fong Fong yelled urgently to guard Chen Gang. Chen Gang's face changed drastically. He immediately started organizing the evacuation, but the poison fog had arrived. A wisp of mist grazed his finger. 2000, 2000, 2000. Huge damage numbers popped up above Chen Gang's head, stunning everyone. This was a level 35 guard wearing equipment. Chen Gang retreated in horror, frantically chugging over a dozen high-grade healing potions before barely stabilizing his HP. He collapsed to the ground, his face pale as paper. The city's defense formation activated urgently, blocking the poison fog outside. Thank you for the warning, young brother. This poison is terrifying. Chen Gang, still shaken, hurried off to report the incident. The city gate completely exploded into chaos, losing thousands of HP just by touching it? What kind of poison is that? Too horrifying. Even a 4 Revolutions expert couldn't withstand that, right? Could a 6 Revolutions poison expert be passing through our small place? Mommy, I want to go home. Lei Yang and his group were trembling with fear. They had been so close to the poison fog just moments ago. Fong Fong watched the chaos unfold, clicking his tongue inwardly. This poison fog is way too potent. I need to use it further away from cities in the future. Inside Longhua City, City Lord's mansion. Master Qianhe, your esteemed presence is an honor. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. The City Lord, Nangong, clasped his hands in salute. Master Qianhe waved his hand. Enough with the formalities in front of the teacher. You should know very well why I am here this time. How is the list coming along? Qianhe asked. It turned out that Nangong had once been a student at Zhongbei University and, after graduating, he joined the Guard Army. After several years of battles and accumulating some achievements, he was appointed as the City Lord of Longhua. He was also quite strong, a level 155 swordsman of the 5th transition. Although Qianhe was not his mentor during university, he was still an honorary mentor of Zhongbei University. Therefore, they had to address each other with respect. Teacher Qianhe, I am fully prepared. This time, there are a total of 13,000 students in Longhua City transitioning. There are 2,000 mages, 6,000 warriors, and swordsmen. Nangong explained the transition situation one by one, finally saying, among them, there are 700 beast tamers, but those with good talent are likely. Qianhe nodded. He understood that it was very difficult for beast tamers to grow. The resources and manpower required to cultivate a beast tamer were even greater than for mages. Even though he was also a beast tamer, he felt powerless to strengthen this profession. I understand. Please send me a list of those with good qualifications. I will pay special attention. Additionally, the others should also be entered into the enrollment list. The enrollment list must be published before university admissions. Understood. Nangong replied. The 2 months between high school graduation and university enrollment would be a time that could change everyone's life. Those with poor high school grades might make great strides in these 2 months and enter university. Meanwhile, those with good high school grades might disappear due to career issues and be unable to enter university. Therefore, the announcement of the enrollment list each year was always the most bustling time. While the two were talking, suddenly a guard rushed in anxiously. Report to the City Lord. A major incident has occurred. Unknown poisonous mist has been discovered outside the city and its toxicity is extremely strong. Guard Chen Gang is seriously injured. What? Poisonous mist? Nangong and Qianhe were taken aback and Qianhe frowned. There was no poisonous mist when I came. How did it suddenly appear? Let's go take a look. Nangong quickly nodded and set off with Qianhe. At the city gate, Fong Fong had not left. After all, this poisonous mist was created by him. It would be somewhat dishonorable to just walk away. However, he had no way to collect the poison. He could only anxiously wait. Soon. Make way, make way. The City Lord has arrived. Someone shouted from the crowd. The crowd quickly parted to make way, and Nangong walked over with an old man. Upon seeing the old man, the crowd erupted in discussion and some even took out recording devices to start filming. This is Master Qianhe. How impressive. I actually saw Master Qianhe in person. Yes, a 7th transition beast tamer, level 213, with a lord level boss as a mount. It's simply amazing. It's a pity he's a beast tamer. If only he were a swordsman. Zhongbei University has plenty of swordsman mentors, but first, you have to be able to get in. By the way, is this poisonous mist really that powerful? Why did it even alarm Master Qianhe? Master Qianhe is a beast tamer and has some understanding of toxins. It seems this poisonous mist is extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some even posted videos on the Longhua City Practitioners Forum. However, Fong Fong had no mood to watch. He nervously watched Qianhe and Nangong, feeling anxious, unsure if they would realize that he was the one who released the poisonous mist. Although it is said that only the strong can gain attention in cultivation, exposing oneself now is not a wise move. After all, a newly transitioned Zerg summoner can release such a strong poisonous mist, which is itself inexplicable. Once exposed, one might be captured for dissection and research. Fong Fong still felt a bit worried. Everyone, step aside, Nangong said. Almost simultaneously, he waved his hand and a gap appeared in the city. Defense formation. Instantly, a wave of purple poisonous mist floated in. Nangong quickly gathered a sword light to wrap around the poisonous mist. However, the next moment, everyone was astonished to see a series of damage numbers appearing above Nangong's head. 100010001000. This poisonous mist was released before the nanopoison insect upgraded, so its toxicity was at the initial 0 level effect. Yet, Nangong, a 5th turn swordsman, was also losing health. Teacher, this poison is a bit strange. It can actually break through my defenses. Qianhe frowned and reached into the poisonous mist. Soon, a series of damage values appeared above his head as well. No way, even Mentor Qianhe is losing health? What kind of godly figure released this poisonous mist? Even a 7th turn beast master can't withstand it? Damn, if this big shot targets Longhua City with poison, won't the whole city be doomed? To make a 7th turn expert lose health, this poison master must be at least 8th turn or even 9th turn? This is crazy. How could such a big shot come to play in our Longhua city? The crowd around was buzzing with discussion. Nangon looked at Qian He, his eyes filled with inquiry. Mentor Qian He waved his hand to force the poisonous mist out of the city defense formation, frowning as he spoke. This poisonous mist is a bit strange. It seems to ignore defenses. No matter who it is, no matter how powerful, they will lose health. Could it be an 8th turn poison master? Is he here? Nangon's expression changed immediately, but Qian He shook his head. It can't be him. More than a third of the top 100 guilds are hunting him. Moreover, although he uses poison, most of it is related to beasts. If he had come to Longhua City, it would have long become a land of toxic miasma. And I haven't heard that his poison has the ability to ignore defenses. As Qian He spoke, he took off his equipment and then put it back on, but the health loss value remained consistently at 1000. This further confirmed his speculation that this was a health loss that ignored defenses. No matter how strong you are or how high your defense, it always results in a loss of 1000. Could it be other 8th turn poison experts? Nangong asked. Qian He shook his head. Not likely. If it were an 8th turn poison expert, they wouldn't be able to ignore defenses. The amount of health lost wouldn't be so consistent. There would at least be some fluctuations. But this health loss is exactly the same, so I deduce that it may not be about the opponent's strength, but rather the source of this poison is formidable. It's just a pity that we can only see the poison and not its source, and we have no idea who created it. Nangon listened, somewhat puzzled, and quickly asked, "Teacher, what do you mean? This is very likely a type of insect poison." Qian He replied, "I have some research on poisons, and there aren't many that can ignore defenses. Moreover, most of them are at the mythic level, such as the poison of the nine-eyed heavenly spider, the poison of the nano-poison insect, and the poison of the mire-blood crocodile. However, the poisons of the nine-eyed heavenly spider and the mire-blood crocodile do not spread, while the nano-poison insect does have the skill to form poisonous mist." Nano-poison insect? But that's a mythic-level poison insect, and the health loss seems to start at tens of thousands. Nangong quickly said. Qian He nodded. That's the part one can't figure out. If this poison was released by a zero-level nano-poison insect larva, then a health loss of 1000 each time would make sense. To be able to control nano-poison insects, how strong must this beast master be? It must at least start from the 8th transition, right? And with this amount of poison, it's likely that without a few thousand nano-poison insects, it wouldn't be possible to release so much. What kind of strength does a beast master who can control a few thousand nano-poison insects possess? Even the 9th transition might not be able to do it, and these nano-poison insects are still at 0 level. This is simply unbelievable. I wonder if someone had a fortuitous encounter and obtained so many 0-level mythical poison insects, or if there really are 8th or 9th transition powerhouses nearby. This matter is probably not simple. The onlookers around showed expressions of shock. What did they just hear? 8th transition, 9th transition big shots? Mythical level nano-poison insects? Is this something they can come into contact with? Longhua City is just a small place. How could they encounter such existences? As the video was posted on the professional forum, the entire forum of Longhua City exploded. The whole city was in shock. Just as the whole city was in shock, Fong Fong had already quietly slipped away. Since Qian He and the others couldn't find him, there was no need for him to join the commotion here. It was better to leave and change jobs first. Longhua City Professional Forum. Hey, have you heard? A big shot from 8 to 9 turns has been discovered near our city. And it seems they are also a master of poison. The forum is exploding. What do you think? But is this big shot a pharmacist or an attacking poison user? Who knows? It would be great if they were a pharmacist. It would give us working pharmacists a glimpse of the future. Don't get your hopes up. It's highly likely an attacking user. And didn't you hear Mentor Qian say it could be a very powerful poisonous insect? Right, a mythical level. Impressive. Mentor Qian's mount, the Wind Rider Golden Eagle, is only a Lord level dark gold, right? Why don't I know such a big shot? If I did, would I be in this situation now? What situation? Never mind, the boss is calling me to take care of the sows. The discussion on the forum heated up rapidly. Fong Fong took a glance and exited. This commotion is too big. I just released some poison. Fong Fong couldn't be bothered. The most important thing was to complete the job change task. However, moments later, when he arrived at the job change temple, he found that the dedicated temple had already closed for the day. Those on the royal payroll leave right on time. Fong Fong sighed, having no choice but to head towards the auction house. He could only come back for the job change task tomorrow morning. Before that, he would sell what he had gathered today to make some money. His current family situation was really too poor. Although he had received help from the system, a beast master still needed money to improve, but fortunately, making money with the system wasn't too difficult. As he walked, several figures suddenly flew by overhead, causing a commotion. Fong Fong looked up and saw that these people were wearing matching uniforms. They were indeed from the Wolfpack Guild. The Wolfpack Guild is the top guild In Manhwa City, and the president, Howling Wolf, is a level 144-turn berserker not far from taking on the 5-turn task. Could these people also be attracted by the poison mist? Fong Fong felt a bit embarrassed. He really just released some poison. How did all the big shots in the city come to check it out? Fortunately, no one noticed him, and Fong Fong hurried to the auction house. Su's auction house, Longhua City branch. When Fong Fong took out 2 items, the appraiser at the counter immediately changed his expression. Dear guest, due to the high value of the items you wish to auction, a specialized appraiser will attend to you shortly. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the staff, Fong Fong quickly arrived at a private room. Moments later, an elderly man wearing glasses walked in. Hello, I am Senior Appraiser Sumo, pleased to serve you. Fong Fong nodded and took out the 2 items. After Sumo examined the items, he quickly smiled and said, the 2 items you wish to auction are quite valuable. Our auction house has 2 transaction modes. One is direct purchase by our auction house, and you can settle immediately. The other is entering the auction, after which we will charge a 5% commission, and the rest will be transferred to your card. Which transaction method would you prefer? Fong Fong thought for a moment and said, let's go with direct purchase. Although the 2 items dropped by the Werewolf King were quite valuable, they were still from the novice area, so even if they entered the auction, the price wouldn't be much higher. Moreover, he really needed money right now. If he found more valuable equipment materials in the future, he could auction them off slowly. And let's sell this too, Fong Fong said as he took out over 300 werewolf pelts. These were useless to him, so it was better to exchange them for money. Alright, please wait a moment, Sumo said as he summarized the items, and after a moment he spoke. Werewolf fur, recycling price 100 per piece, a total of 30,000 dragon coins. This Wolf King stab also comes with a skill, which is quite rare. We can offer a recycling price of 30 million dragon coins. As for this Wolf King card, since it is an exclusive item for summoners, our recycling price is 50 million dragon coins. Sure. Fong Fong nodded. He had checked these prices before coming. Werewolf fur is a common material, so the price of 100 is reasonable, and there is a Wolf King stab at the auction house, but it doesn't come with a skill, selling for just over 10 million dragon coins. His, with the skill, is acceptable at 30 million dragon coins. As for the Wolf King card, since the drop rate for summoners pictorial cards has always been low, selling for 50 million dragon coins is also expected. Alright, sir, the total amount for the items you are selling is 80.03 million dragon coins, which has reached the golden member level of our auction house. We will gift you a golden membership card, and the amount will be directly credited to it. Please wait a moment, Sumo said as he went out to prepare. Fong Fong leaned back in his chair, feeling good. It was only the first day, and he had already made nearly 100 million. No wonder combat professions are so popular, earning through fighting. The development speed is truly unmatched by secondary professions. While waiting in boredom, Fong casually opened the auction house to browse. Tomorrow I can complete the job transfer task, and then I will get the Divine Insect Evolution skill for Beast Masters. Divine Insect Evolution seems to require insects of the same tier but different species. Nano Poison. Insects are mythic level insects and cannot evolve, but I will definitely continue to develop other insects in the future. I might as well check if there are any at the auction house. With that thought, Fong Fong began to search. Soon, he indeed found some. Heavenly Armor Insect Larva Level LV.0 Rating Ordinary Source Breeding Price 1,000 dragon coins each Quantity 30,000 Flying Fire Insect Larva Level LV.0 Rating Elite Source Wild Search Price 10 million dragon coins each Quantity 2 Leaving Fire Insect Larva Level LV.0 Rating Commander Blue Source Wild Search Price 100 million dragon coins each Quantity 1. Looking at the only 3 pieces of information, Fong Fong felt a bit dazed. The price difference between self-bred and wild-caught is just too great, and the quantity is also so different. Fong Fong shook his head helplessly. This is the reality of being a beast master. Other professions might only cost a few hundred million for a full set of equipment, while the more powerful ones might be over a billion. However, for beast masters, wanting to cultivate insects to evolve, even over $1 billion might not be enough. After all, divine insect evolution might not be achieved with just one, and a single blue commander-level divine insect costs 100 million dragon coins. 1 can imagine how expensive it would be to cultivate even more powerful ones in the future. Moreover, the quantity is pitifully small. Most wild monster insect species are adults. Larvae are indeed too rare, and self-bred insects generally have low ranks, which Fong Fong also looks down upon. This is just unavoidable. I guess I'll wait until I get a divine insect that can evolve. With his current financial situation, he simply cannot afford the consumption of divine insects. Then Fong Fong browsed the equipment section. With the only 100,000 dragon coins he had, he selected a set of 6 pieces of green gear for beast masters. Weapon, clothes, pants, hat, gloves, shoes. Only then did he exit the auction house interface. His leveling speed was very fast, and he believed it wouldn't be long before he reached the second transfer level, so this equipment was just a temporary transition. There was no need to buy anything too good. After finishing all this, Suemo also walked in with a gold card. Hello, this is your membership gold card. With this card, you can get a discount on the commission for items auctioned in the future. The money has already been deposited. Fong Fong nodded, took the gold card, and left. As he walked out of the auction house, Fong Fong planned to find a grocery store to buy an insect. Back in high school, he had learned a wide range of knowledge. Now that he had completed his job change and had his own profession, he naturally needed to understand the characteristics of his profession better. For an insect tamer, the most important thing is the insects, so this insect is an essential item. Just as Fong Fong was thinking, a clear voice came over. Fong Fong. Turning around, he was surprised to see the school beauty, Sumuyu. Xiao Su, what are you doing here? Seeing Sumuyu, Fong Fong revealed a smile. With such a big event happening outside the city, I was planning to go watch the excitement. I didn't expect to run into you here. Did you just come out of the auction house? Sumuyu asked. Yes, Fong Fong replied. Are you silly? How could the auction house possibly sell the Insect Mastery Compendium that's sold at the general store? Fortunately, I bought an extra copy before, thinking I might also change my profession to an insect beast master. Now that it's useless, I'll give it to you. Sumuyu smiled as she handed over a volume, which was indeed the Insect Mastery Compendium. Aren't you surprised that I knew you wanted to buy the Insect Mastery Compendium? That's because I did my homework in advance. Summoners need to buy summoning compendiums, and beast masters naturally need to buy beast mastery compendiums. For insect beast masters, it's the Insect Mastery Compendium. Aren't I smart? Sumuyu laughed, her face full of pride. Fong Fong said, I'm not surprised by that, but I'm curious, were you really afraid of changing your profession to an insect beast master, so you bought the Insect Mastery Compendium in advance? Or was it specifically? Fong Feng's eyes were fixed on Sumuyu. She immediately blushed. I definitely bought it in advance for preparation, not specifically for you. You're not my boyfriend. The more Sumuyu spoke, the redder her face became. Fong Fong, hearing this, laughed and handed her some money. What do you want to give me money for? Sumuyu was taken aback. I'm not your boyfriend, so it doesn't make sense to take it for free, right? Besides, I don't like owing favors. Fong Fong smiled. However, Sumuyu, upon hearing this, smiled slyly and said, then you definitely owe me this favor. I won't take the money. Fong Fong said helplessly, Miss Su, if you do this, others will think I'm living off a woman. Isn't living off a woman bad? I'm happy to let you live off me. As long as everyone is happy. Sumuyu was a bit incoherent. Just then, while the two were talking, a voice suddenly came over. Isn't this Fong Fong the top student? What's wrong? Can't even afford the Insect Mastery Compendium? You need the school beauty to give it to you? How did you manage to shamelessly accept it? Just changed professions and already starting to live off others? Fong Fong and Sumuyu turned to look, and it was none other than Lei Yang and his group. What does it have to do with you? This is a gift from me to him. What's wrong with giving graduation gifts among classmates? Sumuyu said indignantly. Fong Fong remained silent, looking at Lei Yang. Lei Yang stepped forward a couple of steps and smiled. If it's just a gift between classmates, of course, there's nothing wrong. But I'm afraid some people, after being poor for too long, will get addicted to the sweetness and can't extricate themselves. Su School Beauty, you have to be careful. Be wary of getting stuck with someone you can't shake off. I want to. What does it have to do with you? Sumuyu said angrily. Meanwhile, Fong Fong still said nothing. Lei Yang was furious. The girl he liked was helping Fong Fong like this, which made him very unhappy. A big man, do you only dare to hide behind a woman? Fong Fong, upon hearing this, actually laughed and stood behind Sumuyu. This move left even Sumuyu dumbfounded. You? Fong Fong laughed. Since everyone thinks I'm living off a woman, then I'll just enjoy it. You have to protect me. But you're so annoying. Sumuyu was immediately amused by Fong Fong. You really have no shame. How did I not notice you had the skill of being thick-skinned before? Lei Yang mocked. Fong Fong, however, laughed. Someone like you who wants to live off a woman but can't find anyone to do it with, how could you imagine the joy of living off someone? Moreover, this is living off the school beauty, a little rich woman. You. Lei Yang's face turned ashen with anger. Sumuyu covered her mouth and laughed. Since that's the case, handsome Fong, I'll treat you to a meal at home. Let's go. After saying that, Sumuyu pulled Fong Fong and left. Lei Yang, witnessing this scene, was so furious, he nearly exploded. Zhang Dong and the others beside him were all envious. Eating the school beauty's soft rice, I want that too. And this school beauty is a little rich girl. Yeah, if I could meet one, I wouldn't let go even if it killed me. Useless bunch, Lei Yang said coldly, and Zhang Dong and another person wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths. On the road, I didn't expect your ability to infuriate people to be so strong. Sumuyu laughed. Fong Fong, however, looked serious. I'm being serious. When will you let me eat? Soft rice? Well, if you really want to eat, my father hired a mercenary group for leveling tonight and I should be able to go for a promotion tomorrow noon. Do you want to come? Sumuyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Fong Fong laughed. Upon hearing this, I'm the kind who eats soft rice hard. If I can get a little rich girl to protect me right away, why bother leveling up? You should level up well. I'm counting on you to protect me. Sumuyu actually nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Fong Fong smiled and said, alright, it's getting late, let's head back early. As for leveling up, I was just joking with you. I can handle it myself, and as for the money for the bug encyclopedia, I won't give it to you. I'll owe you a favor so you won't run off with someone else, little rich girl. You're annoying. Sumuyu laughed and punched Fong Fong lightly before leaving. A bug encyclopedia isn't worth much anyway, and since the little rich girl was so proactive, Fong Fong naturally wouldn't be ungrateful. Back home, Fong Fong simply ate something and began studying the bug encyclopedia. The encyclopedia recorded most of the known bugs information from levels to evaluations as well as detailed introductions. For example, the nanovenom bug had a detailed description. Nanovenom bug, mythical level, inherently poisonous when attacked. In large numbers, it releases toxic mist to counterattack. Group size exceeds 10,000, with extremely high lethality, and while the adult nanovenom bug has high attack power, its defense is relatively weak, but its overall combat power has reached the mythical level. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong gained a new understanding of the nanovenom bug. He then began to read about other bugs. He would be accompanying these bugs in the future, so it was natural to learn more about them. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Fong Fong arrived at the entrance of the promotion temple. There was only this one promotion temple in Manhwa City, aside from high school graduates. All subsequent promotion tasks had to be completed here. Every 30 levels, a practitioner could accept a promotion task. The currently known highest number of promotions was 9, at level 269. As for whether there was a 10th promotion, no one knew, as no one had reached level 299. Fong Fong was here to accept a first promotion task at level 29. Hello, I'm here for a promotion. Upon entering the temple, Fong Fong stated his purpose directly. The beautiful female instructor looked quite stunning and smiled as she took out an information form. Please fill this out first. Fong Fong didn't waste time and handed the form back 2 minutes later. You are a bug tamer? And you just graduated from high school yesterday? The beautiful instructor looked somewhat astonished. Wasn't it said that bug tamers were the weakest? How could this little guy come for a promotion just a day later? Could he be a disciple of some big family? It must be that way. Is there a problem? Fong Fong asked in return. The beautiful instructor awkwardly smiled and quickly said, no problem, no problem. The promotion stone for bug tamers is currently available. You can go directly over there. After placing your palm on it, the system will prompt you on what to do. Go for it. Fong Fong smiled and nodded. This beautiful mentor was quite enthusiastic and polite, unlike the aloof goddess described on the forum. Fong Fong didn't think much of it and soon arrived in front of the Beast Master transfer stone. The moment his palm pressed against it, a beam of light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he found 3 pathways in front of him. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Are you ready to begin the first transfer task? Choose yes to start a random first transfer task. Choose no to exit the transfer space. Fong Fong did not hesitate and directly chose yes. Ding! You are about to start the job change task. The task difficulty is being drawn. Below is the introduction to the job change task. As the system voice sounded, Fong Fong saw messages unfolding before him. There are 3 difficulty levels for the first job change task, corresponding to the 3 paths in front of him. Each time he changes jobs, the difficulty will be drawn randomly. If he is lucky, he might draw the easiest one. If he is unlucky, he might draw the hardest one. The 3 tasks, from low level to intermediate to high level, are as follows. Low level task: kill 10 demon beasts, complete within 10 minutes, reward 100 free attribute points. If it exceeds 10 minutes, for every minute over, the free attribute point reward decreases by 10 points, with a minimum of 0. Intermediate task: escape from the elemental array, escape from the range of 4 types of elemental arrays within 10 minutes, reward as above. High-level task: destroy the fire spike insect nest within 2 hours, eliminate all fire spike insects in the nest, including the fire spike insect leader, boss. Complete within 2 hours, reward 100 free attribute points. If it exceeds 2 hours, for every 10 minutes over, the free attribute point reward decreases by 10 points, with a minimum of 0. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong couldn't help but sigh. The difficulty of these 3 tasks is indeed worlds apart. The demon beast is a normal level monster, and for an ordinary combat profession, killing 10 in 10 minutes is hardly a problem. But for a secondary profession, it would be quite difficult. As for escaping the elemental array, it is most suitable for agile professions like assassins and archers. The task of destroying the fire spike insect nest sounds like a tough challenge. Moreover, if he fails to complete it within the specified time, the rewards for free attribute points will also differ. This is how the gap between the big shots and the small fries in this world is created. Missing out on 100 points for a job change means losing 900 points for 9 changes. That's a significant difference. I wonder what difficulty I will draw. Fong Fong was thinking when the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the high-level task, destroy the fire spike insect nest. Please try to complete this task within 2 hours. Tip: after completing the fire spike insect nest task, please leave the instance within half an hour. If you exceed half an hour, the fire spike insect leader will respawn and continue to attack the players. Tip: the fastest record for clearing the fire spike insect instance in Longhua City, 1 hour, 20 minutes. Creator: Howling Wolf. Howling Wolf? The president of the first guild in Longhua City, the Howling Wolf Guild? Impressive. Fong Fong couldn't help but recall the scene from yesterday when Howling Wolf led people out of the city. However, this leaderboard is only for Longhua City. He wonders how he would rank in the entire Jiangbei province. Reminder: the job change task has begun. Timing will start in 1 minute. Hearing the system's prompt, Fong Fong no longer hesitated. Among the 3 paths in front of him, 2 had already disappeared, leaving only 1. Without hesitation, he walked straight in. Moments later, he found himself in a completely red world. Even the ground was red. The red ground extended out, and not far away, it was crawling with a type of red insect. There were countless of them, densely packed. At the end of the road was a small hill, which should be where the fire spike insect leader is located. Fong Fong saw 2 light screens in midair. Number of fire spike insects: 5,000. 5,000. Fire spike insect leader 1/1 time used. Midnight. Timing will start in 10 seconds. Fong Fong stared at the fire spike insects for a moment, and soon information popped up. Name: Fire Sting Bug. Rating: Commander level Blue. Level: LV.30 attack power, 1500 health points, 1500 physical defense, 100 magical defense, 100 passive skill. Fire armor piercing. When attacking, it can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10%. The effect can stack and can bring the opponent's dual defenses infinitely close to 0. Seeing the introduction, Fong Fong couldn't help but swallow. This Fire Sting Bug's passive skill is too powerful, weakening dual defenses by 10%. What does that even mean? If you have a defense of 100, after one attack, your defense becomes 90. After another attack, it becomes 79. Since the 10% reduction is calculated based on the current defense, even after infinite stacking, it won't drop to 0, but can only get infinitely close to 0. Yet even so, it's still incredibly overpowered. If Fong Fong had such a bug, when facing a berserker, he could first release a batch, waiting for the opponent's defense to drop infinitely close to 0. At that point, even a random nano poison bug could probably kill him. Of course, Fong Fong also understood that this situation was not very realistic. The bug encyclopedia recorded this type of bug: Fire Sting Bug, commander level, extremely low yield, and not social. Only 1 offspring is produced each year, and it's extremely hard to find at sky-high prices. Ordinary commander level bugs sell for 100 million dragon coins each at the auction house, while the Fire Sting Bug once sold for 2 billion each. Where am I supposed to find such a bug? Thinking this, Fong Fong aimed his beast taming technique at a fire sting bug not far away. Soon, a prompt message popped up. Ding! You cannot control the transformed insect species. As expected, the reason there are so many fire sting bugs in this dungeon is that they were transformed by a transmuter. Otherwise, with a price of 2 billion for a single fire sting bug, Longhua City couldn't possibly afford this quantity in the dungeon. With this in mind, Fong Fong no longer hesitated and prepared to take action. The timer above had already started. Come out! With Fong Feng's call, the nano poison bugs in his Dantian insect nest surged out. Although he had previously bought a set of beast tamer equipment at the auction house, the quality was quite average, so the upper limit of the nano poison bugs remained unchanged. It was still 20,000. However, 20,000 against 5,000, not to mention anything else, just this quantity already crushed the fire sting bugs. Not to mention that Fong Feng's nano poison bugs were at the mythic level. Moreover, after leveling up, the attack power of the nano poison bugs had reached a terrifying 3,900. Facing the fire sting bugs was simply a crushing victory. The reason the Fire Sting Bug dungeon required resolution within 2 hours was that this type of bug's passive was too invincible. So no one dared to pull too many bugs at once, they could only deal with them one by one. Naturally, this took a long time. But Fong Fong didn't need to worry about that. When it came to an army of bugs, he truly feared nothing. As the nano poison bugs and fire sting bugs surged together, Fong Fong soon saw the numbers above his head begin to change. Fire Sting Bugs 4800/5000. Fire Sting Bug Commander 1/1 Nano Poison Bugs 11990/20000 100 Nano Poison Bugs for 200 Fire Sting Bugs? That doesn't seem very cost effective. Fong Fong frowned. After all, the Nano Poison Bugs were mythic level, but due to their low level and the powerful passive of the Fire Sting Bugs, they weren't gaining much advantage. Although he didn't care about this kind of consumption, The divine bug splitting talent could quickly make up for this loss. However, this kind of battle mode was undoubtedly very unwise. Being able to afford the consumption and unnecessary consumption were two different matters. The most important thing was that the current progress was a bit slow. A minute had already passed. Too slow. Using the nano poison bugs like this is probably going to drive me crazy. Clearly, there are better solutions, but not knowing how to utilize them is my problem, Fong Fong called out. In the next moment, nearly 20,000 nano poison insects gathered together and directly released a purple, toxic mist. The mist drifted forward. Indeed, wherever it passed, the firethorn insects had no power to resist and died instantly. At the same time, Fong Fong saw the numbers above his head rapidly changing. Firethorn insects 4100/5000, Firethorn insect leader 1/1, nanopoison insects 11990/20000, time used 1 minute and 30 seconds. Firethorn insects 3600/5000, Firethorn insect leader 1/1, nanopoison insects 11990/20000, time used 1 minute and 40 seconds. Firethorn insects 3000/5000, Firethorn insect leader 1/1, nanopoison insects 11990/20000, time used 1 minute and 55 seconds. When the time reached 3 minutes, Fong Fong saw that the number of Firethorn insects at the top had actually reached 0. Only the Firethorn insect leader remained. 3 minutes? This is the true power of the nanopoison insects. Fong Fong smiled with satisfaction. However, at that moment, the entire red ground suddenly shook. Not far away, a crack opened. Up on the hill. In the next moment, a massive firethorn insect crawled out from inside. Yet before Fong Fong could carefully check the information of the fire thorn insect leader, the toxic mist had already spread over. The next moment, he heard a series of system prompt sounds. Ding! Congratulations on completing the extermination of the firethorn insect nest transfer task. Current profession: first transfer insect tamer. Time used 3 minutes 10 seconds. Record has been refreshed. Ding! The refreshed record will echo throughout Longhua City in 1 minute. The creator can use their real name or a pseudonym. Do you want to use a pseudonym? Ding! Please leave the instance within half an hour, otherwise the firethorn insect leader will respawn and continue to attack the profession. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the first transfer task. The miracle talent system is beginning to extract rewards. Listening to a series of system sounds in his mind, Fong Fong felt a bit dazed. However, he quickly calmed down, distinguishing the urgency of the situation. It seemed he had refreshed the record for this job transfer task and was told to announce it to the entire city. This matter needed to be handled quickly. If he didn't use a pseudonym and the system broadcasted it, it would surely attract the attention of everyone in the city, especially Qian He and the city lord Nangong. If they found out that he was behind yesterday's poisonous mist, it would be troublesome. Fong Fong couldn't be sure if they would take him for dissection and research once they found out. So after considering it, he decided to use a pseudonym. Since I need to use a pseudonym, I should come up with a name that can mislead them. At least I need to buy myself some time to continue growing my strength. With that thought, Fong Fong entered the name, the swordsman who loves to eat soft rice. Ding! You have successfully used a pseudonym. The time has been recorded and replaced. Ding! The record for the job transfer task, annihilate the fire spike nest in Longhua City, has been refreshed. Time taken 3 minutes 10 seconds. Creator: the swordsman who loves to eat soft rice. As the system's voice echoed, all professionals in Longhua City received this message almost simultaneously. The forum exploded. What the hell? Who is this person? So awesome? 3 minutes to clear the dungeon? Yeah, there must be at least 5,000 fire spike bugs. How did they do it in 3 minutes? Not just 5,000, there's also a boss. This person is too abnormal. Could they be a hidden profession? This name clearly indicates a swordsman. Could it be a special profession, the killing swordsman? I think it's possible. It could also be a demon swordsman. I'm so envious. 3 minutes. The last record holder was the president of the Tianlang Guild. When did such a genius appear in Longhua City? In Longhua City, Tianlang Guild, Xiao Tianlang was sitting in a chair organizing recent revenue data. As the president, he had the most matters to manage. Suddenly, ding! The record you created for annihilate the fire spike nest has been refreshed. The latest record. 3 minutes 10 seconds. Please keep up the good work. As the previous record holder, Xiao Tianlong's system notification was clearly different from others. He stood up from his chair, shock in his eyes. 3 minutes? A hidden profession? And very powerful. Xiao Yu. Xiao Tianlang quickly turned and rushed out of the room. As the president, he knew very well how monstrous a person who could refresh his record and cleared this dungeon in just 3 minutes was. Most importantly, this person had just completed their first job transfer and was still a rookie. If he could recruit this person into his Tianlang Guild, it would definitely lead to a qualitative leap for them. Xiao Yu is Xiao Tianlong's mount, a howling moon wolf. No one knew his real name because his mount was a howling moon wolf, so others called him Xiao Tianlang. Just as he rushed out of the room, a snow-white howling Moon Wolf charged over. Without saying a word, Xiao Tianlang jumped onto the wolf's back and raced towards the job transfer temple. At the same time, he shouted within the guild, "Everyone immediately head to the job transfer temple to find a swordsman professional named the swordsman who loves to eat soft rice." Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Mentor Qianhe and city lord Nangong were also momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's notification sound. 3 minutes? The hardest high-level dungeon for the first job transfer, 3 minutes? Nangong, you have such talent in Longhua City and you didn't mention it? Qianhe's eyes sparkled. If this talent entered Zhongbei University, it would surely make Zhongbei University's name resonate throughout the entire Long Kingdom. Teacher, I didn't know either. Listening to this name, it seems like a swordsman. There are thousands of swordsmen transferring in Longhua City this time. Enough with the nonsense, let's head to the transfer temple immediately. Mentor Qianhe urged. Alright, Nangong quickly replied. Such talent was not only desired by Zhongbei University, even Nangong had the thought in his mind and directly took a golden medal before setting off. In the Dragon Kingdom, powers are divided into 3 major categories: academic institutions, the defense, army, and guilds. There is no conflict among the 3, and they are deeply intertwined. Many powerful professionals usually come from prestigious academies and also join the defense army to fight for the country. They also choose to join guilds to seek resources. Thus, the 3 actually complement each other. When a prodigious talent appears, all 3 forces will naturally try their best to win them over. Besides these 3 forces, many professionals in the city who received the news also rushed to the transfer temple. Everyone is not foolish. Once this record is out, who wouldn't want to see who the main character really is? At the same time, they might witness the rise of a genius. After all, whether it is Mentor Qianhe, City Lord Nangong, or even the Tianlang Guild, being part of any one of them, combined with their own monstrous talent, their future would be limitless. A swordsman who loves to take advantage of others? Could it be him? Sumuyu felt that this name sounded very much like Fangfeng's style, so he also ran towards the transfer temple. Just as the whole city went crazy over a record inside the dungeon, Fangfeng finally had time to study the other contents of the system prompt. First, he had to leave the dungeon within half an hour, otherwise the fire spike bug leader would respawn and attack him. Although Feng didn't mind killing it again, it was unnecessary to waste time here. I'll wait for the rewards from the system to arrive and study them before leaving, Feng thought. Although he used a pseudonym, he would definitely be questioned once he went out. It was better to hide here quietly. At the same time, it was good to see what rewards he had drawn. Soon, the system's voice rang out. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the first transfer task. The miracle talent system begins to draw rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the god-level talent. Perfect control. For specific effects, please check yourself. Feng was delighted. Although he didn't know what this talent was, it sounded impressive. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Name: Feng. Profession: First Transfer Bug Tamer. Level: LD.35. Health: 3000. Physical Defense: 300. Magical Defense: 300. Strength: 40. Intelligence: 100. Constitution: 45. Spirit: 390. Free attribute points: 60 plus 100. 60 is the upgrade. Reward: 100 is the transfer reward. Professional skills: Beast Taming Technique, Attack Form Switch, Evolution, General Skills, Divine Hidden Fate. Professional traits: Bug Affinity. As a bug tamer, the host has a high probability of successfully controlling bugs, while controlling other types of beasts will definitely fail. God-level talent: Divine Bug Split, increases spirit power and can raise the split limit. Current limit: 22,000. God-level talent: Perfect Control, can activate a perfect control skill once, guaranteeing success on the controlled target, limited to bugs, and the level cannot exceed the host's level by 30. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Looking at the description, Feng's eyes lit up. Guaranteed success in control? Does that mean that if I use it once a day, I can definitely control a bug no higher than 30 levels above me, regardless of how strong the opponent is? Feng's eyes lit up. With this skill, as long as his level met the requirements, he could control any world-class boss as long as it was a Zerg. Coupled with his divine insect splitting, it was simply too outrageous. Feng was incredibly excited. He then took a look at the additional job skills gained after completing the job change. Evolution could evolve the controlled insects, requiring the consumption of one insect of the same rank but a different species, with a chance of failure in the evolution. He had known about this skill for a long time. It was nothing special. To put it bluntly, evolution also depended on luck. The other was a universal skill that every profession had. Divine Hidden Fate. It could actively hide various information, including name, profession, equipment, summoning beast affiliation, and controlled beast affiliation, etc. This kind of skill was available to every profession upon their first job change, so it was nothing remarkable. It was mainly to protect personal privacy, allowing one to set whether to activate it. Feng naturally didn't think much of it and directly chose to activate it. After going out, he would buy a mask to disguise himself, and then no one would recognize him. After a quick glance, Fong Fong was happiest about obtaining the perfect control divine talent. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Please leave the instance as soon as possible. The Fire Spike Worm leader will refresh in 10 minutes. Fong Fong was taken aback and looked up at the nearby fiery red hill. Perfect control. The Fire Spike Worm leader is about to refresh. Why do all the good things happen on the same day? This Fire Spike Worm leader shouldn't be an illusion, right? Just in time to test it out. At the transfer temple, when Xiaotian Wolf and his team arrived, Shenhe and Nangong had already gotten there first. Seeing the three big shots arrive simultaneously, the beautiful transfer mentor quickly stood up. Welcome, Lord City Master, Lord Xianhe. Cut the nonsense. Where's that kid who set the record? Nangong urged. Replying to the City Master, we haven't found him yet, but I've compiled the list of swordsmen who completed the transfer task in just 15 minutes. There are a total of 20. They shouldn't have gone far. What about those who haven't come out yet? Xianhe asked. Do you mean to say that the record breaker might still be in the dungeon? Nangong was taken aback. That's a possibility. Check the swordsmen who haven't left the dungeon yet, Xianhe reminded. The beautiful transfer mentor quickly checked and said after a moment, my lord, currently there are no swordsmen in the dungeon. Hearing this, Xiaotian Wolf glanced at the list and turned to shout outside the temple. Everyone from the Tianlang Guild immediately set out to find the people on the list. I've sent the list to the guild. We absolutely cannot let other guilds get ahead. As he spoke, Xiaotian Wolf had already reached the entrance of the transfer temple where a large crowd had gathered. Xiaotian Wolf shouted directly, which young brother set the record? I, Xiaotian Wolf, represent the Tianlang Guild to invite you to join us. All resources will be at your disposal. Please come out for a chat. Wow, all resources? This treatment is on par with the guild leader himself. What kind of 3-minute record is this? This person is definitely a monstrous talent. If we can recruit him into the guild, I bet Xiaotian Wolf wouldn't mind giving him the position of guild leader. Yeah, once a prodigy rises, the benefits for the guild will be immense. I'm so envious. Why isn't this person me? The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Sure enough, Xiaotian Wolf shouted again, if the brother is willing to join our Tianlang Guild, I, Xiaotian Wolf, am willing to give up the position of guild leader. What the hell? Awesome. President Xiaotian is so bold. I'm envious. I don't want the leader position. Can I still join? The crowd erupted in excitement. Sumuyu looked left and right, still unable to find Fong Fong, feeling a bit puzzled. In such a short time, he shouldn't have left yet. Could I be mistaken? But this name style really resembles him. The mentor Qianhe and City Master Nangong soon came out as well. Seeing Xiaotian Wolf, City Master Nangong said, if you have any news, notify me immediately. Okay. Xiaotian Wolf nodded. There was no conflict between them, and they even supported each other a bit. If this prodigy joined the Tianlang Guild, it would naturally make sense for him to stay in Longhua City most of the time and join the Longhua City Defense Army. The reverse was also true, so although they were all looking for this person, there was no conflict of interest. The three factions quickly left the transfer temple to search for the 20 people on the list. However, the mastermind behind all this, Fong Fong, was sitting under a hillside in the dungeon, waiting for the fire sting bug leader to respawn. Taking this time, Fong Fong checked the information on his nano poison bug. He had already leveled up from level 29 to level 35. Moreover, he had allocated all the free attribute points from his transfer upgrade to mental power, which also increased the splitting limit of the divine bug by 1,000, reaching 23,000. Name, nano poison bug rating. Mythical level, LV.35 attack power, 4,500 health points, 4,200 physical defense, 650 magical defense, 650 additional effect. Deadly poison, each attack can inflict deadly poison, causing the poison target to lose 2,200 health per second for 3 seconds. Level 30 plus 1,000. Additional skill, poison mist, can release a poisonous mist that poisons enemies within range if there are no enemies. The mist lasts for 30 minutes. Tip, the deadly poison effect can be enhanced with level increases. Reminder, mythical level divine bug, cannot evolve divine bug splitting talent active, currently splitting, maximum limit 23,000, current quantity 22,000/23000. Nano poison bug, a high attack, high poison offensive bug. The fire spike bug has an invincible passive that weakens the opponent's defenses. If I can obtain it, I won't have to worry about losing a large number of nano poison bugs when facing high defense bugs and professionals in the future. Fong Fong pondered. Although the nano poison bug was powerful, if the opponent had very high defenses or even skills that provided temporary immunity to physical and magical damage, it would be troublesome. Once his nano poison bugs were exhausted, it would be almost equivalent to losing all combat power, as splitting also takes time. Therefore, if he could get the fire spike bug, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Ding! Fire spike bug leader has respawned. Just as Fong Fong was thinking, a system voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, he saw a huge fire red bug emerging from the calm red hill. It was none other than the fire spike bug leader. Fong Fong was delighted, aimed at the fire spike bug leader, and immediately used the skill Perfect Control. Ding! You have successfully used Perfect Control. Controlling one fire spike bug leader. Perfect Control skill is on cooldown. Time 24 hours. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Fong was overjoyed and quickly opened the fire spike bug's information. Name, Fire Spike Bug. Rating, Leader Level, Blue, Level, LV.30 Attack Power, 1500 Health Points, 1500 Physical Defense, 100 Magical Defense, 100 Additional Passive Skill. Fire Armor Piercing, when attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10%. Effect can stack, can bring the opponent's dual defenses close to zero. Tip: Fire Armor Piercing effect is fixed, cannot be enhanced. Reminder: Leader Level Divine Bug, can evolve Divine Bug Splitting Talent active, currently splitting, maximum limit 23,000, current quantity 3/23,000. Looking at the information, Fong Fong was stunned. The leader's attributes were actually the same as the fire spike bugs he had previously slaughtered. However, he quickly realized that fire spike bugs are transformed from fire spike bug leaders, so their attributes are naturally the same. But that didn't matter. What Fong Fong valued was the invincible passive of the fire spike bug. As for other aspects, they were not important at all, such as that pitiful defense of only 100. It could be said that it would die upon touch, but the important thing was that before dying, the fire spike bug could weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10%. That was the most important part. Finally got a new bug. Although evolving is costly, I'm not in a hurry. I can take my time to evolve later. With this perfect control skill and the fire spike bug's armor weakening, I'm really on the path to take off now. Fong was very satisfied and turned to walk towards the exit of the dungeon. Moments later, Fong entered a light curtain and then left the dungeon. When he reappeared in the Transcendence Temple Hall, he heard a commotion outside. The beautiful class-changing mentor was also peering out the door, as if something had happened outside. Master, is something happening outside? Fong asked. The beautiful mentor smiled upon seeing Fong. Your job change task has taken quite a while. It seems you've missed the exciting moment. We have a prodigy in Longhua City who cleared the Fire Sting Bug Dungeon in 3 minutes. Now the City Lord and the Tianlang Guild are looking for this person. I wonder if they've found them. Upon hearing this, Fong felt a bit uneasy and quickly tightened his clothes as he slipped out of the job change temple. What they didn't notice was that, at this moment, in front of several job change stones inside the temple, a few people were preparing to undergo their first job change. Hey! Isn't this job change task a choice of 3? Why has it turned into a choice of 2? Why has the Fire Sting Bug task been blacked out? Damn, does that mean we can't choose the hardest one? Is heaven finally opening its eyes? This is my last chance. I can directly choose the easier first 2. When? Did the job change temple have such good fortune? No, I have to immediately notify my brothers to hurry over for the job change. A pharmacist stood in front of the job change stone. Wow, the Firethorn Bug Dungeon really can't be used anymore? This is just amazing. Quickly notify the brothers. Without the Firethorn Bug Dungeon, today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a job change. A wind element practitioner looked at the task on the job change stone, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. As the weakest attacker among wind element users, I've had to fight the Firethorn bugs twice during my job changes. Is it easy for me to change jobs? Thank you, heavens, for opening your eyes. Today I finally can't go fight the Firethorn bugs. Everyone coming to change jobs was filled with excitement, hurriedly notifying their friends and family to come and change jobs. At first, this news spread in a small circle. However, as time passed, someone posted this information on the practitioner forum. Suddenly, the forum's heat was overshadowed. Compared to the record-breaking prodigies, they were clearly more concerned about whether they could change jobs. It should be noted that in a small city like Longhua, there are tens of thousands of high school graduates changing jobs every year. Looking at the entire Long Kingdom, the number is in the hundreds of millions. Among them, the number of combat practitioners is still relatively small. The number of secondary practitioners is the highest. Wealthy secondary practitioners have family and resource support. Although they cannot compare to combat practitioners in the future, at least they can steadily level up and change jobs. But most are ordinary people. They work hard to reach level 29, yet even the first job change task depends on luck. Many secondary practitioners have weak attacks, and among the 3 first job tasks, 2 are combat tasks. Although the first one is relatively simple for secondary practitioners, they might not be able to complete it within 10 minutes. So even if they are lucky enough to draw the first task, the rewards they ultimately receive are not the highest. Combat practitioners can generally get 80 or 90 points, and some can even get 100 points in free attribute points with each job change. But for secondary practitioners, they usually hover around 40 or 50, and some, if unlucky, might get the Firethorn Bug task 3 times. They might never complete their job change in their lifetime. Each time a practitioner changes jobs, they only have 3 chances. And even if they are lucky enough to complete the job change task, the low attribute points lead to a widening gap in their attributes. A single Job change can mean losing dozens of points. After 9 changes, that adds up to hundreds of points. The gap slowly widens. So when the news broke on the forum that the Firethorn bug dungeon could not be used for the first job task, almost all secondary practitioners in Longhua City mobilized. Many were from previous years, stuck at level 29 without completing their job change tasks. At this moment, they all seemed to see a lifeline and rushed towards the job change temple. Inside the job change temple, a beautiful instructor looked at the crowd gathering and was a bit bewildered. Why are so many people here? The beautiful instructor noticed that those coming to change jobs had already formed a long line, so she stepped out of the temple doors. Shocked, she saw that the line outside the temple had stretched across 2 streets. The high school job changes just ended 2 days ago. The first wave of job changes should be a week later. Why are so many people here today? Could it be that I'm doing my job too well? Seeing so many people, the beautiful instructor felt quite pleased. At this moment, Sumuyu was also in the line. She looked at the crowd, feeling a bit bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Soon it was her turn to change jobs, and when she placed her palm on the job change stone, she quickly saw that the randomly assigned job change task had the Firethorn bug dungeon marked out in black. No wonder so many people came today. The Firethorn bug dungeon has a problem, and the instructors here don't even know. But how could this dungeon have a problem? Could it be because of that swordsman? Sumuyu quickly remembered the guy who had refreshed the record for the Firethorn bug dungeon that morning. I wonder if it's Fong Fong. If it really is him, how did he do it? Could it be that he has taken control of the bugs in the Firethorn bug dungeon? That shouldn't be possible. The bugs in the dungeon are all illusions, and they are protected by the transmutation divine stone. Sumuyu couldn't figure it out, and it wasn't even certain if it was Fong Fong who did it. She didn't think too much about it and began her class change quest. At this moment, Fong Fong had arrived in front of a general store. The skill, Divine Concealment, could hide all information, but a person's appearance couldn't be concealed. He could only use a mask to cover his face. Since he chose to hide, he had to do it completely. So, Fong Fong casually bought a mask in the general store and then headed towards the outskirts of the city. There were shop assistants in the store and many people on the street, so Fong Fong didn't rush to put on the mask, planning to wear it once he reached the wild. He had already completed his first class change quest and reached level 35. Next, aside from continuing to level up, the most important thing was to test the power of the Firethorn bug. Immediately, Fong Fong walked towards the outskirts of the city. Outside the city, in the novice leveling area. What's going on today? Why is the leveling area so empty? Lei Yang looked at the desolate leveling area, feeling a bit confused. Usually, this place was crowded with people. It had only been 2 days since the class change, and most people had already reached level 10. Leveling in the Werewolf Mountain was very dangerous without a team. Yang Gu, you don't know? The forum is going crazy, no one knows why. The Firethorn bug dungeon in the class change temple has gone dark. Now many people have gone to see the commotion, Zhang Dong added. No way. Wasn't there a prodigy who refreshed the Firethorn bug dungeon this morning? Lei Yang was a bit incredulous. Many people speculate that it might be that prodigy who did it, but now everyone is just talking privately. After all, such a rare opportunity is not something anyone wants to miss. But I feel like the class change temple will discover it by tonight at the latest. It's a pity we haven't reached the first class change level, otherwise it would be so comfortable to take the opportunity to change classes. Zhang Dong felt a bit envious. Lei Yang wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw Fong Fong walking out of the city. Yang Gu, where is that kid Fong Fong going? Zhang Dong asked. After Fong walked out, he headed straight towards the left side of the pipe. I don't know, that pipe leads to Jiangbei province. I guess this kid can't make it in Longhua City anymore and is planning to go to Jiangbei province to look for opportunities. But going to Jiangbei province, he will encounter many powerful monsters along the way. Is this kid so stimulated that he has lost his mind? Going to Jiangbei province alone? Zhang Dong shook his head. I don't think that's likely. Look at him, he doesn't seem like someone who has been stimulated. Lei Yang nodded. You're right. Anyway, no one is forming teams to level up today. Let's follow him and see. Let's see what this kid is up to. But Yang Gu, there are many high-level monsters over there. If we follow him, we might. What are you afraid of? He'll be the one to take the risks. We can just follow him from a distance, and if things go wrong, we can run away, Lei Yang called out. Then the two of them followed him. To avoid alarming the snake, they kept a safe distance. They could only vaguely see Fong Feng's silhouette. However, this had the advantage that Fong Feng remained completely unaware of their presence. Beast tamers are different from other professions. Aside from divine concealment, they have almost no exploration skills in their common skills. Therefore, the biggest weakness of this profession is its poor self-protection ability. Once encountering a swordsman or being ambushed while invisible, it would be almost certain death. This is also why the beast master profession, although a combat profession, is considered somewhat useless. The two followed Fong Feng for more than 20 minutes. Zhang Dong's expression changed. Boss, we can't follow any longer. Up ahead is the territory of the 7-star beetle clan. Fong Fong must be out of his mind and preparing to see death. If we keep following, we'll be in trouble too. Lei Yan looked ahead, and Fong Feng's figure had already disappeared into the territory of the 7-star beetle clan. He felt very unwilling. Damn it, I can't believe he's going to seek death. Otherwise, the Wolfman Mountain would be enough for him to die 100 times. No, I have to see what he really wants to do. With that, Lei Yang cautiously crept forward. The 7-star beetle is a type of insect-like monster. The territories of the 7-star beetle, the goblin tribe, and the novice leveling area are all protected zones. Being protected means that no attacks are allowed on other professionals in these areas. Otherwise, one would face pursuit from the Dragon City Guard. The recommended level for the 7-star beetle territory is LV.30 LV.45. The recommended level for the goblin tribe territory is LV.45 LV.60. This means that Dragon City's protection for professionals only extends to those below level 60, allowing them to complete their second job transfer tasks. Beyond that, leveling areas are unprotected, and in such places, leveling up or competing for bosses depends entirely on one's own strength. It is said that among the lowest level world bosses near Dragon City, 2 are under the jurisdiction of the Sirius Guild, while the other 2 are occupied by other guilds. Therefore, the benefits of joining a powerful guild are unimaginable. Fong Fong came this time not only to level up but also to test the fire spike insect. Thus, the 7-star beetle territory was a very good choice. The boss in the 7-star beetle territory is of elite green rank, which is too low to even be worthy of evolving the fire spike insect, but its defense is high, and its magical attack power is strong, making it perfect for experimentation. Once I reach level 45, I'll go to the goblin tribe territory to level up. Fong Fong thought, directly stepping into the 7-star beetle territory. The territory of the beetles is vast, consisting of 3 or 4 rolling hills. The outskirts are the area where small monsters roam, while the center is where the Beetle King resides. Fong Fong didn't want to waste time, so he waved his hand and released the nano-poison insects. A sea of white insects surged forward, crushing everything in their path. He carved a path through countless beetle monsters, heading straight for the center of the beetle tribe. Along the way, the system's voice kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a beetle. Experience plus 500. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a beetle. Experience plus 600. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 36. Gain 10 free attribute points. In just 3 minutes, Fong Fong had arrived at the core area of the 7-star beetle tribe. He saw a depression ahead, where a giant 7-star beetle was crawling back and forth. This was indeed the boss, the 7-star Beetle King. Fong Fong waved his hand, setting up the nano-poison insects around him to form a defensive circle. Any beetle that dared to approach would be bitten to death by the nano-poison insects. This way, he could safely go into the depression and experiment with his fire spike insect. Fong Fong put on his mask and jumped into the depression. At the same time, he glanced at the 7-star Beetle King. 7-star Beetle King, Insect Tribe, Rating, Elite Level, LV.45, Attack Power, 2000, Health, 10,000, Physical Defense, 1000, Magical Defense, 1000, Active Skills, Beetle Charge, Defensive Stance, Brief Flight. Note, when the 7-star Beetle King's health drops below 50%, it will use its flight skill to escape. Be sure to slay it before it takes off. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong checked the attributes of his fire spike insect. After pushing through all the way, he had leveled up 3 levels, and the fire spike insect's level had also increased by 5 levels, reaching level 35. Name: Fire Thorn. Insect Rating: Commander Level, Blue, Level, LV.35 Attack Power, 2000 Health, 1700 Physical Defense, 100 Magical Defense, 100 Passive Skill. Fire Armor Piercing, when attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defense by 10%. Effect can stack, can reduce the opponent's dual defense to nearly 0. Tip: Fire Armor Piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Reminder: Commanders and Divine Insects can evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent active. Currently splitting. Limit 23,000. Current quantity 23,000/23,000. The fact that the Fire Thorn insect only increases attack and health upon leveling up, without any increase in dual defense, left Fong Fong quite helpless. However, with the miraculous passive of Fire Armor Piercing, it was already sufficient. The 7-star Longhorn King has a dual defense of up to 1000, which means that when the Fire Thorn insect attacks, it will reduce its dual defense to 900, and with another attack, it will be 810. If 10 Fire Thorn insects activate their passive simultaneously, that would be 385. As he calculated this, Fong Fong couldn't help but swallow hard. 10 Fire Thorn insects could weaken the 7-star Longhorn King's dual defense to 385. What kind of concept is this? He had a full 23,000 Fire Thorn insects. If he deployed 100 at once, wouldn't the 7-star Longhorn King be practically defenseless, running around naked? Thinking of this, Fong Fong immediately waved his hand and summoned all 23,000 Fire Thorn insects. The densely packed Fire Thorn insects coiled around the slope of the depression, forming what looked like a circle of red flames. The 7-star Longhorn King seemed to sense the danger, arching its body and becoming alert to its surroundings. Go! With Feng Feng's command, one of the insects crawled out from the army of Firethorn insects. However, the 7-star Longhorn was very vigilant. As soon as the insect got close, one of its long antennae instantly struck down. The Firethorn insect was smashed into a pulp, but at the same time, Feng Feng saw that the 7-star Longhorn's defense had indeed dropped to 900. Just as expected, continue. Feng Feng continued to control the second Firethorn insect to go, followed by the third, fourth. When the 200th Firethorn insect met its demise under the 7-star Longhorn's antenna, Feng Feng saw that the 7-star Longhorn's dual defense had actually become invisible. This was because the value was too low to be displayed. The weakening from the Firethorn insects could not completely reduce the opponent's dual defense to 0, but it could get infinitely close to 0. Feng Feng was very clear about this. It's basically 0 now, it all depends on the next effect. Feng Feng began to send the first Firethorn insect to launch a sneak attack. The Firethorn insect had an attack power of 1700 and the 7-star Longhorn's current defense was essentially 0. This meant that, theoretically, he only needed 6 Firethorn insects to kill the 10,000 health 7-star Longhorn commander. The first Firethorn insect quickly reached the side of the 7-star Longhorn and, with its demise, Feng Feng saw a string of red damage values appear above the 7-star Longhorn's head. 1650. It indeed broke through the defense. This is too insane. Although the Longhorn King's defense can't be 0, this kind of defense reduction effect is simply a god-level passive. Feng Feng was very excited. With the god-level passive of the Firethorn insect, even when facing tough monsters and professionals, he had the ability to kill them. Feng Feng waved his hand, and 5 Firethorn insects charged forward simultaneously. The next moment, a series of damage numbers appeared. With a loud boom, the 7-star Longhorn King didn't even have time to use its flying skill before it directly perished. A series of items exploded in front of him. Feng Feng had no interest in looking at them and waved his hand to collect them all. After checking his level, he found that he had actually reached level 42. The experience of killing the boss is really abundant. At this rate, I might reach the second transfer level today. This speed is simply exhilarating. Feng Feng was contemplating whether to head directly to the goblin territory to level up. He had already tested the fire sting bug, and now he needed to focus on leveling up. However, at that moment he heard the system's voice. Ding! Your fire sting bug has been attacked by the professional Lei Yang and will switch to automatic counterattack mode in 5 seconds. To change, please select manually. Feng Feng was taken aback. Lei Yang? What is he doing here? Feng Feng hurriedly climbed up the slope, and sure enough, he soon saw Lei Yang crouched behind a hill, holding a recording device and filming the nano poison bug. This kid is stalking me? Luckily, I was dealing with the Beetle King at the bottom of the pit just now, otherwise I would have been exposed. I need to teach this kid a lesson. Feng Feng thought to himself. Although Lei Yang was annoying, he was still his classmate, and it wasn't necessary to kill him over this. Moreover, this place was a protected area. If he acted, it would attract the pursuit of the guards. It would be a loss that wasn't worth it. Just teaching him a lesson to make him remember would be enough. With that thought, Feng Feng waved his hand, cancelled the automatic counterattack, and took control himself. He began to manipulate countless nano-poison insects to surge towards Lei Yang's direction. Yang Gu, hurry up and run. Just a quick snap is enough. This is a mysterious big shot we can't provoke. Zhang Dong crouched behind Lei Yang, trembling all over with fear. Not to mention those nano-poison insects, even the beetles could bite them to death. And the beetles had no power to fight back against the nano-poison insects. They often died instantly when surrounded. If those nano-poison insects came over, would they have any chance of survival? Don't panic, we haven't approached the core of the beetle clan, we're just filming. Those poison insects at the edge, they won't come over. But I'm curious, why haven't we found Feng Feng? Could it be that kid has already been bitten to death by the nano-poison insects? Lei Yang said, puzzled. Boss, do you think these nano-poison insects could be made by Feng Feng? After all, he is the only one who came here. Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang shot him a glare. Shut the hell up. If he could create such powerful poison insects, I'll live stream eating shit. You pull as much as you want, I'll eat as much as you pull. With his trash profession, he thinks he can create so many god-level insects? That's just a pipe dream. But Yango Feng Feng is also a beastmaster, and he's a bug-type beastmaster that seems to correspond perfectly. Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang, however, replied, have you forgotten what Mentor Qian he said? Only big shots can control such god-level insects. At least big shots of the 7th or 8th rank. If so many appeared at once, it must be some powerful figure experimenting with insects here. Once I post this video, it will definitely cause a sensation in the whole city. Maybe the Tianlang Guild will even throw me an olive branch. That's just too. Hey, why are those nano-poison insects coming towards us? Lei Yang's expression changed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly wiped it off, but when he looked down, he was dumbfounded. Yang Gu, you have a nano-poison insect under the edge of your shoe. You stepped on one. What did you say? Lei Yang was also stunned. He quickly looked down and indeed saw a nanopoison insect. He hurriedly moved his foot, only to see the nanopoison insect staring at him as if saying, "Did you just step on me?" Lei Yang was scared silly and shouted, "Damn it, run." However, when he looked up, he saw that Zhang Dong had already sprinted off 10 meters. "You bastard! Wait for me." Lei Yang didn't care about anything else and turned to run. The two of them stumbled and ran out, quickly disappearing at the end of the road. Fong Fong watched the scene and shook his head helplessly. Was it his fault that Sumuyu liked to stick to him? Even leveling up required someone to follow him. They really had too much free time. But that video, forget it, let them guess. I should change places. Once it was released, it would definitely cause a stir, and it was clear that this place couldn't be stayed in. Just right, he would head straight to the goblin territory, aiming to reach level 59 today. If he returned early, he might even complete the second transfer quest. Fong Fong waved his hand to collect the nanopoison insects and turned to head towards the goblin territory. Meanwhile, on Lei Yang's side, as soon as the two reached the safe zone, Lei Yang couldn't wait to post the video on the professional forum. At this moment, he didn't care about any wind direction. Holding such a video in his hand could definitely cause quite a stir. Sure enough, he posted the video, and in less than 10 minutes, the view count had already surpassed 1 million. In less than an hour, it astonishingly exceeded 100 million. Many people left comments after watching the video. What the hell is this? Real? So many bugs? What kind of bugs are these? It must be synthesized. How could anyone control so many bugs? Not necessarily. If a beast master can control cockroaches, they could manage hundreds, right? Bro, look closely. There are definitely thousands of bugs here. These bugs are way more powerful than cockroaches. That's a 7-star longhorn beetle, and it got bitten to death. Damn, if there's an army of bugs like that, leveling up would be too easy, just sipping tea and chatting while the levels go up. Anyone who can control so many bugs must be a big shot. I need to inform our president. What the hell is going on today? So many strange things happening. Yeah, do you think the one who refreshed the fire sting bug dungeon and the one controlling all these bugs could be the same person? No way, they just reached level 29 after their first promotion. How could they control so many bugs? And wasn't the record holder a swordsman? Who says it has to be a swordsman? Maybe they just named themselves that. Damn, if it's the same person and they just promoted, how could they control so many bugs? Are they even human? As the forum discussions continued to escalate, the news about the video quickly reached the ears of the three major forces. After receiving the news, Howling Sky Wolf immediately set off to find Xianhe and Nangong. The two were also feeling frustrated. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find out who the record-breaking genius was. The promotion temple was overcrowded, and they couldn't check the records there. They would have to wait until the evening. Just as they were feeling down, Howling Sky Wolf finally found them. When Howling Sky Wolf showed them the video from the forum, Xianhe and Nangong were stunned. "Teacher, who is this powerful figure?" Xianhe said, feeling a bit dazed. I don't know either. So many bugs, and they're all nanopoison bugs. Even a 9-turn beast master couldn't do this. Could this person be a 10-turn big shot? But I've never heard of a 10-turn big shot in Manhwa. Could it be a summoner? Howling Sky Wolf suggested. A beast master controlling so many nanopoison bugs seems unrealistic, but a summoner should be able to do it. Xianhe shook his head. Summoners summon beasts using summoning cards. But the stronger the beast, the fewer can be summoned. A summoner's mental power is limited, and they couldn't possibly summon so many divine-level poison bugs. No, if such a powerful figure appears in Longhua City, it must be a problem. I need to meet him. Saying this, Xianhe hurried to get up, and Howling Sky Wolf quickly said, "Wait a moment, besides this matter, there's another issue on the forum. It seems the first promotion task at the promotion temple, the fire sting bug task, is no longer available. That's also why the promotion temple is so crowded today. You guys better take care of it." Is that true? Nangong's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he immediately shouted outside, "Send someone to the promotion temple to check the situation. If it's as the forum says, immediately close the promotion temple. At the same time, send someone to bring the person who posted the video to the city lord's mansion to wait for me." Yes. Someone outside immediately responded. Meanwhile, Xianhe, Nangong, and Howling Sky Wolf left the city lord's mansion and headed straight for the territory of the 7-star longhorn beetle where the video was filmed. "Sky Wolf, how is your investigation going?" Nangong asked on the way to the 7-star celestial ox territory. The list provided by the temple of transmutation in the morning was to be checked by the Howling Sky Wolf, and now it was almost evening, yet there seemed to be no news. "I'm afraid they are not among them. We have already found 8 or 9 out of the 10 names on this list, and they are not the ones who refreshed the records. I even feel that we might have been misled. Those names only suggest they are swordsmen, but they don't necessarily have to be. Moreover, this person is unwilling to show themselves, so the name swordsman who loves to eat soft rice might also be a deliberate misdirection," Howling Sky Wolf said. Nangong frowned upon hearing this. "But this makes no sense at all. As long as I check the Transmutation records from a few minutes before today's record was created tonight. I can still find him, although I can't see the entire process. The records can be checked, Howling Sky Wolf said. This is also what I can't understand. He might not want to expose himself, but he doesn't know how to hide better. Finding him is just a matter of time. But now, could the thousands of poisonous insects in the outskirts be the work of the same person who refreshed the records? Howling Sky Wolf said as he looked at Qianhe. Qianhe said, in reality, it's unlikely. After all, it's hard to believe that a low-level person could control so many god-level insects. But theoretically, it is possible. Theoretically? Nangong and Howling Sky Wolf were both taken aback. Qianhe then said, we've arrived, let's talk more when we have the chance. Seeing this, Howling Sky Wolf and Nangong said no more and followed Qianhe down from their mounts. Unfortunately, at this moment, everything in the 7 Stars Celestialox territory was as usual, with nothing left behind. Ah, we still came a step too late. Let's search carefully for any clues, Nangong said. The three nodded and dispersed to look for clues. Meanwhile, at this moment, Fong had already left the 7 Stars Celestialox territory and appeared on a patch of dark gray land. This was the last protected area near Longhua City, the Gnome Clan territory. The Gnome Clan territory was also the last safe place for practitioners to level up before their second-class change. However, some practitioners with backgrounds and resources would not choose to level up in such places. For example, Sumuyu. Fong had never seen her come here to level up. Her family was wealthy enough to hire a mercenary group, so she must have gone to a higher-level place to train. The Gnome Clan territory was half an hour's journey from the 7 Stars Celestialox territory. The distance was considerable, allowing Fong to level up with peace of mind. However, the monsters in the Gnome Clan were few and far between. But each monster provided decent experience. Therefore, leveling up in a team was the best option for someone like Fong who was leveling up alone. It was somewhat troublesome. If the nano-poison insects were to cover the entire territory, it would be too conspicuous. If someone were to notice, it would be impossible to level up. I might as well go hunt some bosses. Taking down 2 bosses should be enough. It's a pity that these bosses are not of the insect race, otherwise if I could control them I might be able to evolve the fire spike insect. Fong felt somewhat helpless. His perfect control had been used today, and since the Gnome Clan consisted of humanoid monsters, he had to give up on evolving the fire spike insect. After summoning the fire spike insect and the nano-poison insects, Fong headed straight for the core of the Gnome Clan. Along the way, he killed any Gnome Clan monsters he encountered. If there were none, he continued on his way. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the core of the Gnome Clan territory. From a distance, he saw a Gnome Clan leader holding a wooden stick and wearing tattered grass clothes. Goblin leader, humanoid beast rating, leader level, blue level, LV.60 attack power, 5000. Health points, 12,000 physical defense, 2,000 magical defense, 2,000 active skills, Goblin Summon, Berserk, Earth Protection passive. Skill, Ancestor Summon. Looking at the introduction, Fong quickly recalled the skill characteristics of this Goblin leader. As a humanoid beast, the Goblin leader, when attacked, would summon nearby goblins to come to its aid, so those who usually come here to level up would first clear out the surrounding goblins before fighting the leader. However, Fong didn't need to consider these. If they dared to come over, he would just take them all down together. Additionally, once the Goblin leader's health drops below 50%, it would enter a Berserk state, doubling its attack power. At the same time, Earth Protection would allow it to continuously regenerate health, making it difficult for teams with insufficient attack power to kill it. Finally, the passive skill, Ancestor Summon, is a rather useless skill. It states that when the Goblin leader dies, there is a very small chance to summon a projection of the Goblin ancestor, but it has never happened before, so it is basically ignored. Fong recalled this and didn't delay any longer. With a command, the fire spikes insect rushed towards the Goblin leader. The nano-poison insect split into 2 groups, one part guarding the surroundings to be alert for any Goblin reinforcements, while the other part prepared to deal with the Goblin leader at any moment. The fire spikes insect quickly approached the Goblin leader, who seemed very perceptive. Seeing a large number of fire spikes insects rushing in, it immediately swung its wooden stick down. In an instant, it smashed several hundred fire spikes insects to death. However, more fire spikes insects surged like a red ocean towards the Goblin leader. In just 5 seconds, Fong saw that the Goblin leader's defenses had been weakened to the point of being negligible. The attack power of the fire spikes insects was relatively low, and although their numbers were large, they could still kill it. But this would result in significant losses. So as soon as the Goblin leader's defenses were breached, Fong recalled the fire spikes insects and sent the nano-poison insects in. Each nano-poison insect had an attack power of 5,000, which was more than enough to deal with the Goblin leader, who had just over 10,000 health and was in a defenseless state. It could be said to be a one-hit kill. As soon as the nano-poison insects touched the Goblin leader, Fong saw the Goblin leader crash to the ground with a loud thud. Surprisingly, the surrounding Goblin beasts were not summoned at all. Fong glanced at his level. He had directly leveled up from 42 to 50. As expected of a boss, the experience is abundant. At this rate, I should be able to level up in just 2 or 3 more kills. Fong Fong felt quite pleased. After returning today, he could consider the second job change. With this leveling speed, he had never even dared to think about it before. Just as he was thinking, the goblin leader respawned. Fong Fong repeated the process, sending the fire spikes insects to break its defenses and the nano insects to finish it off. In less than 10 seconds, the freshly respawned goblin leader fell to the ground again. At this point, his level had risen from 50 to 54. Just as Fong Fong was collecting the loot, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! You have consecutively slain the goblin leader twice within 10 seconds. The goblin leader's passive skill, Ancestor Summon, has been activated. Reminder, the goblin ancestor projection is a leader level, yellow, BOSS ding. The goblin ancestor will project in 10 seconds at the goblin territory, please slay it as soon as possible. Summoning the ancestor? Citywide broadcast? Fong Fong was taken aback. The probability that hadn't appeared in many years had actually happened to him. Moreover, it was a citywide broadcast, a treatment only reserved for world bosses. And most importantly, the professionals in the city would definitely rush over upon hearing this, which meant that not only would he have to face the risk of exposure, but also a portion of the benefits would be taken away. Thinking of this, Fong Feng's eyes turned cold. If you want to share in my benefits, then let's see if you can make it in time. Everyone, come out. With a call from Fong Fong, the nano-poison insects and fire-armored insects swarmed out, nearly 50,000 insects transforming the ground into a sea of intertwined white and red. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light appeared ahead, and a golden figure emerged. It was none other than the projection of the goblin ancestor. Is the projection of the goblin ancestor descending? I remember that the probability of the goblin leader's summon ancestor passive skill triggering is quite low, right? Qian, he said. Nangong nodded quickly. The passive trigger probability of this beast is divided into 2 types. The first type purely depends on luck, and the second type has a guarantee, which is that if you can kill it twice in a row within 10 seconds, the passive will take effect. This is also to prevent someone from maliciously farming materials. Could this be purely coincidental? Howling Sky Wolf said. Qian, he then picked something up from the ground and murmured as he looked at it. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. The person who refreshed the fire spike bug dungeon is likely the same as the one here. We all got it wrong. The one controlling those bugs is probably just a little guy who has just completed his first job change. Hurry to the goblin territory. As Qian he spoke, he waved his hand, and the wind-riding golden eagle flew out. Nangong and Howling Sky Wolf, seeing this, also jumped onto the back of the wind-riding golden eagle without hesitation. At the same time, Nangong saw that the thing in Qian He's hand was actually a completely red bug. It was indeed a fire spike bug. This Nangong was shocked. Qian He said, the problem with the fire spike bug dungeon is likely because this person took the fire spike bugs from the dungeon. This person can bring bugs out of the job change Divine Stone. He is truly formidable. He is most likely a mysterious hidden class player. If not, then he could very well be. Qian He did not continue. Meanwhile, Nangong looked at him, his face full of shock. At this moment, within the goblin territory, Fong Fong looked at the goblin ancestor projection that had just appeared in front of him, also taken aback. This guy was too large. Standing there, he was a full 7 or 8 meters taller than himself. His robust body was like a small mountain. Goblin ancestor projection, humanoid beast rating, leader level, yellow, level, LV.90 attack power, 10,000 health, 100000. Physical defense, 5,000 magical defense, 5,000 active skills, rage frenzy, earth protection, life drain. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong couldn't help but swallow. Now he finally understood what was going on with the goblin ancestor. He had studied the goblin ancestor in high school, but he never expected that the goblin ancestor actually had projection abilities. The goblin ancestor's true form was a dark old level high world boss. Speaking of which, it is necessary to mention the classification of beast levels in this world. They are white gear, normal, green gear, elite, blue gear, leader, yellow gear, chief, orange gear, lord, red gear, mythical. Generally, world bosses are mostly of the leader, yellow, level. The orange level world boss is also known as a high world boss, generally at the dark gold level, orange. Such world bosses are so strong that there are no small monsters in their territory, hence they are also called lords. The goblin ancestor's true form is such a lord level boss. Although the projection summoned by the Goblin King is only the projection of the goblin ancestor, its strength still reaches the level of an ordinary world boss, which is the yellow leader level. Moreover, the attack power of the goblin ancestor projection is as high as 10,000, and its health reaches 100,000. Its dual defenses are a terrifying 5,000. Ordinary players can't even break through its defense. No wonder the system would broadcast citywide. Such a world boss cannot be dealt with by a single team. At least 10 teams are needed to start. Its 3 skills are also incredibly powerful. The Rage Frenzy skill increases its attack, health, and defense. by 10%. The Earth Guardian is not something the Goblin King can compare to. The Earth Guardian projected by the Goblin Ancestor can grant him up to a minute of physical immunity. Moreover, Life Drain allows him to utilize the surrounding plants to continuously heal himself for a short period. Therefore, when the general crowd surrounds this boss, they can only slowly wear it down, dealing minimal damage. They would typically deplete half of its health, allowing it to use Life Drain to recover 80% before continuing the fight. After 3 or 4 uses of Life Drain, its health would not last until the next use. Thus, the entire process is lengthy and dangerous. However, for Fongfeng, these concerns do not exist at all. Looking at the Goblin Ancestor projection before him, Fongfeng pursed his lips. Once I start attacking, it will use Rage Transformation and Earth Guardian. Within a minute, neither the nano poison bugs nor the fire spikes can do anything to it. Dragging this out is not beneficial for me. I might as well go for a quick kill. With that thought, Fongfeng waved his hand to retract the fire spikes. While shouting, poison fog spread. At his command, countless nano poison bugs gathered, and in the next moment, a large area of purple poison fog flew towards the Goblin Ancestor projection. The poison fog spreads, ignoring defenses. Although it can only rely on the poisoning effect to wear down the opponent, it spares him the massive consumption of his bug army. If it were a melee fight, his bug army could indeed kill the Goblin Ancestor projection, but it would take a lot of time and result in significant losses. It would be a losing battle. The poison fog skill is the most effective. As the poison fog drifted away, a series of damage notifications began to appear above the Goblin Ancestor. Projections head 2800 2800 2800. The current level of the nano poison bugs has reached level 54, and the poison fog deals a hefty 2800 damage each time, with the toxic effects of over 20,000 nano poison bugs stacking. The damage per second is terrifying. As the poison fog spread, in less than 2 seconds, the massive Goblin Ancestor projection's health had already dropped by more than half. Fongfeng saw the Goblin Ancestor projection glowing green all over. The weeds and trees on the ground around it began to wither rapidly. Clearly, it was draining the life force from the surrounding plants. Soon, Fongfeng noticed that the Goblin Ancestor projection's health was indeed increasing. But compared to the consumption from the poison fog, this increase was far too slow. Another 5 seconds passed. As the last drop of health was deducted, the enormous Goblin Ancestor projection fell to the ground. At the same time, several golden lights burst forth. Fongfeng's eyes lit up. This glow clearly indicated that good items had dropped. He dared not delay and rushed forward to pick up the items, while several notifications sounded. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Goblin Ancestor projection and gained a massive amount of experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 59. Your current experience storage is full. Please complete your job change task as soon as possible. Ding! The Goblin Ancestor projection has been killed. Emergency situation resolved. Ding! Due to your slaying of the Goblin Ancestor projection, the Goblin race is now under the effect of fear and has fled their territory. Fongfeng opened his attribute panel and indeed found that he had reached level 59, and the accumulated experience could directly elevate him to level 65. A world boss provides an overwhelming amount of experience. Name: Fongfeng. Occupation: First tier insect beast tamer. Level: LV.59. Experience stored can be upgraded to 65. Health: 3000. Physical defense: 300. Magical defense: 300. Strength: 64. Intelligence: 148. Constitution: 69. Spirit: 598. Free attribute points: 240. Professional skills: Beast taming, attack form switching, evolution, general skills, divine hidden fate. Professional trait: Insect affinity. The professional is an insect beast tamer, with a high probability of successfully controlling insects, but will definitely fail to control other types of beasts. Divine level talent: Divine insect split enhances spirit, can increase the split limit. Current limit: 25,000. Divine level talent: Perfect control, can activate a perfect control skill, guaranteed success on the controlled target, limited to insects, and the level cannot exceed 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Glancing at the attribute panel, Fongfeng was incredibly excited. The split limit for insects had actually risen to 25,000. With 2 types of insects combined, that would be 50,000. A 50,000 insect army was simply too impressive. By the way, what was that system prompt about the Goblin race fleeing their territory? Forget it, I don't want to think about it. I need to hurry and leave. With such a commotion, someone will probably arrive soon. While they haven't reacted yet, I should head to the city and sell the spoils from this battle. With that thought, Fongfeng took a detour and headed back towards Manhwa City. Ding! The projection of the Goblin Ancestor has been defeated. Congratulations to the professionals for clearing up a disturbance. We must continue to work hard in the future. With the sound of the system's citywide broadcast, the entire Manhwa City erupted in excitement. Many people who didn't understand what was happening rushed to the forum seeking answers. What's going on? How long has the Goblin Ancestor projection been around? How could it be dead already? I don't know, but the time adds up to no more than 3 minutes. Could it be that a big shot took action? It should be Mentor Qianhe, right? The goblin ancestor projection is recorded to be at least level 90. That's the strength of a third transition. That must be right. Even the city lord and the president of the Tianlang Guild wouldn't be able to kill it in 3 minutes. No kidding, and just now I saw Mentor Qianhe leaving the city with Xiao Shenlang and city lord Nangong. No wonder they were together, it was for this. But wait, the goblin ancestor projection hadn't appeared before they left the city. It seems so. Could it be that someone else killed the goblin ancestor projection? Could it be that mysterious summoner who appeared near Manhwa City? Who said it was a summoner? They clearly used poison as an alchemist. Come on, can an alchemist use that many poisonous insects? This is clearly a beast master. A trash beast master thinks they can mess with a big shot? An elven mage has a better chance than a beast master. Discussion is one thing, but why are we beast masters being called trash? Isn't a beast master trash? If you have the ability, come and duel me. I'll let you release your beasts first. The forum was in an uproar. Outside the city, Mentor Qianhe and the others were already not far from the goblin territory. Hearing the system's reminder, the three were taken aback. To kill the goblin ancestor projection in less than 3 minutes, this person is simply a monster. There was a glimmer in Mentor Qianhe's eyes. If such a talent had just completed their first transition task, they would definitely be a genius. Teacher, to slay the goblin ancestor projection in 3 minutes, they must at least be at the 7th transition. Could such strength really belong to a mere first transition professional? Nangong asked, unable to believe that the strange occurrences in Longhua City in recent days were caused by a first transition professional. Qianhe squinted slightly and said, "Why? Is it impossible? Have you forgotten the legend of the Divine General? The legend of the Divine General?" Nangong was completely stunned. Xiao Shenlang beside him was also taken aback. As the president of the first guild in Longhua City, Xiao Shenlang naturally knew what the legend of the Divine General represented. He had once considered himself extraordinary, believing he would surely soar to great heights in the future. However, as he entered the world of professionals from school, he gradually realized that he was not a prodigy. When facing those formidable beasts that others could not defeat, he also felt powerless despite his hard work. This day, his strength could only make him the president of the first guild in Longhua City. Looking across the entire Jiangbei province, there were many people stronger than him, Xiao Shenlang, and the legend of the Divine General was something every professional envied. Mentor, could you elaborate? Xiao Shenlang's eyes were filled with fervor. Although he knew he was not the legendary Divine General, hearing about the specifics of the legend would make the trip worthwhile. Qianhe stroked his beard and said, "When the game descended into reality, it turned our entire blue star into a world overrun by beasts. Many people said this was a disaster, but as professionals gradually emerged and grew stronger, some powerful beings discovered a problem. Our blue star may not have become what it is now solely because of this disaster." They were flipping through historical materials, and many works similar to the classic of mountains and seas were being valued again. Gradually, a theory emerged, the theory of truth. The so-called theory of truth is that some people believe that Blue Star might have always been a world overrun by monsters, and the classic of mountains and seas is the best evidence for this. It's just that for some unknown reason, such monsters have rarely been seen in the world. After the classic of mountains and seas, the theory of truth refers to this gap as the era of divine generals. The so-called era of divine generals is when at least one divine general appeared after the classic of mountains and seas, and his emergence allowed humanity to enjoy thousands of years of stable times. And later, this divine general may have fallen, which is why Blue Star began to change into what it is today. At this point, Mentor Qianhe's eyes were filled with fervor. The president of the Diviners Guild, also the chief diviner of the entire Longhua, known as the National Master, Mr. Wulong, once gathered 1,000 diviners for a divination. The conclusion drawn was that in our era, at least one divine general should be born. But the direction is unclear, the location is unclear, and it may even be abroad. Abroad? Nangong's face changed immediately upon hearing this. If this divine general appears in the Cherry Blossom country, wouldn't that be? The eyes of Xiaotian Wolf also turned cold upon hearing this. The Cherry Blossom country is the mortal enemy of our dragon country, with deep-seated grievances. It's best if it doesn't happen. Mentor, Qianhe said. So, haven't you noticed that in recent years, the powerful figures of the guild have been moving frequently? It's precisely because no one knows where this divine general will appear or what profession he will have, so protecting some talented individuals has been very important in recent years. These matters have nothing to do with you, but the person who has caused such a commotion in Longhua City must be treated with care. Regardless of whether it is discovered or not, a confidentiality agreement must be signed after returning. Nangong quickly nodded. I understand this, the higher-ups have already passed down the rules. As long As we find this person and he can pass the talent test, we can activate the confidentiality mechanism. Qianhan nodded. Xiaotian Wolf, beside him, couldn't help but swallow. He had heard a little about this confidentiality mechanism. If this person truly was a genius and passed the talent test, he would also have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Once the confidentiality agreement was violated, the Diviners Guild would find out. At that time, a cleansing team led by 7-turn or even 8-turn big shots would be dispatched to hunt him down. Every country places great importance on talent because among these talents, there may be future divine generals hidden. The rise of a divine general is incredibly important for a country. Its significance is naturally self-evident. While they were talking, Qianha and the others had already arrived at the territory of the Goblin clan. However, looking around, apart from a scorched earth in the core area of the Goblin clan's territory, not even a single goblin beast was found. Seeing this scene, Nangong and the others were somewhat bewildered. Where are the beasts here? Xiaotian Wolf was also puzzled, clearly having never encountered such a situation. However, Mentor Qianha suddenly changed his expression. Could it be fear? Not good. Mentor Qianha hurriedly said, quickly ask about the situation in the city. Just as Nangong was about to inquire with his subordinates, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The Goblin clan has launched a riot, sweeping the Wolf Mountain beasts towards Longhua City, and they are less than 50 kilometers away. Please, professionals, respond quickly to quell the chaos. In the next moment, a message came through. Lord of the city, it's bad. The Goblin clan has somehow run to Wolf Mountain, and the entire Wolf Mountain is in chaos. The beast army is charging towards the city. Nangong's face changed instantly, and he shouted, immediately stop the garrison from launching an attack. The levels of the Goblin tribe and the monsters in Wolf Mountain are not high, so do not cause panic. Understood. Just as the entire city's garrison was mobilized, the newbies in the beginner leveling area were quickly and safely escorted into the city. Fong, however, had already donned a mask and entered the Su auction house. After presenting the golden card, he was quickly led to a private room. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment, the senior appraiser will be here shortly. No need, just call Sumuyu over, Fong said. Alright, please. Wait. The beautiful receptionist quickly left. The last time Fong came to sell items, it was Sumuyu who attended to him, and he had a good impression of the old man, so he decided to seek him out again this time. Sumuyu soon pushed the door open and entered. Esteemed guest, Sumuyu is at your service. May I ask if you wish to purchase items or sell? Sell. There are quite a few items, please wait, Fong said, waving his hand. And suddenly the entire private room was filled with a dazzling array of colors. A large pile of materials emerged. These were the spoils from his sweep of the territory of the Beetle tribe and the Goblin tribe, including the items dropped by the Goblin ancestor projection. Time was tight, and he hadn't looked at what he had collected along the way. Now, he took everything out at once, leaving Sumuyu completely stunned. Let's get started, Fong reminded. Only then did Sumuyu come back to his senses and hurriedly began with the shining items. Fong also took a look, and to his surprise, he was taken aback. Among these items, there were 5 that shone brightly. Upon inspection, he found that 3 of them were equipment. One of them was a piece of equipment glowing with golden light. It was dropped by the Goblin Ancestor projection. Goblin Ancestors Advanced. Staff grade, gold, yellow, required level, LV.90 magical attack power, 3000 intelligence, 200 spirit, 200 class requirement, mage. Special effect, reduces spell casting time by 20%. Attached skill, Earth Shield, after 1 second of casting, can form a layer of earth barrier that blocks 10,000 damage, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Looking at the description, Fong couldn't help but feel envious. Mages are inherently high attack classes, and typical blue gear is rich in either intelligence or spirit. Items that have both attributes are quite expensive, and this one, with its special effect skill, is naturally worth a fortune. Especially this special effect, it's simply outrageous. One must know that mages have a fatal weakness, their skills require casting time, which makes them easy targets in one-on-one PK situations. When facing fast and high-damage swordsmen and assassins, a mage might be killed before they can even cast a single skill. Therefore, for mages, aside from high attack power, equipment that reduces casting time is priceless. Sumuyu's expression changed upon seeing this equipment. He wasn't foolish. The large words on the equipment, Goblin Ancestors Advanced Staff, had already revealed its origin. Esteemed guest, this weapon should be able to sell for around 1 billion in the auction market. Our auction house is willing to offer 1 billion for a direct purchase. Is that acceptable? Sumuyu hurriedly said. Fong smiled upon hearing this. Sure. If this weapon were to be auctioned, it could probably fetch around 1.2 billion. But there was no guarantee on the timing. Fong urgently needed money, so he didn't want to wait. Such equipment would be plentiful in the future, and there was no need to waste time here. Let's move on to the second item, Fong called out. The remaining 2 pieces of equipment were Goblin Ancestor Projections Advanced Bracelet Grade Gold Yellow Required Level LV.90 Intelligence 100 Mental Power 100 Class Requirement Mage Special Effect Life Drain restores 1% health per second after equipping. Looking at the description, it seems somewhat useless. Restoring 1% health per second is fine for grinding dungeons, but in PK, it can almost be ignored. However, the increase in base intelligence and mental power is quite valuable. In the end, Sumuyu offered a price of 300 million, which Fong gladly accepted. The last piece of equipment is as follows. Staff of the Goblin King Grade Blue Commander Required Level LV.60 Mental Power 500 Class Requirement Mage Summoner Beast Master Special Effect Mental Mastery increases mental power by 10% after equipping. Seeing the description, Fong couldn't help but be taken aback. This equipment is somewhat specialized. Although it only increases mental power, the boost to mental power is quite significant. It's even higher than the Goblin Ancestor Projection Staff. Moreover, the special effect can also increase mental power, making it the most suitable for him. Currently, he is only at level 59 after his first class change, but once he completes the job change quest, he can instantly level up to 65, which is just right. Additionally, increasing mental power can also raise the limit for insect splitting, making it very suitable for him. With the insect splitting skill, the added intelligence damage from the equipment becomes less important. If there are any problems that the insects can't solve, he can just continue to split. If they still can't solve it, he can keep splitting. As long as there are enough insects, even world bosses will bow down. Dear guest, this equipment this one is not for sale. I'm keeping it for myself, Fong said. Sumuyu was taken aback, but as a professional high-level appraiser, he quickly regained his composure. Among the 5 beams of light, the other 2 were not equipment. Fong saw that one of them was a skill book. Goblin Heritage Earthwall Technique Mage Skill can summon an earth wall to divide, block, or intercept enemies. The range of the earth wall can be adjusted freely depending on the mage's mental power. Looking at the description, Fong was delighted. This is a crowd control skill. Besides high output, the most important thing for a mage is crowd control. A good mage can divide and control the battlefield according to the situation, which is extremely valuable. How much is this? Fong asked. Sumuyu awkwardly smiled and said, "You have a good eye. This skill book is priced at 500 million. Fong nodded. This price is quite reasonable. Even more valuable than the Goblin Ancestor Projections Bracelet. It's worth noting that although the Goblin Ancestor Projections Advanced Bracelet is of a higher grade, its attributes are quite average. Crowd control mage skill books are not something one encounters every day. As the most sought-after profession, no one would complain about having too many crowd control spells." When Fong looked at the last item, his eyes lit up. This last item was actually dropped by the 7-star Beetle King, and he had not noticed it before. 7-star Wings Flying Equipment. No. Attributes Unique Skill. 7-star Flight after use generates a pair of transparent wings on the back. Flying speed of 300 meters per second. Consumes 100 mana per second. Looking at the description, Fong was stunned. Wings with no attributes are indeed somewhat useless. It is said that better flying wings usually have attribute bonuses. However, a speed of 300 meters per second is faster than most wings of the same level. Of course, the mana consumption is also quite exaggerated. I currently have 838 mental power, and my mana is 10 times my mental power, which is 8380 at 100 points per second. I can fly for just over a minute. Speed is fast, and a little over a minute can play a crucial role during battle. Fong thought to ask, "How much is this thing?" 100 million. Sumuyu replied. This type of flying item has a serious specialization. Although it's fast, the consumption is also high. If you need it, our shop has a flying item of the same level for only 500 million gold coins, and it doesn't require mana consumption. It's just a bit slower, at a speed of 100 meters per second. If you want speed as well, the branch in Manhwa City is out of stock and it has to be transferred from the headquarters in Zhongbei Province. As for the price, it's naturally expensive, usually starting at 1 billion. Hearing this, Fong shook his head. Spending so much money on these items wasn't worth it. It was better to directly increase the number of his divine insects and evolve them faster. Fong thought. Then I won't buy it, it's enough for now. Please check the other items, and I need a set of level 60 Beastmaster equipment with mental power, no weapons. Okay, please wait a moment. Sumuyu immediately got busy. Just a moment later, Sumuyu had everything ready and said, "The total for your items plus miscellaneous goods is 2 billion. We won't charge for the level 60 Beastmaster equipment as a token of appreciation for our esteemed guest. Additionally, your sales amount has reached the level of Diamond member. Please accept this Diamond membership card." Sumuyu handed over a Diamond card. Fong didn't waste words and said while taking it, "Alright, then I'm going to start spending now. How many commander level blue insects do you have here?" 2 billion, something Fong couldn't even dream of before. However, now he is very clear that with the system, his future path will only lead him further. As for 2 billion dragon coins, it's merely a drop in the bucket. He hasn't even left Manhwa City yet and has already gained so much. If he ventures out in the future, the earnings from dragon coins are simply unimaginable. Moreover, he understands well that the profession of Beast Master is weak for a reason. Even if he possesses the god-level talent of Divine Insect Split, if he wants to remain invincible, he must invest heavily in evolving the divine insects. He has currently completed the first transformation, and the rewards he has drawn are all talent-related, without obtaining any new myth-level insects. Therefore, the evolution of the insects he currently possesses is also a necessity. Hearing this, Sumo quickly checked and said, "Our trading company currently has 10 leader-level blue-spotted moths. The consumption capacity in Longhua City is limited, and basically no one can afford them. They were originally meant to be transported to Jiangbei Province, but if you need them, I can go get them right now." Then bring them all, we'll see how many we need later, Fong Fong replied. Sumo nodded and immediately left. The evolution of insects has a failure probability, so Fong Fong wasn't sure how many would be needed for the evolution. However, with 2 billion in hand and the market price of the spotted moths being 1 million each, he could buy them all. 10 shouldn't be impossible to evolve at least one, Fong Fong calculated in his mind. Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Sumo hurriedly took the items sold by Fong Fong straight to one of the auction house's private rooms. This room is the most concealed place in the entire auction house. The owner of the room usually doesn't come, but due to recent unrest in Longhua City, he decided to come today. "My lord, something has happened," Sumo said anxiously outside the door. Soon, the door opened and a voice came out. "Come in." Sumo wasted no time and entered with the items. "What could have you so flustered, especially since you were brought from Jiangbei Province?" Sumutian, sitting in a chair, asked with a smile. Indeed, Sumutian is the behind-the-scenes owner of the Su auction house, with his business spread throughout Jiangbei Province. The branch in Longhua City was established only 3 years ago. Before that, there was no auction house in Longhua City, highlighting how remote this place is. "My lord, something really has happened. You must have heard about the goblin ancestor projection incident this afternoon." Sumutian nodded. This matter was broadcasted throughout the city, so he naturally heard about it. Sumo hurriedly placed the 2 pieces of equipment on the table. "The one who killed the goblin ancestor projection is sitting in this private room." Sumutian was taken aback and quickly picked up the 2 pieces of equipment to take a look. The large words Goblin King Ancestors XX on the name made him stand up immediately. The Goblin Ancestor projection is at least level 90, reaching the 3rd transformation level, and the battle this afternoon ended in just 3 minutes. Many people speculate that it might have been a 7th or even 6th transformation powerhouse who made the move. Otherwise, no one could have resolved the Goblin Ancestor projection in 3 minutes. That beast not only has physical immunity but also a life-draining skill, Sumo explained. Sumutian waved his hand, indicating he understood. "What about the city lord side? I heard that when City Lord Nangong and Mentor Qianha arrived, this person had already left. Moreover, my lord, the recent events in Longhua City are likely related to this person." "Why do you say that?" Sumutian asked, puzzled. "Because he also dropped a Goblin King's scepter, but he won't sell it. He said he wants to use it himself." "Use it himself?" Sumutian immediately understood. A level 60 Goblin King, so the equipment is naturally also level 60, meaning he just completed his 2nd transformation. Adults may not necessarily think so. If he had reached the 2nd transition, he should have used it at that time, but I see he just put it away, I'm afraid. "Are you saying he is only at a 1st transition? He hasn't completed the 2nd transition yet?" Sumutian slumped directly into the chair. "The 1st transition caps at level 59, yet he killed a level 90 Goblin Ancestor projection. Could it be that this person has been causing all that commotion around Longhua City while refreshing the Fire Sting Bug Dungeon these past few days?" "Sir, he also wants to buy our shop's leader level blue tier spotted moths. The weapon he left behind is usable by mages, summoners, and beast masters. This person's profession is likely a beast master." Sumo reminded, noting that buying bugs and having a weapon usable by beast masters made it easy to deduce. After all, mages definitely wouldn't want bugs, and summoners would only want the illustration cards. Only beast masters might need bugs. Sumutian's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. A beast master? And a prodigy at that. There might be hope for Xiao Xue's illness. Thinking this, Sumutian hurriedly said, "Have you seen his appearance?" Sumo shook his head. "He wore a mask, and he likely has the universal skill, Divine Concealment, so he can't see any information at all." Sumutian nodded. "That makes sense. The city lord and Qianha have been looking for him everywhere these past few days. He probably doesn't want to be exposed. In that case, whatever he wants to buy, just give it to him. Offer him the best discount possible. It's only a matter of time before someone like him rises, and we might need his help with Xiao Xue's situation. But when dealing with someone like him, you also need to be cautious. We should show goodwill, but we can't be too obsequious, or it might turn him off. If the city lord and Qianha come to inquire about the situation later, just tell them the truth, but don't disclose anything about his profession." Of course, you also need to let him know that we are showing goodwill, otherwise, how would he know our intentions? As for these 2 pieces of equipment, don't sell them, Xiaoyu can use them perfectly. Understood. Suemo nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. In the private room, Suemo soon delivered 10 leader level blue tier spotted moths. 10 bugs were packed in 10 brocade boxes. After all, each one was worth 100 million. Seeing that Suemo was still there, Fong said, "You can leave now, I'll call you when I'm done." Suemo smiled and said, "Alright, but esteemed guest, before you leave, there's something I want to discuss with you." Fong was taken aback and gestured for him to continue. "It's like this, among the items you auctioned, several have very obvious goblin ancestor projection inscriptions. This matter has become too big, the city lord might come to inquire about it. Our auction house is based in the Dragon Kingdom, so we naturally have the obligation to cooperate with the military's inquiries. So I wanted to inform you in advance that if the city lord comes to ask about it, we might not be able to keep it a secret for you." Fong nodded upon hearing this and smiled. "There's nothing to keep secret. Besides, apart from knowing that I'm here to sell things, you don't seem to know my appearance or profession, right? I understand what you're saying. But remember, if they come to ask, just tell them the truth. However, if you expose my location to them now, I might not be able to cooperate with you in the future." Suemo hurriedly said, "Rest assured, while we have the obligation to cooperate, we don't owe them anything. I can guarantee that on behalf of our boss." You can leave now." Fong nodded. Indeed, business people are sharp, just a slight mention from him, and they understood. With the strength he displayed, he would only gain more good things in the future. If they offended him, wouldn't they be cutting off their own financial lifeline? Moreover, Suemo took the initiative to bring up this matter, clearly trying to show goodwill. And as an appraiser, he certainly didn't have such authority. The behind-the-scenes boss of this auction house really knows how to handle things. Interesting. Fong shook his head and stopped thinking too much, opening one of the brocade boxes. Immediately, he saw a moth covered in blue patterns. The moth was wrapped in a circle of golden thread, but it was clear that it was still alive. Spotted moth. Insect species no attributes rank, Commander, blue, a type of artificially bred insect species, posing no harm. Looking at the description, Fong felt a jolt of pain in his flesh. This kind of worthless insect actually costs 100 million each? It's simply robbery. However, there was no way around it. Secondary profession practitioners had to make a living, especially those who could cultivate commander-level blue insects, which inevitably came from large breeding bases. They worked hard and deserved their rewards. In this world, where there were powerful combat professionals, there were naturally more secondary profession practitioners. Because of the existence of beast tamers, many beasts needed corresponding ranks of other beasts for their evolution. Thus, cultivating insects and beasts also had a certain market. However, artificial cultivation made it very difficult to produce high-rank beasts. Generally, leader-level yellow was the limit. Most were elite-level green, and commander-level blue ones were quite rare. Fong was too lazy to think too much. If you had the ability to spend, you would have the ability to earn, and the benefits brought by the evolution of the insects would only be higher. Immediately, Fong took out the firethorn insect he controlled. All other firethorn insects had split from this one. So this insect could also be seen as the mother of all firethorn insects. As long as it completed its evolution, the other insects would naturally change as well. This process would complete automatically without needing to consume the original firethorn insect, waiting for new ones to split out. Evolution. Fong used this skill without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the spotted moth in the brocade box instantly transform into a stream of light and merge into the firethorn insect. However, the firethorn insect did not react at all. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Ding! The firethorn insect you control has failed to evolve." "Ah, what a bad start, let's try again," Fong said helplessly. Although he knew that evolution had a chance of failure, anyone would start with the hope of being lucky. Evolution. As Fong continued, soon the second spotted moth also transformed into a stream of light and merged into the firethorn insect. However, "Ding! The firethorn insect you control has failed to evolve." "What the hell?" Continue. Evolution. "Ding! The firethorn insect you control has failed to evolve." Evolution. "Ding! The firethorn insect you control has failed to evolve." Fong used 3 more in one breath, and they all failed. Looking at the remaining 5 spotted moths, Fong felt what it meant to earn money, like eating shit and spending like diarrhea. Although earning money was a bit easier than eating shit, the feeling of diarrhea was truly unbearable. Fong adjusted his emotions and continued. However, the firethorn insect seemed determined. It just wouldn't evolve, it was just messing with him. Evolution. "Ding! The firethorn insect you control has failed to evolve." Evolution. "Ding! The firethorn insect you control has failed to evolve." With another 4 consecutive failure sounds ringing out, Fong felt a bit numb. He cursed in his heart. What a garbage beast tamer, even dogs wouldn't play with this. 900 million down, and you give me this? I might as well go to a brothel to find a girl that's more exciting and even comes with a full set of services. Fong Fong held the fire thorn insect in his hand and said, "This is the last time. Give me some face and I'll give you some face in return. Find you a female fire thorn insect. Otherwise, you'll just be a bachelor for life." The fire thorn insect actually turned to look at him as if it nodded. Fong Fong gritted his teeth and finally clicked on evolution. As the last spotted moth transformed into a stream of light and merged into the fire thorn insect, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The fire thorn insect you control has successfully evolved. Commander level. Blue insect evolution has a guaranteed minimum. You triggered the minimum reward. Evolution successful. Hearing the voice, Fong Fong immediately stood up excitedly. The fire sting bug in his hand looked at him as if saying, "Remember to find me a female fire sting bug." Fong Fong was taken aback. Guaranteed? A commander level bug can evolve 10 times with a guarantee? Damn! Did I just trigger the guarantee? That's none of your business. Don't even think about a female fire sting bug, Fong Fong said, but he was still very happy inside. Although he spent $1 billion, he was very satisfied to have evolved. He quickly focused on the fire sting bug and soon information popped up. Name: Flying Fire Sting Bug. Rating: Commander level, Blue level, LV.59, Attack Power 2500, Health Points 2000, Physical Defense 100, Magical Defense 100, Passive Skill Fire Armor Piercing can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10% when attacking. Effect can stack can bring the opponent's dual defenses close to zero. Note: Fire Armor Piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Passive Skill Flight can spread its wings and fly without any consumption. Speed is the same as the Master's speed. Reminder: Commander level. Divine Bug can evolve. Divine Bug Split Talent activated. Currently splitting. Limit 25,000. Current quantity 2.5/25000. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong fell into deep thought. First, the evolution was successful once, but the rank of the fire sting bug did not change. It was still commander level, Blue. This indicates that a bug can't increase its rank with just one evolution. To raise the rank, it might need to evolve many times. There is also a benefit to this, which is that commander level, Blue, bugs are definitely cheaper than higher ranked ones. That's good news. However, isn't the speed of this flying fire sting bug too low? Fong Fong glanced at his own movement. Speed: 10 meters/second, much faster than an average person, but still too slow for professionals. However, the weakness of beast tamers is partly due to this. Swordsmen and assassins have rare speed enhancement attributes. Meanwhile, beast tamers and mages do not. If he controlled the fire sting bug army to fly over slowly, they would probably be destroyed before they even got close. As Fong Fong thought about this, an idea suddenly struck him. Right, I can let the nano poison bug release poison and then the fire sting bug can fly through the poison mist. The flying fire sting bug can also increase the dispersal speed of the poison mist. This combination is perfect. The bugs under Fong Feng's control are immune to each other's damage, so there's no need to worry that the nano poison bug's poison mist would kill the fire sting bug. With the two working together, wouldn't the flying fire sting bug be hidden in the poison mist and the enemy might not even understand what happened before they meet their end? Moreover, he could let the nano poison bug lie on the back of the fire sting bug, so even though the nano poison bug couldn't fly, it could still ambush the enemy along with the flying fire sting bug. Thinking of this, Fong Fong was very satisfied and then got up to push the door and walk out. "Hello?" Sumo, waiting outside the door, smiled as he saw Fong Fong come out. Fong Fong nodded. "I've used the spotted moth. You can deduct the amount yourself." Sumo nodded, quickly took the diamond card and said, "A total of 1 billion. After the diamond member discount, it's 900 million. Fong Fong nodded. Mo waved his hand to transfer the money, then handed the card to Fong Fong. Fong Fong didn't say much, took the card, and left. This trip not only upgraded the fire sting bug but also exchanged for a set of level 60 beast tamer equipment as well as the Goblin King's staff weapon. Although he couldn't equip it yet, he had to wait until he changed jobs. Looking at the sky, it was completely dark. The job change temple was obviously closed. Fong Fong didn't rush and first returned home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mentor Qianhe, City Lord Nangong and Howling Sky Wolf had just returned to Longhua City, but they had no time to rest. As soon as they returned, they immediately split into 3 groups. Xiao Tianlang took people out to resist the chaotic goblins and werewolves. Mentor Qianhe headed straight for the auction house. The city lord, Nangong, went to the job transfer temple. On the way back, they analyzed the situation. Since this mysterious expert was active near Longhua City, if they were selling something, they would definitely come to the Longhua City auction house. So this was a place they had to check. In addition, the job transfer records at the job transfer temple could also provide information. In fact, the job transfer records could more accurately reveal who had refreshed the dungeon records. However, this process might take some time. Inside the Transmigration Temple, when Nangong arrived here, the beautiful instructor was quite surprised. "Lord City Master, no need for formalities, gather all the instructors here immediately." "Yes." The beautiful instructor hurried to notify, and half an hour later, More than a dozen people stood neatly in the Transmigration Temple. Nangon looked at everyone and said, "You all should have heard about the events in Longhua City these past few days. I won't say much more. Tonight's matter, regardless of the outcome, must stay buried in your hearts. Otherwise, it will be a kill-on-sight order." Ah! Everyone was clearly startled by his words. The beautiful instructor quickly said, "Lord City Master, we don't know what tonight's matter is. Why is it such a big deal?" Nangong replied coldly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. From now on, I will assign tasks." It was no joke. Instructor Qianhe had speculated that this person might be a seed of a divine general, so he dared not be negligent. If it really was a seed of a divine general and something happened in Longhua City, losing his position would be the least of his worries. He might even be demoted to the Dark World. A seed of a divine general meant a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. It had to be taken seriously and protected. Get me the transmigration records from 2 hours before and after the Fire Spikebug dungeon refresh. I need to find out how the Fire Spikebugs disappeared from the dungeon. How long will it take? Nangong asked. The beautiful instructor hurriedly replied, "There were just too many people coming for transmigration. Yesterday, it might take all night. Then stay up and investigate." Yes. No one dared to refute, and they immediately began their investigation. It was crucial to investigate the records of the refresh, but it was equally important to figure out how the fire spike bugs in the dungeon had gone missing. After all, the fire spike bug dungeon couldn't be opened now, and the first transmigration stone was practically useless. Since this first transmigration task was uniformly set by the higher-ups, Nangong had no authority to change it. If they couldn't retrieve the fire spike bugs, he would have to report it truthfully. However, he feared that the higher-ups would blame him, so he could only think of a way to find the person and retrieve the fire spike bugs. City Master Qianhe soon returned. Seeing Nangong shake his head helplessly, he said, "That person indeed went to the auction house to consign items, but unfortunately he was wearing a mask and had a skill to hide his information, so the auction house couldn't check." Isn't the auction house supposed to transfer money to him? Can't they check the bank card information? Qianhe shook his head. He is a diamond member of the auction house and used a card provided by them. What about you? At most, by tomorrow night, I can find out who refreshed the record. I feel that the loss of the fire spike bugs is related to this person. But even if I find out, I can't be sure that the one who killed the goblin ancestors' projection is him. Nangong said. Qianhe frowned and said, "I have a feeling it is him. As long as we can find out who he is, we can ask him when we meet. Such a genius must not be missed." Nangong nodded. Howling Sky Wolf also returned an hour later. The goblin and werewolf clans were not strong, and Howling Sky Wolf quickly dispersed them. This beastly chaos was considered over. In the room, Fong Fong lay comfortably on the bed. Another day of fruitful gains. At this rate, he could go to receive the second transmigration task tomorrow. After completing it, he could aim for the third transmigration. There was still nearly a month and a half until the university enrollment. There was plenty of time. Before sleeping, Fong Fong habitually browsed the practitioner forum. Upon looking, he felt both helpless and excited. The practitioner forum was dominated by 3 major threads. They were: the mysterious professional refreshes the record for the fire spike worm dungeon. The big shot is right beside us. Who is this big shot that instantly killed the goblin ancestor? Projection? Desperately seeking to be a pendant. Could the big shot who killed the ancestor projection be the same person as the one for the fire spike worm dungeon? Under these 3 posts, countless people commented and replied. The number of comments actually exceeded 3 million. Fong Fong was too lazy to look and was about to sleep when he suddenly saw a very strange post. Prediction. The reason the fire spike worm dungeon is having issues might be because the record breaker stole the worms. Seeing this title, Fong Fong immediately became unsettled. When did he steal worms? He was clearly in control, and the Transmutation Temple didn't state that he couldn't attempt to control the worms in the fire spike worm dungeon. Fong Fong clicked to see the replies. Indeed, many people didn't believe it. Identification complete. This person has a hole in their head. Exactly, the worms in the Transmutation Temple dungeon are protected by the Transmutation God Stone. No one can steal them. Even beast tamers can't control the worms within the Transmutation God Stone. I'm puzzled. Isn't it good news that the fire spike worm dungeon can't be used? Are you trying to go against us 8 million? Secondary professionals? Right, is it easy for us secondary professionals to change jobs? Just when we finally get an opportunity, the Transmutation Temple closes its doors in less than a day. You're slandering. They might have obtained it fairly. How can you call it stealing? After all, you weren't there. And the Transmutation Temple didn't say you can't attempt to control the monsters in the Transmutation Dungeon, right? Fong Fong was taken aback, surprised that someone was speaking up for him. Looking at the ID, he couldn't help but smile. The ID was actually Handsome Fong's little girlfriend. It was a girl, and Fong Fong casually clicked to view her profile. Upon seeing the profile picture, he was stunned. That photo was none other than Sumuyu. This girl calling herself Handsome Fong's little girlfriend. Did I agree to be your boyfriend? Thinking this, Fong sent Sumuyu a message. Thank you for standing up for me. Soon, Sumuyu replied. On the forum. Saying this, Fong sent a screenshot. At that moment, Sumuyu, who was leveling up late at night in the wild, saw the screenshot and her pretty face turned red. He saw it. Doesn't that name mean, oh my, so embarrassing? Thinking this, Sumuyu hurriedly sent a message back. Don't misunderstand, I just randomly picked that name. A message quickly came back. Oh, then forget it, I was going to agree. Ha? Sumuyu quickly replied upon seeing this message. Don't tell me you're serious, you didn't just randomly pick it. Did you agree to be my boyfriend? I was going to agree, but now I'll think about it some more. Going to sleep. Think about it? Sumuyu suddenly felt a bit regretful, wondering why she had said it was randomly picked. It would have been better to just admit it. Now, what was supposed to be a straightforward matter was messed up by her. Stinky. Fong, so bad. Sumuyu pouted and could only continue to grind levels. With a mercenary group helping her level up, she didn't have to do anything, just watched her experience points rise. The next morning, when Fong arrived at the entrance of the Transmutation Temple, a new beautiful instructor was maintaining order. Why isn't the first Transmutation Godstone open yet? Yeah, we're eager to change jobs. I'm very sorry, the fire spikeworm for the first transmutation task has been lost, so it can't be opened. For now, the second and third transmutation can be used normally. Please understand, it will be opened as soon as it's repaired, the beautiful instructor explained. Fong was also surprised. He didn't expect that his control over the fire spikeworm would cause so many issues. However, he hadn't stolen it, so naturally, there was no reason to return it. Moreover, the perfect mastery of skills is indeed useful. Fong weaved through the crowd and headed straight for the direction of the second transition divine stone. When he placed his palm on the second transition divine stone, a voice immediately rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the requirements for the second transition. Would you like to accept the second transition quest? Fong did not hesitate and directly chose accept. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the second transfer task. The second transfer task is divided into 2 steps. Step 1, collect 100 iron armored ant corpses. Step 2, collect at least 4 pieces of iron armored ant armor remnants. Both steps can be completed and submitted together. Completing only the first step will grant a 60% transfer reward, while completing both steps will grant a 100% reward after the transfer. Looking at the task description, Fong couldn't help but nod. This task was quite user-friendly. The iron armored ant was a rare insect, seemingly at the commander level, blue. It could only be found in Huangsha Town outside Longhua City. Back in the day, the iron-armored ants in Huangsha Town had become a plague, and later, the lord of Jiangbei City, Beijiangnan, personally intervened, sealing them and transforming the area into a transfer dungeon. In Longhua, dungeons are divided into 3 categories. The first category consists of artificially modified dungeons, which are further divided into transfer dungeons and money farming dungeons. Transfer dungeons are generally modified by the official garrison for the purpose of testing practitioners during their job transfers. Money farming dungeons are typically modified by guilds or large families who then sell tickets to other practitioners. Practitioners enter to farm materials for profit, while the guilds and families share a portion of the earnings with the local garrison, benefiting all 3 parties. The second category is secret dungeons. No one can modify secret dungeons, making them very dangerous. They are also divided into 2 types: one-time secret dungeons, which disappear after being cleared, and regenerating secret dungeons, which automatically refresh monsters after being cleared. Newbies definitely do not qualify for these regenerating secret dungeons. At the very least, they must be at the 3rd transfer level to even consider it. Of course, danger means profit, and the rewards from these secret dungeons can be quite substantial, so many are willing to take the risk. The 3rd category is legendary dungeons. These dungeons have no fixed locations and are deeply hidden. They are usually the territories of lord-level orange dark gold beasts. Accidentally entering one can almost lead to death, so to seek out such dungeons, one must form a team. Naturally, the items from these dungeons are also exorbitantly priced, and if one can survive and return, the profits are very enticing. In addition to these, there are also some dangerous places such as the Dark Abyss, which is filled with many beasts and is a favorite spot for many strong practitioners. However, it is even more perilous. The iron-armored ant nest dungeon in Huangsha Town is the most common type of transfer dungeon in the 1st category. As long as the level requirements are met, anyone can come for a transfer. The iron-armored ant itself has high defense, and the corpses are manageable since they can be sold, but the armor remnants have a pitiful drop rate. And because they are so rare, no one would sell them, so I can only farm them myself. It looks like I need to make a trip to Huangsha Town. Fong thought to himself as he turned and left the transfer temple. Just as he left, Sumuyu emerged from another transfer stone. Is that Fong? The silhouette looks familiar. Sumuyu was a bit mesmerized and was about to go check if it was him when suddenly, a red-haired man shouted from the side. Boss Su, hurry up, we've been waiting for you. Sumuyu felt a bit helpless and could only follow the red-haired man onto the back of a giant bird. They quickly departed. Half an hour later, inside the transfer temple, the beautiful instructor finally exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, I found it. I found it." Nangong had been waiting here all night. As soon as the beautiful instructor spoke, he immediately sent a message to Qianhe. 3 minutes later, Qianhe also arrived here. How is it? Qianhe asked. Nangong looked at the records of the transfer stone and smiled. I found it. I found it. The record for the Fire Spike Worm Dungeon is 3 minutes, and this kid created it. His name is Fong Fong. Fong Fong? Who is he? Why have I never heard of him before? Qianhe frowned. Such a talent, and no one in Longhua City had mentioned his name before. He is a student at Longhua High School, and he just awakened his job change 5 days ago. A job as a Zerg Beast Master. A Zerg Beast Master? Qianhe nodded upon hearing this. No wonder, this job aligns with the events of these past few days. Wait, what did you say? He just awakened. His job changed 5 days ago? A senior student? Then what level is he at now? Nangong also looked at the beautiful mentor beside him. The beautiful mentor checked quickly and said, to answer you both, this Fong Fong indeed completed his job change 5 days ago. The next day he underwent his first job change, and this morning he received the second job change quest. He left just half an hour ago. Half an hour? Then he probably has already reached Huangsha town. If we go now, won't that be too conspicuous? Since we know who it is, there's no need to rush. Let's wait for him to come back. Besides, you still have a lot to do. Qianhe glanced at the beautiful mentor and the others. Nangong quickly said, what the teacher said is right. You all sign this document. Saying this, Nangong waved his hand and several documents flew out. Qianhe also casually took one. Seeing this, Nangong could only take one for himself. This was indeed the highest confidentiality agreement of the garrison rules. The beautiful mentor and the others saw this agreement and immediately became frightened and hurried to sign it. They were very clear about what this agreement represented. If this matter were to leak, the consequences would be terrifying. After signing, Nangong kept a copy for Xiaotian Wolf. Then he said, you can go to work now, and remember to keep today's matter to yourselves. Yes. The beautiful mentor and the others quickly left. Nangong looked at Qianhe and asked, teacher, he received the second job change quest in just 5 days. This Fong Fong is truly extraordinary. Qianhe nodded. That's also why I didn't want you to go find him right away. In 5 days, plus those tens of thousands of nano poison insects, this Fong Fong probably doesn't even know what hidden job he has. But it can be confirmed without a doubt that he must be a seed of a divine general. We must treat this carefully. Don't go anywhere in the next 2 days. Wait for him to come back. Yes. Nangong nodded eagerly. As for Xiaotian Wolf, don't tell him for now. This is for his own good. Qianhe said. Nangong nodded. You are right, such talent will definitely be the focus of competition among the major guilds. The Tianlang Guild is still too weak. Even my Longhua City garrison might not be worthy of him. But fortunately, the entire Longwei garrison is one family. Even if he goes to join the garrison in Jiangbei province in the future, he will still be someone who came from my Longhua City. I look forward to it. I really look forward to the day he rises. At this moment, outside Longhua City, Fong Fong descended from the sky. Looking at the vast plain ahead, he felt a bit helpless. Using the 7-star wings to travel is still not very realistic. I can only use the flying scroll, Fong Fong said as he put away the 7-star wings and took out the flying scroll. Flying scrolls can be bought at the merchant, and Fong Fong had conveniently bought dozens of them yesterday. Although their speed couldn't compare to the 7-star wings, they were durable, and many adventurers without mounts or flying equipment would choose flying scrolls. Looking up, he saw flying monsters occasionally swooping by in the sky, and Fong Fong shook his head helplessly. Indeed, fighting alone doesn't require a rich background. Since I can't ride on the 2nd generation rich, then I'll be the 1st generation rich. Fong Fong crushed the flying scroll and headed towards Huangsha town. If Qianhe and Nangong saw this scene, they would probably be heartbroken. This is the seat of a divine general from the Dragon Kingdom, yet it's so miserable that it has to use a flying scroll just to travel. Which divine general seed doesn't have everything it wants? This is something that would be hard for anyone to believe if it were to be told. Huangsha town. By the time Fong Fong arrived here, it was already noon. The entire town was shrouded in a layer of formation to prevent the yellow sand from blowing in. Although Huangsha town had a poor geographical environment, it was a necessary place for second-tier professionals from Longhua City. Thus, it had developed a certain scale. As soon as he landed, Fong Fong saw a dense crowd ahead, along with many vendors. Most were selling equipment and skill books that had exploded from the iron armored ant nest. In addition, a small portion was selling the corpses of iron armored ants. Fong Fong opened the auction house to take a look. He was surprised to find that there were no iron-armored ant corpses in the auction house at all. Instead, there were many here. Iron-armored ant corpse, 100 million dragon coins each, fresh out. Iron-armored ant corpse, 5,000 dragon coins each, 3 hours left. Iron-armored ant corpse, 1,000 each, 1 hour left. Listening to the calls, Fong Fong immediately understood. Although the iron-armored ant corpses were essential for the job change, they had a time limit. They had to be submitted within a day after being obtained, or they would disappear. No wonder the trading houses wouldn't accept them. By the time they were transported to the trading house, there wouldn't be much time left. They simply couldn't circulate. Here, however, a market had formed. But selling something with only an hour left? A regular professional wouldn't even make it to Longhua City in that time. Buying it would be useless. However, the ones with 3 hours left and fresh out were not bad. But the prices were too high. It should be noted that the iron-armored ant nest dungeon had 4 difficulty levels: normal, elite, king, and nightmare. If one only completed the first job change task, they could easily farm the normal difficulty. They just needed to find a team. The value certainly wouldn't be this high. So the selling prices of these people were simply outrageous. Fong Fong was too lazy to look further and pushed through the crowd towards the dungeon entrance. Iron-armored ant nest elite dungeon. 4 missing 1. Need a healer. Material split. Rose Red Mercenary Group has a king-level iron-armored ant nest. Will clear within 5 hours. For missing 1. Ticket 100 million. Self-reliant king iron-armored ant nest. Looking for equipped mages and archers. Profit split. Listening to the shouts around him, Fong Fong was somewhat surprised. Why was no one tackling the nightmare level? It should be known that while leveling in the wild has an experience cap, Fong Fong was currently capped at level 65. The experience in the job change dungeon had no cap. This meant that if he tackled the nightmare difficulty and completed the job change task, he might be able to accumulate to level 70. It was a 2-for-1 deal. And naturally, the experience from nightmare difficulty was the highest. However, thinking about it, the nightmare difficulty dungeon was probably hard to clear, so most people would choose to complete their tasks first, or those with some background would team up to tackle the king level. Just as Fong Fong arrived, someone beside him grabbed his arm. Hey brother, want to team up? Our group is just missing a swordsman. Seeing Fong Feng's outfit, the other person said. Fong Fong had a decorative longsword strapped to his back. No thanks. I prefer to solo. Solo? Are you crazy? The other person left immediately upon hearing this. Fong Fong was somewhat speechless. What was wrong with soloing? He couldn't be bothered with the other person and turned to prepare to enter. However, at that moment he suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. Is this really appropriate? We've been waiting here for 3 hours. You're wasting my time. Fong Fong turned to look, and it was none other than Sumuyu. Boss Su, you have to understand. Us. We need to eat too. We're just missing one person right now. Whether it's one sheep or a whole flock, can you just wait while we call someone? Said the red-haired youth. Fong Fong looked at the person. He didn't hide his information and soon saw it. Name, Hong E level, LV.59 occupation, first transition swordsman. Team, Hongjiang Mercenary Corps Guild. Hongjiang Guild. This is a level-capped monster. Fong Fong laughed. What is a level-capped monster? It's those who clearly have the strength to transition and level up but choose not to, staying stuck at a specific level to make money. For example, this iron ant nest cannot be entered if you exceed level 59. So they remain at this level, not completing the transition tasks, to earn money by carrying others. We agreed on a price before. It's not my problem if you suddenly need someone. Sumuyu was very angry. She was wealthy, but that didn't mean she was foolish. Especially when it came to people who didn't keep their word. It made her even angrier. I say, Boss Su, your family is so rich, do you really care about this 1 billion? Otherwise, you can pay double for the tickets and we'll leave immediately. For hours to resolve the battle, I guarantee you won't find a more efficient team than us. Our Hongjiang Guild's Hongjiang Mercenary Corps is the legend of this generation. Not counting other places in Jiangbei Province, the only record for the nightmare level Iron Ant Nest dungeon in Longhua City was set by our guild leader, Hongjiang. Our guild leader is a 3rd transition level 99 mage, quite famous in Longhua City. Hong Yi said confidently. Sumuyu retorted angrily. This has nothing to do with our contract. I can't pay double for the tickets. You are bullying people. Boss Su, that's just how the world is. If you want to be a flower in a greenhouse, go home, don't cry here. Our Hongjiang Guild doesn't believe in tears. Sumuyu's eyes were watery. Fong Fong, unable to bear it any longer, laughed. The only 3-day nightmare difficulty for the Iron Ant Nest, if I remember correctly, was led by the guild leader of the Tianlang Guild, Xiao Tianlang. Back then, Hongjiang spent 3 billion on the tickets, otherwise it might have only taken 2.5 days. When did this become something to boast about? Hong Yi and the others turned to look at Fong Fong. Who are you? Don't go looking for trouble. Messing with our Hongjiang Guild won't end well for you. Yeah, kid, you should check your facts. Which mercenary group would dare take you if we put out a word? Fong Fong laughed. Do I need you to take me? 3 hours for a king. Are you guys turtles? You're looking for death. Hong Yi was instantly furious, but this was a place where fighting was prohibited. He could only glare at Fong Fong fiercely without daring to make a move. You have the guts to not leave today. I want to see if you dare to leave this Huangsha town. Fong Fong smiled at this. I'm not leaving. I haven't finished my dungeon yet. How could I leave? If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. It's you. Before Fong Fong could finish, Sumuyu ran over. She grabbed Fong Feng's arm. What are you doing here? You're not here to transition too, are you? I knew it. You definitely wouldn't fall. You've already transitioned twice? No wonder you're the most handsome in Longhua High. Seeing Sumuyu's infatuated expression, Fong was a bit taken aback. You know me? Stinky Fong, I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. Ahem, I didn't mean to curse you. Sumuyu laughed. Fong hurriedly told her to lower her voice, not to expose his identity. But he was curious, how did this girl recognize him? He was wearing a mask to disguise himself and had also used a hidden fate to alter his information. Seeing Fong Feng's puzzled expression, Sumuyu smiled. A woman's sixth sense is very accurate. Even if you disguise yourself, I can still recognize you. I may be a girl now, but I will be a woman in the future. Fong was speechless. Indeed, a woman's sixth sense is quite unreasonable. Ahem, let's deal with the matter at hand. Saying this, Fong looked at Hong Yi and raised his voice. The prestigious Hongjiang Mercenary Corps actually raises the price on the spot, demanding the boss pay double the ticket price. Your actions are truly shameless. Do you really think that? Without you, we can't complete our class change mission? Fong deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of those around them. Sumuyu saw this and played along. Exactly, I won't pay double the price. You people are dishonest, and from now on, our auction house will refuse to cooperate with you. Ha? Fong was taken aback. Your auction house? The Longhua City auction house is run by you? Yes. Didn't you know? Sumuyu retorted. Damn. That's so shady. You've made me pay a lot in fees. Fong was speechless. Sumuyu laughed. Next time you come to me, not only will I not charge you a fee, but I'll also give you a girlfriend for free. Hee. Go play by yourself. Fong said irritably. The people around them were also very angry upon hearing this. Everyone has it tough. How can there be such shameless price gougers? You guys are too much. I heard the Hongjiang Mercenary Corps was quite good, but I didn't expect them to be so greedy. Exactly, why should we pay double for a price we agreed on? Forget it, I was planning to spend money to find someone, but I might as well look for someone else. I will never look for the Hongjiang Mercenary Corps again. I heard the Meihong Mercenary Corps is also good, let's go find them. Right, it doesn't matter if it takes a little longer, the main thing is to be honest. Hey, you guys. Hong Yi's face turned green with anger. His gaze at Fong was practically murderous. Seeing this, Fong smiled and ignored him, turning to leave. Sumuyu hurriedly ran after him. Fong, are you going to do the class change mission? I'll go with you. No, I prefer to solo. Fong said he couldn't let his invincible strength be exposed because of a girl. Although he believed Sumuyu would keep his secret, he was still worried that she might get into trouble in a nightmare-level difficulty mission. However, Sumuyu looked at him and said, Are you stupid? This dungeon must be done in a team, at least 2 people. How can you solo? Team up? Fong was instantly dumbfounded. Do I need to team up? No one told me that. Ding! The iron-armored ant nest requires a team to enter, and you are currently not in a team. Hearing the system's prompt, Fong sighed helplessly. So, do you believe me now? You still don't trust me, you smelly Fong. Sumuyu pouted. A bit dissatisfied with Fong Feng's previous disbelief in her, Fong replied helplessly, Alright, since we have to team up to enter, I guess I'll reluctantly take you along. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu instantly brightened up like a blooming flower and hurriedly said, Don't worry, I promise not to hold you back. After all, I'm a phoenix mage. Are we going to fly together, or should we gather more people? Sumuyu asked. The iron-armored ant nest is notoriously difficult to clear, so having more people would naturally be more efficient. It was said that a marksman once tried to solo the king-level iron-armored ant nest and ended up renting a pharmacist. The 2 of them went in to clear it. When they finally came out, it was already half a month later. This shows just how hard it is to clear the iron-armored ant nest. While organizing his things, Fong said, Just the 2 of us, flying together is too troublesome. We would still need to find a female class character, and it's not worth wasting time. Okay, then just the 2 of us, huh? Sumuyu froze mid-sentence and then asked, Why do we need to find a female class character for flying together? Fong was taken aback, then awkwardly laughed. Misunderstanding. My understanding of flying together is different from what you mean. It's fine, let's get ready to set off. Fong said as he sent out a team invitation, then stepped forward to select the difficulty. Soon, 2 beams of black light appeared, instantly enveloping the 2 of them. Sumuyu suddenly froze, looking at Fong, her cheeks turning red. She seemed to understand what Fong meant by flying together. You greedy! Sumuyu pinched Feng's arm. Before Fong could respond, the next moment, the 2 had already disappeared from their spot. Not far away, the members of the Red River mercenary group watched the two disappear, feeling quite helpless. Boss, what do we do now? We didn't make any money, and the others aren't looking for us to take them. Yeah, boss, if we don't make a move today, we might get in trouble when we go back. What are you afraid of? Han's face was cold. We'll wait at the entrance. I don't believe that kid won't come back. As long as he dares to leave this yellow sand town, I'll make him know the price of showing off. Let's go. Hong waved his hand, leading the Red River mercenary group toward the entrance, preparing to wait for Fong Fong to come out. When Fong Fong and Sumuyu reappeared, they were already inside a cave. Not far behind them was a light curtain, which was the exit. As long as they entered the light curtain, they would leave the dungeon. In front of them was a passage about 4 to 5 meters wide. The entire passage was gray-brown, but not far ahead on the ground there were a few shiny silver objects. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be silver ants the size of a fist. The ants reflected silver light, looking as if they were wearing a thick layer of silver armor. This was Sumuyu's first time entering the iron-armored ant nest dungeon, and seeing those silver ants, she couldn't help but be stunned. Why is it different? Why are these ants silver? I remember that in king-level dungeons and below, the ants are gray. Why are these silver? Fong Fong, what difficulty are we on? Nightmare. Fong Fong replied. Nightmare? Fong Fong, are you crazy? How can the two of us clear nightmare difficulty? We could die. Let's hurry and get out of here. Sumuyu pulled Fong Fong, wanting to go back. Fong Fong broke free from her grip and said, with me around, the difficulty of the nightmare won't be a problem, and the second transfer task requires 4 pieces of iron armor debris. The higher the difficulty, the greater the drop rate, saving time and gaining more experience. Definitely choosing the nightmare. I know, but this is a nightmare. Back then, Howling Wolf took nearly 3 days to clear it with a team. Can we manage with just the two of us? Sumuyu was a bit worried. Fong Fong laughed. If I say we can, then we can. But remember, everything you see later must be kept secret. Otherwise, I might have to kill you to keep you quiet. Sumuyu knew Fong Fong was joking but still wanted to persuade him. However, what happened next made her stop. Fong Fong waved his hand. Suddenly, a large swarm of silver bugs emerged from the ground in front of him. It was the nano-poison bugs. Seeing thousands of these bugs, Sumuyu felt her scalp tingle. But she quickly reacted, looking at Fong Fong with shining eyes. It's you! The mysterious big shot in the wilds of Longhua City these days is you. You must be the one who refreshed the fire sting bug dungeon, right? I knew it. You definitely wouldn't be ordinary, but how did you get rid of the bugs in the fire sting bug dungeon? That's amazing. Sumuyu looked at Fong Fong, her expression almost eager to rush over and take a bite. Fong Fong waved his hand. Just a regular operation, no need to be surprised. Also, watch your drool, don't worship me too much, or I might fear you'll offer yourself later. I'm willing. Sumuyu didn't hide her agreement at all. I was joking. You agreed too easily. Fong Fong was speechless. I'd only agreed because it's you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't. Ugh, you're so annoying. Hurry up and tell me how you got rid of the fire sting bugs. Sumuyu quickly changed the subject, feeling a bit embarrassed by her own forwardness. Oh, that. 1. I'm a bug tamer, so I just tried to control them and it worked. That's so impressive. But now that you've taken the fire sting bugs away, I don't know what to do about the first transfer task in Longhua City. Sumuyu was still a bit worried, fearing that Lord Nangong would investigate Fong Fong and not let it go. Fong Fong waved his hand. There's nothing to worry about. I have plenty of fire sting bugs. If they need them, I can sponsor one. As he spoke, Fong Fong waved his hand, and a large swarm of fiery red bugs flew out. They were all fire sting bugs. Sumuyu was left dumbfounded by this scene. The 2 swarms of bugs, one white and one red, looked like 2 bug legions. She couldn't help but swallow. Alright, I'm getting ready to start. Just follow behind. By the way, how much experience have you accumulated? Fong Fong asked. I've reached level 60. Sumuyu replied. Fong Fong nodded. This rich girl was different. He had worked hard for several days and only managed to accumulate to level 65 with the system's help in bug splitting. Meanwhile, Sumuyu's family had hired a mercenary group for her to level up, and she had already reached level 60. No wonder they said spending money was the fastest way to get stronger. Do you need me to do anything? Sumuyu asked as she followed behind. Although she wanted to just follow Fong Fong and let him protect her, she also knew that if she didn't work hard, she might not be able to keep up with him in the future. Fong Fong said, no need. If you really feel guilty, then help me look up some information. Like the data on the iron armor ant nest, for example, the clearing insights from Howling Wolf and the others back then. I haven't looked at what precautions there are for this nightmare level. Okay. Sumuyu nodded and immediately started searching. Fong Fong then looked at one of the iron armor ants in front, and soon information appeared. Name, Iron Armored Ant Rating, Elite Level, Green, Level, LV.59 Attack Power, 1000 Health, 30,000 Physical Defense, 8,000 Magical Defense, 8,000 Passive Skill, Silver Armor Protection. When taking damage, it immediately increases both defenses by 10%. Active. Skills: Silver Armor Charge, Summon Ant Swarm, Invincible Defense. What kind of skill is this invincible defense? Fong Fong asked. Sumuyu quickly replied. The data shows that this iron armored ant's invincible defense is very powerful. It can be immune to all damage for 3 seconds. This is still an elite level green iron armored ant. If it were the boss iron armored ant king here, the invincible defense duration would be a full 10 seconds. Moreover, the data says that this iron armored ant has absurdly high defenses and thick health. Although its attack power is not high, it can be very slow to farm. Fong Fong nodded. That was indeed the case. He had just seen the attributes of the iron armored ant, and its defense and health were indeed absurdly high. It was a pity it was elite level green. If it were commander level blue, he could think of a way to catch a few to evolve the fire spikes bug. I imagine the boss here should be commander level blue. When the time comes, I can use perfect control to catch it, and after splitting it, I wonder if they can evolve with each other. If that's possible, then it would be a huge profit. He could use the divine bug splitting skill to split one commander level bug into countless ones and then evolve the fire spikes bug. However, he still didn't know if this method was feasible. He needed to find an opportunity to experiment. Alright, then I'll get ready to start, Fong Fong said with a smile. Sumuyu nodded. Okay. If you get tired later, we can take a break. The data says there are at least 300 iron armored ants here, as well as 4 iron armored ant kings. We probably won't be able to get out in a short time. We might have to prepare for a protracted battle. Fong laughed at this. Protracted battle? I'm still anxious to go out and change jobs. Just watch, little rich girl. After saying that, Fong waved his hand. Instantly, more than 20,000 nano-poison bugs gathered together. The next moment, a large area of purple poison mist floated out. These iron-armored ants had absurdly high defenses, and although the fire spikes bug could break through defenses, the losses would also be significant. The poison mist directly ignored defenses, so Fong didn't bother to delay. He let the poison mist clear the area. As the poison mist spread forward, Fong and Sumuyu soon saw the first iron-armored ant engulfed by it, unable to last even a second. It immediately fell to the ground. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in their minds. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an iron-armored ant, gaining experience plus 1,000. Then came the second, the third. Watching this speed, which was like a landslide, Sumuyu was completely stunned. This, so powerful. Is this what a mythical level bug is like? So impressive. Sumuyu came back to her senses, looking at Fong with admiration in her eyes. Such a handsome and powerful beast master. Who wouldn't like him? So, are you going to offer yourself again? Fong felt a bit uncomfortable under Sumuyu's gaze and spoke up. Sumuyu, however, was unreserved, her eyes filled with warmth. Not only do I want to offer myself, but I'm also determined to stick with you. I'll be yours sooner or later. Looking at Sumuyu's expression, Fong also felt a bit flustered and hurriedly said, Ahem, we are in a nightmare level dungeon, mind your expression or I'll get distracted. Hee, if I can distract you, I'll be very happy. Fong how could he not be affected by Sumuyu, who was a school beauty and so proactive? Thinking this, Fong quickly changed the subject. Why don't you give it a try? After all, you are a phoenix mage, what skills do you have? Let me see. Sumuyu hurriedly said. Phoenix mages lean towards the light system and have a restraining effect on dark creatures, but the iron-armored ant doesn't count, so there's no advantage here. If you want to see me, then I'll give it a shot. Saying this, Sumuyu took out a staff, and the magical power around began to gather. Soon, a fiery red phoenix formed and flew directly towards the iron-armored ant ahead. In the next moment, Fong saw a damage number pop up above the iron-armored ant's head. 300, so weak? Are you a hidden class? Fong laughed. This damage was even less than what a nano-poison bug would deal. Sumuyu was dissatisfied. This iron-armored ant has very high defenses, okay? If it were another monster, I could at least deal over 2,000 damage. Moreover, this phoenix skill book and staff are the most powerful of the same tier. Oh right, my dad also prepared 2 even more powerful magic equipment for me, but unfortunately, I can only use them at level 90. It cost a whopping several billion. Saying this, Sumuyu took out 2 pieces of equipment. Fong was stunned when he saw them. Evolved Ring of the Goblin Ancestors Projection Grade Gold Yellow Required Level LV.90. Intelligence 100 Spirit 100 Class Requirement Mage Special Effect Life Drain restores 1% health per second after equipping. Evolved Staff of the Goblin Ancestor Grade Gold Yellow Required Level LV.90 Magic Attack Power 3000 Intelligence 200 Spirit 200 Class Requirement Mage Special Effect reduces magic casting time by 20%. Attached skill Earth Shield after 1 second of casting can form an earth barrier that blocks 10,000 attack damage, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown of 30 minutes. This was dropped by the Goblin Ancestor's projection that he farmed himself. It turns out the auction house owner didn't sell it but kept it for his daughter. But thinking about it, it makes sense, after all, it's still their family's Once Sumuyu changed to the new equipment, she could even sell it. Indeed, having assets is great, especially when those assets belong to your own family. Alright, I know you're a little rich girl, hurry and put it away. Try some other skills. Sumuyu nodded and then used several other skills. However, most of them were crowd control types like Ice Wall, Rock Spike, and so on. The strongest aspect of a mage is still in the later stages, where high group damage and crowd control skills are very important. For someone like Sumuyu, who doesn't lack money at home, aside from leveling up hard in the early stages, she needs to practice crowd control abilities and battlefield management. However, it was clear that Sumuyu hadn't touched these yet. During the following time, Fong tried to help her integrate into it. He let her attempt crowd control. After all, these were things she would have to learn sooner or later. Most importantly, if he didn't find her something to do, this girl would use her charm skills on him. Fong was also afraid that he would really surrender. Although that wouldn't be bad, the environment here really didn't pique his interest. The poisonous mist drifted by and Sumuyu followed behind, continuously practicing her skills. Fong, on the other hand, was busy collecting materials. In just 3 hours, he had already collected 299 iron-armored ant corpses in his backpack. It seemed that the iron-armored ant only dropped corpses, there was nothing else at all. But that was enough. The first step of the second transfer quest's materials was gathered. The last one is ahead, and then it's the iron-armored ant king. Fong said. As he spoke, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the armored ant, you have gained 1000 experience points. As the last armored ant fell, Fong saw that his experience had actually reached level 70. What level are you at? Fong asked. Level 68. Sumuyu replied happily. That's pretty fast. Fong nodded. He had accumulated 5 levels of experience, while Sumuyu had accumulated 7 levels. This speed was already quite terrifying. The experience gain at the nightmare level was indeed high. Sumuyu looked at Fong and said, no wonder you level up so quickly, your dungeon clearing speed is simply invincible. Fong, can I follow you to level up from now on? I can pay you at double the price of the mercenary group my family hires. 200 million dragon coins for an hour. How about it? You wouldn't want to refuse the request of your future girlfriend, would you? Fong pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking. Alright then, but I'm only doing this for the commission. Are you short on money? Sumuyu blinked and asked. If you need money, just tell me, I have money. I'll spend it all on you. Is 10 billion enough? That's all the pocket money I have, and if it's not enough, I'll ask my dad for more. Fong was speechless. A rich girl is just a rich girl. 10 billion pocket money, while he had only earned a little over 10 billion after working hard to slay the projection of the goblin ancestor. He had spent 10 billion just to cultivate a fire thorn bug and felt heartbroken. In front of her, it was merely pocket money. Xiaosu, showing off your wealth like this will get you into trouble. Especially with your approach, it makes me think you're trying to keep me. You can think of it that way. If you want, I can keep you. And if you become my boyfriend, everything I have will be yours. Isn't that the same as yours? As Sumuyu spoke, her pretty face turned red. Fong was at a loss for words and then asked, are you an only child? If I become your family's son-in-law, can I inherit your family's fortune? Sumuyu nodded. Fong was completely helpless. If your dad saw you being so proactive, he would probably be so angry he'd die. But Sumuyu said seriously, that's because he hasn't seen how excellent you are. If he saw your strength, he would definitely want me to marry you right away. Let's not talk about this, can we? Focus on clearing the dungeon first? Fong was really struggling to cope. A rich girl and a campus beauty being so proactive. If it weren't for the last bit of pride he had as a man, he might have already pushed Sumuyu to PK. This last iron-armored ant boss is a bit tough to beat. Xiao Tianlang and the others made a list of precautions after they fought it back then. There are 4 iron-armored ant bosses at the nightmare level, but only one is real. The other 3 are illusions, but regardless of which one you kill, they can all drop materials. However, be careful, these 4 iron-armored ant bosses have a bond attribute. The death interval cannot exceed 1 minute, otherwise, the previously killed iron-armored ant boss will respawn. Sumuyu explained. Fong nodded upon hearing this. No wonder Xiao Tianlang and the others took 3 whole days to clear it. These last 4 bosses were indeed not easy to deal with. Of course, that was for Xiao Tianlang and his group. For Fong it would be easy to take them down in seconds. He just didn't want to do that. After all, being able to respawn meant they could drop iron-armored remains again. He could keep tormenting these bosses and only kill them once he had enough materials. He needed 4 pieces, and Sumuyu needed 4 as well, totaling 8. Considering the drop rate, they would probably need to kill them a dozen times. Once we go in, you use crowd control spells to separate them, and we'll take them down one by one. Let's aim to gather enough materials before we kill them all. You mean? Sumuyu understood Fong Feng's thoughts, her eyes shining with excitement, and quickly nodded. By the way, Sumuyu suddenly said, there's one more thing, this iron-armored ant boss has a passive skill that makes it immune to any negative status effects like poison, fear, bleeding, etc. So, your poison mist won't work on them. Fang Feng was a bit surprised. This was something he hadn't considered. After all, the iron-armored ant boss was just a commander-level blue bug. To have such a powerful passive, even the poison from a mythical level nano-poison bug couldn't affect it. This was definitely god level. But thinking about it, it made sense. No matter how powerful this divine skill was, it only worked against negative states. If it were a skill that could be used by professionals, it would be considered a miracle. Unfortunately, it's the skill of a bug, so it's not that powerful. The reason the nano-poison bug is formidable is mainly due to its numbers. Most of the iron-armored ants are elite level, green, and those that reach the commander level, blue, are already rare, plus they are a type of bug with relatively weak attack power. Therefore, compared to high attack bugs like the nano-poison bug, their threat level is still too low. The two quickly pushed the door and entered the last cave. As they came in, the scene ahead suddenly revealed itself. It was a rather dilapidated grand hall. In the center of the hall, there was an open space. Surrounding it were several stone pillars supporting the entire hall. Above that open space, there were 4 holes leading straight down to the ground. This should be the lair of the iron-armored ant boss. Stay back and spread them out later, Fang Feng reminded. Sumuyu nodded, quickly stepping back a few paces while taking out her staff, looking ready for battle. Fang Feng directly commanded a fire thorn bug to fly forward. When the fire thorn bug approached the 4 holes, the entire hall suddenly began to shake. At the same time, piles of black soil started to erupt from the holes. Soon, 4 gigantic ants covered in silver scales burrowed up from the ground. The scales on these 4 ants shimmered with silver light, looking very imposing. The moment Fang Feng saw them, information popped up. Name: Iron Armored Ant King. Rating: Commander level, blue level, LV.60 attack. Power: 2000 health, 50,000 physical defense, 10,000 magical defense, 10,000 passive skills, silver armor protection, rock solid. When taking damage, immediately increases both defenses by 20%. Immune to any negative status, active skills, silver armor charge, summon ant swarm, invincible defense. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fang Feng couldn't help but curse. Freak. This health and these attributes are simply a nightmare for ordinary professionals. No wonder no one comes to farm. Nightmare level difficulty. It should be noted that this dungeon has a level restriction, so only those below level 59 can enter. Most of the level 59 players are at the peak of their first class transition, and having an attack power of 3000 is already quite good. But the defense of this iron armored ant king is 10,000. Hitting it would probably not even break its defense. It can only be worn down bit by bit. If it takes 3 days to defeat it, that would be quite impressive. Unfortunately, today they encountered Fang Feng, this bug. With such attributes, if I could control one and form a protective layer around myself, wouldn't I be invincible? Fang Feng felt a bit excited. His perfect control skill had already cooled down, and today was just the right time to try it out. However, now was not the time. Seeing that the 4 iron-armored ant kings had completely emerged and were identifying the direction to charge at the 2, Fang Feng hurriedly shouted, "Make your move." Okay. Sumuyu retracted her previous stance, fully concentrating. With a surge of magical power, she quickly unleashed 4 skills. Fang Feng saw that around the 4 iron-armored ant kings, indeed, 4 magical fluctuations appeared. Soon, 4 depressions emerged. Each depression was about half a meter deep, which was a very common spell skill called pit technique. However, above the pits, a layer of ice crystal cage appeared. This was ice crystal cage, also a very common spell skill. These 2 spell skills consume little mana. I can sustain them for a while longer. Not good. Fang Feng, be careful. Sumuyu suddenly shouted. Fang Feng immediately saw that one of the iron-armored ant kings had actually not been controlled and had dodged the pit. I'm sorry, it's a bit difficult for me to control 4 at once, Sumuyu said with some self-reproach. Fang Feng smiled and said, "No worries, you've done well to get to this point, just practice slowly. It will come out from that place again, just keep maintaining it." As Fang Feng spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately countless fire stingers and nano-poison insects surged towards the escaping ironclad ant king. Sumuyu nodded. With Fang Feng's encouragement, she gradually built up her confidence. At that moment, Fang Feng was already directing the fire stingers towards the iron-armored ant king that had escaped. Over 20,000 fire stingers almost instantly surrounded the iron-armored ant king. The next moment, Fang Feng heard a series of system notifications. Ding! The fire stingers you control lost +1. Ding! The fire stingers you control lost +2. Almost simultaneously, Fang Feng also saw that the attributes of the iron-armored ant king were changing. Its dual defenses 100, 00, 3000 were rapidly decreasing. Although the iron-armored ant king had the silver armor skill which could enhance its defense by 20%, this boost was clearly insufficient against the fire stingers. In just 2 seconds, Fang Feng saw the dual defenses of the iron-armored ant king change to indicating they were no longer visible. At the same time, the iron-armored Ant King's health was plummeting. However, the values dropped each time were not high. 2300, 2200. The iron-armored Ant King had a total of 50,000 health points. Although this speed was already quite fast, the consumption of fire stingers was also significant. Fong Fong hurriedly waved his hand to let the fire stingers retreat and summoned the nano poison bugs. The nano poison bugs had high attack power, and with the iron-armored Ant King having no defenses, the health loss surged. 6800, 6700, 6800. As the nano poison bugs took over the battlefield in less than 5 seconds, the iron-armored Ant King collapsed to the ground, dropping a large number of items. Among them, Fong Fong saw a shimmering silver iron armor. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly the material he needed. Remains of the iron-armored ant special material can be used to complete the second transfer task. No attributes. Fong Fong raised it towards Sumuyu and then stored it away. Sumuyu, while controlling her magical power, smiled and nodded clearly. Very happy. Fong Fong looked at the other 3 iron-armored ant kings trapped in the ice crystal cages and continued to act. The first one had cost him 2,000 fire stingers and 200 nano poison bugs due to lack of experience. Although these bugs could continue to split, seeing so many perish still made him feel a bit pained. However, with the experience from the first one, Fong Fong found it much easier to control the next ones. He directed the fire stingers to lead, with the nano poison bugs closely following. The 2 types of bugs split into 2 groups and surged towards 2 of the ice crystal cages. Just 5 seconds later, 2 more notifications sounded. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the iron-armored Ant King, gained experience plus 500,000. Fong Fong waved his hand to collect the materials dropped by the 2 iron-armored Ant Kings. He found that this time, only a piece of iron armor remains dropped. There were other items as well, including what seemed to be a skill book, but he didn't bother to look at it. He turned his attention to the ice crystal cage that had not trapped the iron-armored Ant King at the beginning. He had instantly killed 3 out of the 4 iron-armored Ant Kings, leaving 1 alive. He was waiting for the other 3 to respawn. After waiting for several dozen seconds, sure enough, the other 3 ice crystal cages soon revealed the black soil, and the 3 previously slain iron-armored Ant Kings were about to reappear. Can you hold on? Fong Fong asked. Sumuyu nodded, but her face was a bit pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. She hurriedly took a bottle of blue potion and drank it, her complexion improving slightly. Hang in there, rich girl, and I can be your boyfriend. For a minute later, Fong Fong joked. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu's eyes lit up as she replied, "Then I'll take it seriously." Seeing her regain her spirit, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, she came along this time. If I had come alone, I could have easily cleared the level, but I probably wouldn't have gathered enough materials. It might take several runs to collect enough materials, which would undoubtedly increase the time cost. Teamwork is still very important. At least with Sumuyu here, the 4 iron-armored Ant Kings wouldn't gather together, otherwise, if they did, I wouldn't be able to take them down one by one. As the other 3 respawned, Fong Fong was not polite. He once again controlled the fire spike worm and the nano poison worm to attack. 5 seconds later, 3 of the 4 iron-armored Ant Kings were dead. This time, their luck was quite poor, as they only dropped a piece of iron armor debris. Including the previous ones, there were only 3 pieces in total. Fong Fong shrugged helplessly at Sumuyu, urging her to keep trying. The drop rate has always been the most frustrating. In the next 10 minutes, Fong Fong killed no less than 50 iron-armored Ant Kings. He finally gathered 8 pieces of iron armor debris, but it seemed that this brutal killing of the iron-armored Ant Kings was the cause. In the following dozens of attempts, aside from the iron armor debris, there were no other materials dropped. Once Fong Fong had enough iron armor debris, he signaled Sumuyu that she could stop. Sumuyu's face turned pale as she walked over and asked, "Aren't you going to take action on the last one? The other 3 will respawn soon." Fong Fong replied, "You find a place to sit and rest. I want to try to control this last one." Sumuyu nodded. As a beast master and a member of the insect tribe, she naturally couldn't miss any opportunity to control a bug. After all, each bug she controlled would add to her strength. Fong Fong looked at the last iron-armored Ant King and directly chose perfect control. The next moment, a series of system notifications rang out. Ding! Congratulations! You have controlled the iron-armored Ant King. Control successful. Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the nightmare-level iron-armored ant nest dungeon. Record has been refreshed. Ding! The system will broadcast the dungeon record refresh throughout the city. In 1 minute, you can name your team. The default name will be the captain's name. Hearing the notification, Fong Fong first transferred the captain's position to Sumuyu. Then he eagerly checked the attributes of the iron-armored Ant King he had controlled. Name: Iron-armored Ant King. Rating: Commander level, blue level, LV.60, attack power 2000, health 50,000, physical defense 10,000. Magical defense 10,000, passive skill, silver armor protection. When taking damage, it will immediately increase both defenses by 20%. Reminder: Commander and Divine Insect can evolve. Divine Insect split talent activated. Currently splitting. Limit 25,000. Current quantity 10/25,000. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fong Fong nodded in satisfaction. The overall attributes had not changed. However, it was a pity that after he took control, the passive skill Rock Solid and the active skills were gone. If I could inherit the Rock Solid skill, I would be invincible. It's a shame it didn't carry over. As for those active skills, they aren't very useful. The Iron Armored Ant is a defensive bug and doesn't need to take the initiative to attack. Fong Fong comforted himself, feeling satisfied to have obtained such a powerful defensive bug. As for the divine passive Rock Solid, if it's gone, then it's gone. After all, it's only commander level. I should be able to find a way to evolve it later to make it even stronger. Just thinking about evolution made Fong feel helpless. Evolving bugs costs too much money. Thinking this, Fong prepared to test his previous guess. He took out an Iron Armored Ant and chose to evolve it with the Fire Spike Worm. Soon, a sound rang out. Ding! The Fire Sting bug you control has failed to evolve. Reminder: you cannot allow the bugs you control to evolve among themselves. Please choose other bugs. Seeing the reminder, Fong was completely helpless. Indeed, the system would not give him any shortcuts. It was impossible to complete the evolution using the divine bug-splitting talent of the bugs he controlled. It had to be bugs he did not control in order for the bugs he controlled to evolve. In simple terms, you have to spend money. Want to get stronger without spending money? Dream on. Hey, are you okay? The system is going to broadcast in less than a minute. What about the name? Just as Fong was thinking, Sumuyu suddenly shouted. Fong walked over upon hearing this and said, "Just use your name as the team name. Didn't I just make you the captain?" Sumuyu replied, "That won't do. The credit for this journey is mostly yours. I'm just a decoration. I just want the 1-minute boyfriend you mentioned earlier," Sumuyu said, her eyes sparkling. Fong sighed, "Then just come up with a random name. Just don't expose it. This record has been broken. It's bound to cause a stir again. It's too hard to keep a low profile." Sumuyu laughed. "What's so hard about it? The name you used last time when the record was broken misled a lot of people. But such things will definitely happen again in the future. Since your name is Swordsman, then don't wear the swordsman robe. Here, take this." Saying that, Sumuyu took out a mage robe and tossed it over. This way, when they investigate the swordsman, they won't pay attention to you as a mage. "And this equipment is made by me. I can engrave a name on it, and I've already done that." Fong nodded. Many low-level equipment can be made by oneself, and they can be named. However, the attributes are almost negligible. Sumuyu's point was still valid. Since he misled them to look for a swordsman, it wouldn't be appropriate to carry a swordsman's sword. He immediately changed into the robe. However, upon seeing the name, he couldn't help but feel speechless. This mage robe was named "I Have a Girlfriend" by Sumuyu. Are you serious with this name? What if I can't find a girlfriend in the future? Then just choose me, hehe. Sumuyu laughed. If you're soloing dungeons in the future, this equipment's name will also cover your original name. Very useful. Fong sighed, but since it was already named, there was nothing he could do. Alright then, I'll come up with the team name. Sumuyu nodded. Fong quickly typed in the team name. Just then, the system broadcast time arrived. Ding! The record for the Iron Armored Ant Nest dungeon has been refreshed. The latest record is nightmare level, taking 4 hours and 3 minutes. The team that created it is Su Family Little Rich Girls Team. Teammate ID: I have a girlfriend. As a series of system notifications rang out, Sumuyu was stunned. "You're so annoying. Although it's true that I'm a rich girl, you didn't have to say it out loud." Fong smiled and didn't say much as he began counting the loot. Meanwhile, outside the Huangsha Town dungeon, countless professionals froze upon hearing this. 4 hours? 3 minutes? What kind of devil team is this? Only 2 people? Are these 2 8th-turn professionals here to fish in the pond? Impossible. The Iron Armored Ant Nest has entry requirements. Anyone above level 59 can't enter. Who are these 2? They're too strong. Back then, the record set by Xiaotian Wolf and the others was also nightmare level, but it took them 3 days. Who exactly is this? Su Family Little Rich Girl? Damn, is this the power of spending money? So what if she's a rich girl? Why be so arrogant? Damn, if I had money, would I be like this? I can't even get into an ordinary team. At the entrance of Huangsha Town, Hongi and the others were also stunned. Nightmare level difficulty was something they wouldn't dare to touch. Back then, their guild leader spent money to hire Xiaotian Wolf and others to lead the team just to secure a spot. But now this record had been refreshed so much. Boss, doesn't this Su Family Little Rich Girl feel a lot like Sumuyu? Yeah, her family runs an auction house. Isn't she just a little rich girl? This brat can't be that strong. Could it be that guy who just stood up for her? Hongi was still angry with Fong, but upon hearing this, his expression changed immediately. Let's go now. The possibility of that kid is too great. He doesn't even know where he popped up from. We can't manage this anymore. Let's go back and tell the president to handle it. Everyone nodded and immediately left Huangsha town. Inside Longhua City, Qianhe and Nangong exchanged glances upon hearing the sound and couldn't help but laugh. This person is truly impressive. The record for the iron-armored ant nest dungeon was set by Xiao Oceanlang 3 days. I didn't expect this kid to only take 4 hours, and he even got that girl, Sumuyu, to be the team leader. That I have a girlfriend must be his hidden ID. The young people nowadays. Nangong chuckled. Teacher, the young people today are nothing like we were back then. But Xiao Oceanlang must have heard the news by now. Do you think he will? Qianhe laughed at the words. He probably won't go. The record has been broken, and even if he rushes over now, it would be too late. Moreover, this Fong Fong is intentionally hiding his identity. He probably won't get to see him. He has 2 choices: either go to the job change temple or start from the Su family's auction. The Su family's girl can team up with Fong Fong, which clearly indicates a good relationship. If we can find Sumuyu, we can find Fong Fong. Nangong nodded. Based on his understanding of Xiao Oceanlang, he would most likely start from the Su family's auction house. After all, the job change temple is managed by the garrison. It wouldn't be appropriate for Xiao Oceanlang to come here to block people. And he must have guessed that Nangong and Qianhe were definitely here. Since someone is here, he doesn't need to make another trip. It's more convenient to start from the auction house. The professional forum was almost flooded with this system announcement. Countless people were seeking the truth on the forum. Is there a monster in our Longhua city? How did he do it in 4 hours? I want to know. 2. Such a big shot doesn't even have a name. Isn't there a name? The little rich girl from the Su family is another one. She's on the rich list. With that strength, are you really relying on the rich girl? Aren't you on the rich list? This little rich girl from the Su family looks a bit familiar. Could she be our campus flower, Sumuyu? I feel like it's very similar. Who is this big shot that even took away my goddess? I have a girlfriend? That's so infuriating. If you have a girlfriend, fine, but don't come out and show off shamelessly. While the entire Longhua city was buzzing with this news, inside the nightmare-level iron-armored ant nest, Fong Fong and Sumuyu were not in a hurry to leave. Fong Fong took out the materials. A total of 8 pieces of iron armor remains. Both of them needed to return to submit their job change tasks, so they naturally split them evenly. In addition, there were 300 iron-armored ant corpses. Each of them needed 100 for their tasks, leaving 100 that could be sold. Besides these, they also obtained 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. Iron-armored ant king's belt grade, blue equipment, commander, required. Level, LV.60 health plus 3000 physical defense plus 1000 magical defense plus 1000 job requirement. Berserker set effect iron armor. Protection, gather 3 pieces of iron-armored ant king equipment, double defense increases by 5%. Iron-armored ant king's lower garment grade, blue equipment, commander, required level, LV.60 health plus 4000 physical defense plus 1200 magical defense plus 1200. Job requirement, Berserker set effect iron armor protection, gather 3 pieces of iron-armored ant king equipment, double defense. Increases by 5% unexpectedly. It's still a set. Too bad there are only 2 pieces. How much can this little rich girl sell it for? Fong Fong asked. Sumuyu shook her head. I don't know either, but the equipment should be quite valuable. If you give it to me, I can sell it for you without any fees. Fong Fong nodded. He naturally couldn't miss out on such a good deal. He immediately handed over the 2 pieces of equipment and the remaining 100 iron-armored ant corpses to Sumuyu. Then he looked at the last skill book. Universal skill, shift position, can instantly swap positions with a summoned beast or controlled wild beast. Applicable professions: summoner, beast master. This is something you can use, so don't sell it. The life-saving skills for beast masters are already few. You should keep it for yourself, Sumuyu said. Fong Fong nodded. He thought the same. He immediately chose to use it. Ding! You have learned the skill shift position. Seeing this, Sumuyu quickly got up and said, "Come try it out. I want to see the effect too." Fong Fong nodded. He was also eager to try out the skill of shifting positions. Immediately, he released several bugs, including nano-poison bugs, flying fire sting bugs, and the recently controlled armored ants. Each type of bug was released in dozens, and when Fong Fong looked at them again, he found that each bug had a skill option labeled shift position. It seemed that as long as he selected one of the bugs, he could instantly swap places. Sumuyu stood to the side, waving at Fong Fong. "Over here, try to come." At her feet lay a nano-poison bug. Fong Fong nodded and immediately chose to shift position. In the next moment, he actually disappeared from his original spot, and almost simultaneously, a nano-poison bug appeared out of thin air where he had just stood. Meanwhile, in front of Sumuyu, that nano-poison bug also vanished, and then a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Fong Fong. The position shift had actually succeeded. Before Fong Fong could check the cooldown time of this skill, he suddenly froze. It turned out that the nano-poison bug was too small, and it had been a bit too close to Sumuyu. At the moment they swapped positions, Fong Fong appeared almost right in front of Sumuyu's face. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Fong Fong caught the scent of Sumuyu and felt the warm breath she exhaled. Sumuyu was also stunned. She never expected Fong Fong to be so close to her in an instant. I didn't control the distance well, let me try again, Fong Fong said as he tried to pull back. However, Sumuyu directly hugged him. Hey, even though there's no one else here, don't get carried away. I warn you, I'm not an easy person, but when I get easy, I'm not a person. Hearing this, Sumuyu chuckled and said, you said it yourself, if I can hold on. You promised to be my boyfriend for a minute. Starting now, the timer begins, you're my boyfriend. After saying that, Sumuyu unexpectedly leaned in closer to Fong Fong, and in the next moment Fong Fong felt the warmth and softness with her lips and teeth full of tenderness. Fong Fong hurriedly pushed Sumuyu away, his face slightly flushed as he said, I'm a scumbag, I don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility. Are you sure? Who said I need you to take responsibility? Sumuyu interrupted Fong Fong and launched another attack. Even though Fong Fong had incredible defense, he ultimately let his guard down and indulged in the warmth between their lips. The next few minutes are paid content. A few minutes later, when they released each other, Fong Fong saw Sumuyu's pretty face slightly flushed, leaning in his embrace with a blissful demeanor. Fong wiped his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly said, let me try the skill again, you clean up the spoils and we'll leave soon. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Sumuyu nodded. Fong Fong quickly turned around and released a flying fire sting bug. The shift position skill had refreshed, and Fong Fong wanted to know what would happen if he swapped places with the flying fire sting bug in midair. In the next moment, he directly used the shift position skill. Sure enough, he instantly appeared in midair. Fortunately, he was prepared. The moment he appeared, he activated the 7-star sky wings, preventing him from falling directly. However, he also saw the cooldown time for the shift position skill. It actually took a full minute. It's worth noting that beast masters, summoners, and mages all belong to the magic profession. Similarly, these three professions have very poor self-defense capabilities. Relatively speaking, mages are a bit better off, as their profession is in demand and they have protection. Whether leveling up or in PK, summoners can have a large number of summoned beasts, giving them better self-defense than beast masters. Only beast masters have no summoning cards and no other professionals to protect them, relying solely on the beasts they control. Therefore, their survival ability is the weakest. This teleportation skill is impressive, but unfortunately, the cooldown time is 1 minute. If it really comes to an emergency, it can only save oneself at most once. What a pity. Fong Fong sighed. However, the skill is better than nothing, and Fong Fong stopped thinking too much about it. The urgent matter is to hurry back and submit the materials to complete the job change task. Moments later, Fong Fong and Sumuyu left the iron-armored ant nest instance, one after the other. At this moment, many professionals were gathered at the entrance of the instance. Most of them had come to see the excitement after hearing the system announcement. However, they did not know who the creator was, so when Fong Fong and the others came out, hardly anyone noticed them. The two bypassed the crowd and directly used a flying scroll to head back to Longhua City. Meanwhile, inside Longhua City, the president of the Hongjiang Guild was sitting in a chair, looking at the guild's financial report in front of him. A woman in red across from him smiled and said, brother, the record of the iron-armored ant instance you created has been broken. Aren't you curious at all? The woman in red was Hong Zhang's younger sister, named Hong Shui, a level 90 archer of the third transfer. She was also the vice president of the Hongjiang Guild. Hearing this, Hong Jiang smiled and said, what's there to be curious about? That record was bought with my money back then, otherwise how could the Hongjiang Guild establish itself so quickly? Talents emerge in every generation. It's normal for records to be broken, just didn't expect it to be broken so much. That's what I want to say, brother. The other party can break the record by so much, clearly a genius. Shouldn't we try to recruit him? Hong Shui said. Hong Jian laughed at this. Do you think a genius would look at a guild like ours? Xiao Tianlang has been busy outside for so long. Has he met this person? Hong Shui suddenly understood. If even the Tianlang Guild can't attract him, does he want to join one of the top 100 super guilds? But then again, with such talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to join those super guilds. I was overthinking it. Hong Jiang smiled and said no more. However, at that moment, a message came through, and it was from Hong Yi. In the message, Hong Yi clearly recounted their encounter. Finally, he said, President, the kid who broke your record is very likely the one who helped Sumuyu. What should we do now? Upon seeing this, Hong Zhang's brows furrowed tightly, and he replied, immediately come back. Don't provoke those two anymore. The rise of such a genius is only a matter of time. If you provoke him, you can roll out of the guild yourself. Yes. Hong Yi was quite frightened. Hong Jiang then looked at Hong Shui and said, go find Hong Yi and the others. These fools have offended that genius and can't continue to level up. Let them break through as soon as possible, then send them to the lowest level world boss spawn point to farm materials for the guild. Okay. Hong Shui nodded and immediately got up to leave. Meanwhile, inside the Tianlang Mercenary Corps, President, Lord Nangong and Mentor Qian He haven't left the job change temple for a day. Also, are we really not sending Anyone to Huangsha Town? A subordinate asked. Xiao Tianlang shook his head and said, no need. These two are very smart. That genius broke my record and they should be doing their second transfer task. It's more convenient for them to wait in the job. Change temple and it won't attract the attention of others. Besides, the record has already been broken. It's too late for us to send someone now. Can we confirm the identity of that Su family little rich girl? It's almost certain she should be the daughter of the owner of the Su auction house. Xiao Tianlang nodded and then said, alright, prepare some gifts and go wait at their doorstep now. Make sure to see the Sumuyu. It would be best if she could learn the true identity of that person in the end. If that's not possible, don't force it. We're here to show goodwill, not to kidnap. Understood. The subordinate nodded. Alright, let's stop here. On a street in Longhua City, Fong Fong said. The two of them had hurried back from Huangsha Town and it was already dark. Sumu said, what time are you going to change jobs tomorrow? I'll wait for you. Fong Fong replied helplessly. 8 o'clock. You said you would help me level up and I'll be sticking to you until the third job change. After the third job change, I might have to go back. Sumu said, feeling a bit reluctant. Go back? Where to? Fong Fong asked. Back to Zhengbei province. My dad came here to open a branch and after 3 years the branch has stabilized. Next, we both have to go to university, so my dad is planning to take me back to Zhengbei province. But I will wait for you in Zhengbei province. You have to work hard too, Sumu said, though there was still a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Fong Fong nodded. He definitely had to go to Zhengbei University. He just didn't expect Sumu would leave early. This might be for the best as it would prevent him from being distracted by a school beauty while leveling up. Let's go back. If you want to change jobs, you still have to work hard at leveling up. Sumu nodded and then left. 20 minutes later, when Sumu returned to her home, she saw 3 or 4 people loitering at her doorstep wearing clothes emblazoned with the emblem of the Tianlang Guild. Do you need something? Sumu frowned. Miss Su, you're back. We came to find you. Looking for me? What is it? Sumu had already guessed but still wanted to confirm. It's like this, we want to invite the person you teamed up with this afternoon who has a girlfriend to join our Tianlang Guild. We were wondering if Miss Su could help us get in touch? The other party said, handing over the gifts they had prepared. Sumu was taken aback when she saw what it was. It was a complete set of golden magic equipment and it was level 60. She could use it right after her job change tomorrow. This is a token of our sincerity. If any of your friends are willing to join, they can also receive a set of golden equipment corresponding to their profession. Miss Su, what do you think? Although Sumu really liked the set of equipment, she still refused. I can't accept this. As for joining your guild, I will ask around for you. Wait for my news. Thank you, Miss Su, but you should accept this gift. The other party insisted. Sumu replied calmly, I said I would help you ask, but I can't accept this. If I accept it now, wouldn't that mean I guarantee he will definitely join? In fact, I can't guarantee that, so you should take this back. If he really joins, I won't be polite then. But for now, I can't take it. But Miss Su, if you don't leave, I won't be able to help you with this matter. We wouldn't dare. We'll leave now. Miss Su, you must help us ask. The members of the Tianlang Guild hurriedly left with their things. Just as the Tianlang Guild members left, Sumutian walked back in. Dad, why are you back so late? Seeing her father, Sumu quickly ran up and linked her arm with his. You crazy girl, where have you been playing? Even the Tianlang Guild came to deliver gifts to you. It seems the record this afternoon was really set by you. Sumutian laughed. Dad, don't talk nonsense. I don't have that ability, and you know how strong I am. I know very well, so I'm curious about who that genius is who can complete a duo dungeon in just 4 hours. You wouldn't keep it from your old man, would you? Sumu said. This really can't be said. I promised to keep it a secret. Isn't honesty the most important thing for us merchants? You little girl, now you're even talking to me about honesty. Alright, you don't have to tell me who he is, but at least tell me what his profession is. Sumutian said. Sumu. You thought for a moment and figured that revealing just the profession should be fine. So she said, but you have to promise me not to leak it. He is a beast tamer. A beast tamer? Sumutian was taken aback. This profession reminded him of the person who had killed the goblin ancestor projection a few days ago. Could they be the same person? While he was thinking, Sumuyu took out a large pile of items, which were the spoils from this iron-armored ant nest. These are the spoils from the dungeon. I promised to help him sell them. This is a very important friend of mine, so please don't charge a handling fee. Just transfer the money to me directly and I'll pass it on to him. Sumutian didn't speak but stared at the equipment and spoils. After a moment, he said, the goblin ancestor projection and the record of the fire spike worm dungeon for the first transition quest, was it also done by your friend? Sumuyu was taken aback, looking at her father's sudden seriousness, and nodded. Yes, he did it. Otherwise, who else could clear the nightmare-level iron-armored ant nest in 4 hours? Dad, what's wrong? Sumuyu asked, a bit worried. She had never seen her father like this. Sumu Tian looked at Sumuyu and said, "Can you take me to meet him? I want to see him." "Dad, you forgot what I just said. He doesn't want to be exposed," Sumuyu replied. However, Sumu Tian insisted he can't avoid it. The God Stone of the Transition Temple has a recording ability. Every time he transitions, there will be information recorded. Nangong and Qianhe must already know his identity. I heard they haven't left the Transition Temple all day. Now they're waiting for him to transition. It's only a matter of time before his identity is exposed. It doesn't matter if one more person knows. Xiaoyu, Dad really has something important to discuss with him. Please help me out. But Dad, I don't want to deceive him. He really means a lot to me. Sumuyu was also in a difficult position. Seeing this, Sumutian said, "What about your mother? He might have a way to cure her illness." Boom! Sumutian's words struck Sumuyu like a bolt from the blue. "What did you say? How do you know?" Sumuyu asked in confusion. Sumutian sat back down, picked up a nearby picture frame, which contained a beautiful woman in a red robe. "You've grown up. There are some things I should tell you. I've searched for so many years and finally found a genius beast tamer. I really don't want to miss this opportunity. Over the years, Jiangbei province has discovered many divine generals, but unfortunately, none of them fit the person I'm looking for. This friend of yours is the only one. I'll tell you about your mother's situation, and you can decide whether to take me to find him." With that, Su Mutian recounted the story of Sumuyu's mother. At this moment, Fong Fong was lying on his bed browsing the professional forum. Today, the record for the iron-armored ant nest was broken, and the entire forum was almost in an uproar. Countless people were speculating whether the little rich girl from the Su family was Sumuyu, while more were guessing who his girlfriend was. It's one thing to be arrogant, but to be such a strange person with a girlfriend is impressive. I even have a custom doll. Fong Fong felt bored after a while and went to look for information about Jiangbei University's admissions. He was definitely going to Jiangbei University, so he needed to do some homework in advance. However, just as he was looking, Sumuyu suddenly sent a connection request. Fong Fong was taken aback and smiled as he accepted the call. "Little rich woman, are you this efficient? How much did the equipment sell for?" "Little rich woman?" The other side was quiet for a full 2 minutes before Sumuyu's sobbing voice came through. "Fong Fong, can I take my father to meet you? You might be the only one who can cure my mother's illness. I don't want to lie to you. Can you meet my father? What's going on? Why are you crying? If you want to meet, then let's meet. I'm not ugly. Why do you sound like I'm someone unpresentable?" Fong Fong said. Sumuyu immediately burst into laughter. "Put, you're annoying. I'm serious. I know your address. I'll take my father over right now." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Fong Fong replied. "Is it related to her mother?" Fong Fong lay on the bed, feeling that this matter seemed to have a story behind it. So while waiting for someone, he checked the forum. There was still very little news about Jiangbei province in Longhua City. However, after searching around, Fong Fong found a post. It was a 10-year-old exposé. A team from the Mage Guild suffered heavy casualties in a wild attack. The content did not include a list of names, only vaguely stating that a team sent by the mages was ambushed by someone. This person seemed quite formidable and later faced a siege order from the Mage Guild. Unfortunately, there were no further updates. To learn more information, he might have to check the Jiangbei Province Professional Forum. But it wasn't really necessary. Sumuyu had come with her father to find him, and she would likely reveal the truth herself. After waiting for half an hour, there was finally a knock at the door. When he opened it, it was indeed Sumuyu and Sumu Tian. Sumuyu's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. "Fong Fong, I'm sorry, I still exposed you," Sumuyu said apologetically. Fong Fong shook his head. "It's okay, the owner of the Su auction house isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. Also, the Transmutation Temple has the Transmutation Stones, which record the information of the specialized users. Exposure was only a matter of time." "Come in," Fong Fong invited. Sumuyu and Sumu Tian entered the room one after the other. Fong Feng's home was naturally incomparable to the Su family's mansion. However, the room was still very clean and tidy, which surprised Sumu Tian a bit. "You're right, today Lord Nangong and Mentor Qianhe have not left the Transmutation Temple. They must be waiting for you. Thank you for being able to see me." "There's no need for that, Su boss. We will have many collaborations in the future. Just remember to give me a discount then," Fong Fong said with a smile. Sumu Tian awkwardly smiled and said, "I heard from Xiaoyu that you are classmates?" Fong Fong, "Then I won't be polite. I want to ask you, as a beast master, how confident are you in controlling insects?" Fong Fong was taken aback. Sumuyu hadn't told her father that she was an insect beast master. This girl was quite loyal. However, this matter was not a secret. One could find out by asking around at school. Fong Fong smiled and said, "Su boss, I am an insect beast master and I have an affinity for insects, so my probability of controlling them is quite high." He naturally didn't mention that perfect control was his god-level talent. Sumu Tian's eyes lit up at his words and he quickly said, "Then Fong Fong, I have something I need your help with." Regardless Of whether it succeeds or not, I will pay you a huge reward. What is it? A huge reward? First, tell me what it is. Fong Fong replied. He was indeed in need of money. Evolving insects required a large number of them. All of this needed to be purchased. But he wasn't foolish. What if this matter was difficult? What if it was dangerous? One needed to have a life to spend. The matter is like this. It concerns my wife, who is also Xiao Yu's mother. Her mother went out with a team from the Mage Guild to carry out a transmutation task and was ambushed by a poison expert. It has been 10 years since then, and she has yet to awaken. I have searched for all the poison experts in Jiangbei province, but they have all been helpless. Hearing this, Fong Fong frowned. If it's a severe poison, you need to find a healer. I'm a beast master. This doesn't seem related. Sumu Tian hurriedly said, please listen to me. This time it really depends on you. My wife's father is one of the elders of the Mage Guild with a high position and great power. In these 10 years, whether it was an 8th tier light type healer or an 8th tier poison expert, he has almost invited them all to treat Xiao Shui. The poison in Xiao Shui's body has been completely cleared, but she still hasn't woken up. Later, my father-in-law found the president of the Divination Guild, Li Qingfeng, to personally diagnose Xiao Shui. The conclusion was something we never expected. He said the reason Xiao Shui has been in a coma is that there is a bug in her mind. That bug is a mythical level bug, called the soul-eating bug, also known as the spirit bug. Mythical level bug? Fong Fong was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, if you're talking about this, then I'm interested. As for mythical level bugs, Fong Fong only knew of one until now, which was the nanopoison bug. If he could obtain this mythical spirit bug, it would be like waking up from a dream with a smile. Can you give a detailed introduction about this mythical spirit bug? Fong Fong asked. Sure. Su Mutian nodded. This mythical level spirit bug is extremely rare and has always been elusive. This type of bug is not difficult to kill, but very few people can find them. Because their mental power is very strong, they can easily evade the detection of professionals. Only during the egg-laying period will they expose themselves. The person who ambushed back then must have obtained a bug egg and sent it into Xiao Shui's mind. After the bug egg hatches in her mind, it grows by feeding on Xiao Shui's mental power. Although it won't endanger Xiao Shui's life, it will continuously weaken her mental power, turning her into a vegetative state. During this time, we have given Xiao Shu a large amount of mental-type elixirs, which is why her mental power hasn't collapsed. But if we don't find a way to treat her, in at most 10 years, that bug will become strong enough to break out, and then it will really be hopeless. So, my young friend. Sumu Tian's eyes turned red as he spoke. Sumuyu beside him was also in tears. Fong Fong said, I can give it a try, but how can you be so sure that I will succeed? He had perfect control, so controlling this bug was not a problem, but he was curious about how Su Mutian knew that. Moreover, if he went to Jiangbei province now, it would take at least 10 days for a round trip. Jiangbei University would start enrolling students in a month and a half. Wasting 10 days at this time would undoubtedly be troublesome. With 1 million strong entering the university, not making progress would mean falling behind. Su Mutian hurriedly said, I certainly don't expect my young friend to go right now. After all, although you are talented, your strength is still a bit lacking. I came here this time to establish a good relationship with you. When you rise in the future, please help my wife. Moreover, my wife is currently not in Jiangbei province. My father-in-law has taken her to the Mage Guild, and it will take at least a month and a half for her to arrive. Fong Fong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. But if you're not in a hurry, I am. It's not easy to come across a mythical level bug, and he didn't want to miss it easily. Not to mention waiting for a few years. He didn't want to wait a single day. Thinking of this, Fong Fong said, thank you for your trust, Boss Su. So I'll be straightforward. You can contact your father-in-law now and have him bring your father back to Jiangbei province. In a month and a half, Jiangbei University will start enrolling students. I will naturally go to Jiangbei province then. At that time, I will take action, and I guarantee success. As for whether you believe it or not, that depends on you. I can only say this much. After Fong Fong finished speaking, he said no more. Su Mutian looked at Fong Fong, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Fong Fong was too young and had just changed jobs. Should he choose to believe? He didn't understand where Fong Feng's confidence came from. But if he didn't believe, wouldn't that mean offending Fong Fong again? Thinking this over, Su Mutian said, young friend, there's really no need to be in such a hurry. We can wait for you. I know what you're worried about. You don't trust my abilities because I'm too young. I don't mind. You can come find me even after 9 years. But I still say, whether it's 9 years from now or now, I can cure your wife's illness. Su Mutian said with some concern. Young friend, do you know that if the control fails, the mythical spirit insect will immediately break free? I hope you understand my worries. Fong Fong nodded. I understand, but I still say, I can treat her right now. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. And do you really want to wait 9 years? Saying this, Fong Fong flipped his palm and a nanopoison insect appeared in his hand. Fong Fong seemed to casually ask Sumuyu, "Little Su, do you know what kind of insect this is?" "A mythical level insect, a nanopoison insect." Upon hearing this, Sumutian's eyes immediately lit up. Beside him, Sumuyu hurriedly said, "Dad, Fong Fong can definitely do it. 9 years is too long. I don't want mother to lie there for 9 more years, and the strength of that mythical spirit insect will also grow after 9 years. Fong Fong can control even a mythical level nanopoison insect, you should trust him." Finally, Sumutian was swayed. He looked at Fong Fong and said, "Young friend Fong Fong, since you said this much, I will trust you once. I will contact my father-in-law immediately to bring Xiaoxue back. I will get in touch with you again then. Also, about Xiaoyu, I heard her say that you were desk mates back in school. You've been a bother these days, but soon I will take her back to Jiangbei province. If you don't mind, you can come back with us. I will hire a mercenary group for you to help you level up." Sumuyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Fong Fong shook his head and said, "There's no need for that, Boss Su. I am willing to help because I am a beast master and a bug-type beast master at that. If I can get that mythical spirit bug, it will be worth it for me. As for leveling up, you need not worry. Indeed, with your talent, young friend, it is not something I should be concerned about. Since that's the case, we shall take our leave." Su Mutian gestured. Before leaving, Sumuyu pulled Fong Fong aside and said, "By the way, the people from the Tianlang Guild have contacted me, wanting you to join their guild. Will you join?" Fong Fong shook his head and replied, "No need, Longhua City is still too small. Let's talk about it when I get to Jiangbei University in the future." "Alright." Sumuyu nodded, and then she and Su Mutian left. Fong Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. In a month and a half, he would be able to see that mythical spirit bug. If he could obtain that bug, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. However, his current shortcomings were also quite obvious. Although his attack power was strong, his defense was only the iron arm ant. If he were to be ambushed and couldn't release the bug in time, it would almost certainly mean death. "Tomorrow, after the job change, I can finally equip new gear," Fong Fong muttered to himself. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Fong Fong arrived early. At the entrance of the job change temple, the corpse of the iron arm ant had only a few hours left before it expired. He needed to submit it as soon as possible. When he arrived, Sumuyu had not yet come. Just as Fong Fong was about to submit the task first, suddenly, a beautiful female instructor ran over with a smile, looking very respectful. You must be Mr. Fong Fong, right? Lord Nangong and Instructor Qianha are waiting for you, please come this way." Fong Fong was taken aback and asked, "How did you know I was Fong Fong?" He was wearing a mask, so how was he recognized? The beautiful instructor smiled and said, "You're the only one wearing a mask here, so..." Damn! Fong Fong was speechless. Indeed, no one else around was wearing a mask. If he had known, he wouldn't have worn one either. They must have checked the records through the job change Divine Stone, which is how they knew his name. And since he was the only one wearing a mask, it really was a case of not hiding the silver here. Since they had come looking for him, he might as well meet them. Fong Fong immediately followed her. This was a private room. Once inside, Fong Fong saw Lord Nangong and Instructor Qianha. Both stood up upon seeing him. "Young friend Fong Fong, we've been waiting for you for quite some time." The beautiful instructor closed the door and left, and Fong Fong then asked, "What do you two want with me?" Instructor Qianha smiled and said, "The recent events in Longhua City, you are the one behind them, right?" "Yes, breaking records isn't illegal." "Is it?" Fong Fong replied. "Ha, of course it's not illegal. Young friend, there's no need to be so cautious, we come with sincerity." Instructor Qianha laughed. Lord Nangong then said, "It is indeed commendable that you broke the record, but how did you manage to take the fire spike bug out of the dungeon?" "The job change Divine Stone can protect the fire spike bug from being controlled," Fong Fong said lightly. "No comment. If you came for the fire spike bug, I can return it to you." Speaking, Fong Fong waved his hand and a fire stinger insect flew out, landing in Nangong's hand. He currently had more than 20,000 of these fire stinger insects, so sending one out was no trouble at all. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After saying this, Fong Fong was about to leave. Qianhe hurriedly said, "Young friend, please wait a moment. To be honest, with your current strength, rising to prominence is not a difficult task, so our attempt to recruit you may not appeal to you, but I must remind you. Do you know why so many prodigies in Jiangbei province end up being protected by major guilds and academies? That's because this world is not absolutely safe. Besides our dragon country, there are many other nations out there, such as the Sakura country. They will secretly send assassins specifically targeting geniuses like you. If you continue to act alone, it is very dangerous. Furthermore, there are many traitors within the dragon country who will sell your information, so joining a force is very important." Saying this, Mentor Qianhe stood up. "As a member of the Beastmaster Guild, I now invite you to join our Beastmaster Guild. Are you willing? Although I am not an elder or the president of the Beastmaster Guild, with your talent, it is only a matter of time before you achieve results within the guild. Are you willing?" Upon hearing this, Fong Fong shook his head. "I still need to think about it. I understand what you said, and the Beastmaster Guild does indeed align with my profession, so I haven't rejected it. I hope you can give me some time. Fong Fong was speaking. The truth. The Beastmaster Guild was indeed worth considering as it matched his profession. Alright, since that's the case, take this. Saying this, Jenny took out a scroll and said, our Beastmaster Guild is different from other super guilds. Everyone in the guild, except for the president and elders, refers to each other as friends. There are rules and introductions of the guild on it. If you decide, you can crush it. To directly apply for membership. In addition, I can grant you a special admission quota for Jiangbei University. I am also one of the mentors at Jiangbei University. As long as you are willing, you can go to Jiangbei University to study at any time. Of course, if you use this special admission quota, I will be your mentor. If you want to learn from someone else, I can also fight for a special admission quota with other mentors for you, or you can enter Jiangbei University through regular admission. Mentor Qian, he said. Fong Fong nodded. I will think about it. Qian He was a beastmaster, which seemed more suitable for him. However, he still didn't know the situation at Jiangbei University, so he wanted to wait a bit longer. Good. Qian He was not angry. Instead, he readily agreed. Then you work hard. Once you complete the third transfer task, I will take you to a place for the final sprint before enrollment. Fong Fong nodded. The third transfer was still a bit far off, so he would talk about it later. After Qian He finished speaking, Nangong quickly stood up and handed over a token. Seemingly afraid that Fong Fong would refuse, he hurriedly said, young friend Fong Fong, this is the sword token of our Longhua City Guard. It is universally applicable throughout the Dragon Country. Whether you develop in Jiangbei Province or the Imperial Capital, joining the guard is possible. You can consider whether to join our guard. If you decide, just drop your blood on it. During this period, it will record your merit points. The higher your merit points, the higher your military rank, and merit points can also be exchanged for various items. You should keep it well. Upon hearing this, Fong Fong nodded. This was indeed a good item. As a son of the Dragon Country, he naturally wanted to serve his nation. The most important thing was that the Dragon Country would not treat him poorly. In the future, he could earn merit points and exchange them for insects to evolve. This could save him quite a bit of money. Seemingly afraid that Fong Fong would change his mind, Nangong hurriedly said, we still have things to do. Fong Fong, you should be changing jobs, so hurry up. We won't delay you. Fong Fong smiled, said no more, and turned to leave. Watching Fong Fong depart, Nangong finally breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, back in the day, I almost sold myself to join the guard army, and now I'm actually begging others to join. This genius is truly remarkable. My Dragon Country has gained another seat of a divine general. Indeed. Qian He also sighed. After so many years in the Beastmaster profession, Jiangbei University has produced so many seeds of divine generals, and finally, my Beastmaster profession has won too. It's really something to look forward to. Oh right, I need to hurry and fix the fire spike bug dungeon. It's been stalled for several days. Nangong realized and quickly ran out with the fire spike bug. Joining a guild can provide attribute bonuses, but it also comes with its own constraints. For example, if someone in the guild is in trouble and you're nearby, you have to help, which undoubtedly alters your plans. Conversely, if you're in trouble, others will come to your aid as well. So, it's a double-edged sword. Additionally, joining a guild not only grants attribute bonuses but can also bring about other negative aspects. For instance, if the guild has rival guilds or enemies, joining it will inevitably involve you in their conflicts. Moreover, the guild may not be as united as it seems. If your strength attracts attention, it could be problematic. Betrayals within guilds are not unheard of. These are some of the reasons Fong Fong has to consider. In comparison, joining the defense army seems somewhat better, as there won't be any infighting there. However, joining the defense army also comes with restrictions on freedom unless one holds a high position. This is something Fong Fong cannot accept at the moment. What he needs most right now is time and freedom to quickly enhance his strength. After thinking for a while and not seeing Sumuyu, Fong Fong decided not to wait any longer and went to submit his task first. During this time, he saw Nangong rushing towards a second-tier spirit, seemingly to repair the fire spike bug dungeon. Without giving it much thought, Fong Fong directly submitted the materials in front of the second-tier spirit. Soon, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first step of the second-tier task. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second step of the second-tier task. Ding! Congratulations! On completing all tasks of the second-tier task, you have gained 100 free attribute points. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the second-tier task. The God-level talent system is extracting rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the God-level talent damage transfer. Damage transfer? What is that? Fong Fong quickly clicked to see the detailed introduction. God-level talent damage transfer. The host can designate a type of controlled bug as the target, after which the damage the host receives will be transferred to that type of bug. What the hell? Looking at the introduction, Fong Feng's eyes lit up. One type. Not just one bug, this is simply outrageous. Fong Fong hurriedly checked his current 3 types of bugs. The nano poison bug and the flying fire spike bug had low health, while the iron armored ant had the highest. Each iron armored ant had a health of 50,000, and since he had reached level 74 with the added attribute points, the bug limit should be able to reach 28,000. With each iron armored ant having 50,000 health, 28,000 of them means he effectively has 1.4 billion health under the damage transfer condition. Although his own defense cannot compare to that of the iron armored ants, and he won't benefit from their defensive sharing this 1.4 billion health. Even when facing 7th or 8th tier big shots, if he just stood there and let them hit him, they would take a whole day to kill him. Moreover, his iron armored ants can continuously split. With this god level talent, he is practically invincible. This talent is amazing. Fong Fong felt excited and quickly added the free attribute points, switched to his level 60 equipment, and then checked his panel information. Name: Fong Fong. Occupation: second transition bug beast master level LV.74 health 5000 physical defense 500 magical defense 500 strength 80 intelligence 176 constitution 83 spirit 96696 96 is from the passive effect of the Goblin King's staff, increasing spirit mastery by 10%. Speed 20 meters/second. Free attribute points 0. Professional skills: beast mastery attack form switch evolution control. Beast attack power increase 10%. General skills: divine hidden fate shift position. Professional traits: bug affinity. The professional is a bug beast master with a high probability of successfully controlling bugs, while controlling other types of beasts will definitely fail. Divine talent: divine bug split increases spirit power and can raise the split limit. Current limit 28,000. Divine talent: perfect control can activate a perfect control skill, guaranteeing success on the control target, limited to bugs, and the level cannot exceed 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown time 24 hours. Divine talent: damage transfer selects iron armored ant, currently can withstand 1.4 billion damage. Looking at these attributes, Fong Fong could only express one thing: awesome. With 1.4 billion health, he could walk sideways and no one could do anything to him. As the saying goes, to learn to fight, one must first learn to take a hit, and now he has the ability to take hits. As for fighting, just bear it and go for it. Then, Fong Fong looked at his 3 types of bugs, and their attributes had also changed with his level up. Name: nano poison bug. Rating: mythical level LV.74 attack power 8300 health 5400 physical defense 1050 magical defense 1050 additional. Effect: deadly poison. Each attack can inflict deadly poison, causing the poison target to lose 3200 health per second for 3 seconds. Additional skill: poison mist, can release poisonous mist, poisoning enemies within range if no enemies are present. The mist lasts for 30 minutes. Tip: the deadly poison effect can increase with level. Reminder: mythical level divine bug cannot evolve. Divine bug split talent active, currently splitting, limit 28,000, current quantity 27000/28000. Name: flying fire spike bug. Rating: commander level, blue level LV.74 attack power 2800 health 2000 physical defense 100 magical defense 100. Additional passive skill: fire armor piercing, when attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10%. Effect: can stack, can bring the opponent's dual defenses close to 0. Tip: fire armor piercing effect is fixed, cannot be enhanced. Additional passive skill: flight, can spread wings and fly without any consumption. Speed matches the owner's speed. Reminder: commander and divine bugs can evolve. Divine bug split talent active, currently splitting, limit 28,000, current quantity 27000/28000. Name: iron armored ant king. Rating: commander level, blue level LV.74 attack power 2500 health 50,000 physical defense 10,000 magical defense 10,000. Additional passive skill: silver armor protection, when taking damage, will immediately increase dual defense by 20%. Reminder: commander and divine bugs can evolve. Divine bug split talent active, currently splitting, limit 28,000, current quantity 27000/28000. Looking at the attributes, Fong Fong was also very satisfied. Although the health and dual defenses of the Skyfire Stinger and Ironclad Ant have little to no increase, this impressive data should be enough for him to sweep through the entire leveling area. Level 74. The requirement for the 3rd job change is level 89. I need to hurry up. Jiangbei University enrollment requires at least completing the 3rd job change, and those who are strong might even complete the 4th job change task. Time is not on my side, Fong Fong calculated in his heart. As for the evolution of the bugs, there's no rush. The resources in Longhua City are still too scarce. Once he reaches Jiangbei Province, where more resources can be obtained, it won't be too late to evolve. The most important thing is that Jiangbei Province has that mythical spirit bug from his mother Sumu's mind. Obtaining this bug would be of even greater help to him. With these thoughts, Fong walked out of the job change temple. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Sumu standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Why didn't you go in? Fong asked. I completed my job change a long time ago. I thought you stood me up. Did you finish? Let's go level up, Sumu said eagerly. Fong Fong nodded. It was probably because he had just been called by Chen He and the others for a talk that he missed Sumu. But now that both of them had completed their job changes, they headed out of the city together. Inside the Transmigration Temple. At this time, people had begun to go for their class changes one after another. Soon, a citywide broadcast rang out. Notice! The first class task dungeon, the Fire Spikebug dungeon, has been reopened. And the first class tasks can now proceed normally. The Fire Spikebug dungeon has been fixed? Wow, I can finally change classes. I can't wait any longer. Yeah, it's been so many days, the efficiency is too slow, let's hurry. Many people rushed towards the Transmigration Temple upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were also overjoyed upon hearing the broadcast. Brother Yang, the Transmigration Temple is finally open. Let's hurry up. We've been delayed for several days. I can level up to 20 in an instant just waiting for experience. Zhang Dong said excitedly. Lei Yang smiled. No need to rush, the first class tasks have been on hold for so many days. Everyone in our batch has been delayed. We're all still on the same starting line. Besides, there's a limit to experience accumulation, which is good for me. Maybe after this class change, I'll be at level 20 just like Sumuyu. Let's go. Maybe we can run into her at the Transmigration Temple. The more Lei Yang thought about it, the more excited he became. Suddenly, Zhang Dong patted him and pointed towards the city gate. Brother Yang, you were right, it really is. Look quickly. Lei Yang looked in the direction and indeed saw Sumuyu coming out of the city. However, surprisingly, she was accompanied by someone else, and it was none other than Fong Fong. The two were chatting and laughing, looking like a couple. Seeing this scene, Lei Yang's previous thoughts were instantly shattered, replaced by immense anger. A total of 1.5 billion, I've transferred it all to you, not a single handling fee. Sumuyu smiled as she transferred a sum of money to Fong Fong. This was their harvest from the nightmare level dungeon, the Iron Arm Ant Nest, yesterday. This girl was efficient, she sold the items as soon as she got home. Unfortunately, the Iron Arm Ant corpses had expired due to the delay. Otherwise, they could have sold for more. Fong Fong didn't mind, as the value of those two sets of equipment far outweighed the Iron Arm Ant corpses. Adding the remaining 1 billion dragon coins from before, he now had 2.5 billion dragon coins. He could look for some commander-level bugs and find a way to evolve them. Now he had more options for evolution, including the flying fire spikebug and the Iron Arm Ant. However, there was no need to rush the evolution of the Iron Arm Ant. With its damage transfer divine talent, it only needed high health to be sufficient. For now, he needed to find a way to improve the grade of the flying fire spikebug to greatly enhance its strength, which would be more beneficial to him. As the two were chatting, suddenly a figure blocked their way. They then saw that Lei Yang had appeared in front of them without them noticing. Sumuyu frowned. Do you have something to say? Why are you still with him? What's so good about the bug master profession? Your father wouldn't agree to you being with him. Lei Yang said coldly. What does it have to do with you? Sumuyu replied unhappily. Who I'm with is my freedom. What identity do you have to speak to me like this? I just don't want you to be deceived, and you know I like you. Lei Yang said eagerly. Fong Fong chuckled at this. Sumuyu frowned. But I don't like you, I like Fong Fong. Just because you like me, does that mean I have to like you? About our matters, I hope you won't interfere anymore. After saying that, Sumuyu directly linked her arm with Fong Feng's and walked past him. Fong Fong had remained silent throughout, as he didn't need to say anything. He had already defeated Lei Yang in an instant. Speaking would only provoke his anger. If he remained silent, he had no outlet for his fury. Fong Fong, just you wait, you garbage bug tamer. One day, I will make you realize just how big the gap between us is. Lei Yang shouted from behind. This time, Fong Fong smiled and replied, no need, I already know how big our gap is. You keep it up. You, Yang Ge. Why don't we go change our class first? Zhang Dong reminded from the side. Only then did Lei Yang angrily walk towards the city. On the way to the leveling area, Fong Fong and Sumuyu didn't mention Lei Yang at all. With their current strength, they were no longer in the same world as Lei Yang. After the class change in their senior year, those who were once classmates would gradually become people from two different worlds. This happened every year. No one could escape it. By the way, the broadcast just announced that the transfer quest has reopened. Did you return the fire spike bugs? Sumuyu asked curiously. Fong Fong nodded. You saw it too. I have so many fire spike bugs, it's only right. Sumuyu nodded, smart enough not to ask where Fong Fong got so many bugs. Although there were many fire spike bugs in the fire spike bug dungeon, most of them were illusions. And yesterday, in the Iron Arm Ant Nest, she had seen with her own eyes that the fire spike bugs Fong Fong released were all real. Each one had strong lethality. But wait, I remember the fire spike bugs couldn't fly before, yet the ones you had yesterday could. You didn't evolve the fire spike bugs, did you? Sumuyu said, covering her mouth in surprise. Fong Fong remained calm and nodded, as if to say, what's the problem? Sumuyu immediately laughed. Haven't you thought about it? If the fire spike bugs suddenly can fly, won't that increase the difficulty for those professionals? I feel like they're definitely cursing you. After saying that, Sumuyu quickly opened the professional forum. Sure enough, it had only been half an hour and the professional forum was already in an uproar. What the hell? How can the fire spike bugs fly? Damn it, I just entered and I haven't even killed the first fire spike bug. How come a whole swarm flew over? Where's the class change supervisor? You guys look at this, is this even something a person can handle? I was wondering why the fire spike bugs could wander around and now can fly. Is there anyone in charge? As a proud mage, I only managed to kill one and got 50 free attribute points. What the hell are these fire spike bugs? This is ridiculous. Who modified the fire spike bugs? Come out, I promise I won't kill you. Could it be the person who stole the fire spike bugs back then modified them? He must be a beast tamer. That sounds reasonable. Beast tamers can make their beasts evolve. Did the fire spike bugs evolve to gain flying abilities? If a big shot casually evolves them, we're all doomed. The people on the professional forum were lamenting, and Sumuyu noticed that several of them were actually their high school classmates. You're too ruthless. Now almost no one changing classes can get all the attribute point rewards, Sumuyu said with a smile. Fongfong felt a bit awkward and said, I really didn't consider this, but Lord Nangong will handle it, don't worry. Sumuyu nodded. She saw that someone on the forum was already contacting Lord Nangong. He probably didn't expect that. The fire spike bugs would evolve in just a few days. So where are we leveling up today? Not wanting to think about the fire spike bug dungeon anymore, Sumuyu asked with a smile, as if just being with Fongfong made her very happy. Speaking of the leveling zones, Fongfong felt a bit overwhelmed. There are many leveling zones around Longhua City, and the second transfer tasks in Huangsha Town were basically all protected areas. However, once the second transfer is completed, there are no more protected areas. In these places, leveling up could lead to being killed by other professionals at any time. Although the Dragon Kingdom does not advocate internal strife, if someone is really killed, no one would care. Of course, if you kill someone with a background, then seeking revenge is another matter. Besides, even if you have the identity of a garrison soldier or a certain university, being killed in the wild is of no use, unless you are ambushed by anti-alliance forces or foreign powers. Otherwise, the garrison will not intervene. Of course, if the one killed is a high-ranking member of the garrison, that would definitely be different. However, it is clear that an ordinary person cannot kill a high-ranking member of the garrison, because the resources in each area are limited. It is normal for friction to occur during competition. After all, this is an era where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon. Such things are unavoidable. As for who currently manages the unprotected leveling zones around Longhua City, he did not know. Fongfong thought, I really don't know about this. You should know, little rich girl. Sumuyu smiled and said, I have a rough idea. The wild leveling zones around Longhua City are not very high level. When Jiangbei University enrolls students every year, apart from Jiangbei City, which is the provincial capital, other places generally have professionals at level 89 and above for the third transfer. And around Jiangbei City, there are more resources, so some geniuses or members of prominent families can reach level 119 for the fourth transfer. Some prodigies can even complete the fourth transfer task and break through the level 119 bottleneck. Just considering the leveling zones around Longhua City, in a month and a half, even if you level up day and night, you can only reach level 110 at most, which is still a bit short of the level 119 required for the fourth transfer task. That's also why I'm leaving in a few days. My father hopes I can return to Jiangbei City, where there are more resources, and ideally reach the fourth transfer. Preferably complete the fourth transfer task directly. As she spoke, Sumuyu looked at Fongfong seriously. You really should consider coming back to Jiangbei City with me. The stronger your strength during university enrollment, the more resources you will receive after entering the university. I am sincerely inviting you. Upon hearing this, Fongfong was taken aback. However, he was not in a hurry to go to Jiangbei City, and he would go there himself. It didn't feel right to go as an invited guest. First, being invited would limit his freedom. Secondly, he didn't want to be tied to the Su family. He had a good relationship with Sumuyu, but that didn't mean he had to be tied to the Su family. He was still new to the world, and many things required more observation. Moreover, if he really wanted to level up, he would help him. Let's talk about this later. For now, where should we level up? Fongfong asked. Sumuyu thought for a moment and pointed in one direction. There are 4 leveling zones around Longhua City. They are all affiliated territories of the 4 elemental world bosses. Among them, only the fire element world boss's fire forest is currently unoccupied by any guild. We can level up in this place. The fire forest is just an outer area, so very few people come to compete. But there are definitely people guarding the core area where the fire element boss is. Fongfong nodded. Then let's go to the fire forest. Sumuyu nodded. On the way, Sumuyu briefly explained the third transfer task. The third transfer task is most likely to kill 4 elemental bosses. These 4 bosses are the weakest among all world bosses. They allow professionals to understand the strength of world bosses in advance, so many third transfer tasks require killing 4 of them. Of course, there are also requests to Collect materials from the 4 elemental bosses, and the specific content varies from person to person. The two of them hurried towards the fire forest. Soon, Fong Fong felt the temperature around him begin to rise sharply. At the same time, a vast expanse of fiery red forest began to appear on the plain ahead. The leaves of the entire forest were actually red. The air was filled with a scorching scent. The fire element world boss should be about to respawn every time before it respawns due to elemental fluctuations corresponding. Scenes will appear around, Sumuyu explained. Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. At the same time, he also saw several figures moving deep within the fire forest. Clearly, someone was lying in wait for the world boss. The two quickly arrived at the outskirts of the fire forest. Fong Fong saw ghost-like flames wandering within the forest. Wherever they passed, there were no trees to obstruct them, and the ground was marked with charred traces. Clearly, the trees along their patrol route must have been burned down. Ghost. Flameseed, Ghost type rank, Elite, Green tier, level, LV.90 magic attack, 3000 health, 5000 magic defense, 2000 physical defense, 1000 passive skills. Flame detection, fire damage reduction, can detect hidden units within a 3-meter range, reduces fire damage by 10%. Active skill, fire spell. It can actually reduce 10% of fire attribute damage. No wonder it's the world of fire elements, but overall attributes are quite average, so let's level up here. Fong Fong said. Sumuyu said as she was about to take out her staff, but Fong Fong hurriedly said, just follow me to level up. You don't need to take action yourself. We can find a place to sit and wait. Okay. Sumuyu was very happy to hear this, feeling like a little woman being protected by her man. Seeing this, Fong Fong said, don't think too much, you're my benefactor, and we agreed on double the commission. Got it. Sumuyu laughed. Fong Fong didn't want her to overthink, and besides, he really needed money. It was free money after all. The two found a tree branch to sit on, and soon the fire stinger bugs and nano poison bugs all sprang into action. The white and red waves of bugs surged towards the nearby ghost flame seeds. Soon, the sound of system notifications began to ring out. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the ghost flame seed, gaining experience plus 1500. Ding! Fong Fong glanced at the experience increase. It was quite good. On average, every 100 ghost flame seeds could level up by about 1 level. And within the fire forest, the respawn rate of these ghost flame seeds was very fast. At this rate, he could level up about 5 to 7 levels in a day. Currently at level 74, I can reach the third transfer requirement of level 89 in at most 3 days. The speed is quite good. By the way, can you check if your auction house has any commander level blue bugs? Fong Fong said. Sumuyu nodded and checked, but soon shook her head. No, Longhua City is too small. These bugs are 100 million each, and almost no one consumes this level in Longhua City. Many are sent directly to Jianbei City. Aren't you going to Jianbei with me? Sumuyu pouted, looking a bit sad. Fong Fong said helplessly, I will go sooner or later. You can't cling to me like this, or your dad might chop me up. I don't care, and my dad really likes you. He will definitely agree to our relationship, Sumuyu said, lowering her head shyly. Fong Fong was taken aback and hurriedly said, don't say such things. What relationship do we have? You kissed me, and now you won't admit it, Sumuyu said. Hey, let me be clear. Last time you took advantage of me, I was the one being passive. Alright, why are we talking about this? By the way, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you. What exactly happened to your mother back then? Who injured her? For a team from a wizarding guild to suffer such heavy casualties, the opponent must be very strong, right? Speaking of this, Sumuyu's expression became serious. She looked ahead and said, it's someone that all the guilds despise, someone they even united to hunt down. Jian Du. Speaking of Jian Du, Sumuyu appeared extremely angry. It was precisely because of this guy that her mother had been in a coma for so many years. She dreamed of killing this person, but her current strength was simply insufficient. Moreover, her grandfather was one of the elders of the Mage Association, and even he couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention Sumuyu, who had just changed her job. This Jiang Du is indeed very powerful, a level 245 beast master of the 8th transition. Of course, he is no longer a beast master now. I heard that he seems to be very skilled with poison, and later changed to a hidden profession, poison master. Hidden profession? Fong Fong was taken aback. Wasn't a hidden profession determined from the start? Can a hidden profession appear after changing jobs later? Sumuyu explained. Hidden professions can appear not only when you first change jobs but also every time you change jobs afterward. However, the probability is not as high as the first time. This Jiang Du was initially a beast master of the beast system. His talent was quite good, and at that time, Mentor Qian he valued his talent and brought him to Jiangbei University to study. He even let him join the Beast Master Association. But this guy, while staying at the 8th transition, actually launched a sneak attack on his fellow association members. This is also why the association later had to use magic crystals to establish a magic that forbids internal strife. Jiang Du was later expelled from the Beast Master Association and he became even more reckless, committing almost every kind of crime like sneak attacks, robbery, and plunder. Later, I heard that he broke through the 8th transition task. How could such a person still be alive now? Heaven really has blind eyes. Mentor Qian He was also criticized by many in the association because of this matter. Fortunately, the Beast Master Association is quite united. Otherwise, Mentor Qian He might have felt guilty and withdrawn from the association. Fang Feng frowned upon hearing this. There was actually such a thing. Although Qian He was Jiang Du's mentor, he hadn't done anything wrong. It was excessive for other associations to criticize him like that. However, from what Sumuyu said, the Beast Master Association seemed to be quite united. It might not be a bad idea to join. Moreover, Mentor Qian He was able to emerge from Jiang Du's shadow, which showed some resilience. Fang Feng's fondness for Mentor Qian He and the Beast Master Association increased a bit. Although I'm not his opponent yet, someone will eventually judge this kind of person. I heard that several divine generals have already appeared in Jiangbei City and they are secretly being trained at Jiangbei University. These people are all highly anticipated and can become divine generals. They will eventually deal with Jiangdu. Sumuyu said. Fang Feng nodded. Reaching a point where everyone wants to take him down means he is really not far from death. By the way, Fang Feng, you need to be careful. This Jiangdu is said to have joined the anti-alliance. If you encounter him, just run. Sumuyu reminded. Fang Feng nodded. He knew about the anti-alliance. The strongest forces in the Dragon Kingdom were divided into 3 parts. The first part was the defense army, the second part was the associations. As for the academies, they did not form a force, so they were not included. Both the associations and the defense army were dedicated to protecting the Dragon Kingdom. They were also referred to as the Alliance. The anti-alliance, as the name suggests, was formed by those who specialize in sabotage. Most of them were unscrupulous professionals and some were spies infiltrating from abroad. Quite despicable. After so many years since the game descended into the world, human nature ultimately hasn't changed. Where there is good, there is naturally bad. While talking, both Fang Feng and Sumuyu had each leveled up to level 75. Glancing at the consumption of the bugs, Fang Feng found that the consumption of the ghost fire seed for his bugs was actually far less than the speed of division. The bug limit remained at 28,000. At this rate, he could completely stop worrying about sleeping. He hadn't rested well last night and he called out to Fang Feng. I'll take a break, you entertain yourself. After saying that, Fang Feng leaned against the tree trunk and fell asleep. Sumuyu nodded, watching Fang Feng with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Leveling up as a beast master is so easy. If others saw this, they would probably be furious. It was unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly, a voice startled Fang Feng awake. Attention, the fire forest is about to clear out. Anyone leveling up should leave. Fang Feng opened his eyes and saw a dozen figures appearing not far away, heading towards them. Fang Feng waved his hand to collect the bugs and climbed down the tree branch with Sumuyu. Soon, they noticed that those people were all wearing matching uniforms. They were indeed members of the Wolf Pack Guild. Are you from the Wolf Pack Guild? Fang Feng asked. By this time, those people had already approached. They seemed not to have noticed the bugs earlier and quickly reached the 2 of them. That's right. You should leave quickly. The fire forest is about to clear out, the other party said. Why? Sumuyu asked. In 3 days, the fire elemental boss will respawn and our Wolf Pack Guild is going to hunt it. Also, when the world boss spawns, this entire area will be within its damage range. You will be in danger here. We are doing this for your own good. The other party said, their attitude quite decent. But 3 days until the respawn coming to clear out now seemed a bit early. During these 3 days, Fang Feng was planning to directly rush to level 89 for the 3rd job change. Just as Fang Feng was about to speak, the other party suddenly froze and looked at Sumuyu. Are you Miss Sumuyu? Sumuyu was also taken aback. Yes, is there a problem? The other party seemed to have discovered a new continent and hurriedly said, then is this person next to you your friend? Of course, if he weren't my friend, would he be leveling up with me? Sumuyu replied irritably. The other party's attitude changed immediately. Sorry, I was blind. Then it's fine. You can continue leveling up here. Level as long as you want, and if you need protection after the world boss spawns, we can protect you. Saying this, the other party hurriedly instructed their subordinates. You guys hurry up and keep watch around. Don't let anyone disturb Miss Sue and her friend. Go quickly. Yes. The few people, seeing their boss signaling them, hurried to keep watch around. They also sent the message back to the guild headquarters. Fang Feng and Sumuyu were still a bit confused, but they were glad that they wouldn't be disturbed while leveling up. They were too lazy to care much. Fang Feng released the bugs and continued leveling. What they didn't know was that the news had quickly reached Xiao Tianlan's ears. Sumuyu and her friend are leveling up in the fire forest? Xiao Tianlang immediately sensed something and turned around, rushing out of the guild headquarters. The next moment, he rode his flashy Xiaoyu wolf mount straight to the fire forest. Inside the job change temple, Lord Nangon watched as the Xiaoyu wolf whizzed by and muttered to himself. This kid must have found Fong Fong. It's a pity he definitely won't be able to recruit him. Why bother making this trip? Many people in the city also noticed this scene, feeling quite curious about where Xiao Tianlang was rushing off to. Some who were just there to watch the excitement even followed him. The president of the first guild in Longhua City naturally had many people paying attention, especially since the Fire Stinger bug dungeon had opened today and many had completed their first job change tasks. It was precisely the time for the Wolf Pack Guild to recruit new members. Not far away, in an alley, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were waiting for someone to arrive. Is your uncle reliable? Lei Yang asked. Zhang Dong patted his chest. Don't worry, Yang Ge, I told him our information, and he guaranteed that we could join the Wolf Pack Guild. My uncle is a formal member of the Sirius Guild. Hey, he's coming. Yang Ge, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Zhang Lutian. Cousin, this is Lei Yang, the one I mentioned to you before. The light-speed archer. Zhang Dong introduced with a smile. Hello, cousin, Lei Yang said respectfully. Zhang Lutian nodded and said, I know all about your background. The lightspeed archer profession is good, but unfortunately, your family's conditions are just average. Cousin, both my parents are senior pharmacists. That's not too bad in Longhua City, right? Lei Yang replied. His family's situation was indeed quite good in Longhua City. However, compared to Sumuyu's family, it was clearly lacking. Zhang Lutian said, your conditions were good before, but to join my Tianlang guild, they can only be considered average. You know, with your profession, if you cultivate well, you will definitely be able to enter a big guild or a school like Zhangbei University for further studies. But you also have to understand, a guild is not your home. There are many archers, and the help a guild can provide you is limited. Given your current family situation, it will be a bit difficult to join a large guild, but with some effort, Zhangbei University is still hopeful. As he spoke, Zhang Lutian took out 2 forms and handed them to the two. Fill these out. From today on, you will be apprentice members of my Tianlang guild. Once you complete the second transfer task, you can become full members. Apprentice members? Lei Yang was a bit displeased. After all, he was a light speed archer, yet he was only given the title of apprentice member? You're not happy? Don't be ungrateful. Do you know how many people want to join our Tianlang guild? Zhang Lutian said as he was about to take back the forms. Seeing this, Lei Yang hurriedly said, No, I'm not unhappy. I'll fill it out right now. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong had already filled out the form and handed it to his cousin while saying to Lei Yang, although brother Yang is just an apprentice for now, he has finally joined the #1 guild in Longhua City. That kid Fong Fong doesn't even have a guild. Lei Yang nodded, submitted the form, and felt satisfied seeing the words Tianlang Guild Apprentice Member appear below his information. The #1 guild in Longhua City is not weak even in the entire Jiangbei province. I'm one step closer to Sumuyu. One day, the one standing next to Sumuyu will be me. Lei Yang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the forest of fire, Fong Fong had just sat down for a short while. Sumuyu stood up beside him, her brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Fong Fong asked. Someone is coming. I just set up a magical sentinel around. It should be the Howling Sky Wolf, Sumuyu said as she looked at Fong Fong. Fong Fong was taken aback, then helpless. Just moments ago, Taoist Qianhe and Lord Nangong had just visited him, and now the Howling Sky Wolf had arrived. These 3 factions were indeed efficient. Then let's meet. Fong Fong retracted and put away the insects. Being in Longhua City, these matters were unavoidable. If before Fong Fong was somewhat apprehensive about exposing anything, now he no longer had that concern. At least not when facing the Howling Sky Wolf. With his iron-armored ants 1.4 billion health points, even if he stood there and let the Howling Sky Wolf attack, it would take them 2 or 3 days to kill him. By then, when Taoist Qianhe and Lord Nangong arrived, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. If it weren't for these 2 trump cards, he wouldn't have stayed here waiting for the Howling Sky Wolf to come. Moments later, the Howling Moon Wolf descended from the sky. Behind the Howling Sky Wolf were several high-ranking members of the guild. Further back was a large crowd of onlookers. They weren't too far away and were currently holding filming equipment aimed at this side. At the same time, someone on the professional forum had even started a live stream. Within just a minute of going live, the viewership had already surpassed 1 million. Who is this person? Such a big deal? I don't know. Is it really that urgent for Xiao Tianlang to meet this person? That little girl is so pretty. What's her name? Her? She's called Sumuyu, the school beauty of our Longhua High School. No way, this is what a school beauty looks like. The school beauty in our school is just a joke. Why am I not at Longhua High School? Can I still transfer now? What are you thinking? She graduated half a month ago. Who is that person next to her? He looks so handsome. Sure enough, the saying that beautiful women pair with ugly men is a lie. Beautiful women should be with handsome men. What's that handsome guy's name? He's so handsome. That's Fong Fong, our Longhua High School's top student, but he switched careers and became a bug-type beast master. I didn't expect the school beauty hasn't dumped him yet. This guy is quite capable. A beast master can actually hook up with a beautiful school beauty. Looks like he has some skills. He has no skills at all. Lei Yang was furious, and at that moment he and Zhang Dong were also watching the live stream. Zhang Lutian beside them hadn't left either. Uncle, how will the president go back to find them? Did they provoke our guild? Lei Yang asked. Zhang Lutian replied, oh, I need to tell you about this. Yesterday, the president ordered that all members of the Tianlang Guild must not make things difficult for Miss Su. Especially for Miss Su's friends. If anyone dares to make things difficult, they will be kicked out of the guild. Why? Does the Su family's auction house have that much power? Lei Yang asked. Confused. Zhang Lutian laughed. What do you know? The Su family's auction house has nothing to do with our guild. The main issue is the Iron Ant Nest Dungeon Refresh incident. What was that team's name? Su family's little rich girl. The president suspects it might be this Sumuyu. This Sumuyu must have a big shot leading her, the one who said, I have a girlfriend. So the president wants to meet this genius but doesn't know who it is. Today, upon learning that Sumuyu is leveling up outside, he naturally went to take a look. Maybe that guy next to her is that big shot? That's impossible. Lei Yang retorted. Without thinking. We know that guy, he's a trash beast master. How could the big shot who refreshed the Iron Ant Nest be him? He doesn't deserve it. Yeah, uncle, you must have mistaken the person. Zhang Dong hurriedly added. The uncle shook his head. It's hard to say, after all, no one has seen who that big shot is. But speaking of which, you two are really useless. That Beastmaster can even get on the list with a rich girl like Miss Su. And what about you two? One is a lightspeed archer. How come you don't even have a girlfriend? Truly, comparing people makes one die. Comparing goods makes one throw them away. Lei Yang was left speechless. However, in the live stream, the voice of Xiao Tianlang rang out. Miss Su, brother Feng. Feng, I wonder if you two are interested in joining my Tianlang guild? As long as you both agree, the vice president or even the president of my Tianlang guild can be handed over to you. All resources will also be allocated to you too. As soon as these words came out, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were completely petrified. Lei Yang felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his head. Why? What on earth? He, a lightspeed archer, was still just a trainee member. Feng, a bug-type beast master, could directly become the vice president? Even the president? What the hell was that? Lei Yang looked at his uncle. Uncle, is our president out of his mind? What the hell are you saying? You're the one who's out of your mind. Zhang Lutian slapped Lei Yang directly, making him tear up from the pain. If he's not out of his mind, why let that guy join the guild? And even give him the vice president position? He's just a trash bug-type beast master. Lei Yang felt frustrated. He really couldn't understand why. Garbage beast master? Kid, open your eyes and take a look. That place is the fire forest. How many people can level up here and be considered garbage? Zhang Lutian said coldly. It was only at this moment that Lei Yang and Zhang Dong had the mood to carefully examine where this place really was. Indeed, it was the fire forest. In the fire forest, the monsters are all level 90. How could they be leveling up here? Could it be that they have already completed the second transfer quest? That's impossible. The first transfer divine stone was just repaired today. Could it be that they? Zhang Dong didn't dare to finish his sentence and stopped. Lei Yang hurriedly said, impossible. Even if they completed the first transfer early, there's no way they could finish the second transfer quest so quickly. It must be Sumuyu. Her family hired a mercenary group to help her level up. I didn't expect Feng to even want this. Truly shameless. I really can't understand what Sumuyu sees in him. Wait. Suddenly, the cousin spoke up. You said Sumuyu's family hired a mercenary group to help her level up? Look closely. Where is there a third-party mercenary group on site? I asked the other brothers. When they went, there were only Miss Su and two people. So they are leveling up by themselves. Hearing this, Lei Yang frowned. That's not impossible. Sumuyu is a hidden class Phoenix mage. And her family is wealthy. She must be using good equipment. Leveling up by herself is not a problem. It's just that it benefits that kid. Feng, just a freeloader. Zhang Lutian didn't respond. This possibility indeed existed. Brother Yang, that's not the point. The point is, if they join the Tianlang Guild, what about us? Lei Yang's expression darkened. Faced with the invitation from Xiao Tianlang, he thought Sumuyu might refuse. After all, she had better options, the large guilds in Jiangbei province. But Feng, being a freeloader, would definitely not refuse. He will definitely join the Tianlang Guild, and I will have to work under him. No way. Lei Yang said angrily. However, just as his words fell in the live broadcast room, Sumuyu spoke up. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for the invitation. I will listen to him. If he joins, I will join. If he doesn't, then forget it. As she spoke, Sumuyu linked her arm with Feng's. In an instant, the live broadcast room was filled with the sounds of countless heartbroken fans. Brother Feng. Xiao Tianlang looked at Feng. He had a premonition that the person he was looking for was Feng. He came this time just for Feng. Whether Sumuyu joined the Tianlang Guild or not, he didn't care at all. As long as Feng was willing to join, that was enough. However, Fong Fong shook his head with a smile. I'm very sorry, but I have no plans to join a guild right now. As soon as Fong Feng's words came out, the entire live broadcast room erupted. Damn, is this kid blind? This is the #1 guild in Longhua City. What the hell? He won't join. I want to join, but they don't want me. Yeah, my mother-in-law said that only if I join the Tianlang guild can I marry her daughter. Don't give me that spot, you bastard. This is simply too infuriating. Is this kid crazy? When did beast masters become so tough? If it were a mage, I would accept it. Don't talk nonsense, our mage is also very low-key, okay? Where are the beast master guild members? Hurry up and take him back for some education. Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were instantly petrified upon hearing this. The cousin said lightly, did you see that? This is the mindset. Your mind is still too narrow. I think I understand why you can't get close to rich women. Lei Yang was left speechless with anger. He really couldn't understand where Fong Fong got his confidence. In the live broadcast room, Xiao Tianlang seemed to have already guessed that this would be the outcome. He wasn't angry and smiled. Since brother Fong Fong has made his decision, I won't force you. We're both from Longhua City, so if you need any help, just let me know. If you need assistance with the world boss, I'll personally step in. Thank you. If I really need it, I won't hold back. Fong Fong smiled. Xiao Tianlang had a point. Coming from such a small place as Longhua City, it's necessary to support each other. Alright, then I won't disturb you any longer. The fire element world boss will respawn in 3 days, so we'll let it go this time. Good luck. After saying that, Xiao Tianlang left. Fong Fong had a good impression of this guy. Being able to make the guild the largest in Longhua City showed that Xiao Tianlang had the right mindset. Moreover, by giving up this fire element world boss, they were also paving the way for their own class change. In 3 days, when he reached level 89, he would be able to accept a third class change quest. However, since they let it go, other players would likely come rushing in. After all, without a large guild competing, the chances of others snagging the boss would increase. Alright, let's find another place to level up, Fong Fong said. Sumuyu was taken aback for a moment but quickly understood. Xiao Tianlang and the others had left, but the onlookers around clearly had no intention of leaving. They couldn't level up comfortably here, so it was better to find another place to continue. The elemental bosses had mentioned that there were a total of 4 types. Therefore, there were also 4 corresponding leveling areas. Fong Fong and his companion didn't need to fight the world boss for now, so they casually found a place to start leveling. Over the next 2 days, they had to change locations almost every day. Those who were just there to watch were simply relentless. In the end, they could only rest during the day and come to level up at night. After 2 days of grinding, they finally reached level 89. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fong Fong and Sumuyu went directly to the class change temple in the city to begin accepting the 3rd class change quest. In front of the 3rd class change stone, Fong Fong placed his palm on it. Suddenly, a system message rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the requirements for the 3rd class change. Do you want to accept the 3rd class change quest? Yes, Fong Fong chose without hesitation, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted the 3rd class change quest. Ding! The class change stone has detected an anomaly in your health, activating a hidden class quest. This class change is divided into 2 stages. As follows. First stage, slay the 4 different elemental world bosses, reward 100 free attribute points. If only the first stage is completed, you will change to the 3rd class, Insectoid Beastmaster. Second stage, slay the 4 elemental world bosses within 5 minutes. Each reward an additional 100 free attribute points. If the second stage quest is completed, you will change to the hidden class, Bloodletter. Insectoid. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Fong was taken aback. Hidden class? Bloodletter? Insectoid? That sounds impressive. I didn't expect the class change stone to detect my health anomaly. It must be the damage transfer divine talent, or the health of the iron arm. Ant is counted as my own. Although he didn't know how strong this bloodletter, Insectoid, was, being called a hidden class clearly indicated it was quite powerful. Slaying the world boss within 5 minutes? That doesn't seem too difficult. Fong Fong thought with a smile and turned to leave the dedicated room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Mentor Qian He standing there, though he didn't know when she had arrived. Did you accept the 3rd class change quest? Mentor Qian He asked with a smile. Fong Fong nodded. This was something he couldn't hide, but as for the hidden class, she naturally wouldn't know unless he told her. The 3rd transfer task requires killing the world boss. I can't help you, but you must complete the 3rd transfer. I'll take you to a place that will speed up your leveling. You should know that the world boss outside Longhua City can help you complete the 3rd transfer. If you want to reach the 4th transfer level, you have to leave Longhua City. Fong Fong nodded. I'll ask a question. If I go directly to Longhua City, will I level up faster with you? Mentor Qian He shook his head. What I can offer you is the fastest place within Jiangbei province to reach the 4th transfer level, but how effective it is depends on your own abilities. Fong Fong nodded, calculating in his heart. Leveling up with Qian he would be faster, so he didn't need to go to Jiangbei City with Sumuyu. Anyway, her father would take about a month and a half, and once he completed the enrollment for Jiangbei University he could go directly to Longhua City to find them. Thinking of this, Fong Fong nodded. Deal. Once I complete the third transfer, I'll go with you. After bidding farewell to mentor Qianha, Fong Fong soon met Sumuyu at the entrance of the job change temple. Sumuyu's third job transfer task was similar to Fong Feng's. However, she did not have a hidden class, she was already a hidden class Phoenix Mage. Therefore, the chance of encountering another hidden class later was quite small. Let's go. My third job transfer task is quite standard, just kill 4 elemental world bosses. By the way, this time we are going to hunt bosses, we might run into a lot of people from Jiangbei province, so be careful. Sumuyu said with a smile, linking her arm with Fong Fong like a little sprite. Fong Fong asked, that's strange, why would people from Jiangbei province come to hunt bosses near Longhua City? Jiangbei province is quite far from Longhua City. It doesn't make sense for them to come all this way when there are also world bosses near Longhua City. Sumuyu smiled and said, these things aren't recorded in high school textbooks. Although there are world bosses near Jiangbei province, the population there is larger. So per capita, it's actually easier to grab them in Longhua City. There are too many large guilds and families in Jiangbei province, and many world bosses are long-term monopolized by them. To complete the third job transfer task, even if you have money, you might have to wait several weeks or even a month. So many people with low status in Jiangbei province, or those eager to complete their third job transfer, will go to nearby cities to hunt bosses. Fong Fong realized. In Jiangbei province, one might be average, but in smaller cities, they could be a big shot. The success rate of grabbing bosses would naturally be higher. We'll run into them sooner or later, and since it's about seizing world bosses, it all depends on who can seize the opportunity better. If someone gets robbed, there's nothing they can do. Fong Fong said. Grabbing bosses was too common in this world, because the boss kill mechanism determined that it wasn't just about participating the whole time or dealing the most damage to claim it. The only condition for determining the ownership of a boss was who dealt the final blow. Whoever finished off the boss would claim it. Even if Fong didn't attack at all, if his bug delivered the final blow to the world boss, it would still belong to him. Of course, others who participated in the battle would receive a small amount of experience as compensation. However, they wouldn't get the items dropped by the boss. Where are we going today? Sumuyu asked. The two had now arrived at the city gate. Fong Fong looked in a direction and said, the fire forest. It seems like the fire element world boss is about to respawn today. Muyu nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a white horse appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Fong Fong was momentarily stunned. I brought it from home, this steed is faster than flying scrolls. Sumuyu said with a smile. Fong Fong looked at Muyu and said, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You have flying scrolls, yet you brought this out? The fire element world boss won't respawn until evening. If we go now, we might as well ride the white horse and enjoy the scenery along the way. Alright, let's hurry up and get on. Sumuyu said, pushing Fong Fong up, while she immediately sat in front of him, even wrapping his hand around her waist. Fong Fong was speechless, this girl was too proactive. It was just a kiss last time. If things went further, wouldn't she cling to him every day? Fong Fong didn't want to give out a whole bouquet of flowers for just one azalea. The world was so beautiful, and there were many lovely ladies in dire situations waiting for him to rescue them. The journey was quiet. The speed of the steed was indeed impressive. The two of them almost circled around the fire forest before finally entering it as the sky dimmed slightly. At this moment, the fire forest was even hotter than a few days ago. The dry branches on the ground snapped easily underfoot as if all the moisture had evaporated. It's so hot, it seems the world boss is about to respawn. Sumuyu also dropped her playful demeanor and appeared quite serious. Fong Fong nodded and said, when we get to the place, you stay behind me. Don't forget to avoid crowded areas, remember to stay behind me. But you're not a berserker, using you as a meat shield isn't ideal. I can maneuver and hide behind other teams' berserkers and you can unleash your full power, Sumuyu replied. In such a chaotic boss fight, it was normal to take advantage of the situation. As a mage, she could easily find a team to hide behind. However, Fong Fong shook his head. Just listen to me. Seeing Fong Feng's seriousness, Sumuyu nodded. Little did she know, no berserker could compare to him in terms of tanking. With 1.4 billion health points, that was no joke. As they spoke, the two had already ventured deep into the fire forest. From a distance, they could see a large clearing in the core area of the fire forest. This was the territory of the fire element boss, and due to its unique fire attribute, this area was barren. Even the ground was charred black. At this moment, many people had gathered among the trees surrounding this territory. However, no one dared to step even half a foot into it. Sumuyu pulled Fong Fong down on one side and said, the fire element world boss will have a fire attribute aura when it appears. Being within its territory will cause a significant health loss every second. These people are standing outside the territory, waiting for the boss to respawn. We should wait too. But you're a beast master, how should I cooperate with you later? Fong Fong asked. No need to cooperate. With me, just fight as you normally would and I will step in. Sumuyu nodded. The reason Beast Masters were considered weak was also a problem of teamwork. Summoners and Beast Masters were similar, they usually preferred to solo. For a Beast Master to work with teammates, it required a long time to hone their skills, and previous leveling might not have much impact. This time, the drawbacks became apparent during the world boss fight. Fortunately, she encountered Fong, a freak who didn't need to worry about coordination at all. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly came from the side, dripping with sarcasm. Isn't that Sue the school beauty? Why is the illustrious Sue the school beauty here to steal the boss? Oh, I forgot, in a small place like Longhua City, there probably aren't many guilds that can clear the area for you to solo. Fong turned to look. He saw a group of people had appeared behind them, wearing black robes with a lightning emblem embroidered on their chests. They seemed to be from a guild. However, judging by their tone, they didn't seem to be from Longhua City. Sumuyu was taken aback upon seeing them, then retorted, I thought who it was. Isn't that Lei Gang from the Lightning Guild? Can't steal a boss in Jiangbei province, so you came to Longhua City to steal one? How is it that while I was away for 3 years, your guild has been getting worse? Sumuyu, you really have a sharp tongue. As for our Lightning Guild, it's not up to you to comment. You're just relying on your powerful grandfather. Lei Gang said coldly. Sumuyu laughed upon hearing this. And you? A level 89 berserker who has undergone second advancement, aren't you relying on your guild to come here to steal the boss? At least this time I didn't rely on my grandfather, in comparison, who was more useless between us. Fong looked at Sumuyu, his heart filled with astonishment. This woman truly had double standards. Usually, she acted like a little sprite in front of him, but he never expected her to have such a fierce side. Indeed, the power of love is great. However, it seemed they had known each other for a long time, and their conflict appeared to be quite deep. He couldn't tell what their relationship was. Sharp-tongued, I can't be bothered with you today, but I will make you understand how foolish your decision to reject me back then was. As Lei Gang spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately someone from the crowd stepped forward and shouted, We, the Lightning Guild, have booked this fire element world boss. Those who want to watch can stay, others should leave directly. If anyone dares to interfere and fight us for it later, don't blame us for being rude. As soon as his subordinate finished speaking, everyone saw a phoenix phantom suddenly fly up from their ranks. The crowd erupted in chaos. Fong frowned slightly. That phoenix skill was the signature skill of a third transformation mage, Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. It was said that one had to be level 110 to learn it. This meant that this person's level was at least above 110. In their world, there was a regulation. Although in unprotected wild maps, one could snatch bosses or even kill to prevent high-level professionals from indiscriminately robbing low-level professionals of their resources, the Defense Army had previously established clear rules. For example, in the Iron Arm Ant Nest of Huangsha Town, there were direct restrictions on entering the instance based on level. Those above a certain level could not enter. In wild maps, the Defense Army stipulated that one could not exceed one tier. For instance, if the Fire Element World Boss was a 3rd transformation level 89 quest map, then once a 4th transformation professional exceeding level 119 completed their quest, they were generally not allowed to come and help kill it. If reported, the Defense Army would send someone to capture them. Therefore, the highest level allowed to come and slay the Element World Boss was level 119, and they could not have completed the 4th transformation quest. This was the limit. Fong did not expect that the Lightning Guild had actually sent a 3rd transformation level 119 mage to assist Lei Gang. It seemed this kid had some background. What now? A level 119 mage, 1 skill, and we're done for. I didn't expect the Wolfpack Guild to withdraw, and now the Lightning Guild shows up. I can't stand it. Why should our Longhua City's territory be cleared by a guild from Jiangbei City? Right, is there no big shot to step in and suppress this? Stealing the boss is fine, I just can't stand them. The crowd was in an uproar. However, at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up and found that it was actually the people from the Wolfpack Guild. Leading them was none other than Xiao Tianlang. Seeing Xiao Tianlang and the Wolfpack Guild suddenly appear, the professionals from Longhua City were very excited. After all, this represented their guild in Longhua City. Why is he here? Fong frowned slightly upon seeing Xiao Tianlang. Could it be that this guy came to see him in action? A few days ago, he had declined the invitation. Could it be that he just wanted to confirm something this time? Seeing the people from the Wolfpack Guild, Lei Gang also frowned and shouted, Brother Tianlang, long time no see. Didn't your Wolfpack Guild announce its withdrawal from this hunt? What do you mean by coming here this time? Xiao Tianlang didn't even look at him at first, but then turned to him upon hearing the words. However, the next moment, his response made everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Tianlang asked, Who are you? I'm Lei Gang, from the Lightning Guild in Jiangbei City. Lei Gang said with a dark face. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and besides, their Lightning Guild was not exactly a strong dragon. They had to be polite in front of the Wolfpack Guild in Longhua City. Oh, it's you. What do You want? Xiao Tianlang said indifferently. Lei Gang's expression was ugly, but he still tried to keep his tone calm. I'm here to complete a third transformation quest. We need to clear the area. Brother Tianlang, you wouldn't make things difficult. For me, would you? Xiao Tianlang replied indifferently. I won't. This time our Tianlang guild won't intervene. I'm just here to take a look. That's good. I'll pay a visit once I complete my third transfer. Lei Gang said proudly. It seemed to imply that even the local Tianlang guild wouldn't care. So what qualifications did these solo players have to compete with him? Indeed, the people around felt quite frustrated upon hearing this, but they recalled that Xiao Tianlang had indeed said a few days ago that they wouldn't compete for the fire element world boss today, and they felt helpless. This couldn't be considered as Xiao Tianlang backing down. Just as everyone was feeling displeased, Xiao Tianlang suddenly said another sentence. Our Tianlang guild won't interfere this time, but I can't guarantee about others. Let's see what fate decides. Others? Brother Tianlang, you're being too generous. This time, I brought a level 119 peak mage. Surely no one would be blind enough to challenge that. Xiao Tianlang replied indifferently. We'll see. Lei Gang stopped talking. Meanwhile, Fong Fong was listening intently. Sumuyu, however, was pulling him eagerly. Fong Fong, don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with that Lei Gang. It's just that before I transferred to Longhua City, he pursued me, but I rejected him, so he holds a grudge. My heart is only for you. He's so ugly I wouldn't even look at him. So you like me because I'm handsome? Fong Fong said speechlessly. You're too focused on looks. Yes, I am focused on looks. Being handsome is a skill, and I just like you. Sumuyu said as she directly linked arms with Fong Fong, appearing very affectionate. Fong Fong was speechless. This girl really had no sense of occasion when it came to showing affection. Didn't she know this would draw hatred towards herself? Sure enough, Lei Gang's eyes turned cold upon seeing this scene. He said coldly, I thought Su Xiaohua had high standards, but I didn't expect her to end up with someone like this. Wearing a mask, not even daring to show his face, he must be really ugly. Indeed, Fong Fong was wearing a mask dressed like a mage. Moreover, under the concealment of the hidden fate, no one knew who he was except for Sumuyu. The profession is not bad, but unfortunately in our Lightning Guild we have as many mages as we want. No matter how powerful a mage is, they are just working for our family. Fong Fong laughed upon hearing this. Wow, mages work for your family? Hey, you heard that level 119 big shot just now. He said that about you. Can you still endure it? If it were me, I couldn't stand it. Right, if it were me, I couldn't stand it either. Sumuyu fanned the flames beside him. The onlookers, seeing Sumuyu, also chimed in. Seriously, it sounds like they're calling you a dog. Exactly, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it, I'd just quit. Yeah, a dignified level 119 mage being bossed around by a level 89 second transfer. Who does he think he is? A level 119 mage can go anywhere. I wouldn't take this kind of nonsense. Listening to the crowd, Lei Gang started to panic. He was being led astray by Fong Fong. Uncle Long, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm not talking about you. You are my most respected elder. Lei Gang hurriedly explained. But Uncle Long didn't speak, seemingly not caring about this at all. Fong Fong saw that the other party wasn't buying it, so he didn't bother to say more. Who knew Lei Gang wouldn't give up? Looking at Fong Fong and saying, so you're also sharp-tongued, just be glad this is Longhua City. If it were in Jiangbei province, I would have killed you already. What good is a sharp tongue? In a bit, the world boss will still be mine. Sumuyu, you're blind. If you had followed me back then, would you be unable to even defeat a world boss? Sumuyu retorted indignantly. Don't get too smug, the world boss hasn't appeared yet. Who will end up with it is still up for debate. Let's wait and see. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting to see. Lei Gang laughed. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt the ground shake. At the same time, a scorching heat surged forth from the clearing ahead, sweeping into the surrounding forest. The people present were all startled. The fire element world boss had respawned. Quick. As soon as there was movement over there, Lei Gang urged. Almost simultaneously, the members of the Lightning Guild behind him spread out, with 3 or 4 berserkers at the front, while the archers and mages positioned themselves behind, ready to strike at any moment. Fong Fong looked ahead and saw a large wave of searing flames swirling around the clearing. The area was just right, devoid of trees. The sound of the flames was impressive. He couldn't help but reach his hand into the flames. Instantly, he saw a series of damage numbers pop up above his head. -53,000, -52,000, -51,000. Looking at the high damage numbers, Fong Fong couldn't help but swallow hard. He had only touched it briefly, and the flames had dealt damage 3 times, totaling a staggering 150,000. Is this the result of having no dual defenses, relying purely on health? Fong Fong glanced at the armored ants. 3 of them had actually died. After he leveled up to 89, each armored ant had a health of 53,000. Just from his brief touch, 3 armored ants had perished. But this was already quite insane. He had a full 28,000 armored ants. Even if he spun around in the flames, it wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, everyone was focused on the fire element world boss and no one noticed his situation. Soon, the flames gradually dissipated. In the center of the clearing, a massive fire element boss appeared. Fong Fong focused his gaze and soon the information emerged. Fire Element King, Elemental Type, Rating, Boss Level, Yellow, Level, LV.95, Attack Power, 10,000, Health, 200,000, Physical Defense, 10,000, Magical Defense, 30,000, Additional Effect, Scorching, within the territory, Defense reduced by 10%. Additional skills, Flame Wave, Flame Jet, Heavenly Fire Shield, Annihilation of all things. Looking at these magnificent attributes, Fong Fong couldn't help but marvel. This is the world boss, truly formidable. Almost simultaneously, the members of the Lightning Guild beside him had already charged out. Although Fong Fong couldn't see the attributes of those berserkers, they were able to face the fire element boss with an attack power of 10,000. This was enough to indicate that their dual defenses must be very high, because their health could not withstand a single hit from the fire element boss. Therefore, it must be the damage reduction from their dual defenses that allowed them to endure. Fong Fong watched as the few people at the front charged in. The fire element boss also noticed them. A jet of flame shot directly towards the three of them. They hurriedly stopped and raised their shields to block. Almost simultaneously, a series of damage numbers appeared above their heads. -20000, -23000. In just 3 seconds, the three of them had already accumulated damage of up to 40 to 50,000. At the same time, the silent mage, Uncle Long, finally spoke. Healer, heal quickly. Archers, fire. As he spoke, a phoenix soared into the sky, crashing towards the fire element boss, accompanied by several arrows. Fong Fong saw that with this strike, the fire element boss lost a staggering 5,000 health. The boss has 200,000 health, and with one hit, it lost 5,000 health. That's not slow at all. Unfortunately, my task requires me to resolve this within 5 minutes, and this speed is just not enough. Fong Fong calculated in his heart, having gained a rough understanding of these people's combat abilities. The Lightning Guild members had a high level of coordination, and their speed was considered fast compared to ordinary players, especially those few berserkers who could withstand a hit from the fire elemental boss, although they were already on the verge of collapsing. But with a healer to restore health, they could hold on just fine. With their cooperation, defeating this boss was indeed possible. At this moment, no one around made a move. Even the Wolfpack Guild was ignoring it. If they intervened now, it would clearly bring trouble upon themselves. However, seeing the boss unable to be attacked, everyone felt quite frustrated. What should we do? Sumuyu asked Fong Fong. She didn't believe Fong Fong would really let the boss go, so she was waiting for him to signal her to take action. However, Fong Fong shook his head. You don't need to worry, just stay in a party state with me. Let them grind for a while. Okay. Sumuyu nodded, not saying more. Fong Fong glanced at the time. It had only just begun for half a minute. He still had plenty of time. They waited a full 4 minutes. Just as there were less than 30 seconds left to complete his hidden task, Fong Fong finally prepared to act. At this moment, the fire elemental world boss's health had already been reduced by about 50,000 by the Lightning Guild. Are you going to make a move? Why not wait a bit longer? Sumuyu asked. There's not enough time. This is already my limit for waiting. They are too slow. Then why didn't you just start attacking from the beginning? Sumuyu was puzzled. Fong Fong smiled. If I had killed it right away, it would have been even more frustrating for them to have fought for half the time only to be robbed. You're so bad. Sumuyu laughed. Fong Fong then waved his hand. Instantly, the fire sky stinger bugs and nano poison bugs surged forward like two torrents towards the fire elemental world boss. The members of the Lightning Guild who were originally engaged with the boss were momentarily dumbfounded. What are those things? They look like bugs. Why are there so many bugs? I don't know. I've fought this fire elemental world boss at least 100 times, and I've never heard of it having a skill to summon bugs. That white bug seems to be poisonous. Let's not provoke it and see what happens. Fae Longshu also spoke up. For a moment, they all stopped. The fire elemental world boss was also attracted by the bugs on its body and ceased attacking them. In the sky, Xiao Tianlang watched this scene with a faint smile on his lips. President? What is this? Someone beside him asked. Xiao Tianlang smiled and said, It's nothing, the result here is out. Ha! His words left his subordinates puzzled. However, almost the next moment, everyone present heard the system prompt sound. Ding! The fire elemental world boss has been killed. Congratulations to the players, please continue to work hard. Ding! The kill record for the fire elemental world boss has been refreshed. Time for minutes 50 seconds. Creator team, Sue family little rich girl and I have a girlfriend. In an instant, the members of the Lightning Guild were petrified. Meanwhile, the onlookers around reacted. Each one was so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Wow, it's Sue family little rich girl again. She brought that big shot to break the record. This record is too easy. It seems they only made a move for less than 20 seconds. If it weren't for the Lightning Guild members, they might have solved it in half a minute. By the way, is Sumuyu the Sue family little rich girl? It seems she didn't even make a move. I also find it strange her masked friend didn't make a move either. Could it be that we got it wrong? Is Su family little rich girl not Sumuyu? The crowd was abuzz with discussion and someone even posted the video on the forum, sparking everyone's speculation. At that moment, Lei Gang, who had just come to his senses, had a face that was ashen with rage. He looked around and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Damn it, step forward. Who the hell is it?" Compared to Lei Gang's anger, Uncle Long, the mage beside him, appeared much calmer. He said something to his subordinates and then stepped forward to try to persuade Lei Gang to leave. However, Lei Gang was still furious and couldn't listen at all. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Fong Fong and Sumuyu. He charged straight over. "Was it you two who did this?" Lei Gang was seething with rage, almost ready to strike. Sumuyu looked at him and replied coolly, "Do you have any evidence to prove it was us?" "You." Lei Gang was infuriated. If he could find out who was behind it, he wouldn't be wasting time here. "Kid, what do you have to say? Hiding behind a mask and not daring to show your face, was it you who did it?" Lei Gang turned to Fong Fong. Fong Fong immediately laughed. "I say, your boss was stolen from you and you don't even know who did it. How stupid can you be? Sharp-tongued, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Lei Gang's eyes were icy, but just then someone shouted from above, "Miss Su, our president asked me to pass on a message to you. He said the wind element boss will respawn in an hour, and you and your friends are esteemed guests of our guild. If there's any trouble, we will help. Thank you, President Xiao." Sumuyu smiled. Fong Fong thought to himself that this Xiao Tianlang really knows how to return a favor. But it's good, with them backing him up, Lei Gang at least wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He didn't want to waste time at the Lightning Guild either. Completing the third transfer task sooner would allow him to follow Mentor Qian He to see what leveling area he had arranged for him. "Humph. No wonder you're so fearless. It turns out you have the Tianlang Guild backing you. Sumuyu, is this the best man you could find?" Lei Gang mocked. Fong Fong laughed at this. "What's wrong? I think she found a pretty good one. Otherwise, would you rather have someone like you who lost the boss and still doesn't know who took it? At least for now, she still has good taste. You, sharp-tongued, don't let me catch you with something to hold against you or I'll kill you." After saying this, Lei Gang could only leave in a huff. With what the Tianlang Guild just said, he didn't dare to really do anything to Fong Fong. After all, this was Longhua City. No matter how powerful the Lightning Guild was, they had to consider the local powers. Moreover, they weren't even the local powers. Lei Gang and the others quickly left, seemingly to find the wind element boss. Sumuyu looked at Fong Fong and said, "What should we do now? Many people are still around and we can't pick up the dropped items." Fong Fong smiled. "I told you to pay attention in class, but you wouldn't listen. Items dropped by World Boss will fly back to their owner if not picked up within 10 minutes. We can't expose ourselves now, otherwise we won't be able to safely compete for the boss." "You still want to compete?" This time was unexpected, but next time that mage will probably notice you. Sumuyu was a bit worried. The Tianlang Guild couldn't always follow and protect them. If that mage discovered them, they would likely be in danger. Fong Fong laughed at this. "Everyone is here to compete for the boss, why should it only be them? Besides, he won't notice. He's a pure damage-dealing mage and lacks scouting abilities. Moreover, since this Lei Gang is so arrogant, if we're going to teach him a lesson, we can't just do it once. He needs to understand the harshness of society." Sumuyu smiled at this. "Why didn't I meet you sooner? If I had met you earlier, I would have had you teach him a good lesson back in Zhangbei City." The two then left directly. This made those around, who were still waiting for the main character to appear and collect items, start to speculate. At the same time, many people on the professional forum were discussing the matter. Could it really be a mistake? Sumuyu and that person have left too. I think it's possible. If they really killed the fire element boss, they wouldn't just leave the items behind. It's hard to say. I remember there are records that world boss drops have ownership attributes. If not collected within 10 minutes, the items will find their owner by themselves. But the key is, who can resist not collecting items dropped by a world boss? Looks like we really got it wrong. So who exactly is that little rich girl from the Su family? Are there other Su families in Longhua City? Not necessarily. What if she came from Zhangbei City? On the professional forum, everyone was discussing fervently. Many chose to leave. After all, the wind element boss was about to respawn, and they still hoped to grab something. What if they got lucky? However, some people stayed behind, wanting to see where the items dropped by the fire element world boss would fly to. 10 minutes quickly passed. Finally, the large pile of glowing items on the ground began to move. They all flew up one by one, quickly heading in one direction. Many professionals started to chase after them, wanting to see who the main character was. However, the speed of these items was too fast. They soon left everyone behind. Yet many people on the forum, seeing this scene, began to speculate. Wasn't that direction exactly where the wind element world boss was about to respawn? Could it be that the big shot who just grabbed the boss was also among the crowd? Did they leave to avoid revealing their identity? So, was it really Sumuyu and the other two? For a moment, the people on the professional forum were a bit confused. The development of the situation was beyond their expectations. Who exactly was the big shot who had taken down the world boss? At the same time, many people rushed towards the Wind Element world boss respawn location. On the forum, someone even initiated a team invitation. Let's go together and stake out the Wind Element area. Right, that big shot also went to the Wind Element area. Maybe we can see them in action. So exciting. Even if we can't grab anything, just seeing the big shot take down the world boss would be thrilling. So many bugs are amazing. I don't know if they're summoners or beast masters. I feel like they're beast masters. If anyone ever tells me beast masters are weak, just watch me smash their heads. Wind Canyon, the respawn location of the Wind Element world boss. This place is an extremely wide canyon. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered inside the canyon. Lei Gang didn't act all high and mighty this time, saying he would clear the area. But judging by his demeanor, he clearly intended to join the fray. Fong Fong and Sumuyu were currently standing outside the canyon. The items from the Fire Element world boss had just arrived. However, with the Wind Element world boss about to respawn, they couldn't afford to look. Seeing more and more people arriving around them, they blended into the crowd and rushed over. Inside the canyon, Lei Gang frowned slightly. Uncle Long, the possibility you mentioned is too small. If someone over level 119 in 4th advancement comes here to fight the boss, they would be wanted by the garrison. I feel like the other party might be some hidden profession. It's unlikely they're a high-level professional. Uncle Long said. Your possibility is valid too, but for safety's sake, I've already had someone contact the Zhangbei City garrison to check. If there really is a high-level professional involved, they would be able to find out. If not, then you need to keep your temper in check. If they can take down the Fire Element world boss in one hit, their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, I'm not good at investigating, and I can't find out where he is. Lei Gang nodded, a glint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. It's just that the time with the Wind Element is too tight. If he dares to come again, I'll have my dad call Uncle Fong over. After all, there are still 2 world bosses. At that time, I will definitely drag him out and see who dares to compete with me for the boss. What a bright icon. As Fong Fong and the others just entered the canyon area, they saw a large area of flickering silver icons among the crowd ahead. The icon was unmistakably a lightning bolt. That's the icon of the Lightning Guild. They've lit it up. Lei Gang really has no shame, Sumuyu said indignantly. Fong Fong also saw this scene, but he didn't feel much about it. Lei Gang had indeed restrained himself this time and didn't directly clear the area, but once the icon lit up, it still had some effect. The icon itself didn't represent much, but the guild it represented carried some weight, especially since the Lightning Guild was from Zhangbei province. I say, that group over there is from the Zhangbei city. Lightning Guild, right? You just realized? They just had their boss stolen by our genius from Manhwa City in the Fire Forest, and now they're here to snatch the Wind Elemental boss. Is that the one with a girlfriend? Seems like it. After all, in the Su family's little rich girl team, the captain is a little rich girl who probably isn't good at fighting. So envious, strong, and has a little rich girl to help. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? Wake up, it's precisely because they're strong that they can meet a little rich girl. The gap between you and the big shots isn't a little rich girl, but strength. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. However, many people weren't focused on that. Instead, they were saying, I say, why not just give up this time? The Lightning Guild, while not the strongest in Zhangbei province, is still quite powerful. Yeah, and for people like us, who aren't particularly outstanding in strength or talent, there's a high probability we'll end up joining a guild like that in the future. Maybe we shouldn't compete with them this time. If we offend them, it might be troublesome to join the guild later. Many people unconsciously took a few steps back, making way for Lei Gang and the others. Seeing this scene, Lei Gang felt a bit more at ease. This was the treatment he, the young master of the Lightning Guild, should have. Previously, Fong Fong and Sumuyu's attitude was truly rare. Lei Gang even doubted whether his entrance was wrong. Just as Lei Gang was enjoying the envious gazes from the crowd, he suddenly saw 2 familiar figures walking through the crowd. It was none other than Fong Fong and Sumuyu. You two again, this time I want to see if you really stole my boss. With that, Lei Gang walked directly towards Fong Fong and Sumuyu. Fong Fong and Sumuyu didn't want to pay him any mind, so they mixed into the crowd, keeping their distance from him. Unexpectedly, Lei Gang came running over himself. Are you sick? Why are you coming over? Aren't you embarrassed? Seeing Lei Gang, Sumuyu was quite speechless. Fong Fong stood by, smiling as he watched the little rich girl confront him. The difference in attitude towards oneself and others was indeed quite large. Sumuyu, we were middle school classmates, although you didn't end up with me, at least we were old acquaintances. I just can't understand, what is that guy's background? How can he make you follow him so devotedly? In Zhangbei province, there are indeed some people of note, but I really don't know him. Who exactly is he? Sick, what does it have to do with you? Sumuyu couldn't be bothered to deal with him and turned away, no longer speaking. Fong Fong, on the side, smiled and said, you're probably not interested in who I am, but rather want to see if we really stole your boss, right? Upon hearing this, Lei Gang frowned and said coldly, While I'm surprised at how you figured out my thoughts, you're right, I want to see if you really stole my boss. Last time I was careless, this time I won't go anywhere, I'll just stand by your side. I want to see who dares to steal my boss. You. Sumuyu was both angry and worried upon hearing this. Then she unexpectedly dove into Fong Feng's arms and said to Lei Gang, then just watch, I hope your heart doesn't get too blocked. You. Lei Gang was so angry he almost had a heart attack. If it were any other time, he would have exploded from witnessing such public displays of affection. But this time he had to endure. After all, without evidence, even in his anger, he didn't dare to act here. Especially after Xiao Tianlang clearly stated he would help Fong Feng if needed. He couldn't easily make a move against the two. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave Longhua City safely. Little did he know, it was better for him not to act. If he dared to, he would probably find it impossible to leave Longhua City at all. Just as they were talking, suddenly a fierce wind swept through the entire canyon. The wind was so strong that it created a series of howling sounds throughout the canyon, sounding almost like the cries of ghosts and wolves. However, those who understood the wind element boss knew that this was the noise that accompanied its appearance. As long as they held on for a few seconds, the wind would naturally dissipate. Sure enough, the wind began to weaken soon after. Almost simultaneously, Fong Feng saw a massive wind tornado appear in the canyon ahead, which was the form of the wind element boss. Wind element king, elemental type rating, leader level. Yellow level, LV.95 attack power, 10,000 health, 200,000 physical defense, 10,000 magical defense, 30,000 additional effect, wind condensation, speed reduced by 10% within the territory, additional skills, wind wave, wind shield. Thousand Winds Blade. Looking at the attributes, Fong Feng nodded. The basic attributes of this wind element boss were almost identical to those of the fire element boss. It seemed that the four bosses for this third transfer task should all be of similar strength, though their skills would differ. Just as Fong Feng was thinking this, the group of professionals beside him had already made their move. The Lightning Guild members took the lead, setting up their formation. Other professionals hid behind them. However, Lei Gang really didn't move, his gaze fixed on Fong Feng and Sumuyu. Fong Feng couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind, simply watching quietly. He had 5 minutes, so he wasn't in a hurry. The speed reduction of 10% within the wind element boss's territory should also affect his bugs. Both the wind and fire element bosses had powerful area damage capabilities. The fire element boss might not even react before being taken down. But the wind element was different, his bugs were slow, which could give the wind element boss time to react. At that point, his bugs would likely suffer significant losses. So Fong Feng was also waiting for an opportunity. The biggest difference between a group fight and a one-on-one duel was speed. With the help of other professionals, the wind element boss's health was dropping significantly. In just 1 minute, it lost a tenth of its health. This excited everyone present, boosting their morale. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept outwards from the wind element boss, engulfing everything in its path. Fong Feng frowned. This was the wind element boss's most powerful move, the Thousand Winds Blade. In an instant, the few frontline berserkers were slashed by the wind, their health rapidly decreasing. One of them shouted, "Everyone, defensive stance, healers, heal. There are too many area attackers." The wind element boss used Thousand Winds Blade early. Gat through the next 2 waves, and we'll be stable. Fong Feng nodded as he listened. This person indeed had a lot of experience. However, Fong Feng would not give them a chance to hold on for 2 more times. He was already prepared to strike. Whether it's the wind element or the fire element boss, in the end, they are all magic type bosses. The biggest characteristic of magic type bosses is the issue of skill cooldowns. Especially for more powerful skills, the cooldown time is longer. It is even rumored that some forbidden spells have cooldowns measured in days. If a mage had the ability to have infinite cooldowns, they would almost be a walking spell. Machine gun. After crossing over, Fong Feng's greatest desire was to be that walking spell machine gun. Unfortunately, reality is always different from what one imagines. Fortunately, there is a system, and being a controller of a vast army of insects is not bad either. The cooldown time for the wind element's Thousand Winds Blade is a full 8 minutes. This means that as long as they can withstand this one attack, they can whittle down the wind element boss's health by a large margin. At that point, if they can endure another Thousand Winds Blade, they can take down the boss. The wind element boss simply doesn't have time to unleash a third Thousand Winds Blade. Unfortunately, plans are always subject to change. Although Lei Gang is somewhat irritable, he is not foolish. He knows very well that to use the insect army against a world boss, the first and second waves of Thousand Winds Blade are good opportunities for attack, especially after the second wave, because at that time the boss's health is at its lowest, making both the success probability and the damage to his own insects minimal. After witnessing the fire element boss being instantly killed, he also couldn't guarantee whether the opponent would strike after the first wave of Thousand Winds Blade. So at this moment, his gaze was fixed on Fong Feng. Fong Feng naturally noticed this, but unfortunately, what good does it do to be stared at? The insects do not emerge from his body. With the insect nest in his dantian, those insects can appear anywhere within 100 meters centered around Fong Feng. Lei Gang ultimately could not perceive this. Sure enough, as soon as the attack of Thousand Winds blade stopped, mounds of earth began to emerge all around the wind valley. Seeing this scene, the other adventurers around were momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something. They all began to shout, "It's the insects, it's the insect army, that genius is back. Damn it, big guy, don't give me a chance, don't steal it. No way, could it really be the insect army? This is it, if the big guy makes a move, this wind element boss is done for." Many adventurers around even gave up on attacking. Seeing these insects, it was almost a death sentence for the wind element boss. Someone was going to take it down. Lei Gang's gaze was fixed on Fong Fong, but he couldn't see anything. Fong Fong smiled at Lei Gang and said, "Aren't you going to help? The insect army has appeared." Lei Gang coldly replied, "Humph. I said it couldn't be you. Sumuyu really is blind. Once I catch the mastermind controlling those insects, I'll settle the score with you for stealing my woman." After saying this, Lei Gang turned and charged towards the battlefield. At the same time, Fong Fong heard Uncle Long from the Lightning Guild shout, "There's still a chance, everyone, attack those insects." Yes, the members of the Lightning Guild coordinated very well. As soon as Uncle Long spoke, those archers immediately turned their aim towards Fong Fang's insect army, preparing to fire. Seeing this, Fong Fang's eyes turned cold, but there was no time left. In a moment of desperation, Fong Fong waved his hand. Suddenly, several more mounds of earth emerged from the ground. This time, thousands of armored ants appeared. Directly, the moment the armored ants emerged, they quickly gathered together, forming a wall of armored ants that blocked the attacks from the Lightning Guild. However, at the same time, messages of armored ant casualties began to ring in Fong Fang's mind. "Ding! You have lost one armored ant. Ding! You have lost a steel armored ant." The Lightning Guild's members still have some strength, and as Fong listened to the system's voice, his expression turned grim. Although his bugs could split, he never liked to consume them in large quantities. He didn't expect that while fighting the boss he wouldn't consume much, but instead he lost some to the Lightning Guild's members. This left Fong Fong feeling quite displeased. However, at this moment, behind the wall of steel armored ants, the nano poison bugs and flying fire thorn bugs had completely wrapped up the wind element boss. In less than 20 seconds, a voice rang in the ears of every professional in Longhua City. "Ding! The wind element world boss has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals, please continue to work hard." Ding! The wind element world boss kill record has been refreshed. Time 1 minute 50 seconds. Creator team, Su Families. Little Rich Girl and I Have a Girlfriend. As expected, it's the big shots again. Who exactly is this I Have a Girlfriend? And who is this Su Family's Little Rich Girl? I don't want to know who they are, I just want to know how they did it, killing the boss in an instant. Check the forum, someone has already posted the video. On the professional forum, someone indeed posted the video. Moreover, there were many versions, all from different professionals capturing it from various angles. Although the wall of steel armored ants blocked the view of many, numerous professionals still recorded the scenes behind. Countless flying fire thorn bugs and nano poison bugs directly wrapped around the wind element boss. Soon, a series of damage numbers popped up from the fire element boss. -3000, -3000, -10,000, -10,000. At first, the damage numbers were small, but gradually, the damage increased, eventually stabilizing around 10,000 per hit. Yet, it still died in less than 20 seconds. Watching this video, the professionals were dumbfounded. 10,000 damage at a time. That wind element boss must have around 200,000 health. Terrifying. Did you notice? Most of the 20 seconds were spent on those red bugs. Right, those red bugs seem to be able to break wind. They look like fire thorn bugs. What do you mean seem? They are fire thorn bugs. Damn. No wonder they are so powerful. So many fire thorn bugs are breaking defenses. Then the nano poison bugs attack. If they didn't need to break wind, they probably could have finished the fight in 2 or 3 seconds. So terrifying. Who is this big shot? The forum exploded once again. Meanwhile, Lei Gang still couldn't find the culprit. Watching the video of the wind element boss being killed on the forum, he was almost going crazy. Who the hell is it? Who stole my boss? Who is it? Lei Gang was frantic. Beside him, Fong Fong also frowned and turned to leave. Sumuyu sensed his unusual mood and didn't dare to say much, just following him as they quickly left. It wasn't until they exited the Valley of Wind that Fong Fong finally asked, "What are the consequences of killing in an unprotected area?" Sumuyu was taken aback, feeling her heart tremble. Fong Fong was genuinely angry. Generally, there are no consequences, but it also depends on the other party's background. Is it because the Lightning Guild targeted your bugs? Sumuyu asked worriedly. Fong Fong replied coldly, "They killed 10 of my steel-armored ants." Although steel-armored ants didn't have the defense of a world boss, their health was still quite good. 10 of them had a total of 500,000 health, and with their low defenses, the damage they took was naturally higher than that from the wind element world boss. This is also why the nano poison insects and the flying fire sting insects can quickly kill the wind element boss. If they were slower, the iron-armored ants would probably suffer even more losses. Sumuyu was also filled with righteous indignation. This is simply too much. You only have tens of thousands of iron-armored ants, and they actually dared to kill 10 of yours. This grudge must be avenged. Honey, what do you think we should do? I'm listening to you. Fong Fong looked at Sumuyu. Are you trying to play tricks on me? When did I become your husband? Besides, 7 out of tens of thousands dead. Do you think I can't hear the sarcasm? Alright, killing them isn't necessary, but their attack on my insects is equivalent to an attack on me. I won't be polite with the next 2 bosses. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu hurriedly leaned closer. Then, honey, what are you planning to do next? Fong Fong said helplessly. Don't call me honey. It makes me feel old. Sumuyu nodded. Okay, honey. Fong Fong. The rewards dropped by the wind element boss were flying over after a few minutes. At this moment, Fong Fong and Sumuyu were riding a 1,000-mile horse heading back to Longhua City. Sumuyu checked the information and said, for world bosses, the last water element and thunder element boss will respawn in 2 days and 5 days respectively. In these 2 days, I'm afraid Lei Gang and the others will look for help. We need to be careful about the water element boss 2 days later. Fong nodded. 2 days and 5 days were still manageable. Although there would be time for Lei Gang and the others to prepare, it was the same for Fong Fong. Previously, he might have had to consider the lives and deaths of other players, but since the Lightning Guild had taken action against his bugs this time, he no longer felt any pity. Since they could act, he wouldn't hold back. The water element in 2 days, I'm determined. Let's check the loot first, Fong Fong said, taking advantage of the time left before returning to the city to sort through the spoils. Sumuyu nodded. Fong Fong took out the items dropped from killing the 2 bosses. He was taken aback, even he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The fire element and wind element bosses dropped a total of 3 pieces of equipment along with 2 skill books and 1 crystal core each from the wind and fire elements. The equipment included several types: weapons, upper garments, lower garments, chest armor, gloves, and shoes. In addition, there was 1 ring and 1 necklace. Among the equipment dropped this time, there was a ring accessory. Ring of the Fire Element King, accessory grade, yellow equipment, boss level, required level, LV.95 intelligence. Plus 200 fire attribute magic damage increase plus 10% set effect fire element set. Collect 2 rings and a necklace to summon a fire element projection to assist in battle, lasting 5 minutes, with a 1-hour cooldown. Class requirement, mage. Looking at the attribute description, Fong Fong sighed. It didn't add to his spirit power and was suitable for mages, so it had nothing to do with him. Sumuyu seemed a bit interested and said, this equipment should be worth quite a bit. I'll help. You auction it off when we get back and give you the money. Fong Fong nodded. He knew Sumuyu too well. This time, it was probably another item she wouldn't take a share from, but he didn't bother to persuade her, as Sumuyu's family situation was different from his. A rich girl naturally had her own pride. The remaining 2 items were Staff of the Fire Element King grade, yellow equipment, boss level, required level, LV.95 attack power plus 3000 intelligence plus 300 spirit power plus 200. Casting speed reduced by 20%, fire attribute magic damage increase plus 10%. Class requirement, mage. Looking at the description, Fong Fong felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Elemental bosses were inherently magic-based, so it was normal for them to drop magic equipment. As for whether Sumuyu wanted it, that was her business. The last item was dropped by the Wind Element boss. Shoes of the Wind Element King grade, yellow equipment, boss level, required level, LV.95 speed. Plus 50 jump plus 50 attached skill, wind speed after use. It temporarily increases speed by 100 for 10 seconds, with a 1-hour cooldown. Class requirement, assassin, swordsman. Looking at the description, Fong Fong felt a bit helpless. If only he could have this equipment. Although it didn't add to his spirit power, the speed and jump were quite good. Especially the wind speed skill, which could increase speed by 100 at a critical moment, would definitely change the course of battle. Although the cooldown time was a bit long, it was definitely useful. It's just a pity it was for other classes. Just as Fong Fong lamented that none of the items were suitable for him, Sumuyu beside him exclaimed excitedly, Fong Fong, you have to look. Advanced stealth, don't sell this skill, keep it for yourself. Fong Fong was taken aback as he took the skill book that Sumuyu handed over. Advanced stealth, universal skill. After use, it allows the user to enter a stealth state, and attacks will not expose them. The state will disappear after a proactive attack. The description was short, but Fong Fong understood how precious this advanced stealth was. Last time we sold advanced stealth at the auction house for an astronomical price of 5 billion. It's a price without a market. Hardly anyone would sell it. Really, don't sell it. If you really need money, I can give it to you, but good things aren't something you come across every day, Sumuyu said. Fong nodded. This girl was quite nice. Moreover, he was also clear about what advanced stealth represented. There are 2 types of stealth skills, low-level stealth and advanced stealth. Low-level stealth can be used for 10 minutes each time, and it ends immediately upon taking damage or making a proactive attack. It's a must-have skill for many people and not expensive. However, advanced stealth is worth a fortune. The main reason is that advanced stealth has no usage time. As long as you don't attack, you remain in a concealed state. Although it can still be detected by scouting skills, the concealed state does not disappear. Being in a concealed state naturally provides some advantages. For example, if a reconnaissance mage in a team discovers you, the others still cannot see you. Unless the coordination is really good, if others can't see you, their attacks will naturally become chaotic. Besides this, there is another difference. Advanced stealth allows the user, whether a summoner or controller, to keep their summoned creatures in a stealth state as well. For instance, if Fong Fong is a beast master, after activating advanced stealth, the insects he controls will also be in a stealth state. If the opponent has no scouting professions, Fong Fong can silently send the insects to the boss, and the moment they appear, the boss will basically be taken down instantly. This is definitely a divine skill. This is also the reason why, despite both being stealth skills, their values are worlds apart. This skill is quite useful for me, so I'll keep it for myself, Fong Fong said, directly choosing to use it. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the universal skill, Advanced Stealth. Try it out, Sumuyu urged. Eagerly, Fong Fong nodded and took out a nano-poison insect. He then directly used the Advanced Stealth skill. Sumuyu saw that the nano-poison insect in Fong Feng's hand had indeed disappeared. Can you feel it? Sumuyu asked. Fong Fong nodded. Although I can't see it, I can feel it. Give it a try. Saying this, Fong Fong placed his hand on Sumuyu's arm. Soon, Sumuyu felt as if there was an insect crawling on her neck. It was ticklish. I don't have any scouting magic, and my alert magic can't detect it. Unless it touches the skin, otherwise you really can't feel it. So amazing. Fong Fong nodded. With this skill, stealing boss kills would be incredibly satisfying. Just as he was thinking, Sumuyu suddenly shouted beside him, Fong Fong, what are you doing? Where is that insect crawling? Why is it crawling down? Quick, make it go back. No. Fong Fong was startled awake and realized that he had just spaced out for a moment and the nanopoison insect had actually crawled down Sumuyu's neck and was heading towards her collar. It was so embarrassing. Fong Fong hurriedly waved his hand to retrieve the insect, awkwardly saying, sorry, I just spaced out, it might not have climbed in a while. You, Sumu. Yu's face turned red with anger as she pinched Fong Feng's arm hard. Fong Fong laughed. Alright, hurry up and look at the last skill book. If you can use it, I'll give it to you. Consider it compensation for the nanopoison bug teasing you. Sumuyu's pretty face turned slightly red as she recalled Fong Feng's earlier words. He probably hasn't climbed a mountain in a long time. Unable to help herself, she looked down and muttered to herself, is he complimenting me on being big? Thinking this, Sumuyu said to Fong Fong, pervert. Wolf, I can't stand you. Fong Fong was somewhat baffled and could only pick up the last skill book to read. Upon looking at it, he laughed. Alright, since you say I'm a pervert, then I guess I am. It seems you don't want this skill book, so I'll find another beautiful light mage to give it to, and maybe get a sweet kiss in return. What did you say? A light system skill book? Let me see. Sumuyu's eyes immediately lit up. Light system magic books are quite rare. Moreover, this profession itself is uncommon. Mages of this profession are usually more common in the four elemental attributes such as fire, wind, thunder, and water. The light system leans towards holy light, and besides having strong crowd control abilities, it has a natural restraining effect on hell-type monsters. In this world, truly powerful monsters are hidden in hell. Therefore, a light system mage is highly sought after. Naturally, light system magic books are worth their weight in gold. Holy Light Domain Light System Magic Book Usage Level LV.95. After the skill is released, it can create a Holy Light Domain within 1,000 meters, causing enemies within the domain to lose 2% of their health per second and 5% for Hell-type monsters. At the same time, enemies will have their dual defenses reduced by 5% and 10% for regional monsters. Reminder, this skill only consumes demon crystal cores, requiring 2 demon crystal cores per hour. Looking at the description, Muyu's eyes widened. This Holy Light Domain skill is simply incredible. It's an essential buff skill for leveling in team battles. While dealing damage, it also reduces the opponent's defense, especially against Hell-type monsters, which incurs even greater costs. This is simply the god-level skill of light system mages. Of course, the drawbacks are quite obvious. It consumes demon crystal cores. Demon crystal cores can only be dropped by Hell-type boss-level yellow monsters. They are materials that can be used for crafting equipment and many other secondary professions, so they are also very valuable. A single demon crystal core can sell for about 50 million dragon coins. Consuming 2 per hour means 100 million. Even someone like Sumuyu, who is a bit wealthy, couldn't help but feel a pinch. The early consumption is quite high, but once you get stronger, you can farm demon crystal cores yourself. This skill is definitely worth it. Monster gathering skill. Don't be ungrateful, Fong Fong said. Sumuyu nodded, just about to take it. However, Fong Fong pulled the skill book back and said seriously, I'm a pervert, so I need to keep this skill book to find a beautiful mage to give it to. The price is at least a sweet kiss. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu immediately laughed. You're so annoying, holding a grudge like that. Who knows if that nanopoison bug was intentional? Give it to me. Saying this, Sumuyu snatched the skill book away. Am I that kind of person? Besides, if I really had that intention. Would I let the nanopoison bug go? I usually do it myself. Before Fong Fong could finish his sentence, Sumuyu directly leaned in. Wrapping her arms around Fong Feng's neck, she kissed him. It was unclear how long it lasted until they heard the bustling sounds of Longhua City. Only then did Sumuyu release him. Her pretty face flushed. As she said, I won't be 18 until a month later, so I can't. Fong Feng's face was full of embarrassment as he said, it's not my fault, it's all because of weak willpower. Anyway, we've arrived in Longhua City. Let's sell the stuff in the next 2 days. See you in 2 days. I'm leaving now. After finishing his words, Fong Fong jumped off the horse and disappeared into the city in a flash. Sumuyu covered her mouth and smiled, then left as well. On the way home, Fong Fong reminisced about the wonderful time just spent. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He considered himself a person with good self-control. Yet he never expected to lose it at times. But there was nothing to be done, after all, he was a man. Once desire arose, all that remained was instinct. Upon arriving home, Fong Fong took a cold shower to calm his heated body. This time, he had taken down 2 world bosses, completing half of his 3rd transfer quest. Moreover, he had 3 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, and 2 crystal cores. He should be able to sell them for a good amount of money. Unfortunately, there were no commander-level blue bugs in Longhua City. To evolve the bugs, he would probably have to wait until he went to Jiangbei province. There was no rush for that. For now, accumulating wealth was enough. Once in Longhua City, he could have a luxurious evolution, which would be delightful. As for the last 2 bosses, Fong Fong thought about opening the Adventurer Forum. At that moment, the forum was flooded with various posts about boss hunting and speculations about I have a girlfriend. Fong Fong casually flipped through a couple and saw, who exactly is this I have a girlfriend? I don't know, but that name is ridiculous. So what if he has a girlfriend? Why act all high and mighty? Damn it, I don't have a girlfriend, this is really getting to me. You bastard, I don't have one either. So is the little rich girl from the Su family really Sumuyu? I feel like it is. She was at the scene for both bosses today. Although she didn't pick up anything, the drop items would find their way to them. I'm envious. Sumuyu is so beautiful, yet she got pushed around by a pig. Stop talking nonsense, my goddess Su is not that easy. She must still be pure, I will definitely pursue her. Dream on, I have a girlfriend, isn't that just hinting that the girlfriend is Sumuyu? Exactly, maybe they've already done it several times. Damn, Fong Fong couldn't help but curse. Was he really that filthy? However, it seemed he almost lost control tonight, and judging by Sumuyu's tone, if she turned 18, wouldn't she really not refuse tonight? It was on the horse in the suburbs, after all. This girl really knew how to play. She's going to lead me astray. Fong Fong hurriedly switched to another post. It was then he remembered the important matter. Speaking of which, today the Lightning Guild took action against the boss's bugs. Isn't that equivalent to taking action against the boss? Yeah, I wonder if the boss will retaliate. I don't think so. With the boss's strength, it would be too easy to wipe them out. Right, if he really wanted to act, he should have done it then. It's about the big picture. This is the big picture. The boss's perspective is something we can't understand. Big picture? Talking to me about the big picture? I'm just trying not to harm the innocent. Fong Fong said to the screen. If it weren't for the large number of people present at the time, he wouldn't have held back. Thinking of this, Fong Fong directly used I have a girlfriend as his name and posted a message. The title of the post was Danger Warning. The content read, in light of the Lightning Guild's actions against my bugs, when the Water Element World Boss refreshes in 2 days and the Thunder Element World Boss in 5 days, I will not show mercy. Previously, I was concerned about the safety of most adventurers present, but to be honest, we are not familiar, so starting today, everyone is on their own. Life and death are their own responsibility. Friendly reminder, if you don't want to die, it's best not to join the fun with the Water and Thunder Element Boss. After posting, Fong Fong finally went to bed. However, he was unaware that this post would stir up a huge uproar throughout Longhua City overnight. It also left Lei Gang sleepless with anger. I swear, I've got solid proof now. Having a girlfriend really makes me a boss who can steal bosses. So that little rich girl from the Su family is Sumuyu, but it's a pity that the person next to her has been wearing a mask and I don't know who it is. Yeah, it's just too enviable. Damn, the boss is really angry. This is going to be exciting, the boss directly said. That in 2 days, we'll see if the Lightning Guild dares to show up. Ha, anyway, I'm not going. I'll just watch from near the Water Element spawn point. Right, I'm going too. Is anyone forming a team to go? Awesome, but speaking of which, it seems like we got caught in the crossfire. Yeah, although the boss didn't attack us when he was stealing bosses before, things will be different from now on. Damn it, it's all the fault of those Lightning Guild people. If it weren't for them, the boss wouldn't have distanced himself from us. Exactly, if they can't steal the boss, they go after us. How shameless. Right, what's the difference between that and attacking the person directly? Even though we are innocent bystanders, I still support the boss in taking them down. Exactly, the boss is awesome. The number of replies to this post on the forum was increasing every second. Just one night passed and the number of replies had already reached 3 million. This incident even alarmed the city lord, Nangong. He was busy discussing it with Mentor Qianhe early in the morning. After learning the purpose of the visit, Mentor Qianhe smiled and said, "What is there to discuss about this matter?" Nangong was taken aback and said, "Teacher, didn't you say we should try to keep his matters confidential? Now that he's made such a fuss, he will definitely attract the attention of others. And the Lightning Guild has some power in Jiangbei City as well. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of? Afraid they will deal with Fong Fong?" Mentor Qianhe stood up and said, "The growth of a monstrous genius is not like a flower in a greenhouse. He needs constant honing and countless stepping stones to go further and stand taller. Protection is necessary, but if he doesn't shine, how will those above know his importance? Those divine seeds protected by Jiangbei University, weren't they all dazzling in the early stages? Fong Feng's brilliance has only just begun. What you should really worry about is when the Jiangbei University enrollment list is announced in a month, and how to deal with the arrangements from above." Upon hearing this, Nangong seemed to think of something. "Teacher, do you mean that Fong Feng's name will also appear on the enrollment list?" Qianhe nodded. "Every year's enrollment list includes all the candidates who are graduating. The previous few years were the same, and this year will be no exception. What level of protection Fong Fong can receive depends on how powerful the existence he can attract from above is. Before that, his most important task is to improve his strength. Compared to the brilliance of the university enrollment list, a lightning guild is nothing but a firefly." "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher," Nangong said excitedly. Qianhe nodded and said no more. In Longhua City, in a certain newcomer area of the Tianlang Guild, when Zhang Dong showed the post to Lei Yang froze. "Yang Gu, that Fong Fong must be my girlfriend. Sumuyu hangs out with Fong Fong every day. It must be him. Last time our president, Xiao Tianlang, even personally invited him to join the guild. This is definitely right. Yang Gu, should we announce this?" Zhang Dong said. Lei Yang shook his head. "Who would believe it if we said it? Besides, even Xiao Tianlang hasn't made any move to announce this, and we just joined the Tianlang Guild. If we expose Fong Fong and offend Xiao Tianlang, where will we go if we get kicked out? Although I feel really upset, to be honest, the gap between us and Fong Fong seems to be getting bigger and bigger. I really can't accept it. Clearly, Sumuyu is more suitable for me." At this point, Lei Yang took a deep breath and said, "From now on, we have no more grudges with Fong Fong. Let's just pretend we don't know each other. One has to bow to reality." Zhang Dong replied. "But Yang Gu, what about Sumuyu? Don't you like her anymore? You still say that she is clearly more suitable for you." Lei Yang shouted angrily. "What the hell are you talking about? Who is Sumuyu? I don't even know her. How could I like her? A woman like her is only worthy of Fong Fong. I'm not worthy. Stop talking and get lost." Zhang Dong was taken aback, as if he understood, and hurriedly said seriously, "Got it, Yang Gu, you are indeed wise. What wisdom! I'm a talented person." "Talented person?" Zhang Dong was confused, and Lei Yang explained. "Those who know the times are talented." Zhang Dong was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a hotel in Longhua City, Lei Gang and others were gathered together. "Uncle Long, you saw it, that kid admitted it, he's the one who stole the boss. I have a girlfriend, why should I show off my love to them? It's driving me crazy." Uncle Long patted Lei Gang and said, "Although this person confirmed the fact that he stole the boss by posting, you also said, when the wind element boss appeared, you were watching him and you didn't see him make a move. This person probably has something similar to a bug nest. Moreover, aside from that, those bugs of his are indeed very powerful, able to take down world bosses in an instant. Their danger level is probably beyond what we can handle. Otherwise, Uncle Long, you can't be asking me to give up, right? Those bugs of his are powerful, but their defense is clearly lacking. Only the later appearing ant bugs have decent defense." And he posted that it's simply a provocation to our Lightning Guild. If we don't show up at the water element world boss, it would really be embarrassing. Lei Gang said. Uncle Long sighed helplessly upon hearing this. What Lei Gang said was indeed a fact, but he really lacked confidence in dealing with those bugs. He had made a move that day, and the defense of those ant bugs was quite astonishing to him. If those poisonous bugs came at them, how long could they hold on? He himself wasn't sure. Lei Gang clearly saw Uncle Long's thoughts and said, "Uncle Long, don't worry, my dad has already agreed to let Uncle Fong come over. Uncle Fong is known as Eagle Eye Fong. As long as he comes, that kid will definitely not be able to approach us unnoticed. Also, I asked my dad to arrange for Jianchen to come over. Mages, beast tamers, and summoners are most afraid of assassination swordsmen. Jianchen's strength is so high, if that kid dares to come, let Jianchen kill him directly. Since we are going to do it, we should eliminate the root cause. And didn't you say that the garrison army in Jianbei reported that they didn't detect any high-level professionals stealing monsters? That means that kid must also be doing a third transfer task, at most level 89. With Jianchen here, he definitely can't escape." Uncle Long nodded upon hearing this. Assassination swordsmen are definitely the nemesis of mages, beast tamers, and summoners. With Jian Chen coming, the chances of success have increased significantly. Jian Chen is also a peak 3rd transfer professional. Like him. Moreover, Jian Chen is even stronger than him, having already accepted the 4th transfer task, just hasn't completed it yet. This level is just right to hunt the water element world boss, and it also counters Fong Feng's profession. If Fong dares to come and steal the boss, Jian Chen should be able to kill him. Uncle Long thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Alright then, with Jian Chen and your Uncle Fong coming along, I feel a bit more at ease. So 2 days later, we'll go as usual to stake out the water element world boss. Let's see if that kid dares to come. Good. Lei Gang was overjoyed, filled with anticipation. You better come or I'll have to go find you. Stealing my world boss, I'll make sure you regret it. 2 days can feel long or short. On the professional forum, the posts made by Fong Fong continued to gain traction. Many professionals were discussing the matter, and quite a few had already made plans to watch the event together today. What was originally just a routine world boss refresh had, under the scrutiny of the professional forum, evolved into a citywide battle for the boss. The Lightning Guild coming from Jiangbei City found themselves in a rather awkward position. A large portion of people supported Fong Fong. After all, this big shot, whose true identity was still unknown, had indeed risen from their Longhua City. The records of the refreshes and the system-wide notifications were all evidence. As an outsider guild, the locals naturally hoped they would lose. However, there was still a group of people supporting the Lightning Guild. Most of these individuals were preparing to develop in Jiangbei province, and the probability of joining a second-tier guild like the Lightning Guild in the future was quite high. So expressing support now might also be a way to leave a good impression. Early in the morning, there was a knock at the door. Fong Fong opened it to see Sumuyu smiling at him. "What time is it, you big lazy bug?" Fong Fong said helplessly. "You're up too early, the boss refreshes in the afternoon." As he spoke, Fong Fong stepped aside to let Sumuyu in. Sumuyu, however, looked serious. "It's precisely because it refreshes in the afternoon that I'm here to discuss strategies with you. You don't know, over half of the professionals in Longhua City have gone to watch the excitement. I even heard that Lei Gang has called in new helpers from the Lightning Guild, including someone known as Uncle Eagle Eye. This person is best at reconnaissance, no stealth skills can escape his notice, including the advanced stealth you just learned. What should we do?" Fong Fong, still a bit groggy, responded. "Let it be, let me sleep a bit more." With that, Fong Fong tried to go back to sleep. Seeing this, Sumuyu directly followed him. At this, Fong Fong suddenly perked up and said, "If you do that, then I won't be sleepy anymore. And you'd better not be so tempting. I warn you, if I get up, I won't care whether you're 18 or not." Sumuyu immediately laughed. He, got it. With his sleepiness gone, Fong Fong hurried to wash up. While having breakfast, he asked, "Is there any other information besides this?" Sumuyu shook her head. "Our family is just in business. It's already quite difficult to get this much. I don't have anything else. But the stuff from last time sold, totaling 3.4 billion, I'll transfer it to you." Fong Fong nodded, not bothering to delve into the specifics of its value. With Sumuyu's character, it was impossible for her to cheat him. In fact, it was more likely she would end up giving him more. Fong Fong put away the money and glanced at his savings, which had surprisingly reached 5 billion. This was something he would never have dared to imagine before. However, with so much money, it ultimately just equated to 50 commander-level bugs. He didn't know what the future evolutions would hold without a safety net. Once he got to Jiangbei province, he had to splurge properly. "I need a report on the water element boss," Fong Fong said. Sumuyu nodded. "No problem, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Fong Fong and Sumuyu were on their way to the water element world boss. A report appeared in front of Fong Fong. Looking at the report, Fong Fong frowned slightly. King of Water Element, Elemental Class Rating, Leader Level, Yellow Level, LV.95 Attack Power, 10,000. Health Points, 200,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magical Defense, 30,000. Passive Skill, Water Wave Attack, Enemies within the range of the water element will be continuously struck by water waves, requiring constant movement, and as long as they are within the water wave range, they will lose 10% of their health per second. Active Skills, Vitality of Water, Tsunami, Water. Spiral. Looking at the skill description, Fong Fong frowned slightly. Indeed, he remembered correctly, the passive skill of this water element world boss was quite unfriendly to him as a beast master. The active skills are not worth mentioning, mainly this passive. Enemies within the water element range not only take 10% damage per second but are also continuously pushed back. What does this mean? When dealing with fire and wind elements, the nano-poison insects and fire sting insects could quickly approach the boss. But against this water element boss, it wouldn't work. The flying fire sting insects can fly and are not affected by the water waves. However, the nano-poison insects cannot fly, and once they fall into the water, they can hardly get close to the water element boss and will be consumed by this passive. He could have the flying fire sting insects carry the nano-poison insects over. However, this time the situation is different. The Lightning Guild members are already on guard. If he sends his army of insects over, they will undoubtedly take action. And at that time, the number of insects lost will be the same as the losses Fong Fong incurs. In the end, even if he can take down the boss in an instant, the loss of his own insects would still be enormous. It can be said that even if he wins, it would be quite a mess. Clearly, this is not the result Fong Fong wanted. I need to think of a way, Fong Fong pondered. In the afternoon, at the wave-chasing platform, the spawning ground of the water element boss. The wave-chasing platform is a circular high platform located near sea level. It has a diameter of at least 100 meters. One side is close to the coast, while the other three directions are deep blue sea. At this moment, dozens of figures were already standing on the wave-chasing platform, all of them members of the Lightning Guild. On one side of the coast, a dense crowd of onlookers was gathered. It was simply a sea of people. Big guilds are great. In just 2 days, so many people have come again. Yeah, dozens of people against one person, that's a bit shameless. In the face of strength, what's there to be shameless about? If you had that strength, wouldn't you do the same? True, but that monstrous expert is also formidable. They should come. Not coming? Can't you tell from the tone of that post? They don't even regard the Lightning Guild. But it's almost time for the spawn. Why haven't they shown up yet? Experts always appear last. Just wait, the boss won't spawn. Until they do. It seems that the little rich girl from the Su family isn't here either. I'm so envious of the expert. Running around with the little rich girl, just thinking about it is thrilling. The crowd buzzed with discussion and many people were holding live streaming devices. They were broadcasting live on the professional forum to share the situation with those who couldn't make it to the scene. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, at 5:15 in the afternoon, the originally calm sea suddenly rose with towering waves. At the same time, Uncle Long on the wave-chasing platform shouted, "The boss has spawned, begin action according to the established tactics." Yes, everyone responded in unison. In the next moment, the berserk warriors took their positions, each fulfilling their roles. At the same time, everyone saw 3 or 4 professionals soar into the sky, each sprouting a pair of wings from their backs. These were flying wings, and it seemed they could fly for an extended period. Fong Fong had one, but it could only fly for a short time. Clearly, the rank is not as good as those people. Among these people, there is a man in a black robe whose gaze swept over everyone present like a torch. On the hillside of the coast beside the wave-riding platform, Sumuyu pointed at this person and said, "Do you see that? That man in the black robe is Uncle Eagle Eye. If we go over, he will definitely notice us. Now that the boss has respawned, you should say what you plan to do. It's very simple, just do as I say." Fong Fong said with a smile, then waved his hand to release the nano-poison insects. Nearly 30,000 nano-poison insects gathered together in an instant, forming a small mountain of insects. At that moment, Lei Gang watched as Uncle Long and the others began to attack the water element boss, feeling quite pleased. He shouted across to the crowd on the other side, "Where's your monstrous boss? Wasn't he quite arrogant on the forum? Still issuing danger warnings? The boss has respawned, where is he? If he doesn't come soon, this boss will be mine." Lei Gang was in a very good mood. Most of the crowd on the other side supported Fong Fong and retorted one after another. "Arrogant, your grandpa, the boss isn't dead yet." "Exactly, it just respawned, making it sound like you've already killed it. Let the bullets fly, the boss will definitely come." "That's right, if the boss gets stolen, don't come crying." Hearing this, Lei Gang laughed. "Oh really? Just this? Can only talk? Where is he?" In response to Lei Gang's mockery, many on the professional forum also retorted. Unfortunately, Fong Fong had not appeared, making such retorts seem meaningless. Soon, 2 minutes passed. This time, Lei Gang had called many helpers from the Lightning Guild, which significantly increased their speed in defeating the boss. In just 2 minutes, they had already whittled down a third of the boss's health. However, at the same time, it triggered the boss's skill, Water Vitality. Once the skill was activated, the water element boss would enter a state of continuous healing, causing their speed to slow down. Just as everyone began to feel anxious about why the boss had not appeared, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Damn, is it going to rain? Why is it foggy?" Hearing this, everyone noticed that a large area of purple mist had appeared in the sky to their west. This mist seemed to be blown by the wind, drifting straight towards the wave-riding platform. At first, the crowd didn't react, until someone shouted, "Damn, that looks like poison mist, it appeared at the city gate of Longhua before. Your grandpa, it really is, hurry and run." "Where to run? Don't move, that poison mist isn't coming towards us." Right, stay calm, that poison mist is heading towards the wave-riding platform. Everyone, don't move." The crowd quickly calmed down, but a few people took the opportunity to run, fortunately in the right direction. Lei Gang and the others on the wave-riding platform also heard the commotion. Looking at the approaching purple mist, their faces turned grim. "Uncle Fong, what do you think?" Lei Gang asked. Uncle Fong frowned. "I don't know if it's poison mist, I've never seen this kind of poison mist before. Let me try." Saying this, Uncle Fong waved his hand, and a bird appeared in his hand. This bird was of average size, but extremely fast. It was his companion for training his eyesight. He waved his hand and the bird instantly flew towards the direction of the poison mist, moving like a streak of light. However, the next moment when the bird flew into the range of the poison mist, it immediately fell in a parabolic arc towards the ground. At the same time, everyone saw a series of damage values pop up. -9000, -9000, -9000. Seeing this scene, Uncle Fang's face turned extremely ugly. Why is this poison mist causing continuous damage? Let me go take a look. With that, Uncle Fong flew over personally. He didn't dare to approach the poisonous mist but instead used his skills from a distance to draw a wisp of it closer. However, the moment his palm touched the mist, a series of damage notifications appeared above his head. 900090009000. With just over 30,000 health points, he saw his health plummet instantly and his face changed in fear. He hurriedly pulled out a potion and began to gulp it down, shouting as he did so, "Hurry up and leave. This poisonous mist ignores defenses and is extremely toxic. If you get touched, you die. Hurry up and go." On the wave riding platform, Lei Gang and the others turned pale upon hearing this. Their previously excellent positioning was instantly thrown into chaos. At that moment, the water element boss's health had dropped to nearly half and it was in a state of rage. A massive wave surged forth, crashing towards the completely disordered crowd. In an instant, at least 3 professionals were knocked to the ground by the wave, clearly dead. "Run!" Uncle Long shouted urgently. The members of the Lightning Guild fled like frightened dogs from the wave riding platform. Almost simultaneously, a large area of poisonous mist had reached the platform. The water element boss looked at the mist and unleashed another wave, splitting the mist in half. However, the mist had already coiled around it. Almost at the same time, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. Whether facing the flying birds, Uncle Wind, or even the world boss, the poisonous mist treated them all the same. A long string of damage values popped up as if they were free. 900090009000. The crowd could visibly see the water element boss's health plummeting. 10000000000000000002000000020000050000000000000. For 3, 2, 1 the people on the coast unconsciously began to count down. When they reached 0, the massive water element boss let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a torrent of water that fell onto the sea. At the same time, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Ding! The water element world boss has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals. Please continue to work hard." Ding! The record for killing the water element world boss has been refreshed. Time 3 minutes 23 seconds. Creator team, Sue's Little Rich Girl and I have a girlfriend. The same formula, the same taste, even the names were the same. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd on the coast erupted in excitement. Damn, this is amazing. The poisonous mist was indeed released by a big shot. Damn, that's impressive. They didn't even show up, just released a wave of poison and stole the boss. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. The Lightning Guild prepared for 2 days and in the end, they didn't even show their faces and just stole the boss. What a disgrace. They didn't show up and the boss is gone. In Lei Gang's words, is that it? I didn't even show up and the boss is gone? The highest realm of stealing, eh? Bosses, I came to steal it, but you don't even know where my people are. Facing the crowd's ridicule, Lei Gang's face was practically dripping with water. What made him most uncomfortable was that not only had they lost the boss, but they had also lost several members. They had not only lost their reputation but also their people. When he returned, his father would probably beat him to death. "Jian Chen, have you found anyone?" Lei Gang said angrily. Beside him, a young man holding a long sword shook his head. "They're not here. The poisonous mist is coming from the side of the mountain. They should be up there. It's too late to go now. In this round, we lost." The matter of the water elemental war has stirred up quite a commotion. Meanwhile, Fong Fong is somewhat speechless. After going through so much trouble, he finally managed to seize the water elemental. However, aside from completing another class transfer task, the rewards he received were almost negligible. Not a single valuable piece of equipment or skill book dropped. All he got was a damaged elemental crystal core, which couldn't even fetch 50 million dragon coins. But soon, he let it go. He had previously obtained quite a few good items, so he could only say he was lucky. The drop rate of the water elemental was, in fact, the most realistic drop rate. It was just that it was his first encounter and he was still a bit unaccustomed to it. On the way back to town, Sumuyu said, "In 3 days, the last thunder elemental boss will appear. Once we kill it, we can go back to submit the 3rd transfer task. By then, I will also return to Jiangbei province with my father. Fong Fong, you will come to Jiangbei province, right?" There was anticipation in Sumuyu's eyes. She was very afraid that once she left, she would never see Fong Fong again. Hearing this, Fong Fong smiled and said, "What do you think? I promised your father last time that I would help your mother with her illness. When Jiangbei University starts, I will naturally go." Then I will wait for you, hee. Sumuyu happily linked her arm with Fong Feng's. Sumuyu's mother, Ling Shui, had a god-level spirit insect in her mind. Fong Feng really wanted it, so no matter where Mentor Qian he would take him to level up in a month, he would definitely pay a visit to the Su family. That night, in a hotel in Longhua City, Lei Gang's face was ashen and Uncle Long comforted him. Forget it. The president has this temper. When you go back, just admit your mistake and at most, they'll fine you a bit of pocket money and it will be fine. But Lei Gang said, does my dad look like someone who would let it go with just a bit of pocket money? This time, he is really angry. I know that in a month it will be the enrollment day for Jiangbei University. According to tradition, the enrollment list will be announced in the next few days. Our Lightning Guild has taken such a big hit in Longhua City this time, it will probably make many people give up on choosing our Lightning Guild. Uncle Long, I can't accept this. Is there any way out? There is still one Thunder Elemental boss left. This is our last chance. If we can't beat that kid and restore our Lightning Guild's reputation, I'm really afraid my dad will send me away for training when we go back. Uncle Long sighed helplessly upon hearing this. This is not easy to discuss. I have a girlfriend and she should be a Beastmaster and she has such a powerful poison mist. The Thunder Elemental boss, he can completely replicate that. He doesn't even need to show up and no one would dare to fight him for the boss. And mages close to the water system do have skills to resist poison mist, but their levels have already exceeded the 4th transfer. Moreover, we won't last long enough to kill the boss. What? If we set up a formation directly around the Thunder Elemental boss? Lei Gang suggested. Are you crazy? Uncle Long frowned. This won't work at all. But this person has a big temper. Last time we just targeted his insects and it brought about his revenge. This point can be used. Upon hearing this, Lei Gang hurriedly urged Uncle Long to elaborate. A day later. In the evening, Fang Feng was just about to rest when suddenly a voice message came in. It was from Sumuyu. Quick, get on the forum. Lei Gang has posted a challenge. A challenge? Fang Feng was taken aback. What kind of trouble was the Lightning Guild up to now? He opened the professional forum. Soon, Fang Feng saw a post pinned at the top. The Lightning Guild officially challenges I have a girlfriend. 2 days later, when the Lightning Element World boss respawns, our Lightning Guild will clear the field. I have a girlfriend. If you dare, come and try it yourself. Of course, if you still want a poison, then just pretend we never said anything. But if you have the ability to take the Lightning Element boss from us without using poison mist, our Lightning Guild will apologize to you on the forum. From now on, wherever you are, our Lightning Guild will retreat on its own. Do you dare to accept? Below is a series of comments from professionals. Damn, a guild challenging a single person. Did they lose their face to a dog? Exactly, how shameless can they be? But it's not like the Lightning Guild said what would happen if Fang Feng lost, which means if he loses, he won't suffer any loss. That's true, it seems like it doesn't matter for Fang Feng to give it a try since losing won't affect him. That's not the point, okay? The point is a guild challenging a single person. That's just shameless. Everyone was discussing, and Sumuyu said, it's strange, why don't they say what will happen if you lose? Fang Feng laughed. Because if I lose, the thing they want the most is achieved. What do you mean? Sumuyu was confused. If I lose, what they gain is fame. With the enrollment of Jiangbei University approaching, many guilds are recruiting new members. They stumbled in Longhua City this time and want to quickly restore their reputation. So what they want is for me to lose, not anything else. Sumuyu suddenly understood. Then don't accept, it's already bad enough for a group of them to deal with you alone. You can't fall for it. Fang Feng, however, smiled. Why not accept? I like this kind of stubborn opponent. Besides, I want to take the opportunity to make some money. Otherwise, when I get to Jiangbei province, where will I get the money to continue improving my strength? I have it. How much do you want? I know you don't want to take it for free. Consider it my investment. When you become strong in the future, you have to protect me. Sumuyu laughed. Fang Feng was still very grateful to this girl. Every time she lent him money, she was very careful about his feelings. However, this time was a different matter. If I really need it, I won't be polite with you, but why not earn from them? Saying this, Fang Feng directly replied to the post. Is it useful for me to ask you to apologize? Besides, Jiangbei province is not my future, it's just a stage. Wherever I am, you retreat on your own. In the future, the places I go, you may not be able to go. So your conditions are of no use to me. If you want me to accept, it's not impossible, let's gamble. If you lose, give me 10 billion dragon coins. Dare to accept? After the post was replied to, it quickly caused an uproar. 10 billion? The big shot is really bold to ask for that. The big shot might not have that much money, but he has a little rich lady. Yeah, damn, I'm so envious. Why don't I have a little rich lady? 10 billion for a single bet, that's just outrageous. The question is, does Lei Gang dare to accept? Probably not. Does the Lightning Guild have that much money? You are asking for too much. Lei Gang definitely can't come up with it. As far as I know, the Lightning Guild's annual net profit is about that much. But the guild system distributes profits according to positions, so 10 billion would probably require Lei Gang's father to part with more than half of his savings. He can't come up with it. If it's 5 billion, Lei Gang might manage, and the others should be about the same. Sumuyu reminded. Fang Feng suddenly realized he had just said it casually. He didn't expect it to exceed Lei Gang's limit. No wonder no one replied for half a day. Thinking of this, Fong Fong sent another message. Too much? Oh, I forgot, the Lightning Guild is just an ordinary guild after all, so how about this? 5 billion. Will you take it? If no one takes this, then forget it, it wouldn't make sense to go any lower. I'll just poison and rob directly. Are you going to speak, Shigo? Will you take it? Haha, little dog, how's it going? I didn't expect the big shot to be so powerful and yet so humorous. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of this big shot. I've decided that I want to be a part of the girlfriend club from now on. Girlfriend club? Do I have a fan club for my girlfriend Big Shot? I want to join too. Please take me along to admire the big shot, striving to be a little accessory on the big shot. This big shot's counter invitation really blew my mind. Can it be done like this? Hey, Lei Gang, why don't you take it? The conditions are laid out. Are you afraid to accept a mere 5 billion? If we accept and end up losing, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? The forum was buzzing with discussions. At this moment, Lei Gang was feeling quite uncomfortable. Young master, 5 billion is no joke. You haven't managed the finances yourself, so you don't understand. Each of us has assets of about 1 billion at most, but we could scrape together 5 billion. But if we lose the bet, not only will the reputation of the Lightning Guild be severely damaged, but your father will probably be furious. Uncle Long advised. For a guild the size of Lightning, each person's wealth isn't high, but together it adds up. But asking them to put up money, if they lose, who would they ask for it back? The president? They wouldn't dare. Lei Gang said coldly. This kid has already laid out the conditions. If we don't accept, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? The reputation of the Lightning Guild still needs to be upheld. There's still hope if we take a gamble, but if we don't, there will really be no hope. That won't do. We need to discuss this with the president, Uncle Long said. This matter was too big. 5 billion wasn't something he could decide. I feel like they probably won't accept. Sumuyu said. That Lei Gang is impulsive and might accept, but the others around him are seasoned. They will definitely advise against it, and it might end up reaching the president of the Lightning Guild. Fong Fong pondered. That won't do. It's not every day you get a fat piece of meat delivered to your door. How can we let it slip away? My capital relies on them. When it comes to Jiangbei province, his bugs need to evolve, and the higher the rank, the more expensive they are. It requires a lot of money, and the Lightning Guild is offering it on a silver platter. How could they let it go? Thinking this, Fong said, Little rich girl, how much money do you have? Sumuyu was taken aback. Are you planning to live off me? How much do you need? I only have 2 billion on me, but I have an overdraft card from our Su auction house. It can overdraft up to 10 billion. Wow, your dad really treats you well. Fong Fong was speechless. A little girl can overdraft 10 billion. He had worked hard to accumulate 5 billion. The Lightning Guild was still deliberating over 5 billion for so long. Indeed, the richest have always been merchants. Doing business really makes money. But then again, Sumuyu's grandfather is one of the elders of the Mage Association. If it weren't for such a background, she probably couldn't run such a large auction business. Strength is often one of the factors that determine your wealth. That's enough, Fong Fong said. Sumuyu responded, why do I feel like you're hoping they accept the bet now? If they provoke you, they'll probably regret it. Fong Fong smiled and didn't explain, then posted another message on the forum. Little dog? Afraid to accept? How boring. Should I add another condition? If you lose 5 billion, I'll give you 10 billion if I lose. Will you accept? If you don't dare to accept, I suggest your guild disband on the spot. Just like your name, disband like lightning. Damn, oh no, the big shot is furious. 10 billion? Damn, I kneel and beg to know. The little rich girl. Big shot, did that 10 billion come from the little rich girl of the Su family? Su School Beauty, I'm your classmate. I'm begging for a sponsorship of 1 billion to buy some gear. Damn, we're all from Longhua University, how come? The excitement in life is so different? If I had a rich woman sponsoring me 10 billion, I wouldn't just be a sycophant, I'd be willing to lick shit. You can't even get 10 billion by licking shit. That big shot doesn't even need to lick, okay? The rich women are flocking in, you can't even push them away. Countless professionals on the forum were extremely excited. Meanwhile, in the hotel, when Uncle Long informed the president of the Lightning Guild, Lei Bao, about the situation, as expected, he was directly rejected. We in the Lightning Guild have tolerated this, let's wait until the recruitment phase is over, then we'll get back at them. President, we just received news that kid has raised the stakes. He said if we lose, it's 5 billion, if he loses, it's 10 billion. Now the forum is exploding, it will probably soon attract the attention of professionals from other cities in Jiangbei province. What should we do now? Uncle Long was a bit flustered. Lei Gang beside him was so scared that his face turned pale. How did this get so out of hand? Hearing this, Lei Bao's expression also turned extremely grim. He pondered for a moment and said, this person is indeed ruthless, now we can't back out. And if we send someone over now, our Lightning Guild will be completely disgraced. Does Jin Chen have a chance? Lei Bao asked. Jian Shen is at the peak of the third transition, he's already taking on fourth transition tasks. The opponent hasn't completed the third transition task yet, at most level 89. The odds of winning are still quite high. Uncle Long replied. Hearing this, Lei Bao said, then let's take it. If we don't take it now, our Lightning Guild will really be trampled underfoot. But the amount has also been raised to 10 billion. Even if we lose, we should at least lose gracefully. Dad, why? Isn't it foolish to raise it by 5 billion? Lei Gang said. But Lei Bao shouted angrily. What do you know? We are running a guild, image and reputation are more important. If they really put up 10 billion and we only put up 5 billion, even if we win, it won't sound good. Losing will make us even more looked down upon. Moreover, this matter will definitely cause a small sensation throughout Jiangbei province. What we can do is, even if we lose, we must protect the last bit of dignity of the guild. How did I end up with such a foolish child? I asked you to do a job transition task and you got us into such a big mess. When you come back, I'll settle the score with you. Saying this, Lei Bao looked at Uncle Long and said, you let Jianshin go all out. It's best if he can kill this kind of person. As for Xiao Tianlang, don't worry about him. If he dares to act recklessly, our Lightning Guild isn't afraid of him. Understood. Uncle Long nodded. Moments later, Lei Gang finally made an appearance on the forum. We accept this challenge. Our Lightning Guild isn't short on money. We will also put up 10 billion. Seeing the reply, Fong Fong smiled. The money was finally coming. Very good. Now send the money to the arena. I'm afraid you guys will default. Fong Feng's message made Lei Gang so angry he cursed. Other professionals were also laughing uncontrollably. Afraid the Lightning Guild will default. Big Shot is just so confidently invincible. Ha, the Big Shot's concern is also reasonable. What if they default after losing? Exactly, there are many who run away after losing a bet. What does a verbal promise count for? When the guild disbands, who will they ask for money? Right, it's better to find the arena for fairness. Amidst everyone's discussions, soon a message spread throughout Longhua City under the system's broadcast. The Lightning Guild challenges. I have a girlfriend. Bet. Ownership of the Lightning Elemental Boss kill conditions. I have a girlfriend. No poison mist allowed. Must be present on site. Wager. Both parties contribute 10 billion. Lightning has transferred 10 billion. Investor Lightning Guild. I have a girlfriend has transferred 10 billion. Investor Su family. Little rich girl. Sure enough, it's the little rich girl from the Su family. A little rich girl who invested 10 billion. I want one. Damn, I'm so envious. If I had 10 billion, would I be like this now? God owes me a little rich girl from the Su family. Damn it, it's that annoying love again. You all can be jealous. I'm just waiting for the exciting battle in 2 days. Professionals were discussing fervently on the forum. The speed at which this matter spread was far beyond their imagination. Betting agreements happen every year, but a bet of 10 billion is truly rare. Even in Jiangbei province, the highest bet that has appeared was only 6 billion. And in Longhua City, there generally isn't even 1 billion. However, this time, a bet of 10 billion appeared directly. Naturally, it was hard not to spread. In Jiangbei province, within the Thunder Eradication Guild. What did you say? Lei Bao's son, Lei Gang, is challenging someone to a 10 billion bet in Longhua City? What's the background of the opponent? Beast Master? Can kill world boss in seconds? This is interesting. Lei Bao's son is really a lucky charm. They, the Lightning Guild, and our Thunder Eradication Guild, have been enemies for many years. This time there will be a show to watch. Within a certain family in Jiangbei province, a 10 billion bet has appeared in Longhua City. Hurry and check the identities of both parties. With Jiangbei University's enrollment coming up, these two might very well be our young master's opponents. In the student dormitory of Jiangbei University. Senior brother, have you heard? A 10 billion bet has appeared in Longhua City, and one of the parties just graduated from high school this year. Maybe in a month he will become our junior brother. Really? Playing so big, he must be a master. Yeah, I wonder if he will be the second Jiang Shiji. Jiang Yixue? No way, she's a genius. I heard she was sent to the abyss of hell for training this summer. When school starts, the level gap will probably widen again. Unbeknownst to Fong Fong, the name I have a girlfriend had quietly spread throughout Jiangbei province. At this moment, inside the Su auction house, Su Mo put down the teacup and said, "We've already found out the lady's overdraft card was indeed used to pay for the arena. But why didn't the lady change her name? Just directly sponsor the Su auction house, it could bring us some popularity." Su Mutian laughed and said, "Xiaoyu isn't as calculative as we think, and what she did is right. Fong Fong is quite ambitious. If it also brings us popularity, it might make him unhappy. We are merchants, but they are friends. We can't be solely profit-driven. How's the preparation going? It's all ready. We can set off at any time," Su Mo said. Su Mutian nodded. "Let's wait a few days until the battle with the world boss of the Thunder Element is over. It would be best if Xiaoyu can complete her third transition, then we will return to Jiangbei province." The old man is also on the move. A month from now is very important for me. Yes, Sumo nodded. Inside the city lord's mansion of Manhwa City. Teacher, this kid really knows how to stir things up, even dragging the arena into it. I've heard that the name I have a girlfriend has already spread to other places in Jiangbei province. Nangong smiled wryly. To this day, Fong Fong still hasn't clearly agreed to join the defense army, which makes him quite helpless. Qian he smiled and said, I know what you're worried about, don't overthink it. Even if he joins the defense army in Jiangbei, he'll still be using the sword token you gave him, so your contributions won't go unnoticed. And this is just a bit of fame. When the university enrollment list is announced, that will be when he truly shines. The matter has stirred up quite a commotion, and in just 2 days, amidst everyone's anticipation, time quickly passed. The Lightning Element World Boss, as the last boss of the third transfer task, was usually overlooked. However, this time, due to a bet, it became the focus of all parties. The Lightning Dragon Tower, the place where the Lightning Element World Boss spawns. Unlike other elemental bosses, the Lightning Element World Boss takes the form of a lightning dragon. When it appears, it coils atop the Lightning Dragon Tower, creating a lightning domain around it. Those within the lightning domain will occasionally suffer from lightning strikes. However, the number of lightning strikes is limited. If there are many people, the probability of being struck decreases. It also relates to body size. Therefore, in this place, when ganging up on the boss, most of the berserkers, being tall and strong, are more likely to attract lightning. Conversely, smaller-sized professions are less likely to be struck by lightning. At this moment, outside the Lightning Dragon Tower, the members of the Lightning Guild were already on high alert. Uncle Long personally led the team inside, ready to gang up on the boss at any moment. Meanwhile, Eagle Eye Fong and Sword Chen were on the periphery, responsible for vigilance. Usually loudmouth Lei Gang was unusually quiet today, seemingly aware of the importance of this battle for their Lightning Guild. Countless onlooking professionals were hiding in the safe zone near the Lightning Dragon Tower. Having learned from the last experience, they were afraid of being affected again. After all, Fong Feng's methods were terrifying. Even the previously formidable Qian he had lost health. Not to mention them. Boss will spawn in 10 minutes. Why hasn't the big shot arrived yet? I don't know, but the big shot usually appears last, so don't worry. Right, and the big shot can take down the boss in seconds. Even if the Lightning Guild hits it first. As long as the boss isn't dead, it's fine. Hey, someone is coming. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, everyone saw a figure indeed appear near the Lightning Dragon Tower. And that figure was none other than Sumuyu. It's Sumuyu, the little rich girl from the Su family. Goddess, my goddess. Why is only the goddess here? Where's the big shot? I don't know. But it seems the goddess isn't in a party either. Could it be that the big shot is going to do it alone this time? It's very possible. If she teams up, wouldn't that tell Lei Gang and the others that he has arrived? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lei Gang saw Sumuyu and shouted directly, are you here to scout for him? Letting a woman scout, that's really a profession living off others. Sumuyu looked at him and replied calmly, he's not as weak as you think. I'm here to handle something for him. Saying this, Sumuyu took out a card and tossed it to Lei Gang. He asked me to tell you, just put the money on this card later. After saying that, Sumuyu turned and left. Lei Gang, furious, crushed the card in his hand. Hearing the noise, Sumuyu turned back and said, this card is worth 10 dragon coins, remember to make up for it later. After that, she continued walking towards the crowd. The onlookers immediately burst into laughter. What immense confidence. The big shot is amazing. Directly putting it on the card, this is a sure win. I can't wait to see how the big shot will steal. Yeah, with so many people in the Lightning Guild, how will he steal? Amidst the discussions, no one noticed that on Sumuyu's leg there were 2 inconspicuous ants that fell to the ground. They then crawled towards the Lightning Dragon Tower. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the Lightning Dragon Tower and found a hole to crawl into. When Sumuyu arrived in the crowd, the sky above soon rumbled. At the same time, dark clouds began to gather. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning flickered intermittently, signaling that the Thunder Element boss was about to respawn. The people around, witnessing this scene, were all incredibly excited. It's about to start, it's about to start. The boss has finally respawned. Is the big shot going to make a move? I can't wait. In the midst of the crowd's excitement, Sumuyu suddenly smiled as she received a party invitation. Ding! The professional player I have a girlfriend invites you to join the team. Before coming, Fong Fong had already spoken to her. When the team invitation was sent out, it was his moment to act. At this moment, the Lightning Element boss was about to respawn, and dark clouds gathered above the Thunder Dragon Tower, with lightning flashing continuously. Even the sky had darkened a few shades, and no one noticed the situation on Sumuyu's side. Except Sumu. You immediately chose to team up. As the two completed their team formation, a commotion erupted in the crowd, and it was unclear who shouted, "Look! It's Bugs!" Instantly, countless gazes turned to look. Above in the sky, the scout Eagle Eye Feng Shu immediately cast a vigilant glance. They saw that outside the Lightning Guild a mound of earth had indeed risen. From the mound, soil was rapidly turning over, and at the same time several armored ants emerged. After the last incident where they were almost taken out by poisonous mist, Eagle Eye Fengshu was evidently much more cautious this time. He immediately shouted, "Ranged, take out those bugs." Yes. Instantly, some mages and archers from the Lightning Guild opened fire. The commotion outside also caught the attention of Long Shu and others inside. They were originally responsible for dealing with the lightning element boss, but at this moment the boss had not yet respawned. Instead, bugs appeared outside, drawing their attention. However, no one noticed that at that very moment of distraction, a figure had already appeared out of thin air beneath the Thunder Dragon Tower. Indeed, it was Fong Fong. In that instant, he directly used the skill to swap positions, trading places with an armored ant that had been lurking near the Thunder Dragon Tower. And as he appeared, he immediately activated high-level stealth. With high-level stealth, no one present, except for Eagle Eye Fengshu, could detect his presence. However, there were many other professionals around Eagle Eye Fengshu for protection. Otherwise, Fong Fong wouldn't have to go through such trouble. He could have directly killed the entire Lightning Guild without anyone discovering his position. Just as he thought, in the moment Fong Fong appeared, the 3 types of bugs in his insect nest almost simultaneously sprang into action. First, the flying fire spike bug clung to the Thunder Dragon Tower, climbing upwards. Following closely was the nano poison bug, climbing up the body of the flying fire spike bug. On the outside was the armored ant, crawling up the nano poison bug. In an instant, the 3 types of bugs formed 3 layers, all attached to the Thunder Dragon Tower. The reason for this was something Fong Fong had long considered. The flying fire spike bug was the weakest but could break defenses, so it had to go first. The nano poison bug had high damage, coming second. Naturally, the outermost layer was the armored ant, which was both tough and resilient. The 3 types of bugs surged like a tide towards the Thunder Dragon Tower. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, directly hitting the tip of the Thunder Dragon Tower. This surge of lightning power formed a faintly visible Thunder Dragon atop the Thunder Dragon Tower. Clearly, this lightning element world boss was gradually taking shape. This commotion finally drew everyone's attention. Back. The resting armored ants outside were difficult to kill, but as the Lightning Guild members took action, the situation gradually stabilized. Only then did Eagle Eye Fengshu take another look at the Thunder Dragon Tower. However, with that glance, he felt his scalp go numb. Under his investigation, he sensed a massive aura on the Thunder Dragon Tower. At the same time, someone was standing beneath the Thunder Dragon Tower, watching them. In that instant, Eagle Eye Fengshu reacted and shouted towards the Thunder Dragon Tower, "Hurry up and act, that kid is here. He's right next to the Thunder Dragon Tower, hurry up and act." What? Long Shu and the others were all taken aback. They were all shocked, unable to imagine how Fong Fong had managed to get past. The people around them were equally astonished. The big shot made a move? When did that happen? I want to know too. I didn't even see him show up, just a few bugs. That's obvious. If we could all see him, would he still be a big shot? Incredible, the big shot's entrance is truly unique. Hey, it's happening. As Uncle Long and the others attacked the Thunder Dragon Tower, the scene atop the tower changed dramatically in an instant. The originally ancient Thunder Dragon Tower gradually took on a layer of silvery color. This color was unmistakably that of the iron-armored ants. Countless iron-armored ants gathered together, directly forming a layer of armor-like defense that adhered to the Thunder Dragon Tower. Moreover, the height of these bugs was still rising, now nearly reaching the tip of the tower. Quickly attack the tower's tip. We can't let those bugs get close to the Thunder Elemental boss, Uncle Long shouted. Countless spells and arrows surged toward the tower's tip. However, they were ultimately a step too late. As the iron-armored ants clung to the tip of the tower, their formidable defense rendered those attacks ineffective. Beneath the iron-armored ants, the flying fire stinger bugs and nano-poison bugs had already begun their assault. The embryonic form of the Thunder Elemental boss had appeared, its massive dragon body coiling around the tower's tip, waiting for the final energy infusion. Almost simultaneously, the flying fire stinger bugs, nano-poison bugs, and iron-armored ants surged like a tide along the Thunder Dragon's body, spreading across it. In an instant, a series of damage numbers popped up. 10000930098009700. The health of the freshly spawned Thunder Elemental boss plummeted. In an instant, many people didn't even see the boss's attributes before realizing that it was on the verge of death. Lei Gang's heart sank, he slumped to the ground, his face ashen. He knew he had lost this bet. The damage from those bugs was too high, and he had no idea how it was even possible. Even a world boss, known for its tough skin and thick flesh, could be taken down so quickly. This level of power made him suspect that only a big shot above the 7th transition could achieve it. Yet now, this was happening right before his eyes, and it was likely the work of a 2nd transition professional. This is really the end. Lei Gang felt like dying. If he hadn't provoked the other party in the first place, none of this would have happened. However, Unlike his despondency, Uncle Long knew in an instant that their bet had failed. But he didn't give up. Instead, he sent a message to Jianchen. The situation is dire. It's up to you now. I will provide cover for you. After sending the message, Uncle Long exchanged a glance with Uncle Fong, who understood, and they both shouted together. So everyone, go all out and seize the boss. The members of the Lightning Guild, upon hearing this, unleashed their full firepower, throwing all sorts of attacks at the Thunder Dragon Tower as if they were free. Fong Fong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, at this moment, he had already succeeded. A voice rang in everyone's ears. Ding! The Thunder Elemental World Boss has been killed. Congratulations to the professionals, please continue to work hard. Ding! The kill record for the Thunder Elemental World Boss has been refreshed. Time 0 minutes 13 seconds. Creator team, Sue's little rich girl and I have a girlfriend, as the voice echoed. The onlookers around erupted in excitement. In just 13 seconds, the big shot actually defeated the boss in 13 seconds. This is a world boss with a health of 200,000. But they did it in 13 seconds. Compared to the excitement of others, Sumuyu's expression was grim, because she noticed that the people from the Lightning Guild were still attacking the Thunder Dragon Tower. At the same time, Uncle Fong and Uncle Long were still shouting, "Quick, take action! Steal the boss! Don't hold back, go all out!" Are they crazy? The boss is dead, how can they still be shouting to rob the boss? Who knows, maybe it's too noisy for them to hear. No way, the news of the world boss being killed is broadcasted citywide unless they're all deaf. Damn! Then they must have ulterior motives. It's like Xiang Zhuang dancing the sword, aiming at Pei Gong. Damn, how despicable. The crowd quickly reacted. Sumuyu, who was nearby, also changed her expression drastically upon hearing this. She hurriedly sent several messages to Fong Fong. However, not a single reply came. At this moment, Fong Fong had no time to check messages. The members of the Lightning Guild unleashed countless skills, pouring down towards the Thunder Dragon Tower. His own defense couldn't compare to the iron-armored ant. It could be said without hesitation that if these attacks landed on the iron-armored ant, they might only deal a few thousand damage at most. But if they hit him, the damage could exceed 10,000. Although he had a whopping 1.4 billion health points, even if he stood there and let them hit him, they might not be able to kill him. But the losses for the iron-armored ant were very real. Even with the divine insect split skill, Fong Fong couldn't be foolish enough to just stand there and let them hit him. At this moment, Fong Fong was hiding behind the Thunder Dragon Tower, using it to block the enemy's attacks. But his expression gradually turned icy. He didn't believe that the other side hadn't heard the system's broadcast. Clearly, these people were preparing to kill him to silence him after realizing their bet had failed. Even if he died, they would still have to pay 10 billion dragon coins according to the bet. But the key was that if he died, they could save some face and eliminate this trouble. After all, they had offended him this time, and the talent he had displayed had clearly instilled fear in them. If they wanted to deal with him after he rose in power, it would only be more difficult. In an instant, Fong Fong understood all of this. If you want to kill me, I fear you won't be able to swallow it. Fong Feng's eyes were icy. He was not a person who killed indiscriminately, especially after the game had descended into the real world. Humanity was already in a difficult situation, and killing each other was even more unacceptable. But now they were bullying him directly. If he could still endure this, then he was no longer himself. Give me. Just as Fong Fong was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations. A sense of inexplicable threat surged from his heart. Shift. Without hesitation, Fong Fong chose to change positions. However, his speed was still a step too slow. Just as his figure was about to disappear, a silhouette reappeared behind him out of thin air. The next moment, a sword had already pierced through his chest. However, at the same time, Fong Feng's entire being vanished from the spot. A system voice also rang out. Ding! God-level talent damage transfer activated. Damage has been borne by the iron-armored ant. When Fong Fong reappeared, he saw a series of damage values popping up from his body. 20,000, 3,000, 3,000. Tear and bleed, the skill of the assassin swordsman. The Lightning Guild is really willing to pay any price to kill me. Fong Feng's expression was cold. In that instant, he lost nearly 50,000 health points. His own health was only 5,000, and if it weren't for the god-level talent damage transfer, he would have died several times from that sneak attack just now. He looked at the place where he had been standing, at the assassin swordsman holding the long sword. His gaze was icy to the extreme. Jian Chen was also looking at Fong Fong, his eyes filled with astonishment. The set of moves he had just executed had dealt nearly 50,000 health points of damage. He didn't understand why Fong Fong was still standing. Even a second-tier class like a berserker would have a maximum health of around 20,000. A beast master would be lucky to have 4 or 5,000. His own set of skills could have killed him 10 times over, yet he seemed completely unfazed. You really are surprising, Jian Chen said coldly. Fong Fong merely smiled icily and replied, there are plenty more surprises in store for you. You won't be leaving today, Fong Fong said, and with a swift motion of his hand, countless iron ants surged around Jian Chen. The iron ants converged from all directions, wrapping Jin Chen in an instant. Even with his formidable attack power, he couldn't break free from so many iron ants. Fong Fong watched as Jin Chen was engulfed by the swarm. Then, the flying fire stinger worm burrowed in. Following that was the nano venom worm. The entire process took less than a minute. He saw flashes of light erupting from within the iron ants as if something had exploded. At the same time, he noticed his ID name "I have a girlfriend" had changed from white to blood red. This was a situation that occurred after killing other players, commonly referred to as red name status. This status wouldn't disappear and required the player to pay a certain amount of dragon coins in the city to have the guards remove it. Otherwise, it would remain that color. This was to inform other players that this person had killed others recently, potentially posing a threat to them. It would also incite other players to consider killing him. After all, if you kill someone, others can naturally come to kill you. Fong merely glanced at his red name status, not caring at all. Since he had done it, he would do it thoroughly. Attack! Fong called out. In the next moment, countless purple poisonous mists were released from the sea of insects. At the same time, all the flying fire stinger worms took to the air, carrying the nano venom worms towards the crowd of the Lightning Guild. Fong then entered stealth mode again, surrounded by countless iron ants moving towards the nearby onlookers. As the purple mist billowed out, the crowd erupted in chaos. What is the boss doing? Didn't he say he wouldn't use poison mist? That was for stealing the boss, but now that the bet is over, the Lightning Guild still wants to kill and silence him. The boss is fighting back. Damn, that's just despicable. Support the boss in taking them down. No honor in combat, take care of yourselves. What do we do? That poison mist is too fast, we should run. In an instant, all the onlookers scrambled to flee. Only Sumuyu ran against the tide, worried about Fong. But how could she stand against a crowd of tens of thousands? She was soon trampled to the ground. Just as a stampede seemed imminent, an invisible barrier of insects appeared right in front of her. In the next moment, the crowd around her vanished. Only Fong stood beside her, surrounded by a barrier formed by countless iron ants. Seeing that Fong was unharmed, Sumuyu burst into tears of joy. However, she then noticed the torn fabric on Fong Feng's chest. The gash was clearly a sword wound. She looked at the scar and then at Fong, her eyes turning red. It's nothing, I'm fine. Do you really think they could kill me? Sumuyu said nothing, only holding Fong tightly, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her like this, Fong could only comfort her helplessly. It's okay, I'm really fine. The ones in trouble now are them. Those who dare to lay a hand on me will remember today forever. Sumuyu's emotions calmed slightly before she asked, what do you want to do? Fong, however, smiled and pointed to the side. You can see for yourself. Sumuyu followed the gaze and looked over. Instantly, she saw that outside, it had already turned into a chaotic mess. With the world boss of the thunder element being killed in an instant, the situation outside became tumultuous. First, countless onlookers began to flee in all directions. Secondly, centered around the Thunder Dragon Tower, a large mass of purple poisonous mist spread out in all directions. Within the poisonous mist, red insects were flying about. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass could grow. Those from the Lightning Guild who were slightly slower would die the moment they came into contact with the mist. Fong had come to pick up Sumuyu at this time. Already, no less than 7 people from the Lightning Guild had died tragically in the poisonous mist. More people dared not linger and were retreating outside. However, Fong had long blocked their escape route. Iron-armored ants surged in from all directions, forming a wall of iron-armored ants that completely trapped these people inside. Being killed by the poisonous mist was just a matter of time. This was simply a one-sided massacre. The members of the Lightning Guild trapped inside were already in complete despair. Many of them even knelt down before Fong, pleading for their lives. Big boss, we were wrong, please spare us. Yes, big boss, this was all directed by the Lightning Guild, we are just cannon fodder. Big boss, if you want to be cannon fodder, that was your own choice, did I force you? Fong replied with indifference. He usually didn't like killing, but if someone truly provoked him, he was definitely not the kind-hearted type. Friend, don't go too far. Our Lightning Guild has already lost quite a few people this time. Even if you're angry, you've vented enough, right? If you kill us all, you should know the consequences. Our guild will definitely fight you to the end. Uncle Eagle Eye shouted angrily. Beside him, Lei Gang was already in a state of panic. The situation had exceeded his expectations. Initially, he just wanted to teach Fong a lesson and regain some face. He didn't even know they were planning to kill Fong. But seeing that the Lightning Guild had already lost more than half of its members, he was completely thrown into chaos. Fong smiled at Uncle Fong. From the moment you took action against me, I knew what you were thinking. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. And the Lightning Guild is not as intimidating as you imagine. Die. Fong said, and a large swarm of red flying fire-stinging insects appeared right in front of Uncle Fong. Although Uncle Fong tried his best to block them, the flying fire-stinging insects almost instantly wore down his defenses to nearly zero. The Drifting poisonous mist showed no mercy and directly took his life. Lei Gang collapsed to the ground, completely in despair. He even began to wait for his countdown to death. Uncle Long also gave up struggling. As the most powerful mage, he couldn't break through the defense formed by countless iron-armored ants. As for escaping, that was even more impossible. Time passed minute by minute. Within the area formed by the iron-armored ants, flashes of light appeared from time to time. The onlookers in the distance could only see the poisonous substances drifting in the air and the occasional flashes of various colors. No one knew what was happening inside. At first, Sumuyu felt a sense of relief watching, but in the end, it turned into fear, and she buried her head in Fong Feng's chest, no longer wanting to look. Feeling the warmth of Fong Feng's chest, she was filled with a sense of dread. Even as Fong Feng's close friend, she felt her heart racing. I can't even imagine how desperate it must be to be an enemy of Fong Feng. Just 10 minutes later, Fong Feng patted Sumuyu's shoulder. Only then did she release him. As they looked ahead, the purple poisonous mist had already begun to dissipate. A large area on the ground was covered with fallen items. So many that it was almost dazzling. Fong Feng moved forward at a leisurely pace, picking up the items one by one. Sumuyu then noticed that around the entire Thunder Dragon Tower, aside from the tower itself still standing, the only other person left besides the two of them was Lei Gang, who was still slumped on the ground. At that moment, Lei Gang looked at Fong Feng, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. Clearly, he did not understand why Fong Feng had not killed him. After seeing Fong Feng collect all the items that everyone had dropped, Lei Gang finally couldn't hold back any longer. What do you want? If you're going to kill me, just do it. What does it mean to keep me alive? After Fong Feng picked up the last item, he turned to Lei Gang and said calmly, give me everything on you except your clothes. Then you can leave. What do you mean? Lei Gang was puzzled. If Fong Feng wanted the things on him, he could easily take them by force. Why make him hand them over voluntarily? Did that mean he wasn't planning to kill him? Lei Gang felt a glimmer of hope. Better to live than to die. As long as he could survive, those things on him didn't matter. I don't want to repeat myself. You have 1 minute to think, Fong Feng urged. The onlookers around had already begun to stir, wanting to come over and join the excitement. Fong Feng did not want to be treated like a monkey on display. Within a minute, Lei Gang had to come to a decision. Hearing this, Lei Gang hurriedly threw everything he had on the ground. Fong Feng waved at him, signaling that he could leave. Lei Gang was still confused, but he dared not linger, running while glancing back at Fong Feng. It wasn't until he saw Fong Feng take the items and leave with Sumuyu that he finally let out a long breath. The crowd quickly surrounded Lei Gang, asking about the situation. But at that moment, Lei Gang had no mood for that. He just wanted to get home. Longhua City was simply not a place for people to stay. He just wanted to go home. Can you all get out of the way? I want to go home. I miss my mom. Everyone, move aside. Lei Gang was almost in tears. On the other side, on the way back to Longhua City, Sumuyu finally couldn't help but ask, why didn't you kill him? Fong Feng laughed at her words. If I kill him, who will transfer the money to me? It's 10 billion. Besides, I've already plundered everything he had, so it doesn't matter whether I kill him or not. Keeping him alive allows today's events to spread. As the saying goes, fame and fortune are worth 1,000 gold. Sumuyu scoffed at this. That reason might fool others, but if you really cared about fame and fortune, you wouldn't be using a pseudonym. Fong Feng, however, smiled and said, little rich girl, this time I really didn't deceive you. Using a pseudonym before was for self-protection. And after slaying this Thunder Element boss, the next thing will be the enrollment of Jiangbei University. My name will eventually be exposed, and the more famous I am at that time, the more useful it will be for me. Once I enter Jiangbei University, only strength will be the way to obtain resources. So, you need to work hard. Hearing this, Sumuyu looked at Fong Feng, and for a moment, she was a bit worried that her strength would fall further behind his. I don't even want to go back to Jiangbei province. If you're so excellent while I'm not around, what if some other girl tries to seduce you? Fong Feng, however, replied seriously, then I'll just take her down, but I absolutely won't look for anyone under 18. It's easy to get internal injuries. You're annoying, Sumuyu said, giving Fong Feng's chest a light punch. You'll wear yourself out sooner or later. Anyway, you're mine. Even if you find 100 others, you're still mine. Fong Feng laughed. That's not so certain. You're not my girlfriend. Alright, let's go back and finish the job. Also, this time's gains will have to be exchanged for money at your family's auction house. As Fong Feng and Sumuyu returned to Longhua City to prepare for their third transfer, the competition for the lightning element world boss finally came to an end. The speed at which the news spread was far beyond their expectations. Just 2 hours later, it had almost reached the entire Jiangbei province. What? My girlfriend killed a whole team from the Lightning Guild? Damn. This grudge is going to be huge. Who says otherwise? Is this kid not going to develop in Jiangbei province? Of course he has. To go, there's only Jiangbei province for college in Longhua City. This kid must be crazy. Crazy? This kid is a ruthless person. Okay? He wiped out a whole team, and I heard there were big shots doing their fourth transfer tasks in there. Impressive. Can a second transfer really kill a fourth transfer? Zhongbei University. What did you say? Jian Chen is dead? That I have a girlfriend killed him? I take back what I said before. This kid might really be comparable to Jiang Ishuet. Looks like this time Sister Jiang is going to meet her match. I just saw Li Yuanzhao heading towards the abyss entrance. He must be going to tell Sister Jiang this news. Li Yuan's strength is also very strong. Once the recruitment ends, he might also have a rival. Yeah, the recent batches of professionals are also strong. Zhongbei Province, Lightning Guild. Hearing the news, Lei Bao slumped directly into his chair. Below him, several capable members of the Lightning Guild had ashen faces filled with anger. President, if we don't avenge such a great grudge, how can our Lightning Guild stand in Zhangbei City in the future? Yes, that kid must be killed. Lei Bao looked at everyone and said, how to kill. Jian Chen has already completed half of his fourth transfer task and he killed them all. Even Uncle Long and Uncle Feng are dead. To kill him, I'm afraid we need the strength of a sixth transfer. I'm only at fifth transfer. This person is a monstrous talent. Joining Zhongbei University is a done deal. I was wondering why Qian hasn't returned after nearly half a month in Longhua City. He usually comes back in 3 days at most. This kid is no longer someone we can provoke. Send the order down, send someone to bring my son back. From now on, wherever this person goes, our Lightning Guild will retreat. President, the people below were still unwilling, but Lei Bao shouted angrily, do as I say. Anyone who dares to say a word against it will be directly expelled from the guild. If you want revenge, just leave the guild and go on your own. Don't ruin the last bit of survival for this guild. Also, starting tomorrow, we will change the name of the guild. The name Lightning Guild can no longer be used. We can only let time dilute this matter. The people below sighed helplessly. They knew very well that one person had wiped out their entire team. Such strength was indeed beyond what their guild could handle. Going head-to-head would only accelerate their own demise. Longhua City. On the way back to the city, Feng and Sumuyu kept an eye on the forum's activity. In just a few hours of travel, the name I Have a Girlfriend was actually rated as the #1 ruthless person in Longhua City. Even people from other places in Zhongbei Province recognized this statement. Just for a boss, he wiped out a whole team. Such means could not be expressed by just any first ruthless person. In Longhua City, within the Hongjiang Guild, when the top members saw the news, they were so scared they almost fell to the ground. Even the Lightning Guild from Zhongbei Province met such a fate. If they had really gambled on Sumuyu and the others outside Huangsha Town back then, they would probably be growing grass on their graves. Now, inside the Longhua City Lord's mansion. Alright, look at how anxious you are. It's just a few people killed. First, the area near the Lightning Elemental boss is not a safe zone. Second, it was the Lightning Guild who struck first. You can just go ask about the situation later. Once he completes his third transfer, I will take him away. You don't need to worry about future matters. Mentor Qianhe said. Hearing this, Nangong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having such a big shot in his Longhua City made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. If something bigger happened one day, he, as the city lord, might not be able to handle it. He even felt quite fortunate at this moment, grateful that Feng did not directly join his defense army. As the saying goes, one should eat as much as one can digest, or else one might burst. Alright, they have already entered the city. We should leave too. Qianhe called out. City Lord Nangong, still a bit apprehensive, said, you can go, but I think I won't go. Qianhe was taken aback. If you don't go, who will clear his red name? You can't complete the transfer while in a red name state. Nangong was stunned, having forgotten about this matter. The two then hurried towards the transfer temple. Inside the transfer temple, Sumuyu had already completed the transfer task. With the experience gained from killing 4 world bosses, she directly became a level 100 Phoenix Mage after her third transfer. Feng also personally tested it and found that one cannot transfer while in a red name state. So he could only wait to clear his red name first. Then I'll leave first. I'll resolve the matter in 3 days at most. However, I have to leave tonight, so this might be my farewell to you. Sumuyu said reluctantly. Feng smiled and replied, it's not like we're never going to see each other again. I'll come to visit you in a month. Sumuyu nodded. Her mother's illness still awaited Feng's help. Looking around the bustling transfer temple, it seemed no one noticed them. Sumuyu hurriedly leaned in and kissed Feng's mask. I'll be waiting for you in Zhongbei Province. No matter what you do outside, remember to come home. After saying that, Sumuyu turned and ran out of the transfer temple. Feng was left speechless. Was he really that casual of a person? Besides, when had he ever forgotten to go home? The outside world was good, but home was not bad either. In an adult's dictionary, there is no word for choice. As long as it's good, he wanted it all. Just as Sumuyu left, Feng had not yet departed from the transfer temple when a voice came over. Young friend, as someone who has been through it, I must remind you, Longhua City is too small, and you don't see enough beautiful women. Sumuyu is great, but you might encounter even better ones in the future. You must carefully consider the major events in life. Seeing that it was City Lord Nangong, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your concern, but my greatest hobby is collecting beauty. Anything good, I want. Do you think that's too greedy? City Lord Nangong laughed upon hearing this. Greed is not a bad thing. The key is whether you have the strength to protect what you greedily obtain. Since the game descended into the world, it's not uncommon for the strong to have multiple wives. Alright, I'm here to help you clear your red name. Xianhai is already waiting for you in the private room. You can meet him once you complete your transfer. Fong Fong nodded. Mentor Qianhe was even more anxious than he was. However, it was indeed not long until the university enrollment period. It was understandable to be anxious. At that moment, Nangong personally helped Fong Fong clear his red name status, and he didn't charge any money. Fong Fong didn't waste words and directly walked towards the third transfer stone. After submitting the task, a series of system notification sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the third transfer task and the hidden profession task trial. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the hidden class blood speaker. Ding! The system has detected that you have completed the third transfer task and the divine talent system is extracting rewards. Ding! Congratulations on completing the third transfer task and the hidden profession task challenge. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the hidden profession blood speaker and received 200 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to level 100. Please use your free attribute points as soon as possible. Ding! The system has detected that you have completed the third transfer task. The divine talent system is extracting rewards. Ding! The extraction of the divine talent system is complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine talent, divine insect fusion. Please check the specific effects. Yourself. Hearing a series of system notifications, Fong Fong was extremely excited. He quickly clicked to check the divine talent. He had just obtained divine insect fusion. Divine insect fusion divine talent allows the host to fuse with the insect race under their control, granting the host the power of the divine insect. Specific attributes can be viewed on the divine insect page. Fusing myself with the divine insect? Fong Feng's heart stirred, feeling as if he had touched a brand new door. He hurriedly opened his divine insect list. Immediately, he saw that the attributes of his divine insects had also increased significantly. Name: Nano Venom Insect. Rating: Mythical Level, LV.100 Attack Power, 10,000 Health Points, 6,000 Physical Defense, 1,300 Magical Defense, 1,300 Additional Effect. Deadly Poison. Each attack can inflict a deadly poison effect, causing the poison target to lose 4,000 health per second for 3 seconds. Additional skill: Poison Mist. Can release a poisonous mist, poisoning enemies within range. If there are no enemies, the mist lasts for 30 minutes. Tip: the deadly poison effect can be enhanced with level increases. Reminder: Mythical Level Divine Insect cannot evolve. Divine Insect Split Talent in effect. Currently splitting. Limit 30,000. Current quantity 29,000/30,000. Name: Skyfire Stinger Insect. Rating: Commander Level. Blue Level, LV.100 Attack Power, 3,500 Health Points, 2,000 Physical Defense, 100 Magical Defense, 100 Additional Passive Skill. Fire Armor Piercing. When attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10%. Effect can stack. Can bring the opponent's dual defenses close to zero. Tip: Fire Armor Piercing effect is fixed, cannot be enhanced. Additional passive skill: Flight. Can spread wings and fly with no consumption. Speed matches the owner's speed. Reminder: Commander Level Divine Insect can evolve. Divine Insect Split Talent in effect. Currently splitting. Limit 30,000. Current quantity 25,000/30,000. Name: Ironclad Ant King. Rating: Commander Level. Blue Level, LV.100 Attack Power, 3,300 Health Points, 55,000 Physical Defense, 10,000 Magical Defense, 10,000 Additional Passive Skill. Silver Armor Protection. When taking damage, immediately increases dual defense by 20%. Reminder: Commander and Divine Insects can evolve. Divine Insect Split Talent in effect. Currently splitting. Limit 30,000. Current quantity 26,000/30,000. With the increase in his own level, the levels of the divine insects also began to rise. Moreover, the quantity limit had reached 30,000. However, he had not yet added his free attribute points, and he had not changed his equipment. Once he changed, the limit should be higher. This was not a concern. From the quantity, it could also be seen that during the previous battle with the Lightning Guild, the Skyfire Stinger insect had suffered considerable losses. This insect had poor self-preservation ability, so it suffered the most losses, followed by the Ironclad Ant, while the Nano Venom insect had the least loss in numbers. Fong Fong stopped thinking too much and began to check the effects of Divine Insect Fusion. Nano Venom Insect. Mythical Level Venom Insect currently can be fused. Fusion attributes are as follows. After merging with the attack power, it will gain the effect of Nano Poison Bug Attack Power 300 million 10,000 x 30,000. Each has an attack power of 10,000, with a total of 30,000. Toxic passive. With each attack, it will put the enemy into a poison state, causing a loss of 4,000 health per second. Tip: Skills: Poison Mist cannot be used in fusion state. Looking at the introduction, Fong Feng's eyes widened. Attack power of 300 million? Isn't that just one punch to instantly kill the world boss? Even considering the opponent's defense, my punch would definitely be able to obliterate everything. However, Fong Fong quickly realized, this fusion, while impressive, only made his melee combat stronger. When leveling up requires large-scale monster slaying, it was clearly better not to fuse. Moreover, not being able to use the skill Poison Mist was somewhat uncomfortable. Fong Fong thought and continued to look at the second type of bug. Flying Fire Spike Bug Commander level currently can be fused. Fusion attributes are as follows. Ignore 50% defense after merging. It will gain the ability to ignore 50% of the defense of the Flying Fire Spike Bug. The grade of the Divine Bug is relatively low, and after fusion, the effect is only 50%. Defense Ignore, which will not stack. Raising the bug's grade can increase the defense Ignore limit. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong fell into deep thought. Letting the Flying Fire Spike Bug go and gang up on enemies could reduce their defense to 0. The effect would naturally be the best, but he also knew that if faced with stronger monsters or powerful mages, his Flying Fire Spike Bug might not even get close before being wiped out. So, although this fusion skill only has a 50% defense Ignore, it can be very useful at certain times. Be content. Let's look at the last one. Fong Fong turned his attention to the last type of bug. Iron Armored Ant King Commander level Divine Bug currently can be fused. Fusion attributes are as follows. Health after merging. It will gain the health of the Iron Armored Ant King, 1.65 billion, 55,000 x 30,000. Each has a health of 10,000 with a total of 30,000. Physical defense after merging. It will gain the physical defense of the Iron Armored Ant King, 300 million, 10,000 x 30,000. Each has a physical defense of 10,000 with a total of 30,000. Magical defense after merging. It will gain the magical defense of the Iron Armored Ant King, 300 million, 10,000 x 30,000. Each has a magical defense of 10,000 with a total of 30,000. Reminder: continue to raise the grade to achieve the highest dual defense immunity effect. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong was so excited that he almost wanted to run outside naked. The fusion of the three bugs can be said to have their own merits. If the Nano Poison Bug gave him invincible attack power, then the Iron Armored Ant King provided him with invincible defense and health. With these attributes, Fong Fong could even choose to give up the dual defense and health on his equipment, focusing solely on mental power. He could raise his Divine Bug limit with 1.65 billion health and 300 million dual defense. Unless he encountered some freaks that ignore defense or specific monsters, it was likely that no one below the 8th transition could break his defense. Of course, if he could continue to raise it to the level of complete immunity, that would be the best. This divine level talent had directly given Fong Fong a qualitative leap in his survival ability. If that Jianchen were to sneak attack me now, he probably wouldn't even be able to hurt me with his sword. Fong Fong was extremely excited. Indeed, what he wanted came true. Previously, he had to use the Iron Armored Ants to form a defensive layer around him during battles. Now he could completely choose to fuse with himself. At that time, he would simply be an invincible walking boss. Who could compete with him? Calming his emotions, Fong Fong then allocated his free attribute points. At the same time, prepare to check his attribute panel in the hidden class he just transferred to Bloodspeaker to see what abilities he has. Name: Fong Fong. Occupation: Bloodsucker. Blood Insect Master. Level: LV.100. Health: 5,000 after God Insect Fusion, 1.65 billion. Physical defense: 500 after God Insect Fusion, 300 million. Magical defense: 500 after God Insect Fusion, 300 million. Strength: 106 Intelligence, 228 Constitution, 109 Spirit, 1407 plus 140. 140 is from the passive effect of the Goblin King's Staff, increasing Spirit Mastery by 10%. Speed: 30 meters/second. Free attribute points: 0. Occupational skills: Beast Control. Attack form: Switch. Evolution control: Beast attack power increase 10%. Bloodsucking technique. General skills: Divine Hidden Fate. Shift position advanced. Stealth. Occupational traits: Insect tribe affinity. The practitioner is an insect tribe beast master with a high probability of successfully controlling insects, while controlling other types of beasts will definitely fail. Divine talent: Divine insect split increases spirit power and can raise the split limit. Current limit 30,000. Divine talent: Perfect control can activate a perfect control skill, guaranteeing success on the controlled target, limited to insects, and the target's level cannot exceed the practitioner's by 30 levels. Cooldown time 24 hours. Divine talent: Damage transfer selects Iron Armored Ant, currently can withstand damage of 1.65 billion. Divine talent: Divine Insect Fusion, currently can fuse Divine Insects, Nano Poison Insect, Iron Armored Ant, Flying Fire Stinger Insect. Looking at the introduction, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly special, just that his occupation has completely changed from Beast Master to Bloodsucker. Moreover, he has gained a skill called Bloodsucking Technique. Fong Fong first checked the introduction of his occupation. Bloodsucker, also known as Blood Insect Master, is a rare occupation from ancient times. Controlling insects provides him with powerful bloodsucking abilities. As long as the insect tribe is immortal, the bloodsucker will not die. Just looking at the introduction seems quite impressive. Fong Fong hurried to check the skill introduction for bloodsucking technique. Blood-sucking technique. Passive skill. All insects controlled by the host will convert 10% of the damage they inflict into vitality to supply the host, and the converted vitality can also be transferred by the host to other insects. As long as the insect tribe is immortal, the host will not perish. The introduction seems a bit complex, but Fong Fong quickly understood the significance of this skill. This is simply a blood-sucking skill added to himself and all the insects he controls. Moreover, they can share this effect with each other. For example, the flying fire stinger insect is too fragile but can effectively reduce the opponent's defense. So every time before attacking, the flying fire stinger insect would fight to pave the way. Now, with the blood-sucking technique, part of the damage caused by the flying fire stinger insect will be converted into health. As long as Fong Fong feeds this health back to the flying fire stinger insect, he can significantly reduce its consumption. Additionally, with the nanopoison insect also joining the battle, its high attack will provide more blood-sucking effects, and the blood absorbed can be transferred to the flying fire stinger insect. In this way, even if the flying fire stinger insect engages in a hard fight, it may not suffer much loss. This is simply a divine skill for Fong Fong. As a beast master, Fong Fong is very clear about his shortcomings. In the past, he had to be cautious of sneak attacks from assassins. The god-insect fusion perfectly compensates for this shortcoming, making him invincible in close combat after fusing with divine insects. The consumption of insects has always been a headache for him, and he has tried to avoid it as much as possible. Because the number of insects is his absolute core, if there are massive casualties in a short time, he would have almost no combat power during the time it takes for the insects to complete their split. However, the hidden occupation of bloodsucker can effectively alleviate this pressure. It can be said that now Fong Feng's weakest aspects have all been compensated. Aside from the drastic reduction in the number of bugs, there was almost nothing else that could threaten him. The bloodbath technique could also largely prevent the mass death of his bugs. Fong Fong took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt that his path to rise had finally been completely opened. After the third transition, his overall strength was no longer comparable. If he were to face the people from the Lightning Guild now, he wouldn't even need to think about ways to shift and get close to the Lightning Element boss. He could just walk in boldly, and no one would be able to stop him. And that Jianchen, even if he stood there and let him stab, he couldn't break through his own defense. Awesome! Fong Fong shouted, then calmed his emotions before returning to the job transition temple. Nangong had already left. Fong Fong didn't waste any words, took a deep breath, and walked towards one of the private rooms. Inside the private room, Mentor Qian he had been waiting for a long time. What level are you now? Seeing Fong Fong come in, Mentor Qian he asked with a smile. 100. Fong Fong didn't hide it and replied directly. For world bosses have allowed you to accumulate 11 levels of experience, going straight from 89 to 100. Not bad. With your current level, after the enrollment list of Jiangbei University is announced, you should be around the 100th place. The top 100 can enter Jiangbei University, but the higher the ranking, the better the treatment and resources after entering the university. Mentor Qian he said. Fong Fong, upon hearing this, was puzzled. I have a question. Since I awakened and transitioned, I can say I have hardly rested. Moreover, whether in dungeons or against world bosses, I have also received rewards. Why am I ranked around 100? This question truly baffled Fong Fong. He had pushed himself to the limit along the way, and who could possibly have done better than him? But why was his ranking around 100? Mentor Qian he smiled upon hearing this. Because this ranking is based on levels. Only levels, and only looking at levels. As for combat power and such, they don't count. Mentor Qian he explained. You people have only just completed your awakening for about a month. There will be a gap in strength before the third transition. Good professions with backgrounds will advance rapidly, while ordinary professions without background resources will consider joining guilds for a living. This is the first gap. The second gap is with university enrollment. If you can enter the top 100, you can continue your studies. If you can't, you will likely choose some better guilds to adventure and improve yourself. And you think you've done very well in this month, and I admit you have indeed done well. However, some people will do things to enter Jiangbei University that you cannot understand. For example, saying this, Mentor Qian he waved his hand. A young man's profile appeared in front of them, but without a name, looking to be around the same grade as himself. For example, this person, named Jiang Hao, is currently at level 115 after his third transition. He is a full 15 levels ahead of you, and this 15 level gap is why he is currently ranked first. And from the third transition onwards, leveling up will become increasingly slow. You can't catch up with this 15 level gap just by grinding world bosses. Although bosses can provide a lot of experience, the respawn cycle is too long, one every 10 days or half a month is simply not feasible for leveling. So leveling has specific places. And do you know what profession Jiang Hao is? Fong Fong shook his head. He didn't know this person. Mentor Qian he smiled. He is a priest. A priest? Fong Fong was taken aback. Priests are similar to healers, both being support roles, but priests lean more towards healing. The priest tends to focus on status effects such as blessings, continuous healing, and other similar states. It can be said that the priest class is quite redundant. Generally, a guild only needs one high-level priest. Adding some status effects before setting out can last for 10 days to half a month, and priests are usually kept within the guild without needing to undertake any tasks. After all, their combat power is very weak. They rely on adding status effects to get by. If a priest can temporarily hold the top spot, that person is definitely a rich second generation. This Jiang Hao comes from Jiangbei City, and his father is the lord of Jiangbei City, Beijiang Nan. After he completed his awakening profession, his father hired 2 mercenary teams. They took turns training him 24 hours a day, so you could say he has been sleeping in the wild until he reached his current level. A priest doesn't need to master various combat skills, they just need to have high levels and powerful buffs, as well as the ability to stay alive when he needed to complete his job change task. His family prepared all kinds of materials for him, so he didn't even need to leave the job change temple to finish the task. For the world boss's third job change task, a week before it was issued, the 4 elemental bosses outside Jiangbei City were cleared by the mercenary teams. He completed the third job change task in just one morning. You might think you're doing well enough, but you don't know that others are better than you. You earn every day, while they earn every second. Mentor Qianha said. You might feel that this is meaningless. After all, being a priest, even if you enter Jiangbei University as the top of the leaderboard, what does it matter? Let me tell you first, in this world, university is just a short part of your life. No matter where you are, no matter what your strength is, if you don't progress, it means you're regressing. So if you continue to stay in Longhua City, it will only limit your development. Without a strong background and resources, you can only work harder than them. Fong Fong nodded. Previously, he felt that having a system allowed him to walk sideways, but now it seems there are many who work harder than him. If a priest can occupy the top spot, one can imagine how much effort they put in. He indeed should leave Longhua City. The world outside is vast, and he can soar higher. Just tell me what I should do. Since I've decided to follow you, I won't have any regrets. Also, when will that leaderboard be announced? Fong asked. He understood that the competition in Longhua City had ended, and the competition for enrollment spots at Jiangbei University was just beginning. Although Mentor Qianha promised to give him a special enrollment spot, he naturally didn't want to miss this grand enrollment event. The enrollment list will be officially announced in 3 days. Once it's announced, it means you only have 1 month left until the start of school. So I will give you 3 more days to prepare. After 3 days, follow me to leave Longhua City. Fong nodded. Although he had no relatives in Longhua City, he had lived there for so many years. He still had some feelings for it. Leaving in 3 days, he probably wouldn't have the chance to come back. So it was only right to say goodbye properly. That night, Sumuyu left with Sumu Tian. However, 2 days later, she still sent the money as promised. A total of 15 billion. Among them, 10 billion was from the bet with the Lightning Guild. The other 5 billion was the total from what he obtained after killing that group from the Lightning Guild. By now, Fong Feng's dragon coins had reached 20 billion. He could barely find an opportunity to evolve the bug. Unfortunately, Longhua City didn't have bug materials, so he could only wait until he got to Jiangbei province. He originally wanted to buy some equipment, but Mentor Qianha said that the place they were going to also had an auction house, and it was even bigger. They could change thereafter. Arriving. After all, Longhua City was small, and the choices were naturally limited. 3 days later, Fong left with Mentor Qianha as promised. On that day, Lord Nangong, Xiao Tianlang, and others personally came to see him off. Lei Yang and Zhang Dong naturally didn't have the qualifications to come, but on the professional forum, they watched the live broadcast of the scene and felt emotional. In just a short month, the differences in life have already become so significant. I originally thought it would be myself who would rise, but now looking at the gap, it truly makes one feel ashamed. Under the night sky, Fong sat on the Wind Rider Golden Eagle of Mentor Qianhe, watching the scenery below rush by. Suddenly, he felt a bit of anticipation, not knowing where Mentor Qianhe would take him. However, he didn't dare to ask. Suddenly, Mentor Qianhe smiled and said, "The list is about to be announced." Fong was taken aback, and almost simultaneously, a voice rang in his ear. Ding! The enrollment list for Jiangbei University is officially open. Any student within Jiangbei province who has completed their awakening task this year can participate in the registration. The information of all practitioners has already been recorded, they just need to choose whether to register. If you give up registration, your information will be automatically cleared. Once you confirm your registration, your name or alias will appear on the enrollment list. The registration period is 1 hour. Please complete your registration as soon as possible. This was actually a provincial broadcast. Impressive. Fong marveled inwardly, realizing that the enrollment list for Jiangbei University was based on the entire Jiangbei province. In other words, this list is a stage for the talents of this year's Jiangbei province to compete. As Fong was thinking, another system voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Do you wish to register? Without thinking, Fong directly chose yes. Ding! Please. Choose the name you will use, your real name or an alias. Fong Fong, I have a girlfriend. The system provided 2 options. Fong Fong felt helpless, but after thinking for a moment he chose, I have a girlfriend. Although he didn't mind exposing his identity since it hadn't been revealed yet, it was better to keep it hidden for now. Moreover, Mentor Qian he had also told him to be careful. After all, there were still anti-alliance figures within Long Country. Using an alias would be safer. As for future exposure, that would be fine. Every minute of hiding was a gain. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully registered. The enrollment list will appear in 1 hour. Please keep an eye on your ranking. The system reminded him one last time before falling silent. Fong Fong then noticed that an option for the ranking list had appeared on his panel. After clicking it, a huge light screen appeared. However, there were no names on it yet. This hour was the registration time, and it was estimated that the specific rankings would only be announced after the registration ended. Fong Fong wasn't in a hurry. He closed the list and asked, Mentor, where are we going? Qian he had never mentioned where he would take Fong Fong, and upon hearing this, he replied, Deep Abyss Town. Deep Abyss Town? Fong Fong was taken aback, quickly realizing what this place was. It had been briefly introduced in his high school textbooks. In the first 10 years after the game descended into the real world, the original city layout of Long Country was almost completely destroyed. With the emergence of practitioners, the scale and layout of cities began to be redefined. Near every large town, which was organized by province, there was a place called Deep Abyss Town. Jiangbei Province was no exception. It was said that this was because there was an entrance to the abyss nearby. Initially, there were no cities in the vicinity, but as a large number of practitioners gathered near the abyss entrance, cities gradually developed. Thus, there was also an entrance to the abyss near Jiangbei Province. Deep Abyss Town was the closest place to this entrance. Deep Abyss Town is not far from Jiangbei City. It will be convenient to find Sumuyu after a month. Fong Fong thought to himself as he was very interested in the mythical level spirit insect in Sumuyu's mother's mind. He didn't expect Mentor Qian he to take him to this place. Could it be that he was preparing to let him level up in the abyss? Master Qianha had no intention of elaborating. Fong Fong also lazily refrained from asking more questions, knowing he would understand. Once they arrived at their destination, after patiently waiting for an hour, the options for the leaderboard finally lit up. At the same time, a voice rang in Fong Feng's ear. Ding! The enrollment list for Jiangbei University has been completed. Ranking information will appear in 10 seconds and will officially end in 30 days. At that time, the enrollment results will be announced based on the rankings. 10-9-8. As the countdown echoed, Fong Fong focused his gaze on the leaderboard. Although he didn't like this ranking method based on levels, Jiangbei University clearly had its own considerations. For instance, Zhang Hao, a priest, could occupy the top spot, which was enough to demonstrate the strength of his background and resources. University admissions couldn't solely rely on talent, as the rise of a strong individual required more than just innate ability. Vast resources and support were also crucial. In comparison, levels could quickly indicate a person's overall strength in a short time. Ding! The list has been announced. With the system's voice, Fong Fong saw names starting to appear on the leaderboard. Sure enough, the first place was occupied by the young man named Zhang Hao. First place, Zhang Hao, level 116, third transition, priest. It's only been 3 days and he's already leveled up. Fong Fong exclaimed, realizing that having money was indeed advantageous. At this rate, he might complete the 4th transition task before it ended. If he was really impressive, he might even receive the 5th transition task. Of course, the probability of that was very low. Completing the 4th transition task to enter Jiangbei University was already an extraordinary feat, let alone receiving the 5th transition task. The chances were too slim. Fong Fong continued to look down the list. First place, Zhang Hao, level 116, third transition, priest. Second place, Li Jian, level 110, third transition, dark swordsman. Third place, Meng Nan, level 105, third transition, berserker. Fourth place, Li Kai, level 104, third transition, sorceress. Fong Fong noticed that there were indeed others using aliases just like him, such as this brother Meng Nan. Moreover, the 4th place, Li Kai, was actually a sorceress. A healer at such a high level indicated a solid family background. Besides that, the level gap further down was quite small, with many around levels 103 to 104. It seemed there were indeed many powerful professionals throughout Jiangbei Province. He had worked hard before, but now he was only at level 100. Fong Fong scrolled down and found himself at the 100th position. 100th place, I have a girlfriend, level 100, third transition, beast master. 101st place, Su family little rich girl, level 100, third transition, mage. Sumuyu was surprisingly right behind him. Truly kindred spirits. Fong Fong chuckled helplessly. However, just as he felt helpless, he suddenly saw Sumuyu's rank change from 101st to 102nd. His own rank shifted from 100 to 101st. Damn! Fong Fong couldn't help but curse. He was still on the road, and these guys were still leveling up. They didn't leave any room for him in the top 100. He was directly pushed down. What's wrong? Do you care about this ranking? Master Qianhe finally spoke. Fong Fong smiled at her words. I'm still young, being competitive is instinctive. Of course, it's best to take first place, but now even the 100th place has been taken. Qianhe laughed. Once we reach Abyss Town, you'll catch up. Alright, let's get ready to descend. As she spoke, the Wind Rider Golden Eagle turned and flew towards the ground. Below, Fong Fong saw that a brightly lit town had indeed appeared. It looked bustling with people coming and going. The two landed outside the town. Mentor Qianhe then said, I still need to go back to Zhangbei University to get something. You handle yourself tonight. If you need to change equipment or anything, just take care of it. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you into the abyss. After saying this, Mentor Qianhe left. Fong Fong felt a bit helpless upon seeing this. He was directly left here. But it was fine, he had money on him, so he wasn't worried. It was his first time in a place more lively than Longhua City, so he naturally had to improve his strength first. With that in mind, Fong Fong didn't waste any time and directly entered the town. Along the way, there were shops selling various items on both sides. Fong Fong even saw many yellow leader-level equipment. Of course, the prices were quite steep. However, he didn't see any orange lord-level items. Such precious equipment should be in large auction houses. Being new to the place, Fong Fong didn't know where to start. So he first went to a general store to buy some local information and details about the Abyss. The report indicated that within the Abyss town, there was a place called the Abyss Tavern. It was a shop directly run by the garrison of Jiangbei province. Inside, along with the auction house, one could relax while purchasing what they wanted. At the same time, the most information could be found here. Seeing this, Fong Fong wasted no time and headed straight for the Abyss Tavern. Moments later, in the lobby of the first floor of the Abyss Tavern, Fong Fong sat down and ordered a pot of wine. While drinking, he studied the situation of the Abyss. According to the information, the Abyss near Jiangbei province was called the Demon Lord Abyss. It was said that within this abyss lurked a Lord-level orange boss, the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was powerful and hid deep within the abyss. Even the Lord of Jiangbei City, Bei Jiangnan, did not dare to enter easily. Bei Jiangnan was very strong, and if outside, it wouldn't be difficult to slay a Lord-level Demon Lord. But deep within the abyss, it was possible that he could also run into trouble. Therefore, this boss had not been eliminated to this day. The abyss, after being modified by the Jiangbei City garrison, currently had 2 levels open to the public. The first level required a payment of 100 million dragon coins each time to enter for a day. The second level required a payment of 1 billion dragon coins each time for a day. Looking at the fees, Fong Fong couldn't help but gasp. This was simply robbery. The first time alone cost 100 million for a day, and with his 20 billion fortune, he could only stay for 20 days in the second level. He wouldn't make me pay for this, would he? If that's the case, I might as well run back and farm world bosses. Fong Fong was speechless. He had worked hard to save so much money to improve his bugs, not to buy tickets. Looks like I have to spend all my money tonight so I won't get tricked by Qianhe. Fong Fong had a little scheme. With such high fees, it was clear that the benefits were considerable. Moreover, according to the introduction, maintaining the formations within the abyss consumed a lot, which was why the fees were so high, but the leveling experience was also quite substantial. Fong Fong was still somewhat looking forward to it. With that thought, he didn't delay and called out, and a maid came over. Sir, how can I assist you? Fong Fong wasn't wearing a mask, and the beautiful maid was taken aback when she saw his handsome face. I need to buy some things. Equipment at level 100 that mainly increases mental power. Other attributes don't matter. Also, a commander level blue bug. Help me see how many are on the market. Thank you. Alright, please wait a moment, the beautiful maid said as she hurriedly turned to arrange things. Just a moment later, she returned and smiled. Sir, there are equipment in the auction house, a total of 300 million, including a weapon. As for the commander level blue bugs, we currently have 10 in our auction house. If you need more, I can help you retrieve them, the beautiful maid said. Fong Fong nodded and, without further ado, took out his diamond card and handed it over. The beautiful receptionist remained calm, but after reading the information on the card, a hint of surprise flashed across her brow. Are you my girlfriend's gentleman? Is there a problem? Fong Fong asked, surprised that his alias had become so well known. He had never been to Abyss Town, yet his name had somehow reached here. Sir, your name is now known by everyone in Abyss Town, and most importantly, the Abyss Tavern collaborates with the Su Auction House. And the master specifically instructed that anyone holding this diamond card can enjoy complimentary service. Complimentary service? Fong Fong was taken aback. Su Mutian was indeed generous, but he would definitely refuse. After all, as the saying goes, accepting favors too often can ruin one's character. No need for complimentary service, just give me the usual discount and let's hurry up, shall we? Fong Fong urged. Qianhe had only given him one night, and he planned to learn more about the situation below the abyss after evolving the bugs. The beautiful maid nodded and immediately led Fong Fong to a private room upstairs. Well, once my identity is revealed, the treatment changes. Fong Fong chuckled bitterly. Indeed, in this world, only strength was the best passport. Sir, Miss Zian, who is in charge here, will come to serve you shortly. After saying this, the beautiful maid left. Fong Fong nodded and patiently waited while leaning on the sofa. Meanwhile, in another room of the tavern. What did you say? I have a girlfriend? Are you sure it's him? Zian was somewhat surprised. The beautiful maid nodded. Absolutely correct. This is his diamond card. Zian took the diamond card and looked at it. Indeed, it was correct. Alright, I understand. I'll go over now. If young Master Jiang arrives, you must hold him off for a while. Young Master Jiang? I'm afraid I can't stop him, the beautiful maid said, feeling a bit troubled. She knew Jiang's temperament, it wouldn't be easy to hold him back. Zian said, then just tell him I'm attending to a distinguished guest and can't deal with him for now. Zian was a bit anxious, and after speaking, she hurriedly took a black gold card and rushed towards the private room. The beautiful maid watched Zian's reaction, feeling somewhat puzzled, thinking, isn't my having a girlfriend just a trap for the Lightning Guild? Why is the person in charge taking it so seriously? Or does he have something else that the master values? Even Zian is ignoring young Master Jiang. How strange. She naturally didn't know the importance of Fong Fong to Su Mutian. Only someone like Zian, who could be responsible for an auction house, had the right to know. In fact, after Su Mutian left Longhua City with Sumuyu, he knew Fong Fong couldn't stay in Longhua City forever. So, the first thing he did after leaving was to notify the heads of the Su auction house spread throughout Longhua City. Anyone who had information about Fong Fong, also known as I have a girlfriend, had to report immediately and fulfill any requests. They could even offer complimentary service directly. With the boss issuing such orders, they naturally dared not be negligent. Su Mutian did this to keep track of Fong Feng's movements. After all, it concerned the life of his beloved, and he couldn't truly be indifferent. In the private room, Zian arrived shortly after. Hello, I am Zian, the person in charge of this auction house. As a friend of our auction house's owner, the owner specifically instructed that as long as you come, you can enjoy complimentary service. If you insist on paying, we can offer you a maximum discount of 50%. Saying this, Zian handed over a black gold card. Seeing this, Fong Fong didn't waste words and directly took it. Complimentary service was out of the question, a 50% discount would suffice. Alright, then I won't beat around the bush. Do I need to bring anything? Zian nodded, waved her hand, and immediately 10 neatly arranged brocade boxes appeared before them. They're all here. If it's not enough, we can transfer some from Jiangbei City overnight, and they should arrive by tomorrow morning, Zian said. However, Fong Fong frowned at her words. There's not enough time. He had to enter the abyss with Mentor Qian He early tomorrow morning, and it was clear that he wouldn't be able to wait. The 10 bugs in front of him were probably not enough. After all, it took 10 bugs to evolve the Fire Sting Bug's flying ability last time. Seeing Fong Fong frown, Zian quickly said, if you're in a hurry, we can issue a collection order overnight. There are quite a few people in Abyss Town, and many professionals. It's possible someone has larvae. But the larvae collected through this order won't be discounted for you. We can give you the purchase price directly without making a profit. Hearing this, Fong Fong nodded. This was indeed a solution, and since Zian had gone this far, he appreciated it. Alright, but let's talk about this later. What if luck is on our side tonight? Then you go first. Just as Fong Fong was about to ask her to leave, he looked up and realized that Zian was actually a stunning beauty and of the mature, alluring type. He had been keeping his head down and hadn't noticed. At that moment, he felt a bit shy about asking her to leave. Zian smiled at Fong Fong and said, then I'll step out first. Call me if you need anything. Fong nodded. This mature woman truly understood the situation. As soon as he looked up, she knew what to do. After Zian left, Fong Fong no longer hesitated. Weighing his options, he decided to evolve the Fire Sting Bug first. The Iron Arm Ant was a defensive bug, and its attributes were quite balanced at the moment. His own enhancements were already high, especially after gaining the Divine Bug Fusion Divine level talent. It could be said that what Fong Fong lacked was not defense, but damage. If the Flying Fire Sting Bug could evolve powerful skills, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him. With that thought, Fong Fong wasted no time and took out a Flying Fire Sting Bug, placing it in his palm. He then opened the first brocade box. Inside, he saw a small bug tied with a black string. Green spotted larva rank, commander level, blue, level, LV.0 attack power, none defense power, none skills, none description, a bug artificially cultivated, with no attributes or combat abilities. Looking at the string of attributes, Fong Fong was somewhat speechless. This bug had no abilities at all. Could it evolve into something capable? With that in mind, Fong Fong opened the second box, only to find it was the same type of bug. He opened all the boxes in one breath and discovered they were all the same type of bug. Now he felt a bit helpless. This type of bug had absolutely no attributes. Was there even a need to evolve it? Without a mentor's guidance, he truly didn't know what to do. This was when the benefits of having a mentor in college became apparent. However, Qian He was not a beast master of the insect tribe, and he estimated that he was still on the road. Thinking, This, Fong Fong decided to buy a detailed book on bug evolution from the auction house. He then began to flip through it. Complete Guide to Beastmaster Evolution. It clearly recorded various aspects and suggestions regarding Beastmasters. Controlling Beast Evolution. It stated, evolution skills, as one of the core skills of a Beastmaster, are one of the ways to strengthen controlled beasts. Besides evolution, the fastest way to obtain a powerful controlled beast is to capture new ones. However, this difficulty is undoubtedly great, so evolution has become something every Beastmaster must understand and master. Understanding evolution skills allows you to better comprehend what you need to do when facing evolution. According to the detailed explanation of evolution above, Fong Fong discovered that his previous thoughts were all wrong. He had always believed that choosing some bugs with special attributes for evolution could grant the fire spike bug new abilities. However, the explanation clearly stated that this situation does not necessarily occur, and the probability is very low. Especially for bugs of lower ranks, the probability of gaining abilities is even lower. Moreover, it is not necessary at all. Fong Fong understood this point. Since others have very few controlled beasts, spending a lot of money to evolve and cultivate from a low rank is not cost-effective. It is better to use it as a transition and directly replace it with a better controlled beast when conditions are right. However, Fong Fong was somewhat different from them. The most important thing for him was that he had many bugs, so a lower rank didn't matter as long as the attributes were extraordinary. Combined with the quantity, he would be invincible. The detailed explanation regarding bug evolution can be summarized in two aspects. First, for low-rank bugs, there is no need to care too much about their skills. Since their rank is low, it is better to quickly raise their rank. Therefore, during evolution, there is no need to worry about whether the materials have new attributes. The most important thing is to help the bugs quickly increase their rank. Second, after a bug evolves, various attributes will also increase, and there is a probability of gaining new skills during the rank up. Of course, the higher the rank, the greater the probability of comprehension. Conversely, the lower the rank, the smaller the probability. After Fong Fong figured all this out, he felt relieved. The most important thing for the flying fire spike bug was its armor-breaking ability. This means that even without new abilities or skills, he could accept it. At the same time, if the rank increased, the basic attack power would also be an enhancement for him, rather than pursuing additional skills attached to the materials and the minuscule chance of gaining abilities during evolution. It was better to directly pursue the basic attribute enhancement brought by high quality. With this in mind, Fong Fong no longer hesitated and began to take action. Evolution. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug. This evolution failed. A familiar voice, a familiar result. Fong Fong smiled helplessly and continued. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug. This evolution failed. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug. This evolution failed. Ding. Your flying fire spike bug. This evolution succeeded. Fong Fong was taken aback. Surprises always come so suddenly. This time, he didn't expect that only 4 of his fire spike bugs had completed their evolution. At the same time, the evolution option turned black, indicating that the flying fire spike bug could no longer evolve. Fong Fong thought of something and hurriedly clicked to check the information. Name: Fire Spike Bug King. Rating: Leader level Yellow level LV.100 attack power, 5000 health points, 3000 physical defense, 200 magical defense, 200 attached passive skill. Fire armor piercing. When attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defense by 10%. Effect can stack. Maximum can reduce the opponent's dual defense to 0. Tip: Fire armor piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Attached passive skill. Flight can spread wings and fly with no consumption. Speed is the same as the owner's speed. Reminder: Leader level Divine Bug can evolve Divine Bug splitting talent. Activated. Currently splitting. Limit 30,000. Current quantity 2.5/30,000. Looking at the information introduction, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile. As expected, he guessed correctly that his fire spike bug's rank had increased. It had risen from commander level to leader level. Moreover, the basic attributes had been enhanced. Although it did not comprehend new skills, the original skills had also changed. Previously, the commander level fire spike bug could not reduce the opponent's dual defense to 0, but after the rank increase, it could. Although this difference was not significant, it was still an improvement. Thinking of this, Fong Fong hurriedly opened the god level talent. Divine Insect Fusion. Fire Spike Insect King. Leader level. Currently available for fusion with the following fusion attributes. Ignore. 70% defense. After fusing with itself, it will gain the Fire Spike Insect King's ability to ignore 70% of defense. The Divine Insect rank is medium, and the effect after fusion only has 70% defense ignoring, which will not stack. Improving the insect rank can increase the defense ignoring limit. The maximum can reach 100%. The defense ignoring after fusion has increased by 20%. Not bad. Fong Fong nodded in satisfaction. The benefits brought by the rank increase are still acceptable. Moreover, the most important thing is that this time he only used 4 leader-level insects. His luck was quite good. Fong Fong took another look. The Fire Spike Insect King is currently leader level yellow, which means that to continue evolving, he needs insects of the same rank. He casually checked the auction house. Instantly he was dumbfounded. A leader-level yellow insect was actually priced at 1 billion. Moreover, there was only one in the entire auction house. Fong Fong calculated that just for these 10 leader-level insects he would have to spend 1 billion dragon coins plus equipment another 300 million. He still had over 18 billion dragon coins left, so he was financially quite sufficient. But the problem is, there's no stock. Thinking this, Fong Fong prepared to buy the only leader-level yellow insect available. However, when he checked, he found that the insect was already gone. Damn! Fong Fong was somewhat speechless. This insect was too popular. He hesitated for just a moment and it was gone. Helpless Fong could only put that aside and continue to upgrade the iron-armored ant. The Fire Spike Insect King could no longer be upgraded and the remaining 6 material insects could not be wasted. Evolution, ding. Your iron-armored ant, this evolution failed. Ding. Your iron-armored ant, this evolution failed. Ding. Your iron-armored ant, this evolution failed. As a series of failure sounds rang out, Fong Fong felt that this time was just like that. After all, the iron-armored ant was the first upgrade and the chance of success was not very high. However, just when he was about to give up, suddenly a voice rang out. Ding! Your iron-armored ant, this evolution succeeded. Hearing this sound, Fong Fong was stunned and at the same time he saw that the remaining 6 insects had all been consumed. His luck tonight was truly off the charts. He had completed 2 evolutions with just 10 insects. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Name, Iron. Armored Ant King, rating, leader level, yellow, level, LV.100, attack power, 4000, health, 60,000, physical defense, 12,000, magical defense, 12,000, passive skill, silver armor protection. When taking damage, it will immediately increase the dual defense effect by 40%. Reminder, leaders and divine insects can evolve. Divine insect split talent activated. Currently splitting, limit 30,000, current quantity 26000/30000. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong was very excited. He didn't expect the iron-armored ant to have only evolved once and its rank had also increased. The iron-armored ant's health and dual defense had increased and most importantly, the effect of the silver armor protection skill had increased from 20% to 40%. This meant that when he fought with others he would become tougher. Fong Fong quickly looked at the fusion effect. Iron-armored ant king, leader level insect, currently available for fusion with the following fusion attributes. Health, after fusing with itself, it will gain the iron-armored ant king's health, 1.8 billion, 60,000 x 30,000 effect. Each has 60,000 health, a total of 30,000 physical defense. After fusing with itself, it will gain the iron-armored ant king's physical defense, 360 million, 12,000 x 30,000 effect, each with 12,000 physical defense, a total of 30,000. After merging with magical defense, it will gain the iron-armored ant king's magical defense, 360 million, 12,000 x 30,000 effect, each with 12,000 magical defense, a total of 30,000. Reminder, continue to upgrade the rank. The highest can achieve dual defense immunity effect. Looking at the magnificent data, Fong Fong felt completely satisfied. Indeed, after evolution, the iron-armored ant's enhancement of its attributes is the most obvious. There are too few leader-level bugs. It seems I can only evolve to this point tonight. The rest can go see if there are any suitable other equipment. Fong Fong called out and Ziyan walked back into the private room. She still wore a smile, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. I've used all 10 bugs. You can just calculate the money. I also want that set of level 100 equipment. Besides that, do you have any flying equipment here? Fong Fong asked. Flying equipment? How about mounts? Ziyan replied. You should know that the price of flying equipment is several times that of mounts. It's not as cost-effective. Fong Fong nodded. Flying mounts can be controlled with a crystal ball and can be used by any profession. Flying equipment, on the other hand, is a type of gear, and since it's rare, it's also very valuable. However, there is one thing that flying mounts cannot compare to. Flying equipment can be used in combat, while most flying mounts have little combat power. Unless one is a beast master like Qianhe, who can directly control beasts as mounts and have them fight. Generally, flying mounts, being sealed with crystal balls, have weak combat abilities. Of course, mages are an exception. They can seal beasts within scrolls. Although they cannot be used as mounts, they can be summoned to assist in battle. However, sealing scrolls are very expensive, and few can afford them. Yet Fong Fong did not want a flying mount. First, he is a bug-type beast master, and if he has the chance to obtain flying bugs in the future, it would be best to gain flying abilities after fusion. Secondly, flying mounts are of no help. In combat, for simple travel, flying scrolls are better. So flying equipment is his first choice. I want flying equipment with better attributes. Ziyan nodded, and after a moment, she brought out a piece of equipment. Wings of the Slaughter. Sovereign level, LV.240 grade, orange equipment, dark gold level, speed plus 500 mental power plus 500 active skill, slaughter charge, can double flying speed for 10 seconds, mana consumption per second, 10,000. Looking at this equipment, Fong Feng's eyes lit up. An increase of 500 in speed and mental power is enormous for him. How much? Fong Feng asked directly. 5 billion. Ziyan replied. Why is it so cheap? Fong Fong frowned. This is orange dark gold level equipment and the price is too low. A typical dark gold equipment starts at least 10 billion. And this level 240 is after the 8th transfer. How can you take it out? Fong Fong frowned. Ziyan explained, sir, you may not know, this equipment is damaged. So there are no level restrictions, it can be used even at level 1. Of course, this equipment consumes a lot of mana, and ordinary people cannot use it. This was the equipment of the Slaughter Sovereign during his lifetime, after he fell. This wing was picked up and sold to our auction house. Fong Fong nodded. This equipment indeed consumes a lot of mana. His current total mana is just over 500,000. And this equipment consumes 10,000 per second, so he could only fly for a little over 50 seconds. But the attribute boost is indeed outrageous. To be honest, Fong Fong was somewhat tempted. This equipment might be the best substitute for him before he can fly. Moreover, the most important thing is that if he doesn't need it, in the future he can sell it back so he won't lose money. Just as Fong Fong was thinking, Ziyin hurriedly said, sir, there's one more thing I need to remind you. If you plan to enter the abyss, I suggest you don't use this equipment. Why? Fong Fong was puzzled. If he bought it, why not use it? Ziyan explained. Sir, you may not know this, but the Slaughter Sovereign died in the abyss back in the day. When he was at the 8th transformation, his most beloved granddaughter died in the abyss, and in his anger, he charged directly into the abyss. He slaughtered countless abyss monsters, ultimately provoking the abyss demon lord to appear. They fought for several days, and in the end, he fell. The demon lord was also slain by him. However, the demon lord, being in the abyss, cannot truly die and later gradually revived. So now, the monsters in the abyss harbor a deep hatred for the Slaughter Sovereign. Any practitioner carrying equipment he once used will become the primary target of the abyss monsters. If you don't reveal it, it might be fine, but if you do, you might get surrounded and beaten. Fong Fong was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was quite the matter. This equipment was practically a monster-attracting artifact. When he spread his wings later, not only would he show off, but he could also automatically draw monsters, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. I'll take it. Now, payment. Ziyan was a bit stunned, but since Fong Fong had already decided, she had no choice but to obediently hand the item over to him. By the way, sir, this item was specifically instructed by our young lady to be given to you. When Ziyan returned, she had an additional purple crystal ball in her hand. As Fong Fong took it, a message sounded on his wristband. Hubby, this is a resurrection crystal, you must accept it, or I will come find you directly. Fong Fong was speechless, he couldn't escape Sumuyu no matter where he went. Ziyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh upon hearing that title. It was your young lady's unilateral decision, I never agreed to be her husband. Also, how much is this resurrection crystal? I don't like taking things for free. 5 billion. Ziyan replied with a smile. Fong Fong nodded. He had heard of this resurrection crystal. It was a life-saving item that could be shattered to revive once when on the brink of death. However, it could only be used once. The second time would be useless. Moreover, its value was likely more than 5 billion. Sumuyu must have anticipated that he wouldn't take it for free, so she had Ziyan set a price within a range he could bear. However, Fong Fong didn't push his luck. As long as his intention was conveyed, that was enough. If she had asked for 50 billion, he wouldn't have been able to come up with it. Besides, this item was indeed quite important. Sir, you still have 10 billion left. Ziyan smiled as she handed over the black gold card. Fong Fong shook his head. Leave the rest with you, help me collect the leader level yellow bugs. I'll come to pick them up next time. Alright. Ziyan nodded. Only then did Fong Fong nod in satisfaction and prepare to leave. He had basically completed the important matters, and he still planned to learn more about the situation in the abyss. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment in the lobby of the Abyss Tavern, a young man rushed in, looking weary from travel. Behind him followed a dozen burly men. The young man waved his hand, signaling them not to follow, and ran alone towards the second floor. Sister Ziyan? Sister Ziyan? Young Master Zhang, the person in charge is currently receiving a distinguished guest. Please wait a moment. Distinguished guest? Is there anyone more valuable than me in Abyss Town? Tell me who this person is. Young Master, you. Say it. If you don't, I'll go find Sumu Tian. How dare he let my sister Ziyan attend to someone else? Young Master, you still. Jian Hao. Stop making a scene. Just as the beautiful maid was in a fluster, a voice came from the side. Ziyan was seen accompanying Fong Fong, preparing to leave. Fong Fong was also taken aback upon hearing that name. Jian Hao, the top student of Jianbei University? This kid really has a sister complex, huh? Do you like mature women like Ziyan? Fong Fong looked at Jian Hao. He was about the same age as him, and he was quite handsome. But he didn't expect him to like older women. Jian Hao also sized up Fong Fong and snorted coldly. Kid, who are you wearing a mask for? Are you too ugly? How dare you make my sister Ziyan accompany you? What exactly is your background? Fong Fong looked at him and wanted to laugh. Jian Hao actually had a bit of a childish temperament. He didn't know how he managed to get to the top of the admissions list. Jian Hao, stop messing around. This is a distinguished guest of our auction house. Ziyan. said. Fong Fong waved his hand and smiled. It's not really a distinguished guest, it's just that the name of young Master Jiang is well known. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled and said, as long as you know me, that's good. But I'm really curious about your identity. How could you have my sister Ziyan personally receive you? Those who get to see her are few and far between. Kid, what's your background? Tell me, and I'll treat you to a drink. Fong Fong was taken aback. There was such a way to do things. I have a girlfriend. Fong Fong introduced himself. Zhang Hao, however, replied, who asked you if you have a girlfriend? I asked for your name. And having a girlfriend makes you special? I'll have one too in the future. Right, Sister Ziyan. Go away, you're not my type. Ziyan said helplessly. Zhang Hao, however, looked serious. But I think we are a good match, and my dad said that as long as I like her, he won't interfere. Kid, I was asking for your real name. He is the one who has a girlfriend, the one who killed a team from the Lightning Guild in Longhua City a few days ago. Ziyan explained. Zhang Hao was taken aback and then laughed. So it's you, come on, I'll treat you to a drink. I've heard about the Lightning Guild incident, it was simply exhilarating. Zhang Hao put his arm around Fong Fang's shoulder and pulled him to go drink. Seeing Zhang Hao so familiar, Fong Fong felt helpless. However, he also wanted to learn about the abyss from this kid, so he didn't refuse. Ziyan, seeing this, could only helplessly call over a nearby maid to prepare drinks. Back in the previous private room, the three sat down. Zhang Hao started chatting with Fong Fong about the details of his killing the Lightning Guild. According to Zhang Hao, the Lightning Guild wasn't that strong, but they were notorious for their pretentiousness in Longhua. Those who knew them recognized them as a second-rate guild, while those who didn't thought they were the city lord. Moreover, Lei Gang was usually arrogant and had often harassed Ziyan in the Abyss town, so he had long been displeased with him. If it weren't for his family's strictness, he would have dealt with Lei Gang long ago. Fong Fong smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Ziyan was indeed beautiful. He didn't expect even Lei Gang to be interested in her. Zhang Hao, as the foolish son of the city lord, surprisingly also fell for Ziyan. Ziyan, on the side, said irritably, Sir, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid has an older sister who entered Jiangbei University last year. Now that he doesn't have his sister to look after him, he started to miss her. So this year he's working hard to get into Jiangbei University to find his sister. Fong Fong smiled upon hearing this. He didn't expect such a story. By the way, are you here to level up in the abyss? With your talent, you should indeed come here. I'd really like to take you along. Unfortunately, my dad doesn't agree, but once you get into the abyss, feel free to find me if you have any problems. Zhang Hao said enthusiastically. Fong Fong nodded and asked, Can you tell me about the situation in the abyss? No problem. Actually, it's nothing much. The abyss has 3 levels. The first and second levels can be accessed by paying, but the third level is exclusively for Jiangbei University students. We are all just fresh graduates, so technically we don't have the qualifications to enter. Moreover, no helpers are allowed inside. Everything has to rely on oneself. So I'm not interested, and to get in, you either have to have already joined Jiangbei University, or you need to obtain a token from a certain mentor, otherwise you can't get in. And those who can get a token are all people that the mentors particularly like, even those chosen as candidates for divine generals can't get in. Simply put, those who can get the mentor token to enter early are almost all being groomed as designated disciples by their mentors. For example, I am not so lucky. There is a mentor in the pastor department at Jiangbei University, but he only accepts female disciples, and since I am male, I don't have a token. But I don't really care. The third level doesn't allow anyone to enter, and as a pastor, I wouldn't be able to level up anyway. The second level is much more comfortable. I can pay a mercenary group to take me in and just lie there to gain experience. Fong Fong listened and gained some understanding of the situation in the abyss. According to Zhang Hao, he knew that the entire abyss currently had 3 levels. The first and second levels are not worth mentioning much. You can go there if you have money. Only the third level is not open to the public. Moreover, entering it can only be done by grinding monsters to level up. You cannot rely on the mercenary groups or any other forces. Zhang Hao's goal was simply to enter Jiangbei University. He didn't care about being number 1, so he really didn't need to go to the third level. If he really wanted to go, with his father's status as the city lord, how could the third level truly stop him? If that's the case, did Mentor Xian he rush back to Jiangbei City overnight to get the token? It turns out he was worried for nothing, thinking he would have to spend money to level up. It turns out the plan was to let him enter the third level for cultivation. Zhang Hao had drunk quite a bit and pulled Fong Fong aside. Brother, let me tell you, it's not easy to level up in the abyss once you get in. The first level has the most people, but the monsters are the weakest. It's meant for ordinary people to level up. The second level has the most monsters, but even more people. So if you want to level up efficiently there, you need not only money but also strength. Don't worry, when you go, I'll set aside a spot for you. If you have a team, then I won't interfere. Zhang Hao said. Fong Fong nodded in thanks, but he still didn't know the specifics. It was a bit early to think about these things. After that, Fong Fong and Jiang Hao chatted a lot, going from the abyss to women and finally to Ziyan. Jiang Hao had also drunk quite a bit and started to say some nonsense. To be honest, this guy loves to have fun, but his alcohol tolerance is really poor. Fong Fong didn't even blush. Just as Fong Fong was about to signal Ziyan to leave, a group of people suddenly walked past from the hall below. Jiang Hao leaned on the window and saw the group greeting them enthusiastically. "Oldly, you're here too. Come up for a drink," the person below shouted. "No need, Jiang Shao, I have some things to do." Fong Fong looked and found that it was also a young man, very handsome, but with a hint of seriousness in his expression. "Who is this?" Fong Fong asked. Ziyan smiled and said, "He is Li Jian, a friend of Jiang Hao, currently second on the recruitment list. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence, Li Jian's brother and Jiang Hao's sister are from the same class, and both of them joined Jiangbei University last year. These two are also very likely to join Jiangbei University. I just hope he joins quickly so he can stick to his sister and not bother me," Ziyan said helplessly. Hearing this, Fong Fong looked at Ziyan and smiled. "With a girl as beautiful as you, even if Jiang Hao leaves, others will still come. You can't escape." Ziyan laughed. Upon hearing this, "Young master is joking, I am just an ordinary girl. If only everyone were as upright as you." Fong Fong smiled at this and leaned closer, saying, "I just have some important business tomorrow, otherwise I would show you my less upright side." Saying this, Fong Fong took off his mask, revealing a delicate face that made Ziyan unable to help but swallow hard. Fong Fong looked at Ziyan's blushing face and just smiled, then turned to the already drunk Jiang Hao on the ground. "My name is Fong Fong. Remember it. We'll meet in the abyss." After speaking, Fong Fong put on his mask again, waved goodbye to Ziyan, and left first. Fong Fong. What a nice name. He's so handsome too. Watching Fong Feng's departing figure, Ziyan surprisingly found it hard to look away. A trip to the Abyss Tavern unexpectedly brought together the first and second names on the Jiangbei University admission list. Fong Fong didn't know whether to say he was just lucky or if it was all just coincidence. Upon arriving on the first floor, Fong unconsciously glanced in the direction where Li Jian had left earlier. In the corner of the first floor hall, he saw Li Jian talking to a person dressed in dark clothing. Since the exit from the tavern was in that direction, Fong pretended to be nonchalant and walked over. As he got closer to where Li Jian and the other person were, he heard the man in black say, "Young master, everything has been arranged. Such things have happened before, but your brother asked me to check with you. Is Jiang Hao going too? After all, his sister is also qualified. Moreover, if he doesn't go, your brother still hopes you can help take care of him." Upon hearing this, Li Jian coldly replied, "His sister hasn't even come forward to ask, yet he cares so much. Jiang Hao isn't interested in the top spot, his goal is to get into Jiangbei University. As long as he stays in the top 100, he's satisfied. As for taking care of him, if he wants to curry favor, let him come himself. I have no interest in taking care of that second-generation heir Jiang Hao. If it weren't for his special status, do you think I would even look at him? A useless priest isn't worthy of being my friend." As Fong Fong passed by, he happened to catch that remark and recorded it. He had just seen Jiang Hao greet Li Jian and thought they were good friends. He didn't expect Li Jian's true colors to be like this. But then again, it made sense. The profession of a priest was indeed quite unremarkable. It's normal for people to look down on them. When Fong Fong had just transitioned to becoming a beast master, he had faced similar treatment. However, Jiang Hao's strong family background meant that many people were just putting on a facade. Fong Fong shook his head and didn't think much more about it. Jiang Hao was currently as drunk as a pig. Telling him would be useless. After leaving the Abyss Tavern, Fong Fong casually found a hotel to stay in, waiting for mentor Qian He to arrive the next morning. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residential area of Jiangbei City, Sumuyu jumped up excitedly from her seat. "You said you have news about Fong Fong? Where is he?" Upon hearing news of Fong Fong, Sumuyu was practically bursting with excitement. Sumu Tian looked at his daughter and sighed. "It seems my precious girl is about to be taken away." "Oh, Dad, we're just good friends, don't say nonsense. Where is he?" Sumuyu urged. With no choice, Sumu Tian could only tell Sumuyu the situation reported by Ziyan. "When did you little girl secretly have the staff prepare resurrection crystals without telling me? One piece is worth several hundred billion. Just giving it away like that, are you really just good friends?" Of course. Besides, this is an investment," Sumuyu argued. "Really? Just an investment? This is the first time I've seen someone give away several hundred billion as an investment. But that kid Fong Fong is indeed impressive. It's not a bad thing for you to befriend him. I heard from Ziyan that he will be acquiring leader-level yellow bugs. We have a few in Jiangbei City. Let's have someone send them over in the next few days." "Dad." Muyu suddenly said seriously, "I want to go to Abyss Town. I want to level up in the Abyss." "Are you crazy?" Sumu Tian looked worried. "That place is extremely dangerous. The demon lord in the Abyss is still alive, and who knows when he might come out to cause chaos again. No, I've already arranged for you to level up in another place. Although by the end of the admissions, you won't be able to break into the top 30, but staying in the top 100 is absolutely no problem. Sumu Tian was very concerned. Although the abyss has been quite peaceful in recent decades, no one can guarantee when the demon lords within will emerge. Once encountered, it could mean a life or death situation. Would he be willing to let his precious daughter take such risks? Dad, just guaranteeing a spot in the top 100 is so boring. Your daughter is a phoenix mage, and besides, I want to challenge the top ranks too. Su Mutian said lightly. Do you really want to challenge the top ranks? Or are you just looking for Fong Fong? Oh, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Su Muyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Only then did Su Mutian helplessly say, alright, a girl can't be kept at home forever. Since you want to go, then go. But I must say first, you can only go to the second layer at most, and I will hire a mercenary team for you. Of course, if Fong Fong is willing to take you, then I won't care which layer you go to. Okay, I got it, just let me go. Su Muyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She couldn't be sure if she would see Fong Fong, but just the thought of leveling up in the same place as him made her very happy. At least this way, there was a chance to see him. A night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Mentor Qian he found Fong Fong. He took him straight to the entrance of the abyss. On the way, Fong Fong bought some supplies in a tent. Given the preparations, it seemed he wouldn't be coming out of the abyss for at least 10 days to half a month. Having a tent would allow for proper rest. After all, he was human, not a machine, and needed to rest. An hour later, in front of a tall tower outside Abyss Town, Fong Fong saw the entrance to the abyss. The place was already packed with people, many of whom were wearing mercenary uniforms. Clearly, they were hired by some young master with a background in influence. Mentor Qian he handed a token to Fong Fong and said, the abyss is the best place to sprint for the leaderboard. With my token, you can enter up to the third layer. The fourth layer has no guards, and you generally can't enter. If you accidentally wander in, make sure to wait for rescue. The monsters inside are very strong. As for the fifth layer, don't even think about it. Entering is certain death, as it's the territory of the demon lords. You can try the first and second layers first, and once you're used to it, hurry to the third layer. There, you might encounter some formal students from Jiangbei University. They are your seniors. It's best to build good relationships, but if you can't, just focus on your own training. Oh, one last reminder, with the token, you can bring one person in, but it's best not to bring anyone, as the third layer is already very dangerous. Unless you can ensure their safety, bringing them in would only put them in danger. Understood. Fong Fong nodded. Qian he patted him and said, this is all I can do for you. How far you can fly and how many people you can shock depends on your own strength. Remember, the higher the talent you show now, the greater the help it will be for your future. Don't be stingy, this is your chance to soar. Even if you don't join our Beastmaster Guild, I just hope you can stay true to yourself. Fong Fong nodded, knowing what Mentor Qian he meant. He might have said something similar to Jiang Du back in the day. Unfortunately, Jiang Du later betrayed the Beastmaster Guild for power and even betrayed the entire alliance. Now, with Qian he saying this to him, Fong Fong feared he might become the second Jiang Du. He sighed inwardly. To be honest, he thought Mentor Qian he was a good person. He had even decided in his heart to join the Beastmaster Guild. Even if it was just to repay Qian he, it was worth doing. However, joining now felt somewhat insincere. Once this round of university admissions is over, I will join the Beastmaster Guild, Fong Fong muttered to himself. He was not someone who didn't understand the importance of gratitude. I'm off. Fong Fong said his final goodbye and then made his way into the abyss entrance, following the crowd. He soon disappeared into the teleportation array. The light flowed, and when Fong Fong reappeared, he found himself in a dimly lit space. It was a dark red, resembling hell. The environment was indeed fitting for the name Abyss. However, there were surprisingly many people here. One could even hear a lot of shouting, quite lively. Fong Fong glanced around and was drawn in. It was a rectangular cave, the entire space about the size of 3 or 4 football fields. On one side, there was a 1-meter-high fence, and it seemed that this side was the activity area. On the other side of the fence was the combat zone. At this moment, many professionals were fighting fiercely against enemies, the shouts echoing everywhere. Fong Fong had never seen such a leveling method, so he prepared to check the introduction stone tablet ahead. However, after taking just 2 steps, someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was none other than Zhang Hao. Bro, what a coincidence. We meet again. You really came to the abyss to level up. Good thing I took a second look at you, otherwise I wouldn't have recognized you. Fong Fong smiled helplessly. Although he wore a mask, he hadn't hidden the fact that he had a girlfriend. Why did you leave without saying a word last night? When I woke up this morning, I thought you were lost. By the way, it's your first time here. Do you want me to introduce you to the situation? Zhang Hao was very enthusiastic. Fong Fong, who was worried about not understanding the situation, nodded. He thought to himself that it seemed Zian hadn't told Zhang Hao his name last night, or maybe the guy was just too deep in sleep and Zian never had the chance. Zhang Hao pointed ahead. This first level is called the Blood Demon Trial. Look at those fences ahead. Inside the fences is the trial arena. The main purpose of this first level is to help everyone quickly familiarize themselves with the abyss, so there are fewer rules. You can go directly into the trial arena, and soon a type of abyss monster called Blood Demon will come looking for you. The longer you hold out, the more of those monsters will gather, so you must kill them quickly. Look over there. As he spoke, Jiang Hao pointed to a stone tablet nearby. The tablet was currently blank. This is a record stone tablet. Once the results of this round come out, it will rank according to the number of kills, but it's not very useful. The blood demons on the first level aren't very strong, and there's not much challenge. Moreover, the first level has a protection mechanism. If the number of blood demons gets too high, the formation will activate to clear them out. It's rare to see anyone able to kill all the blood demons on the first level. Oh, by the way, some have done it. I won't mention the seniors from previous years, but someone from our year has done it once. That's Li Jian, my friend, Jiang Hao said proudly. Hearing this, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile helplessly. This guy considered Li Jian a friend, but Li Jian might not think of him as one. Just as Fong Fong was contemplating whether to show Jiang Hao the recordings from last night, a commotion suddenly erupted from the crowd not far away. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Hao's communicator rang. Hurry, hurry, Li Jian is about to make a move. You'll get to see the clearing scene on your first day. You're in for a treat. Jiang Hao pulled Fong Fong along to join the excitement. Although Jiang Hao was currently ranked first on the recruitment list, he was a priest and lacked offensive capabilities, so he still felt excited every time he saw a powerful attacker like Li Jian in action. Fong Fong looked at him with some helplessness. No wonder Jiang Hao had a sister complex. His temperament was just like that of a child. However, Li Jian was currently ranked second on the recruitment list, so he must have some strength. It wouldn't be bad to take a look. The two quickly squeezed to the front of the crowd. At that moment, many professionals had gathered in the trial area. It seemed to be specially for Li Jianting. The once lively trial area had completely quieted down after a few minutes. Fong Fong saw only a young man standing in the trial area, carrying a black long sword on his back. After losing their target, the blood demons in the trial area gradually gathered around him. Blood Demon. Abyss Demon type rank, Commander level, blue, level, LV.120 attack power, 8000 health, 10,000 active skills, Blood Blade impact, Blood Demon roar. Looking at the monster information, Fong Fong nodded. The strength of a Commander level demon was quite average. The main issue was the high level. Level 120 was already considered the requirement for the fourth transfer. No wonder this place was the most suitable for leveling up. Such a level in the first layer could meet the leveling needs of most professionals after the third transfer. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed in the trial area, and the next moment, Fong Fong saw countless blood demons begin to move. After the first one roared, the other blood demons rushed towards Li Jian one by one. Previously, with many professionals in the trial area, it didn't feel like much. But now, only Li Jian was left in the entire trial area. In an instant, countless blood demons surrounded him, causing the onlookers to feel tense. However, at that moment, Fong Fong suddenly saw a black halo appear within a radius of about 10 meters around Li Jian. This halo seemed to form a black domain. Any blood demon that approached this domain began to take damage, with a series of numbers popping up above their heads. 100012001300. Seeing this scene, Fong Fong couldn't help but frown. What skill is this? It looked somewhat like his poison mist, but the damage the blood demons were taking seemed to be increasing. Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Did you see that? This is Li Jian's signature skill, Dark Domain. This kid is a rare dark swordsman with very strong assassination capabilities. This dark domain is one of his passives. Being within the range of the dark domain will continuously take damage, and the closer you are to him, the more damage you take. This kid's skill is simply a monster-slaying divine technique in the first layer of the abyss. I envy him," Jiang Hao said, genuinely envious. Who wouldn't want to be a powerful professional? If he hadn't changed to a priest, he would have wanted to be one too. Unfortunately, the profession you awaken to cannot be chosen. Fong Fong nodded. Li Jian's skill surprised him. However, compared to himself, Li Jian was still slow. Once his poison mist was out, how long could these blood demons hold on? It was simply unimaginable. Do you want to give it a try? Jiang Hao asked. Fong Fong shook his head. Let's forget it. Li Jian might still take a while to finish. Let's go to the second layer. Fong Fong didn't want to waste time. He planned to start practicing directly from the second layer. Once he got familiar with the second layer, he would head to the third layer. Jiang Hao nodded and led Fong Fong straight to the teleportation array. Soon, the two found the teleportation array at the end of the first layer. As the two left the first layer, Li Jian also walked out of the trial area. On the recording stone to the side, his newly created record appeared. Blood Demon Trial, kill count 99, time used 10 minutes 9 seconds. Creator, Li Jian. Looking at the record, Li Jian smiled with satisfaction and said to himself, "I'll refresh the record again. It's time for me to head to the third layer." Now that the record for the first layer has been refreshed, the next step is the second layer. Saying this, Li Jian also walked towards the teleportation array. The second layer When Fang Feng and Jiang Hao appeared, they found that the environment on this layer was even worse than on the first layer. Jiang Hao said, I heard my sister say that the deeper you go into the abyss, the more rudimentary the environment becomes. The first and second layers still have artificial facilities, but the third layer has almost none. This second layer mainly consists of a type of demon monster called skeleton warriors. Look over there. As he spoke, Jiang Hao pointed ahead, where there was an open space. In the open space stood several formations, arranged in a large circle. Looking around, there were about 10 formations. There are a total of 10 formations here, and each formation has 10 trial zones. So there are a total of 100 trial zones. If you enter any formation, you will be randomly teleported to a trial zone. You can go alone or team up. I usually send the mercenary group to fight monsters while I gain experience from behind. Do you want me to accompany you? Jiang Hao asked. Fang Feng shook his head. No need, you've already been a bother. I'll go take a look by myself. You can take care of your own business. Jiang Hao nodded. I'm not in a hurry. Today the mercenary group has a day off, so I can rest for a day too. By the way, there are also record stone tablets over there. The records of the second layer will not disappear, but they only show the top 10 records. They are ranked by the number of kills. Fang Feng nodded and glanced at the record stone tablet. He found that the first place was actually Li Jian. First place, Li Jian number of kills, 333. Second place, strongman number of kills, 230. There's no way around it. Whoever kills the monsters owns the record, so I have no record. Jiang Hao said helplessly. As a priest, he obviously couldn't personally slay these skeleton warriors. Thinking of this, Fang Feng asked, didn't you say these records won't disappear? What about the records of the previous senior brothers and sisters? Jiang Hao smiled upon hearing this. On the back, Fang Feng went to the back, and indeed saw different records. This side did not indicate the rank but simply listed them according to the number of kills. Jiang Issue at number of kills 8777 Li Yuan, number of kills 8500 Xiaoling Feng, number of kills 6666. Jiang Hao explained, this record board doesn't really mean much. If you're strong, you can keep grinding monsters here, so the number will naturally be high. Conversely, if you're weaker, the number will be lower. Since it records quantity, it doesn't have much reference value. Those with high numbers can only be said to be somewhat monstrous because they might have come here when they were very weak, so their numbers are high, like Jiang Ishua. It seems she just completed her second transfer task and came here to level up, so her kill count even surpasses that of senior brother Xiao Lingfeng. Fang Feng nodded. Such records indeed held little significance for him. It seems this senior sister Jiang is exceptionally talented, managing to occupy the first place on the overall leaderboard. Jiang Hao laughed upon hearing this. Her talent is okay, but don't think too highly of her. This overall first place isn't hers. Not hers? But there's no one else on this list. Fang Feng was taken aback. Jiang Hao, however, smiled wryly and raised his hand to wipe the stone tablet. Following this, Fang Feng saw that the overall leaderboard had actually been smeared with a layer of mud the same color as the stone tablet. As the mud was wiped away, another name appeared above Zhang Ishue, and this name made Fang Feng freeze. He had heard of this person. Zhang Du, number of kills 88888. This Zhang Du killed 80,000 skeleton warriors back in the day. You could say that on this layer. Aside from the skeleton king boss, he has almost wiped out all the small monsters. This record has yet to be broken by anyone. I heard my sister say that there are many records created by Zhang Du at Zhangbei University, and many of them still haven't been broken. That senior Xiao Lingfeng on the overall leaderboard seems to have always wanted to break Zhang Du's record. It's just a pity that his talent is a bit lacking. Zhang Du is a person who has brought shame to Zhangbei University. So many people don't want to see his name, Jiang Hao said. Fang Feng nodded. He didn't expect Zhang Du had also been here. Alright, I won't take up your time any longer. Hurry up and get familiar with it. I'll wait for you outside. Jiang Hao smiled. Fang Feng nodded. Jiang Hao was quite a decent person. He would find a chance to tell him about Li Jian's character later. Soon, Fang Feng found a teleportation array and stepped inside. The next moment, he disappeared from the teleportation array. Almost at the same time, he was teleported to the trial area. Li Jian also arrived at the second level. When Jiang Hao saw him, he walked over with a smile. Li brother, so diligent, resting just one night and you're ready to continue leveling up? Jiang Hao said with a smile. Li Jian saw Jiang Hao and forced a rather perfunctory smile. Yeah, can't afford to be lazy. After all, I can't rely on my family to hire a mercenary group like you. Here we go again. Jiang Hao said irritably. Li Jian smiled and said, I'm not joking with you anymore. I need to go level up. Also, I want to make a push on the leaderboard today and see if I can break into the overall top rankings. Jiang Hao was taken aback and smiled. Then you better work hard. The top 10 on the overall leaderboard all start in the tens of thousands. Do your best. Li Jian said, then walked towards one of the teleportation arrays. Turning around, the smile on his face instantly vanished. But Jiang Hao didn't see it. This was a room of only 10 square meters. When Fong Fong appeared, he saw a light curtain door on one side of the room. A sign was hanging on the side of the door with some words written on it. Trial Area Guide. Stepping out of the light curtain means entering the combat zone. If you need to exit the battle or rest, you can retreat back through the light curtain to return here. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong nodded. So this was a resting area covered by a formation. This design was quite good. The first and second levels had indeed considered a lot for the safety of the practitioners. He wondered what the third level would be like. Fong Fong thought, as he directly walked into the light curtain. Soon as he passed through the light curtain, he saw an open tunnel ahead. It was about 6 or 7 meters wide, with the glow of the formation swirling above. Clearly, it couldn't be escaped from. It should be part of the same space as the resting area behind him. At the same time, Fong Fong saw a few scattered skeletons moving back and forth at the front of the tunnel. Behind these skeletons was a dark, bottomless passage leading deep underground. Fong Fong focused his gaze on the skeletons. Soon, information popped up. Skeleton Warrior, Abyss Demon type rank, Commander level, Blue level, LV.125 attack. Power 10,000 health, 15,000 passive skill. Undead Resurrection. Skeleton warriors can be resurrected by other skeleton warriors within 1 minute of their death. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyss demon type monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong couldn't help but exclaim how abnormal it was. If there wasn't a strong area attack capability, it would be easy for the situation where the skeletons that hadn't been killed yet would be resurrected, just as the others were slain. The second level small monsters had such abnormal passives, he couldn't imagine how fierce the third level would be. Moreover, this demon skeleton is actually immune to deadly poison, which makes him a bit frustrated, as his nano poison insects and toxic mist are rendered useless. Furthermore, these skeletons are also immune to other negative statuses. Fong Fong remembers that monsters with this immunity to negative statuses are instead restrained by light-based statuses. For example, the skill that Sumuyu obtained earlier, Holy Light Domain. Unfortunately, Fong Fong does not know any light-based magic. If I can't use poison, I still have insects. Let's try the Divine Insect Fusion first. Fong Fong smiled and immediately chose Divine Insect Fusion. Divine Insect Fusion. As Fong Fong began to take action, he immediately saw countless iron-armored ants gathering around him, forming a layer of defense resembling iron armor. The iron-armored ants were linked together, shimmering with silver light. Following them were fire stingers and nano-venom bugs, quickly gathering on his two palms, creating a pattern of red and white. Looking at the insects covering his body, Fong felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. He quickly glanced at his attribute panel. The dazzling data made him almost unable to believe it. Name, Fong Fong. Occupation, 3rd transition Bloodletter Bugmaster. Level, LV.100 attack power, 300 million base attack power, 0 health, 1.65 billion base health, 5,000 physical defense, 300 million base physical defense, 500 magical defense, 300 million base magical defense, 500 strength, 106 intelligence, 228 constitution, 109 spirit, 1407 plus 280. 280 is from the passive of a level 100 weapon, increasing spirit mastery by 20%. Speed 50 meters/second. Free attribute points, 0 occupational skills. Beast control attack form switch evolution control beast attack power increase 10%. Bloodletter technique general skills, divine hidden fate shapeshift advanced stealth occupational traits. Insect affinity. The practitioner is an insect beast master with a high probability of successfully controlling insect species, while controlling other types of beasts will definitely fail. Divine talent, divine insect split. Increases spirit power, can raise the split limit. Current limit 30,000. Divine talent, perfect control, can activate a perfect control skill, guaranteed success on the controlled target, limited to insect species, and the level cannot exceed 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown time 24 hours. Divine talent, damage transfer selects iron armored ant, currently can withstand damage of 1.65 billion. Divine talent, divine insect fusion, currently confused divine insects, nano venom bug, iron armored ant, flying fire stinger. After changing to level 100 equipment last night, my spirit power has increased a bit. It's a pity that the divine insect limit hasn't increased. It seems the spirit power increase isn't enough. Let's try the effect after this divine insect fusion. Fong Fong was somewhat eager. This was his first time using divine insect fusion after completing the 3rd transition task. The surging power within him made him eager to try. Fong Fong no longer hesitated and directly approached the first skeleton warrior. As he got closer, he immediately attracted the attention of 3 skeleton warriors who charged towards him. Fong Fong stood still, and when one of them approached, he threw a punch. Bang! With a loud crash, that skeleton warrior shattered into pieces. A damage value popped up. 290 million. Too many zeros can only be written this way. Looking at the terrifying number, Fong Fong went completely wild. A punch close to 300 million health. He wanted to ask who else. Fong Fong charged forward, taking down one after another. In less than a minute, all the skeleton warriors in the corridor had fallen to the ground. Even the passive resurrection couldn't be used. During this time, Fong Fong also tried to let one of the skeleton warriors stab him. However, the health that popped up was 1-1 is the smallest value unless he could achieve double defense immunity, otherwise, no matter how high the defense, a -1 situation would still occur. Looking at this damage, Fong Fong was simply ecstatic. With such defense and attack, he could completely walk sideways through the entire second layer of the abyss. Why hasn't the skeleton refreshed for so long? Looking at the empty corridor, Fong Fong finally fixed his gaze deep into the end of the passage. Since the skeleton warriors weren't coming out, I might as well go in. With that thought, Fong Fong released the nano-venomous insects and the fire sting insects. He only allowed the iron-armored ants to merge with himself. Although merging the nano-venomous insects and fire sting insects was powerful, it was still limited to close combat. The efficiency of monster farming was somewhat slow. What Fong Fong wanted now was not the thrill of striking but to quickly farm monsters and level up. Let's go! With a command from Fong Fong, the fire sting insects, accompanied by the nano-venomous insects, surged into the depths of the corridor in a red and white torrent. Fong Fong followed closely behind, with iron-armored ants attached to him, moving deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, at the Abyss Guard's garrison above ground, Lu Feng was inspecting the work as usual. My lord. How's the situation? In the monitoring room, Lu Feng asked. The man in charge of the monitoring room, a man in his 30s with a protruding belly, replied. Reporting to my lord, there are no abnormalities. I'm watching the situation in all 100 trial zones. Continue to stay alert. Report any issues immediately. Yes. Lu Feng turned and left. The middle-aged man saw Lu Feng leave and then continued to doze off in his chair. With over 100 trial zones to check, he would be exhausted, so he didn't bother to look at all. Each trial zone had an automatic alarm formation. Moreover, there was a protective formation that would automatically clear out if there were too many skeleton warriors. Ultimately, his job was a cushy one, requiring no effort while collecting a salary. Good thing I'm smart, I spent 2 billion to buy this job. Time to continue sleeping. Saying this, the middle-aged man began to snore again, completely unaware. In the monitoring footage, Fong Fong had already disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. Passing through the open tunnel, Fong Fong delved deeper into the passage. This place was noticeably narrower, only 2 meters wide and high. The environment was also very damp. Fong Fong felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. There were many demons in the abyss. It would be best if he could encounter 1 or 2 types of insects that suited him. Ever since he gained control over the iron-armored ants, he hadn't come across any insects he liked for a long time. His perfect control skill was almost rusting. If he could find 1 or 2 this time, that would be perfect. Inside the passage, he could see many skeleton remains. These were the results of the onslaught from the flying fire sting insects and nano-venomous insects. Fong Fong was very pleased to hear the continuous sounds ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a skeleton warrior, gaining experience plus 20,000. Ding! You have slain a demon type monster, merit points plus 1,000. Hearing that his merit points had increased, Fong Fong suddenly remembered that he still had a garrison token given to him by Nangong. He flipped his hand to take it out. Fong Fong saw that the golden level sword token had circles of light appearing on it. This was a situation that would occur only when continuously gaining merit points. The garrison levels are Soldier, Commander, Garrison, and General, 4 tiers. Below General, each tier is further divided into 10 stars. Starting from General, there are only 5 stars in total. Nangong, as the highest administrative officer of Longhua City, seems to only be at the garrison level. It is said that the Lord of Zhangbei City, Beijiangnan, is a 1-star general. Right now, I'm still a 1-star soldier. Fong Fong shook his head helplessly. However, this thing hadn't been activated by him, yet it could automatically absorb merit points. That wasn't too bad. Moreover, merit points could also be exchanged for items at the garrison in the future, so he could just keep it for now. Fong Fong took a look and put the sword token back, feeling that his experience gaining speed was increasing. It seemed he was approaching the lair of the skeleton warriors. He hurried a few steps forward. Sure enough, it was soon visible. Ahead appeared a vast space densely packed with hundreds of skeleton warriors. Moreover, in the lower part of the entire space, skeleton warriors were constantly climbing up. Fong Fong glanced around and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed he had arrived at the core hub of the entire second layer of skeleton warriors. The whole space was a gigantic circle, with many holes in the walls. Each hole seemed to correspond to a trial arena. Those skeleton warriors crawled out from these holes, presumably reaching their respective trial arena tunnels. At the very bottom of the space appeared to be an abyss. Countless skeleton warriors were climbing up from this bottom. Spectacular! If I manage to kill all these skeletons, I might just level up twice today. Fong Fong felt a surge of anticipation and immediately waved his hand. Instantly, the fire sting insects and nano poison insects surged forward like a tide. 30,000 flying fire stingers, 30,000 nano-poison insects. Like two torrents, they surged towards the entire spherical space. Wherever they passed, the skeleton warriors couldn't hold on for even a second. The whole scene was simply overwhelming. Fong Fong only heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a skeleton warrior. Gained experience plus 20,000. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a demon-type monster. Merit value plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations! Your merit value has reached 50,000. Merit upgraded to 2-star soldier. A series of voices followed one after another, and Fong Fong saw his experience bar rising rapidly. His current level was only 100, facing the 125 level skeleton warriors. The experience gained was indeed substantial. Jiang Du killed over 80,000 skeleton warriors back then, which means the skeleton warriors here are in the tens of thousands. Even if the number of skeleton warriors here is not as many as before after Jiang Du's slaughter, there should still be at least several thousand restored. If I can kill them all, I should be able to reach level 105. Fong Fong calculated in his heart. Level 5, which is only achievable in this abyss. In other places, it would probably take several days to accomplish. Since I'm here, I won't hold back. Fong Feng's eyes gleamed with greed. Free experience should not be wasted. Immediately, Fong Fong switched his attack mode for the first time to attack enemies within automatic range. As soon as the mode switched, the formation of the flying fire stingers and nano-poison insects completely spread out. Originally like two swords, they now became two large fan shapes, surging towards every corner where there were skeleton warriors. Just 2 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 101. 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 102. 7 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 103. Watching his level continuously rise, Fong Fong was very excited. He quickly glanced at the recruitment leaderboard. He saw that I Have a Girlfriend had jumped from 101st place to 53rd place, just 3 levels up, and the ranking had changed dramatically. There was no way around it. On the entire leaderboard, aside from the first place Jiang Hao and the second place Li Jian who had reached level 110, the rest were generally around levels 103 to 105. Fong Feng's 3-level increase had allowed him to surpass many people. Moreover, given his current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed the 4th place Li Kai at level 104 and the 3rd place Strongman at level 105. Once he surpassed them, Fong Fong would directly become 3rd. While studying, Fong Fong was a bit surprised. It's been about 3 minutes, why haven't I leveled up yet? Thinking this, Fong Fong looked ahead and was stunned. He discovered that there were no skeleton warriors left in the entire spherical space. In just over 10 minutes, he had cleared all the skeleton warriors here, and his experience was stuck at half of level 103. I didn't count the numbers, but it seems the quantity doesn't match my previous guess. Fong Fong frowned. According to his calculations, there should be at least several thousand skeleton warriors here, but he felt he had only killed a few thousand at most. The estimated quantity was still off. Just as Fong Fong was pondering, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a skeleton warrior. Gained experience plus 20,000. Then the system's voice began to intensify. Fong Fong looked around and then realized. It turned out that his flying fire stingers and nano-poison insects, after clearing the entire spherical space, had started to surge towards the passages on the walls. In those corridors, it seemed there were still many skeleton warriors. However, those corridors led to different trial grounds. Was doing this considered monster stealing? I haven't seen anyone, so it shouldn't count as stealing, and even if it did, so what? Can only others steal from me? Fong Fong shook his head. Previously, Lei Gang had stolen his boss, and this abyssal land hadn't said anything against monster stealing. As a law-abiding citizen, he definitely wouldn't do this if there were rules against it. Since there were no rules prohibiting monster stealing here, it meant they encouraged it. Without monster stealing, where would the conflict come from? Without conflict, where would the motivation to improve come from? Thinking this way, Fong Fong instantly felt justified in his actions. He then continued to look at the recruitment leaderboard, wanting to see how high he could rise. However, at that moment, in one of the trial areas, Li Jian had just appeared in the trial corridor. Looking at the few skeleton warriors in front of him, he was filled with anticipation. Although Jiang Du's record is terrifying, I can't reach it. But trying to challenge Jiang Yishue's isn't impossible. That fool Li Yuan has been completely enchanted by a woman. Our Li family still relies on me. As Li Jian spoke, his eyes turned cold, and the surrounding dark domain was instantly released, stabbing towards the skeleton warrior with a sword. However, before his sword could touch the skeleton warrior, suddenly the skeleton warrior went limp all over. The next moment, it collapsed directly to the ground, already dead. Dead? That shouldn't be. My dark domain isn't that exaggerated. Why did it suddenly die? Just as Li Jian was pondering, a white bug suddenly flew out from the skeleton's corpse, darting into the depths of the tunnel. Li Jian looked on in confusion. When did these skeleton warriors start to have bugs? They were demon-type monsters, not decayed. How could they have bugs? Li Jian felt perplexed and was about to deal with the other skeleton warriors when he discovered that these skeleton warriors were falling one after another, all dying. At this point he was completely unsettled. What on earth is going on? Li Jian waited for a while but no new skeleton warriors appeared, so he could only helplessly return to the formation, preparing to go out and check the situation. At this time, there were still many others encountering the same situation as him. In one trial area, a bald man was leveling up vigorously. As a berserker, his attack power wasn't high, but his defense was astonishing. So even though his efficiency was a bit slow, his leveling speed was still quite impressive. However, as he was grinding, he suddenly realized that there were no monsters around him. What the hell? When did my berserker's monster grinding speed become this fast? Why aren't any monsters appearing? The muscular man waited for a while, and seeing that something was off, he could only leave to ask about the situation. In another trial area, Li Kai was sitting at the back, constantly buffing her teammates. As a fairy healer, she managed to secure the 4th place on the recruitment leaderboard, relying on her wealth. Miss, there are no monsters ahead. The leader of the mercenary group came over, looking helpless. No monsters? What is the person in charge of this abyssal land doing? Let's go out and ask. Li Kai frowned, stood up, and led the team to leave the trial area. However, what no one noticed was that just as they were all leaving the trial area, a name that had previously gone unnoticed on the recruitment leaderboard had quietly risen to 5th place. 5th place, I have a girlfriend, level 104 Beastmaster. Fong Fong looked at his ranking, finally squeezing into the top 5, and his mood was quite pleasant. In just half an hour, I've leveled up 4 times. If I wait for another wave, I might reach level 107 and then I'll have to go to the 3rd layer. The leveling speed here can no longer satisfy me. Fong Fong was contemplating in his heart. However, he did not know that at this moment, other professionals had already rushed into the office of the Abyss Supervisor above the ground. Above the ground, Lu Feng had just finished inspecting today's work and was preparing to return to the base to rest. However, before he could leave the building he was responsible for, several subordinates rushed over. Sir, something's wrong. Sir, there's been an incident. What's the panic about? Lu Feng frowned slightly. With him stationed in this abyss, what could possibly be such a big deal? Seeing his subordinates in a state of panic, he felt displeased. Sir, just now on the 2nd floor, many people reported that there are no monsters in the trial area. Yes, and among them are the seed players from this year's Zhangbei University recruitment list. They all reported that there are no monsters in the trial area. Lu Feng's brow furrowed at the words. No monsters? Did the Skeleton King get its period? Why hasn't the monitoring room reported anything? His subordinates expressed their confusion as well. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened and he headed straight for the monitoring room. The responsible fat man in the monitoring room had just laid down to rest, not even having time to snore before the door was kicked open with a loud bang. He was about to explode in anger when he saw it was Lu Feng, and his face changed instantly. Sir, what brings you here? Is there any arrangement? Arrangement my ass, many people reported that there are no monsters on the 2nd floor, didn't you notice? Lu Feng shouted angrily. No monsters? That's impossible, the Skeleton King has always been at the deepest part, the fat man said, switching the screen over. But then he was dumbfounded. The place where the Skeleton King was supposed to be was completely empty, nothing at all. And all the skeleton warriors in the other trial areas had also vanished. Where's the Skeleton King? Is this how you're responsible for the monitoring room? Lu Feng was furious, just about to turn around to check the situation when suddenly a voice echoed throughout the Abyss town. Ding! Attention, professionals! Due to the mass extermination of skeleton warriors, the Skeleton King is enraged. The Skeleton King has now left its lair. Please kill it as soon as possible. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng frowned. With the formation set up by the big shots in the abyss, he wasn't worried, but he couldn't understand how so many skeleton warriors could be wiped out. This situation had only occurred once since the establishment of Abyss Town, and that was when Zhang Du exterminated over 80,000 skeleton warriors. Hurry up and find out. I want to know where the Skeleton King is. Lu Feng shouted angrily. The fat man nodded and quickly began checking the monitors. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Jiang Hao, Li Jian, Li Kai, and the muscular man were all dumbfounded. Who wiped out a large number of skeleton warriors? Don't look at me, I'm a berserker. How could it be me? It can't be me either. I'm just a mercenary group. My kill speed just keeps up with the respawn. Li Kai shook her head as well. Li Jian was even more speechless. He hadn't even started yet, and the monsters had already fallen. He still didn't know what had happened. Jiang Hao, however, looked in the direction Fong Fong had left and muttered to himself. There are no monsters left, so why hasn't that brother come out yet? Everyone in Abyss Town was quite astonished, not knowing what had happened inside the abyss. Even some professionals who were cultivating on the 3rd floor of the abyss were stirred by the news. Xiao Xue, did you hear? Something happened on the 2nd floor, Li Yuan said while fending off the monsters surging in front of him. I heard, focus on the enemy. And don't call me Xiao Xue. Jiang Yixue frowned slightly. We're so familiar, it shouldn't matter. Li Yuan said helplessly. But, upon hearing this, Zhang Yixue directly withdrew from the team and swiftly returned to the safe zone. I don't like being called that. Moreover, the situation on the third level is dangerous, and with summer recruitment happening outside, it's already quite good that the teacher allows us to come here to train. All the other students have gone home. If you're not focused on training, feel free, I can solo it myself. After saying this, Zhang Yixue prepared to go fight monsters alone. Li Yuan, seeing this, helplessly said, alright, I won't say anything. Practicing alone is ultimately limited in efficiency, I'll team up with you. However, Zhang Yixue completely ignored him. She wasn't stupid, she understood Li Yuan's intentions, but she simply wasn't interested in this guy. On the contrary, his persistence was quite annoying. If it weren't for the need to train in peace, she wouldn't even team up with Li Yuan. Moreover, she was very curious about what had happened on the second level. What could have provoked the Skeleton King's anger? Such a situation hadn't occurred since Jiang Du's betrayal. Even the likes of Xiao Lingfeng back in the day hadn't managed that. While everyone was drawn to the situation on the second level of the abyss, Feng stood there, somewhat dazed. Skeleton King? There's even a Skeleton King boss here? Why has no one ever mentioned this before? Feng swallowed hard, his mind now focused on the Skeleton King boss. The experience from a boss was quite substantial, especially since this Skeleton King boss was perfectly suited to his training level. If he could defeat it, his level would surely break through 104, and he might even reach level 106. But where was this Skeleton King boss? Just as Feng was pondering this, a system voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Due to your rapid slaughter of numerous skeleton warriors, you have provoked the Skeleton King's anger, and you are currently within the Skeleton King's territory. The Skeleton King will appear in 10 seconds. Please prepare for battle. If you are alone and your strength has not reached the third transfer, please leave quickly. Feng was taken aback, finally realizing that he had angered the Skeleton King all along. That was perfect, it saved him the trouble of searching for it. Moreover, this system announcement seemed to be directed solely at him. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a new broadcast. Ding! The Skeleton King will appear in 10 seconds in the second level of the abyss. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. This time, Feng clearly heard that the system voice was evidently broadcasting throughout the entire abyss town. However, he didn't care. Who cared about anything else when there was a boss? Leveling up was the priority. Feng waved his hand and immediately activated his Divine Insect Fusion talent. In an instant, countless nanopoison insects and flying fire stingers attached themselves to him. A terrifying aura spread out. At the same time, Feng felt the ground beneath him trembling. In the depths of the spherical space before him, it seemed something was crawling upwards. Outside the second level, Li Jian and the others heard the system broadcast, their eyes filled with excitement. As top contenders on the recruitment list, they naturally wanted to deal with the boss. However, after the initial excitement, Li Jian asked a question they all wanted to know. Where is this boss? Who knows? Since I started training here, I've never heard of a boss being here. Speaking of which, if we don't even know where the boss is, how are we supposed to kill it? This system broadcast seems useless. Jiang Hao also looked confused. However, at this moment, Lu Feng in the monitoring room had a serious expression and coldly said, immediately dispatch the guard troops to enter the second level of the abyss. We can't let the Skeleton King boss run wild. If it activates the formation and gets wiped out, the trial on the second level will be ruined. Yes, a subordinate immediately went to make arrangements. At almost the same time, the countdown for the Skeleton King boss also ended. The chubby manager who was investigating the surveillance shouted, "We've found him. We've located the Skeleton King's whereabouts." In the scene, what was being filmed was indeed the interior of that spherical space. However, this image was directly facing the bottom of the spherical space, where a figure engulfed in flames was climbing step by step along the wall. That figure was none other than the Skeleton King boss. The image perfectly avoided the tunnel entrance where Feng was standing. Feng stood at the entrance, gazing at the fiery figure just below him, and couldn't help but be astonished. The Skeleton King boss was simply too large. His massive body nearly filled the deep pit. Given his size, he could not possibly enter the tunnel. No wonder he was trapped here. Only skeleton warriors could pass through the tunnel to enter the outside trial grounds. Feng took a look, and the information about the Skeleton King popped up. Skeleton King, Abyss Demon type rank, leader level, yellow, level, LV.130 attack power, 50,000 health, 100000 physical defense, 30,000 magical defense, 50,000 passive skill, undead summon, can resurrect a skeleton army to attack enemies after a certain period, passive skill, negative immunity, Abyss Demon type monsters can be immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skills, Flame Storm, Skeleton Heavy Strike. Looking at the information about the Skeleton King, Feng was quite surprised. The Skeleton King's health was actually less than that of the 4 elemental bosses he had previously slain. This was somewhat unusual. Although world bosses were generally very strong, Abyss-type bosses were not weak either. It didn't make sense that they were all leader level yellow, and yet the level difference was over 30 levels. But the health difference was so significant. There was only one explanation for this situation. The Skeleton King boss in the Abyss was indeed weaker than the Elemental World bosses. According to the knowledge Fong had learned in high school, there were many leader-level bosses in the Abyss, so their strength was generally not as powerful as those in the outside world. And here, just in the second layer, a leader-level boss was being used as a trial target. He couldn't help but wonder what the third layer would be like. Could it be that such leader-level bosses were very common in the third layer? Fong was already starting to look forward to the situation. In the third layer, these thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as the system countdown voice fell, the enormous skull of the Skeleton King had already turned to look at Fong. Almost simultaneously, Fong saw the corpses of the skeleton warriors he had previously slain rapidly gathering together. They were about to be resurrected. Very close to Fong, a skeleton warrior had already formed and charged towards him. A thought flashed through Feng's mind. Would these skeleton warriors resurrected by the Skeleton King still give experience? If they did, then he had no need to kill the Skeleton King at all. He could just let him keep summoning minions to farm experience. With that thought, Fong threw a punch and almost simultaneously a damage value popped up. 290 million. The skeleton warrior shattered in an instant. However, this time Fong did not hear the sound of gaining experience. It seems that the minions resurrected in a short time do not give experience. Then there's no need to waste time with it. Fong turned his head and looked back at the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's fiery eye sockets were also watching him. The next moment, two flames shot directly towards Fong. Fong did not dodge, he charged straight into the flames. With one punch, he scattered the flames. However, at the same time, damage values began to pop up above his head. 10,910 with nearly 300 million in defense, the damage dealt to Fong by the Skeleton King was a pitiful 10 points. This amount of damage couldn't even break through Feng's defense. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Fong and the others were puzzled as they saw the Skeleton King boss unleash a large fireball into the air. Suddenly, they saw a figure directly withstand the Skeleton King's flames and charge into the fray. However, the flames surrounding that person made it impossible to see their face. They couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. The only thing visible was a series of numbers popping up above their head. 10910. Who is this person? Fong asked, frowning. However, the subordinates beside him looked bewildered, clearly unaware as well. Master, the Skeleton King couldn't even break through this person's defense. This must be a big shot, the chubby supervisor said. Fong cursed in response. Of course I can tell he's a big shot. That Skeleton King's flames would make even me retreat. Last time I accidentally got burned, I lost over 10,000 health. This person can actually withstand the Skeleton King's flames. How did he get into the abyss? Did the alarm system not react? You're in charge of the monitoring room and you didn't see such a big change in the second layer of the abyss? Fong was furious, while the chubby supervisor looked aggrieved. There were hundreds of screens just on the second layer and hundreds more on the first layer. It was indeed a bit much for him to manage alone. Master. Just as the two were speaking, the abyss boss in the footage had already retracted its flames. It seemed to realize that its flames had no effect on the professional. It then raised a massive bone club and swung it down at that person. The time from the disappearance of the flames to the appearance of the bone club was less than a second. Before Fong and the others could clearly see who the person was, Feng's figure was blocked by the bone club. However, the next moment, they witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. As the bone club was about to strike the professional, it actually snapped in half. At the same time, that professional managed to rip off one of the Skeleton King's skeletal arms with a single punch. A powerful shockwave sent bone fragments flying everywhere. Just as Fong and the others were trying to get a better look at who this professional was, the massive shockwave crashed into the camera. With a sharp crack, the camera shattered instantly. The screen went black. Fong was momentarily stunned, about to speak when a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! The Skeleton King has been slain. Congratulations to the professionals, please continue to work hard. Everyone around him was also stunned by this voice. Someone asked, Master, the Skeleton King is dead, is the second layer still useful? Fong stared blankly for a long time before replying, if the Skeleton King is dead, do you think it's still useful? Quick! Find out who did this. Also, hurry and notify the city lord, a big shot has intruded into the abyss. With a single punch, the Skeleton King was killed. This strength could probably take me down in just 2 punches. This is insane, how could such a terrifying existence come to the abyss? Hurry up and investigate, hurry up and investigate. Similarly, at that moment in the second layer of the abyss, Li Jian and the others were also staring blankly. They were clearly shocked by the system broadcast just now. Jiang Hao muttered to himself. From the appearance of the Skeleton King boss to the end, it seems like it was only 10 seconds. 10 seconds to kill the Skeleton King boss. Who on earth is this big shot? I don't know, it takes me over a dozen strikes to take down a skeleton warrior, and this guy kills the boss in 10 seconds. Is he even human? The muscular man also looked incredulous. Li Kai's eyes sparkled as she said, a person this powerful can still come to the abyss to level up. He can't be at the same level as them, right? If that's the case, no matter how much it costs, hiring him to help me level up would be worth it. Same level? That's impossible. Even the previous generation, like Zhang Yishui and the others, definitely didn't have this kind of strength. Li Jian frowned. He didn't believe that this was something someone from their generation could achieve. After all, he couldn't do it. Saying this, Li Jian hurried to the record stone tablet. Seeing this, Zhang Hao followed him. Since a big shot had killed the Skeleton King boss, the record stone tablet should logically have a new record. However, when they got closer, they found that the records on the stone tablet were completely chaotic. The entire stone tablet seemed to have been affected. Seeing this, Li Jian ran straight outside. Li Kai hurriedly followed. What are you guys going to do? Zhang Hao asked. Of course, we're going outside to wait. Such a big event will definitely attract the guards. It would be best to see this person and pay him to help me level up. Li Kai shouted. The muscular man also chased after them. I have to see this. A person this fierce deserves the title of muscular man. I must go pay my respects. Zhang Hao was somewhat speechless. He looked at the stone tablet again and found that the rankings had actually started to stabilize. Moreover, he saw that Zhang Du's name had appeared again, but this time his name was not in the originally obscured place. Zhang Hao couldn't help but clear the dirt off the top, and in an instant he saw a new name appear on the stone tablet. First place, I have a girlfriend, kill count, cleared the field. Looking at this line of text, Zhang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Is it him? Zhang Hao could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly opened the university admission rankings. Instantly, he saw the rankings had changed. First place, Zhang Hao. Level 116, third advancement, priest. Second place, Li Jian. Level 110, third advancement, dark swordsman. Third place, I have a girlfriend. Level 106, third advancement, beast master. Fourth place, muscular man. Level 105, third advancement, berserker. Fifth place, Li Kai. Level 104, third advancement, fairy arts. It really is him. Zhang Hao remembered that he hadn't seen this person in the top 10 before, but now I have a girlfriend had actually surged to third place. This leveling speed was simply terrifying. If he hadn't killed the Skeleton King boss, how could he have such a terrifying speed? Awesome, this guy must be cheating. Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement and looked in the direction where Li Jian and the others had left, then ran straight to the entrance where Fong Fong had gone in to wait. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Feng didn't even dare to take people to the second level to look for Fong Fong. Such terrifying strength made even him, the guard, feel threatened. If this person was anti-alliance, then if he went over without permission, the result could very well be annihilation. So, at the first moment the skeleton boss was killed, he ordered everyone in the abyss to withdraw quickly. He himself stayed in the monitoring room, helping to search for the previous surveillance footage. At the same time, he had already sent someone to report the situation here. At this moment, in Abyss Town, almost everyone was discussing this matter. Killing the Skeleton King boss in 10 seconds was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The Abyss Town forum had been flooded with posts about this incident. I mean, who is this big shot making such a commotion? Who knows, if it weren't for this big shot, I wouldn't have known that there's actually a Skeleton King boss in the second layer of the abyss. Who says otherwise? But this big shot is here farming monsters. Isn't he afraid of the defense army investigating? No way, this big shot might be at the same level as us? Is that possible? I heard that the top few in our batch can only kill skeleton warriors at best. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, on the way to Abyss Town, Sumuyu also received the news. When she saw that someone had actually slain the Skeleton King boss, she immediately thought of Fong Fong. So she directly opened the enrollment ranking and indeed saw Fong Feng's name had appeared in third place. It really is you, as expected of my man, truly impressive. Sumuyu laughed. Seeing this, Ziyin beside her asked with a smile, Miss, as expected of your man? Who is your man? The boss has never mentioned you have a boyfriend. As the head of the auction house in Abyss Town, it was naturally Ziyin who came to pick up Sumuyu. It's him, Sister Ziyin, you've met him. Saying this, Sumuyu pointed her to look at the third place on the leaderboard. I have a girlfriend. Ah, Ziyin was taken aback. It's Fong Fong? You and him. I like him. Sooner or later I will be his woman. Sister Ziyin, you've met him. Isn't he very handsome and powerful? Sumuyu asked with a smile. Ziyin nodded. He is very handsome and also very powerful. Congratulations, Sister Ziyin. Why do you look a bit unhappy? Sumuyu asked. Ziyin quickly smiled. No. Seeing this, Sumuyu didn't ask further. As time passed, the news of the Skeleton King boss being slain began to attract attention. When I have a girlfriend suddenly appeared in third place, it naturally sparked a lot of speculation. No way, the Skeleton King couldn't really have been killed by this big shot, right? I think it's very possible. After all, I had never heard of I have a girlfriend before. What do you mean you haven't heard of him? This kid is from Longhua City, and not long ago he killed a team from the Lightning Guild. Ah, I remember now, that guy who tricked the Lightning Guild out of 10 billion, he really is bold. Then it seems there's no doubt it must be this big shot who killed the Skeleton King boss. Yes, it must be him. I remember he was ranked 101 before. I didn't expect him to rush into the top 3 so quickly. To level up 6 times in one day, this leveling speed is simply insane. While everyone was speculating, Fong Fong was quite satisfied as he collected all the loot dropped by the Skeleton King. This time, he was quite lucky in slaying the Skeleton King. He obtained a weapon and a demon crystal core. The demon crystal core is a material that can be used for alchemy and is also required for some skills. For example, the Holy Light Domain skill that Sumuyu obtained earlier required a demon crystal core to use. As for the weapon's attributes, they were also quite good. Staff of the Skeleton King grade, gold, yellow, level, LV.130 attack power plus 5000 intelligence plus 500 spirit plus 500 passive fire element affinity, fire element magic attack power plus 20% passive, fire element acceleration, fire element magic casting time -20% active skill, Sea of Fire, can summon a Sea of Fire to deal large area fire attribute damage set effect, Skeleton King set, gather 3 pieces to summon 10 skeleton warriors to assist in attack. Fong Fong estimated that with these attributes, this weapon could easily sell for at least 5 billion. It could be considered a small fortune. The significance of this second level for upgrading is already minimal. I should hurry to the 3rd level, Fong Fong thought, and then retraced his steps, preparing to upgrade at the 3rd level. However, before he could exit, the communication token began to ring. To his surprise, it was a message from Sumuyu and mentor Qianhe. Sumuyu, the Skeleton King boss was definitely done by you, right? My husband is simply amazing. Sumuyu, husband, I'm already on my way to Abyss Town. You have to take me to level up when I get there, okay? Looking at the spoiled messages sent by Sumuyu, Fong Fong was somewhat speechless. How did this girl end up relying on him, wanting to come to Abyss Town as well? Thinking this, Fong Fong replied, sure, 1 hour of leveling up for 1 billion. Soon, Sumuyu replied, you're really greedy, but don't say 1 billion, I'll give you 100 billion. After all, our family's business will eventually be yours. But will your dad be so angry when he sees this message that he spits blood? Fong Fong was speechless. This girl was really proactive. He should focus on leveling up while he still could. When she arrived, he was afraid he wouldn't even be able to concentrate on leveling. He casually opened the message sent by mentor Qianhe and was somewhat taken aback. You killed the Skeleton King boss? How did you get so strong? You killed the Skeleton King boss, which means the second layer of the abyss is now useless. This will definitely shock Bei Jiangnan. Ah, I killed it? I didn't know that. Besides, is it really that serious? Just a boss from the abyss could alarm the city lord? Fong Fong felt helpless. If this matter alarmed the city lord, it wouldn't be fun. Teacher, you'll protect me, right? I'm your designated student, Fong Fong replied. Mentor Qianhe responded, don't worry, if it alarms him, that's just right. This recruitment period is meant for you to rise. Doing this saves a lot of trouble. When Bei Jiangnan arrives, I will meet him in person, but you have to keep working hard. If it alarms him, it has to achieve results. It would be best if it could attract even higher beings so you can gain more resources. Even what? Fong Fong asked. Even in the future, there might be top-ranked guilds inviting you to join. If you can join a top-ranked guild, it would indeed be better than joining our Beastmaster Guild. Actually, being able to join other guilds is quite good. After all, the higher the rank, the greater the help for your future. Chen, he replied. Fong Fong understood at this point. Mentor Qianhe was still worried about this. However, Qianhe was truly commendable. Although he really wanted to join the Beastmaster Guild himself, he still told Fong Fong the pros and cons. This kind of character was definitely worth deepening friendships. Fong Fong smiled and replied, don't worry, my biggest characteristic is loyalty. After saying that, Fong Fong directly took out the token of the Beastmaster Guild and crushed it the next moment. At the same time, a voice echoed in Fong Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have joined the Beastmaster Guild. Ding! Since you have not yet reached level 119 of the 4th transfer, the guild chat channel has not been opened. Guild status temporarily unavailable. Guild tasks temporarily unclaimable. Please reach level 119 of the 4th transfer as soon as possible. At that time, the chat channel will be opened and you will receive guild status bonuses and be able to claim guild tasks. Completing guild tasks will earn you guild contributions, which can be exchanged for items within the guild. Listening to the series of notifications, Fong Fong felt helpless. It seemed his level was still too low. But what was in the guild warehouse? Thinking this, Fong Fong took a look. Just one glance, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. He saw a large area of glowing golden items in the guild warehouse. There were materials for leaders, yellow equipment, and even skill books, etc. Fong Fong was extremely excited. He immediately spotted a set of equipment that seemed to be usable for him. Dark Beast Master set grade, gold, yellow, level, LV.119 set of 6 pieces, wearing them grants set attribute bonuses contribution required for exchange 100,000. A complete set of gold level equipment with set effects. The benefits of the guild are indeed great. It's just a pity that my level is too low. If there's a chance in the future, I must get this Dark Beast Master set. Fong Fong felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. On the other side, Mentor Qian he smiled upon seeing Fong Fong join the guild. This was something he hadn't expected. This kid really brings unexpected joy. Well, I'll just go meet Bei Jiangnan. Mentor Qian he was in a good mood. Meanwhile, Fong Fong, after leaving the teleportation array, saw Jiang Hao waiting outside. Upon seeing Fong Fong come out, Jiang Hao was visibly excited. Bro, you're amazing. Hiding so deep. But let's be clear, we knew each other first, right? If you're going to the third layer, you must take me with you. I won't let you take me for free, just name your price. I promise I won't haggle. Ha! Fong Fong was a bit confused, not understanding his meaning. Jiang Hao showed him a glance at the Abyss Town Forum, and only then did he understand. He had just killed a boss, and it had caused such a big stir. Indeed, the saying is true, wanting to keep a low profile is not allowed by strength. Isn't your family quite wealthy? Why don't you bring a mercenary group into the third layer yourself? Fong Fong asked. Given Jiang Hao's family background, it would obviously be more suitable for him to lead a team into the third layer. Jiang Hao replied helplessly. That won't work. The third layer is unprotected, and it's a training ground unique to Zhangbei University, so mercenary groups are not allowed to enter. For my support class, unless there's a fixed team willing to take me in, otherwise I can't survive in there. If it were normal, I could have my sister take me, but now Zhangbei University is on summer break and many people have gone back. I can't gather a team, otherwise I wouldn't be leveling in the second layer. Bro, your strength can completely match a whole team. You must take me with you, Jiang Hao said eagerly. Fong Fong nodded at his words. For him, taking someone along wasn't a big deal, and with money to earn, he could also complete the evolution of the bugs faster. Why not? However, Fong Fong only had one slot to bring someone into the third layer. Moreover, Sumuyu was also on her way back, and in terms of relationship, he naturally had a better connection with Sumuyu. Thinking about it, Fong Fong said, I can take you, but you have to find a way for your own slot. Alright, my sister can take me in, but I need to contact her first, and I also need to go prepare a bit. I'll contact you when I'm ready, Jiang Hao said excitedly. Fong Fong nodded, and the two added each other as friends, then didn't say much more. Jiang Hao left first, while Fong Fong walked towards the entrance of the third layer. When he arrived at the entrance, just as Fong Fong was about to prepare to enter, he saw two figures walking out from the formation. A man and a woman. The woman was very beautiful, and Fong Fong glanced at her a bit longer. However, the man beside her shot a hostile look at Fong Fong, as if afraid he would snatch something from him. Zhang Yishua saw Li Yuan like this and smiled apologetically at Fong Fong. Then she turned and left. Fong Fong felt it was inexplicable but didn't think much of it and directly entered the teleportation array, heading into the third layer. Almost simultaneously, in the city lord's mansion of Zhangbei City, Bei Jiangnan sat up from his chair. A guard hurriedly ran in. My lord, it's bad. News has come from Abyss Town that a master killed the skeleton king boss of the second layer with a single punch. And currently, the first two layers of the abyss have been closed. The person is still in the abyss. Lu Feng doesn't dare to act rashly. Please, city lord, go take a look at the situation. Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly upon hearing this. You killed the skeleton king boss? And you only used one punch? This strength must be at least at the 7th turn. Lu Feng is indeed very cautious. But how could such a powerful person be in Abyss Town? Moreover, Xiao Shui and Xiao Hai are still there. I should go take a look. Don't let this matter leak out, I'll go by myself. Bei Jiangnan stood up and said, yes. The guard replied and then withdrew. By the way, let's send this video to him. Just as Fong Fong entered the formation, he remembered the recording. Jiang Hao was quite a decent person to his liking. But Li Jian was different. He was one way on the surface and another behind people's backs, which made Fong Fong a bit uncomfortable. Anyway, he was about to enter the third layer soon, and he would definitely choose to go into seclusion then, so it was better to resolve this matter now. After sending the video from that night, Fong Fong finally entered the formation, quickly disappearing from his original spot. At this moment, Jiang Hao had just left the abyss. Jiang Yishua and Li Yuan followed him out one after the other. At the entrance of the abyss, a crowd had gathered. The first and second layers of the abyss had suddenly closed, causing many practitioners still trying to break through to come out. Everyone was waiting for the responsible guard army to give an explanation. Could they still be used? After all, the entrance fee had been paid today. When Jiang Yishua saw Jiang Hao, she walked straight over. What on earth happened outside? Who killed the skeleton king? Jiang Yishua asked as soon as they met. Li Yuan beside her also smiled and said, yeah, we heard it in the third layer. Your sister was worried about you, so we came out. Jiang Hao, however, had no good feelings towards Li Yuan and replied, what does my sister worrying about me have to do with you? You really think of yourself as my brother-in-law? Let me tell you, you won't pass this level. let alone my parents. Come on, let's talk over there, sister. Zhang Hao pulled Jiang Yixue to the side. Indeed, Jiang Yixue was Jiang Hao's biological sister and also the beloved daughter of Beizhong Nan, the lord of Jiangbei province. A flicker of anger flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, maintaining his smile and saying nothing, just following along. Jiang Yixue was also helpless against him. Encountering such a clingy person was hard to shake off. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Outside, Jiang Yixue asked. Jiang Hao hurriedly recounted everything that had happened. When Jiang Yixue heard that the instigator was actually a junior, she was taken aback. A level 100 Beast Master of the third transition? When did Beast Masters become this strong? I'm puzzled too, but I have a good relationship with this kid, and now the first and second layers of the abyss are closed. I was planning to have him take me to the third layer to level up, and he agreed. Sister, I might need your help with the quota. Jiang Yixue frowned upon hearing this. The quota issue isn't a problem, but the third layer is very dangerous. I have to be cautious even when leveling up myself. Can he really take you to level up? If there's danger in the third layer, I might not have the ability to save you. Sister, you haven't seen his strength, you know my judgment. Jiang Hao said. Jiang Yixue shook her head. It's not that I don't believe you, but we must be careful. If you want to go, I have to go with you. Also, don't go in the next couple of days. I'll have the family send your resurrection crystal over. If there really is trouble, it won't be without a way out. Is that really necessary? Jiang Hao felt it was unnecessary. He hadn't brought his resurrection crystal. In Jiangbei province, who would dare to lay a hand on him? Plus, he had a mercenary group leading the way, so he had left it at home. Jiang Yixue, however, said seriously, this matter is non-negotiable. Others may know your identity, but the monsters in the abyss do not. Moreover, I heard from the mentor that there are many unknown areas in the abyss, and there might even be anti-alliance people active. Father said that as long as you enter the third layer, even I have to bring my resurrection crystal, you can't escape. Just in time for the first and second layers of the abyss to close these few days. You wait a moment. I'll go check on that kid's strength. Aren't you saying he entered the third layer? I'll head back soon. Jiang Hao could only nod helplessly upon hearing this. However, he was still in the top position for now, so delaying for 2 days wasn't a big deal. Jiang Yixue quickly left. Li Yuan naturally followed her. Jiang Hao then directly contacted his father, only to learn that his father had already set off from Jiangbei City to come here. He would arrive in at most 2 days. So, Jiang Hao could only return to the Abyss Tavern to wait. At the same time, he also saw the video sent by Fong Fong. When he heard Li Jian's words in the video, a hint of anger appeared on his originally calm face. He had genuinely considered Li Jian a friend, but he didn't expect Li Jian to evaluate him like this behind his back. Taking care of Jiang Hao, that clueless second-generation heir, I'm not interested. If it weren't for his special status, do you think I would care about him? A trash priest isn't worthy to be my friend? Heh, a trash priest isn't qualified to collaborate with your friend? Alright, I'll remember this, Li Jian. Jiang Hao's face turned ashen with anger. If he had known where Li Jian was, he might have gone to find that kid directly. As for the matter between Jiang Hao and Li Jian, Fong Fong didn't take it too seriously. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Li Jian either. Telling Jiang Hao this was purely because he felt that the person wasn't bad. He had been in Abyss Town for a few days now, and what he had seen had left a deep impression on him. However, the most important thing right now was to level up quickly. With each passing day, there was 1 day less until the enrollment at Jiangbei University ended. The final ranking would be the only standard affecting the enrollment situation. So, Fong Fong just wanted to level up as soon as possible. As the light faded, Fong Fong soon found himself in a somewhat dim space. The surrounding light was dim, and at a distance there was a very bright red light. It looked like the glow of lava. Behind him was the teleportation array to leave this place. The entire teleportation array was located on a platform about 10 meters square. Surrounding the platform were beams suspended in midair. Below the beams, lava flowed. The situation here was indeed worse compared to the first 2 layers. Fong Fong could even see that from time to time, lava surged up from below. If he got stuck in some of it, he would be instantly severely injured. Fong Fong looked around and noticed a sign hanging on the wall of the platform. Abyss third layer trial area. Any practitioner leaving the teleportation platform will be attacked by abyss monsters, and the longer they stay, the more monsters will come, so please do not stray too far from the teleportation array to avoid getting lost in the third layer. Warm reminder, there are 10 teleportation arrays in the third layer, distributed in various locations. If you do get lost, please do not give up and head to the nearest teleportation array as soon as possible. Fong Fong glanced at the introduction and looked around. Perhaps the space was too large. He didn't see the locations of other teleportation arrays. Could there be a map for this place? I was too hasty. Fong Fong felt a bit helpless, but as long as he didn't stray too far from this teleportation platform, he thought he would be fine. With his strength, the monsters in the third layer couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Fong Fong didn't delay any longer and directly used his god-level talent, Divine Insect Fusion. Then he stepped off the teleportation platform and arrived below the platform. As soon as he left the teleportation platform, he felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him. At the same time, a damage value popped up above his head. -1. The system's voice also rang out. Ding! Due to your entry into the unmodified abyss world, you are in a scorched state, losing a certain amount of health per second. Fong Fong glanced at the top of his head and saw that he was losing 1 point of health per second, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. I have nearly 1.7 billion health. This state doesn't affect me at all. Looking around, Fong Fong discovered that the beam beneath his feet was at least a dozen meters away from the lava. The situation on this third level seemed completely different from the first 2 levels. Since he stepped down from the teleportation platform, he had not encountered a single monster in nearly 3 minutes. Fong Fong felt somewhat helpless. They say that real combat is the only standard to test one's strength, and now that he was truly in the third level, he realized he was still lacking in certain aspects. For example, his reconnaissance ability. As a beast master, there were very few reconnaissance skills available for him to learn, so at this moment he had no idea if there were hidden monsters around. He only felt that monsters were approaching him, but he had no idea where they were. Suddenly, Fong Fong saw a commotion in the lava not far away. Following that, a shadow crawled up from the lava. At the sight of that shadow, Fong Fong was taken aback. What crawled out of the lava was actually a blood-red skeleton. The skeleton was holding a large red blade in its hand, looking fierce and menacing. Lava skeleton, Abyss Demon type rank, Commander level, blue level, LV.130 attack. Power 15,000 health, 30,000 passive skill. Lava resurrection. If the skeleton warrior dies and its remains fall into the lava, it can resurrect in a short time. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyss demon type monsters are immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Passive skill, fire affinity, immune to all fire attribute attack damage, but ice attribute damage will be doubled. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong was surprised. This lava skeleton actually had no active skills. But thinking about it, being only commander level, blue, it should be the weakest existence in this third level. However, that passive resurrection skill was a bit shameless. If the remains fell into the lava, they could resurrect, and the ground he was standing on was full of holes, so these remains would obviously keep falling. But Fong Fong didn't care. Even if it kept resurrecting, it didn't matter. The most important thing was that he could gain experience. With that thought, Fong Fong waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of fire spike bugs flew over. Soon he saw the lava skeleton's defense drop significantly. However, after waiting for a moment, he realized that the lava skeleton wasn't losing health. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The lava skeleton is immune to the fire spike bug's attack, causing no damage, only reducing its defense. Fong Fong was a bit stunned as he looked at the damage value appearing above the lava skeleton's head. He then realized that the fire spike bug dealt fire attribute damage, exactly what these skeletons were immune to. Thinking this, Fong Fong waved his hand to recall the fire spike bugs, and then dashed towards the lava skeleton. He then punched the lava skeleton. No surprises. 290 million. As the damage value appeared, the lava skeleton shattered into pieces and fell into the lava below. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the lava skeleton, gaining experience plus 30,000 ding. Congratulations, you have slain the lava skeleton, merit points plus 2,000 ding. Congratulations, your merit points have reached 1 million, reaching commander level. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Fong was taken aback. His merit points had actually reached commander level. However, only 1 million merit points were needed for commander level. Earning merit points was indeed quite difficult. He could continuously farm in the abyss, but for a garrison level like Lord Nangong, it would take at least 10 million merit points, and it was clear that he couldn't come here to farm merit points. It was evident that Nangong must have had his own opportunities before, otherwise, he wouldn't have so many merit points. 2,000 for 1, 20,000 for 10, and only 200,000 for 100. To gather 10 million merit points, wouldn't that mean killing 5,000? It's too difficult to obtain so many merit points in the abyss. Unless we can slay many boss-level creatures, it seems impossible, Fong Fong muttered to himself. Looking around, he noticed that the lava skeletons hadn't dropped anything at all, and he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. However, he soon discovered that as the first lava skeleton was slain by him, the surrounding lava began to churn violently. Sure enough, soon the second and third lava skeletons emerged. Fong Feng's eyes turned cold at the sight, and he charged at one of them. With a punch for each, in less than 10 seconds, he had slain the 2 emerging lava skeletons. Yet, nearly half a minute later, 7 or 8 more lava skeletons appeared around him. At the same time, a system voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Due to your rapid killing speed, you have alarmed the lava skeleton army. Prepare to be besieged. Besieged? Interesting. Fong Fong licked his lips. What he feared most was a lack of monsters. Now, it seemed, they were finally coming. Looking around, he saw that the lava in all directions was starting to stir. One by one, the lava skeletons emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, rushing towards Fong Feng's position. Despite the overwhelming number of lava skeletons, Fong Fang's gaze was filled with intense excitement. With the divine insect fusion skill, he felt like a war god, unstoppable. Countless lava skeletons before him were as easy to cut down as slicing vegetables. Listening to the continuous system prompts in his ears, Fong Fong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this was the place to level up. Finally, after slaying nearly 80 lava skeletons, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 107. Fong Fong opened the leaderboard to check and found that although his ranking hadn't risen, his level had become 107, with only Li Jian at level 110 and Jiang Hao at level 116 above him. This leveling speed is simply exhilarating. Fong Fong was thrilled, watching the ever-increasing number of lava skeletons around him, and he flipped his palm. The nano-poison insects and Firethorn Insect King spread out immediately. There were too many lava skeletons for him to run over and slay one by one. For efficiency, he had to rely on the army of insects. Although the Firethorn insects couldn't deal damage to these lava skeletons, they could lower their defenses. The nano-poison insects dealt poison damage, which was just right for taking down these lava skeletons. As the army of insects spread out, the surrounding lava skeletons began to fall one by one. The loss of insects was still acceptable. Although these lava skeletons had high attack power, they lacked active skills, so they wouldn't cause massive losses. Just 5 minutes later, the first wave of agitated lava skeletons was completely cleared. However, at the same time, Fong Fong felt the ground shake. Then, a system voice rang in his mind. Ding! Due to your rapid slaying, you have alarmed the Lava Skeleton King. A boss is about to descend. Please prepare for battle. A boss? Fong Fong was taken aback, not expecting to encounter a boss so soon. The boss level. Yellow monsters in this third layer were indeed more numerous than those in the second layer. Fong Fong waved his hand, calling the insects back and refusing them into himself. Facing a boss, it was more convenient to deal with it after. The divine insect fusion, which could also prevent mass deaths of the insects. The lava churned, and soon Fong Fong saw that several beams ahead had been broken. At the same time, a gigantic skeleton engulfed in flames emerged from the lava. Lava Skeleton King, Abyss Demon Class, Rank, Leader Level, Yellow, Level, LV.135, Attack Power, 50,000, Health, 100,000, Passive Skill, Lava Recovery. The Lava Skeleton King can quickly recover health after entering the lava, recovering 10% per second. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyss Demon Class monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Passive Skill, Fire Affinity, immune to all fire attribute attack damage, but ice attribute damage will be doubled. Active skills, Lava Explosion, Lava Shield, Lava Summon. Fong Fong looked at the Lava Skeleton King and information popped up. Aside from being 5 levels higher than the Lava Skeleton, most of the skills are the same, but this Lava Skeleton King surprisingly has no resurrection skill. Doesn't that mean it's not a respawnable monster? But this health recovery skill is quite insane. Fong Fong muttered to himself while glancing at the Lava Skeleton King's lower half, discovering that this guy's size was almost the same as the Skeleton King on the second level. Although its upper body was surrounded by lava, its lower body was still in the lava. This meant that if he couldn't kill it in a very short time due to its lower half being in the lava, it would have the opportunity to continuously recover health, with an astonishing recovery speed of 10% per second. No wonder this guy has survived until now without being killed by other players. It really isn't easy to take him down. Strong players generally wouldn't come here. These monsters are meant for young people to train, and it seems that's why it has survived until now. Let's wait and see, Fong Fong said to himself. The Lava Skeleton King had many similarities with the Skeleton King on the second level. The biggest similarity was the ability to summon minions. The minions summoned by the second level Skeleton King could no longer gain experience. It was uncertain whether the minions summoned by the Lava Skeleton King could still gain experience. Fong Fong was also prepared to test it out first. Meanwhile, inside the second layer of the abyss, Li Yuan caught up with Zhang Ishue. Ishue, both the second and first layers are closed now. I got news that it's very likely a 7th transition expert has made a move. Although the third layer isn't closed, it's still a bit too risky for us to go in now. Zhang Ishue, however, did not turn back. You don't believe Jiang Hao, do you? Li Yuan said. It's not that I don't believe him, it's just that, do you think this is possible? Can a level 100 beast master of the third transition kill the Skeleton King with one punch? Even our current strength can't do that. Moreover, Jiang Hao said he entered the third layer himself. Think about it, what does it mean for someone of the third transition to enter the third layer? In previous years, very few students with third transition strength were admitted to Zhangbei University. Most of them ended up joining some guilds to pass the time. Even if some could join Zhangbei University, they wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the third layer of the abyss. We were only allowed to come here to level up after reaching the fourth transition. Even if what Jiang Hao said is true, I actually think we should pray for that kid now. Maybe because of his recklessness, he has already died in the third layer, Li Yuan said. Zhang Ishue ignored him. Li Yuan's words were not without reason, but she knew her brother's character very well. He didn't believe Jiang Hao would lie, and there was no point in telling such a lie. Then how do you explain the admissions ranking? Jiang Yixue asked. Li Yuan replied, what's so hard to explain? Aside from the abyss, there are other places to level up in the entire Jiangbei province. For example, in the Secret Realm dungeons, that kid I heard about extorted 10 billion from the Lightning Guild in Longhua City. Absolutely, you can grind in the Secret Realm dungeons to level up. The experience from the Secret Realm dungeons is so abundant that it's completely possible to level up 6 times in a single day. And the most important thing is that he is a beast master. There's no way he would go to the 3rd level alone. So, I actually think his chances of grinding in the Secret Realm dungeons are even greater. Li Yuan analyzed with great clarity. However, Jiang Yixue still felt it was necessary to take a look. After all, she still believed in her brother's character. No matter what, let's go take a look. There are 10 teleportation arrays on the 3rd level, and if we don't form a team, will randomly appear on different platforms. Let's see if he is really here. After saying that, Jiang Yixue stepped into the teleportation array first. Seeing this, Li Yuan had no choice but to follow her. A flash of light passed, and the two of them almost simultaneously disappeared into the teleportation array. Inside the 3rd level, Fong Fong looked at the lava skeleton minion lying beside him and felt very excited, because he discovered that the minions summoned by the lava skeleton king could also grant experience. This was definitely an important discovery for him. What does this mean? It means that as long as he doesn't kill the lava skeleton king, there will be an endless stream of lava skeletons appearing. This is completely a leveling cheat. Fong Fong was thrilled and didn't attack. He just stood still, waiting for those lava skeletons to come over and give him experience. Watching his experience points continuously rise, Fong Fong felt incredibly comfortable. However, after a few minutes, his level 107 experience had increased by about 20%. The surrounding lava skeletons actually began to decrease. At the same time, the lava skeleton king in front started to become enraged. This left Fong Fong somewhat puzzled. Could it be that this guy has realized my intentions and is getting angry? This is no fun. I still want to level up, Fong Fong said helplessly. However, what he didn't know was that not far away, on a teleportation platform, a graceful figure had been standing there for quite some time. Jiang Yixue was really lucky. She appeared directly on a teleportation platform near Fong Fong on her first entry, so she witnessed the scene of him taking down a lava skeleton with a single punch up close. This guy actually doesn't attack the lava skeleton king but instead lets it keep summoning minions to level up. What Jiang Hao said is indeed true. This person is just too monstrous. Jiang Yixue's eyes sparkled. She had never seen someone so powerful. Where is this? This is the 3rd level of the abyss, and even with her current 4th transition strength, she had to be extremely cautious. But that kid in front of her seemed to be in a world of his own, using the lava skeleton king's summoning skills to level up. She had thought about this, but it was simply impossible to achieve, because she couldn't clear out those lava skeletons in a short time, and once their numbers accumulated to a certain extent, she would find it difficult to escape, let alone kill the lava skeleton king. Without 2 strong teams, it was simply unachievable. Is he going to make a move? Jiang Yixue suddenly saw Fong Fong walking towards the lava skeleton king. It seemed that with the number of surrounding lava skeletons decreasing, he was preparing to end it. Watching this scene, Jiang Yixue's heart couldn't help but tighten. The lava skeleton king was only a few levels higher than the skeleton king on the 2nd level, and the overall strength was about the same. If what happened on the 2nd level was indeed done by this person, then couldn't he kill the lava skeleton king with a single punch? Can a 3rd transition strength really achieve a 1-punch kill on a boss level yellow enemy? Jiang Yixue simply couldn't convince herself to believe it, her eyes fixed ahead, afraid of missing that unbelievable moment. Below, Fong Fong was getting closer to the lava skeleton king. Jiang Yixue saw the lava skeleton king suddenly raise one of its withered arms. In the next moment, countless streams of lava began to surge around, rushing towards Fong Fong. At the same time, a layer of lava armor appeared on the lava skeleton king. This was its lava shield skill, forming a layer of defense with lava around its body, increasing its defense and health. Fong Fong watched this scene with a smile, thinking to himself, you think adding a shield can withstand my punch? He dodged to one side, avoiding the splashing lava, and in the instant he got close to the lava skeleton king, he threw a punch. The lava skeleton king was also quick. Seeing Fong Feng's punch coming, it raised its staff and smashed it down towards Fong Feng's head. However, the moment the staff made contact with Fong Feng's fist, there was a crisp sound of bang, and it shattered instantly. The lava skeleton king was shocked by this scene. It seemed to realize that this young man was not easy to deal with and turned to escape back into the lava. But Fong Fong would not give it the chance. He dashed forward. Just as the lava skeleton king was about to shrink down under the beam, a punch landed on its head. A damage number instantly popped up. 280 million. Before Jiang Yixue could clearly see this damage, 2 beams of light appeared, directly covering the damage value. Clearly, as a boss-level enemy, the lava skeleton king had dropped something. Fong Fong waved his hand to collect the items, and At the same time, he heard the system's voice ring out. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 108. Ding! Because you have slain the Lava Skeleton King, there are no monsters occupying this territory anymore. Other monsters will come to divide the territory in 5 minutes. Please leave quickly. If you stay, you will continue to face battles. Hearing the system's voice, Fong suddenly realized. So this is how the third level works. Although there is no fixed leveling area on the third level, it is filled with demon-type monsters. So even if you just stay in one place, monsters will continuously come. Moreover, they should be getting stronger and stronger. No wonder leveling here is so dangerous. There are too many things to be cautious about. Not only do you have to face endless monsters, but you also have to be careful not to stray too far from the teleportation platform, or you might not be able to get out. There is indeed a reason why there are so few people leveling here. With 5 minutes left, Fong didn't think too much. He wanted exactly this feeling of continuous leveling. He checked his loot, and the Lava Skeleton King was quite generous. Besides dropping a demon crystal, it also dropped a piece of equipment. Ring of the Lava Skeleton King rating. Gold, yellow, level, LV.135 intelligence plus 500 spirit plus 1000 fire constellation level plus 1 class requirement, astrologer. Looking at the attributes, Fong was excited, but when he saw the class requirement, he was dumbfounded. Damn it, such good attributes, and it can only be used by an astrologer. Fong cursed. Aside from the already obsolete Goblin King staff, he hadn't dropped any equipment he could use. His luck was just terrible. Moreover, the astrologer class involves all 4 attributes, yet this Lava Skeleton King, a magic user, dropped an astrologer's ring. It didn't even drop equipment for his Beast Master class. This is just ridiculous. Fong was furious. However, this ring was also quite valuable and could sell for a good price in the future. The other demon crystal could also fetch some money. The earnings were not bad. Just as Fong was thinking, a voice suddenly came over. Are you selling that ring? I'll offer 4 billion and we can trade right now. Fong was taken aback and turned to look, only to discover that there was indeed a person standing on the teleportation platform. Although Fong didn't mind exposing his identity, the feeling of being spied on was quite unpleasant. Who are you? Why does a little girl have the habit of peeping? Is it perverted? Fong replied irritably. At the same time, he returned directly to the teleportation platform. With someone here, he naturally couldn't level up comfortably. Seeing Fong approach, Jiang Yishua's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you. My brother Jiang Hao said he found someone to take him to the third level to level up. I wanted to come and see your strength. You were just fighting the Lava Skeleton King, so I didn't want to disturb you. My name is Jiang Yishua and I am Jiang Hao's sister." Jiang Yishua quickly explained, still shocked by the scene of Fong killing the Lava Skeleton King with a single punch. At this moment, seeing Fong come over, she was still somewhat incredulous. Upon hearing Jiang Yishua say she was Jiang Hao's sister, Fong Fang's expression softened a bit. "So you are Jiang Hao's sister. You're quite pretty, but why are you so tactless? Do you want this ring?" Fong asked. "Yes." Jiang Yishua nodded. "I happen to be an astrologer and this equipment doesn't have set attributes. The price of 4 billion is already quite low." Fong nodded. He had previously estimated the equipment to be around 3.5 billion. Jiang Yishua offering 4 billion was already acceptable. Deal. Fong didn't waste words and directly tossed the equipment over. Jiang Yishua took out her card and transferred the money to Fong. "Alright, you've seen my strength. I still need to level up, see you." After saying that, Fong was about to leave. He felt uncomfortable being watched by someone here, so he decided to go deeper. After all, others couldn't go as deep as he could. Jiang Yishua hurriedly said, "Wait, you're a junior, right? Once the university admissions are over, with your strength, you will definitely be able to join Jiangbei University. I can be considered your senior, and I'm also leveling up on the third level. If you don't have teammates, I can team up with you." Although there are no fixed leveling areas on the third level, there are still some places that are more efficient for leveling. "I can take you there." Fong was taken aback, looking at Jiang Yishua. "Is the senior so kind?" Jiang Yishua smiled and said, "Although I'm your senior, your strength is quite shocking even to me. You are fully qualified to compete with us old students. Moreover, my own leveling efficiency is limited, so teaming up is good for both of us. I'm an astrologer and can control the field to provide you with area damage and warnings." Fong nodded. Astrologers are somewhat similar to mages, but besides their powerful area attacks, they also have good warning and control abilities against dangers. Most importantly, astrologers have some group status enhancements similar to healers. They know a little about everything, but are not as proficient as other professions. The biggest feature of astrologers is divination and warning. They are very sensitive to potential dangers. Just now, while Fong was leveling up, Jiang Yishua was nearby for a long time and he didn't even notice. This was because Fong Fong lacked scouting and warning skills. If he could team up with Jiang Yishue to level up, he could leave those matters to her. You wouldn't want to be watched all the time, right? The second and first levels have been closed, and in the next few days, many people will probably choose to come to the third level to level up. At that time, there will be a lot of people, and I can guarantee you won't be disturbed, Jiang Yishue said. Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. Deal. I actually want to know where this more efficient leveling area is. Seeing Fong Fong agree, Jiang Yishue was immediately delighted and said, I'll take you there. After saying that, Jiang Yishue led Fong Fong into the teleportation array. The two formed a team, so after the teleportation, they would appear in the same place. During the teleportation, Jiang Yishue explained, we might have to go through several teleportations. That place is fixed, so we can only teleport to that location. Fong Fong nodded and didn't say much more. After experiencing 3 or 4 teleports, the two finally stopped at a larger teleportation platform. At the same time, Fong Fong saw a scene that excited him. The place where this teleportation platform was located resembled a prison. The walls around were rusty, and the entire space was about the size of half a football field. Moreover, the front was bottomless, seemingly extending indefinitely. Outside the platform, there were densely packed humanoid monsters standing everywhere. Demon Werewolf, Abyss Demon. Type rank, Commander level, Blue level, LV.130 attack power, 15,000 health, 20,000 passive skill, negative immunity, Abyss. Demon-type monsters can be immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skills, Werewolf Howl, Demon. Curse. Looking at the attributes, they were quite similar to the lava skeleton, but the number was clearly greater than that of the lava skeleton. Moreover, Fong Fong glanced around and understood why Jiang Yishue said the leveling speed here was faster. He discovered that among the demon werewolves, there were many commander-level bosses mixed in groups of 2 or 3. Demon Werewolf. King, Abyss Demon type rank, leader level, yellow, level, LV.135 attack power, 30,000 health, 100000 passive skill. Negative immunity, Abyss Demon type monsters can be immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skills, Werewolf Howl, Demon Curse, Werewolf Charge. Looking around, within a radius of 500 meters, there were actually 3 leader-level bosses. The density of such bosses made it hard not to level up quickly. Generally, no one comes here. I didn't dare to come here to level up before, but with your strength, as long as we are careful in a team, we can definitely level up here. How about it? Jiang Yishue asked. Fong Fong nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, I really like this place. By the way, since I promised your brother when he arrives, we can all level up here. But he hasn't contacted me yet. Should we start on our own? Fong Fong asked. He didn't want to waste time. Jiang Yishue replied, he still needs to wait for 2 days. This place is dangerous. He needs to prepare. You can take a look first. I have a classmate I need to inform. Feel free, Fong Fong said, then left the platform to try his hand first. Although Jiang Yishue didn't like Li Yuan, she had to inform him since he helped look for Fong Fong. The message was quickly sent, and not long after, Li Yuan appeared at the teleportation platform. As soon as he appeared, he saw that Jiang Yishue was actually in a team state. He also saw Fong Fong playing with those demon werewolves in front. Is that him? Li Yuan frowned. Yes, he's very strong. Next, I want to level up with him. You can join if you want, or level up on your own. Jiang Yishue stated directly. You want to level up with him? What is his strength? Li Yuan asked with a frown. Jiang Yishue could team up with him, and he had been pestering her for several days, but now she was teaming up with a stranger. This made Li Yuan feel quite displeased. Jiang Yishue replied calmly, he seems to be at the 3rd transfer, but I can't see the specifics. He has hidden his information. Li Yuan looked at Fong Fong and indeed saw nothing but a name. I have a girlfriend, sure enough, it's him. I remember his information on the leaderboard is a level 106 Beast Master, right? Are you sure he can do it? Li Yuan frowned. He didn't think much of the strength of a 3rd transfer and couldn't understand why Jiang Yishue valued him so much. However, the person's name was indeed interesting. I have a girlfriend, this guy has a girlfriend, so he shouldn't be competing with me for Jiang Yishue. But from this perspective, this guy is still quite pleasing to the eye. Li Yuan comforted himself. As long as he didn't compete with him for Jiang Yishue, he didn't mind teaming up with Fong Fong to level up. Believe it or not, it's your business. I'm just letting you know that the person has been found. I'm also getting ready to level up. You can think about it yourself. After Jiang Yishue finished speaking, she left the high platform. Seeing this, Li Yuan hurriedly followed and sent a team application. Fong Fong was playing with a demon werewolf and noticed that the demon werewolf was quite fast. However, its single attack power was limited, and dealing with the monsters here was still more efficient with the army of bugs. Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Li Yuan has applied to join the team. Do you agree, Li Yuan? Your friend? Seeing Jiang Yishue come over, Fong Fong asked. Yeah, he's my classmate. Whether to add him is up to you, Jiang Yishue said as the team leader. had already been handed over to Fong Fong. Fong Fong said, since he's a senior, let's team up, his strength should be decent. He directly chose to agree. Then he saw Li Yuan's information. Li Yuan, level 140 in-game archer. Zhang Yixue, level 149 astrologer. Junior, why isn't your information public? Don't worry, seniors won't laugh at you. If you share it, we can choose the number of monsters to pull based on your strength. Li Yuan said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of superiority. Fong Fong chuckled and chose to deactivate the skill Divine Hidden Fate. Soon, his information appeared. Fong Fong, level 108 Beast Master. Sing. This information, both Li Yuan and Zhang Yixue were taken aback. Wasn't this guy level 106? When did he level up 2 more? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Zhang Yixue's eyes sparkled. When she was at this level, she wasn't this abnormal. To level up 8 times in a day, she looked at Fong Fong with admiration. Li Yuan, feeling displeased, quickly said, Brother Fong Fong, you're being too high profile. Having a girlfriend is one thing, but why this name? Who is your girlfriend? I want to know. Li Yuan's words were twofold. On one hand, they brought them closer, and on the other, they reminded Zhang Yixue that he had a girlfriend. You should give up on that thought and stick with me. Sure enough, Zhang Yixue's face flashed with a hint of disappointment upon hearing this. Fong Fong smiled and said, I don't have a girlfriend, it's a friend who suggested it. She wants to be my girlfriend, but I haven't agreed yet. Oh, I see. Li Yuan laughed upon hearing this. It seems Brother Fong Fong is also a discerning person. Since the information is out, there's no need to wear a mask, we don't have to be so cautious together. To be honest, Li Yuan also wanted to see what Fong Fong looked like. If he was ugly, it would perfectly end Zhang Yixue's admiration. Even if he wasn't ugly, he probably wouldn't catch Zhang Yixue's eye. Zhang Yixue's standards of beauty were very high. He believed that once Zhang Yixue saw Fong Feng's true face, she would definitely lose interest. Senior is right, actually, wearing this thing is quite tiring. Fong Fong smiled and took off the mask. However, when that breathtakingly handsome face appeared, Zhang Yixue was instantly mesmerized. At the same time, Li Yuan froze, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. Why did he have to make him take off the mask? He even saw Zhang Yixue's gaze fixated on Fong Fong, unable to look away. Seniors, shall we start now? Time is tight, let's not chat. Fong Fong reminded. Okay. Zhang Yixue, coming back to her senses, hurriedly said, her pretty face slightly flushed. Seeing this scene, Li Yuan felt a surge of anger and said directly, right, let's get started. Junior, your level is too low. You'll be in charge of drawing the monsters. Yi Shui, you handle crowd control and area attacks. I'm the finishing archer, responsible for taking down the final monsters. Li Yuan, feeling dissatisfied, was eager to showcase his strength, and as he spoke, he drew his bow and shot several arrows at one of the demon werewolves. Zhang Yixue, hearing this, felt a bit speechless but still reminded him, Fong Fong, since it's your first time here, focus on drawing the monsters to get familiar with them, and you can take action yourself later. Fong Fong nodded and said, thank you, senior and senior sister, you're so kind, I'll get started now. This area is mostly filled with demon werewolves. These monsters have a demon curse skill, and as long as the hatred is directed at our team, we will all be affected by this status. I will increase your resistance. Zhang Yixue said from the back, and with a flash of light from her body, she declared, astrology, attract good fortune and avoid misfortune. As Zhang Yixue's voice echoed, Fong Fong saw a formation filled with starlight suddenly materialize around her. The entire formation covered only a little over 20 meters, which wasn't large in this place, but it was just enough to encompass Fong Fong and Li Yuan. There were only 3 of them, and they couldn't be too far apart, or they would be picked off by those demon cold ones. So this 20-meter diameter range was just the right distance. As the formation enveloped them, Fong Fong noticed that he had gained a status that could resist curses. Moreover, as soon as the formation appeared, the hatred of the demon werewolves within a 20-meter diameter was drawn towards them. 7 or 8 demon werewolves charged in their direction. At the same time, Fong Fong saw 7 or 8 gray streaks of light flying towards them. Those gray streaks of light were impossible to dodge, and he heard Zhang Yixue remind them that is the demon curse which cannot be avoided, but with the attract good fortune and avoid misfortune status, it can be resisted. Fong Fong nodded, realizing that Zhang Yixue's status was meant to counter this demon curse. But what effect did this demon curse have? Thinking this, Fong Fong opened his mouth to ask. Li Yuan, standing nearby, explained, this demon curse is a multifaceted negative status that can cause continuous bleeding. It might also lead to temporary blindness or an increase in casting time for spellcasters, among other things. Once affected by this status, everyone's situation is different, and the most terrifying part is that it can randomly teleport the practitioner to another location. Leveling up here without a celestial technique, astrologer, or light magic status skills is very dangerous. If you get teleported too far away from the team, it will be perilous. You need to be careful. You absolutely cannot leave the range of this astrology formation. Fong Fong nodded, realizing that although the demon werewolves themselves were not very strong, the demon curse was indeed formidable. If he were randomly teleported away, it would indeed be quite dangerous. While they were talking, the 7 or 8 demon werewolves had already approached them, and Fong was only responsible for drawing aggro, so he did not attack. He saw Jiang Yishue wave her hand, and suddenly countless round meteors flew towards the 7 or 8 demon werewolves. Although they didn't kill them, they had taken down a significant portion of their health. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, seeing this, drew his bow and instantly shot out 8 arrows. Fong was surprised to see that after the 8 arrows were shot, 3 demon werewolves instantly died. The other 5 were left with very low health but did not die immediately. Li Yuan shot a few more arrows to finish off the remaining 5. After dealing with these 8 demon werewolves, there were temporarily no other demon werewolves approaching. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan laughed triumphantly. Fong, my little brother, how's my attack power as a finishing archer? Jiang Yishue rolled her eyes at his words, too lazy to respond. Fong shook his head. To be honest, the damage was simply not comparable to his own. Before he could speak, Li Yuan laughed proudly. Why are you shaking your head? Don't be discouraged. After all, you're only a 3rd transfer at level 108, while we are all above level 140. The level difference is still quite significant. You naturally can't have such high damage, and you're a beast. Master, I actually suggest you take the support route. Control some powerful defensive bugs, and you can use them as berserkers in the future. Jiang Yishue almost burst out laughing at this. Li Yuan really thought Fong was just a junior, and he was even giving him advice. If he had just seen Fong smash the lava skeleton king with a single punch, I wonder if he would have found a crack in the ground to hide in. Fong noticed that Li Yuan still hadn't grasped the situation, so he lazily asked, Senior, what kind of profession is the Ender Archer? This is the first time I've heard of it. Could you introduce it to me? The 3 of them were currently in a party, so it was naturally beneficial to understand each other's professions better. Li Yuan, hearing this, wore a proud expression. That's a good question. The Ender Archer is a branch of the archer profession. There are many branches of the archer profession. For example, the Thunder Archer has inherent light element attacks, while the Lightspeed Archer excels in attack speed. As for my Ender Archer, it has a very impressive passive skill. Every time I attack, there's a chance to instantly kill the enemy. Of course, the probability is quite low, but it increases as the enemy's health decreases. Just now, the health of those 8 demon werewolves has already dropped below 50% due to your Senior John's efforts, so my passive instant kill probability has reached about 30%. That's why I managed to kill 3 with the first 8 arrows. So when we pull the monsters later, you better put in some effort. After all, my senior's finishing ability is quite strong. Li Yuan looked quite pleased with himself. Fong nodded, thinking that this passive skill was indeed nice, but unfortunately, he didn't have it. However, he didn't really need it. After all, probabilities were too reliant on luck, and he preferred the feeling of knocking out enemies with a single punch. Jiang Yishue couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. The Ender Archer is good, but unfortunately, the probability is too low. I remember your instant kill probability against a boss of extreme yellow difficulty is 1 in 10,000, right? 10,000 arrows might trigger at once, and even then, you might not shoot 10,000 before the boss is worn down. Indeed, probabilities are unreliable. Li Yuan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and quickly gave Jiang Yishue a look, signaling her not to expose his shortcomings. Well, since we are all familiar now, let's get started. Fong, you better put in some effort. My attack power is high, so you don't need to worry about me pulling the monsters. There are only monsters you can't pull, but none that I can't handle. Fong smiled and nodded. He naturally welcomed this. Leveling up quickly was a good thing for him. Moreover, if he only had to focus on pulling monsters, it would be much easier. Senior, I'm starting now. You all get ready, Fong said seriously. Jiang Yishue also looked at Fong, her eyes filled with anticipation. She wondered how he would pull the monsters, although he had just one-punched the Lava Skeleton King boss, which seemed to indicate strong single-target damage. Pulling monsters required area effects. She was also curious about how Fong would pull the monsters. Li Yuan, with an indifferent expression, said, I'm always ready, so you go ahead. If you pull too few, just wait a bit. I'll step in when there are enough. Just focus on pulling the monsters, the rest is up to me. As he spoke, Li Yuan blew on the string of his exquisite longbow. Then he wiped the bowstring, looking as if to say, just pull the monsters and leave the rest to me. Seeing this, Fong didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, a stream of purple smoke billowed out from in front of him. He was only responsible for pulling monsters, so Fong didn't even summon the nanopoison insects. He directly let them release poison mist in the Dantian insect nest. The poison mist instantly spread out, sweeping forward. When Li Yuan saw this scene, he was first taken aback, then he laughed. Fong, you're not being professional here. These demon werewolves are also demon-type monsters. They have immunity to negative statuses, so your poison mist won't harm them at all. Just watch, Li Yuan said as the poisonous mist drifted towards the nearest few demon werewolves. Sure enough, soon damage values appeared above The heads of those demon werewolves. 00. At the same time, Fong Fong also heard the system's prompt sound. You're poisonous. Mist was immune, no damage dealt your poisonous mist. See, what did I tell you? Junior, you still have a long way to go in your studies. Li Yuan laughed, glancing at Jiang Ishue. He seemed to be looking forward to Jiang Ishue gazing at him with admiration. However, Jiang Ishue didn't look at him at all. Instead, she turned to Fong Fong and said, although the damage from this poisonous mist was immune, its range is large enough to provoke the hatred of these demon werewolves. It's a pretty good monster pulling skill. If used in a place without poison mist immunity, it could deal damage. I've never seen a beast master use poisonous mist like this before. Not bad. Li Yuan was taken aback by her words, his expression darkening. Sure enough, he heard Fong Fong say, Senior, didn't you ask me to pull monsters? Then whether it deals damage or not is not important. What do you think of the number in this first wave? Hearing this, Li Yuan looked around. Upon seeing this, his expression changed immediately. He noticed that the purple poisonous mist had unknowingly spread over a large area. At least 50 demon werewolves were charging towards them. He even saw a demon werewolf leader boss among them. Seeing this scene, he had no time to waste on idle chatter, quickly knocking his bow and shooting arrows. Arrows flew out as if they were free, shooting in all directions. Jiang Ishue also put away her smile, her face serious as she continuously cast crowd control and attack skills. Instead, Fong Fong had all the surrounding monsters pulled over. He simply jumped onto a protruding rock to the side, continuing to release poisonous mist towards the more distant demon werewolves. Li Yuan shot over 100 arrows, only managing to take down a dozen demon werewolves. There were too many monsters around, and Jiang Yishue's area attack skills were somewhat insufficient. Many demon werewolves were at full health, and Li Yuan immediately felt the pressure increase. Often, it took 6 or 7 arrows to take down one. However, even more demon werewolves were densely surging towards them. Li Yuan felt his scalp tingle. He wanted to shout at Fong Fong to stop pulling monsters. The sheer number was enough for him to kill for half a day. If this continued, something bad would happen. Moreover, there were even demon werewolf kings among them, and if he wasn't careful, he might end up finished too. However, surrounded by demon werewolves, he couldn't see where Fong Fong was at all. He couldn't even find him to speak. At this moment, Jiang Ishue was also frowning. The number of monsters was too great. She felt the pressure as well. Since she was relatively close to Fong Fong, she could see him still continuously pulling monsters. As the most outstanding practitioner of the previous generation, she was also well known within Junbei University. At this moment, a sense of competitiveness arose in her heart. If Fong Fong could pull so many monsters without worry, how could she not handle this many? If she couldn't, she would probably no longer have the qualification to team up with him in the future. Such an excellent practitioner, teaming up with him for leveling would naturally bring many benefits. Moreover, Jiang Ishue didn't believe she couldn't keep up with him. Thinking this, Jiang Ishue gritted her teeth and directly downed several bottles of blue potions, unleashing her full firepower. Area attack skills and crowd control skills were cast as if they were free, bombarding the battlefield. At this moment, Li Yuan was already surrounded by most of the demon werewolves. Fong Feng's first wave of poisonous mist was finally consumed by those demon werewolves. He paused, looking down to see that he had pulled over hundreds of demon werewolves as well as 3 demon werewolf bosses. He thought to himself, this number should be enough, right? Senior, is the number enough? Fong shouted. However, Li Yuan did not respond. There were too many monsters around. Fong didn't even see Li Yuan. Thinking this, Fong moved to one side, preparing to check on Li Yuan's situation. Should he continue to pull monsters? It seemed like the senior's attack power was lagging behind a bit. Little did he know, at that moment, cold sweat had already appeared on Li Yuan's forehead. The long bow in his hand had not stopped for a moment. He was pulling the bow and shooting arrows so fast that it was almost smoking. His palm was in unbearable pain. Yet, the number of demon werewolves around was still increasing. Li Yuan even saw 2 demon werewolf bosses approaching him. If this continued, he would probably be finished too. Li Yuan was anxious, not daring to delay for even a moment, mentally greeting Fong Feng's family dozens of times. Does this kid not have to pay for the poisonous mist? Why did he pull so many monsters? Does he have no brain? Doesn't he consider whether I can handle this? Damn it, why am I so unlucky to have such a stupid teammate? Jiang Ishue, can you hear me, Jiang Ishue? Li Yuan shouted in the team channel. At that moment, Jiang Ishue was so busy that she had no time to check the team channel. Fong Fong, however, saw it. Li Yuan, you're so impressive? Facing so many monsters and you still have time to chat with Senior Jiang? Thinking this, Fong shouted in the team channel. Senior is impressive. Is it that the monsters I pulled aren't enough? Should I go pull some more? Li Yuan almost spat blood upon hearing this, but he didn't want to back down in front of Jiang Ishue, so he could only reply, it's okay. Jiang Ishue, seeing This couldn't be bothered to respond to Li Yuan, even she was struggling to cope. Li Yuan actually said it was okay? Is this really okay? Fong Fong, let's leave it at this for now. Wait until we clear some out before continuing to pull. Zhang Yixue finally spoke up. Fong Fong nodded. After all, he was responsible for pulling monsters, so he just sat aside to watch the show. Zhang Yixue didn't see Fong Fong resting here. If she did, she would probably be furious. If you're so impressive, why don't you take action and let yourself and Li Yuan fight for their lives here? That's too unfair. Zhang Yixue also understood that this arrangement was made by Li Yuan. The most annoying one was this guy. If it weren't for him showing off and making Fong Fong pull monsters, it wouldn't have developed into the current situation. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Li Yuan finally felt somewhat overwhelmed and began to quietly move closer to Zhang Yixue. He was too embarrassed to ask Zhang Yixue for help, but if he didn't find a way, he would be beaten to death by these demon werewolves. So he could only secretly move towards Zhang Yixue, hoping she could help him share some of the monsters. Zhang Yixue also sensed Li Yuan's thoughts and shouted in the team channel, "Have some shame, I'm a girl." Li Yuan felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and could only stop in place, no longer moving closer. Fong Fong noticed this situation and asked, "Senior, why are you moving towards Senior Jiang? Are there not enough monsters? Should I go pull some more?" Pull your grandpa. You're really something. Can't you see I'm about to be finished?" Li Yuan cursed Fong Fong in his heart. But he smiled and said, No, I'm just worried about you, Senior Jiang. These few monsters are nothing to me." Bang! Before Li Yuan could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze in place, dumbfounded. He saw that the bowstring of the longbow in his hand had inexplicably snapped. The bowstring had curled up. Looking at the longbow in his hand, Li Yuan was completely stunned. He thought, "It's over. Damn it, the bowstring snapped at this time. What the hell am I supposed to do?" Fong Fong stood up and looked at Li Yuan, seeing him dazed in place, and hurriedly asked, "Senior, why aren't you making a move? Is it that there aren't enough monsters? I'm pulling some more, it'll be here soon." Saying this, Fong Fong jumped to the side again, ready to pull the monsters. "You motherfucker!" Li Yuan cursed in his heart, immediately wanting to stop Fong Fong. If this continued, he would really be finished. Even though Zhang Yixue didn't want to give in easily, she became a bit anxious upon hearing Fong Feng's words. If this went on, she wouldn't be able to hold on either. However, before either of them could speak, the next moment revealed a scene that left them dumbfounded. They saw Fong Fong standing on a raised stone platform. In the next moment, a brilliant light flowed over him and a pair of magnificent wings appeared. The wings were enormous, entirely black. There was even a black aura swirling around, making it look incredibly cool. However, upon seeing these wings, both Zhang Yixue and Li Yuan's expressions changed simultaneously, because they recognized that these wings were none other than a very famous item from the Su auction house, the damaged wings of the slaughter sovereign. This wing had a high equipment level requirement, normally needing level 240 to use, but since it was damaged equipment, it currently had no level requirement. Even if you were level 0, you could equip it. Moreover, it provided a speed boost for a short time. The effect was quite good. Of course, if this equipment were outside, you could wear it without any problem. But this place was the Abyss of Demons. This equipment absolutely should not appear in such a place. Its appearance here meant that big trouble was coming. Years ago, the Slaughter Sovereign had invaded the Abyss and nearly slaughtered most of the demon monsters within. Even the Demon Lord of the Abyss had once died at his hands, but because he was deep in the Abyss, the Demon Lord could resurrect. That was why he wasn't killed. However, the Slaughter Sovereign died here. Therefore, any equipment used by the Slaughter Sovereign in his lifetime, if not revealed, was fine. But once it was exposed in the Abyss, it would attract the hatred of the monsters here, even leading to a beating. Many people training in the Abyss knew this. That was why the wings had never been purchased. Firstly, they couldn't be used in the Abyss. Secondly, they were too expensive. Who would have thought that Fong Fong actually bought them and brought them into the Abyss? This time, not to mention Li Yuan, even Zhang Yixue's expression changed. If Fong Fong had used poison mist to attract monsters, they wouldn't have felt so alarmed. They could just return to the teleportation platform. But now Fong Fong had directly revealed the slaughterer wings. The nature of the situation had changed. Li Yuan seemed to have found a lifeline and hurriedly shouted, "Crazy! How did you bring the slaughterer wings in here? This world is insane, Xiaoxue, hurry and run." As Li Yuan spoke, he was the first to jump out of the encirclement of the demon werewolves, running towards the teleportation platform. Without looking back, Zhang Yixue was still stunned in place, and only after hearing Li Yuan's voice did she look at Fong Fong. She noticed that countless demon werewolves and even the demon werewolf king boss had begun to riot. One by one, they actually abandoned her and Li Yuan, rushing towards Fong Fong instead. And that was just the beginning. She even heard the furious roars of other beasts coming from deeper within. The appearance of the slaughterer wings had clearly provoked the anger of monsters further away. More powerful demon beasts were likely to come over soon. Fong Fong, hurry and go. We can't stay here, Jiang Yixue shouted. However, at that moment, Li Yuan had already returned to the teleportation platform. Because the distance was too far, he had instantly exited. The team. Fong Fong and Jiang Yixue both heard the system's prompt sound. Li Yuan has left the team. Fong Fong was taken aback and asked in the team channel, why did the senior leave the team? I just saw him looking quite relaxed. I thought he was pulling some monsters. Jiang Yixue was utterly speechless, saying, you think too highly of him. He couldn't even handle that monster just now. The bowstring is already snapped. Without a weapon, he can't train at all. Ha? Is that true? How come I didn't know? Fong Fong was surprised. He really didn't know about this. Jiang Yixue was speechless and said, it doesn't matter anymore. Hurry up and come with me. Once those wings are released, more monsters will come. I'm afraid there will be a monster riot. We have to leave. This teleportation platform will probably be destroyed soon, Jiang Yixue reminded. Fong Fong looked confused. Why do we have to leave? I came here to level up, aren't you? Jiang Yixue was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to refute Fong Fong. Leveling up was correct, but how could it be done like this? This wasn't leveling up, it was clearly risking their lives. But looking at Fong Feng's serious expression, Jiang Yixue felt that he might actually be telling the truth. Plus, Fong Fong had just defeated the terrifying lava skeleton king with a single punch. Jiang Yixue suddenly felt that Fong Fong must have a way to handle this situation. Aren't you leaving, senior sister? Fong Fong asked. Jiang Yixue looked at Fong Fong, her eyes shining as she said, if you're not afraid, then I have nothing to fear. If there's really danger later, you'll protect me, right? Fong Fong was taken aback, thinking, why does that sound so familiar? It's just like what Sumuyu would say. This Jiang's senior sister can't possibly have a crush on me, right? Sure enough, I can't reveal my true self casually. Being too handsome is also a trouble. I always attract peach blossoms. I can endure it, but my kidneys can't. You guys are crazy. Aren't you leaving yet? Li Yuan stood on the high platform, anxious and pacing. Every time the abyss monsters rioted, the teleportation platform getting destroyed was a common occurrence. Seeing the monsters gathering around increasing in number and the roars of demons growing louder, Li Yuan was really restless. However, Fong Fong and Jiang Yixue couldn't hear his shouts at all. Fong Fong flapped his wings behind him, watching the dense gathering of demon werewolves and some newly appeared monsters around them. His eyes filled with heat. He asked, senior sister, I'm now level 108 after the third promotion. If all these monsters die, how many levels do you think I can gain? Jiang Yixue was taken aback. Although she thought it was unlikely for Fong Fong to achieve that, she still replied almost instinctively, at least 3 levels. 3 levels? That means level 111. I can surpass Li Jian and rank second. Fong Fong nodded in satisfaction. That speed was quite good. However, since entering this abyss, he hadn't closed his eyes for nearly a day and night. He was feeling somewhat tired. Then let's clear these first and go back to rest. Fong Fong thought with a smile, then said to Jiang Yixue, senior sister, since you brought me here, I won't charge you for the leveling fee. But what you see today can't be mentioned, or I won't take you next time. Ha! Jiang Yixue was taken aback. The next moment, Fong Fong waved his hand. Jiang Yixue suddenly saw that around the two of them, a red and 100 streams appeared. The moment the streams appeared, they surged in all directions. Jiang Yixue focused her eyes and realized that the streams were actually swarms of insects. Countless insects, like locusts, bit at the demon beasts. In an instant, they had spread out for more than 10 meters. A massive army of insects spread out around them. Fong Fong only heard the system's voice ringing in his mind non-stop. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a demon werewolf, gaining experience. Plus 20,000. Ding! One of the fire spike insect emperors you control has been lost. Ding! One of the nano-poison insects you control has been lost. Ding! You have entered a bloodthirsty state and the health of the nano-poison insect is fully restored. Ding! You have entered a bloodthirsty state and the health of the fire sting insect king is fully restored. At first, there were prompts indicating the loss of insects, but then he never heard them again. Aside from the sound of gaining experience, the rest were all sounds of health being fully restored. Fong Fong then realized just how powerful his hidden profession, Bloodthirster, truly was. As a hidden profession, the most important aspect of the Bloodworm Master is the blood art skill. It allows Fong Fong and the worms to convert 10% of the damage they inflict into their own health. Moreover, this health can even be shared with the worms. This means that whenever the army of worms is deployed, aside from the initial losses, the remaining worms are almost invincible. With over 60,000 worms, even if each one only inflicts a drop of blood damage, that moment would still result in over 60,000 damage. And 10% of that damage translates to a substantial 6,000 health points. The nano-poison worms and the flying fire thorn worms can replenish this much health every second, making them nearly impossible to kill. Not to mention, this is the minimum value. One must understand that the damage inflicted by the Fire Thorn Worm King and the Nanopoison Worms is certainly not limited to just one drop per worm. Therefore, once the battle begins, there will be a continuous conversion of health, which almost perfectly resolves the issue of mass consumption of worms. As the Fire Thorn Worm King and the Nanopoison Worms surged forth, monsters continued to fall around them. Even though the drop rate for high-level monsters like the demon werewolf is low, their sheer numbers make up for it. Soon, white light began to appear on the ground. When a demon werewolf king, a boss, fell, green and golden lights would occasionally flash as well. Where the red and white waves of worms passed, aside from the corpses of the monsters, there were only various dropped items left. Jiang Yishue watched in astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Pinching her fair cheek, she realized she was not dreaming. She looked at the man beside her. His handsome face, which could drive one to madness, was filled with calmness. Jiang Yishue truly could not believe that such a handsome and powerful man actually existed in this world, and he was standing right next to her. Who wouldn't love a perfect man? To others, Jiang Yishue appeared aloof and distant, but she knew that her intelligence and privileged background had set her standards high. Ordinary men simply could not catch her eye. She had always wanted to find a man she could admire. Since childhood, aside from her father, she had never encountered such a man. Even at Zhongbei University, it was the same. Even the legendary senior Xiao Lingfeng had never made her feel that way. But at this moment, looking at Fang Feng, she genuinely experienced that feeling of admiration. It felt like a mountain, making her realize that no matter how hard she tried, she could never surpass it. Killing hundreds of demon werewolves in a minute, Jiang Yishue asked herself if she could ever achieve that. Meanwhile, on a distant platform, Li Yuan stood frozen, watching this scene. He was stunned for quite a while before understanding what had happened. Seeing Jiang Yishue's gaze fixed on Fang Feng, Li Yuan's heart shattered completely. After being a sycophant for so long, he found he couldn't compete with the few hours Fang Feng had been around. Indeed, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Looking at the broken bowstring in his hand, Li Yuan silently entered the teleportation array to leave. His heart was in turmoil. With the bowstring broken, he couldn't continue leveling up. He might as well go out and change for a new weapon. As for Jiang Yishue, he felt completely out of the picture. In terms of stature, he was not inferior to Fang Feng, but in terms of strength and looks, Fang Feng outshone him by a mile. He now felt that his only hope lay with that girlfriend Fang Feng had never acknowledged. He wondered if Jiang Yishue could be her match. If Fang Feng's first pursuer could come, and if Jiang Yishue could voluntarily give up, perhaps he still had a chance. Moreover, putting that aside, with Fang Feng's terrifying strength, Li Yuan did not want to fall out with him. People are selfish. Although he had looked down on Fang Feng a bit before, if he could be a little shameless, teaming up with Fang Feng, the fast leveling train, might lead to a qualitative leap in his own level. Although it seemed a bit spineless, after weighing the options, Li Yuan decided to go for it. Besides, if one lacks strength, one cannot uphold any principles. Moreover, strictly speaking, he and Fang Feng had no grievances between them. Even if Jiang Yishue really liked Fang Feng, that was her business. What did it have to do with Fang Feng? Not to mention, the fact that Li Yuan could think this through at least showed that his character was fundamentally not bad. The third layer of the abyss. The roars grew louder. Even the formations began to struggle to contain these roars. Outside the abyss, in Abyss Town, these sounds could be faintly heard. Lu Feng and the others above the abyss were even more alarmed. The last time they heard such roars was when someone discovered the equipment of the Slaughter Sovereign. They never expected to hear it again today. Lu Feng ordered the guards to control the entrance to the abyss, not allowing anyone to enter. Today's incident had caused too much of a stir. He really didn't dare to open the abyss entrance without waiting for the Lord of Beijiang South City to arrive. Of course, he couldn't manage the situation on the third layer. It would still be open as usual. No one from Zhangbei University came to inquire about the situation, so he had no way to respond. Inside the third layer, when the last boss fell, Fang Feng finally satisfiedly recalled the army of insects. Upon checking, he found that the army had suffered almost no losses. During the time spent slaying monsters, the insects that had initially been lost had automatically replenished due to the divine insect's splitting talent. After this battle, he had hardly lost any insects. The ground was covered with loot, and he couldn't help but smile. "Senior, I'm going to pick up the loot first," Fang Feng said with a laugh, then walked over. Jiang Yishue looked at Fang Feng's figure, her eyes shining with excitement. She even took the initiative to help. In the end, she handed everything over to Fang Feng. "Although it's a bit ungentlemanly, I killed the monsters, so I won't be polite." Fang Feng scratched his head. Jiang Yishue's father was the city lord, so she naturally didn't lack money, but he did. The future evolution of the insects depended on this money. He certainly wouldn't be polite with Jiang Yishue. "You killed the monsters, so it's only right. You just said you were a bit tired. Are you planning to go out and rest for the night?" Jiang Yishue asked. Fang Feng nodded. Although leveling up was important, he felt a bit tired after this day and night, mainly mentally exhausted. He really needed to go back and rest for a night. After all, this was a game that had descended into the real world, not just a pure game world. As long as one had the ability, one could keep grinding, but humans couldn't do that. Alright, I'll go out with you then. When are you leveling up tomorrow? I'll wait for you at the entrance, Jiang Yishue said. Fong Fong was taken aback, thinking, why does this girl want to stick with him? Is she really going to cling to him? Senior, I'm not sure yet. If you have plans, you can go level up first. It would be too much trouble to make you wait. Jiang Yishue caught on to Fong Feng's meaning but pretended not to understand, and smiled. I have no plans. Wherever you go tomorrow, I'll go. I'm not just going to let you carry me. I can pay, or I can act as your advisor. There are still many places in the third layer of the abyss. You can ask me anything you want to know. Besides, aren't you going to take my brother later? We can just team up and go together. Seeing that this girl was determined to stick to him, Fong Fong decided to stop beating around the bush and said directly, alright then, since your brother is spending and with you, this beautiful lady, it won't be tiring to work together. Then see you tomorrow. After Fong Fong finished speaking, he turned and left. As he walked towards Abyss Town, Fong Fong glanced at his level. He was quite surprised. He had actually leveled up 4 times, reaching level 112. Currently, on the leaderboard, he had surpassed Li Jin's level 110, temporarily ranking second. The equipment can be changed to level 110, but it's unnecessary. On the way back, Fong Fong was contemplating. At level 119, he could accept a 4th transfer quest and also unlock the guild chat channel. There was a set of Dark Beast Master set in the guild that could be used at level 119, which Fong Fong really liked. The equipment he could change to now was of very average quality. He mainly relied on his bugs, and unless he had a really good set, the improvement wouldn't be significant. So changing equipment wasn't very necessary for Fong Fong. Instead, it was better to evolve his bugs. Thinking this, Fong Fong went directly to the Abyss Tavern. However, unexpectedly, Ziyan was not there. Another appraiser he didn't know received him. After handing over the black gold card, he began to count his items. He had obtained quite a lot from the Abyss. Besides the piece of jewelry he sold to Jiang Yishue, he had a total of 6 pieces of equipment. However, their attributes were all quite average. Among them, 2 were of golden yellow quality, which he had obtained later by defeating 6 bosses at the Demon Wolf King's place. The other 4 were dropped by commander-level monsters, and their quality was also quite average. In total, the other party offered 5 billion. Fong Fong was too lazy to auction them slowly and just gave them all at once. In addition, there were many materials dropped by the demon werewolves, totaling 1 billion. Besides these, there were 3 skill books and 8 demon crystals left. Fong Fong was also too lazy to sell the 8 demon crystals, each worth 100 million. He decided to wait for Sumuyu to arrive and give them to her directly. Although he didn't want to be a sycophant, he would still need to trouble their auction house to help him gather bugs in the future. So he had to maintain this relationship. The last 3 skill books were Curse Skill, Class Requirement, Mage, can release a curse that blinds the target. The higher the target's strength, the shorter the duration, lasting a maximum of 10 seconds and a minimum of 1 second. It was somewhat useless, being a single target attack. Lava Eruption, Class Requirement, Mage, can summon a lava swarm to deal damage to enemies within range. This skill book was good, suitable for mages, especially fire affinity mages, as the damage would be higher, but the skill cooldown was also long. Sumuyu preferred crowd control, and the Phoenix Mage itself leaned towards the light system, so it wasn't very suitable. The last one was a status-type skill book. Flame Surround. Class Requirement, Berserker, can create a flame halo around oneself, continuously dealing damage to enemies. Fong Fong found it useless as well. The 3 skill books sold for a total of 5 billion. Fong Fong reviewed his gains. This trip to the Abyss earned him 15 billion. Adding what he had left before, he currently had 20 billion dragon coins. The price for a commander-level yellow larva was about 1 billion dragon coins each. This meant he could buy 20, and if he was lucky, he could evolve his bugs once. If luck was not on his side, then there would be no hope. Fong asked the appraiser, who said, "Dear esteemed guest, our auction house currently does not have any commander-level yellow larvae. However, Manager Ziyan has instructed that if any become available, we will help you acquire them as soon as possible. Additionally, a collection order has been issued, but unfortunately, none have been found yet." Fong Fong felt a bit helpless and could only set this matter aside for now. Artificially cultivated bugs were rare at the commander level. Most had to be discovered by luck. Moreover, they had to be larvae, which made the difficulty evident. It was reasonable that the auction house didn't have any. Thinking this, Fong Fong looked for scouting-type skills again but found none suitable for beast masters. There were many scouting and alert skills for other classes, such as eagle-eye archers, assassination, swordsmen, and assassins. It's just that it's not very suitable for beast tamers. With no other choice, Fong Fong could only give up. This trip back, apart from making a bit of money, he didn't really gain anything. Alright, let's leave it at that. Fong Fong stood up and left the Abyss Tavern. Tonight was for relaxation, so Fong Fong directly found a place in Abyss Town to listen to music and prepare to rest for the night. He had just laid down in the hall to listen to the music when he heard quite a few discussions among the adventurers nearby. Hey, have you heard? It seems like everything happening in the Abyss these days is all because of that kid. Who? The one who says he has a girlfriend. It's gone viral. He leveled up 14 times in one day. It's insane. Are you serious? Isn't he second place now? Yeah, really. Just a day ago he was still level 100. That's impressive. Of course. The forum in Abyss Town is blowing up. I heard even the city lord has been alerted and is on his way to Abyss Town. Wait, the city lord is really coming? Fong Fong felt a bit speechless. He was just leveling up. How did it attract the city lord's attention? Thinking this, Fong Fong logged into the Abyss Town professional forum and indeed saw many posts. This year's dark horse in Jiangbei University's recruitment has emerged, leveling up 14 times in one day. Is it a cheat or did he hire someone? Please pay attention to the in-depth analysis. Who is the girlfriend of I Have a Girlfriend? The top posts were almost all speculations about Fong Fong. Fong felt quite helpless as he casually browsed through them. Most of them were speculations about his identity and his girlfriend. Naturally, there were also adventurers coming out of Longhua City. Soon, the speculation about the female lead in I Have a Girlfriend fell on Sumuyu. Many even posted about when Fong Fong was leveling up with Sumuyu. Unfortunately, very few people knew that Fong Fong was I Have a Girlfriend. However, many knew that the little rich girl from the Su family was Sumuyu. They even thought she might be the girlfriend of I Have a Girlfriend. To this, Fong Fong didn't really care. After all, he wasn't planning to continue hiding. If it was exposed, so be it. He flipped through again and quickly discovered a lot of other information. Someone revealed that the city lord of Jiangbei City, Bei Jiangnan, had set off for Abyss Town yesterday. There were even some students from Jiangbei University who revealed that many mentors from Jiangbei University had also set off towards Abyss Town. Fong Fong was a bit surprised to see this news. Could it be that these people were all coming for him? Looks like I need to go train early tomorrow or I might get blocked. Fong Fong thought to himself. Mentor Qian he had said that this recruitment list was meant to create a stir. It seemed the effects were already starting to show. However, having Mentor Qian he from Jiangbei University was enough. The other mentors could stay out of it. He didn't have the energy to deal with them, but if the city lord needed to meet, that was fine. Fong Fong didn't want to waste time on this. These matters could wait until he got to Jiangbei University. The most important thing right now was to push forward and try to complete the fourth transfer task before the university recruitment ended. That way, he could also gain the guild attribute bonus. This night was destined to be an unsettled one. Fong Fong was listening to music in the brothel. Meanwhile, Bei Jiangnan, Sumuyu, and many guilds, even mentors from Jiangbei University, were all rushing towards Abyss Town. Not for any other reason, but all were coming for Fong. Fong, leveling up 14 times in one day, such a speed of advancement was hard not to cause a stir. In a tavern somewhere in Abyss Town, Li Yuan met Li Jian. Li Yuan said, I understand what you mean. I didn't want you to go to the third level for an adventure. But now the first and second levels are closed in order to ensure you can enter Jiangbei University with a top score. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the third level. Also, I met a big shot. Tomorrow, if you have a good attitude, I'll try to get you to join the team and then you can level up with him. Big shot? Which big shot? Xiao Lingfeng? Li Jian asked, as Xiao Lingfeng was currently the most famous at Jiangbei University. But he had long surpassed the level of mingling in Abyss Town. Li Yuan shook his head. No, it's a new student from your year who's quite impressive. You know, the one who surpassed you today and is temporarily in second place has a girlfriend. Is it him? A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Jian's eyes. Being pushed to third place, he couldn't be happy about it. I see. I also want to meet this person. What kind of ability does he have to level up 14 times in one day? As for him taking me under his wing, forget it. My strength isn't at the level where someone from my year can mentor me. I don't even regard Jiang Hao highly. Li Jian scoffed. Li Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. In the early morning, Abyss Town was as lively as ever. However, unlike usual days, many people were blocked at the entrance of the Abyss today, demanding an explanation from the garrison. The first and second layers of the Abyss had been closed for 2 days, causing most people's training to come to a standstill. This was extremely critical, especially since most of them were fresh graduates participating in the recruitment of Jiangbei University. Not making progress meant falling behind. But what could the garrison do? This matter was of great importance. Aside from the city lord Bei Jiangnan, no one could make a decision. However, this morning in Abyss Town was destined to be extraordinary. Miss is here. Ziyuan looked down. Sumuyu opened her eyes full of anticipation. Let's go find him. Saying this, Sumuyu eagerly descended towards the ground. Ziyuan followed and said, Miss, I won't go with you. You know, there will probably be a lot of people in Abyss Town today. Sumuyu nodded. I know, you can help me probe their intentions so I can tell him. Ziyuan nodded and smiled. Miss, you really care about him. Does he care about you like this? Sumuyu smiled and replied, of course, he even took me to level up before. Let's go. Sumuyu said and left first, not mentioning that Fong Fong charged her for leveling up. That stinky Fong Fong charging me for leveling up. If he charges me again, I'll just keep you. Sumuyu huffed. Almost half an hour after Sumuyu arrived in Abyss Town, powerful auras began to emerge nearby. In a quiet courtyard, Mentor Qianhe finally opened his eyes. He looked at the sky and said lightly, they have finally all arrived. It's time for me to make an appearance. With that, he waved his hand, and a golden eagle appeared, carrying him directly into the air. Mentor Qianhe? A voice came, and soon a group of dozens appeared not far away. Among them hung a large flag with the character Jiang written on it, which was the flag of the Jiangbei city garrison. The leader was none other than the city lord, Bei Jiangnan. It seems this matter in Abyss Town is related to your Jiangbei University, Bei Jiangnan said, his face serious with inquiry. Mentor Qianhe nodded and smiled. I have been waiting here for a long time. Please, city lord, let's discuss it in detail below. Let's go, Bei Jiangnan said. Jiangbei University and the garrison had always had a good relationship, relying on each other. Although everyone might belong to different guilds, there were basically no conflicts of interest aside from that. In the Abyss Tavern, after Mentor Qianhe and Bei Jiangnan took their seats, Ziyuan hurried over to attend to them. As such esteemed guests, she, the person in charge, naturally could not be absent. Bei Jiangnan took a sip of wine and said, Mentor, tell me, what exactly is going on in Abyss Town? Who is that kid? On the way here, Bei Jiangnan had naturally heard some news and got straight to the point. Mentor Qianhe looked around. Seeing this, Bei Jiangnan waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. Only then did Mentor Qianhe speak. You can take a look for yourself. Saying this, Mentor Qianhe handed a document to Bei Jiangnan. Bei Jiangnan took it and saw that the name on it was Fong Fong. It clearly recorded Fong Feng's first job change time as well as the times and task completion status of each subsequent job change. The initial record of the Fire Spike Worm Dungeon was completed in 2 days, and even the later content about the Plunder Lightning Guild did not surprise Bei Jiangnan. However, when he saw that Fong Fong had only been level 100 when he arrived in Abyss Town 3 days ago but was now already level 114, he was taken aback. A hint of surprise finally appeared in his eyes. Does this child have any background? No background. At all. Then have you assisted him? How could I assist him with the job transfer task in the Abyss? No background, and you haven't assisted him, are you implying? Bei Jiangnan had already begun to guess something. The heir of the Divine General. Mentor Qianhe said. The heir of the Divine General? Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly upon hearing this. I doubt it. At most, he can be considered a seed of the Divine General. It's a pity that in recent years we have discovered many seeds of the Divine General in Jiangbei province such as Shaolingfeng, Jiangishua, and even a few others. But now, they have all joined Jiangbei University for at least a year and their growth rate has rapidly declined. I think this seed of the Divine General probably hasn't fallen in Jiangbei province. Mentor Qianhe nodded. Indeed, many powerful professionals had emerged in Jiangbei province in recent years, many of whom were hailed as seeds of the Divine General. Bei Jiangnan and Jiangbei University had also done their best to cultivate them, hoping to produce a Divine General. Unfortunately, as time passed and they entered university, many people's dazzling talents gradually appeared mediocre. This was not because they were not diligent, but because a person's talent is limited. When one's strength is weak, talent can make one shine. However, when one's strength is strong, the role of talent becomes minimal. In university, the enemies faced are all very strong, and whether or not one is the heir of the Divine General will soon be tested. However, Mentor Qianhe this time referred to Fong Fong as the heir of the Divine General rather than just a seed of the Divine General. The difference between the two is significant. A seed of the Divine General merely suggests that this person has the potential to become a Divine General. An heir of the Divine General, on the other hand, almost guarantees that this person will inevitably become a Divine General in the future. Bei Jiangnan asked, how can you be sure he is an heir and not just a seed? Qianhe shook his head. I can't be sure, it's all based on intuition. I hope the city lord can give him some time. Before the enrollment of Jiangbei University ends, do not meet him. Do not interfere in his matters. When enrollment ends, whether or not he is the heir of the Divine General, the city lord will know at a glance. Upon hearing this, Bei Jiangnan fell into deep thought and said, Qianhe, I have always trusted your judgment, but can you guarantee that he won't become the second Jiangdu? Also, there are other students in Abyss Town. I cannot ignore their situations. If you want him to prove himself to me, I can give him time. I just hope he won't become the second Jiangdu. Mentor Qianhe smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Are you saying that if you mistakenly take in a disciple, you will never take in another one? Again? Or if you find a worm in your food, will you stop eating altogether? City Lord, I cannot give you that guarantee. I can only tell you that Fong Fong is a good seed. What he will become in the future, I cannot determine. You could ask an astrologer, and they wouldn't be able to tell you either. Otherwise, Jiangdu wouldn't have happened. The divine generals in our alliance are not only being watched by the anti-alliance. Those evil guys from outside the domain are also watching. We cannot be careless. I let you give this little guy time. Have you considered that he is also fighting for his own hope? If he cannot attract the attention of stronger beings based solely on his first place in the Jiangbei University enrollment list, he might end up on the assassination list of the anti-alliance. So, this month is not only for you but also for him. Mentor Qianhe spoke earnestly. Bei Jiangnan finally nodded. I understand. In that case, let's wait a month and see how far this child can go. I can refrain from interfering in his matters, but the issues on the first and second floors of Abyss Town still need to be resolved. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Oh, by the way, just as Bei Jiangnan was about to get up and leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. There's one more thing I need to tell you. When I came here, I heard that many guild leaders, including many of your mentors from Jiangbei University, have also come. How do you plan to solve this problem? Mentor Qianhe smiled upon hearing this. Those who want to leave cannot be kept, and those who do not want to leave cannot be taken away. No need to solve it. Ah choo. Fong Fong was sleeping soundly when he felt something soft and itchy at the tip of his nose. After sneezing, he opened his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a large face right in front of him, nearly scaring him to death. In a reflex, he turned and rolled off the bed. Then he heard a woman's sharp scream, followed by a soft body landing on top of him. In the moment of breath, he caught a whiff of a woman's body fragrance. Fong Fong was instantly dazed. He was sure he had slept alone last night. How did a woman end up in his room? Oh no, she's still on top of me. What did I do last night? A drunken fling? Damn, I'm not that kind of person. Miss, did I order you last night? We didn't. Fong Fong. Before Fong Fong could finish his sentence, he saw the woman sit up and a familiar face came into view. Sumuyu? What are you doing here? Oh wait, you came? Fong Fong realized that Sumuyu had mentioned a few days ago that she would come over, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. That's not the point. I wasn't here, and you actually ordered a lady last night? Sumuyu looked at Fong Fong, her eyes almost filled with tears. When did I order a lady? You barged into my room early in the morning and left me confused. Fong Fong was speechless and hurriedly pushed Sumuyu off him, asking, how did you know I was here? Seeing it was a misunderstanding, Sumuyu smiled. Of course I knew. There's a saying that goes well. When you want to see someone, no matter where they are, you can find them. I really wanted to see you, so I found you easily. Alright, you're so cheesy. Fong Fong said helplessly, quickly straightening his clothes. You didn't do anything to me, right? I'm still innocent, right? Sumuyu laughed at his words. Don't worry, even if we did something, I would take responsibility. Hee hee, who needs you to take responsibility? You're not even 18 yet. Sumuyu retorted. I'll be 18 in less than a month, so just wait for me. Alright, enough nonsense. Did you come here to level up? Fong Fong asked. Yeah, you'll take me, right? If not, I can pay like before. Sumuyu clung to Fong Feng's arm, looking hopeful. Fong Fong nodded. You're so weak. If I don't take you, who will? Alright, it's getting late, let's set off. Fong Fong said as he was about to go out, but Sumuyu hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? Fong Fong asked. It's broad daylight, what do you want to do? Plus, you're not even 18 yet. I must tell you, if you're playing with fire this time, I won't take responsibility. Anyway, my principle is, no initiative, no responsibility, no refusal. Stinky Fong Fong, what are you thinking? Just look outside and see the situation, Sumuyu said. Fong Fong was taken aback, pushed open the window, and immediately the sounds from outside came rushing in. South City Guild is offering a high price for my girlfriend. Anyone who can provide clues will be rewarded with 1 billion dragon coins. Those who can find me directly will qualify to join our South City Guild. North City Guild is looking for my girlfriend. Special invitation for my girlfriend to join our guild with a joining reward of 10 billion dragon coins and a position as the head of our guild. East City Guild is looking for my girlfriend. If willing to join our guild, a gift of 10 billion dragon coins and you will receive the treatment of a vice president. Listening to the sounds coming from outside, Fong Fong was stunned. What's going on? Fong Fong was a bit dazed. How did the world change while he took a nap? You don't know? Yesterday you leveled up 14 times and are now temporarily second on the recruitment list. And among the top 10 on the recruitment list, you're the only newcomer. I checked, the original top 10 were already divided among the major guilds before the list was published. However, they basically didn't recruit many people. That Li Jian seems to have joined the East City Guild. The strong man joined the South City Guild, and no one else chose to join these guilds. Both the strong man and Li Jian come from average families, so it's normal for them to join given the enticing conditions offered by these guilds. What about you? Are you going to join? Wherever you go, I'll go. Sumuyu linked her arm with Fong Fong. Fong Fong asked, "Are these guilds really that powerful?" Sumuyu replied, "The top 3 guilds in Jiangbei province are these 3. They are the East City Guild, South City Guild, and North City Guild. These 3 guilds cooperate with the defense army, responsible for the defense of the 3 city directions, so their strength is the strongest among the guilds. The west side doesn't have any cooperative guilds because it's facing Longhua City, and most of the station troops in Beijing South are on the west side. Being able to join these 3 guilds means you can do quite well in Jiangbei City." Fong Fong realized it was like this. However, he had already joined the Beastmaster Guild, so he would pass on these 3 guilds. "You still haven't told me which guild you want to join." Sumuyu looked at him eagerly. "Oh, I already have a guild, the Beastmaster Guild. It's not really suitable for you. You should ask your grandfather to help you join the Mage Guild," Fong Fong said. But Sumuyu shook her head. "I don't want that. I heard the Mage Guild is full of old men. That's so boring. I want to be in the same guild as you. I'm going to apply right now." Saying this, Sumuyu began to apply to join the guild. Fong Fong laughed. "I say, Xiaosu, what do you think the Beastmaster Guild is?" "When I joined, it was because Mentor Qian he gave me the joining token. If you apply directly, they definitely won't agree." Sumuyu, however, smiled and said, "That may not be the case. Anyway, I've applied." Hey, look!" Sumuyu exclaimed. Fong Fong was also taken aback. He saw a string of identifiers appear above Sumuyu's head. "Member of the Beastmaster Guild, I joined." They agreed. Sumuyu said excitedly. Fong Fong was a bit dumbfounded. He thought, isn't the Beastmaster Guild supposed to be really impressive? Although it didn't make it into the top 100, it's still pretty good. Why are they so casual about accepting members now? Fong Fong felt like he had been tricked by Mentor Qianhe. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly received a message from Mentor Qianhe. "Your girlfriend has even joined the guild. Young man, you have a bright future." Fong Fong was stunned. "Girlfriend?" Thinking about it, he hurriedly asked Sumuyu, "What did you write in your application message?" Sumuyu was taken aback and said seriously, "I wrote your girlfriend. Isn't that right?" Fong Fong suddenly seemed to understand something and quickly opened the guild personnel change list. Sure enough, he saw the detailed information. Sumuyu applied to join the guild. Note: Fong Feng's girlfriend, Mentor Qian. He approved the application. Looking at the 2 messages, Fong Fong was speechless. Goodness, he hadn't even activated the guild channel yet. And his girlfriend had already popped up. Now he would definitely be famous in the Beastmaster Guild. When he reached the level to open the guild chat channel, it would be so awkward. Indeed, one thing overcomes another. Sumuyu was his nemesis. "Hubby, what's wrong?" Sumuyu asked. "Don't call me hubby, you're my hubby," Fong Fong said, speechless. Sumuyu, however, looked serious. "But I'm a girl, I can be your wife." "Ah. Alright, let's go level up first, okay, little rich girl?" Fong Fong really couldn't continue chatting with Sumuyu. If they kept talking, they would probably end up getting married on the spot. Fong Fong put on a mask and pulled Sumuyu out of the room, hurrying towards the entrance of the abyss. At this moment, at the entrance of the abyss, a sea of people, besides the anxious professionals waiting to enter the abyss, many members of the 3 major guilds have also arrived. They are lying in wait, hoping to find out who my girlfriend is, so they can invite her to join their guild. Hey, who exactly is my girlfriend? Why have even the 3 major guilds of Jiangbei City been stirred up? She must be new. How could you not know? She leveled up 14 times in one day yesterday, and she's already the most impressive dark horse on the recruitment leaderboard. Right, I heard she might surpass Jiang Hao, who is currently at the top of the list today. Impressive, no wonder she can attract the attention of the 3 major guilds. What's that? Look over there, even many mentors from Jiangbei University have come personally. Wow, does that mean she doesn't even need to participate in recruitment and can go straight into Jiangbei University? There was envy in the eyes of the crowd. They were working themselves to the bone just to join Jiangbei University. But now, someone had drawn the mentors from Jiangbei University directly to her. Indeed, comparing people can be disheartening. Among the crowd, Fong Fong quickly arrived at the entrance of the abyss with Sumuyu. At this moment, the entrance to the abyss was guarded by soldiers. Unless you presented a token that allowed entry to the 3rd level, you wouldn't be allowed in. Fong Fong looked around a sea of people and unexpectedly saw Zhang Yixue chatting with a few people. Jiang Hao was also nearby. Originally, Fong Fong didn't plan to wait for them. But seeing Jiang Hao, he decided to wait a bit. After all, they had agreed to level up together. Since they ran into each other, it would be a bit unkind to pretend he didn't see them. At this time, Zhang Yixue and Jiang Hao were seriously chatting with several middle-aged men. Zhang Yixue said, "Gentlemen, I have indeed met my girlfriend, but I don't have her contact information. If I see her today, I will naturally convey your message." Jiang Hao tugged at Zhang Yixue's sleeve, wanting to say he had her contact information. However, Zhang Yixue pinched him, signaling him to keep quiet. As Jiang Hao turned his head, he happened to see Fong Fong in the distance and quickly tugged at Zhang Yixue's sleeve. Zhang Yixue followed his gaze and also spotted Fong Fong, quickly saying, "That mentor, I'm going to level up now, so I'll take my leave." She then pulled Jiang Hao over to Fong Fong. "Sister, why didn't you say my girlfriend is right here? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Jiang Yishue reminded him, how many times have I told you, this kind of thing has nothing to do with us. Fang Feng doesn't want to be exposed and we have no reason to expose him. It's not the right way to treat a friend. Jiang Hao nodded, he hadn't thought that much. Seeing the two come over, Fang Feng waved. Sumuyu saw Jiang Yishue and Jiang Hao, first stunned, then seemed to think of something. When the two approached, Jiang Yishue also saw Sumuyu. Jiang Hao then asked with a smile, big shot, this wouldn't be your girlfriend, would it? Sumuyu was delighted to hear this, not expecting to meet someone so straightforward, and quickly nodded. Fang Feng, however, was speechless. Don't listen to her nonsense, I haven't agreed yet. Alright, there are too many people here, let's hurry in. Everyone nodded and then entered the abyss. Upon reaching the first level, there were significantly fewer people. Jiang Yishue said, those people up there were mentors from Jiangbei University, they all came looking for you. They said if you are willing to be their disciple, they can give you a spot at Jiangbei University and will also invest heavily in your training. Fang Feng nodded. Got it, but no thanks. Seeing this, Jiang Yishue didn't say more. Instead, Jiang Hao said, the big shot is right, those mentors are just average ones from Jiangbei University. I heard there's a really impressive mentor in the Beast Tamer department named Wuya, and he didn't come. Master Wuya is inherently indifferent, somewhat stubborn, and very proud. It's impossible for him to come in person. However, once the enrollment is over, you can still choose your own mentor. At that time, you might consider Master Wuya, but he is also a beast master, so you are not suitable, only Fang Feng is suitable. Jiang Yishue said. Master Wuya? Fang Feng quietly noted down this name. However, he still preferred to follow Master Qianna. After all, they were old acquaintances and it was convenient to communicate. As they were walking, suddenly Sumuyu spoke up from the side. Yishue, don't you remember me? Jiang Yishue was taken aback, staring at Sumuyu for a long time before realizing. Muyu, you are Sumuyu? Fang Feng was somewhat surprised to hear this, looking at the two women, thinking, do you know each other? He saw Sumuyu nodding, and the two women directly held hands, appearing very excited. When did you come back? Jiang Yishue asked. Sumuyu also happily replied, just a few days ago. I didn't expect you to have already joined Jiangbei University, you'll be my senior from now on. What senior? If you hadn't gone to Longhua City, we would have been in the same class. Jiang Yishue was also very happy. Fang Feng later learned that Sumuyu and Jiang Yishue were actually in the same class. They had both been in Jiangbei City initially. However, Sumuyu was too young, and at that time, Sumutian was going to Longhua City to open a branch. So he took her to Longhua City just in time to be in the same class as Fang Feng. He didn't expect to meet her again here. So you really are his girlfriend? Jiang Yishue asked, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Sumuyu, however, said helplessly, I wish I could be, but he doesn't want to. Jiang Yishue said, you're so beautiful and your family background is good, why wouldn't he want you? Sumuyu replied helplessly, I don't know, but I just like his aloof demeanor. I mean, just because you're good looking and have a good family background, does that mean I have to be willing? Well, you're not bad looking either, and you're the daughter of the city lord. If you were to pursue me, I would have to be willing, right? Fang Feng turned his head and said irritably. Jiang Yishue's face immediately flushed, and she was somewhat at a loss. I wouldn't pursue you, Muyu likes you. Sumuyu said. No, I actually hope you pursue him. If he accepts you, he would also accept me. Fang Feng was speechless. Thanks a lot, if you had a few more close friends, I wouldn't need to develop at all, I'd just be exhausted to death. And how many wealthy daughters of city lords are there in the world? If they all pursued me, I'd be exhausted to death. Even if I were as strong as an ox. Sumuyu said. With just the two of us, you're still not satisfied, greedy. Fang Feng said helplessly, while Jiang Hao added, I say, sisters, you're girls, can you be a bit more reserved? Although Fang Feng is handsome, you don't have to be so proactive. Look at me, I'm also very handsome. Go away. The two women said irritably. The group chatted casually and soon arrived at the entrance to the third floor. However, before they could enter, they saw a woman standing at the entrance to the third floor. Sumuyu and Jiang Yishue almost simultaneously looked at Fang Feng. Their eyes seemed to say, you actually have another woman? Fang Feng was speechless. What does that have to do with me? I'm innocent. Besides, you two are not my girlfriends, so why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Hao hurriedly said. Stop messing around, isn't that Li Kai? What is she doing here? Li Kai, do you have something? Jiang Hao asked. Who is Li Kai? Jiang Yishue asked. Sumuyu whispered, originally ranked 4th on the recruitment list, but now she's 5th. Jiang Yishue was taken aback, but how did this person end up here? Li Kai looked at the group, her gaze finally landing on Feng. Feng, boyfriend, I have something I want to discuss with you. Li Kai said. Fang Feng was taken aback, seeing that her gaze was indeed on him. He replied, you can just call me Fang Feng. What boyfriend, is that even a name? Your name is Fang Feng? Alright Fang Feng, I want to make a deal with you. Li Kai got straight to the point. Go ahead. Fang Feng said. I am a cultivator. And you know that I can't level up on my own. Now the first and second layers of the abyss are closed and the mercenary group can't be used. I know you're very powerful and I want to pay you to help me level up. Usually, the mercenary group's price is 1 billion per hour, but if you take me to the third layer, I'll give you 2 billion for an hour. What do you think? You level up yourself, and if you take me along, I can even heal you, Li Kai said confidently. 2 billion for an hour was already a good price, and it was a bonus. She believed Fong Fong had no reason to refuse. Just as Fong Fong was about to speak, Jiang Hao interjected, "Beautiful lady, you're late. Brother Fong Fong has already agreed to help me level up, and I'm paying 10 billion per hour." Jiang Hao was wealthy and didn't care at all. Sumuyu, hearing this, tugged at Fong Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Honey, I don't have that much money. Can we do 10 billion for a day? At worst, I can give you a shoulder massage, back rub, or even wash your feet at night." Fong Fong couldn't help but laugh and said, "As long as there's no sleeping together, it's fine." "You wish, you pervert," Sumuyu said angrily, pinching Fong Feng's waist. Jiang Yishua, witnessing this scene, quickly turned her head, seemingly a bit sad. Li Kai fell silent. The price of 10 billion per hour was indeed beyond her means. Even if she practiced for 10 hours a day, that would be 100 billion. No matter how wealthy her family was, they couldn't afford such expenses. "Beautiful lady, why don't you think it over? Shall we go first?" Jiang Hao suggested. Fong Fong was indifferent. He needed to level up himself, and he wouldn't refuse to make money along the way. After all, the money he would need to upgrade his bugs in the future would be considerable. Seeing them about to leave, Li Kai gritted her teeth and said, 10 billion it is. At worst, I'll just practice for 10 hours a day. Seeing Li Kai agree, Jiang Hao was also taken aback and quickly said, "Beautiful lady, I was just saying that. It's up to brother Fong Fong to decide." With that, everyone looked at Fong Fong. Seeing Fong Fong silent and seemingly hesitant, Jiang Yishua said, "If you don't want to take us, it's fine. If you're short on money, I can offer more." Sumuyu quickly tugged at Jiang Yishua, signaling her to stop talking. Jiang Yishua was still a bit confused about what was happening. Fong Fong, however, said lightly, "Is having money so impressive? You too may be wealthy, but don't think you can monopolize me. Beautiful lady, I'm taking you." With that, Fong Fong walked towards the teleportation portal. Jiang Yishua was a bit dumbfounded, not understanding what she had done wrong. Sumuyu whispered, "Fong Fong comes from a poor background, but he values his pride. You can ask him to help us level up, but don't let him feel that we are rich and can do whatever we want, otherwise he will definitely get angry." Jiang Yishua suddenly understood. "That's not what I meant. This guy has quite the temper." Sumuyu laughed. "He has character. I like this kind of person who is both strong and has personality. Having a temper without strength is just impotent rage. Having strength without a temper is too soft. I like this kind of person who is strong, has a temper, and is good looking." "You're so superficial," Jiang Yishua said. Sumuyu, however, was completely unconcerned. "Don't you like him?" I won't like him. After all, you like him," Jiang Yishua said. Sumuyu smiled upon hearing this and said, "So you don't like him because of me, right? Anyway, I haven't gotten him yet. You can give it a try." Jiang Yishua. Fong Fong didn't hear their conversation, otherwise he would definitely be speechless. "What am I? An object?" Just like that, I was sold. The teleportation array shimmered, and soon the group appeared in a brand new leveling area. Jiang Yishua said, "This place has fewer bosses. Since it's our first day teaming up to level, it's better to practice in a place like this. Also, I didn't mean it earlier." The last sentence was directed at Fong Fong. Fong Fong nodded and said, "Any place is fine. Let's not waste time and get started. Since you are all the financial backers, just stay put. I'll handle it myself. I have crowd control skills. I'll help you," Jiang Yishua said. "I'll join too. I want to try my holy light domain skill," Sumuyu added. Jiang Hao and Li Kai were not polite, buffing Fong Fong and the others before sitting down to rest. Just as they were about to start, the teleportation array flickered again and 2 more people appeared. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing them. It was none other than Li Yuan and Li Jian. Li Yuan and Li Jian were also surprised to see so many people here. Fong Fong felt a bit apologetic upon seeing Li Yuan. "Senior, I'm sorry about yesterday. I broke your bow." Li Yuan waved his hand awkwardly. "It's my fault, my fault. By the way, brother Fong Fong, are you going to level up? Can you take us 2 along?" As soon as he said this, even Jiang Hao and Li Kai, who were resting nearby, stood up. Jiang Hao, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Li Jian, immediately spoke up upon hearing that they wanted to join the team to level. "That might not be possible. Brother Li Jian is second on the leaderboard. He probably looks down on us." "Jiang Hao, what do you mean by that?" Li Jian frowned. Jiang Yishua and Li Yuan also looked confused. Jiang Hao and Li Jian used to have a good relationship. Why does it seem off this time? "What do I mean? Doesn't brother Li Jian know? We all paid, so we can say we are the employers now. Of course, brother Fong Fong can take whoever he wants. If he wants to take you, I have no objections. What about you?" Jiang Hao looked at Li Kai. Li Kai frowned and said, "It wasn't possible before, after all. We are the employers, but times have changed. Just like you, Fong Fong can decide for himself. Anyway, I also paid." Li Yuan quickly said, "There's no limit to the team size. If brother Fong Fong is worried about favoritism, we can pay too." "How much is the fee?" 1 billion per hour. Jiang Hao said. 1 billion? Why don't you go rob a bank? He's from the same generation as us. What right does he have to charge so much? I think you all have gone mad. Even if he levels up 14 times in a day, does that prove he's strong? Beastmasters are just a trash profession, Li Jian said unhappily. Seeing this, Li Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over. He had truly witnessed Fong Feng's strength. Brother Fong Feng, don't be angry, my brother speaks. Without thinking, I'll talk to him. No need to persuade, we are in a hurry. Since your brother is unwilling, I won't force it. However, senior, if you need, you can join the team anytime, Fong Feng said. He had a good impression of Li Yuan. Aside from being a bit jealous, he was otherwise fine. The most important thing yesterday was that I kept pulling monsters, breaking other people's bows. Consider it compensation. Taking him to level up isn't a big deal. Anyway, I'll soon reach level 119, and then take on the job change quest. Fong Feng also plans to check out the 4th layer. With my divine insect fusion skill, I should be able to roam freely in the 4th layer, except for the area where the demon lord of the 5th layer is located. Alright, thank you. Li Yuan hurriedly said, then went to chase after Li Jian. After witnessing Fong Feng's terrifying power yesterday, Li Yuan no longer dared to see Fong Feng as his junior. He didn't even dare to consider him on the same level. Watching the two walk away, Fong Feng spoke up. Let's start leveling up. After saying that, Fong Feng was the first to leave the teleportation platform. Jiang Yixue and Sumuyu followed closely behind. At the same time, Jiang Yixue activated her status and released the astrology formation, followed by Sumuyu, who also unleashed her holy light domain. Hurry up, my holy spirit domain consumes a demon crystal core every hour. It's very expensive, Sumuyu reminded. Hearing this, Fong laughed. Aren't you a little rich girl? Why worry about these expenses? Sumuyu replied, are you stupid? My future is also yours. If you waste time, it's like spending your own money. Fong was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Jiang Yixue chuckled at this, but then her eyes showed envy. She also wanted to have such a good relationship with Fong Feng, but unfortunately, her personality made it impossible for her to joke like Sumuyu. The Holy Light Domain is an area skill. Within its range, it can restrain the attributes of demon-type monsters. Fong glanced around. With the Holy Light Domain support, the attributes of the surrounding demon-type monsters had indeed decreased significantly. As long as there were enough of them, his efficiency would definitely be fine. Let's begin. With Fong Feng's words, the monsters enveloped in the area started to surge towards them one by one. In the area they were in today, most of the monsters were called demon rhinos. The characteristic of this monster is high defense. Although its attack power is not strong, it is very aggressive and can easily disrupt formations. As everyone began to act, the demon rhinos started rushing towards them. Demon Rhino Abyss. Demon type, rank, commander level, blue, level, LV.130, attack power, 10,000, health 50,000, passive skill, negative immunity. Abyss demon type monsters can be immune to all negative states, such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skill, Rhino. Charge. Looking at the introduction, it indeed didn't seem very strong, just quite tough. This place was not as good as the area they leveled up in yesterday. After all, there were too few bosses. Fong calculated that once they leveled up here, they would have to go to the demon werewolves from yesterday. After all, there were more bosses, and the leveling speed was faster. They were waiting for the monsters to get closer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yuan finally caught up with Li Jian. Li Jian was very angry and said to Li Yuan, do you have no shame? A level 144th transformation in shooter, letting a 3rd transformation beast master take you leveling up. Don't you feel embarrassed? Li Yuan replied, that's because you don't know Fong Feng's strength. Let me tell you, in front of strength, it's not just about being embarrassed. Losing your soul is useless. I have 4th transformation strength, but I still can't compare to him. You're my little brother. How could I harm you? I don't know what happened between you and Jiang Hao, but it has nothing to do with Fong Come back with me, and I'll find a way to let him take you leveling up. Li Yuan pleaded earnestly. However, Li Jian looked down on Fong completely. Are you crazy? Just because he takes me leveling up? He doesn't deserve it. As he spoke, Li Jian also saw the rhinos rushing below. He drew a black long sword from his palm. Then, he leaped down from the high platform. Seeing Li Jian suddenly appear, Fong and the others were taken aback, not knowing what he was going to do. Li Jian glanced at Fong with disdain, then charged towards one of the rhinos. He rushed forward with his sword against the charging rhino. In the moment he brushed past the rhino, the damage value appeared above the demon rhinoceros's head. 20000 with one sword strike, nearly half of its health was gone. Then, Li Jian sidestepped to the side of the rhinoceros and unleashed 5 sword strikes in quick succession. In an instant, the rhinoceros fell to the ground with a thud. The entire process was very clean and efficient, though a bit slow. Li Jian sheathed his sword, glanced at Fong and then at Li Yuan, as if to say, do I need someone to help me level up? Fong looked on in confusion, not understanding what Li Yuan was doing. At that moment, a demon rhinoceros charged towards Fong. Seeing this, Fong instantly activated Divine Insect Fusion and threw a punch. No one expected Fong to choose to engage in hand-to-hand combat without even a weapon. Li Jian watched with great interest, even feeling a bit sorry for Fong Fong. With such a punch, it would be mild if his arm got broken. He could very well be killed outright. However, the next moment, everyone present was stunned. As the demon rhinoceros's horn made contact with Fong Feng's fist, it snapped off instantly. The entire demon rhinoceros seemed to crash into metal. Its body crumpled together and died in an instant. At the same time, a damage value appeared. 290 million. The string of zeros that seemed endless left everyone in shock. 290 million? Is this even human? Jiang Hao was astonished. Li Kai beside him looked on with shining eyes. In that moment, her gaze towards Fong Fong changed. Jiang Yishua shook her head, feeling emotional. Still so abnormal. Sumuyu cheered directly. So cool. Honey, you're so cool. Li Yuan patted Li Jian's shoulder. I told you, he's different. Li Jian, realizing what was happening, felt incredibly awkward, his shock reaching its peak. He looked at Jiang Hao, then at Fong Fong, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Finally, he managed to utter one sentence. You're amazing. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked away, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Fong Fong looked on, puzzled, and called out, let's get started. I'll help too. Li Kai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, as she jumped down from the platform and rushed over. At this moment, countless demon rhinoceroses charged in. Fong Fong waved his hand, and the Fire Sting Insect King and Nano Poison Insect surged forth, sweeping through the area. Li Jian glanced over, startled. He saw the demon rhinoceroses falling one after another as they charged in. The speed was astonishing. At that moment, Li Jian actually stopped in his tracks, feeling a twinge of regret. With such a leveling speed, even his pride couldn't help but feel a bit envious. But reason kept him from turning back. After all, it would be too embarrassing to go back now. I should find a place to practice on my own for a while and think of a way, Li Jian said as he prepared to leave when suddenly his gaze shifted. He saw a shadow flash before him and then disappear. In that instant, he clearly saw it was a person in a black robe. But how did they vanish so suddenly? Li Jian rubbed his eyes but saw not a trace of the figure. Strange, did I just imagine it? Li Jian frowned, not thinking much of it as he walked in one direction. Li Yuan didn't follow him, he had done what he needed to do. As for the mindset issue, he could only wait for his brother to adjust on his own. In a world where the strong are respected, lacking strength means lacking dignity, and that is a joke. Moments after Li Jian left, a faint voice echoed in the darkness. My lord, we've investigated thoroughly. There are players leveling up on the 3rd floor. There are quite a few, most of them are among the top ranks of the recruitment list. Understood, we won't alert them. I'll head back now. The sound quickly faded away, and the surroundings returned to calm once more. Only the roar of the demon rhino echoed. The path of upgrading is very difficult. Especially in a place without bosses, the efficiency is far worse than yesterday. After a full 7 hours, Fong Fong only managed to level up twice, reaching level 116. Jiang Hao, along with the experience he had saved up, also leveled up twice, reaching level 118, just one level away from being able to accept a job change quest. Jiang Yishua leveled up once, reaching level 150. Li Yuan, having arrived late, did not level up. Besides that, Li Kai leveled up 3 times, reaching level 107. The one who gained the most was Sumuyu, who had only been at level 100. Although there were no bosses, she still leveled up 5 times, reaching level 105. However, Fong Fong was really not satisfied with this efficiency. Moreover, he did some calculations. Even if he collected the fees from Li Kai and Jiang Hao, it only added up to 14 billion. Compared to yesterday, it was still 1 billion less, and the experience gap was too large. He secretly decided that tomorrow he would still have to find a place with bosses to level up. That way he could ensure efficiency. As for whether Li Kai and the others would go, that was their business. It would be best if they were willing to go so he could earn a bit more. If not, it was fine. The efficiency was too slow, so Fong decided to head back early and find another place to level up tomorrow. However, before they could leave, the system's broadcast suddenly rang out. Attention all professionals in Abyss Town. With the help of Lord Beijiang Nan, the 2nd layer of Abyss Town has been repaired. It will reopen tomorrow. We apologize for the inconvenience caused, as the monsters in the 2nd layer will soon be replaced with new ones for certain reasons. The overall strength will remain unchanged from before. Please check for further details tomorrow. Hearing the system's broadcast, Fong Fong looked at Li Kai. Sure enough, the girl glanced at Fong Fong after hearing the announcement and reluctantly said, Big shot, although you are very powerful, the fees are too high. I think I'll go to the 2nd layer tomorrow. Do you mind adding me as a friend? He minds. You should leave. Before Fong Fong could respond, Sumuyu spoke up. Jiang Yishua also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fong Fong just smiled and said nothing, while Li Kai shot an unhappy glance at Sumuyu before leaving. What about you? Jiang Yishua asked Jiang Hao. He was just one level away from being able to accept a job change quest, so continuing to level up with them didn't make much sense. I'll go to the 2nd layer too. Once I reach level 119 and accept a job change quest, I'll come find you guys. Jiang Hao replied. Fong Fong nodded. The fourth job change quest seemed to require killing a few bosses, and it would depend on where Jiang Hao chose to go. If it was in the abyss, once he met the job change conditions, he could help out. Then let's go. Fong Fong called out. Today was just like that, and tomorrow he definitely needed to find a better place to level up. You guys go ahead, I'll go look for Li Jian, Li Yuan said with a smile, then left first. Fong Fong and the others didn't delay and directly entered the teleportation platform to leave the third layer. At that moment, they were unaware that in a corner of the third layer, 3 or 4 figures dressed in black were crouched together, whispering as they watched Li Jian not far away. Boss, are we really going to make a move? It could expose us, one of them asked. But this kid is ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. If we capture him and present him to Lu Yao, we could gain some benefits. Yeah, isn't Lu Yao the one who loves fresh meat the most? Especially someone on the leaderboard. A middle-aged man chimed in. The other few are too strong, and they're leveling up in a team. It's unlikely we could succeed. We could try with just this foolish kid. This Lu Demonis is Lord Zhang's mistress. If we could send a man her way, she would surely be very happy. This deal is done. As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and instantly, several people disappeared from the spot. Li Jian had practiced for several hours but hadn't leveled up even once. Looking at the changes in the rankings of the top few, he felt quite helpless. When he saw Sumuyu, who had been outside the top 100, suddenly break into the top 50, he became even more anxious. At this rate, I might get pushed down too. Do I really have to apologize? Li Jian felt a bit unwilling. Asking him to apologize to Fong Fong and Jiang Hao was something he found hard to accept. But if he didn't apologize, his rank would surely fall behind. Just as he was thinking, Li Jian's expression suddenly turned cold, and in an instant, the dark domain was unleashed. Who? Your grandfather. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came back. At the same time, 4 figures appeared before him. Li Jian was about to draw his sword to defend himself, but one of them struck him on the head with a hammer. In an instant, he was knocked unconscious. Hurry! Someone's coming, the leader in black shouted. Then, several people carried Li Jian and disappeared from the 3rd floor. When Li Yuan arrived, he didn't even see a shadow of Li Jian. Where did he run off to? Did he go back by himself? Li Yuan searched around for a long time, confirming that no one was there before leaving helplessly. The changes in the rankings once again caused a huge uproar. Especially on the professional forum, it sparked countless discussions. Everyone was speculating whether Jiang Hao, Li Kai, and the recently risen Sumuyu had found someone to level up for them. How could their leveling speed be so fast? Fong Fong, however, had no interest in looking into it. After sending Sumuyu away, he returned to his residence and fell asleep. The next day, Fong Fong and the others returned to the place where the demon werewolves were to level up. The leveling speed was noticeably faster in areas with bosses. With Jiang Hao and Li Kai gone, only Fong Fong, Sumuyu, Zhang Yishui, and Li Yuan remained. Fong Fong was not polite and directly summoned the Slayer's wings to attract monsters. He planned to push to level 3 today, aiming to reach the level required to accept the job change quest. However, the situation took a turn that left him speechless. After killing the demon werewolf boss and reaching level 117, Fong Fong discovered that no bosses were coming and even the small monsters had disappeared. This left him a bit confused. Zhang Yishui had never seen such a situation either and said, "It shouldn't be like this. Why have all the small monsters vanished? Logically, they should keep coming for territory. Moreover, you used the Slayer's wings, which should attract even more monsters. Why do we only hear roars now, but no monsters are coming?" Sumuyu was also puzzled. She was leveling up happily and had already reached level 110, temporarily ranking 4th. But suddenly, there were no monsters. Could it be that Fong Fong is too strong, and those monsters got scared away? Sumuyu suggested. Li Yuan and Zhang Yishui were taken aback, thinking, can it really be like that? Fong Fong felt speechless. These are all demon monsters, it can't be that simple. Are they really demons? Listening to the roars around them, Fong Fong felt a bit at a loss. However, what they didn't know was that outside Abyss Town, Bei Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh at the situation. On the 3rd level of the Abyss, this Fong Fong is really something. He actually scared the demons away. Interesting, very interesting. By the way, have we found out the reason? Lu Feng beside him hurriedly asked. Reporting to the city lord, we found that among the roars there is the voice of a demon lord. It seems it ordered the demons to avoid Fong Fong. This demon lord is becoming quite clever. Bei Jiangnan nodded and said, don't worry about it. This thing is immortal as long as it hides in the abyss. We have no good way to deal with it. But with Fong Fong causing such a commotion, their upgrade speed is definitely going to slow down. I estimate that Fong Fong will only be able to return to the 2nd and 3rd levels to level up next. As Bei Jiangnan was thinking, Lu Feng beside him suddenly changed his expression and said, my lord, I just received news that there is a breach in the 3rd level of the abyss. It seems to be naturally formed. Should we send someone to block it? Bei Jiangnan frowned and said, are you sure it's naturally formed? Be careful, it might be the work of the anti-alliance. Immediately send someone to block it. Yes. Lu Feng accepted the order and went to make arrangements. However, what no one knew was that in the 5th level of the abyss, a figure of a woman appeared at the edge of a red formation on a vast expanse of blood-red lava. This red formation enveloped her like an egg. The woman looked down at the giant monster roaring in the lava below, her brow furrowed. Why has the demon lord become increasingly violent lately? This is not a good sign. If it delays my important matter, I won't be able to explain it to Jiangdu. What exactly is causing this? Who? The woman suddenly turned her head to the other side. In the lava space, several figures suddenly appeared, and they were, indeed, the ones dressed in black robes. At this moment, Li Jian was being carried by them, still in a state of unconsciousness. We have met Lord Lu. We are ordered to deliver supplies, said the leader of the black-robed men. The woman nodded and asked, who is that young man? The black-robed man hurriedly replied, reporting to the Lord, this person's name is Li Jian, and he is the 3rd on the enrollment list of Jiangbei University this time. We happened to see him practicing alone and took the opportunity to capture him, specially offering him to the Lord, hoping the Lord enjoys himself. Upon hearing this, a glint of greed flashed in the woman's eyes as she smiled. You are quite thoughtful, then put him down. If there is an opportunity with Lord Jiang, I will naturally speak a good word for you. Thank you, my lord. The black-robed man hurriedly said respectfully, handing over the prepared supplies to the woman as well. My lord, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave. The woman was just about to nod when she suddenly remembered something and asked, when you came here, did you know what happened on the upper floors? The demon lord has been roaring incessantly these days, and I am quite puzzled. The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before replying, reporting to the Lord, we do not know. It may be that some professionals outside are leveling up and disturbing the demon lord. However, my lord, what are you doing here? The woman's eyes turned cold as she said in a chilling voice, don't ask what you shouldn't, let's go. Yes. The black-robed man did not dare to ask further and turned to leave. Boss, this woman is too unreasonable. She was polite at first, but as soon as we mentioned her purpose here, she turned hostile. Yeah, if it weren't for this witch being too strong, I would have. What would you have done? Are you attracted to her looks? Let me tell you, you can think of anyone, but don't think of her. This old witch has some serious tricks up her sleeve. It's said that even Lord Jiang has suffered losses at her hands. Is that true, big brother? On the way back, several younger brothers discussed, all looking at the black-robed leader. The black-robed leader nodded and said, this old witch is named Lu Zi, and she is a very rare charm alchemist. Not only does she have a captivating face, but she is also formidable in potions. She excels in charm, especially in the preparation of the harmony powder. It is said that very few can break free from the one she concocts. Back in the day, Jiangdu was defeated by her harmony powder, which is how she managed to become Jiangdu's woman. Otherwise, do you think Jiangdu would be interested in her? Jiangdu had already reached the 8th transition level, while this Lu Zi is said to have only recently completed a 7th transition task with Jiangdu's help. So, don't provoke anyone, but especially not this woman. If you fall into her hands, she can play you to death. That Li Jian is likely in grave danger, however, dying at the hands of Jiangdu's woman, and in such a manner, he can't be considered unlucky. The younger brothers listened in shock. The black-robed leader said, let's not waste time. We should leave quickly. We can't stay here long. The professionals on the upper floors have probably already affected that old witch. I estimate that old witch will take action against them. Our strength is too weak, and if we stay, we might just be used as cannon fodder by her. While she is still unaware of the situation outside, we should hurry and slip away. Right. The group of subordinates quickly agreed and then left along the same path. However, they did not know that at the exit they were leaving, Lu Feng was currently blocking the way with the guards. Meanwhile, on Fang Feng's side, the next day, Fang Feng, Sumuyu, Zhang Yishui, and Li Yuan returned to the leveling area where the demon werewolves were located. However, to their surprise, the demon werewolves were nowhere to be found this time. Not even a single small monster was left behind. With no other choice, they could only use the teleportation array to go to other leveling areas. However, every time they started leveling, within 5 minutes, all the small monsters would flee. As for the boss, they hadn't seen a single one. By the end of the day, they had almost gone around all the leveling areas on the 3rd floor, but the results were minimal. Aside from Sumuyu leveling up from level 110 to 112, the others hadn't even gained a single level. Especially Fang Feng, who was still stuck at level 117. He was not far from the 4th transfer at level 119, but the experience required was substantial. He would need to slay at least a dozen bosses to level up. But now, there wasn't even a single small monster, let alone a boss. What should we do now? Why don't we go to the 2nd floor? Sumuyu suggested. Without monsters, there was nothing anyone could do. Fang Feng replied, this has never happened before. It's really strange. If it comes to that, we should actively go look for them. The 2nd floor is too slow, it's been 2 days, and Jiang Hao hasn't leveled up. It's expected to take 2 weeks to level up. I still need 2 levels, and if I go to the second floor, it might take a month. Fong Fong calculated in his heart that if he spent a month just to gain those 2 levels, by the time it was over, he might not even have completed the 4th transfer quest. Although he was still among the top few, this progress was not what he wanted. Starting tomorrow, we will take the initiative to hunt for monsters. The 3rd layer of the abyss is only this big, they can't possibly hide everywhere. As long as we can accept the 4th transfer quest within half a month, that's enough. Sumuyu nodded. In fact, even if she went to look for monsters on the 3rd layer, her leveling speed would be quite fast, and she might even reach level 119. As for Jiang Yishui, she had no experience on the 2nd layer, so she could only stay on the 3rd layer. Li Yuan said, I won't be leveling for now, I still haven't found Li Jian. I'm worried he might do something irrational, so I need to keep looking. Fong Fong nodded. He had no idea where Li Jian had gone either, so there was nothing he could do. Thus, in the following days, Fong Fong took Jiang Yishui and Sumuyu to wander around the 3rd layer. Taking the initiative did have some effect. On the first day, they found 2 bosses, and Fong Feng's experience increased by nearly half. Sumuyu even leveled up directly to 114. She ranked 3rd on the recruitment leaderboard. As Sumuyu rose to 3rd place, the entire Abyss Town's professional forum exploded with activity. By the way, who is this Su family little rich girl? How come she didn't show up a few days ago and suddenly appeared these past 2 days? You don't know? The Su family little rich girl is the little princess of the Su-style auction house in Zhongbei City. I heard that this Su family little rich girl is in a relationship with my girlfriend. Oh, I see. No wonder she levels up so fast. Having a big shot boyfriend leading her is really enviable. So it turns out my girlfriend refers to the Su family little rich girl. Damn, even trying to get into college, I have to eat a mouthful of dog food. Can this world still function? Forget it, let's just go level up. There's no use envying here. Fong Feng's proactive approach caught Bei Jiangnan off guard. However, the fact proved that Fong Feng's initiative was much more efficient than retreating to the 2nd layer. A week later, Lu Feng suddenly brought back news. My lord, at the entrance of the abyss, we discovered the presence of anti-alliance personnel and have already slain them. Bei Jiangnan frowned upon hearing this. Understood, there have always been shadows of anti-alliance personnel in the abyss, so be on guard. Yes. Lu Feng nodded. Half a month quickly passed. Finally, after half a month of hard searching, Fong Feng finally reached level 119. He was able to accept the 4th transfer quest. In the past half month, nothing significant had happened. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Hao had also reached level 119 and could accept his job change quest. The efficiency of the 2nd level was ultimately too slow, although Fong Feng struggled. In the 3rd level, he had managed to level up twice in half a month, which was clearly faster than the 2nd level. At the entrance of the job change temple, Jiang Hao scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, I'll be leaving now. My 4th job change task is to slay 4 boss level yellow monsters and 1 lord level orange monster. My dad has everything arranged. I can complete the job change task before school starts. Fong Feng laughed. You're a priest, relying on your family. For the job change task is nothing to be ashamed of. Good luck. Yeah, brother Fong Feng, I'll leave my sister to you. See you in college. Okay. Fong Feng nodded and watched Jiang Hao leave. Jiang Yishui and Sumuyu were not here. They were still waiting for Fong Feng in the 3rd level of the abyss. So Fong Feng didn't delay and directly entered the job change temple. The job change temple in Abyss Town was different from that in Longhua City. There was no one guarding it, and inside there was only 1 job change stone for the 4th job. Since the 5th job level was generally not accepted here, there was only 1 job change stone. After approaching, Fong Feng placed his palm on it, and soon the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the conditions to accept the 4th job change task. Would you like to accept it? Accept. Fong Feng did not hesitate. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted the 4th job change task. The stone has detected that you have recently slain a large number of demon-type monsters and has activated a hidden class upgrade task. For this job change, you have 2 options. First, slay 4 lord level orange bosses. Reward bloodthirsty mage 100 free attribute points. Second, slay 10 lord level orange bosses. Reward slaughter insect mage 200 free attribute points. Reminder, the slaughter insect mage is an upgrade from the bloodthirsty mage class. The completion time limit is 15 days. Exceeding the time will result in failure, but you can still complete the bloodthirsty mage job change task. Looking at the task description, Fong Feng was delighted. He didn't expect the hidden class bloodthirsty mage could actually upgrade. He wondered what special skills the slaughter insect mage might have. Slaying 10 lord level orange bosses is quite difficult. I might have to go to the 4th level. I've never seen this level of boss in the 3rd level. Fong Feng thought to himself. He actually wanted to enter the 4th level to take a look, as it would be no problem for him to enter with his strength. However, to enter the 4th level, he would probably need to ask Mentor Qian He about the situation. Thinking this, Fong sent a message to Mentor Qian He. He quickly received a reply. You want to enter the 4th level? What is your job change task? Mentor Qian, he asked. Fong Fong did not hide anything and told him about slaying 10 Lord-level orange bosses. Of course, he didn't mention the hidden class Slaughter Insect Mage. Mentor Qian, he was silent for a moment before replying. The 4th level might be a bit difficult. You need to obtain the Lord's special token to enter the 4th level. I heard that traces of anti-alliance personnel have recently been discovered in the abyss. This matter might need to be discussed with Bei Jiangnan. You can occasionally find Lord-level orange bosses in the 3rd level of the abyss. You can search there first and I'll let you know when I have news. Okay, Fong Fong replied and then headed towards the entrance of the abyss. When Fong Fong told Sumuyu and Jiang Yishua about his job change task, both were surprised. Jiang Yishua said, "My 4th job change task back then was just to slay 4 Lord-level orange bosses. I didn't expect you to have to slay 10, that's too difficult. Is there any way to do it?" Sumu's words were more direct as she asked. Jiang Yishua shook her head. "It's very difficult, there are too few Lord-level orange bosses. In the entire vicinity of Jiangbei City, there are only 2 secret realm dungeons suitable for the 4th transfer task that have Lord-level bosses. But these 2 secret realm dungeons are extremely difficult and they can only be opened once a month. To complete the task of killing 4 bosses relying on these 2 dungeons would at least take 2 months. Not to mention Fong Fong needs to kill 10. However, occasionally, in the 3rd layer of the abyss, you can also see leader-level bosses. I encountered one in the abyss back then and killed 3 in the secret realm dungeon. It took 2 months to complete. If Fong Fong wants to finish the 4th transfer before the enrollment ends, he might have to go to the 4th layer of the abyss. I heard there are many leader-level bosses in the 4th layer, but it's very dangerous and not open to outsiders." Sumu looked at Fong Fong upon hearing this. "What should we do? How about we first search in the 3rd layer and if there's a chance, we can try the secret realm dungeon. Anyway, you're either 1st or 2nd on the enrollment list, it should be fine, right?" Fong Fong said. "I contacted Mentor Qianhe. If there's a chance to enter the 4th layer, that would be best. If not, we can only search here. I'm not very familiar with the secret realm dungeon and it takes time to go back and forth, so it's better to wait for Mentor Qianhe's news here. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to take it slow." Sumu nodded and Jiang Yishua said, "That works too, I can help you contact the secret realm side. If there's a chance, you can go over first." Fong Fong nodded. Killing 10 Lord-level bosses is indeed very difficult, but he also has a time limit and must complete it within 15 days, which makes it even harder. Therefore, progressing to the 4th layer is the first choice. In the Abyss Town, Qianhe found Bei Jiangnan. Upon hearing the news, Bei Jiangnan couldn't help but frown. Killing 10 Lord-level bosses? When did the 4th transfer task become this difficult? It seems this Fong Feng's job change is quite impressive. What do you mean? Mentor Qianhe asked. Bei Jiangnan pondered for a moment and said, "Entering the 4th layer is very dangerous, but I've observed Fong Fong for a few days and with his strength he should be able to protect himself in the 4th layer. However, recently there have been signs of anti-alliance personnel in the abyss. Let's wait a few days. If we don't find any signs of anti-alliance personnel within 10 days, I'll send him into the 4th layer. By then, there should still be a few days left, which should be enough for him." Mentor Qianhe nodded. This was indeed the safest approach. Given Fong Feng's displayed talent, he wasn't too reassured about letting Fong Fong encounter anti-alliance people right now. If they set their sights on him, Fong Feng's situation would only become more dangerous. In the following days, Fong Fong continued to wander in the 3rd layer of the abyss with Sumu and Jiang Yishue. On one hand, he could continue to accumulate experience, and on the other hand, he could also look for traces of leader-level bosses. At the same time, Fong Fong took the opportunity to check on the guild. However, the guild channel was still not open. It seemed that it could only be activated after completing the 4th transfer task. He wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he had already accepted the 4th transfer task and completing it was just a matter of time. Moreover, Fong Feng's current panel attributes had also undergone a qualitative leap. Name: Fong Fong. Occupation: 3rd turn Bloodletter, Blood Insect Master. Level: LV.119. Health: 5000 after Divine Insect Fusion. 1.8 billion physical defense, 500 after Divine Insect Fusion, 330 million magical defense, 500 after Divine Insect Fusion, 330 million strength, 125 intelligence, 266 constitution, 128 spirit, 1787 plus 178. 178 is from the passive effect of the Goblin King's Staff, increasing spirit mastery by 10%. Speed: 30 meters/second. Free attribute points, 0. Occupational skills: Beast Mastery. Attack form switch. Evolution control. Beast attack power increase 10%. Bloodletting technique. General skills: Divine concealment, Fate shift position. Advanced stealth. Occupational traits: Insect race affinity. The practitioner is an insect race beast master, with a high probability of successfully controlling insect-type creatures, while controlling other types of beasts will definitely fail. Divine talent: Divine insect split increases spirit power, can raise the split limit. Current limit 33,000. Divine talent: Perfect control, can activate a perfect control skill, guaranteed success on the controlled target, limited to insect types, and the level cannot exceed 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown time 24 hours. Divine Talent damage transfer selects Iron Armored Ant currently can withstand damage of 1.8 billion. Divine Talent Divine Insect Fusion currently confuse Divine Insects Nano Poison Insect Iron Armored Ant King Fire Spike Insect King. The upper limit of the insect race is further increased, greatly enhancing Fangfeng's strength. And this is still his attribute without changing equipment. If he completes the 4th turn and manages to obtain the Dark Beast Master set from the guild, his attributes will only become more splendid. In the following days, Fangfeng remained at ease in the 3rd layer, searching for Lord-level bosses. However, this depended on luck, and being anxious wouldn't help. Mentor Qian he conveyed Beijiangnan's meaning to him, which gave him some assurance. If he could find it in the 3rd layer, great. If not, it was no big deal. After all, he would eventually enter the 4th layer, where he could naturally complete the hidden job quest for the 4th turn. During these days, Sumuyu's level also changed significantly. In just 7 days, she was brought to level 119 by Fangfeng. This rate of leveling up made many people eager to try. On the 8th day, Meng Nan and Li Kai couldn't help but come to the 3rd layer to train. Li Kai had been in the 2nd layer, but seeing Sumuyu's astonishing leveling speed, she ultimately couldn't resist dragging Meng Nan to the 3rd layer. Originally, she had found Fangfeng, hoping he would help her level up and even offered to pay. However, Fangfeng refused, stating that he needed to keep searching for monsters in the 3rd layer, and bringing people along would be too dangerous and slow down efficiency, so he didn't take her. Left with no choice, she called Meng Nan and the two trained together. Although the efficiency was slow, it was still better than the experience in the 2nd layer. Sumuyu cleverly added them as friends, saying that if they encountered a boss they couldn't handle, they could contact her. This was mainly because Sumuyu had received her job change quest. Her job change quest was relatively easier. She only needed to slay 5 leader-level yellow bosses. Compared to Jiang Hao's difficulty, it was about the same. On the 8th and 9th days, Fangfeng led Sumuyu to slay 4 bosses. Sumuyu's job change quest was only 1 boss away from completion. At the same time, Fangfeng's experience accumulation was also about to reach level 120. It seemed that, after slaying 1 more, the accumulated experience would be just enough to complete Sumuyu's job change quest. On the 10th day, that morning, Fangfeng and the others had just arrived in the abyss. Suddenly, Sumuyu received a message. In the 8th leveling area, hurry, there's a boss. The message was sent by Li Kai. Fangfeng and the others did not delay upon seeing this and directly rushed to the 8th leveling area. This was a space filled with lava. Above the lava, there were many small platforms, each with several monsters scattered across them. Due to the terrain limitations, they could only target the monsters on 1 platform at a time, which was also Li Kai and the strong man's favorite leveling spot. With just the 2 of them, they could take advantage of the platforms here to slay the monsters 1 by 1. When Fangfeng and the others arrived, they happened to see Li Kai and Meng Nan standing on the teleportation platform. Upon seeing the 3 of them approach, Li Kai pointed ahead and said, "Look there." Fangfeng followed her direction and discovered a 4-legged creature covered in lava in a nearby lava area. It looked very much like a wolf. Fangfeng glanced at it and information quickly popped up. Flame-hungry wolf, abyss demon type rank, leader level, yellow level, LV.135 attack power, 30,000 health. 100000 passive skill, Hell Summon. Upon death, there is a very small chance to summon an ancestral Hell Wolf projection. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyss demon type monsters are immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Passive skill, tear, attacks will cause a tearing effect, losing a certain amount of health per second. Active skill, hungry wolf, bone tail, wolf claw tear. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fangfeng didn't feel anything special, but the passive skill Hell Summon was quite rare. During his time in Abyss Town, it was the first time he had seen a boss with a summoning skill. This made him think of the goblin king he had slain in Longhua City. I shouldn't be so lucky as to encounter an ancestral summon again, Fangfeng muttered to himself. If such a thing happened again, he could really go buy a lottery ticket. You all wait here, I'll go kill it, Fangfeng said calmly. He always dealt with such bosses with a single punch. There was really no difficulty. Sumuyu and Jiang Yishui were already used to it, and they had no intention of going over to cause trouble. As for the strong man and Li Kai, they were well aware of Fangfeng's abnormality, and naturally didn't take it to heart. They were all waiting for him to deal with the boss so they could continue leveling up. Fangfeng didn't waste words and directly dashed off the platform. Almost simultaneously, a pair of huge wings spread out from his back. The Slayer wings activated instantly, and Fangfeng transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the flame-hungry wolf. In these past few days in the 3rd layer of the abyss, he had become a killing star. Those monsters would immediately flee upon seeing him. Therefore, Fangfeng could only rely on his wings to instantly kill. Otherwise, with even a slight delay, the boss would hide in the lava and not come out again. Sure enough, the moment Fangfeng charged out, the monsters on the stone platform began to jump down towards the lava 1 by 1, like mice seeing a cat. Fong Fong couldn't be bothered with them. The Slayer wings activated instantly. A streak of light shot past, heading straight for the flame-hungry wolf. The flame-hungry wolf was not slow to react upon seeing Fong Fong rushing towards it. It did not hesitate and jumped off the stone platform, preparing to dive into the lava. Fong Fong had long since become accustomed to such scenes in these past few days. These bosses, who usually acted invincible, would flee as if they had seen a demon upon encountering him. With the boost from his wings, Fong Fang's speed was extremely fast. He almost instantly reached the flame-hungry wolf. However, the flame-hungry wolf suddenly whipped its body, and from its tail, a bone tail shot out, heading straight for Fong Fang's face. Fong Fong did not dodge. Instead, he grabbed the bone tail, and a series of numbers popped up above his head. Fong Fong smiled. As he looked at the numbers, the first damage should have been caused by the bone tail, while the subsequent damage was due to the unique skills tearing passive. He didn't expect that the attack from the blazing firewolf was actually lower than the damage caused by the passive. Fong Fong suddenly exerted force, yanking the bone tail and directly flinging the blazing firewolf over, while simultaneously delivering a punch to the wolf's head. In an instant, a number popped up. 280 million. No surprise, a single punch killed it. How is it? Fong Fong asked, waving his hand to collect the items dropped by the fire-hungry wolf, which he then tossed to Sumuyu. For the past few days, he had been handing over the items directly to her for processing. Aside from a few things he could use himself, everything else went to her. After all, Sumuyu's family ran an auction house, so she was quite sensitive to the prices of these items. Moreover, Fong Fong hoped she could help keep an eye on the acquisition of the leader-level yellow larvae, making it most suitable to entrust this task to her. Sumuyu glanced at her task panel and smiled. It's already completed, we can go back to submit the task. Fong Fong nodded and took a look at his experience panel, realizing he still needed some experience to reach level 120. Indeed, leveling up was becoming increasingly difficult. The third layer was clearly no longer suitable for him. However, there was currently no way to enter the fourth layer, so he can only hang around here for now. Then let's go back and change jobs. I don't plan to level up today, Fong Fong said. In the next couple of days, Bei Jiangnan should arrange for him to enter the fourth layer. Continuing to level up didn't hold much significance anymore. Sumuyu nodded, and the two were about to leave. Zhang Yishui, seeing this, also declared she wouldn't be leveling up and intended to leave as well. However, just as they were about to set off, Li Kai suddenly shouted from the side. Wait, what is that thing? Fong Fong turned to look and saw a black vortex appearing where the fire-hungry wolf had met its demise. Moreover, the black vortex was continuously expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from the size of a fist to that of a basin. At the same time, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ding! Attention, professionals, the fire-hungry wolf's passive has been triggered, successfully summoning the ancestral projection. The hell-hungry wolf, a leader-level boss, is about to appear in the third layer of the abyss. Professionals, please slay it as soon as possible. If it is not slain within 3 days, the true hell-hungry wolf will descend into the third layer of the abyss. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Fong was taken aback. No way, did it really trigger the passive? This luck was practically good enough to buy a lottery ticket. Thinking this, Fong called out, everyone stay in place. After saying that, he dashed forward. Almost simultaneously, all the professionals in Abyss Town heard the voice. They looked at each other, clearly unsure of what was happening. Hell-hungry wolf, what kind of monster is that? I've never heard of it before. I don't know, and it says the hell-hungry wolf is going to descend to the third layer. Wasn't it already in the third layer? Damn, could it be a monster from the fourth layer? No way. Can we still go to the third layer? After this? It's a leader-level boss. It's just a projection, we should be able to handle it, but unfortunately, the abyss is sealed, and we can't go to the third layer with our current strength. Yeah, Jiangbei University is on summer break, there probably aren't many people in the third layer. That can't be true. Isn't the girlfriend expert in the third layer? That's true, but the girlfriend expert has been leveling up slowly lately. Can they really handle this leader-level boss? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, at the garrison's location, Lu Feng was busy pulling up the situation in the third layer. Ever since they discovered anti-alliance personnel in the abyss, they had increased their monitoring of the third layer. However, the fourth and fifth layers were not accessible to ordinary people, so there had been no monitoring in those areas. Sir, should we send someone for reinforcement? Lu Feng asked. Leader-level bosses in the abyss were very powerful, generally around level 155. This level exceeded the fifth transfer. Professionals would need at least 5 transfers to cope. However, Fong Fong and the others had only just reached the fourth transfer, and they hadn't even completed their job change tasks, so strictly speaking, they could only be considered third transfer. Professionals. Facing the 5-turn boss, even if it was just a projection, it would likely be dangerous. Bei Jiangnan waved his hand. No need, it's just right to see how he deals with the Lord-level boss. That will also help decide whether to send him to the fourth layer. Lu Feng nodded and didn't say more. At this moment, in the third layer of the abyss, hearing the system's voice, Li Kai hurriedly took out the recording device. Battling a Lord-level boss was a rare sight, especially with Fong Fong taking action. She also wanted to see how long Fong Fong would take to deal with this boss. Recording it to post on the forum later might amaze many people. Fong Fong, of course, was unaware of all this. He stood on a nearby platform, watching the whirlpool grow larger. At this moment, it had already reached over 2 meters high. The darkness swirled, obscuring everything. However, soon, 2 lights like lanterns lit up within the black whirlpool. Then, a gigantic hungry wolf slowly walked out from inside. The wolf was enormous, shrouded in a layer of black mist. It looked incredibly terrifying. Fong Fong focused on it, and soon information popped up. Hellish evil wolf, abyss demon. Type rank, Lord level, orange level, LV.140 attack power, 50,000 health, 150000 passive skill, conceal in darkness. The hellish evil wolf can hide in darkness, remaining undetected. Taking damage or attacking will reveal it. Passive skill, negative. Immunity, abyss demon type monsters are immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Passive skill, projection. After being slain, it will return to its original body, which will not be affected. Active skills, hell domain, ruthless bite, evil. Wolf roar. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong pursed his lips. These attributes weren't too outrageous. After all, it was just a projection, and the level was somewhat lower. However, the conceal in darkness skill was somewhat reminiscent of advanced stealth skills. The active skills, hell domain and evil wolf roar, he had never heard of before and didn't know their usefulness. Fong pondered. The hellish evil wolf projection stared at him motionless, seemingly preparing to attack. At this moment, Bei Jiangnan was also watching this scene through the surveillance. Mentor Qian he had appeared beside him at some point, also observing the scene. The true form of the hellish evil wolf is in the 4th layer of the abyss. It is a very powerful existence. Although this is a projection, it still possesses the hell domain and evil wolf roar skills. How long will it take Fong Fong to resolve this? Bei Jiangnan asked. Mentor Qian he shook his head in response. I don't know, but it might take some time this time. After all, he hasn't entered university yet, so his strength is somewhat specialized. He might also realize some of his shortcomings this time. However, I estimate it won't exceed a minute. Bei Jiangnan nodded. A minute. If he can resolve this hellish evil wolf projection within a minute, I will agree to send him to the 4th layer. Mentor Qian he nodded but didn't respond further. Meanwhile, in the 3rd layer of the abyss, upon seeing the information about the hellish evil wolf, Zhang Yishua's expression changed and she hurriedly shouted, Xiaoyu, let's go help him. This hellish evil wolf has the hell domain skill, which is very disadvantageous for him. Sumuyu, although unaware of what the hell domain skill was, still nodded upon hearing this. The two immediately rushed over. Fong Fong, seeing this, was just about to ask when Zhang Yishua said, quickly release the holy light domain. The hellish evil wolf's hell domain skill can create a dark field, making it impossible to detect it within that time. Fong Fong was taken aback by her words, but the next moment he understood Zhang Yishua's meaning. He saw the hellish evil wolf let out a roar at the 3 of them. The next moment, the black mist on its body began to spread out. A dark realm covering 100 meters formed around him. Almost simultaneously, Fong Fong discovered that the hellish wolf had actually hidden into the darkness and disappeared. He couldn't lock onto where it was at all. The holy light domain covers the hell domain. I will slow it down. Fong Fong, pay attention to the damage values. Zhang Yishua hurriedly said. Almost simultaneously, Sumu's holy light domain skill descended, enveloping the entire hell domain. However, even so, that patch of darkness remained unlit. The figure of the hell wolf was nowhere to be seen. Soon, Zhang Yishua released a formation domain, which also covered the entire hell domain. Within the original darkness of the hell domain, a number indeed appeared. 300. This was the damage caused by the holy light domain skill. The most important aspect of the holy light domain skill is its restraint against demon-type monsters, which can reduce the dual defenses of demon creatures. At the same time, it inflicts a certain amount of damage every second, though the value is not large. However, at this moment, the appearance of this number was just enough to identify the location of the hell wolf. The damage appeared once every second, so there was a certain interval. Although the time was short, Fong Fong could see that every time the damage value appeared, the position of the hell wolf changed significantly. Clearly, within this hell domain, the hell wolf's movement speed was very fast. When the damage value appeared for the 3rd time, Fong Fong felt a blur before his eyes. A shadow had already swept past him, charging straight towards Zhang Yishua. Seemingly enraged by Zhang Yishua's slowing skill, the hell wolf rushed towards her first. Seeing this, Fong Fong activated the wings of the Slayer. He transformed into a streak of light and dashed between Zhang Yishua and the hell wolf. The hell wolf, seeing Fong Fong suddenly appear, instantly struck its sharp claws against his back. In an instant, Fong Fong was sent flying like a cannonball. At the same time, a series of damage values popped up. 50010001000. This defense is quite insane. How does the Beast Master achieve such formidable defense? Bei Jiangnan looked on in astonishment, curiously asking. Mentor Qian he shook his head. I don't know either. Bei Jiangnan nodded. Impressive. This kid has quite a few secrets. If I hadn't seen it today, I wouldn't have known. He had such strong defense. He indeed qualifies for the 4th layer. Saying this, Bei Jiangnan waved to Lu Feng beside him. Send the order down. Anyone who sees this scene today must not leak any information, or they will be dealt with according to military law. Also, send someone to find that little girl. Yes, the one in the video. Have her erase all the damage values from the video, otherwise it will be confiscated. Can't the adults just confiscate it directly? Lu Feng asked. Bei Jiangnan shook his head. The video still needs to be sent out, otherwise how can we let the higher-ups know that such talent has emerged in Longhua City? But the damage values cannot be exposed, otherwise if the anti-alliance people see it, won't that reveal our bottom line? Yes. Lu Feng nodded in hurry to make arrangements. Mentor Qianhe, seeing this, stroked his beard and smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one gain enough attention. There will always be talent. If it is hidden and others do not know, how can one obtain more resources? He wanted Fong Fong to showcase his strength for the sake of this result. In the 3rd layer of the abyss, Fong Fong ran back from a distance. His back shirt torn with several slashes. His skin was exposed, revealing 3 deep cuts that were oozing blood. Although professionals have health points, as long as the health points do not hit 0, they will not die. However, injuries sustained during fights do exist. For example, although those health points did not break through his defense, the wounds on his back still hurt a lot. Damn it, that beast is quite fierce. And its speed is fast. Fong Fong cursed inwardly. Are you okay? Jiang Yishua hurriedly asked, her eyes filled with concern. Sumuyu even ran over directly, touching the wound on Fong Feng's back. Her eyes reddened. It's just a small injury, you all be careful, this beast is very fast. It might take some time, Fong Fong said. The 2 women nodded. They both understood that if it weren't for the speed of this hellish wolf, Fong Fong would have probably died long ago. Fong Fong had defended himself countless times, but this hellish wolf couldn't afford to make a single mistake. As long as it caught Fong Fong off guard, it could finish him off with at most 2 punches, or even 1. The hellish wolf was lurking in the hell domain, looking for an opportunity. Fong Fong was carefully responding while also contemplating his own shortcomings. Real combat was the best way to test one's strength. Fong Fong had always felt that his attack was overwhelming and his defense invincible. After merging with the divine insect, he could walk sideways. But until he encountered this hellish wolf, he realized that his speed was still a major weakness. Even though he had spent a fortune on the killer's wings, it could only maintain acceleration for 10 seconds. In actual combat, it seemed quite useless. I must find a way to improve my speed by the end of today, Fong Fong thought to himself. The equipment had only given him a minimal speed boost, which was completely unsatisfactory. It would be best to control a type of accelerating insect so he could truly stand invincible. Just as Fong Fong was thinking, the hellish wolf attacked again, and this time its target had changed. It charged straight towards Sumuyu. Fortunately, Fong Fong had already prepared for this and rushed over, but he was too late to strike. He was once again sent flying by the hellish wolf. However, this time he responded appropriately and didn't fly too far, quickly returning. After missing 2 consecutive opportunities to strike, Fong Fong frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and ran to the 2 women, giving them something. Then he returned to the hell domain to respond again. The hungry wolf seemed to realize that this was not a solution. Although only a few seconds had passed since it appeared, having a 3rd-tier professional ruin its plans twice in a row made it somewhat furious. Roar! Suddenly, just as Fong Fong was nervously responding, the hellish wolf let out a roar, and the piercing howl echoed instantly. Almost simultaneously, Fong Fong noticed that his speed had actually slowed down. Even Sumuyu and Jiang Yishua's speed seemed to be in slow motion. Bei Jiangnan frowned at this scene, his hand unconsciously gripping the chair. The wolf's roar is a mental attack. Does this kid have no way to respond? I said before, he has only just changed jobs for less than 2 months. How could he have a way before entering university? Mentor Qian, he said. Bei Jiangnan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. His daughter was inside. If this hellish wolf charged at his daughter, wouldn't that be just as Bei Jiangnan was worried and eager to give the order to rush in himself? He suddenly saw that the hungry wolf was heading towards Sumuyu. Seeing this scene, Bei Jiangnan's tense heart relaxed a little. But whose daughter was not precious? Bei Jiangnan hurriedly shouted, Lu Feng, at your service. Lu Feng knelt on one knee, ready to take orders. However, Mentor Qian, he said, look. Bei Jiangnan was taken aback, thinking that the wolf's roar was a mental attack that could slow them down. What else was there to see? Sumuyu was about to be in trouble, but the next moment he was shocked to see Fong Fong standing in place and throwing a punch. At the moment the punch was thrown, he actually disappeared from his original spot. Then, inexplicably, he appeared in front of Sumuyu. That punch hit the hellish wolf squarely. In an instant, the black mist surrounding the hell wolf dissipated completely and a striking damage value appeared. 250 million. Although the damage was reduced, this terrifying damage value still instantly killed the hell wolf. Indeed, you can attack 1,000,000 times, but I only need to hit once. Bei Jiangnan opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. That terrifying damage made his scalp tingle. He had seen such exaggerated damage before when Fong Fong crushed small monsters and yellow-level bosses, but he hadn't felt anything then. However, this time, as Fong killed a Lord-level boss, Bei Jiangnan truly realized that if Fong Feng's punch landed on him, he would also meet his end. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of attack, Fong Feng's attack power was likely already comparable to some 8th or even 9th transition. Professionals. The heir of the Divine General. Truly the heir of the Divine General. He is qualified to enter the 4th level. The rapidly changing situation often leads to results in an instant. Although the Hell Wolf is fast and powerful, it made the mistake of continuously avoiding Fong Fong and chose to attack the weaker Sumuyu and her 2 companions first. This inadvertently provided Fong Fong with an opportunity. The skill of shifting positions is not particularly outstanding among all of Fong Feng's skills. However, sometimes it can yield results that exceed everyone's expectations. Just now, he approached the 2 women one after the other, giving each of them a bug just in case. After all, while the acceleration from the Slayer's wings is not weak, the duration is too short. It's fine for defense, but for offense, it's still somewhat lacking. In comparison, the skill of shifting positions can achieve unexpected effects. Ding! The Hell Wolf projection has been slain. Please continue to work hard. Professionals. Slaying team, Su family little rich girl, I have a girlfriend, Zhang Ishua. As the system broadcast echoed, the entire Abyss town first fell into silence, then erupted into an uproar. The Hell Wolf seems to be a Lord-level boss. How could it be killed so quickly? Only 30 seconds. That's insane. By the way, who actually killed it? Zhang Ishua seems to be our senior sister, the top of the last recruitment list for Jiangbei University. It must have been senior sister Jiang. Impressive. I doubt it. If senior sister Jiang had that kind of strength, she wouldn't be teaming up with Su family little rich girl. And the others. That's true. Could it be that I have a girlfriend did it? Wow, this person is too fierce. What's their real name? The professionals in the entire Abyss town were very curious. However, under the arrangements of mentor Qian He and Bei Jiangnan, it was clear that Fong Feng's name would not be leaked. The Hell Wolf projection dropped many items with 3 beams of golden light alone. Fong Fong waved his hand to collect the items for inspection. It turned out to be 2 skill books and a weapon. Hell Domain can create a dark domain around oneself, hiding one's form, while the next attack's damage is increased by 20%. Class requirement, Assassin Swordsman tier, can attach a tearing effect to attacks, causing a certain amount of damage per second. Class requirement, Berserker. Looking at the 2 skill books, Fong Fong felt quite helpless as there were no universal skill books for beast tamers. He still appreciated the speed of the Hell Wolf, but unfortunately, no similar skill book dropped. The other weapon was also not of the beast tamer type. Hell Wolf's Claw Sword, grade, dark gold, orange, level, LV.140. Attack power, 10,000, strength, 200, class requirement, Assassin Swordsman, additional attribute penetration, can ignore 10% of the opponent's armor. This attribute is already quite impressive, and it's of dark gold quality. Fong Fong estimated it would start at least from 30 billion. Coupled with nearly a month of previous gains, once this item is sold, he would have nearly 80 billion dragon coins. Although it may not seem much in the face of divine insect evolution, for an ordinary person, such savings are already considered wealthy. Just as Fong Fong returned, a squad of guards appeared at the teleportation entrance, led by Lu Feng. Zhang Yishua recognized Lu Feng and was not particularly surprised to see him. Lu Feng signaled for his subordinates to find Li Kai first, while he approached Fong Fong and the others, looking at Zhang Yishua and saying, "Miss, the city Lord is waiting for you, as well as you, young friend Fong Fong. I still have some matters to handle here, you can go ahead." Okay. Zhang Yishua nodded, and Lu Feng then turned to leave to handle Li Kai's matters. Sumuyu said, "You all go ahead, I will complete my job change task myself. There's one more thing I haven't told you. Once I submit my job change task, I have to go back first." "Go back? Aren't you going to level up?" "There are still a few days until the enrollment ends," Zhang Yishua said. Puzzled. Fong Fong, however, had a vague idea of what was going on. "Sure enough," Sumu said, "my grandfather is coming and I need to go back to wait. This matter is very important to me." As she spoke, she glanced at Fong Fong, who nodded. "Once I complete the job change task, I'll come find you." Sumu nodded. Although Zhang Yishua didn't know what they were up to, she seemed to have no further questions. Sumu said, "Yishua, while I'm gone these days, please take care of Fong Fong for me." Zhang Yishua laughed. Upon hearing this, "You want me to keep an eye on him so he doesn't get taken away, right?" Fong Fong was speechless, turning away, too lazy to respond to the two. He wasn't an object that could be taken away. Sumu chuckled and said, "You really understand me, but if you could take me away, I wouldn't mind. Get lost, hurry up and change jobs." Jiang Yishue said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sumu didn't delay any longer, said her goodbyes and left first. Jiang Yishue then took Fong Fong and left as well. As for the situation with Li Kai, Fong Fong didn't ask further. A moment later, in the garrison office building above Abyss Town, Fong Fong finally met Bei Jiangnan for the first time. In the room were only Bei Jiangnan and mentor Qianhe. Clearly the others had been arranged to leave. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect young friend Fong Fong to be so young, Bei Jiangnan said with a smile as he stood up upon seeing Fong Fong. Fong Fong smiled but did not respond. Jiang Yishue hurriedly said, "Dad, why did you ask us to come?" Seeing this, Bei Jiangnan got straight to the point. "Of course, it's about young friend Fong Feng's job change. There are still 5 days until the enrollment at Zhongbei University ends. Mentor Qianhe said you want to enter the 4th layer. A few days ago, traces of anti-alliance individuals were found in the abyss, but there haven't been any recent sightings. I believe the timing is right. If you still need anything, I can send you in." Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. "Thank you, Lord City Master." As he spoke, Fong Fong glanced at his task panel. The hidden job task for the Killing Bug Master had only 2 days left. Time was indeed sufficient. Bei Jiangnan nodded and asked, "Do you need to prepare anything?" Fong Fong shook his head. "No need. Alright, in an hour, I will open the passage to the 4th layer for you. The passage can only last for 2 days, so you must hurry. Also, we cannot monitor the situation in the 4th and 5th layers, so once you go in, you will be completely cut off. Be careful. If you encounter anti-alliance individuals, safety must come first. I won't say more, you should understand. Once this enrollment ends, your future will be limitless." Bei Jiangnan reminded him. Fong Fong nodded. As long as he didn't go to the 5th layer, he was confident he could navigate the 4th layer with ease. He might encounter troublesome opponents like Hell Wolves, but overall, it shouldn't be a big issue. Jiang Yishue hurriedly said, "Dad, I want to go too." "You?" Bei Jiangnan was taken aback. "Yes, I also want to see the 4th layer, and with my strength, I've gained very little experience in the 3rd layer. With Fong Fong going, it will definitely be fine, and it's too dangerous for him to go alone. Having one more person is one more helper, right?" Fong Fong felt a bit helpless upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "It would actually be better for you not to go." But he couldn't do anything about it. Bei Jiangnan was her father. Since he hadn't said anything, Fong Fong naturally couldn't say much. Bei Jiangnan pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, then you can go together. With you, young friend Fong Fong, here, I am not worried about your safety." Fong Fong was at a loss for words. This city lord was quite carefree. However, Fong Fong also vaguely guessed something. The city lord's gaze occasionally swept over him. That look was as if he were regarding his son-in-law, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Bei Jiangnan had to personally take action to open the passage to the 4th layer, so Fong Fong first came outside with mentor Qianhe to wait. Mentor Qianhe said, "In the battle against the Hell Wolf, you should have realized your shortcomings." Fong nodded. This battle left a deep impression on him. Especially in terms of speed, he was lacking, and there was also the mental attack from the wolf's roar. He couldn't evade it at all, and that slowing skill gave him quite a headache. Mentor Qianhe continued, "You don't need to be too anxious. There aren't many monsters in the abyss that have mental attacks, and the Hell Wolf is quite a formidable existence. The difficulty of completing your job transfer task in the 4th layer isn't too great. But there's one thing you need to be careful about. That is the Demon Lord." Hearing this, Fong Fong frowned and said, "Isn't the Demon Lord in the 5th layer?" Qianhe nodded. "Yes, in the 5th layer, but you've already slain 2 many bosses before, and you also used the Slayer's wings. The Demon Lord's roar has been heard more than once. Those bosses and monsters later avoided you, which should be its command. The 4th layer and the 3rd layer are the dividing line of the abyss. You're fine in the 3rd layer, but once you enter the 4th layer, you might provoke the Demon Lord. So you must act quickly, complete your job transfer task and leave." Fong Fong nodded. He only had 2 days and needed to come out to submit the task. If there were no other matters, he naturally wouldn't stay inside for long. An hour later, Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue returned to the 3rd layer of the abyss once again. This time, they saw a whirlpool appearing deep in the 3rd layer. This was the whirlpool passage that Bei Jiangnan had personally opened. As long as they entered it, they could reach the 4th layer. At this moment, roars echoed throughout the abyss from time to time. It was unclear whether it was the angry roars of the Demon Lord. Mentor Qianhe and Bei Jiangnan watched the surveillance screen as Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue hurried toward the entrance. Mentor Qianhe spoke, "You actually let your precious daughter go with him. It seems you are also moved." Bei Jiangnan laughed and said, "The heir of the God General, who wouldn't be moved? Moreover, with both being unmarried, trying to match them up isn't a bad idea." Mentor Qianhe chuckled. "Of course, it's nothing, but I don't know how this trip will turn out. With the Demon Lord's continuous roars, it probably won't be peaceful." Bei Jiangnan's eyes flashed with a hint of worry, but it was quickly suppressed. It might not be peaceful, but with Fong Feng's displayed strength, As long as the Demon Lord doesn't leave the 5th layer, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Whether he can handle it depends on him. Mentor Chinha didn't say much more, and both of them watched as Fong Fong and Jiang Yishui got closer to the whirlpool, their hearts rising with anticipation. Meanwhile, as Fong Fong and Jiang Yishui rushed toward the 4th layer, on the Abyss Town's professional forum, a video caused a huge sensation. This video was the one shot by Li Kai showing the process of Fong Fong and the others fighting the Hell Wolf. The matter of the Hell Wolf being slain had already stirred up quite a commotion on the professional forum. Once this video was released, the result was naturally predictable. In less than 10 minutes, its view count exceeded 10 million, and the comments had already reached several million. Wow, it really was my girlfriend who killed the Hell Wolf? Although the footage has been processed, it is indeed him. It's a pity that the damage from that last punch was pixelated. Yeah, I wonder how much damage the big shot dealt with that final punch. Looking at the skills, both the little rich girl from the Su family and Sister Jiang have also made their moves. It seems that the formations and domains they released must have caused quite a bit of damage, right? Even so, that's still terrifying. This is a Lord-level boss, and a single punch probably deals over 10,000 damage. And how did his position suddenly change? It looks really impressive. This skill is somewhat similar to the summoner's position swap. There's a certain similarity. It's simply too fierce. They killed the Lord-level boss in less than half a minute. Is he really from our batch? The professionals on the forum were all envious and jealous. Fong Feng's displayed strength was so overwhelming that many felt that the top spot on this year's Zhongbei University admission list would likely belong to him. It's worth noting that currently, on the leaderboard, Zhang Hao and Sumuyu are sharing the 1st and 2nd places. Fong Fong is only in 3rd place. Zhang Hao and Sumuyu have each completed their 4th transfer tasks, with Zhang Hao currently a level 120 priest of the 4th transfer. Sumuyu is a level 119 Phoenix Mage of the 4th transfer, just one level apart. Meanwhile, Fong Fong has still not completed his transfer task, so he remains at level 119 of the 3rd transfer. However, once this video is released, everyone feels that it's only a matter of time before Fong Fong surpasses the other two. After all, Sumuyu has been leveling up alongside Fong Fong, which is why she has her current ranking, so it's only a matter of time before Fong Fong surpasses her. With only 5 days left until the end of the Zhongbei University admissions, many people are holding back their energy, eager to continue improving their rankings. After all, even a single rank increase on the leaderboard could determine whether you can join Zhongbei University. While the professionals in Abyss Town were still excited about the Hell Wolf King, Fong Fong had already brought Jiang Yishui to the vortex in the 3rd layer of the abyss. The two exchanged glances, and Fong said, "If you turn back now, it's not too late. To be honest, you really don't need to go in. I don't know what the situation is like in the 4th layer. I may not be able to protect you." Jiang Yishui, however, replied seriously, "This is my own choice, and I'm your senior sister. I don't necessarily need your protection. Moreover, before Muyu left, she specifically asked me to take good care of you. If I don't go, how can I take care of you?" Hearing this, Fong Fong didn't bother to say more. He turned around and walked directly into the vortex. Jiang Yishui followed closely behind. The two entered the vortex one after the other. Meanwhile, at the garrison stationed above Abyss Town, they almost simultaneously lost track of the two. The 4th and 5th layers of the abyss are untraceable. Mentor Qian He and Bei Jiangnan watched this scene in silence. Instead, Lu Feng, who was standing nearby, suddenly asked a very interesting question. "Sir, I have a question that has troubled me for a long time. Why can't we investigate the 4th and 5th layers of the abyss? The powerful beings who transformed the abyss into this way back then, why didn't they choose to destroy it directly? After all, with their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to slay the Demon Lord, right?" The other guards looked at Bei Jiangnan, clearly puzzled as to why this hadn't been done. Moreover, the abyss is not only present in their Zhongbei city. Nowadays, many provincial capital cities in Manhwa have abyss areas near their main cities. The overall situation is quite similar. It's just that the number of open layers varies. Yet, not a single abyss area has been completely destroyed. This question is likely something many professionals are curious about. However, Bei Jiangnan did not answer. He merely glanced at Lu Feng without saying much. Lu Feng naturally understood that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. At that moment, they no longer spoke. When Fong Fong and Jiang Yishui were able to see their surroundings clearly, they had almost reached the exit of the vortex. In front of them was a gray barrier, and beyond it lay a sea of fiery red. It seemed to be filled with molten lava. The two exchanged a glance and then stepped together through the gray barrier. Almost the moment they set foot in the 4th layer of the abyss, a series of furious roars echoed throughout the layer. Both were taken aback, surprised that entering this 4th layer would provoke such a strong reaction. It seemed as if the Demon Lord had sensed their arrival. As they left the vortex and looked around, they saw nothing but lava. They were standing on a stone platform barely 3 meters in diameter, with the nearest platform at least 10 meters away. Lava surrounded them, and there were hardly any platforms, let alone monsters. My father said that there are rarely small monsters in this 4th layer. Most are boss level and quite formidable. Let's search, we should be able to find something. Fong Fong nodded and the two cautiously made their way in one direction. Meanwhile, in the fifth layer of the abyss, Lu Zi stood at the edge of a red formation, adjusting her clothes while frowning. Behind her, Li Jian looked pale, his eyes filled with disdain as he watched Lu Zi. Outside the red formation, the lava churned continuously, revealing a massive creature twisting its body, appearing restless and agitated. I ask you, are there any strange professions among this batch of adventurers? What could make the demon lord so anxious? Lu Zi spoke up. Li Jian spat in response. Why would I tell you? You're also an adventurer, yet you've willingly fallen into depravity by joining the Anti-Alliance. Do you think I would tell you? Lu Zi turned to look at Li Jian and smiled. Young people really do have spirit. Just now, you were so eager. Weren't you having fun with your sister? Despicable. Anger flashed in Li Jian's eyes. However, at that moment, he felt utterly weak. He could hardly stand, let alone kill. Lu Zi, however, smiled and said, despicable or not, as long as I can get what I want, I don't care. Sister has plenty of ways to make you talk. With that, Lu Zi waved her hand and a cloud of green powder flew out. Li Jian's face turned pale with fear, but he couldn't evade it. The next moment, his eyes became vacant, as if he had lost his mind. I ask you, are there any strange hidden professions among this batch of adventurers? No. Li Jian replied dully. Lu Zi frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. If there were no strange hidden professions, why would the demon lord be so restless? She had been in this place for 3 years. The adventurers from the previous 2 generations hadn't caused such a stir. Thinking of this, Lu Zi asked, do you know why the demon lord is so anxious? Lu Zi didn't hold out much hope, as she herself couldn't figure it out. It was just a casual question. To her surprise, Li Jian spoke up. It should be because of the Slayer's wings. Adventurer is carrying the Slayer's wings. Lu Zi was taken aback and quickly asked, who is it? Fong Fong. Fong Fong? Lu Zi frowned upon hearing the name. She was unaware of the rankings outside and had never heard of this person. To dare carry the Slayer's wings into the abyss for training, it seems this person has some strength. But if he dares to ruin my plans, then he shouldn't blame me for being rude. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Zi's eyes as she contemplated how to deal with Fong Fong. Suddenly, she noticed something. Outside this lava space, a black shadow suddenly appeared. The black shadow moved with incredible speed, clinging to the rock wall, and in just a few moments, it entered the lava space. Once it stopped, Lu Zi finally saw it. It was a pure black cat. The cat was enormous, like a calf. Clinging to the rock wall, its eyes, like black crystals, stared at the lava as if listening to something. At this moment, Li Jian's gaze gradually returned to normal, and he shouted at Lu Zi in anger. What exactly did you do to me? Lu Zi replied calmly without turning her head. Don't be nervous, I just gave you a little medicine. I'm a hidden class, a charming alchemist. Remember not to argue next time or you'll have to take more medicine. It seems I won't have to take action myself this time. The demon lord is angry too. That Fong Fong is probably in trouble. Hearing this, Li Jian quickly looked over. He immediately saw the strange black cat, but he didn't recognize what it was. What is that thing? Lu Zi laughed upon hearing this. It's a dark cat demon, a loyal follower of the demon lord. Don't be fooled by its cat-like appearance. It looks gentle and cute, but those eyes are extremely powerful. Legend has it that it can drag professionals into the illusions it weaves and torture them to death. The demon lord sent it here. It seems that Fong Fong has entered the 4th layer. I need to go see the excitement. You just stay here and wait for me to come back, and when I return, I'll take good care of you. Li Jian's eyes were filled with anger, but he could do nothing. Soon, the black cat demon left. Lu Zi also activated the red formation and followed it out, leaving Li Jian alone. Li Jian struggled helplessly several times but found no exit, collapsing to the ground in despair. He couldn't understand why there was such a woman in the 5th layer of the abyss. What was her purpose for being here? As Li Jian pondered, suddenly the lava below began to churn. Then he saw a pair of wings like iron armor emerging from the lava. The wings were wrapped in some lava, and as they shook, they gently poured the lava onto the side of the rock wall. After the lava was poured onto the wall, it changed color. One area turned a transparent fiery red. Inside, he could vaguely see a fist-sized creature curled up inside. It seemed to be an egg. Seeing this scene, Li Jian immediately understood. He finally realized why Lu Zi had been hiding here all these years. That was clearly an egg. An egg of a Lord-level orange monster. What did that mean? If he could take this egg out, it would be worth a fortune. Countless beast tamers and summoners would go crazy for it. Beast tamers find it easy to fail in controlling monsters, while the success rate is highest for controlling juvenile monsters and unhatched eggs. Summoners conceal monsters in scrolls and summon them during battle. And this Lord-level orange monster egg, once raised, could yield a Lord-level monster in the future. This was something many beast tamers wanted. In the eyes of beast tamers and summoners, this was a priceless treasure. However, Li Jian suddenly thought of a question. Isn't that dead woman a charming alchemist? She's not a beast tamer. Why has she been guarding this egg for so many years? Could she be guarding it for someone else? Who could it be? Li Jian couldn't figure it out. The 4th layer of the abyss. Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue ventured deeper along the lava platform for about 500 meters. Finally, a passage appeared ahead, and to their surprise, land emerged deep within it. On that land lay a massive creature resembling a crocodile. As they focused their gaze, they immediately saw the creature's information. Fire pattern crocodile, abyss demon. Class rank, Lord level, orange level, LV.145 attack power, 100,000 health, 250,000 physical defense, 100,000 passive. Skill, tough skin, damage taken reduced by 30%. Passive skill, negative immunity, abyss demon class monsters are immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skills, lava spray, tear, tail whip. Looking at the attributes of this boss, Fong Fong couldn't help but be astonished. Indeed, compared to the projection of the Hell Wolf, the true Lord level boss had significantly stronger attributes, especially the fire pattern crocodile's physical defense, which was astonishingly as high as its attack power at 100,000. If an ordinary person encountered this, they would likely be unable to kill it. After all, with such defense, it would be nearly impossible to slay it without a team working together. How about we switch to another one? This one's defense is too high, Jiang Yishue suggested, her concern evident. Although Fong Fong was powerful, this was a genuine Lord-level boss. She believed she absolutely couldn't defeat this fire pattern crocodile unless they gathered a team and spent an hour or two on it. However, Fong Fong waved his hand. No need, we finally found one, so let's not be polite. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, Fong Fong charged forward, and seeing this, Jiang Yishue quickly cast a buff on him. She then followed closely behind. Fong Fong instantly activated the insect fusion and the slayer wings. His figure transformed into a streak of light heading straight for the fire pattern crocodile. The moment Fong Fong summoned the slayer wings, the fire pattern crocodile became enraged. This equipment was simply too hate-inducing. Before Fong Fong could get close, the crocodile turned its head and opened its massive mouth, spewing a torrent of lava. Even though Fong Fong had incredible defense, he didn't want to take that lava head on. Although his defense was absolutely fine, being hit by that lava was no joke. Just then, Jiang Yishue suddenly shouted, "Astrology shield." As her words fell, Fong Fong saw several starlights appear before him. These starlights quickly condensed, forming a shield. "Hurry over, it won't hold for long," Jiang Yishue urged. Hearing this, Fong Fong changed direction and dodged the lava, heading straight for the fire pattern crocodile. The lava spewed out by the crocodile dissolved Jiang Yishue's astrology shield in just 2 seconds. However, Jiang Yishue immediately cast a slow formation, enveloping the fire pattern crocodile. At this moment, Fong Fong, aided by the slayer wings, had already charged close. Seeing this, the massive tail of the fire pattern crocodile swung towards him, colliding with Fong Feng's fist. However, Fong Feng's attack power was no joke. With one punch, the thick tail instantly broke, and the fire pattern crocodile was already dead. A damage value popped up to 10 million. Looking at the damage, Fong Fong couldn't help but be astonished. Usually able to deal nearly 300 million damage, this time he only dealt 2.1 million. But there was nothing to be done. The fire pattern crocodile was indeed a high defense boss. With the tough skin skill reducing defense, being able to kill it with one punch was already quite impressive. Jiang Yishue watched the fire pattern crocodile fall, her heart filled with shock. She didn't expect Fong Fong to be so fierce. Facing a genuine Lord-level boss, he could still deal such exaggerated damage. One has to ask, how many people can achieve such damage? At this moment, Fong Fong had already collected the items dropped by the fire pattern crocodile and flew back. How about we distribute the items after they go out? Jiang Yishue looked at Fong Fong in a daze, and only then did her pretty face flush as she spoke. It's all good, you're the main force, so it's up to you whether I get anything or not. After all, you have experience. Moreover, with your strength, you don't need me to take care of you. Muyu is just too concerned about you. Fong Fong replied. I actually don't need anyone to take care of me. However, your shield just now was very timely. I take back what I said, you are qualified to be here. After the items go out, we'll split them 50-50. Before Fong Fong could finish his sentence, a series of roars suddenly rang in his ears. Almost simultaneously, 4 or 5 figures rushed out from that passage. Looking around, they were all Lord-level bosses. Jiang Yishue's calm expression changed in an instant. Run! Instinctively, Jiang Yishue grabbed Fong Fong to dodge. However, Fong Fong held her hand down, his eyes filled with determination. The ones who should run are them. I was just worried about not finding a boss. This time, the job change task is promising. Status. Fong Fong called out, then activated the Slayer wings again and flew towards the 5 Lord-level bosses. At this moment, Jiang Yishue also reacted. Yes, why should they run? With Fong Feng's fighting power of taking one punch for each, they were like wolves entering a sheep pen. It was these Lord-level bosses that should be running. Jiang Yishue realized that she still hadn't fully adapted to Fong Feng's combat power. Her first instinct was still to flee. This guy is too fierce. When he enrolls in school later, I'm afraid I won't encounter such teammates again. Jiang Yishue muttered to herself. Clearly, she was a dual role class similar to a mage, both attack and support. But in front of Fang Feng, she was pushed into the support role. However, looking at Fang Feng's invincible stance, Zhang Yixue couldn't help but smile. It would be great if it could always be like this. I support you, you output. It seems quite romantic. What are you still dawdling for? Status. Fang Feng's shout interrupted Zhang Yixue's thoughts. Her pretty face flushed as she realized she had zoned out, hurriedly applying the status to Fang Feng while also casting a slow skill. As Fang Feng charged out, he had already taken a quick glance at the 5 bosses in front of him. It was quite a coincidence. He actually found a very familiar figure among these 5 bosses. It was none other than the Hell Wolf itself. Besides that, there were 4 others: a fire pattern crocodile, a lava giant beast, a lava bone dragon, and a bone sword tiger. What a pity there are no insect-type bosses. Fang Feng felt quite helpless. His perfect control skills were almost rusting. This trip to the abyss had reached the 4th layer, and he still hadn't seen a single insect-type monster. It was truly frustrating. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by Fang Feng, because charging at the front, the lava bone dragon was already flying towards him. The lava bone dragon clearly had no wings but could fly, which surprised Fang Feng. He focused his gaze, and the information about the lava bone dragon popped up. Lava bone dragon, abyss demon class rank, lord level, orange level, LV.145 attack power, 150000 health, 250000 physical defense, 70,000 magical defense, 70,000 passive skill. Dragon flight, as a dragon can fly, passive skill. Negative immunity, abyss demon class monsters can be immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skills: bone dragon tail swipe, tornado technique, bone dragon charge. Fang Feng looked at the skills, still somewhat taken aback. However, the next moment, the bone dragon opened its massive mouth directly towards Fang Feng, and a strong wind swept Fang Feng to the side. This was clearly the tornado technique. Yet Fang Feng saw that the direction he was being blown towards was actually that of the skeletal sword tiger. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This is fucking giving himself an assist. Fang Feng. Zhang Yixue saw Fang Feng being swept towards the boss group by the tornado spell and immediately panicked. Fang Feng hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over, act according to the situation." Zhang Yixue was very worried, but thinking of Fang Feng's strength, she could only grit her teeth and not go over. Moreover, she noticed a strange situation. Among the 5 bosses, the Hell Wolf was not attacking at all. Instead, it stood at a distance watching, as if this matter had nothing to do with it. However, at this moment, the fire pattern crocodile had already spewed flames directly at Fang Feng. Zhang Yixue did not dare to be negligent and once again cast the astrological shield to block it. In just those 2 seconds, Fang Feng had already been swept close to the bone sword tiger by the tornado spell. The bone sword tiger seemed not to expect that Fang Feng would be swept to its side. Before it could react, Fang Feng threw a punch. Without even checking the attributes of the bone sword tiger, a damage value instantly appeared. 290 million. Looking at the value, Fang smiled and said, "Looks like this guy's defense isn't that great." 4 left. After saying that, Fang Feng accelerated and rushed towards the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon's tornado spell did not deal damage, it was really troublesome to be thrown off course. Fang Feng was not far from it at this moment, and after a few steps, he was close to it. Grabbing the skeleton on the bone dragon, he climbed onto its back. The bone dragon sensed Fang Feng moving back and forth on its back, and its massive body occasionally slammed against the walls, causing many rocks to fall. Meanwhile, the fire pattern crocodile was constantly searching for Fang Feng, and it was clear that these bosses did not understand how to cooperate. A lot of lava from the fire pattern crocodile sprayed directly onto the bone dragon. The bone dragon was already furious about having a human on its back. After being attacked by the fire pattern crocodile, it swiped its tail directly at the fire pattern crocodile's body. The fire pattern crocodile was enraged and actually bit down on the bone dragon's tail. The 2 bosses became entangled with each other. The bone dragon was very peculiar. Fang Feng discovered that the entire body of the bone dragon was made of bones. It couldn't take damage at all. Even if the fire pattern crocodile bit off half of the bone dragon's tail, it did not cause any damage. Just when he was at a loss about how to attack, Zhang Yixue shouted from a distance, "The head! There's a dragon soul in the bone dragon's head." Fang Feng steadied himself and indeed saw a burning dragon soul in the bone dragon's head. But at that moment, he was in the middle of the bone dragon and couldn't reach it at all. In a moment of desperation, Fang Feng directly placed his palm on the bone dragon's body. Instantly, the nano-poison insects and fire spike insect emperor crawled along the bone dragon's body towards the front. In an instant, the 2 types of insects extended like 2 threads towards the bone dragon's head. At this moment, the bone dragon and the fire pattern crocodile were biting each other. The nano-poison insects and fire spike insect emperor also crawled onto the fire pattern crocodile. Fang Feng held tightly onto the bone dragon's body, and in less than 5 seconds, the bone dragon and the fire pattern crocodile actually collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. At the same time, many lights burst forth, clearly indicating They were completely dead. Fong Fong crawled out from the bone dragon's remains, looking at the lights scattered on the ground, feeling very excited. He glanced at his task and found that he had already completed 5. 1 projection of the Hell Wolf plus this times Bone Sword Tiger, Bone Dragon, and 2 Fire Pattern Crocodiles. This made his hidden task complete halfway. He also took a look at his experience points. Fong Fong was pleasantly surprised to find that his experience had actually reached level 122. This time, the 4 bosses had directly allowed him to level up by 2 levels. Compared to the previous projection of the Hell Wolf, the experience gained from this true Lord level boss was indeed much higher. Jiang Yishua, seeing that Fong Fong was fine, also breathed a sigh of relief, completely unaware that she had also leveled up by 1 level, reaching level 151. If it were any other time, she would surely be excited for a long while. You see, at her level of strength, each upgrade requires a massive amount of experience. If it weren't for following Fong Fong to the 4th layer of the abyss, even if she could gather a team to level up, it would take weeks to level up just once. Fong Fong, be careful. There's another one. Jiang Yishua shouted, her eyes glued to Fong Fong. She couldn't help but feel a bit anxious about his safety. At the same time, she was also a little scared, afraid that she might really lose control and fall for Fong Fong. After all, Sumuyu also liked him. Wasn't she being a plastic friend by doing this? Fong Fong, of course, had no idea what she was thinking. He turned to look at the Hell Wolf. Seeing this creature's true form, Fong Fong felt a bit of anticipation. He didn't know how difficult this creature would be to deal with. After all, the Hell Domain and the Wolf's Roar skill were both Fong Feng's weaknesses. The Hell Wolf was also looking at Fong Fong, clearly recognizing him. Fong Fong pursed his lips and took a step forward. Who would have thought that the Hell Wolf would suddenly turn and run? It had no intention of fighting Fong Fong at all. Fong Fong was taken aback, thinking, what is going on? This guy is running away? Jiang Yishua was also dumbfounded. This was a Lord-level boss, and it chose to flee upon seeing Fong Fong. Was this really a Lord-level boss? Fong Fong didn't react for a moment, and when he saw the Hell Wolf run more than 10 meters away, he hurried to chase after it. Jiang Yishua also ran over, ready to catch up with Fong Fong. However, just then, the Hell Wolf suddenly stopped, its body freezing in place. Then, Fong Fong and Jiang Yishua were shocked to see the Hell Wolf's body starting to burn from the inside out. In an instant, it was engulfed by flames. In less than 2 minutes, the Hell Wolf's body was completely consumed by the fire, not even leaving behind bones. Since they hadn't killed it, the Hell Wolf didn't drop any items. Fong Fong glanced at his class change task. The completion rate was still 5. Clearly, the Hell Wolf's tragic death didn't count for him. Why is there still monster stealing? Are there other players in this 4th layer? Fong Fong frowned. Wasn't it said that the 4th and 5th layers were not open to the public? How could there be monster stealing quests happening here? Moreover, it was an instant kill. The other party's strength must not be weak. As the two were pondering, they saw that as the Hell Wolf's body collapsed, a black shadow appeared on the ground in front of the passage. The shadow was crouching, staring straight at them. Both of them were dumbfounded when they took a closer look. Wasn't that a black cat? Fong Fong looked at Jiang Yishua and asked, did you bring a cat in? Jiang Yishua shook her head. I never keep cats. And does this black cat look like a pet to you? That Hell Wolf was probably its doing. Hearing this, Fong Feng's gaze returned to the black cat. At the same time, a piece of information popped up. Dark Cat Demon, Abyss Demon type rank, Lord level, Orange level, LV.150 attack. Power, 0 health, 50,000 physical defense, 3,000 magical defense, 3,000 passive skill, intelligence mastery, Cursed Cat Demon. Extremely high intelligence bonus, possesses wisdom not inferior to that of humans, passive skill, negative immunity, Abyss Demon type. Monster, immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active skill, Cat Demon's Eye. Looking at the information, Fong was quite surprised. Jiang Yishua clearly had never seen a Lord-level boss with such attributes. Why does this Cat Demon have no attack power? And its health and defense are so weak. How did it get rated to Lord level? And did it really kill that Hell Wolf? Fong shook his head. I don't know, but this guy's aura doesn't seem like it's just for show. That active skill, Cat Demon Eye, is probably not to be underestimated. We still have to be careful. Before Fong could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw the dark Cat Demon stand up from its crouching position. Almost simultaneously, 2 cat eyes, like black crystals, emitted a powerful black light. Fong had never seen such pitch-black eyes, especially since these eyes belonged to a black cat, which made the cat appear even more sinister. A cat demon rated at the Lord level, Orange, was clearly not comparable to a house cat. Sure enough, the moment Fong Feng's words were interrupted, the two were shocked to see that around the black cat demon, a darkness like ink began to emerge. The blackness surged towards them like a tide, centered around the cat demon. The two could only watch as their surroundings gradually turned black. It was pitch dark and they could see nothing. Only because they were together could they see each other. Apart from that, the entire world had turned black. The walls, the ground, the lava, everything had vanished. Even the dark cat demon was gone. At the same time, in the distance of the passage, Lu Zi was standing behind a rock wall. She could see clearly that after Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue locked eyes with the dark cat demon, they gradually disappeared from their original spot. She didn't know where they had gone. Lu Zi smiled and said, "How foolish, daring to barge into the fourth layer of the abyss without knowing anything. The eyes of the dark cat demon or something. You can see?" As she spoke, she turned to hide, as the dark cat demon had already begun to walk back. It seemed to be preparing to report back. If she walked in front, there was a risk of exposure, so it was safer to follow behind the cat demon. In the dark space, Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue had no idea what was happening at that moment. In this dark space, they could see nothing at all. There was no way to call for help since they entered the fourth layer of the abyss. All communication with the outside world had been cut off. They couldn't even send a message. Fortunately, apart from the darkness, there were no immediate deadly threats around them. Fong Fong signaled Jiang Yishue to stay calm while he reviewed the materials. He had studied in high school. He was certain that he had not learned anything about the abyss during high school. The situation in the abyss was not something that could be encountered in high school. He hurriedly asked Jiang Yishue, "Did you study any information about the abyss in university?" Jiang Yishue shook her head. "No, the first year of university was mainly about the mentor filling in the gaps based on each person's profession. The second year was for practical training, and in the third year we started executing tasks. Only then would we systematically introduce the entire situation of Longwa, including various secret realms and dungeons. The abyss was introduced at that time. However, the first 3 layers of the abyss are not very dangerous, so most people can come here to level up. The third year mainly explained the situations of the fourth and fifth layers of the abyss. Moreover, the conditions of the abyss dungeons near each provincial city are quite different." Fong Fong frowned. If even Jiang Yishue didn't know the background of this cat demon, it would be difficult. They didn't even know where they were, so naturally, they had no way to figure it out. Jiang Yishue was very nervous, but she tried hard to suppress it so as not to affect Fong Fong. Fong Fong looked around. It was still pitch black. He took Jiang Yishue's hand and walked in one direction for a while. Then he realized that this place seemed endless. They had walked for a full 10 minutes, yet the front still showed no signs of an end. "It seems we are not in an illusion. Some powerful demon beasts are said to have illusion abilities. But we are in a passage, and if it were an illusion, we should have hit a rock wall by now after walking for so long. It seems this is a space of its own," Fong Fong said. Jiang Yishue responded, "If it is a space of its own, it must have a size. Let me try." As Jiang Yishue spoke, she directly cast the astrology formation, extending it in all directions. "Can this formation expand infinitely?" Fong Fong asked in surprise. He remembered that the range of Jiang Yishue's astrology formation was limited. Jiang Yishue replied, "The astrology formation originates from astrology and can theoretically expand infinitely, but my strength is limited. Once it expands, the damage will weaken. In the end, it will only serve as a reconnaissance function, but that ability is also weak. If the opponent uses advanced stealth, it won't be able to detect them. However, it's just right for probing the size of the space." Fong Fong nodded. "The astrology profession is too mysterious, and there are too many directions to take. Unless you spend a long time with someone and they are willing to share, you could spend years with an astrologer without knowing what skills they possess. This is normal, after all, no one would easily reveal their secrets. For example, Fong Fong would never just say to someone, 'My bugs can split. Hey, I'm a beast master of the insect tribe, my bugs can split.' He would just be seen as a fool." Jiang Yishue maintained the formation for only 5 minutes before cold sweat broke out on her delicate face. It wasn't too tiring, but rather frightening. In 5 minutes, the range of her formation had already reached the size of a deep abyss town. Yet, she still couldn't feel where the boundaries of this space were. In other words, the space they were in seemed to have no boundaries. Fong Fong signaled her to stop. This might just be the truth. This space indeed had no boundaries. Jiang Yishue couldn't help but feel a bit desperate. Looking at the surrounding dark space and then at Fong Fong, she suddenly didn't know what to say. However, she felt somewhat calm inside. It didn't seem too bad to die here with Fong Fong. Fong Fong had no idea what Jiang Yishue was thinking. He felt that this place probably wouldn't be so simple. Just as he was contemplating a countermeasure, a sudden loud boom echoed, as if something had fallen to the ground. But it was too dark around them to see anything. Jiang Yishue was startled and quickly grabbed Fong Feng's shirt. Fong Fong signaled her not to be nervous. However, another loud boom followed, as if something else had fallen nearby. Fong Feng's heart raced. What the hell was happening nearby that he couldn't see or touch? Since he couldn't see, he decided to strike. First, Fong Fong thought of instantly releasing the nano poison bugs and the fire sting bug king. At the same time, he commanded the armored ant king to form layers of defense around them, encircling the two. No matter what trouble arose, it was better to endure a round of bug bites first. Fong Fong controlled the nano poison bugs and the fire sting bug king to surge out in all directions. With over 60,000 bugs combined, as long as they didn't spread too far apart, they could form a seamless wave of attack around them. The two types of bugs surged out for about 10 meters. Suddenly, a voice rang in Fong Feng's mind. Ding! You lost 10 nano poison bugs. The nano poison bugs are splitting. Ding! You lost 20 fire sting bug kings. The fire sting bug kings are splitting. Ding! You lost 1 armored ant king. The armored ant king is splitting. Hearing the system's notifications, Fong Fong instantly confirmed that something had indeed appeared around them. It seemed that these things hadn't appeared when Zhang Yixue was probing earlier. But what exactly were these things? Just as Fong Fong was pondering, he suddenly saw a flame light up in the darkness ahead. It shot towards their position like a fire dragon. However, they were surrounded by the armored ant kings, so the flames couldn't reach them at all. But through this fire, Fong Fong and the others could see everything around them clearly. The two of them were instantly stunned. Borrowing the light of the flames, Fong Fong and his companion were shocked to see, in the hundreds of meters around them, there were densely packed demon beasts. Indeed, they were packed so tightly that there was no way for water to leak through. Moreover, looking around, these demon beasts were surprisingly uniform. All the demon beasts fell into just 5 categories. They were hellish evil wolf, fire, pattern crocodile, lava giant beast, lava bone dragon, and bone sword tiger. Only these 5 types of lord-level bosses, and not even a single small monster was present. The flames were not actually flames but lava spewed out by the fire pattern crocodile. The temperature of this lava was so high that it ignited the surrounding air, forming a flame that resembled a fire dragon. At this moment, Fong had released the nano poison bugs in Fire Spike Bug King, which had already collided with these bosses. Countless fire pattern crocodiles spewed out lava, illuminating the surroundings even more brightly. Fong also saw several bone sword tigers lying on the ground, clearly dead. But strangely, nothing had dropped, not even the most basic material, demon crystal. At the same time, he did not hear the system prompt indicating he had gained experience. Zhang Yixue was stunned by the scene around her and pulled Fong, saying, "Why are there so many bosses? There probably aren't this many bosses combined in the abyss. What should we do now?" Even though Fong was powerful, he was somewhat shocked in the face of this tide of lord-level bosses. However, he was still confident in his strength. Even with their numbers, he was not afraid. After all, his bugs could split. Even if he had to expend resources and fight these lord-level bosses head-on, he could at least hold out for a long time. What puzzled him was why these bosses did not yield experience or items upon death. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that these bosses were illusions? Not real? Speaking of illusions, Fong recalled that during his job change in the Fire Spikebug dungeon, apart from the Fire Spikebug King, the others were all illusions. So, he was not unfamiliar with illusions. What was strange was how there could be the ability to create illusions in this abyss. Could it be that dark cat demon? Did its cat demon eye have the ability to create illusions? Fong felt it was very possible. He focused on one of the fire pattern crocodiles. At that moment, the nano poison bugs were frantically biting this fire pattern crocodile. Fong was astonished to discover that this fire pattern crocodile was actually poisoned. Damage values kept popping up above its head. 3000, 40003500. This discovery further confirmed his suspicions. It should be noted that all the abyss monsters he had faced before were immune to poison, but this time, in this dark space, these abyss monsters could actually be poisoned. That was enough to indicate that these monsters were different from true abyss monsters. It seems we have fallen into a secret realm created by that cat demon. These bosses are not real. Although they have attack power in some aspects, they are different from true abyss bosses. But there are too many of them. We probably won't be able to hold out for long, Zhang Yixue said. The sheer number was their biggest trouble. However, Fong laughed at her words. "I've never been afraid of numbers." Saying this, Fong waved his hand. Immediately, the Fire Spike Bug King was directly recalled. At the same time, the nano poison bugs began to gather, and after a moment, they piled up like a small mountain. Then Fong activated a skill he hadn't used in a long time. Toxic mist spreading. As the nano poison bugs began to release toxic mist, a large area of purple mist spread out like a tide in all directions. Zhang Yixue was shocked to see that any boss that came into contact with the toxic mist, a series of damage values would instantly appear above the boss's head. Although each one wasn't very high, only around 3,000 to 4,000, but there were so many of them. A continuous stream of damage values was like it was free. Every boss would inevitably collapse within 2 to 3 seconds at the shortest, or 4 to 5 seconds at the longest. The purple toxic mist swept through like autumn winds, scattering leaves, causing boss after boss to fall, while the nano poison insects continued to release toxic mist in place. The scene left her utterly dumbfounded. Fong was even more regretful. If only these bosses had experience too. With this many, I could probably take on the 5th transfer task as soon as I finish the 4th. It's a pity that these bosses don't give experience. Zhang Yixue didn't even think about the experience issue. Looking at the shocking scene before her, she realized how little she understood Fong. Although she was surprised when Fong summoned so many insects back then, she Never imagined that the real strength of these insects lay in the toxic mist. Just releasing some toxic mist had directly wiped out a large number of bosses. Previously, it was only those bosses and small monsters that were immune to poison, otherwise, the entire abyss dungeon would have been slaughtered clean by Fong Fong long ago. Outside, Lu Zi followed behind the dark cat demon, seeing that they were approaching the entrance to the 5th layer of the abyss. Suddenly, the dark cat demon seemed to go mad, writhing in pain on the spot. Lu Zi was startled and quickly hid to watch. She noticed that the black mist on the dark cat demon suddenly surged, rushing towards its eyes. Blood tears began to flow from the dark cat demon's eyes. It looked incredibly painful. The eyes of this dark cat demon create a space. Those drawn in will suffer endless attacks until they are killed. Why is it bleeding from its eyes this time? What did those two do inside? Lu Zi was puzzled, but she saw the dark cat demon gradually calming down as the black mist surged into its eyes. It seemed to stabilize, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the dark cat demon did not continue forward, but squatted down, seemingly focused on dealing with the two people it had drawn in earlier. Seeing this, Lu Zi had no choice but to wait in place. The dark cat demon was blocking the entrance to the 5th layer. It wouldn't go in, and Lu Zi couldn't enter either. I think I have a judgment on the ability of this dark cat demon. Its eyes should be able to create a space, pulling us in. At the same time, it will create things based on the most important memories in your mind to kill those drawn in. For example, what I was thinking about before was completing the transfer task, and the bosses I had in mind were these lord-level bosses. So after we came in, we were attacked by these bosses. Fong Fong explained. Jiang Yishue suddenly realized that it really seemed to be the case. But I wasn't thinking about these bosses, Jiang Yishue suddenly said. Fong Fong was taken aback and replied, then it might have created these monsters based on the memories in my mind first. By the way, what were you thinking about before? Tell me, so we can be prepared. Jiang Yishue's face flushed at his words. She couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she admit that she was thinking about him? It was too embarrassing for a girl to say. Fong Fong noticed her hesitation and was about to press for an answer when he suddenly froze. He realized that the remaining bosses around them had all disappeared. Almost simultaneously, the toxic mist also dissipated. But soon, figures began to appear around them. When Fong Fong saw these figures, he was instantly dumbfounded. Isn't that just each one of myself? Exactly the same as me. He instantly understood and looked at Jiang Yishue beside him. Were you thinking of me before? No way. Jiang Yishue's face turned red, feeling a mix of shame and anger at being seen through by Fong Fong. Yes. You're so outstanding and handsome. How could I not think of you? Muyu, everyone says I can pursue you. Can't I just think about it? You should find a way to deal with your duplicates first. Jiang Yishue turned her head and said no more. Fong Fong, however, felt a chill run down his spine. Dealing with a group of himself was something he had never considered. How on earth could he handle that? The most crucial question was, would these duplicates also have an army of tens of thousands of bugs? If so, what's the point of playing around? Jiang Yishue clearly thought of this issue and hurriedly asked, these copies of you, they won't have that many bugs, right? There are at least 100 of you here. If they all have that many bugs, can you handle it? Fong Fong shook his head. In silence. What do you think? Even if there are only 100 of me, and each has 60,000 bugs, that adds up to 6 million. I'm afraid even if you brought a whole truckload of insecticide, it wouldn't be enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishue was also stunned. 6 million bugs, what kind of concept is that? It might not even be possible to fit that many bugs in this space. Fong Fong looked at the countless indifferent expressions of the clones walking step by step towards them. His heart was tense to the extreme. Even when facing monsters, he had never been this nervous, but facing so many of himself, he truly felt at a loss. But as he saw them getting closer, Fong Fong gritted his teeth and released the fire spike. Bug King and the nano poison bug. This time, he didn't dare to release the poison mist. He was afraid that once the poison mist was released, the other side would also release theirs, and when the two mists merged, it would be impossible to tell which was which. It could end up harming himself, and that would be troublesome. It was better to consume them with bugs. Just as Fong Fong released the nano poison bug and the fire spike bug, sure enough, those 100 clones also simultaneously released their bugs. The scale was indeed the worst outcome they had anticipated. Each person had a dense swarm of bugs in front of them, and indeed, each one could release over 60,000 bugs just like Fong Fong. And with 100 of them, that was 6 million bugs in an instant. Looking at the sea of bugs around him made Fong Feng's scalp tingle. Jiang Yishue directly buried her head in Fong Feng's arm, not daring to look. The sight of 6 million bugs would probably scare anyone, with even a slight fear of clusters, to death. Even Fong Fong, who didn't have a fear of clusters, was almost scared into developing one. He finally began to understand those bosses he had killed in an instant. It wasn't that they were weak. It was just that his own strength was too abnormal. Fong Fong was anxious, thinking about how to cope. However, the army of bugs had already begun to merge with each other. Like streams converging into a river, a vast sea of bugs surged towards them. Jiang Yishua pulled Fong Fong and said, Fong Fong, are we going to die? Don't talk nonsense, even if we die, I'll be in front of you, Fong Fong replied. At this moment he also felt somewhat powerless. Although his bugs hadn't collided with the sea of bugs yet, it was simply like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He probably couldn't even slow down the speed of the sea of bugs. 6 million was simply overwhelming compared to 60,000. Hearing Fong Feng's words, Jiang Yishua's heart completely sank. Her head was still buried in Fong Feng's arm as she said, if we die here, even if we have resurrection crystals on us, it won't matter. No one can take our resurrection crystals out. It seems there really is no hope, since we're all going to die. Saying this, Jiang Yishue gritted her teeth and said, I like you. You're so handsome and your strength is impressive. I really like you. With so many people at Zhongbei University, I haven't found anyone I liked. But you're different, you give me a very different feeling. If it weren't for Muyu also liking you, I would really pursue you. My god, I actually said that? After Jiang Yishue finished speaking, she couldn't believe it herself. She usually had a very aloof demeanor, as could be seen from how Li Yuan pursued her before. But now she had actually said such words. Fong Fong was speechless. What are you women thinking? We're all going to die, and you say you like me? Where were you earlier? Is it that I have to die without ever getting you? You two are really something. One teases people until they're anxious, then says I'm not even 18. One is about to die, telling me they like me. I said, next time you have such thoughts, can you say it in bed? Jiang Yishua said, hitting Fong Fong lightly. Muyu really spoke well, you pervert. Fong Fong replied, speechless. What man isn't a pervert? Do you understand a man's true nature? Besides, am I wrong? What good does it do to tell me now? There's not even enough time to take off your pants. I've repeatedly stated that I'm a scumbag who neither initiates nor refuses nor takes responsibility. But you all still wanna like me, am I wrong? Dating without the intention of without the purpose of marriage is just playing the fool. Don't you think you all are being foolish? Jiang Yishua was too lazy to listen to Fong Feng's twisted logic. I'm just expressing my thoughts, and I want to know if you like me, Fong Fong said. Even if I say I like you, does it matter? We're about to die, so do you like me or not? At least let me die with clarity, Jiang Yishua pressed. The thoughts of men and women before death were indeed different. Fong Fong couldn't be bothered to deal with her and casually replied, I like anyone I see, as long as they're not male, I like them. I say, young lady, stop talking nonsense, those bugs are coming, Fong Fong said. Jiang Yishue turned her head and indeed saw the army of bugs getting closer. They were already near the 60,000 bugs Fong Fong had released. Jiang Yishue had good eyesight and could even start to see the fuzz on those bugs. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Fong Feng's arm. Her heart felt completely cold. Just as Fong Fong was helplessly thinking about what else he could do before dying, suddenly both of them froze. They actually saw that the army of bugs had stopped. Even the hundreds of clones following behind had also halted. This scene left both of them a bit dumbfounded. But then they saw that the army of bugs and the hundreds of figures shattered like a puzzle. At the same time, the surrounding darkness also shattered. A wave of scorching heat surged back. The two looked in shock as the surrounding landscape reappeared as a lava terrain. There was even hot lava rolling. The scene before them and the darkness had collapsed in an instant. Lu Zi watched from the side, seeing it all clearly. The dark cat demon, which had been crouching on the ground, suddenly had its two black crystal-like eyes explode. The next moment, the dark cat demon collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu Zi was also dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened. But then she saw Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue appear. Clearly, the dark cat demon's secret realm had been destroyed. Along with it, it had died. What on earth is going on? Lu Zi was very puzzled. Fong and Jiang Yishue familiarized themselves with the surrounding environment and then saw the dark cat demon lying on the ground. Seeing that this guy was already dead, Jiang Yishue was immediately excited and hugged Fong Fong tightly. We don't have to die anymore, we don't have to die. Fong Fong, feeling the softness in his arms, hurriedly said, even if we don't have to, there's no need to be so excited. Also remember, next time you say you like me, find a comfortable place. To say it, like a tavern or hotel, I'll respect your boldness. Saying it here is too insincere. Jiang Yishue's face flushed at his words. She hit Fong Fong lightly, then changed the subject. Why did this cat demon suddenly die? And its eyes exploded. Fong Fong checked and found that the cat demon had no external injuries and said, oh, it's nothing, maybe the CPU burned out. It deserves it, daring to play with 6 million bugs. Does it really think bugs don't take up memory? What does it mean that the CPU burned? Jiang Yishue asked, puzzled. Fong Fong explained. This cat demon weaves its attack targets based on fragments of each person's memory. It possesses high intelligence and an impressive IQ, and its mental power is likely formidable as well. However, creating these attack targets also consumes a significant amount of mental energy. Those densely packed Lord-level bosses are clearly quite taxing, yet it managed to endure. But when it came to its own clones, trouble arose. 100 of its own clones resulted in a staggering 6 million bugs. What does that even mean? When the 6 million bugs are far away, it's manageable. But once they get close, the hairs on each bug must strive for realism. The mental energy consumption naturally increases. No wonder this dark cat demon, despite its weak strength, low health, and low defense, was still rated as a lord-level boss. This ability is indeed powerful. But no matter how strong, there must be a limit. The dark cat demon clearly didn't expect to split itself into over 60,000 bugs. As a result, it recklessly played itself to death. When its mental energy couldn't hold out anymore, it was doomed. Jiang Yixue found Fong Feng's explanation amusing. The dark cat demon died in such a way. It would be hard to believe if told. The dark cat demon was not directly slain by Fong Feng, so he didn't gain anything. Even the progress of the job change quest didn't change. Fong Feng looked around and saw no other lord bosses, so he called Jiang Yixue to prepare to leave and quickly search for a boss to complete the job change quest and return immediately. The monsters in the fourth layer of the abyss were indeed quite formidable. Staying longer would likely increase the danger. However, just as the two were about to leave, the ground of the entire fourth layer of the abyss suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, an incredibly huge roar echoed from all directions. This time, the distance seemed closer, they could hear it clearly. The sound was chilling and unsettling. Jiang Yixue's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly said, "That's the roar of the demon lord. Why has it been disturbed again?" Fong Feng was also confused. This time he hadn't summoned the wings of the Slayer, so logically, it shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Little did they know that the dark cat demon was sent by the demon lord. They had indirectly killed it, and the demon lord was naturally furious. "Let's hurry and leave," Jiang Yixue urged. Fong Feng frowned. "Where do we go? Although we know the general route, if we just leave like this, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Let's wait and see. We'll leave after completing the job change quest." Jiang Yixue nodded. For now, that was the only option. It seemed that the demon lord wouldn't come personally. After all, their strength was limited. They weren't high-level players, so the demon lord didn't need to come in person. Of course, if a high-level player did come, the demon lord would naturally not dare to show up, especially a 9th turn player. An 8th turn player might still dare to come around. The Slayer, who had fought to the death with it and perished together, was at the 8th turn level. It was just uncertain how much the demon lord's strength had recovered after all these years. Whether it had returned to the 8th turn level was unknown. While Fong Feng was pondering, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound around him. Huge figures began to emerge from the surrounding lava and passages. They were indeed lord-level bosses. Fong Feng looked and recognized the fire-pattern crocodile, the lava bone dragon, and even some lord-level bosses he had never seen before. Roughly counting, there were at least 7 or 8. These lord-level bosses seemed to have been summoned by the demon lord and were now surrounding the two of them to attack. The number of 7 or 8 is a bit too much. This is a genuine lord-level boss, not the illusions created by the cat demon. They are completely immune to deadly poison. If Fong Feng uses the divine insect fusion, he can deal with them. But if he does that, Jiang Yixue's situation will become dangerous. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. It is impossible for Fong Feng to deal with so many at once. If he misses 1 or 2, Jiang Yixue will be in trouble. It is known that with Jiang Yixue's strength, if she formed a team, she could hunt a lord-level boss and could take some time to kill it. But now, having her face it alone is clearly impossible. "Stay back," Fong Feng reminded, waving his hand, and immediately the nano-poison insects and fire sting insect king surged out. In the current situation, he could only afford to lose some insects to quickly slay these lord-level bosses. Although some insects would be lost, it would directly complete the job transfer task. Then he could make a quick escape. Who knows what else might happen if he stayed here any longer? Meanwhile, Lu Zi, who was originally watching the excitement from the side, changed her expression when she saw the tens of thousands of insects released by Fong Feng. First, she was shocked, then terrified, and finally, she revealed a look of ecstasy. So many insects, and they are actually nano-poison insects, a mythical level insect. What on earth is this kid's background? Even the population of nano-poison insects isn't this large. And that red insect, it's actually a leader level. Yellow, fire sting insect. I remember this kind of insect is clearly commander level. Blue. Did this kid evolve the fire sting insect? And there are tens of thousands of them at once? Lu Zi's eyes were filled with fervor. She wasn't coveting these insects. In fact, she was a charm alchemist and had no use for them. What she coveted was that if she handed Fong Feng over to Jiang Du, he would surely credit her with a great achievement. It might even improve her relationship with Jiang Du. It's quite unfortunate. Lu Zi is indeed Jiang Du's woman, and the only one at that. But in reality, Jiang Du never took her seriously. Back then, she managed to get Jiang Du through some means. Afterward, Jiang Du didn't kill her. Instead, he made her do things for him. However, Lu Zi was not satisfied with such treatment and wanted to truly become Jiang Du's woman to make him acknowledge her. But Lu Zi's talent was indeed average, and she couldn't compare to Jiang Du, so she had yet to achieve that. Instead, the gap in strength between the two continued to widen. Seeing Fong Feng's displayed strength, Lu Zi's mind began to wander. In the brief moment she was pondering, the nano-poison insects and fire sting insect king showcased their lethality. Although both types of insects suffered considerable losses against the 7 or 8 Lord bosses, their damage was also terrifying. In this short time, 3 Lord-level bosses had already fallen. Items exploded all over the ground and Fong Fong didn't bother to pick them up. Lu Zi saw this situation and knew that if she didn't act soon, once the remaining few were dead, she would have no chance left. Fong Feng's insects were too powerful. Although she had the strength of the 7th turn, she wasn't good at direct combat and relied more on charm techniques and potions to deal with enemies. The dark cat demon possessing the cat demon's eye had also been killed. This made her momentarily doubt her charm techniques. The ability of the cat demon's eye was also an illusion. Her charm techniques were even inferior to the cat demon's eye. However, she didn't know that the dark cat demon had been killed by its own tricks. If Lu Zi really used her charm techniques, she might still succeed. Thinking this, Lu Zi flipped her hand and took out a blue bottle. Then she threw the bottle out. The bottle crashed against the rock wall, instantly releasing a large cloud of blue smoke that drifted towards Fong Feng's army of insects. 8, 9, 10. Fong Feng stared eagerly at his job transfer task. Finally, when the nano-poison insects and the firethorn insect emperor had each lost about 5,000, his job transfer task was finally completed. Although the losses were somewhat large, at least his job transfer task was done, and he just needed to go out and submit the task to finish this 4th transfer. Let's go! As soon as the task was completed, Fong Feng called Zhang Yixue to prepare to leave. At the same time, he waved his hand to collect all the items dropped by the boss. However, just as he was about to gather the army of insects to clear the way to leave, Zhang Yixue shouted, "What's that over there?" Fong Feng hurriedly looked over and immediately saw a large area of blue mist drifting towards them. It had already enveloped the nano-poison insects and several other Lord-level bosses that were entangled in battle. As soon as the poisonous mist touched the nano-poison insects, Fong Feng heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! The nano-poison insects you control have entered a state of confusion, attacking chaotically. Ding! The nano-poison insects you control. Listening to the sounds, Fong Feng was shocked to see that over 1,000 nano-poison insects in that area began to attack each other. In an instant, more than 500 were lost. Moreover, the blue mist was still spreading. Fong Feng was alarmed and quickly waved to gather the remaining nano-poison insects and the firethorn insect emperor. At the same time, both of them were stunned to see that the remaining Lord-level bosses in the distance had also started fighting among themselves. They were all very strong, and in no time, one was killed. Since it was not Fong Feng and the others who killed it, nothing dropped. Naturally, they did not gain any experience. Zhang Yixue hurriedly asked, "What's going on? That blue mist causes confusion, don't touch it," Fong Feng warned, retreating a few steps with Zhang Yixue. Seeing this, Zhang Yixue quickly used her astrology technique, forming a strong wind that blew the blue mist away. "Hurry up," Zhang Yixue urged. Fong Feng nodded and did not delay, pulling Zhang Yixue to leave. Lu Zi, who was behind the rock wall, frowned at this scene. Their vigilance is quite high. The killer's wings should be on those two. Thinking this, Lu Zi gritted her teeth and charged out from behind the rock wall, just in time to block the direction the two were leaving. Seeing someone suddenly appear, Fong Feng and Zhang Yixue were startled. "Who are you? How are there other professionals on the 4th level?" Fong Feng asked, looking at Zhang Yixue for the last question. Zhang Yixue shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. However, when she saw Lu Zi, she immediately reacted. "She's not a professional, she's from the anti-alliance, Lu Zi. I've seen her portrait," she claimed to be Jiang Du's woman back in the day, causing quite a stir. Hearing this, Fong frowned slightly. He hadn't heard of Lu Zi, but he had heard of Jiang Du's name from Sumuyu back in Manhwa City. Sumuyu's mother becoming a vegetable was also caused by Jiang Du. He didn't expect that Lu Zi was actually Jiang Du's woman, and she was from the anti-alliance. Wasn't it said that outsiders couldn't enter this abyss? Zhang Yixue saw Fong Feng's thoughts and quickly explained, "Many formations and taboos in the abyss can only block professionals. Most people from the anti-alliance can enter, but a very few can. Those people have sold their souls to the demons within the abyss. Essentially, they are no longer considered human. So the formations can't stop them, but there are very few of these people, and they are all very strong. Lu Zi's strength definitely doesn't meet that requirement." Fong Feng frowned, meaning that Lu Zi might have been brought in by other strong individuals, and she might have already been in this abyss for many years. Lu Zi looked at the two and smiled. "I didn't expect my reputation to be so great within your alliance. What a pity. You think you have control over the abyss, but in reality, you know nothing about it. Since you've come today, you won't be leaving. Just you? I doubt you can keep me here," Fong Feng said coldly. Lu Zi laughed upon hearing this. "Then you can try." With that, Lu Zi flicked her hand and instantly threw out several bottles. Fong Feng and his companion quickly retreated, realizing that the previous blue mist was her doing. At the same time, a series of sounds came from the distant lava and passage. It seemed another Lord-level boss was approaching. At this moment, the Demon Lord unexpectedly intervened again. Even though Fong Feng was powerful, facing a poison expert like Lu Zi made it difficult for him to act. He hurriedly said to Zhang Yixue, "You go first. Go find your father. There are anti-alliance people in this abyss. It's a big deal. We must send the message out. What about you? Zhang Yixue asked, clearly worried about leaving Fong Fong behind. Fong Fong replied, you go out first. When the Lord-level boss arrives, I can't deal with both the monster and Lu Zi while protecting you. That blue smoke of Lu Zi counters my bugs. You coming in this time is probably heaven's will. It's meant for you to go out and send the message. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yixue gritted her teeth and stopped talking, turning to run back the way they came. Seeing this, Lu Zi smiled at Fong Fong. If you dare to separate, I won't hold back. With that, Lu Zi actually turned and charged towards Zhang Yixue. Fong Fong immediately activated his Slayer wings to block her. However, Lu Zi casually threw out another bottle. Fong Fong kicked the bottle away, smashing it against the rock wall. Then a large cloud of gray smoke erupted from the bottle. Just as Fong Fong was about to continue chasing Lu Zi, he suddenly felt his speed decrease by more than half. Looking down, he saw that his shoes were stained with some gray smoke. This old woman is really despicable. Fong Fong couldn't help but curse. The bottle must have been uncorked when it was thrown. He had fallen into her trap. Looking above, Fong Fong saw a negative status. Meyer, slowed by Meyer, speed reduced by 70% for 30 seconds. Although the time was short, only 30 seconds, it was a significant impact at this moment. Zhang Yixue's speed couldn't compare to Lu Zi's. Lu Zi almost instantly caught up to her. Moreover, Zhang Yixue was no match for Lu Zi's strength. A wisp of smoke floated past Zhang Yixue, and in the next moment, she couldn't muster any strength at all. Lu Zi took out a rope and bound Zhang Yixue tightly, then looked at Fong Fong and said, handsome boy, I wouldn't dare to confront you directly. But if I capture her, you won't just leave, right? If you leave directly, that's fine too. I'll offer her to other anti-alliance people, and I should get a good benefit. But I need to return to the 5th level now. If you want to save her, you better hurry. With that, Lu Zi carried Zhang Yixue and flew towards the entrance of the 5th level. At this moment, Fong Feng's Meyer status had already disappeared. The Slayer wings activated instantly, and Fong Fong immediately chased after them. However, just as he reached the entrance of the 5th level, a black light suddenly condensed in front of him. At the same time, a system voice rang in his ears. Ding! Do! To a professional angering the Demon Lord's projection is about to approach the 4th level of the abyss. Professionals, please hurry to slay it. Hearing this voice, Fong Feng's heart sank. What he lacked most right now was time. And he didn't expect the Demon Lord to come and stir up trouble at this moment. It's just like the roof leaking and then it rains all night. The boat is delayed and meets a headwind. Bad luck has come to visit bad luck. It's bad luck to the extreme. Ding! Due to a professional angering the Demon Lord's projection is about to approach the 4th layer of the abyss. Professionals, please hurry to slay it. The system's voice not only rang in Fong Feng's ears but also echoed throughout Abyss Town. Hearing this voice, the professionals in Abyss Town were all taken aback. The Demon Lord actually released a projection? Who the hell is so reckless as to provoke the Demon Lord? Could it be the 9 Turns Master? Damn, the 9 Turns Master has come to Abyss Town? I don't know, but who else would dare to provoke the Demon Lord? I haven't heard of anyone, and there are still professionals leveling up in the 1st and 2nd layers of the abyss. If they were to clear the Abyss Lord, they should have notified us in advance. My god, my brother is still in the 2nd layer of the abyss. I need to find him quickly. Right, I need to go to my girlfriend. I got dumped. I don't have a girlfriend anymore. At the garrison, when Bei Jiangnan and Mentor Qian he heard this voice, they were also taken aback. Bei Jiangnan immediately became worried about his daughter's safety. But as the city lord, he quickly reacted and shouted, Lu Feng, at your service. Immediately dispersed the professionals in the 1st and 2nd layers of the abyss. Let them all come out. The Demon Lord's projection is likely to come out directly. Chen. Come with me. I will notify General Dongyu to come for reinforcements. Saying this, Bei Jiangnan took out the communicator to inform his superior, General Dongyu, to come for support. Bei Jiangnan only had the strength of the 8th turn. Although he could fight the Demon Lord, it would be very difficult to slay this projection. Even if he succeeded, what if the Demon Lord's true form came out? He doubted he could handle the true Demon Lord alone. Bei Jiangnan was a warlock, strong in attack, but if the Demon Lord didn't have a berserker to draw aggro, he wouldn't be able to slay it in a short time. Once the Demon Lord charged into Abyss Town, it would be a scene of devastation and wailing. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Lu Feng could lead his men out, the system's voice rang again. Ding! The Demon Lord's projection will appear in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Listening to the voice, Lu Feng was also frozen in place, fearing that time was running out. At this moment, they did not know that Fong Fong was standing at the entrance of the 5th layer of the abyss. Watching this sudden roadblock, he felt both anxious and angry, directly unleashing his divine insect fusion talent. Gorgeous attributes spread across his body, and the next moment he unleashed the Slayer wings. He punched directly at the Demon Lord's projection, which had just appeared and was still unresponsive. The next moment, a striking damage value popped up, -190 million. At the same time, Fong Fong heard a series of system notifications ringing out. Several beams of light appeared around him as if something had exploded. Ding! The Demon Lord's projection has been slain. Professionals, keep up the good work. Ding! The professional who slayed the Demon Lord's projection is. I have a girlfriend. Time taken 1 second. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Demon Lord's projection. It has been automatically recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunting rankings, temporarily ranked 10th in the Demon Hunting Earth rankings. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 500,000 merit points for slaying the Demon Lord's projection, automatically receiving the 10th place reward in the Demon Hunting Earth rankings, gaining 500,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, your merit points have reached the 2-star commander stage. What is the Demon Hunting rankings? Fong Fong listened to the voice in his mind, feeling confused. However, he didn't think much of it and immediately rushed into the 5th layer of the abyss. At this moment, Lu Zi, standing on the 5th layer, also heard the system broadcast and turned pale with fright. What does it mean to kill the projection of a Demon Lord in 1 second? If that attack had landed on me, Lu Zi would probably have died dozens of times. How can this kid be so powerful? No, if he has reached the 5th level, then my Demon Lord egg. Lu Zi suddenly thought of a more serious consequence and, carrying Jiang Yixue, rushed back toward the Demon Lord's location. At this moment, Fong Fong also chased in closely, following behind. However, what he didn't know was that the Abyss Town outside had already gone into chaos. At the entrance of a shop in Abyss Town, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong had just sat down. Brother Yang, this Abyss Town is really impressive. I didn't expect that as soon as we arrived, we would hear about the Demon Lord's projection descending. There are indeed many big shots in this place. Zhang Dong laughed. Lei Yang nodded. The president sent us here to deliver supplies to the guild shop. Finally, getting to see the outside world. Did you see? Anyone on the street is a 3rd or 4th transfer big shot. We really can't compare to Longhua City. Yeah, I wonder who the big shot that provoked the Demon Lord is. I've heard that the Demon Lord is one of the top bosses near Jiangbei City. This big shot is too fierce. Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard the system's announcement. Ding! The Demon Lord's projection has been slain. All professionals, keep up the good work. Ding! A professional who killed the Demon Lord's projection is. I have a girlfriend. Time taken 1 second. Upon hearing this, the two were instantly petrified. Brother Yang, did you hear that? I have a girlfriend. It's Fong Fong, that kid Fong Fong. I'm not deaf, but is Fong Fong even human? Killing the Demon Lord's projection in 1 second, damn it. Lei Yang's face turned pale, and he couldn't even speak. Brother Yang, let's go join him. This kid is too fierce. Zhang Dong couldn't help but say. Lei Yang replied, join your grandpa. We don't even have a 3rd transfer yet. Would he even want us? Besides, I was thinking of competing with him for Sumuyu before. I really was blind. At this moment, many professionals around were going crazy. One by one, they rushed to the street, discussing fervently. Who exactly is this? I have a girlfriend. So impressive? I also want to know who it is. This is too fierce. Is there any big shot who knows his true identity? I'll pay 10,000 dragon coins to kneel and ask. I'll pay 1,000,000. Hearing the commotion, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong quickly stood up. I know. It's Fong Fong. Yeah, it's Fong Fong. However, the people around were too excited and no one heard them speak. It was still Zhang Dong who was quick-witted and hurriedly grabbed Lei Yang, saying, Brother Yang, let's post on the Abyss Town forum. We can set it as a paid read. We know it's Fong Fong. If this news gets out, we can definitely make a fortune. Right. Lei Yang suddenly realized and quickly pulled Zhang Dong to the professional forum to post, revealing the true identity of I have a girlfriend. Absolutely true. Note, this post is a paid read requiring 10,000 dragon coins each time. The post was quickly sent out and within just 1 minute it was pushed to the top. Countless readers. Meanwhile, at the garrison, Bei Jiangnan and Mentor Qian He were also looking at each other in shock. Both were a bit dazed. They never dreamed that Fong Fong could kill the Demon Lord's projection in 1 second. If the Slaughter Sovereign from back then knew about this, he would probably be embarrassed to death. At this moment, the Slaughter Sovereign might be crawling out of his coffin to pay respects to this young man who was even more powerful than himself. He killed the Demon Lord's projection. He must have made it onto the Demon Hunter list. Mentor Qian He shouted. Bei Jiangnan was taken aback but quickly reacted and hurriedly opened the Demon Hunter list to check. Sure enough, I saw Fong Feng's name on the Demon Hunter rankings. Demon Hunter rankings. Rank 10, I have a girlfriend, killed the Demon Lord projection of Jiangbei City in 1 second. Since the game descended into reality, the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom has also changed. In simple terms, it is divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North. Jiangbei City belongs to the Eastern region, but there are more than a dozen places similar to Jiangbei City within the Eastern region, which can be said to have more than a dozen provinces within one region. Jiangbei City is almost at the bottom of the list as it has few resources and a small number of talents, making it nearly transparent within the entire eastern region. At this moment, inside the eastern castle of the eastern region, the general in charge of the entire eastern region is sitting at his desk, reviewing the recent deployment strategies of the garrison troops. Qin, a genuine 9-turn assassination swordsman, level 270. Although level 270 has just crossed the threshold of 9-turn, level 269 can accept a 9-turn quest. The strength already places him in the top tier of the entire Dragon Kingdom. There is an unspoken rule in the Dragon Kingdom that generals of the 4 major regions do not choose professions such as mages, summoners, beast masters, or astrologers. Why is that? Mainly because these professions have too weak assassination capabilities. Although those who can become generals in a region must be strong, and naturally, they are not lacking in experts around them. However, with high positions come great responsibilities, so they often have to go out to handle some troublesome matters. And since they are in high positions, the probability of being targeted by enemies is also high, so the generals of the 4 major regions are generally swordsmen or berserkers. It is rare to see mages and other professions. Of course, it is said that the leader of the alliance standing at the peak of the Dragon Kingdom is a master of the demonic sect, but his strength is exceptional. Moreover, he is a presence of the Dragon Kingdom's commanding level, so he does not need to go out often, making him relatively safe. Bei Jiangnan is a demon master, but Jiangbei City is not very famous, and since there are not many professional requirements for the city lord, it is naturally more lenient. General. There has just been a change in the rankings of the demon hunting list, and a new divine general seems to have appeared. Suddenly, a subordinate reported. Qin Dong did not raise his head upon hearing this and signaled his subordinate to continue. The subordinate hurriedly said, "A newcomer has just appeared on the demon hunting list, using the alias I have a girlfriend, and has jumped to the 10th place on the list. The location coordinates come from the abyss town of Jiangbei City." "Got it, file it away," Qin Dong said. Such matters might have surprised him a few years ago. However, in recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has seen a surge of prodigies, and new faces appear on the demon hunting list every few months. Especially during the annual university admissions period, the update frequency of the demon hunting list increases, so he did not take it to heart. The number of divine generals appearing in the Dragon Kingdom is increasing, but very few have truly grown, so over time, it has naturally lost its previous significance. "But my lord, he is in 10th place. He has never appeared on the list before," the subordinate hurriedly reminded. Upon hearing this, Qin Dong frowned. "What's so strange about being in 10th place? This list generally refers to the projections of the Lords of the Abyss. If he doesn't even count as the real body, why are you so surprised?" The subordinate hurriedly said, "My lord, the reason is that this person's achievements are too extraordinary. If it weren't for the low level of the projection of the Lord of Abyss Town, he might have directly topped the list." "Oh, how long did it take?" Qin Dong asked with interest. "1 second," the subordinate hurriedly replied. Qin Dong was taken aback. "What did you say? 1 second? You didn't make a mistake? I remember that the Lord of the Abyssal Demon near Jiangbei City, to slay his projection in 1 second, the profession must at least reach 8 turn. And the attack must be made the moment the projection descends, and it must be a one-hit kill. Is this person a mentor? At Jiangbei University? How could Bei Jiangnan allow him in with such high strength?" The subordinate hurriedly said. "Adults are not mentors. I checked, this person is a current student enrolled in Jiangbei University. Currently, their strength is only at the 3rd transition, level 119. "What did you say?" Qin Dong immediately stood up upon hearing this. 3rd transition, level 119, able to kill a demon lord projection in 1 second? His subordinate hurriedly replied. "Absolutely correct, my lord. Should we contact the Lord of Beijiang South City to inquire about the situation?" Qin Dong shook his head. "Not for now. Although it's shocking that this person can kill a projection at the 3rd transition, their actual strength may not be that terrifying. If they happen to counter the demon lord's ultimate abilities, it could be possible they might be a hidden class. Once I finish my current tasks, I will personally ask Beijiang South." "Yes, my lord." "Should this matter be reported?" the subordinate asked. Qin Dong thought for a moment. "Make a note of it and report it through the normal channels. Such things occasionally happen before everything is thoroughly clarified. There's no need to be overly anxious." "Understood." The subordinate accepted the order and then left. Killing a demon lord projection at the 3rd transition, could they be a speed class? At this level of strength, to kill a projection in 1 second, it seems only a hidden class with exceptionally high speed could achieve that. "Interesting, I'll keep an eye on this person." Qin Dong smiled and stopped thinking further, continuing to handle his tasks. At the Abyss Guard Station location, Beijiang South looked at Qin He. "I remember Fang Feng's speed was quite average, right? The Slayer's wings have a speed boost effect, but they definitely can't compare to the speed of a Lord projection. If he can kill in 1 second, it seems. I don't understand his combat power well enough." Mentor Qian He chuckled. I'm also quite surprised. If he struck the moment the projection descended and killed it, that possibility does exist. But if he faced the projection head-on, I don't believe he could kill it. As for the Demon Lord, you know better than anyone, my lord, its greatest strength is speed. Otherwise, how could it, with only level 160 and 5 transitions, manage to wear down an 8 transition slayer? Beijiang South nodded. He knew the situation of the Demon Lord better than anyone in Zhongbei City. The Demon Lord itself wasn't very strong, but its speed was astonishingly fast. Even the 8 transition slayer couldn't match it. The slayer excelled in the path of killing, with attacks that were incredibly fierce. The massacre that swept through the abyss back then was truly overwhelming. Yet, in the end, it fell to the hands of the level 160 Demon Lord, which was quite tragic. The Demon Lord's speed countered the Slayer perfectly, making it impossible for the Slayer to land a hit. Ultimately, the Slayer sacrificed their life to take the Demon Lord down with them. Unfortunately, the Demon Lord was immortal within the abyss and eventually revived using the lava. However, the Slayer was gone forever. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. Many believed the Slayer would cut through the abyss. No one expected such an outcome. Fong Fong has too many secrets, no wonder he is the successor of the Divine General. With just 3rd transition strength, I can't even see through him. It won't be long before General Qin Dong comes looking for me. I need to ensure confidentiality. It's best not to expose Fong Feng's information before General Qin Dong arrives. Just as Beijiang South was thinking this, Lu Feng suddenly ran over. My lord, it's bad. Someone posted on the Abyss Town forum, revealing Fong Feng's true information. The number of readers has already exceeded 10 million. What did you say? Who did it? Beijiang South's expression darkened. He had just prepared to implement confidentiality measures, and now it had been exposed? It's someone from Longhua City claiming to be Fong Feng's high school classmate. People, I have already sent someone to catch them. How should we handle it? Lu Feng said. Bei Jiangnan thought for a moment and replied, first, detain them. Wait for Fong Feng to come out and ask about the situation. If they are his classmates, we can't act directly. Also, delete the post and do not respond in any way. Understood. Lu Feng took the order and immediately went to handle it. The reason for not responding was that Bei Jiangnan was also afraid of the situation escalating further. A cold treatment might prevent the impact of this post from expanding any further. Meanwhile, when Lei Yang and Zheng Dong were sitting on the ground, counting money, they saw a large group of guards appear and, without saying a word, directly tied them up, leaving both of them dumbfounded. We just spoke the truth. Is that a crime? I said. What's wrong with mentioning Fong Feng's identity? We really are classmates. Big guy, you have to believe us. I even pursued the same girl as Fong Feng back then. You were classmates with Fong Feng? You even pursued the same girl? No need to think, you definitely lost. The guard holding Lei Yang laughed. Upon hearing this, Lei Yang said, of course, I lost. Big brother, I'm already in such a miserable state. Just tell me how we provoked you? Why did you catch us? You were competing with Fong Feng for a girlfriend. Don't you think you should be caught? Lei Yang was instantly dumbfounded. You catch me even if I fail? I didn't succeed, big brother. If I had succeeded, wouldn't you have killed me directly? The guard laughed and said, you're mistaken. If you had succeeded, we would be capturing Fong Feng right now. Lei Yang froze upon hearing this. What the guard said seemed reasonable. If he had succeeded, it would mean he was better than Fong Feng, and he would be the one in the spotlight now. Fong Feng would have become what he was now. Big brother, you really have a way with words. Lei Yang couldn't help but say. The guard replied, I just said it casually, but you really dare to think. The problem is, you didn't succeed, so stop talking and let's go. Fong naturally didn't know about this interlude, nor did he know that he had just killed the Demon Lord's projection in a second. Outside, it was already in an uproar. In the 5th layer of the abyss, as soon as Fong Feng entered, he saw that the place was filled with lava. There were hardly any places to stand. Moreover, the entire 5th layer was a vast space, with only a huge cave ahead. Inside was also filled with lava. Besides that, there was not a single fork in the road. At this moment, Lu Zi was carrying Zhang Yishui and had rushed into the cave. Fong Feng didn't dare to be slow and continuously used the wings of the Slayer to chase after them. As soon as he entered the cave, he discovered that it was a space about the size of half a football field. It was a dead end, with rock walls on 3 sides and only one exit behind. On the side wall of the cave, there hung a red formation shaped like a red egg. The formation was about 3 to 4 meters in diameter, and inside stood a person. That person was constantly striking the formation, trying to attract Fong Feng's attention. Fong Feng took one look and was shocked. Li Jian, how did he end up here? Seeing the pale-faced Li Jian inside the red formation, Fong Feng instantly realized he had been captured, but fortunately he was still alive. But when was he captured? Li Jian was trapped in the formation and couldn't get out, and Fong Feng couldn't care about him at the moment. He saw Lu Zi lying against the rock wall under the formation, and Zhang Yishui on her shoulder had already woken up, but unfortunately, all her strength was sealed and she couldn't use it. Plus, she was tied up and couldn't break free. When Lu Zi saw Fong Fong come in with those wings of the Slayer behind him, she immediately sneered. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. You dare to come in with wings? You're simply asking for death. Upon hearing this, Fong Fong frowned. He also noticed something was off. Ever since he entered the cave, the lava on the ground seemed to have boiled over, constantly rolling as if something was about to crawl out from inside. Fong Fong didn't have time to think much and rushed towards Lu Zi. Seeing this, Lu Zi directly dodged into the red formation while throwing out several bottles. Fong Fong saw those bottles crash against the rock wall, and in an instant, various colors of poisonous mist spread out, making him dare not approach. Who knew if there would be powder in that mist that could seal his powers? He could only take a few steps back, using the wings of the Slayer to blow the poisonous mist out of the cave entrance. But this momentary delay caused the lava below to churn even more violently. Soon, he saw something as thick as an arm springing up from the lava. It looked like a tentacle. The moment that thing appeared, it slammed towards a spot on the rock wall. The next moment, Fong Fong was shocked to see that the rock wall shattered directly and liquid began to flow out from within. Lu Zi's eyes instantly turned red. Egg. My egg. The rock wall that the Demon Lord smashed was actually the Demon Lord's egg. Lu Zi had been lying in wait here for so many years just for this egg. She had planned to snatch the larva the moment the egg hatched. But now, in a fit of extreme anger, the Demon Lord had directly smashed the egg. The Demon Lord seemed to know that its egg was very precious, and now the enemy had invaded its lair. Better to have the jade shattered than the tile intact, so it smashed its own egg to express its anger. Fong Fong was also taken aback, not expecting that the Demon Lord was still nurturing its egg. If he had known, he should have just snatched the egg directly. The egg of a Lord level boss was worth a fortune. Moreover, the monsters hatched from it could be sold to other corresponding beast masters, definitely a huge profit. But now it was all too late. Seeing that the poisonous mist in the cave had been blown away, Fong Fong prepared to go save people again. However, the furious Lu Zi glared at Fong Fong and shouted angrily, "You little brat, all my hard work for 3 years has gone to waste. You must die today." After saying that, Lu Zi directly sent Jiang Yishue out of the formation and tossed her down towards the lava. Even though Jiang Yishue usually appeared aloof at this moment, she was so scared that she was dumbfounded. For a moment, she couldn't even scream, only tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes filled with fear. Fong Fong saw that more tentacles of the Demon Lord were emerging from the lava, and if he delayed any longer, by the time it fully emerged, Jiang Yishue would have no life left. In a moment of desperation, he couldn't care much anymore and instantly used the Slayer's wings to rush towards Jiang Yishue. The Slayer's wings had been used by the Slaughter Sovereign before. In the abyss, it was a hate-drawing artifact. Not to mention, it was swaying right under the Demon Lord's nose. The closer he got to the lava, the greater the Demon Lord's anger became. But he couldn't ignore it. If Jiang Yishue died, Fong Fong would also feel guilty. After all, it was his decision to let her go back to report. If he had let her follow him all along, perhaps there wouldn't have been any of this later. One could only say Lu Zi was too cunning. Some might say if she hadn't followed in, there wouldn't have been so many problems, right? Fong Fong initially thought so too. But after spending years in the abyss, he realized that Jiang Yishue's help was still significant. For example, with the Dark Cat Demon, if it weren't for her being so focused on him, that Dark Cat Demon wouldn't have burned its own brain. Even when Fong Fong faced several bosses before, although he could handle it himself, without Jiang Yishue's assistance and control of the situation, he wouldn't have been so relaxed. So, her contributions couldn't be overlooked. Facts are facts, it is what it is. Under the enhancement of the Slayer's wings, Fong Fong finally saved Jiang Yishue just as she was about to touch the lava below. However, before Fong Fong could fly into the air, a sharp silver blade suddenly shot out from beneath the lava, slashing towards Fong Feng's back. Fong Fong held Jiang Yishue tightly in his arms, unable to free his hands. As he saw the silver blade approaching him, he decided not to care anymore. After all, he had the divine insect fusion skill. He truly didn't believe that this Demon Lord could stab through his billions of health points with a single blow. He simply exposed his back and prepared for landing. Sure enough, the next moment, the silver blade struck Fong Feng's back. With a loud bang, Fong Fong was sent flying like a cannonball. At the same time, a noticeable damage notification appeared. 1000. Seeing this damage, Fong Fong couldn't help but laugh. The defense didn't even break. This lord's strength is a bit pathetic. However, just as he was thinking this, Fong Fong suddenly realized he was already close to the rock wall. He quickly turned around and crashed into the wall. Jiang Yishue, frightened, shrank in his embrace. Fortunately, Fong Fong had turned around and hit the wall with his back. If Jiang Yishue had faced the wall, she might have been disfigured. It would have been better to die outright than to be disfigured and unable to marry for the rest of her life, blaming it all on him. "Are you okay?" Jiang Yishue asked. Seeing the ropes on her body had snapped and quickly shook them off, Fong Fong moved a bit to indicate he was fine. "That lord's attack is surprisingly low, even my defense didn't break." "No worries." Jiang Yishue still felt uneasy and had Fong Fong check his back. "Indeed. There were no signs of damage and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The divine insect fusion on Fong Fong was covered by a layer of iron-armored ants. That 1,000 points of damage probably didn't even break through the defense layer formed by the ants. He was just a bit sore from the impact. Fong Fong moved around a bit, confirming he was indeed fine, and finally relaxed. He glanced at Lu Zi. Beside him, his eyes filled with anger. Lu Zi saw Fong Fong unconsciously take a few steps back, her heart filled with terror. How is this guy so strong? He didn't even die? Although the Demon Lord's attack isn't high, he is only at the 3rd transformation. How could he lose only 1,000 health points in one hit? How is that possible? Lu Zi was filled with shock. She glanced at Li Jian beside her, contemplating whether to take him hostage later, but she recalled that Fong Fong hadn't rushed to save Li Jian right away. Moreover, the subordinate who brought Li Jian said that he was leveling up alone. It seemed he didn't have a good relationship with Fong Fong, so taking him hostage might not matter to Fong Fong at all. Thinking this, Lu Zi decided she had to find a way to escape herself. Once Fong Fong attacked, her formation probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Although Fong Fong wanted to kill Lu Zi directly, the Demon Lord had already revealed half of its body from the lava below, with the other half still having the wings of a slayer. The Demon Lord would likely come straight for her as soon as it emerged. With this in mind, Fong Fong placed Jiang Yishua against the rock wall near the exit. He then said, "You need to quickly find a way to recover your strength. All the anger of the Demon Lord is directed at me. Even if we manage to break out of the cave, we probably won't get far. In this cave, we can use the small space to bind it and try to kill it." Jiang Yishua nodded in response. At this moment, she no longer cared whether Fong Feng's strength was sufficient. As long as it was his decision, she would support him unconditionally. Fong Fong turned around and saw the Demon Lord had completely emerged from the lava. Upon seeing the Demon Lord's massive form, Fong Fong couldn't help but gasp. The Demon Lord was incredibly large, almost occupying half of the cave space upon emerging. With such a size, it would likely have difficulty turning around in the confined space, which was a good thing for him. He stared at the Demon Lord, and soon information began to appear. Demon Lord Akabane Bug Abyss. Demon type rank, Lord level, Orange level, LV.160 attack power, 100000 health, 10,000 physical defense, 1000 magical defense, 1000 passive skill. Akabane Flight comprehends the rules of wind, speed greatly increased by 500 meters/second. Passive skill. Abyss Sacrifice sacrifices the soul to the Abyss Demon within the depths of the Abyss territory. Akabane Flight speed doubles to 1000 meters/second. Passive skill. Akabane Trajectory leaves a red mark in the wake of flight. Passing through the red mark trajectory again increases speed by 10%, can stack infinitely, reaching close to the speed of sound. Passive skill. Negative immunity. Abyss Demon-type monsters can be immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Looking at the introduction, Fong Fong was utterly shocked. Close to the speed of sound? This Akabane trajectory is too outrageous. What does Akabane trajectory mean? It means that wherever this Demon Lord flies, it leaves a trace. When it flies along this path again, its speed increases by 10%. And when it passes through for the 3rd time, the speed increases by another 10%. This means that the longer you fight in the same space, the faster its speed will become, ultimately reaching the speed of sound. What does that concept entail? Fong Fong might not even see where it is in the end, and naturally, he wouldn't be able to attack it. But it could slowly torment him to death. This Demon Lord doesn't have a single active skill, and even its health and defense are surprisingly low for a Lord boss. Its attack power is even lower than that of the Fire Pattern Crocodile, a Lord-level boss. Yet it is the Lord of the entire Abyss. This shows just how immense the advantage of speed is. It might not be able to kill Fong Fong in one hit, but Fong Fong wouldn't be able to touch it at all, while it could slowly torment him to death. No wonder General Qin Dong thought Fong Fong was a lightspeed practitioner. How could one kill this Demon Lord in a second without a speed advantage? Back then, the Slaughter Sovereign was so self-important, charging into the abyss to eliminate this Demon Lord. But in the end, he met his demise. Perhaps your strength is strong enough, but with every 1,000 drops of health, how long can you hold on? Fong Fong, if you want to kill me today, you'll have to see if you can survive the Demon Lord's attacks. Although you caused the Demon Lord to destroy its own egg, if I can offer your corpse to Lord Jiangdu, I think it would be enough to compensate for the losses of this demon chaos. Lu Zi laughed, her eyes burning with intensity. Fong Fong merely smiled at her words, not responding. Jiang Yishua hurriedly said, "Fong Fong, be careful. After all, it is a Demon Lord. If it really doesn't work, you should leave first. I can't temporarily unlock the seal on me. Don't be reckless and get yourself hurt." Fong Fong still smiled and didn't reply. At that moment, the Demon Lord had already flapped its pair of red wings and took to the sky. Its body was silver white, with only a pair of red wings. No wonder it was called the Akabane Bug. As soon as the Demon Lord flew up, its form suddenly shrank, becoming only the size of a palm. Then it transformed into a streak of light circling around Fong Fong. At the same time, damage values began to continuously appear around Fong Fong. 100010001000. Fong Fong watched this scene, trying to lock onto the position of the Demon Lord, but he found it was impossible to lock on, it was too fast. Perhaps only a tracking skill like the archer's guided arrow could lock onto it, but even the speed of the guided arrow might not be able to catch up to this Akabane bug. Fong Fong was shocked. This speed was indeed abnormal, and this was only in terms of speed. If this Demon Lord was also abnormal in other aspects, wouldn't it be invincible? Unfortunately, it was a bug. Fong Fong, what are you standing there for? Jiang Yishue asked in confusion, as Fong Feng's head was continuously taking damage, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Instead, he opened his arms wide, allowing the Demon Lord to attack him repeatedly. Yishue, do you know? The Demon Lord is actually a bug, Fong Fong suddenly said. Jiang Yishue was taken aback. It's a bug. It belongs to the insect race. What's wrong with that? Fong Fong replied. It belongs to the insect race. It belongs to the insect race. As he spoke, Fong Fong couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the abyss, there really are insect races. I have always hoped to encounter a bug from the Zerg in the abyss, but whether it's the first layer, the second layer, or even the third and fourth layers, I have never seen a Zerg monster. I didn't expect that the Demon Lord of this abyss would actually be from the Zerg. No wonder this Demon Lord must have devoured the entire Zerg in the abyss. That's why it has nearly 6 turn strength. Awesome. So awesome, Fong Fong said loudly, feeling incredibly pleased. Jiang Yishue asked in confusion, you're still losing health, how can you feel awesome? Fong Fong laughed, you don't understand, every time this Demon Lord attacks me, it says, if that technician number 38, cough, it's as if it's touching me. Isn't that still about the technician? I didn't expect you to go to that kind of place. Jiang Yishue pouted. Fong Fong said, leveling up is tough, shouldn't I relax a bit occasionally? If you and Sumuyu could just massage one person, I wouldn't have to go. You greedy. Jiang Yishue's cheeks flushed. Lu Zi, watching from the side, felt puzzled and thought, could it be that Fong Fong has gone crazy from some stimulation? Thinking this, she decided not to wait any longer. At this moment, the Demon Lord was entangled with Fong Fong, which was her best chance to escape. Although she didn't believe Fong Fong was a match for the Demon Lord, being trapped here was ultimately very passive. If she could escape the cave, she could take the initiative. With that in mind, she directly left the red formation and quickly rushed towards the exit. Fong Fong, be careful, Jiang Yishue shouted anxiously upon seeing this. Fong Fong had already noticed her and saw that she wanted to go out. In an instant, he pried down a huge rock from one side of the rock wall and smashed it towards the top of the exit. The massive rock crashed against the rock wall in an instant, collapsing a large area of rock and directly blocking the cave entrance, sealing off the way out. Lu Zi's eyes turned cold at this scene, and she said coldly, are you looking for death? You've sealed the exit, let's see if you can still dodge my poison. Saying this, Lu Zi instantly threw out several bottles of poison. However, Fong Fong didn't care at all. He called out, everyone stay still, just watch this. Jiang Yishue was confused. But soon she discovered the problem. The broken bottles released toxic mist that hadn't dispersed yet, and it all surged towards Fong Fong. It turned out that the Demon Lord had been circling around Fong Fong at high speed, creating a current that swept the toxic mist towards him. A toxic mist circle formed around Fong Fong, and the Demon Lord was immune to any negative status, so those toxic mists couldn't harm it at all. Among Lu Zi's toxic mists, there was one that could confuse poison individuals, but apart from the Demon Lord, there were no other monsters here. The Demon Lord seemed to be able to be confused, but it still attacked Fong Fong, making no difference from before. Watching her toxic mist being quickly absorbed by the Demon Lord, Lu Zi was dumbfounded. Fong Fong laughed, out of tricks? I'm not playing with you anymore. Today, you can consider yourself lucky. Open your eyes and take a good look. See how this Demon Lord is done for. After saying this, Fong Feng's eyes turned cold, and he instantly activated his god-level talent, Perfect Control. Then a series of system sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have controlled the Crimson Feather Bug. Level has been adapted. God-level talent God Bug Split is now in effect. Please check specific information. Yourself. Ding! Crimson Feather Bug has lost the Abyss World Enhancement. Basic attributes significantly reduced. Please check. Yourself. Ding! Abyss Demon Lord has been resolved. Please continue your efforts. Professionals. Ding! Demon Lord resolved. Time taken 5 minutes. Record creator, I have a girlfriend. Ding! Congratulations on entering the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Hunter. Ranking, currently ranked 40. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Demon Lord and earning 1 million merit points. You are now a 3-star commander. The system's voice continued to ring out. Meanwhile, Jiang Yishue, Lu Zi, and the others could only hear the system notification about the Demon Lord being defeated. The people of Abyss Town heard the same. Ding! The Abyss Demon Lord has been defeated. Adventurers, keep up the good work. Ding! The Demon Lord was defeated in 5 minutes. Record creator I. Girlfriend at this moment Zhang Yixue, Lu Zi, and Li Jian, who was trapped in the formation, all looked at Fong Fong. They had no idea what had happened. But at this moment the demon lord around Fong Fong had indeed vanished. It was truly gone. Zhang Yixue. Listen to the sounds, crying and laughing. Indeed, Fong Fong had done it. Although she didn't know how Fong Fong had controlled the lord-level insect, he had truly accomplished it. Li Jian directly squatted on the ground. At this moment the last shred of his pride was shattered. Looking at Fong Fong, he knew he was saved, but recalling how he had looked down on Fong Fong before, he felt utterly ridiculous. Lu Zi stood frozen in place, swallowing hard as she looked at Fong Fong. She began to panic, sensing that she might not escape today. Unconsciously, she touched a bottle of pink potion in her pocket. It was the potion she was best at concocting, and it was her most relied upon potion. If I replicate what happened with John's poison back then, I wonder if he will let me go. All men are the same. I still don't believe he can hold himself back. Lu Zi calculated in her heart this was her last retreat. Fong Fong naturally had no idea what she was thinking. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to deal with her. Instead, he was eager to check the information on the new insect he had controlled. Name: Scarlet Feather Insect. Rank: Lord level. Orange level LV.119, automatically downgraded due to exceeding host level. Attack power 6000 health, 3000 physical defense, 1000 magical defense, 1000 passive skill. Scarlet Feather Flight comprehends the rules of wind. Speed increased by 500 meters/second. Passive skill: Scarlet Feather Trajectory leaves a red mark behind when flying, which can be shared with other insects and teammates, increasing their speed to 500 meters/second. Reminder: Lord level Divine Insect can evolve. Confuse. Fusion attribute: speed increases to the speed of sound. After fusion, the Scarlet Feather Trajectory skill becomes ineffective. Divine Insect Split talent activated. Currently splitting. Limit 37,000. Current quantity 200/37000. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fong Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when he heard the system remind him that the Scarlet Feather Insect had lost the enhancement of the Abyss World and its attributes had decreased, he was worried that its speed would drop. As it turned out, the basic attributes like attack, health, and defense had decreased significantly, but the speed remained unchanged, which he could accept. Moreover, the Scarlet Feather Trajectory skill had also changed, allowing it to be shared with other insects and teammates, which suited him even better. After fusing, his speed had reached the level of sound, which was quite terrifying. Unfortunately, after fusion, teammates and other insects could not enjoy the speed boost, but once fused, it meant Fong Fong would have to fight alone, so he naturally didn't care about the speed sharing. But why did this Lord-level boss have such a significant decrease in basic attributes? And my nano-poison insect's attack power is currently nearly 15,000. The attack power of this demon lord was previously as high as 100,000. This data seems unequal. Thinking this, Fong Fong pulled out the insect encyclopedia he carried with him and quickly discovered the problem. It was just that Lu Zi looked at Fong Fong, who was slow to move, and instead took out a book to study, while in her heart she had greeted Fong Feng's family several times. Fong Fong also couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her, as he understood the reason for the demon lord's attribute reduction. It turned out to be because in the insect encyclopedia there is a piece of information written very clearly. Whether it is a monster or an insect race, once infected with the attributes of abyssal demons, their basic attributes will increase significantly. Even some skills will change accordingly, but the attributes of the skills will not change. This is because the skill attributes are innate to monsters and insects and can be enhanced through leveling up and evolution. However, they cannot be empowered by the abyss. After the game descended into the world, why did powerful monsters appear? Apart from the fact that monsters were also affected, a large part of it is due to the existence of the abyss world. It is said that there are countless demons in the abyss world, and they want to occupy the entire planet. But the professionals bravely resisted and ultimately suppressed them in the abyss world. These demons have been trying to find ways to counterattack. They entice professionals and the insect race to join them. They can gain the empowerment of demon attributes, and as long as they are within the territory of the abyss, they can enjoy these attribute enhancements. For example, in the depths of the abyss town, the demon lord and other monsters can enjoy the abyss attributes. This is why the attack power of the demon lord is even higher than that of the nano-poison insect. However, once they leave the abyss territory, their attributes will return to normal. In addition, there is another reason. That is, the nano-poison insect wins by quantity, while the demon lord is a single insect. Therefore, under normal circumstances, its attack power is not much weaker than that of the nano-poison insect, although there is a gap in rank. For Fong Fong, he relies on quantity to win. So the number of demon lords will also split. When the attack power of the two types of insects is similar, the effect may be the same. However, the nano-poison insect is a myth-level insect with high growth. As the level increases, its attack power will once again pull ahead of the red feather insect. If Fang Feng can control those bosses that have not allied with the Abyss in the future, such as world bosses, secret realm bosses, etc., their attributes will basically not decrease. Understanding this, Fang Feng also realized the direction he needed to develop. Although the nano-poison insect is myth level, it may not be considered too strong among myth level insects. If he can control other myth level insects in the future, especially those that do not rely on quantity, that would be the best, because such insects have high attributes, and the effect after splitting is simply extraordinary. It's a pity that the nano-poison insect cannot level up. If it could continue to level up, I would really be reluctant to part with it. After all, this is the first insect that followed me. In this regard, Fang Feng still values old feelings. After tidying up his mood, Fang Feng stopped thinking too much. Since the matters here have been resolved, it was time to deal with Lu Zi's situation. With that thought, Fang Feng looked at Lu Zi. Lu Zi trembled all over, knowing in her heart that the moment to decide her life and death had come. At this moment, outside the abyss, Bei Jiangnan and Mentor Qian He were completely stunned. The two looked at each other, and finally, Bei Jiangnan asked a question. What does it mean? That the demon lord mentioned in the system broadcast has been resolved? Resolved? Does it mean killed? Or did it run away? Mentor Qian He shook his head. I don't know, but generally speaking, resolved means it has been dealt with. For example, if you killed him, that is also a resolution. If you controlled him, that is also controlled? Bei Jiangnan was completely stunned. Isn't Fang Feng a beast master? Could it be that he has controlled this demon lord? That is a demon-type insect. He can actually control it? I think you should prepare as soon as possible. I just took a look at the demon hunter leaderboard. He has already rushed into the 40th place. I'm afraid they will notice him soon. Mentor Qian He reminded. Bei Jiangnan gasped and quickly checked. Sure enough, he found Fang Feng's name had already appeared on the leaderboard. Demon hunter ranking heavenly. List 40th place. Defeated the demon lord. Abyss town of Jiangbei City. Took 5 minutes. Creator. I have a girlfriend. Bei Jiangnan was somewhat stunned. Just a few minutes? First, he climbed the earth list and then he rushed into the heavenly list. This is too outrageous. Now it's getting lively. I'm afraid that soon, many big shots will have to rush to Jiangbei City to find him. Bei Jiangnan muttered to himself. In fact, the situation was even more serious. Inside the East Castle, General Qin Dong of the Eastern region had just set aside his work. A subordinate rushed in. My lord, it's bad. My lord, what is it that has you so flustered? Qin Dong frowned. It's that I have a girlfriend. Him? Didn't I tell you to note it down and report it? Qin Dong said. The subordinate, looking panicked, hurriedly replied, No, my lord, he has entered the heavenly list. He just defeated the demon lord of Abyss Town. Took 5 minutes. Currently ranked 40th on the heavenly list. What did you say? Qin Dong was no longer calm, standing up directly. A third transition professional defeated the demon lord? How did he do it? The subordinate looked confused. As if to say, if I knew, wouldn't I have told you earlier? Qin Dong also realized, quickly waving his hand to send the subordinate out while saying, Immediately seal off the news, notify all major guilds in the eastern region not to contact Bei Jiangnan privately. If there's something, contact me directly. Yes. The subordinate hurried to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Qin Dong quickly opened the communicator, found someone named Li Yang, and sent a video invitation. Moments later, the video connected. Qin Dong was shocked to see, in the light screen ahead, besides Li Yang, there was actually another person. This person he also recognized, the president of the Astrologers Guild, Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng was a national master level task, and his own strength was also remarkable, a level 290 astrologer, higher than Qin Dong. How did he come as well? Qin Dong, are you here for Fang Feng's matter? Li Yang spoke. Qin Dong hurriedly replied, reporting to the alliance leader, Indeed. That's right, Li Yang was the leader of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance. His strength had reached level 299, the peak of the 9th transition, many years ago. Some even speculated that he might have completed the 10th transition task, breaking through level 299. But it had not been confirmed, only he himself probably knew the specifics. And Li Yang was currently the strongest person in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Li Yang nodded. I was wondering how you, as the Eastern Region General, knew later than I did. Qin Dong awkwardly said, he had only just climbed the Earth list. I didn't pay attention and let my subordinate report. Normally, I didn't expect him to reach the heavenly list so quickly. I only just heard his name from you. It must have been Elder Qingfeng who divined it. Li Yang nodded. After Elder Qingfeng learned the news, he divined for him. He got some information. This Fang Feng is currently a level 119 beast master of the 3rd transition, but he has completed the 4th transition task and has not submitted it yet. He probably has control over the demon lord. After all, the demon lord is a type of abyssal demon monster. I'm also afraid he might go astray like Zhangdu. Plus, this person's talent is the most dazzling in recent years. So I want Elder Qingfeng to personally go for a visit. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Dong hurriedly said, Elder Qingfeng is indeed more suitable than I am. I'm okay with fighting enemies, but I'm not very good at working on people's thoughts. It's just a trouble for Elder Qingfeng to make a trip. By the way, Alliance Leader, I had my subordinates seal off the news to prevent other guilds from coming to poach. What do you think? Should we have Elder Qingfeng invite him to join the Astrologers Guild? Li Qingfeng said. He has already joined the Beastmaster Guild. Ah, Dong was taken aback. Li Yang nodded. It's true, although the Beastmaster Guild isn't particularly strong, Feng is still a Beastmaster. Keeping him in the Beastmaster Guild is the best choice. You don't need to keep this a secret. If other guilds can pull him away, that's their ability. Overprotecting him won't help him grow. Of course, you also need to be prepared. You can't overprotect him, but you also can't let other guilds disturb his peace while leveling up. You need to find the right balance. I'm planning to have him participate in the Divine General Selection 3 years from now. Let him experience life at Jiangbei University for these 3 years. Dong nodded. Li Yang continued, there's also something else I need you to do. The demon lord of Jiangbei City has been dealt with by Feng, but the demons from the Abyss world probably won't let it go easily. I will use the teleportation array to send Elder Qingfeng to your eastern region. You take some people and go with Qingfeng to reinforce the Abyss formation to prevent any unforeseen events. Dong nodded. Understood. Dragon Country Mage Guild Channel. Announcement, I am about to go to Jiangbei City. All members of the Mage Guild are forbidden from inquiring about any information regarding my girlfriend. Violators will be expelled from the guild. As Li Qingfeng updated the announcement of the Mage Guild, a flurry of replies immediately appeared throughout the guild. I will obey the president's orders. I will obey the president's orders. Although everyone outwardly showed great respect, behind the scenes they were already in an uproar. Countless private messages were exchanged among them. Hey, so who is my girlfriend? What? You don't know? This person ranked first on the Demon Hunter list in one day and then climbed to the top of the Demon Hunter Heavenly list, currently ranked 40. Yeah, I heard he seems to be from Jiangbei City. Is the president going to recruit him this time? That shouldn't be the case. Why not let us inquire about him? It seems he might be a Divine General's seed. The protection of Divine General's seeds in Dragon Country has always been very strict. Impressive, but other major guilds will probably notice this person too. It might lead to a fierce competition inside Abyss Town. When Bei Jiangnan saw the information in the guild channel, he was also extremely shocked. As a member of the Mage Guild, he could naturally see these messages. The president is coming to Jiangbei City? What kind of person has this kid stirred up? President Li Qingfeng, someone I haven't even met. Bei Jiangnan was astonished. Although he was also a member of the Mage Guild, Li Qingfeng was known as the National Master. Therefore, the number of people in the Mage Guild who had seen him was very few. Bei Jiangnan, being in a remote corner, was even less likely to have met him. Just as Bei Jiangnan was pondering, suddenly a video invitation came through. Upon connecting, it was actually General Dong from the eastern region. General. Seeing Dong, Bei Jiangnan hurriedly saluted respectfully. Dong waved his hand. 2 things. First, 1 day from now, I and the president of the Mage Guild will arrive in Jiangbei City. The main purpose is to reinforce the formation of Abyss Town. And President Li Qingfeng also wants to meet Feng. You can arrange this, right? No problem. Bei Jiangnan quickly nodded. Second, Feng's matter will likely attract the attention of other major guilds. The top few guilds are expected to arrive in Abyss Town within 2 to 3 days. I won't mention the weaker guilds. You can issue a decree in my name to announce to the entire city that any guild trying to recruit Feng must not disturb him while he levels up. They can only recruit through the city's announcement board. If anyone approaches Feng privately, they will be directly expelled from Jiangbei City. Understood. Bei Jiangnan nodded quickly, but he felt a bit uncertain inside. After all, those who came to recruit were all top-ranked guilds, and with his strength, if they really went to Jiangbei University to find someone, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Seemingly sensing Bei Jiangnan's worries, Dong said, Don't worry, this is the intention of Lord Li Yang. Just follow through. Those guilds will be dealt with personally by Lord Li Yang. Yes. Bei Jiangnan quickly replied, his astonishment reaching new heights. Li Yang. He was the leader of the entire Dragon Country. He never expected that Feng would even attract the attention of the leader. This time, Jiangbei City would become quite famous. Bei Jiangnan immediately called over Mentor Qianhe and recounted the situation to him. Mentor Qianhe nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Lord Li Yang's arrangement is very good. Not allowing other guild members to meet Feng directly is a form of protection for him. Only knowing the name, many people have not seen his true face. Even those against him may not necessarily be able to find him. And at Jiangbei University, they dare not force their way in. As long as Feng is at Jiangbei University, he is safe. As for future training, that's still a long way off. Bei Jiangnan hurriedly said. But from what Lord Qin said, the Liang Alliance Master has not refused other guilds' invitations to Fong Fong. Aren't you worried he might leave the Beastmaster Guild? Mentor Qian he laughed upon hearing this. Back then, Jiang Du was protected too. Well, which led to a flood of interests later, causing him to lose his mind. Lord Li Yang wants Fong Fong to come into contact with these interests early so he won't go astray for power in the future. The Lord naturally has his own considerations. Let's not overthink it. Bei Jiangnan nodded and stopped asking further. Since Lord Li Yang had spoken, he could only comply. He immediately used the City Lord's seal to issue a series of announcements to the entire city. Ding! City Lord Bei Jiangnan announces to the entire city, from today onwards, anyone who comes to woo my girlfriend must not disturb his normal leveling. Please go to the Jiangbei City announcement board for the wooing information. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from Jiangbei City. Ding! City Lord Bei Jiangnan announces to the entire city, the abyss will begin to be sealed tomorrow for array maintenance, expected to reopen the day after. Tomorrow. Please arrange your leveling time accordingly. As these two pieces of information were sent out, the entire Jiangbei City erupted. Many people in Abyss Town were shocked. What does the City Lord mean by this? Are many guild members really coming to woo my girlfriend? Damn, isn't that obvious? That kid killed the Demon Lord's projection in a second and even dealt with the Demon Lord. He must have attracted big shots. The top-ranked guilds will definitely come to poach people. How envious. Why is no one coming to poach me? I also want to be poached. I want to take off. I'm afraid this maintenance of the Abyss Array is also because of the commotion that kid caused. Impressive. Indeed, people can be so impressive. I heard that being able to slay the Demon Lord's projection means entering the Dragon Kingdom's demon hunting list. Unfortunately, none of us have made it, so we can't check the list. The demon hunting list? That's the list for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Big shots are indeed big shots. Once the announcement was made, almost the entire city was discussing Fong Feng's matters. Moreover, due to the previous posts by Lei Yang and Zhang Dong, the news that my girlfriend is Fong Fong quickly spread. However, this was limited to Jiangbei City. Very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom knew his real name was Fong Fong. It's just that in Jiangbei City, his identity was becoming harder to hide. In a town some distance from Jiangbei City, a red-haired old man stepped out of the teleportation array, looking weary. He glanced at the guild channel's information, frowning slightly. I have a girlfriend? Who is this person? To be able to make it onto two major lists in one day and even have the president come in person. Interesting, and this person seems to be a beastmaster. I wonder if this is the person Mu Tian mentioned. Saying this, the red-haired old man looked ahead and said no more, turning to enter another teleportation array. This person was none other than Su Mu Tian's father-in-law, one of the elders of the Mage Guild, Ling Suifeng. Besides the major guilds being stirred by the demon hunting list, many people already on the list also discovered the news. At this moment, in a certain abyss world, a burly berserker easily slayed a two-headed snake, and his companion behind him said, Xiaolingfeng, another person from Jiangbei City has made it onto the demon hunting list, and he's ranked 40 on the heavenly list, just one rank below you. Xiaolingfeng turned his head and asked, oh really? What's his name? My girlfriend. He can log onto the heavenly list, so he should be close to your level, right? Don't you know him? Xiaolingfeng shook his head upon hearing this. I've never heard of this person, but he is using a pseudonym, so I don't even know his real name. Let's finish the task quickly. Once it's done, I just happen to need to return to Jiangbei University, and I can also inquire if he is my schoolmate. Beyond the abyss, all sides trembled. Yet inside the abyss, it was still a sea of lava. Fong Fong turned to look at Lu Zi, already too lazy to waste words with her, and waved his hand. In an instant, the fire sting bug emperor flew out. Lu Zi was skilled in alchemy, and the potions she concocted were bizarre and varied. There were even strange medicines that could seal a person's power. Zhang Yixue still hadn't regained her strength, so for safety's sake, Fong Fong had no intention of engaging her in close combat and planned to crush her directly with his army of bugs. Although he controlled the Demon Lord, which could reach supersonic speed upon fusion and instantly kill Lu Zi, who could guarantee that she wouldn't release some poisonous mist before dying. Therefore, Fong was not going to leave her any chance. Lu Zi looked at the bugs continuously flying out and already knew what Fong was thinking. She also understood that if she didn't come up with a plan, she would truly lose her life today. Suddenly, Lu Zi spoke up. Wait, Fong, I am Jiang Du's woman. If you kill me, Jiang Du will not let you go. As long as you let me go, I can pretend nothing happened. Do you think I would believe that? Fong replied coldly. Seeing that Fong was not buying it at all, Lu Zi became somewhat anxious, especially as the fire sting bug emperor drew closer. Lu Zi continued, fine. Even if you don't believe me, you can't kill me now. Otherwise, you will die too. Fong was too lazy to respond to her, remaining silent as he controlled the fire sting bug emperor to approach Lu Zi. As Lu Zi saw the bugs getting closer, her heart raced. In a moment of desperation, she pulled a bottle from her pocket. She held it out to Fong Fong and said, "You take a look." As she opened her palm, there was indeed a shattered pink bottle in her hand. However, nothing emerged from it. Fong Fong looked confused, thinking Lu Zi was up to some trick again. But then he heard a muffled bang and turned to see Li Jian, trapped in the formation, had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "You used him to threaten me?" Fong Fong frowned. Lu Zi hurriedly said, "No. You misunderstood. He fainted from fright. He knows what this potion is." Fong Fong frowned, not wanting to waste words with Lu Zi. This woman gave him a very bad feeling. She seemed to be full of tricks, and wasting even a minute with her could lead to unforeseen changes. However, Lu Zi was not willing to give up. As the fire sting bugs drew nearer, she shouted, "This is Gather and Scatter. A very powerful aphrodisiac. You've already been affected by this aphrodisiac. If you kill me, you will die too." Fong Fong was taken aback. Aphrodisiac? He quickly checked himself, finding no abnormal signs. However, he did feel a bit hot. But this place was a lava world, so it was already very hot. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yixue had already regained her strength. He saw her speaking eloquently, though he couldn't make out what she was saying. Suddenly, countless starlights appeared around her. Under the starlight, the entire lava space transformed. The original lava space vanished, replaced by a sea of stars. In this sea of stars, Fong Fong indeed saw a large area of red mist enveloping him. At the same time, Lu Zi in the distance was also shrouded. Instead, Zhang Yixue and Li Jian, trapped in the formation, were not affected by the pink powder. Although he didn't know what skill Zhang Yixue was using, Lu Zi didn't seem to be frightened. Sure enough, Fong Fong quickly noticed something unusual happening to him. He felt a heat and restlessness rising from within, as if an uncontrollable, nameless evil fire was surging up. The skin all over his body began to turn red, and sweat was pouring from his forehead. Even his eyes started to redden. He recalled how Li Jian had fainted in shock upon seeing that bottle. Fong Fong asked, "What exactly did you do to him? How could he faint just from seeing this bottle?" At that moment, Lu Zi's face was also flushed, and as she slowly unbuttoned her clothes, she said, "What else could I do, sister? I'm a woman, and he's a man. Naturally, we do what men and women are supposed to do." But he seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Perhaps he was too tired, which is why he fainted at the sight of this bottle. "Shameless! How can there be such an indecent woman like you in this world?" Fong Fong scolded. At that moment, he felt his control over his consciousness beginning to waver. Looking at Lu Zi's graceful figure, he felt an impulse to rush forward and push her down. He hurriedly retracted the bud to prevent himself from losing control and doing something terrible. Lu Zi saw Fong Feng's expression and knew that she had temporarily saved her life. However, she was also under the influence of the aphrodisiac, and as she slowly walked towards Fong Fong, she said, "Say what you want. How am I indecent? What if I am? Anyway, no one who has fallen under my aphrodisiac can endure it. Even someone as strong as Jiang Du fell at my feet back then. Do you think your willpower is stronger than Jiang Du's? Moreover, let me tell you, you won't be able to withstand my aphrodisiac. This drug is the strongest I have ever concocted. Once affected, your blood will be hot and unbearable. Unless you relieve the fire through intercourse, otherwise your blood vessels will expand and you'll bleed to death from your 7 orifices." As she spoke, Lu Zi glanced at the anxious Zhang Yixue beside her. "Little sister, I advise you not to come in. Once you touch this powder, you'll end up like your sister. I wouldn't mind if you came in to play together." "Despicable!" Zhang Yixue scolded, feeling trapped in a dilemma. Lu Zi was too close to Fong Fong for her to launch an attack. Otherwise, both of them would be affected. But since they were both in the powder, if she went in, she would also be affected. For a moment, she truly felt stuck. Lu Zi had now approached Fong Fong. Her delicate fingers rested on his shoulder, sliding down to his face. With a flick of her finger, she instantly tore off the mask from Fong Feng's face. When she saw his handsome, flawless cheeks behind the mask, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "I didn't expect you to be so handsome. It seems this time sister has struck gold." Fong Feng's eyes were almost ablaze. The nameless evil fire within him was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, Lu Zi's clothing was also disheveled, half of her fragrant shoulder exposed. She grabbed Fong Feng's hand and tried to place it on herself. Fong Feng quickly pulled his hand back. "No way! No way! You old cow, think you can eat this tender grass of mine? You must be dreaming. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost," Fong Feng shouted. Lu Zi, however, laughed. "Silly brother, if you want me to get lost, aren't you trying to harm me? I'm also under this drug. Without you, I would die too. Don't feel guilty, we are saving ourselves." "Damn it!" Fong Fong couldn't help but curse, raising his right hand. "A mere aphrodisiac, do you really think I have no way to deal with it? I still have my right hand. As for you, just die." Fong Feng's gaze turned cold as he instantly grabbed Lu Zi's neck. He was truly afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would lose his reason and really succumb to this enchantress. "Calm down. Using your hands is useless, my poison can only." Fong Fong didn't want to listen to Lu Zi's nonsense any longer. He made a Decisive move, swiftly cutting through the chaos, and a swarm of nanopoison insects suddenly appeared on his hand, gripping Lu Zi's neck. The nanopoison insects instantly latched onto Lu Zi's neck, and in an instant, several damage values popped up. Lu Zi also perished in that moment. Fong Fong tossed Lu Zi's corpse aside, and he himself almost simultaneously collapsed to the ground. The fire within him beginning to surge uncontrollably. He unconsciously glanced at Jiang Yixue beside him, his eyes blazing, and his mind started to spiral into chaos. He hurriedly shouted, "Go! Hurry up! Get outside and call for help! Call for someone!" Before Fong Fong could finish his sentence, blood began to flow from his nose. Blood also started to appear at the corners of his eyes. Jiang Yixue shook her head. "There's no way to notify the outside from the 5th layer of the abyss. It'll take me at least half an hour to get out. You won't be able to hold on. I'm leaving now. You have no way to survive. Muyu asked me to take good care of you before she left. How could I abandon you and leave on my own?" Fong Fong replied, "She asked you to take care of me, so you're planning to take me to bed?" Jiang Yixue looked at Fong Fong and said, "She's my best friend, she would understand. And you know very well that your hands can't cure this poison. How can you treat life and death as a joke?" Fong Fong said, "I should clarify first, I'm a scumbag. I don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility." "Who asked you to take responsibility?" Jiang Yixue interrupted Fong Fong directly and ran over. Looking at Jiang Yixue in front of him, Fong Feng's reason was almost consumed by the fire of desire. "Stop messing around and hurry up. I really can't hold on much longer." Jiang Yixue looked at him and placed her palm on Fong Feng's cheek. "I'm poisoned too now. Where do you want me to go?" Saying this, Jiang Yixue turned to look in the direction of the red formation. Seeing that Li Jian was still unconscious, she gritted her teeth and tore off the belt from her waist. At the same time, she embraced Fong Fong. Feeling the fragrance at the tip of his nose, Fong Fong could no longer hold back. He pushed Jiang Yixue down to the ground, and the last bit of reason left in him made him ask one final question. "Are you over 18? Jiang Yixue was taken aback, her pretty face flushed as she nodded. Fong Feng's last shred of reason was completely consumed. Countless insects appeared around the two. There were nano-poison bugs, fire sting bug kings, iron-armored ant kings, and even red feather bugs. Countless insects gathered around the two, quickly forming a barrier. They wrapped the two of them inside. Within the insect barrier, it was enchanting and wonderful, a grand battle unfolding. Outside the insect barrier, the astrological space gradually dissipated. Below, the lava was slowly descending. It seemed that beneath this lava, a gap had appeared, allowing the lava to leak down. It was unclear how long had passed. When Li Jian woke up, he saw that the lava outside the red formation had completely disappeared. Only a large mass of insects formed a barrier, looking quite strange. "Where's the lava? Why is it all gone? Where are Fong Fong and the others? Where are the people?" As he was thinking, suddenly the insect-formed barrier quickly spread apart. Then, two figures appeared from within, and it was none other than Fong Fong and Jiang Yixue. Seeing the two appear, Li Jian hurriedly patted the formation for help. Fong Fong also saw Li Jian and said, "I'll go save him. You open the exit." Jiang Yixue's pretty face was still flushed, and she nodded without speaking. Approaching the red formation, Fong Fong punched down, instantly smashing the formation open. Li Jian excitedly wrapped himself around Fong Fong. Fong Fong pushed him away and asked, "Why are you still here? What did that old witch do to you?" Li Jian was almost in tears as he hurriedly said, "I was ambushed. When I woke up, I was already here." "Did that old witch use aphrodisiacs on you too?" "Brother Fong, she used it on me several times. I'm almost..." "Brother Fong, you must keep this a secret for me. It's so embarrassing. If this gets out, I'll never be able to find a wife." Seeing Li Jian like that, Fong Fong couldn't help but laugh and nod. Li Jian asked, "By the way, did you get caught too?" "What about that old witch?" "She's dead," Fong Fong said. Li Jian was taken aback. "Brother Fong, you're really fierce. You killed her directly?" Fong Fong replied speechlessly, "What are you thinking? I killed her." "Killed her? Then how did you deal with the aphrodisiac? That drug is really potent." Fong Fong raised his right hand. "Love your right hand, good buddy." Li Jian was taken aback, recalling how Fong Fong and Jiang Yixue had appeared together earlier. He thought, is it the right hand? Can I trust it? Fong Fong was too lazy to say more to him and urged, "Alright, let's hurry up." At that moment, Jiang Yixue had already opened the entrance. The two ran over to join her. However, Fong Fong also noticed the changes in the lava space. The lava on the ground had completely disappeared. Where did all the lava go? Fong Fong frowned and asked. Jiang Yixue shook her head. "It seemed like this when we came out," Li Jian said. "The lava has seeped underground, I don't know why." As the three were talking, suddenly the entire lava space began to tremble violently. Countless fragments of rock started to fall. Seeing this, Fong Fong shouted, "Run! Don't worry about anything else, just get out alive." The three didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed out of the cave, heading towards the entrance to the 4th layer. However, just as they were a few hundred meters away from the entrance, they were shocked to see a massive crack open up in the ground beneath them. The crack was pitch black, and they couldn't see the bottom at all. It was as if there was a dark space beneath the lava. Just as Fong Fong was about to urge them to hurry, he suddenly saw a pair of red eyes light up in the dark space below. The eyes were so densely packed that they made one's scalp tingle. It seemed that countless monsters were hiding beneath this lava. Fong Fong was stunned. However, in the next moment he saw a snow-white claw reaching up from below. It seemed there was a barrier on the surface of the crack. The claw pierced through the barrier and reached for Fong Fong. The claw glimmered with a cold light, sharp and incredibly fast. Seeing this, Fong Fong immediately activated the divine insect fusion. He wanted to use the sonic speed of the red feather insect to dodge the attack, but he couldn't keep up. In a moment of desperation, he could only fuse with the iron-armored ant, forming a layer of defense on his chest. The next moment, the claw slashed across his chest. In an instant, Fong Fong was smashed against the rock wall above him like a cannonball. A series of extremely high damage values appeared above his head. 800 million. Fong Fong was utterly shocked. His current health was only 1.7 billion. That one claw had taken away half of his health. If it weren't for his system's divine insect fusion, he would have been dead by now. Moreover, the defense on his chest had also broken. 3 bloody wounds were horrifying to behold. Fong Fong gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his chest and shouted, "Run! This thing is beyond our ability to contend with." Just as he said this, the three of them saw the surface of the ground crack shimmer. In an instant, the strange claw that had reached out was completely severed. The claw fell to the ground and instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated. Seeing this, the three of them dared not delay any longer and rushed towards the entrance to the fourth layer. All the while, they were being watched by countless eyes from the dark crack below, sending chills down their spines. Fortunately, no attacks emerged from the dark crack. It seemed there was a formation covering this area. If they dared to strike, they would be severed. So they refrained from attacking. The three of them quickly rushed into the formation and disappeared into the fifth layer. As soon as they entered the fourth layer, they noticed that the Lord-level bosses in the fourth layer seemed to have encountered some terrifying presence, lying on the ground and not daring to move. The three of them didn't have time to think and headed straight for the entrance to the third layer, rushing out. The Abyss Guard's military station. A guard hurried over. "My lord, we just detected fluctuations in the Abyss formation. There may be changes on the fifth level. Suspected dark creatures have crossed the boundary." Bei Jiangnan's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Is the formation possibly damaged?" "No," the guard replied. Bei Jiangnan nodded. "That's good, continue monitoring." The guard nodded and went back to work. Bei Jiangnan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Abyss formation was not damaged, those dark creatures could not emerge. In just one day, General Qin Dong from the eastern region and guild leader Li Qingfeng would arrive. At that time, with them taking charge, there would naturally be no problems. Just as he was thinking, another guard came to report. "My lord, Fong Fong and the young lady have come out. Let's go." Bei Jiangnan had been worried about his daughter, and upon hearing the news, he immediately took people to welcome them. The entrance to the Abyss was strictly controlled by the guard army. Although many professionals had gathered around, none could approach. As soon as Fong Fong and the others emerged, they saw the waiting guard army. Mr. Fong, please follow me." The two nodded, not delaying, and followed Li Jian. An hour later, at the guard army station, Li Jian tearfully recounted his kidnapping experience. He also spoke of being imprisoned by Lu Zi. Of course, he didn't mention that Lu Zi had drugged him to sleep with him. Fong Fong and Jiang Yishua wouldn't embarrass themselves by bringing it up, and as for whether Bei Jiangnan would guess that it was his matter, that was uncertain. Li Jian was soon taken away by Li Yuan. Li Yuan had been looking for him these days, almost frantic with worry. Upon learning that Li Jian had been brought out from the fifth level by Fong Fong, he was immensely grateful. However, when he found out that Jiang Yishua and Fong Fong had entered the fifth level together, he appeared somewhat helpless. It seemed he sensed that Jiang Yishua and Fong Feng's relationship was becoming increasingly close. But such matters were mutual, he couldn't do anything about it. Fong Fong had also saved his brother, so even if he wanted to hate, he couldn't. Jiang Yishua recounted their ambush in the Abyss. Upon learning that Fong Fong was injured, Bei Jiangnan hurriedly asked Mentor Qian He to take him to rest. As for the other details, he would naturally ask his daughter. In a separate room, Fong Fong applied medicine to his chest and the pain had subsided. However, it would still take time to heal. He had 1.7 billion health points, and that 800 million damage couldn't take his life. But this ambush left a deep impression on him. His proud defense and health points felt like clay in front of that dark creature. Mentor Qian He looked at Fong Feng's chest wound and comforted him. "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. You're just getting started, you'll be stronger in the future." Fong Fong asked, "Mentor, what exactly is being suppressed beneath the Abyss? Why is its attack power so high? Doesn't the city lord know?" At this moment, Fong Fong felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for his system, he probably would have died from that blow. Mentor Qian He replied, "He knows. Basically, everyone who has graduated from university knows. You're about to enter university, so it's fine to tell you. Actually, you don't need to feel burdened. Once this matter spreads, it will only make you more famous. You only know that one strike almost took your life, but you don't know what kind of existence it is. That kind of monster, even I can't guarantee I could withstand a single hit. Ah, Fong Fong was taken aback. Mentor Qian. He was a 7th turn beast master, and even he couldn't guarantee he could take a hit. What on earth was that thing? Mentor Qian, he said, that is a dark creature. You see, beneath the cracks in the ground lies the true world of the dark abyss. And whether you are leveling up in the 1st layer or the 5th layer, it can only be considered the very edge of the abyss world. It doesn't even qualify as the abyss world. Moreover, everything must start from when the game first descended upon the world. It turns out that when the game descended upon the world, many evil monsters appeared, calling themselves the Dark Abyss race. They wreaked havoc for many years. Later, as the professionals developed, a great war broke out between the two sides. At that time, the strength of these Dark Abyss creatures was not as outrageous as it is now. Under the leadership of Lord Liang, the professionals fought against the Dark Abyss creatures for several years. They eventually forced them into the underground Dark Abyss. The formation of the city layout in the Dragon Kingdom is actually related to this matter. The Dark Abyss world is hidden underground, and naturally, there are passages leading to the surface. These passages are the predecessors of the Abyss lands. Liang led the professionals to set up abyss formations in each passage, sealing them. At first, these abyss lands were normal, but later, as the Dark Abyss creatures trapped underground continued to erode the beasts in these abyss lands began to mutate, sacrificing their souls to the monsters of the Dark Abyss. Thus, they gained the power of the abyss. The passage then transformed into the abyss land. The closer one gets to the bottom of the abyss, the stronger the empowered monsters become. This is how the situations of the 1st layer and the 5th layer came to be. These Dark Abyss monsters have always centered around a dark crystal. When they were driven underground back then, this dark crystal was also brought in. I heard that this dark crystal is their source of power. Although the Dragon Kingdom has been relatively peaceful over the years, the dark crystal underground has given those Dark Abyss monsters immense strength. As long as they are in the dark abyss, their power is terrifying, which is why they have not been completely eradicated to this day. And Lord Liang has said that humans and they will eventually have to face off in a great war. What exactly is inside the dark crystal, no one knows. But as the power emitted by that dark crystal grows stronger, those Dark Abyss creatures will definitely not be content to hide underground. Fong Fong, upon hearing this, was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "What level must the monster that ambushed me be?" Mentor Qian, he replied, "It's hard to say specifically, but it must at least be at the mythic level. Because Lord-level creatures cannot break through the abyss formations. Only mythic-level abyss monsters can break through." Fong nodded. If that's the case, he felt much more at ease. Being ambushed by a mythic-level abyss monster, and one that genuinely hides in the abyss world, indeed, its power is not comparable to that of a demon lord. Mentor Qian, he said, "Once you enter university, you'll find that mythic is not the highest level. There are many existences stronger than mythic, but they are just too rare. Those who can come into contact with them are generally strong." Fong nodded, feeling a bit more anticipation for the university life that was about to begin. "Alright, you should rest a bit and go complete your job change task. You won't need to level up for the next few days. The general of the Eastern region and the president of the Mage Guild will come to see you the day after tomorrow. Once this matter is settled, I'll take you back to Zhongbei University." Fong nodded, feeling quite shocked. He didn't expect that the president of the Mage Guild would want to see him, along with the general of the Eastern region. Just hearing it, one could tell they were high-ranking figures. Thinking that Fong wouldn't waste words, he got up to bid farewell to Mentor Qian He and headed straight for the Job Change Temple in Abyss Town. Inside the Job Change Temple, it was empty. The entire Abyss Town's practitioners were drawn to Fong Feng's incident, and with the Abyss temporarily sealed, naturally, no one came to change jobs or receive job change tasks. The staff at the Job Change Temple seemed to have received notice long ago, leading Fong directly to the Job Change Stone without daring to say a word. Fong also didn't waste time placing his palm on the Job Change Stone, and soon the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the 4th job change task. Hidden profession, Bloodthirsty Bug Master upgraded to Slaughter Bug Master. Please check your profession characteristics." Ding! The system has detected that you have completed the 4th job change task and is drawing rewards. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 4th job change task. Your level has risen to 123. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 4th job change task. The guild channel has been opened. Ding! Congratulations on meeting the minimum requirements for the guild. You have received a guild status bonus. Please check. Listening to the system's voice, Fong felt quite expectant. While waiting for the system to draw the job change rewards, he took a glance at his profession characteristics. Slaughter Bugmaster, a profession born from slaughter, living for slaughter, possessing absolute killing ability. It sounded quite impressive. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the divine talent, Divine Bug Evolution. Please check for details. Fong felt a surge of joy in his heart. After adding the free attribute points, he hurriedly opened his attribute panel to check. Name: Fong, profession: 4th job change Slaughter Bug Master. Level LV.123, Health 5000 after Divine Bug Fusion 2.66 billion, Physical Defense 500 after Divine Bug Fusion 500 million, Magical Defense 500 after Divine Bug Fusion 500 million, Strength 129, Intelligence 270, Constitution 132, Mentality 1800 plus, 180 from the passive of the Goblin King's staff, increasing mental mastery by 10%. Speed 30 meters/second, free attribute points. 0 Professional skills, Beast Control, Attack Form Switch, Evolution, Control Beast Attack Power increase 10%, Bloodthirsty. Technique, Absolute Slaughter, Common Skills, Divine Concealment, Shift Position, Advanced Stealth, Professional Characteristics. Insectoid Affinity, the practitioner is an insectoid beast master, with a high probability of successfully controlling insectoids, while controlling other types of wild beasts will definitely fail. Divine Talent, Divine Bug Split, increases mentality, can increase the split. Limit. Current limit 38,000. Divine Talent, Perfect Control, can activate a perfect control skill, guaranteed success on the controlled target, limited to insectoids, and the level cannot exceed 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown time 24 hours. Divine Talent, Damage Transfer, selects Iron Armored and currently can withstand damage of 2.66 billion. Divine Talent, Divine Bug Fusion, currently confused Divine Bugs, Nano Poison Bug, Iron Armored and King, Fire Spike Bug King, Red Feather Bug. Divine Talent, Divine Bug Evolution, can break through the myth-level Divine Bug limit, allowing myth-level Divine Bugs to evolve again, and regardless of the grade each evolution is guaranteed to succeed. Looking at the system panel, Fong Fong couldn't help but swallow. Since he left Longhua City until he completed this job change task, he had accumulated a large number of attribute points, resulting in a qualitative leap in overall strength after a single addition. Especially his health, which after fusion reached nearly 2.7 billion. His dual defenses even reached 500 million. Based on these stats, if he were to withstand a sneak attack from the Dark Abyss monsters right now, he would probably only lose at most 1 billion health. And that would be an overestimation. It was even possible that the opponent couldn't break through his defenses at all. Fong Fong gradually discovered the perverse nature of his system. He had only leveled up a dozen levels and had not changed his equipment. However, the upgraded attribute points and the job transfer attribute points, along with his control over the bugs upgrade attributes as well as the increase in control limits, have caused his overall attributes to nearly double. Especially this time, he also obtained the god-level talent, Divine Bug Evolution, which is simply like adding wings to a tiger. What does this mean? It means that his myth-level bug, the Nano Venom bug, can also begin to evolve. Moreover, every time he evolves in the future, he will not fail. He just needs to find the corresponding grade of bug to evolve. Of course, the higher the grade, the harder it will be to find such bugs, but the fact that he won't fail makes Fong Fong very comfortable. At least he doesn't have to worry about the bugs he painstakingly found failing to evolve. Fong Fong thought about it and opened the newly acquired skill, Absolute Slaughter. Absolute Slaughter, no matter what type of monster is killed, it will trigger Absolute Slaughter, preventing it from resurrecting. Note, Absolute Slaughter is ineffective against summoned monsters. Summoned monsters? Fong Fong thought he had a rough judgment. For example, summoners can summon monsters to assist in battle mainly because they possess summoning scrolls. The summoning scroll seals the essence of the monster, and what is summoned is merely a projection. The projection he kills is not the essence, so it naturally cannot trigger Absolute Slaughter. In other words, as long as Fong Fong kills the essence, no matter what the monster is, it cannot resurrect. For instance, even if he kills a demon lord in the abyss, it cannot resurrect using the power of lava. This skill is definitely a killing weapon. This skill is quite good. The demon monsters I kill in the future won't resurrect. For example, the fire pattern crocodile in the abyss, although I killed it, it can still resurrect using lava, but if I kill it in the future, it will truly be dead. A bold idea emerged in Fong Feng's mind. If he were to go to the abyss now and slaughter from the first layer to the fifth layer, then there would be no monsters left in that place in the future. Of course, Bei Jiangnan would definitely not let him do that. After all, the monsters in the abyss have limited strength and can serve as a trial stone for other professionals. If he kills them all, then other professionals won't be able to level up. Moreover, with Fong Feng's current level, he would gain very little experience in the abyss, making it completely unnecessary. These two skills are great, especially this Divine Bug Evolution. This recruitment list is about to end. When I get to Jiangbei City, I can just solve the matter with Sumuyu's mother. If I can get a myth-level bug, it would be perfect. For Divine Bug Evolution, if the bug is good, I'll keep it for myself. If it's average, I'll use it to upgrade the Nano Venom bug. Fong Fong was calculating in his heart. In addition, the Ironclad Ant Emperor and the Fire Spike Bug Emperor also need to find opportunities to evolve into Lord-level bugs. Otherwise, the gap with the myth level will still be quite large. Moreover, if they evolve, Fong Feng's attributes will definitely increase. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. When he walked out of the job transfer temple. Fong Fong saw that the guard army had already arrived outside. Mr. Fong, the city lord requests your presence. Mentor Qian He has already gone. Fong Fong nodded. Lead the way. A moment later, inside the guard army's station, Fong Fong saw Mentor Qian He, Bei Jiangnan and Jiang Ishue standing beside them. Bei Jiangnan said, "Little friend Fong Fong, I believe Mentor Qian He has already told you. Tomorrow, General Qin Dong and Elder Cheng Fong will arrive at Abyss Town. After you meet them, you can leave. In addition to this matter, there is another thing that needs your confirmation." Saying this, Bei Jiangnan waved his hand. Soon, Lu Feng brought two people in. Fong Fong was also taken aback when he saw who it was. It turned out to be Lei Yang and Zhang Dong. How could they be here? Fong Fong said. In surprise, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong, upon seeing Fong Fong, immediately looked as if they had found a lifeline. Lei Yang hurriedly shouted, "Big shot! Fong Fong, big shot, brother Fong Fong, it's me, Lei Yang. Don't you remember me? I'm the one who competed with you for a girlfriend and secretly took photos of you. I won't dare to ride on your coattails anymore. Please have mercy and let me off the hook." Beijing South recounted the situation to Fong Fong. It was only then that Fong Fong realized that his true identity had been sold out by these two guys. They had made a fortune on the professional forum. Although the news hadn't spread too widely yet, it had already been exposed, and it was clearly impossible to hide it any longer. Fong Fong said, "Let them go back. If it's exposed, then so be it. I'm not someone to be ashamed of." As for Lei Yang and Zhang Dong, he had grown too lazy to care about them. The gap in strength between them had become too large. One could say Fong Fong couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger. Moreover, the most important thing was that hiding a name didn't really matter. According to Mentor Qian He, the fear of exposure was about being targeted by the anti-alliance for assassination. So, did it really matter whether the name was exposed? This time, having killed Lu Zi had already alarmed the anti-alliance. Even if his name wasn't exposed, they would treat having a girlfriend as his name and issue a bounty. The difference was merely between a real name and a pseudonym. However, for the next period, Fong Fong would be studying at Zhangbei University. They wouldn't have much opportunity to trouble him, so Fong Fong didn't care about these things at all. In this world, there were too many ways to hide oneself, otherwise, the anti-alliance wouldn't still be around without being completely eradicated. Beijing South had Lu Feng take Lei Yang and Zhang Dong away. The result might be the confiscation of illegal earnings while notifying the Howling Sky Wolf to come and take them away. Seeing Lei Yang and Zhang Dong this time made Fong Fong reminisce about his high school days. It had only been 2 months since graduating high school, yet many people and things had undergone earth-shattering changes. Just thinking about it felt like a lifetime ago. Beijing South had other matters to attend to, so Fong Fong left first. Inside the Abyss Tavern, Mentor Qian He said, "The enrollment list will close in 2 days. As a mentor at Zhangbei University, I also need to go back and prepare for the start of the semester. Once you finish here, you can head to Zhangbei University on your own. Remember not to miss the opening ceremony a week from now." Fong Fong nodded. Mentor Qian He seemed to want to say something else, but after opening his mouth, he ultimately said nothing and left. Just after Mentor Qian He left, Jiang Ishue arrived. Seeing Jiang Ishue again made Fong Fong feel a bit awkward. Every time he saw her, he would think of what had happened on the 5th level of the Abyss. Jiang Ishue, however, spoke calmly. At the start of each new semester at Zhangbei University, in addition to the opening ceremony, there will also be a trial activity involving wooden stakes. In simple terms, the school will assign the most suitable mentors and arrange detailed development paths based on each person's combat power and professional characteristics. In addition, there are also mandatory tasks to complete each semester. Moreover, there are student-initiated tasks within the school, and sometimes you will need to form teams to complete them. You will gradually become familiar with these things once you enroll. I came this time to say goodbye. I also need to prepare, as I will be a second-year student after the semester starts. Fong Fong nodded, seeing that Jiang Ishue, a girl, was more open than he was, so he decided not to think too much, and said, "Regardless, thank you for what you did before. See you at Zhangbei University." Jiang Ishue's face flushed slightly. She nodded and then left. Fong Fong actually wanted to leave right away. He was eager to check on the situation regarding the bugs in Sumuyu's mother's mind. However, General Qin Dong and Li Qingfeng had specifically requested to see him, and if he left now, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of hiding his identity? So Fong Fong decided to stay and meet these two. Taking advantage of the free time that day, Fong also checked all his information. First, he looked at his attribute panel. Name: Fong Fong. Occupation: Fortune Slaughter Bug. Master level: LV.123 health, 5000 after Divine Bug Fusion, 2.66 billion physical defense, 500 after Divine Bug Fusion, 500 million magical defense, 500 after Divine Bug Fusion, 500 million strength, 129 intelligence, 270 constitution, 132 spirit. 1800 plus 180, 180 is from the passive of the Goblin King's staff, increasing spirit mastery by 10%. Speed: 30 meters/second, reaching new Sound speed after Divine Bug Fusion free attribute points 0 professional skills Beast control attack form switch evolution control Beast attack power increase 10% bloodthirsty technique absolute slaughter general skills Divine hidden fate shape shift advanced stealth professional traits insect race affinity the professional is an insect race beast master with a high probability of successfully controlling insect race while controlling other types of wild beasts will definitely fail. Divine talent Divine bug split increases spirit power can raise the split limit. Current limit 38,000. Divine talent perfect control can activate a perfect control skill guaranteed success on the controlled target limited to insect race and the level cannot exceed too much of one's own. Cooldown time 24 hours. Divine talent damage transfer selects iron armored and currently can withstand damage of 2.66 billion. Divine talent Divine bug fusion currently confused divine bugs nano poison bug iron armored and king fire spike bug king red feather bug. Divine talent Divine bug evolution can break through the myth level divine bug limit allowing myth level divine bugs to evolve again and regardless of the grade each evolution will definitely succeed. The attribute panel is nothing strange. However, through this attribute panel Fong Fong also discovered some details he had not noticed before. First, Fong Fong did not have high requirements for equipment, so he had not paid much attention to it. Next, he would be entering Jiangbei University to study, and leveling up to 5 turns was not easy. Therefore, for a long time in the future, he might not be able to achieve 5 turns, so it was necessary to get a set of high-grade equipment that could be used for a long time. Thinking of this, Fong Fong remembered the Dark Beast Master set in the Beast Master Guild. This Dark Beast Master set required a level of exactly 119, which was most suitable for Fong Fong at present, but to obtain it required a contribution of 100,000. It seemed that it would not be easy to get. But having a goal was better than having none. Besides equipment, Fong Fong also discovered another issue. That was the speed issue. Speed does not belong to the 4-dimensional attributes. And like health, physical defense, and magical defense, it also needs to be improved through equipment. However, some professions have speed bonuses such as assassination swordsman, assassins, etc. And auxiliary professions also have status skills that increase speed. Fong Fong was a traveler, and he remembered very clearly that the speed of sound in his previous world was 340 meters/second. However, in this game world, the speed was surprisingly high. An assassination swordsman and an assassin could easily break through 500 meters per second, and this speed had already surpassed the speed of sound in his previous world. Yet in this world after the crossing, it was still far from the speed of sound. This might be due to the essential differences between the two worlds. After all, the currency in this world often reached tens of billions or hundreds of billions, so this high speed could be understood. Fong Fong was calculating in his heart. This world's 500 meters per second is probably equivalent to 50 meters per second on Earth. Otherwise, how could my speed only reach the speed of sound after fusing the red feather bug with the divine bug? Fong Fong thought of giving the speed of sound standard in this world a new name. New sound speed. Although I don't know how the speed of this world is calculated, being able to reach the standard of new supersonic speed in this world has completely compensated for my own lack of speed. At least for the foreseeable future, I won't have to worry about being slow anymore. Moreover, the Akabane bug itself is at the Lord level and there is no need for evolution at the moment. Thinking about Fong Feng's attention, it is still focused on the 3 types of bugs I previously controlled. Thinking of this, Fong Fong opened the list of bugs to take a look. Name, Nano Poison Bug Rating, Mythical Level, LV.123 Attack Power, 15,000 Health, 8,000 Physical Defense, 1,500 Magical Defense, 1,500 Additional Effect, Deadly Poison. Each attack can inflict a deadly poison effect, causing the poison target to lose 5,000 health per second for 3 seconds. Additional skill, Poison Mist, can release a poisonous mist, poisoning enemies within range. If there are no enemies, the mist lasts for 30 minutes. Tip: the deadly poison effect can be enhanced with level increases. Reminder: mythical level divine bug currently can evolve divine bug splitting talent active. Currently splitting, limit 38,000. Current quantity 38000/38000. Name: Fire Spike Bug King. Rating: boss level, yellow level, LV.123 attack power, 5,300 health, 3,300 physical defense, 220 magical defense, 220 additional passive skill. Fire armor piercing, when attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defense by 10%. Effect can stack. Maximum can reduce the opponent's dual defense to 0. Tip: fire armor piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Additional passive skill, Flight, can spread wings and fly with no consumption. Speed matches that of the owner. Reminder: boss level divine bug can evolve divine bug splitting talent active. Currently splitting, limit 38,000. Current quantity 38000/38000. Name: Iron Armor and King. Rating: boss level, yellow level, LV.123 attack power, 4,400 health, 70,000 physical defense, 13,000 magical defense, 13,000 additional passive skill. Silver armor protection, when taking damage, will immediately increase dual defense by 40%. Reminder: boss and divine bug can evolve divine bug Splitting talent active. Currently splitting. Limit 38,000. Current quantity 38000/38000. Name Crimson Feather. Bug rating Lord level. Orange level. LV.123. Automatically downgraded due to exceeding host level. Attack power 6100. Health 3200. Physical defense 1000. Magical defense 1000. Passive skill. Crimson Feather Flight comprehends the rules of wind speed increases by 500 meters/second. Passive skill Crimson Feather Trail leaves a red mark behind when flying. Can be shared with other bugs and teammates, increasing their speed to 500 meters/second. Reminder: Lord level Divine Bug can evolve. Confuse Fusion attribute increases speed to the speed of sound. After fusion, the Crimson Feather Trail skill becomes ineffective. Divine Bug splitting talent active. Currently splitting. Limit 38,000. Current quantity 38000/38000. Looking at these magnificent attributes, Fong Fong couldn't help but be amazed. He then opened the Divine Bug Fusion to check the attributes after fusion. Nano Poison Bug Mythical Level Poison Bug. Currently confused. Fusion attributes are as follows. Attack power after fusing with itself will gain the attack power of the Nano Poison Bug 15,000 x 38,000 effect. Each has 15,000 attack power, a total of 38,000 total 570 million deadly poison passive. Each attack will put the enemy into a poison state, losing 5,000 health per second. Tip: cannot use the skill Poison Mist in fusion state. Fire Spike Bug King. Boss level. Currently confused. Fusion attributes are as follows. After merging with ignore 70% defense, it will gain the ability to ignore 70% of defense from the Fire Spike Insect King. The Divine Insect rank is medium. After merging, the effect only has a 70% defense ignore and it will not stack. Increasing the insect rank can raise the defense ignore limit. The maximum can reach 100%. The passive defense break will not increase with level upgrades, so there will be no change after merging. Iron Armored Ant King is a leader level poisonous insect currently available for merging with the following merging attributes. Health after merging, it will gain the Iron Armored Ant King's health 70,000 x 38,000 effect. Each has 70,000 health, totaling 38,000. Attack 2.66 billion. Physical defense after merging, it will gain the Iron Armored Ant King's physical defense 13,000 x 38,000 effect. Each has 13,000 physical defense, totaling 38,000 total 500 million magical defense after merging. It will gain the Iron Armored Ant King's magical defense 13,000 x 38,000 effect. Each has 13,000 magical defense, totaling 38,000 total 500 million. Reminder: continue to upgrade the rank. The highest can gain dual defense immunity effect. Crimson Feather Insect is a Lord level insect currently available for merging with the following merging attributes. New Sonic Speed after merging, it will gain the Crimson Feather Insect speed bonus 500 x 38,000 effect. Each has 500 speed, totaling 38,000 total 19 million meters/second. New Sonic Speed. Reminder: continue to upgrade the rank. The highest can gain new light speed effect. There are too many insect attributes. Frequent organization will be criticized for wordiness, so it has taken a long time to organize. Please forgive. Looking at these attributes, Fong Fong couldn't help but exclaim. 570 million attack power, 2.66 billion health, 500 million dual defense plus new Sonic Speed. Who else could compare? Fong Fong even felt that in his future university studies, aside from gaining knowledge, there seemed to be nothing else to learn. The mentors at Zhongbei University probably don't have such glamorous data. Of course, if we talk about shortcomings, Fong Fong still has some, but his life has just begun. There will be plenty of time and opportunities in the future to make up for shortcomings. The next goal is change equipment, evolve insects. Thinking this, Fong Fong began to browse his backpack. Since Sumuyu left, Fong Fong had entered the 4th layer to complete the job transfer task. During this time, he had also accumulated quite a few materials and spoils. Now that he had some free time, he naturally needed to take stock. Among them, there were a total of 9 demon crystals. These were obtained from completing the job transfer task. In addition, there were 4 pieces of equipment, a monster card, and 3 skill books. He wouldn't showcase all 4 pieces of equipment, just one that Fong Fong thought was quite good. Bone Dragon Ring Rating Orange, Lord level requirement, level 145 intelligence plus 700 passive skill. Dragon Phoenix Bond Dragon Race Professionals increase attack power by 50%. Phoenix Race Professionals increase attack power by 50%. Profession Universal type. Fong Fong could actually use this ring, but it wasn't very suitable since it added intelligence, not mental power. Moreover, if he used it, the passive skill Dragon Phoenix Bond would basically be wasted, as he was not a dragon or phoenix professional. Among the people Fong Fong knew, only Sumuyu was suitable. She was a Phoenix Mage, also considered a Phoenix Race professional, which was very fitting. This girl has helped sell things a lot before, so this equipment can be considered as the service fee that has never been paid. Fong Fong thought to keep this piece of equipment. When he visits her another day, he will also take the myth-level insect from Sumuyu's mother's mind, and this equipment can serve as a thank you gift. In addition, the monster card is for the fire pattern crocodile, and the Lord-level summoning card can also sell for quite a bit of money. As for the last 3 skill books, they are all for the Berserker class. Fong Fong can't use them either. What a pity about that dark cat demon. If I had killed it, it would have dropped quite a few good items. Unfortunately, it ended up killing itself. And this demon lord, too bad it's part of the insect race. Once it's under my control, it won't drop anything. Otherwise, the items dropped by a demon lord would surely be quite appealing. Fong Fong shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He immediately called for Xian and dumped everything on her, asking her to help deal with it. Due to Fong Fong not being able to stay in Abyss Town for long, these items were directly sold to the Su auction house. Xian transferred a total of 50 billion to Fong Fong, which was quite a lot, adding Fong Feng's previous savings and the money Sumuyu sent him after selling items upon leaving. He found that his current savings had surprisingly reached 90 billion. He was indeed a little tycoon. By the way, last time you asked us to help collect leader-level insects, we have some news. Xian said. Let's hear it. Fong Fong quickly replied, feeling more confident with so much money on hand. Xian continued, we have been purchasing at a high price throughout the province, and so far we have only received 2. They should arrive in Jiangbei City tomorrow night. The purchase price is 1.5 billion for one and 2 billion for the other. Since it's a proxy purchase, we can't offer you any discounts. Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. They weren't making a profit as it was, so it wouldn't be fair to let them lose money. However, how could the purchase price be so high? Fong Fong asked. I remember the price for leader-level insects was around 1 billion before. Why has it suddenly increased so much? Xian smiled wryly. The one for 1.5 billion was purchased a few minutes earlier. After you dealt with the demon lord, the price shot up, especially after Lei Yang and Zhang Dong revealed your profession. Information. Now those who have leader-level insect species are directly quoting 3 billion. Fong Fong couldn't help but curse. Damn, this was a direct doubling. Although he had money now, he couldn't afford to spend it like this. Moreover, this was just 4 leader-level insects. If he were to evolve into a lord-level red feather insect in the future, wouldn't each one cost 1 or 200 billion? Thinking this way, Fong Fong suddenly felt like a poor man. 9 billion was truly too meager in the face of spending. Then let's go with your purchase price. I'll collect it when I get to Jiangbei City. Also, don't collect any more for now. I don't know how many more I need, so let's talk about it when I arrive in Jiangbei City tomorrow night. Xian nodded. Fong was also very clear that as more people learned about his profession as a beast master, the rise of related items was only a matter of time. The materials consumed by the rise of a big shot were quite terrifying, which could also drive the development of related industries. Otherwise, why would there be so many secondary profession guilds? After finishing what needed to be resolved, it was evening. Fong Fong found a secluded place to lie down and listen to music while opening the long-awaited guild option. After completing the 4th transfer, his guild function was fully unlocked. As soon as he opened the guild, a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations on entering the guild for the first time. The guild status has been activated. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a guild status bonus, 10% experience gain. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a guild status bonus, attack power increased by 10%, only increases base attributes. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a guild status bonus. Double defense increased by 10%, only increases base attributes. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a guild status bonus. Health increased by 10%, only increases base attributes. Ding! Guild tasks opened. Currently, there are no suitable guild tasks for you to take. Listening to the series of sounds, Fong Fong checked the panel and found that the attribute increases were almost negligible. Since it only increased base attributes, the enhancement to the insects and the attributes after fusion was also very small. Fong Fong was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it said that the guild status provided a high increase? Why did it become so little for him? After thinking for a moment, Fong Fong quickly understood. It wasn't that the attribute increase was small, but rather that he himself was too abnormal to know that other professionals level up and change jobs without experiencing the attribute doubling like he did after merging with the divine insect. Everyone else improves little by little, and Fong Fong, who is used to such significant leaps in improvement, naturally felt a bit surprised when faced with a much smaller increase. Understanding this, Fong Fong stopped overthinking it. Better than nothing. Having something is good enough. What more could he want? At this moment, the guild channel was buzzing with conversation. Fong Fong glanced over and was taken aback to see Sumuyu chatting in there as well. Muyu, you said you are Fong Feng's family member, so what is his current strength? I saw in the guild channel that he is only level 123 at the 4th job change. How did he make it onto the Demon Hunter leaderboard? What hidden class does he have? Asked a berserker named Crazy Warrior Lei Gu. Fong Fong noticed that this person was actually level 180 at the 6th job change. Every guild wouldn't only have members of corresponding professions, so it wasn't surprising to see a berserker in the Beast Master Guild. It was said that there were assassins in the Mage Guild too. This was quite normal. A guild needs to have all kinds of professions to form teams for dungeons. Otherwise, if it was all mages going in, there would only be two outcomes. The first dungeon would be blown apart by the mages, and the second, the mages would be wiped out. Sumuyu replied, "There's no hidden class. Just a beast master." "No hidden class? Are you kidding? Are ordinary beast masters this strong? My strength has just barely made it onto the heavenly ranking," Lei Gu said. Sumuyu laughed at this. "People are different, just get used to the surprises." Lei Gu, watching the two chat, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile wryly. Sumuyu really was afraid he wouldn't be famous. Thinking this, Fong Fong sent a message to Sumuyu. "When is your mother coming back?" The reply came quickly. "I have to wait a few more days. I heard from my father that my grandfather ran into some issues on the road. Let's prepare for school first and we'll be notified when they return." Fong Fong nodded. Although he was a bit impatient, there was nothing to be done about it. Then, Fong also asked in the guild channel why there were no tasks available. Lei Gu enthusiastically explained, "Big shot, your level is a bit low. The guild unlocks at level 119 and you've just crossed the threshold. So tasks are quite rare. Most guild tasks are posted by members, like needing materials or hunting certain bosses." "Just wait a bit," Fong Fong suddenly asked. "How long will it take to complete the 100,000 contribution points?" Lei Gu replied, "If it's directly from the guild tasks, it could take several years. You want to exchange for the Dark Beast Master set, right? With your strength, you can take on tasks from the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall. Completing them will give you a lot of contribution points and can also improve the guild's ranking. But the tasks from the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall are quite dangerous. But I believe you definitely have that strength. Our Beast Master Guild's ranking relies on you." This was the first time Fong Fong had heard of the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Mentor Qian he sent a message. "Don't rush, the tasks from the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall are very dangerous. I will explain it to you in detail once you enter university. For now, just get familiar with the guild members and build good relationships." "Okay," Fong Fong replied. The people in the Beast Master Guild were indeed very polite, quite different from what Fong Fong had imagined a guild to be. With nothing to do, he started chatting to pass the time. When there was something to talk about, the conversation flowed. When there wasn't, it was sparse. Time flew by, and soon it was noon the next day. Fong was invited to the garrison's base early. After waiting for a moment, he saw Bei Jiangnan welcoming two people in, an old man and a middle-aged man. The two individuals exuded an extraordinary presence. They must be Li Qingfeng and General Qingdong. "You all chat, I'll be outside, call me if you need anything." After Bei Jiangnan brought the people in, he quickly left. General Qingdong, as the general of the eastern region, was someone he rarely saw. Not to mention that this time, Li Qingfeng was also here, a person who was even harder to meet. Bei Jiangnan naturally understood that the matter they came to discuss with Fong Fong was probably not something he could listen to. Sure enough, Qingdong nodded and did not stop him. After Bei Jiangnan left, his gaze fell back on Fong Fong. Fong Fong did not deliberately hide any information. In front of these two big shots, it was meaningless to hide or not. First of all, his strength was absolutely strong enough. Even facing these two, he had the ability to protect himself. Secondly, if these two really wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do. After all, the two of them combined could mobilize almost half of the resources of the Dragon Kingdom. They couldn't kill him, but they could make Fong Feng's life extremely difficult. A level 123 Beast Master at the fourth transition. "Kid, you really surprised me," General Qingdong said with a smile, inviting the three to sit down. "Young friend Fong, your momentum has been quite strong lately, and you've even made it to the Demon Hunter rankings Earth and Heaven lists in just one day. But do you know what the Demon Hunter rankings are?" As soon as he sat down, General Qingdong asked. Fong Fong shook his head. "I don't know." General Qingdong smiled. "No worries, you'll find out. Once you enter university in the future, you'll gradually come into contact with the true side of this world." As he spoke, Qingdong looked at Li Qingfeng beside him. He was only accompanying him this time, and Li Yang had told them not to inquire about Fong Feng's matters. So he just exchanged a few pleasantries and handed the conversation over to Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng was not someone who liked to beat around the bush. He looked at Fong Feng and directly took out two items. They were two brocade boxes, one square and the other rectangular. He placed the two brocade boxes on the ground and opened them. Fong Feng saw that inside the square brocade box was a stone with 7 colors. It shimmered and seemed to have a faint power fluctuation within. Inside the rectangular brocade box was a token inscribed with the words Divine General. Li Qingfeng said, "This token is called the Divine General Selection Token. Every year, students admitted to the university can participate in the national Divine General Trials before advancing. The Divine General Trials last for half a month, and after they end, the top 100 will be selected for the final Divine General Selection Battle. With this token, you can skip the preliminary Divine General Trials and go directly to the Divine General Selection Battle. The Divine General Trials are safe and mainly for gaining experience, while the Divine General Selection Battle is dangerous and could even lead to death. This token is now yours. I hope that a year from now, you can come to participate in the Divine General Selection Battle. Fong Fong looked at the token, then at Li Qingfeng, and did not speak. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng did not waste words either, pointing to the other 7-colored stone. This is a Space Divine Stone, which can designate a location as a coordinate. Once shattered, no matter where you are, even in the Dark Abyss world, you can be instantly transported back. But it can only be used once. This item was given by Lord Li Yang. Anyone who obtains the Divine General token will receive one of these Space Divine Stones. However, those who enter the Divine General Selection Battle through the Divine General Trials will not have this stone. After Li Qingfeng finished speaking, he said no more, just looking at Fong Fong. Fong Fong frowned slightly, staring at the Space Divine Stone, and did not speak. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng spoke again. The reason for giving the Space Divine Stone instead of the Killing Divine Stone has two parts. First, the places where this stone can be used are most likely the Dark Abyss world. If the God-slaying stone is used in a place like this, it may provoke the wrath of the demons in the Dark Abyss, possibly leading to a great war. As it stands, neither the Dark Abyss nor we, the human professionals, are prepared for an all-out war. Secondly, even if you are a descendant of the Divine Generals, you must rely on your own efforts. The resources we can allocate at the moment are quite limited. If you can stand out in the selection battle for Divine Generals, you will gain access to more resources, including a deeper understanding of this world. Fong Fong nodded, surprised in his heart. Li Qingfeng truly lived up to his reputation as the president of the Divination Guild, being an exceptionally skilled diviner himself. It was as if he could see through Fong Feng's innermost thoughts. Some information was incorrectly written earlier. Li Qingfeng is the president of the Divination Guild, mistakenly written as the president of the Mage Guild, and I have already contacted the editor for corrections. After Li Qingfeng finished speaking, he said no more. Fong Fong stared at the two items, looked at them again, and ultimately decided to take them. Regardless of his own strength, he was always on the side of the alliance. Therefore, there was no reason for Fong Fong not to participate in the selection battle for Divine Generals. Danger has always coexisted with opportunity, and with his formidable strength, ordinary dangers could almost be ignored. So if he participated in the selection battle for Divine Generals, the benefits would outweigh the risks. It was worth going. Just as Fong Fong put the items away, Li Qingfeng spoke up. I want to test your strength to determine your future development direction. Tell me, what are your strongest aspects? For example, attack power, high defense, or are the insects you control powerful? Fong Fong scratched his head at the question and replied, I guess my attack power is high and my defense is strong. That's my strongest aspect. Although Fong Feng's insects were also powerful, his greatest strength lay in the mutated attributes after merging with the divine insects. The insect army was indeed formidable, but it was clearly inferior compared to the fusion. Li Qingfeng nodded, then waved his hand, and suddenly Fong Fong found the scenery around him changed. It seemed he had been brought into another space by Li Qingfeng. It was a vast, boundless starry sky. Apart from the countless stars, there was nothing else. Li Qingfeng's voice suddenly echoed. This is the astrological space. I will summon a boss projection. What you need to do is punch it once and then let it hit you. Once. Let me see how strong your attack and defense really are. As he spoke, Fong Fong saw a gigantic stone monster suddenly appear in the astrological space. At the same time, information popped up. Illusory stone man projection, elemental type rating, mythical. Level, health 100,000 attack power, 100,000 physical defense, 100,000 magical defense, 100,000 no passive skills, no active skills. Li Qingfeng explained. This is a projection boss specifically designed to test strength. All its values are the same. Now you can make the first move. Fong Fong nodded at the words, immediately refraining from further talk, and instantly unleashed the divine insect fusion. Then he punched forward. The stone man did not resist and took the punch. Instantly, a series of values appeared above its head. 570,500,500,500,000. The 570 million damage was Fong Feng's own, while the other three damage values were from the nanotoxic insect's venomous state. After the divine insect fusion, the fire spike insect king also provided Fong with a certain degree of defense ignoring ability. Given that the stone man's defense was only 100,000, the damage he dealt was nearly equivalent to his own attack power after fusion. However, Fong Fong found it strange that after the stone man took the damage, it did not shatter. The blood amount still showed 100,000. At this moment, Li Qingfeng was incredibly shocked. 570 million damage. This was something he had never seen before. He had seen many divine generals before, but no one had ever dealt such terrifying damage. At this moment, Li Qingfeng's gaze towards Fong Fong became a bit more fervent. Now it's its turn to attack you. Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. Soon after, the stone man swung a punch towards Fong Fong. Fong Fong was even prepared to be knocked back. However, in the next moment he found that he was standing still, not moving at all. He didn't even feel any pain. At the same time, a damage value appeared above his head. -1. The Stone Man's strike had actually failed to break through his defenses. Looking at this damage value, Fong Fong felt quite satisfied. After completing his 4th transformation, his dual defenses had reached nearly 1 billion. It would be a miracle if this Stone Man could break through his defenses. Seeing this damage, Li Qingfeng was even more shocked. He stared at Fong Fong in silence for a long time before waving his hand to dismiss the Stone Man. The surrounding astrological space had not been removed, as if Li Qingfeng still had something to say to him. Sure enough, Li Qingfeng soon appeared, inviting Fong Fong to sit down. The two of them sat cross-legged in the astrological space. Li Qingfeng looked at Fong Fong and said, "You really amaze me. Even I can't help but want to take a closer look at how you can achieve such terrifying damage and defense. To put it bluntly, your current strength is comparable to that of a 9th transformation practitioner. Even I might not be able to withstand 2 of your punches." Fong Fong was also taken aback by this. Comparable to a 9th transformation practitioner? Then do I still need to go to university? Senior, if you want to know, I might not be able to tell you. Fong Fong had a good impression of Li Qingfeng and felt he could speak honestly with him. Although he had a system, this world was far more complex than he had imagined. Having a wise person to guide him would definitely save him many years of detours. However, Li Qingfeng quickly waved his hand. "No need. This matter is of great importance, and you must remember not to disclose it to anyone in the future, not even to your university mentor. This is something only you should know. If it gets out, it means people will study your weaknesses. As for your monstrous damage and attack power, there's no need to hide that. The stronger you appear, the fewer enemies you will have. After all, they have to consider whether they are your match before they make a move. But the reason why you are so strong is something only you should know. Remember, even within the alliance, there may be spies against the alliance." Fong Fong nodded, feeling quite shocked. There were actually spies against the alliance within the alliance. Had the conflict between the two sides reached such a level? Fong Fong asked, "Senior, do I still need to attend this university?" According to Li Qingfeng, his strength was comparable to a 9th transformation, yet it would take 3 years to attend university. Wasn't that a waste? Li Qingfeng nodded. "You must go. Although your current strength is strong, your understanding of this world is like a blank slate. You need to attend university, but the focus should be on learning about the world. As for your strength, just fill in the gaps and strengthen your weaknesses. With your strength, there's really nothing in university that can teach you how to improve. You can only rely on yourself. So you should strive to master knowledge about the entire world while in university. In addition, you should also gain experience and broaden your horizons. You can also try taking on tasks from the Dragon Kingdom's task hall. Once you complete the Divine General Selection battle, your life trajectory will be completely different." Fong Fong nodded. To be honest, he had recently discovered many issues. These issues were things he had never encountered during high school. For example, why do the attributes of abyss monsters get enhanced by dark crystal stones? Why does his nano poison bug, which is clearly myth level, have only half the attack power of a lord level red feather bug? Additionally, why do the dual defenses of iron armored ants grow so slowly with level increases? However, its blood volume is several times that of the nano poison insect. Clearly, it is only at the lord level, while the nano poison insect is at the myth level. No one has explained these questions to him at all. If the knowledge taught in high school is a general understanding of this world, then what is taught in university is a detailed explanation of why this world is the way it is. At the same time, what is the demon hunting list? Why does it exist? What kind of tasks does the Dragon Kingdom's mission hall issue? These are all things he will need to understand in the future. Li Qingfeng said, "At Zhangbei University, there are 2 Beast Master mentors. One is named Wuya, and the other is named Xianhe. Wuya is strong and harsh on students, good at forcing out their potential. The students he teaches are also quite strong. On the other hand, Mentor Qianhe is humble and good at guiding students to discover their own potential. His students are very strong or very weak, but they all have one thing in common: they are very determined about their own direction. I recommend you choose Mentor Qianhe. Although Wuya is stricter, he is not very suitable for you." Fong nodded. He was already closer to Qianhe and naturally had no intention of changing mentors upon entering university. Li Qingfeng looked at Fong and said, "In these years, I have seen many seeds of divine generals, but I have never seen anyone as dazzling as you. Fong, you must remember that strength can make one lose their true self. What is the purpose of pursuing strength? To dominate the world? To protect those you care about? These can all be valid purposes, but the pursuit of strength must never be solely for the sake of strength. Jiang Du is the best example. If you pursue strength just for the sake of it, you will become a slave to power." Fong nodded. Li Qingfeng gave him a very warm feeling. To encounter such a life mentor in this already unbalanced world also calmed Fong Feng's heart a bit. "Tell me about your experiences in the 5th layer of the abyss." After today, it's hard to say when we will meet again, but if you have any questions in the future, feel free to message me directly. Saying this, Li Qingfeng added Fong Feng as a friend. Fong Feng nodded and recounted his encounter with Lu Zi. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng frowned slightly and said, "You need to be careful. As far as I know, the current head of the anti-alliance in the eastern region is Jiang Du. Although he has no feelings for Lu Zi, she is his subordinate and you have disrupted his plans to obtain the Demon Lord's egg. He will probably keep an eye on you. Once you get to university, you should pay attention to the hunting list. He might issue a hunting task for you. Just having your name exposed. If you have the chance, consider purchasing some equipment that can change your appearance. It will be more convenient when you leave the university to carry out tasks." Fong Feng nodded. He had never considered these matters before. However, since Qingfeng had said so, he naturally would not refuse. Li Qingfeng said, "Don't think I'm being long-winded. Although your defense is astonishing, there are many means in this world that can ignore defense. Even professions like berserkers who have thick health are not without the risk of being one-shot. To sum it up in one sentence, the game has descended into this world, but this world is not a game world. You cannot view this world according to the conventional settings of a game. The best example is, you will gradually discover that many powerful monsters are indeed inferior to ordinary monsters in certain aspects. This world is inherently unbalanced." Fong Feng and Elder Qingfeng talked for a full 3 hours. By the time they came out, Qin Dong and the others had fallen asleep. It was Li Qingfeng who called him, waking him up. "Have you finished your discussion?" "That's just right. I also have something to tell you, Fong Feng. You should have the sword token on you, right? How many merit points do you have? Tell me about it." "Well, it seems I am currently a 3-star commander with 1.3 million merit points," Fong Feng said. He hadn't paid much attention to the merit points of the garrison troops, mainly because he had been focused on leveling up before. It was only now that Qin Dong asked that Fong Feng took a glance. Qin Dong nodded. 3-star commander is not low, and you have 1.3 million merit points. Let me tell you, when you have time, go to the garrison office in Jiangbei City to take a look. These merit points can be exchanged for supplies. As a beast master, the supplies you can exchange include equipment, controllable monsters, skill books, consumables, and so on. If you can use it for free, why not? If you're interested, you can also join the garrison. There are tasks to be taken on in the garrison. Fong Feng nodded upon hearing this. It all sounded pretty good. However, he was also worried that joining the garrison would mean too many tasks, leaving him no time to level up. Seemingly sensing Fong Feng's concerns, Qin Dong explained, "Don't worry, joining the garrison doesn't mean you lose your freedom. The garrison system is divided into 2 types. One is the full-time garrison, which means you must stay in the camp. Under this system, soldiers can promote their positions based on merit points in exchange for more resources. The other type is for you university students or those who don't want to be restricted in freedom. You can be flexible garrison personnel, only needing to complete designated tasks each year and respond to calls during wartime. It's very free." Fong Feng nodded upon hearing this. If that's the case, he could choose to join. But he still needed to see what good things the Jiangbei City garrison had to exchange for first. After all, even if he didn't join, he could still earn merit points, and whether to join was just a matter of words. After chatting with Qin Dong and Li Qingfeng, it was already past noon. They were eager to go into the abyss to consolidate the formation, so they quickly left. "Fong Feng, my young friend, the enrollment date ends tonight. I assume you need to head to Jiangbei University to report. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait until tomorrow for me to take you back," Bei Jiangnan said with a smile. Once Li Qingfeng and Qin Dong consolidated the formation, they would naturally return. He also had no need to stay in Abyss Town. "It takes me a whole day to get from Abyss Town to Jiangbei City. For those who are slower, it might take 2 or 3 days. You might as well set off with me," Bei Jiangnan invited. Fong Feng smiled upon hearing this. "No need, I want to enjoy the flowers and plants along the way. No need to trouble the lord of the city. We will have plenty of opportunities to meet in Jiangbei City in the future." That's fine, then take care on your journey," Bei Jiangnan said. Fong Feng nodded and then took his leave. Outside Abyss Town, Fong Feng looked at the golden grassland and felt a deep sense of emotion. "I've been in this place for so long, yet I haven't properly enjoyed the scenery here. I must take a good look on the way." With that thought, Fong Feng directly activated the fusion of the scarlet feather insect, his figure instantly turning into a fleeting shadow, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The fusion with the scarlet feather insect allowed his speed to reach a new supersonic level. The killer wings and 7-star sky wings were completely useless. The 7-star sky wings weren't worth much. Fong Feng had sold them last night. However, the killer wings were somewhat useful, so Fong Feng kept them. After all, without the killer wings, he couldn't fly with the fusion of the scarlet feather insect, so he couldn't change them for now. He had originally wanted to enjoy the scenery along the way, but once his speed picked up, it was like the wind and lightning, and all Fong Feng felt along the way was the kiss of the wind. There was no time to appreciate the scenery at all. Just 3 hours later, with a system prompt sound, Fong finally arrived at Zhongbei City. Ding! The enrollment list for Zhongbei University has ended. Here is the list of this year's selected candidates for Zhongbei University. First place, I have a girlfriend, level 123 Beastmaster. Second place, Zhangha, level 120 Priest. Third place, Sumuyu, level 119 Phoenix Mage. The broadcast echoed continuously, spreading throughout Zhongbei province. Outside Zhongbei City, a sentry was resting when suddenly he felt a blur in front of him, as if a shadow had flown past. The sentry rubbed his eyes and then saw it. A young man was standing not far away, looking at the city walls of Zhongbei City. The sentry focused and saw a string of names. I have a girlfriend. Damn, isn't that Fong? The first place on the enrollment list? Didn't it say he was expected to arrive tomorrow? How did he get here so fast? The sentry thought and hurried to report while running to Feng's side and shouted, "Bro, you were so fast just now." Feng nodded at the sentry. The sentry said, "I'm not here to chat with you, I'm here to notify you. Racing is prohibited inside Zhongbei City. If you go that fast inside, you'll be fined." I'll definitely be careful." Feng felt a bit embarrassed and, seeing the sentry go back, hurried into the city. When the news of Feng's arrival at Zhongbei City reached Bai Jiangnan's ears, he was also surprised. Half a day? No wonder this kid didn't walk with me. How did he manage that speed? I remember he wasn't that fast. Bai Jiangnan couldn't figure it out. The sentry's appearance made Feng realize that he was about to enter the city. He immediately concealed all his information. Even his alias was hidden, and he put on his mask, heading straight for the garrison's supply station inside the city. The enrollment list for Zhongbei University had ended, and the next 2 days were for enrollment. There was nothing to do now, so it was just right to stroll around Zhongbei City. As soon as he entered the city, Feng saw many people gathered inside. It seemed that various guilds were present, even the top-ranked mage guild. Each person had a table in front of them, with a banner hanging that read, "Certain guild invites Feng to join, with rewards as follows." The surrounding onlookers were discussing among themselves. "I'm so jealous, when did so many large guilds come to Zhongbei City? Yeah, it's like a live job fair." Although many guilds come to recruit during previous new student enrollments, none of them were from guilds ranked in the top 100. This time, even the top-ranked mage guild is here. Yeah, but I haven't seen anyone from the astrologer guild. If they came too, it would really be a sensation. The astrologer guild is known as the National Master Guild. I doubt they would come just for a Feng. Listening to the discussions, Feng felt helpless and tightened his mask as he hurried towards the supply exchange station. Along the way, he saw banners from various guilds trying to recruit members. Even inside the city, broadcasts would sound every 5 minutes, announcing recruitment information from the major guilds. These guilds were ordered to only recruit at the city's announcement board, so no one dared to block people at the entrance of Zhongbei University. If they did, Bai Jiangnan would surely kick them out. Ignoring this information, Feng arrived at the garrison's supply exchange station after 10 minutes. This place was located outside the garrison's base in Zhongbei City. When Feng arrived, he saw not many people, so he took out his token and handed it to the staff. The staff looked at it and said, "You haven't used this token yet, you need to use it first before you can exchange." Upon seeing this, Feng didn't waste any words and immediately took action. At the same time, a system voice came through. "Ding! Congratulations, you have joined the Dragon Country Guard Army. Current position, 3-star commander, available merit points, 1.3 million. The staff took the token, and when they saw Feng's information, their expression immediately changed. "Mr. Feng, it's you. The city Lord specifically mentioned you. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Please follow me." Saying this, the staff hurriedly stood up and led Feng to a private room. They then handed over a booklet. "Mr. Feng, all the supplies from the military supply office are in this booklet. Take a look at what you need. As long as you have enough merit points, you can exchange for anything. Additionally, if you need anything else, you can let me know, and we can arrange to get it from other places. It will take a maximum of 1 week." Feng nodded upon hearing this. He immediately opened the booklet to check. The military supply office in Zhongbei City had quite a lot of supplies. As the military supply headquarters of a province, the equipment was measured in thousands. However, most of it consisted of third-tier equipment, and the quality wasn't very high, so Feng didn't waste time looking through it. He flipped through it a bit and found no suitable equipment for beast tamers. It made sense, as there were very few beast tamers to begin with, and even fewer who could join the garrison and make it to Zhongbei City. Therefore, most of the equipment here was for conventional professions like swordsmen, archers, mages, and berserkers. Seeing that there was no equipment, Feng looked through the monsters, but surprisingly, there were no larvae either. This left him speechless. Besides these, there were also very few skills available for beast tamers. There were some general skills, but none that caught his interest. General skills were inherently of lower quality than those for specific professions, and practical skills like Advanced stealth and teleportation were also quite rare, so Fong Fong simply didn't exchange anything. He was indeed in need of reconnaissance skills, but those belonged to specific professions. For example, Uncle Eagle Eye used archer-type reconnaissance skills. Sumuyu's were Phoenix Mage-type. Zhang Yishui's were astrologer-type. Seeing that there was nothing available, Fong Fong couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He had come all this way, and in the end, there was nothing. It was truly frustrating. Thinking about it, Fong Fong asked, I need what I can't find. Can you help see if you can arrange for some larvae to be brought over? Preferably leader level. The staff frowned slightly upon hearing this. Mr. Fong, you may not know, but leader level larvae are extremely rare. I need to check, please wait a moment. After saying this, the staff ran out and returned 10 minutes later. Mr. Fong, good news. I found out that there are 2 leader level larvae at the Eastern Domain headquarters. However, each exchange requires 500,000 merit points. If you need them, I can arrange for them to be brought over. You can come to pick them up in a week. Alright, Fong Fong nodded. Although the exchange price was a bit steep, the evolution of the larvae couldn't be delayed. It was worth the cost, after all, he could earn it back later. Fong Fong then had them deduct 1 million merit points and left the place. He had arrived with 1.3 million merit points, and when he left, only 300,000 remained, which made Fong Fong feel a bit helpless. Evolution is indeed a big pit. This is just leader level. In the future, for Lord level and mythical level, I might have to sell myself to evolve. Thinking this, Fong Fong shook his head helplessly and headed towards the auction house. In the city, the garrison had reserved 2, so he naturally had to go to the auction house to take a look. Zi Yan had previously said that they had received 2, so he could complete 2 evolutions first. Jiangbei City Auction House. The person responsible for receiving Fong Fong was a beautiful manager named Qing Zi. Mr. Fong, my sister Zi Yan has already informed me the items you wanted are ready. Qing Zi's voice was sweet, and upon hearing Fong Fong, she was quite excited. Then let's bring them out. Fong Fong sat down and handed over his membership card. Seeing this, Qing Zi didn't waste any words and took the membership card and walked out. 10 minutes later, he walked in with 2 brocade boxes. Fong Fong saw that both boxes were adorned with golden silk threads, looking much more upscale than the commander-level boxes he had purchased before. He just didn't know what kind of bugs these 2 would be and whether they would have any skills. Qing Zi, having received countless guests, was naturally a very shrewd person. Seeing Fong Fong like this, she quietly left. Fong Fong couldn't help but feel that indeed, anyone who could reach a managerial level was not simple. Without further delay, Fong Fong opened the 2 brocade boxes one after the other. At the same time, 2 bugs came into view. Name, Golden Bug Mutant Larva Rating, Commander Level. Yellow level, LV.0A Commander level bug cultivated artificially, with an extremely low yield, only occasionally can mutations reach. Commander level active skill, none passive skill, none. Looking at the description, Fong Fong felt a bit helpless, but it was also within his expectations. Artificially cultivated bugs carried very few skills, especially those of higher ranks. Their numbers were already low, and if they had a skill, it would probably be exorbitantly priced. Then Fong Fong looked at the other one and couldn't help but be stunned. Name, Stabbing Beetle Larva Rating, Commander Level, Yellow Level, LV.0. A larva bred from the stabbing beetle, extremely rare, with a very low yield. Therefore, it is extremely precious. Active skill, none. Passive skill, stab. When subjected to physical attacks, it will rebound 10% of the damage, which will not increase with level. Seeing this skill, Fong Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Rebound damage? This is definitely a divine skill. It's simply tailor-made for the Iron Ant Emperor. However, upon further thought, Fong Fong felt a bit regretful. First of all, he had 2 combat modes. The first was to unleash a swarm of bugs. The second was the fusion of divine bugs for one-on-one combat. If this skill could be inherited by the Nano Poison Bug or the Fire Stabbing Bug Emperor, it would be great. Unfortunately, the Nano Poison Bug's rank did not meet the requirements, so he could only choose the Fire Stabbing Bug Emperor. However, the Fire Stabbing Bug Emperor itself was relatively fragile. If it took a hit, it would die after triggering the skill once. It couldn't maximize the rebound effect. Weighing the options, Fong Fong still felt that fusing it with the Iron Ant was better, although he usually wouldn't let the Iron Ant attack when releasing bugs. If the Iron Ant could inherit the skill, then after the fusion of divine bugs, his own defense would also include a rebound effect. But with the Fire Stabbing Bug Emperor, that was not guaranteed, as this bug was a type that broke armor. In comparison, the Iron Ant was indeed the most suitable. Moreover, the most important thing was that Fong Fong was also worried that Zhang Poison would issue a hunting order against him in the future. The armor-breaking skill of the Fire Stabbing Bug had already increased significantly, so there was no rush to evolve it. Evolving the Iron Ant could provide him with tangible defense, making it the first choice. Thinking this, Fong Fong no longer hesitated and directly chose to evolve the Iron Ant Divine Bug evolution. As Fong Fong made his choice, the stabbing beetle transformed into a stream of light and fused into the body of the Iron Ant Emperor. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the Iron Ant Emperor you control has completed its evolution. Hearing the successful notification, Fong Fong couldn't wait to open the bug panel to check. Name, Iron Ant Emperor. Rating, Commander level, Yellow, level, LV.123 attack. Power, 5,000 health points, 75,000 physical defense, 14,000 magical defense, 14,000 additional passive skill, Silver armor protection. When taking damage, it will immediately increase both defenses by 40%. Reminder, Commander and Divine Bugs can evolve Divine Bug. Split talent activated. Currently splitting. Limit 38,000 bugs. Current quantity 38,000/38,000. After looking for a long time, Fong Fong couldn't help but ask, where's my skill? Didn't the evolution complete? Where's the skill? Was it eaten by a dog? Just as Fong Fong was puzzled, another system prompt sounded. Ding! Unfortunately, the Ironclad Ant King you control has not acquired a new skill. Hearing this sound, Fong Fong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, I've been researching for half a day, and this is what you tell me? After a long time, Fong Fong finally calmed down his emotions. Once he settled down, he accepted this reality. The evolution of insects inherently carries a probability of failure, and the god-level talent he obtained, Divine Insect Evolution, only guarantees that each evolution will succeed. However, it did not guarantee the inheritance of skills. When Fong Fong first evolved the spotted moth, it was under the premise of a guaranteed success that allowed the fire thorn insect to inherit the ability to fly. Later, the insects he evolved did not have any special abilities. Now it seems that after evolution, the inheritance of skills also has a probability of failure. Sigh. Well, what's meant to be will be. If it's not meant to be, I'll just spend money to make up for it. I'll just spend money later. Fong Fong took a deep breath and didn't think too much about it, using the other insect that had no attributes. However, unexpectedly, after Fong Fong used it, a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the Iron Armored Ant King you control has successfully evolved. Ding! Congratulations, the rank of the Iron Armored Ant King you control has been upgraded. Ding! The Iron Armored Ant King you control has officially evolved into a new species, Silver Spear Ant. Please check the specific attributes yourself. Ding! Congratulations, the Silver Spear Ant you control has comprehended a new skill. Silver Spear Thrust, please check it yourself. Ding! The Iron Armored Ant King you control is being completely replaced by Silver Spear Ants. Progress 338,000. Fong Fong was taken aback. The rank has been upgraded, and it has comprehended a new skill? Damn! Fong Fong hurriedly opened the insect list and quickly saw the specific attributes of the Silver Spear Ant. Name, Silver Spear Ant. Rating, Lord level, Orange level, LV.123, attack power, 6,000, health, 80,000, physical defense, 15,000, magical defense, 15,000. Passive skill, Silver armor protection. When taking damage, it will immediately increase both defenses by 40%. Passive skill, Silver Spear Thrust. When receiving physical attacks, it rebounds 20% of the damage, which does not increase with level. Reminder. Lord level Divine Insect can evolve. Divine Insect Split talent activated. Currently splitting. Limit 38,000. Current quantity 130/38000. Looking at the skill introduction, Fong Fong felt his head buzzing. What is called luck? This is called luck. Instead of inheriting skills, he comprehended a skill of the same type. And the attributes are even higher. Damn, if I don't go buy a lottery ticket later, it would be a waste of my luck. Fong Fong was incredibly excited. He initially thought that Silver Spear Thrust was an active skill, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a passive skill. Now it was perfect. Fong Fong hurriedly opened the fusion list to check. Sure enough, his attributes had been enhanced again. Silver Spear Ant, Lord level poisonous insect, currently can be fused. Fusion attributes as follows. Health, after fusing with itself, will gain health 80,000 x 38,000, effect each with 80,000 health, a total of 38,000, totaling 3.04 billion. Physical defense, after fusing with itself, will gain physical defense 15,000 x 38,000, effect each with 15,000 physical defense, a total of 38,000, totaling 570 million. Magical defense, after fusing with itself, will gain magical defense 15,000 x 38,000, effect each with 15,000 magical defense, a total of 38,000, totaling 570 million. Rebound damage, after fusion can gain 20% physical damage rebound effect. Reminder, continue to upgrade rank, can achieve dual defense immunity, 100% physical damage rebound effect. Looking at the attributes, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile. His dual defenses had actually reached a terrifying level of 570 million, the same as his attack power. Currently, his attack power is 570 million. Health 3.04 billion. Double defense 570 million. Speed, new supersonic, simply terrifying. However, after calming down, Fong Fong also discovered a problem. The Lord level Silver Spear Ant's defense is actually the same as the Myth level Nano Venomous insect's attack power. If they were to attack each other, who would be stronger? This is another aspect that Fong Fong couldn't Understand, the defense of a Lord-level insect is actually the same as the attack power of a Myth-level insect. Is this scientific? Ah. Lack of education is deadly. I need to get into university quickly and study hard. Otherwise, I can barely understand these attributes. Fong Fong was quite looking forward to it. This trip to university might not greatly enhance his strength, but it could help him understand what exactly is hidden behind these incomprehensible data. While packing his things, he called for Qingzi to come in. He was about to ask if there were any fun places nearby since there were still 2 days until school started. It was just right for a 2-day rest. However, before he could speak, he suddenly felt a pair of delicate hands wrap around his neck. The back of his head felt incredibly soft and a familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Images of Qingzi's graceful figure flashed in his mind, and Fong Fong couldn't help but say, Is your auction house legitimate? How can there be such services? I haven't paid. So don't get carried away, I can be very casual if I want to. The other party didn't respond but instead leaned closer to Fong Feng's ear, her breath like orchids drilling into his ear. No. Beautiful Qingzi, we aren't suited, I'm still a student, and what you're doing? Stinky Fong Fong, you still want Sister Qingzi? You really know how to pick. Ha! Fong Fong was taken aback. Thinking that this voice wasn't Qingzi's, why did it sound somewhat familiar? Turning his head, he saw Qingzi standing to the side, covering her mouth and giggling. And the one leaning on his back was none other than Sumuyu. Little Su, stop messing around and hurry down. How did you know I was here? After asking, Fong Fong felt it was a silly question. This was an auction house owned by her family. Of course, they would know he was here. Sumuyu sat down and said, Stinky Fong Fong, you came to Jiangbei City without telling me in advance. I only found out you were here because Sister Qingzi mentioned it. Fong Fong replied. Isn't it? To avoid bothering you? Besides, school is starting soon, we can still meet after it starts. By the way, when is your mom coming back? Sumuyu pouted. Are you thinking of me or my mom? Ah, you can't say that. If your dad hears it, he might misunderstand. Mentioning his mother made Sumuyu look worried. It should be a few more days, my grandpa got delayed on the road. By the way, Fong, are you really confident? Although I trust you, this matter involves my mother and I'm feeling. Fong Fong smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, aside from you not being 18 yet, when have I ever let you down? Hearing Fong Fong mention 18, Sumuyu's face instantly flushed. You rogue. Alright, enough of that, it's your first time in Jiangbei City, let me take you out to have some fun. Once school starts, there won't be time to play. Fong Fong nodded, he also wanted to see the vibrant world of Jiangbei City. So for the next 2 days, Fong Fong and Sumuyu explored Jiangbei City together. It wasn't until 2 days later that they went to Jiangbei University to register. As they arrived at the entrance of Jiangbei University, they saw a mercenary group of about 7 or 8 people walking into the school amidst a crowd. One of the leading women was stunningly beautiful, her black, tight-fitting outfit accentuating her curves, making one swallow hard, and those exquisite features were truly captivating. The only flaw in her beauty was that her expression was very aloof, and just looking at her gave off a hint of coldness. Who is she? Fong Fong couldn't help but ask. Sumuyu, who was beside him, replied, Oh, her. She's Qin Yueya, a senior in her 3rd year at Jiangbei University. I heard she's a level 206 transformation elf archer, even stronger than Shaolin Feng. 6 transformation elf archer? Fong Fong couldn't help but take another look, wondering what an elf archer does. Do they shoot Cupid's love arrows? As Qin Yueya walked further away, Fong Fong was still staring in that direction, and Sumuyu pouted. The person has already left, why are you still looking? Fong Fong came back to his senses, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was thinking that in 3 years, when we reach our 3rd year, will our strength also be at their level? 3 years for 6 transitions seems a bit slow. After all, Fong Fong was already at the 4th transition, just 2 away from the 6th. 3 years would be quite a long time. Sumuyu said, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up, and the transition tasks will also become increasingly difficult. But you're so strong, you definitely won't be that slow. Let's go, we need to queue for the piling test. Fong Fong nodded and stopped thinking too much. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. We'll see how many levels we can gain in 3 years. The two quickly arrived at the crowd ahead. This was the square at the school entrance. The crowd was divided into 3 lines, and in front of each line stood a black stone pillar. Professionals were continuously attacking these pillars. Sumuyu said, this is what they call piling. I learned about it in advance. At Jiangbei University, every new student must undergo the piling trial. Piling is divided into 3 categories: high attack professions like mages, swordsmen, assassins, archers, and so on. They mainly excel in damage output, so they will undergo damage testing. The line we are currently in is for that. As for the other 2 sides, they are for defensive trials and secondary profession trials. This piling trial is mainly to help a school understand each student's characteristics, so they can arrange targeted learning. Fong Fong nodded. This teaching method was new to him, but it wasn't hard to understand. For example, since Sumuyu was a phoenix mage, her strengths lay in attack and control. Jiangbei University would teach her as much as possible about attack and control based on her professional characteristics. They would also supplement her with positioning and awareness during team battles to fill in her gaps in group combat. For defensive professions like berserkers, they wouldn't test their damage. Instead, they would test their defensive capabilities. If they met the standards, they would teach them about aggro management and team coordination. If their defense didn't meet the standards, they would first find ways to improve it. In short, the first trial upon enrollment is to let the instructors see your characteristics, either high attack or high defense. You have to showcase it. Sumuyu summarized. Fong Fong frowned upon hearing this. Then doesn't that mean I have to test twice? I'm both high attack and high defense. Sumuyu laughed at this. If someone else hears you say that, they might get mad, but what you said is true. But do you really want to test? With your strength, once you test, it might cause a stir. Speaking of this, Sumuyu became a bit worried. Fame can bring danger, and she understood that the more famous Fong Fong became, the greater the chance of encountering danger. Yet, what girl wouldn't want the man? She likes to be a god of war in the heavens? So at this moment, Sumuyu felt very conflicted. Fong Fong looked at the line ahead. We're newcomers. If we don't cooperate, it might not be appropriate, and Mentor Chen he didn't mention this, so it should be fine to test. Just as Fong Fong was speaking, a voice suddenly came from afar. Turning his head, he was surprised to see it was indeed Mentor Chen he. Mentor. Seeing Mentor Chen he approach, Fong Fong and Sumuyu quickly showed their respect. Mentor Chen he nodded and looked at Fong Fong. You don't need to participate in this piling trial. With your strength, it will only cause chaos. I roughly understand your situation. If there are things you don't know, just tell me later and I will naturally help you resolve your doubts. Come with me. Mentor Chen he beckoned. Fong Fong nodded. In fact, he didn't want to be the center of attention and would prefer to avoid the trial if possible. He immediately prepared to say goodbye to Sumuyu, letting her complete the piling trial on her own. However, just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. At the same time, the crowd parted and Fong Fong saw an old man with white hair approaching. This old man had an extraordinary demeanor, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He clearly was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Fong Fong noticed that as soon as this person appeared, Mentor Chen-he's brows furrowed. The old man spoke. Chen-he, do you know that the piling trial is something every new student must undergo? This year, the school has entrusted me with the responsibility of the piling trial. Yet you publicly lead people away and say they need not participate. What does this mean? Are you making it difficult for me? Mentor Chen-he replied, you know that is not my intention. Fong Fong is the top student in this enrollment, and with his strength, it would be fine even if he does not undergo the trial, right? And I already have some understanding of the other situations. The old man laughed upon hearing this. It is true that he is the top student, but I do not have any understanding of his situation. After enrolling, who he chooses is still unknown. How can he not participate in the trial? Fong Fong found it puzzling. They were both university mentors. Why was there such a strong sense of conflict? Sumuyu hurriedly pulled Fong Fong aside and whispered, this is Mentor Wuyo, also a mentor in the Beastmaster department, and he has a higher reputation than Mentor Chen-he. Back in the day, they had a falling out over Jiang Du, and later Jiang Du betrayed the alliance. Since it was Mentor Chen-he who guided Jiang Du at that time, many people pushed the blame for Jiang Du's betrayal onto Mentor Chen-he. I heard my father say that this matter cannot be blamed on Mentor Chen-he. Mentor Wuyo valued strength too much, causing Jiang Du to prioritize strength as well. So, Jiang Du's betrayal was actually a seed planted by Mentor Wuyo. However, this matter has led to a silent rivalry between the two for many years. Fong Fong was taken aback. Was it really necessary to go this far in the same school? However, from Mentor Wuyo's words, it seemed he thought he could still choose a mentor anew. Did he think Fong Fong would choose him? Sure enough, Mentor Chen-he's expression appeared quite unnatural. It seemed he had been poked in the ribs by Mentor Wuyo. After all, he had never seriously asked Fong Fong whether he would choose to continue attending his classes after enrolling. Fong Fong could naturally choose Mentor Wuyo. Seeing this, Fong Fong smiled and said, this mentor is joking. I have known Mentor Chen-he for a long time, and naturally, I will attend his classes after entering the university. Since Mentor Chen-he said there is no need for the trial, then there is naturally no need for it. Everyone is quite busy, and others are waiting as well. Let's not waste time. As Fong Fong spoke, he gestured for Mentor Chen-he to leave. Upon hearing this, Mentor Chen-he smiled and glanced at Fong Fong, feeling quite gratified. However, Mentor Wuyo frowned slightly and said, I advise you to think carefully. Your 3 years of university have just begun. If you take the wrong step now, your entire life may go awry. Wuyo, what do you mean by this? Mentor Chen-he was immediately angered. This was clearly slandering him. Mentor Wuyo also retorted fiercely, am I wrong? Wasn't Jiang Du impressive back then? But what was the result? If it weren't for you, he would probably be the most dazzling presence in our alliance now. You Mentor Qianhe was so furious he couldn't find words to refute. This was truly a case of the villain complaining first. Many discerning people could see through Jiang Du's situation back then. It is not Master Qianhe's fault, but now Waya is pushing all the responsibility for this matter onto Master Qianhe. Fong Fong originally just didn't want to bother with Waya, but upon hearing this he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He looked at Waya and said, "The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. If the disciple fails, can we blame the teacher? Moreover, I heard that back in the day, Jiang Du also seemed to have attended your classes. Master Waya, if we are to discuss it this way, you also bear some responsibility, right?" "Impudent!" Master Waya scolded. "You, a newcomer, have no right to comment on my past." Fong Fong laughed upon hearing this. "But you and Master Qianhe are both teachers, so what right do you have to comment on his past? You also played a significant role in Jiang Du's growth." "Rebel! Rebel!" Master Wuya shouted in anger. "How dare a mere freshman comment on a mentor? Do you believe I can directly cancel your admission results and kick you out of Jianbei University?" As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted. Many people gathered around, discussing fervently. The top student is really impressive, confronting the mentor on the first day of school. Yeah, otherwise how could he be the top student? But Master Wuya is ruthless too. It's said he has advised more than a dozen students to withdraw. The top student won't be advised to withdraw too, will he? It's hard to say. The Beast Master program has few students, and if he doesn't have resources, it's tough to grow. Master Wuya only looks at strength. He never considers personal reasons. This is bad. The top student really might be forced to drop out. Sumuyu felt nervous but was also indignant. She stood beside Fong Fong and said, "Master Wuya, you are clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. In previous years, there were freshmen who didn't have to participate in the trial training. Wasn't it you who proposed that Jiang Du's students shouldn't have to undergo trial training back then? Impudent, who do you think you are?" Master Wuya's face darkened. In one day, he had been confronted by two students, which made him lose face. Although Sumuyu was scared, she still held Fong Fang's hand firmly and said, "I am Sumuyu, a freshman from the mage department. I just think it's unfair. If you want to expel Fong, then I will drop out too." "Sumuyu? Are you the one who ranked third?" Master Wuya's expression became even uglier. The crowd around was instantly stunned. What the hell? The third-ranked student is also dropping out. This is getting serious. Master Wuya is fierce, but he wouldn't dare to go this far. If the principal finds out, it would be a problem. Amazing, both the top and third-ranked students are dropping out. Jiangbei University will really become famous this time. I'm afraid other universities from different provinces will come to poach students immediately. The crowd continued to grow, and seeing the situation getting out of control, Master Wuya couldn't help but think about how to resolve it without losing face. However, just as he was pondering, another voice came from afar. "Fong Fong is clearly going to choose Master Qianhe. Why do you have to do this, Master Wuya? Aren't you just making Jiangbei University a laughingstock?" Fong Fong and Sumuyu turned to look, only to find that the speaker was Jiang Yixue. This girl had somehow joined the crowd. As she spoke, she had already walked up to Fong Fong and Sumuyu. Fong Fong nodded at Jiang Yixue, surprised that she stepped up at such a critical moment. She truly is his cough. "What does our Beast Master program have to do with your astrologer program?" Master Wuya said coldly. Jiang Yixue was about to retort when another voice came through. "Master Wuya, what you said is inappropriate. Jiangbei University is one entity. How can there be a division between you and me? If we have to distinguish this clearly, then why do we talk about teamwork when we go out on missions?" Fong Fong was taken aback. How come someone was speaking up for him? He hadn't even taken off his mask. Listening to the voice, it was a girl. Is today his lucky day? Why are all the girls helping him? Turning to look, Fong Fong was stunned to see that the newcomer was Qin Yueye, who had just left. She had changed into a simple black outfit, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly feel. However, her demeanor was still as cold as ice, keeping people at a distance. "What business is this of yours?" Master Wuya's face grew even darker. How could even a third-year student be involved? Moreover, Qin Yueye and Xiao Lingfeng were currently the most popular seniors at Jiangbei University. At this moment, she also stepped in, and things became complicated. Since this is a matter concerning Jiangbei University, it naturally concerns every student. I just heard clearly that since they chose Mentor Qianhe, and Mentor Qianhe feels there is no need for a trial, this is reasonable in terms of emotions and logic, and such situations have occurred more than once in the past under the system. I just can't understand why it doesn't work for their cohort. Mentor Wuyo was momentarily at a loss for words. Fong Fong couldn't help but feel a bit of fondness for Qin Yueye. Although this woman appeared cold, her speech was clear and logical, indicating she was a smart person. Moreover, she was willing to step in to help someone she had never met before, which showed she was someone who distinguished between gratitude and grievances. No wonder she was so highly regarded at Jiangbei University. Mentor Wuyo's expression darkened as he said, I just don't want this good seedling to be ruined. Mentor Qianhe is indeed good, but the fact proves that, without absolute strength, one cannot stand in the Fong world. Our Beast Master department has long been lacking in talent. And now that a top student has finally emerged, I naturally have a responsibility. As he spoke, Mentor Wuyo looked at Fong Fong and said, I hope you understand that a good life mentor can bring you benefits you can't even imagine. Perhaps you have known Qianhe for a long time, but the timing of knowing someone has nothing to do with whether it is right or wrong. You are the top student this time, right? But I tell you, in fact, this top position of yours isn't that impressive. Every year in Jiangbei Province, there are many who can enter Jiangbei University without participating in the admission rankings. They just don't need to participate. If everyone participated in the admission rankings, the top candidate might not necessarily be you. As he spoke, Mentor Wuyo waved his hand and called out, Ling Qi, come out. As the words fell, a young man indeed appeared from the crowd. The young man had messy hair and looked quite wild. He was about the same age as Fong Fong, but there was a fierce aura about him. He resembled a ferocious beast. Let them see your strength. Yes. Ling Qi nodded and turned to walk towards the trial stone tablet not far away. Mentor Wuyo spoke, Ling Qi is also a beastmaster, and he is a beastmaster of the affinity. With ferocious beasts type, he may not be weaker than you. I just see you as a good seedling and don't want you to be delayed. You will understand how strong the students taught by a good mentor can be. Make your move. With Mentor Wuyo's words, the student named Ling Qi instantly waved his hand, and everyone felt the temperature around them suddenly rise. At the same time, a fire-breathing evil dragon flew out. The evil dragon was not very large, about the same size as Mentor Qianhe's wind eagle. The moment it appeared, a breath of dragon fire directly sprayed onto the trial stone. In an instant, a radiant light flowed over the trial stone, dissipating the dragon fire. At the same time, a brilliant light emerged, revealing 5 stars. Ding! This time's professional trial score is 5 stars, perfect attack. As the trial stone emitted its sound, everyone was taken aback. This was the first time today that a perfect 5-star evaluation had appeared. The trial stone would give a score based on the results of each assessment, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. If it was below 1 star, it would basically mean being expelled on the spot. Mentor Wuyo nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Fong Fong, saying, Ling Qi's fire-breathing evil dragon is only at the young dragon level. If it grows up, how terrifying its strength would be. Do I need to say more? Ling Qi did not participate in the university admission rankings. If he had participated, you might not necessarily be the first. Now do you understand? Fong Fong remained silent upon hearing this, his gaze fixed on the fire-breathing evil dragon. Soon, information began to appear. Fire-breathing evil dragon, Dragon Clan Young Dragon evaluation, Lord level. Flame evil dragon, Dragon Clan Young Dragon rating, Lord level LV.120 skills, attributes, affiliation, Ling. It seems that Ling Qi has set up a divine hidden fate, so Fong Fong did not see the specific attributes of this flame evil dragon. However, being able to control such an evil dragon in battle is indeed quite impressive, especially if it could be used as a mount. The rate of turning heads when going out would probably be off the charts. Of course, this is a flame evil dragon, whether sitting on it would burn his pants is unknown. Fong Fong was lost in thought while many people around began to discuss. Why can he join Jiangbei University without participating in the enrollment list? You don't know this? Every mentor at Jiangbei University has a special recruitment quota each year. It allows selected individuals to join Jiangbei University without participating in the enrollment list. But such people are usually quite abnormal, otherwise the mentors wouldn't use their special quota. Right, I'm from the same place as Ling Qi. His strength is indeed quite abnormal, mainly because his family is wealthy. He's a rich second generation. Since his awakening, his family has been looking for demon beasts for him. I heard that this flame evil dragon cost their family a whopping 5 billion, hiring 5 mercenary groups to steal the dragon egg right under the flame evil dragon's nose and later raised it. Impressive. The strength of an adult flame evil dragon is terrifying and completely uncontrollable. To choose to steal an egg to control a young dragon is indeed a display of wealth without humanity. Of course, otherwise how could he catch the eye of Mentor Wuyo? There are many beast masters every year, but if the family background isn't solid, there's no hope for development. Those who catch Mentor Wuyo's eye are naturally people with conditions. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Mentor Wuyo, however, remained calm, seemingly finding this quite normal. After all, without a family background to support him, why would he waste time on training? He would only train those with potential, not waste time on those with no hope of rising. Fong Fong, I hope you think carefully. A student's strength often represents the teacher's teaching ability. These 3 years will determine your life. I'll ask you one last time, do you still want to choose Mentor Qianhe? Mentor Qianhe sighed helplessly. He had no doubt that Fong Fong would give up choosing him. He just felt that no matter how today's matter ended, Jiangbei University would ultimately lose face. Fong Fong said nothing. He was still pondering whether the flame evil dragon would taste good. He had never eaten dragon meat in his past life. Since he had the chance in this reincarnation, he wanted to give it a try. However, if he ate the flame evil dragon, Ling Chi would probably fight him to the death. I heard that dragon meat tastes similar to rabbit meat. I don't know if that's true or not. 5 billion for a dragon egg, I'll offer 1 billion. For a dragon claw, I wonder if he would agree. But the best would still be dragon wings. They should be similar to chicken wings, but cutting one dragon wing might prevent it from flying, while cutting a dragon claw wouldn't affect its ability to breathe fire. If others knew Fong Feng's thoughts at this moment, they would probably be scared to death. Seeing Fong Feng silent, Mentor Wuyo spoke again. Or you could undergo a trial, so I and everyone else can see what the strength of the top-ranked is like? Absolutely not. The trial stone contains a crystal core, and if it's shattered, it will explode. Mentor Qianha hurriedly interjected. The crowd was stunned. They all looked at Fong Feng. Even Qin Yueye turned to look in that direction. What does this mean? Shatter the crystal core? Has Mentor Qianha gone mad, actually saying that Fong Feng would shatter the crystal core? The crystal core inside the trial stone is of very high quality. Even 7th turn professionals cannot shatter it, at least an 8th turn is needed. The Mentor Qian he is actually worried that Fong will blow up the crystal core. What kind of strength is that? I'm curious about this kid's strength too, Qin Yueye said with great interest. However, the Mentor Wuya laughed and said, blow up the crystal core? Shinhe, I think you're getting old and confused. Even I couldn't do it. A freshman, even if he self-destructs, couldn't possibly destroy this trial divine stone. What a boast. At this moment, Fong Feng finally came to his senses, seeing Wuya's repeated aggressiveness, especially the various cold jabs at Mentor Shinhe. This made him, as a student, unable to bear it any longer. As the saying goes, one should cherish their own teacher. Fong Feng immediately said, Mentor Wuya, why must you do this? I'm someone who responds better to soft approaches. I don't mind if you say my top ranking is inflated. But you can't speak ill of Mentor Qianhe. Aren't you cutting off someone else's path since you're both university mentors? Since you keep insisting, I won't hold back. Saying this, Fong Feng looked at the crowd around him and said, I want to clarify, I'm really not showing off. Everyone, step back, otherwise, if the crystal core explodes later, it won't be a joke. After Fong Feng finished speaking, he saw that no one around moved. Instead, they were all covering their mouths and chuckling, so he reiterated, I'm really not showing off. I'm serious. Ha ha, big shot, your show-off is truly refreshing. I understand, big shot, high-end. Hunters always appear in the guise of prey. Being forced to show off is the deadliest, I've learned from the big shot. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Sumuyu then pulled Fong Feng and whispered, when did you start responding to soft approaches? Didn't you say you don't respond to either? Fong Feng was puzzled. Why was she suddenly asking this? Sumuyu said, I was so proactive back then. Yet you didn't agree to be my boyfriend. You didn't agree when I kissed you, and you didn't agree when I acted cute. Why is it that when it comes to Mentor Wuya, you only respond to soft approaches? Do you have preferences based on the person? I think you just want to show off. But I like it. Fong Feng was taken aback, thinking that this girl's thought process was really peculiar. However, Sumuyu obediently pulled Zhang Yishui back. Zhang Yishui cast a puzzled glance as if to say, you clearly respond to hard approaches. If you hadn't insisted on helping with the detoxification back then, you wouldn't have agreed. Why is it that here you only respond to soft approaches? Fong Feng felt quite speechless and quickly shifted his gaze, only to see Qin Yueye looking at him. Out of politeness, Fong Feng smiled, then realized he was wearing a mask. Embarrassed, he acted as if he hadn't smiled at all. Who would have thought that Qin Yueye would show a faint smile, as if to say, go for it, I'm waiting to see you show off. As Sumuyu stepped back, the people around naturally cooperated and retreated as well. Fong Feng looked at Mentor Qianhe and asked, if I break it, I won't have to compensate, right? Before Mentor Qianhe could speak, Mentor Wuya sneered, what a boast. If you can break it, I'll pay for it, and you won't have to compensate. But don't let it be that the trial divine stone isn't broken and you end up breaking your own hand. I won't take responsibility for that. Don't worry, I have health insurance, Fong Feng said casually, but then he froze, scratching his head in embarrassment. How did I forget? This world doesn't have health insurance. What a pity that I hadn't finished using the insurance money I paid in my previous life before I transmigrated. Sigh. Fong Feng sighed helplessly, and the next moment he directly activated the divine insect fusion. At the same time, he flashed and instantly arrived in front of the trial divine stone. The crowd didn't see what happened. They only felt a gust of wind pass by, followed by a series of afterimages. The next moment, before the crowd could focus their gaze on the trial divine stone, they heard a loud bang. Then came a loud explosion. In an instant, the power of the crystal core explosion swept in all directions. The eyes of the people around were forced shut by the fierce wind. Qin Yueye covered her face with her hand, staring at a figure standing in the center of the explosion, her heart filled with shock. How on earth did he do that? The smoke and dust from the crystal core explosion lasted for a full 3 hours. This huge commotion attracted the principal and other department mentors. However, Fong Fong and the others took advantage of the chaos to slip away. 3 hours later, when the smoke cleared, Mentor Qian-he was called over by the principal but returned quickly. It seemed the outcome was not bad, considering the large crowd that had gathered at the time. The losses naturally fell to Mentor Wuya as he wished. However, with the trial stone destroyed, the attack power test could not be conducted. It was uncertain when a new trial stone would arrive. In the end, the school had to announce that this year's test would not take place. Mentor Qian-he said, "This matter ends here. You will officially begin your university life next. Focus on your studies. Today, take some time to familiarize yourself with the university environment. Starting tomorrow, we will have our first class. Also, if you get the chance, buy a set of disguising equipment. Although you are in university now, you don't have to worry about the anti-alliance pursuit for the time being. But since your identity has been exposed, you still need to be cautious when going out on missions in the future." Fong Fong nodded. This was also why he dared to destroy the trial stone. As long as he stayed within Jiangbei University, he was safe. If he had to go out, finding a set of disguising equipment would naturally help him remain inconspicuous. So, whether he was exposed or not, it didn't really matter. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be easy for the anti-alliance to find him. Otherwise, the anti-alliance wouldn't have existed for so many years without being completely eradicated. Zhang Yixue and Sumuyu quickly left. After all, it was just the beginning of the semester, and Sumuyu had to find her department mentor. The departments at Jiangbei University were divided according to professions. For example, Fong Fong was a beast master, so he was in the beast master department. Sumuyu was a phoenix mage, so she had to go to the mage department. Each department had at least 2 mentors, one responsible for theoretical knowledge classes and the other for teaching combat skills classes. Since there wasn't much theoretical knowledge to learn during university, most students had better relationships with the combat skills class mentors, as they spent more time together. Just thinking about having to spend a long time with Mentor Wuya made Fong Fong feel quite speechless. He had just offended him and now had to get along for a long time, which was really frustrating. The layout of Jiangbei University was quite simple. There were dormitory areas, a task hall, teaching buildings, and trial grounds. The dormitory area goes without saying. The task hall is where students receive college tasks. The teaching building is for imparting knowledge, and the most important is the trial ground. The trial ground is divided into 3 areas: the Sky Tower Trial Area, the Secret Realm Trial Area, and the Ordinary Trial Area. The Sky Tower Trial Area has requirements. Each semester, students must clear a certain number of levels to be considered qualified. The Secret Realm Trial Area and the Ordinary Trial Area are places for practice on regular days. Fong Fong had just enrolled, and according to Qian-he, he didn't need to go to the task hall for a month. Once he was familiar with everything here, he could go to the task hall to receive tasks. It took a full 2 days to enroll. On the 3rd day, Fong Fong finally welcomed his first theoretical class after the start of the semester. In the classroom, as soon as Fong Fong entered, he saw an additional person. It was a little girl who looked younger than him but was quite cute. Besides her, there were Mentor Qian-he and Ling Qi. Seeing this scene, Fong Fong felt quite helpless. Other departments had at least a dozen new students each year, with some having 20 or 30. But in their department, there were only 3 pitifully few students. The number of students was almost as many as the mentors. "Hello, my name is Li Li. I'm a spirit beast master." The little girl was very cheerful and reached out her hand to greet. Fong Fong shook her hand and said, "Fong Fong." However, a poem involuntarily came to his mind. The grass on the plain is lush. This girl's name is quite strange. Moreover, is this spirit beast master close to spirit creatures? This is the first time I've encountered such a profession. Fong Fong muttered to himself. The spirit beast master is considered the noblest among beast masters, able to control spirit-type monsters, and has a much better future than other beast masters. However, as long as one has money, other types of beast masters can still make a living, such as the ferocious beast masters of Ling Qi. Li Li is ranked 43rd on the enrollment list and will be your classmate from now on. As for Fong Fong and Ling Qi, I won't introduce them, you already know them. Now, let's begin the first lesson. Mentor Qian-he called out. Fong Fong hurriedly sat down and listened attentively. This was the content he was most eager to learn. The first lesson of the new semester, Mentor Qian-he explained the main content about the task hall and the demon hunting list. According to Mentor Qian-he, the entire task hall system is structured like a pyramid. At the top is the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall. Below the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall, there are 3 main categories: Guild Task Hall, Guard Army Task Hall, and Academy Task Hall. All tasks, whether from the Guild, Guard Army, or Academy, come from the Dragon Kingdom Task Hall. After the game descended into the real world, the entire world was in a state of instability. Therefore, there are many tasks. Besides those issued by the Dragon Kingdom, there are also many tasks released by professionals, such as bounties for certain materials or finding specific people. Hiring strong individuals to help with tasks in secret realms, etc., is quite varied. The Dragon Kingdom Task Hall allocates tasks to different places based on their type. 4. Example, most tasks in the Guild Task Hall involve team dungeon runs, material farming, and so on. The Guard Army Task Hall focuses on tasks related to beast disturbances and countering the Alliance's threats. Naturally, the Academy's tasks are relatively simple and involve searching for materials. This constitutes the entire task system of the Dragon Kingdom. The next explanation about the demon hunting list is also what Fong Fong is most concerned about. The demon hunting list is divided into the heavenly list and the earthly list. Within the Dragon Kingdom, each province has a place known as the Abyss. By slaying the Lord projections within these abyssal places, one can ascend to the earthly list of the demon hunting list. This is the minimum requirement. Based on the level of the slain Lord projection, one ranks according to their time. When Fong Fong killed the demon Lord projection, it only took him a second, so he ranked quite high on the earthly list. However, on the heavenly list, he was only in the 40th position. This relates to the classification of the heavenly list. To enter the heavenly list, the minimum requirement is to slay the true body of a lord from the abyss. For example, the demon lord Fong Fong dealt with previously. This is the minimum requirement. The level and speed of the defeated lord are important criteria for ranking. To climb higher on the demon hunting list, one may even need to delve into forbidden areas to slay more powerful demon lords, even entering the dark abyss world. However, this is very dangerous, so generally, academy-type tasks will not be issued. Fong Fong listened in realization. He didn't expect there to be so many details about the demon hunting list. At this point, Mentor Qian he said, in the next class I will explain the largest forbidden area within the Dragon Kingdom, and the characteristics of the beast. After you go down, you can first understand what a forbidden area is. Once you are familiar with combat techniques, the forbidden area will be a place you will explore for a long time. Fong Fong nodded. Forbidden area. I've never heard of such a place, but it's just right to go and learn about it. Fong Fong, wait a moment. Just as Fong Fong was about to leave, Mentor Qian he suddenly spoke. Is there something you need, teacher? Fong Fong asked. Qian he gestured for Fong Fong to open the guild panel. As soon as Fong Fong opened it, he immediately saw a message. Quest available. Demon Sculpture Egg. Reward contribution points 70,000. Seeing this message, Fong Fong couldn't help but be taken aback. Qian he said, it just appeared. Didn't you want the Dark Beast Master set from the guild? You can consider taking it. Just as Fong Fong was about to accept, he suddenly remembered something and asked, why isn't Lingqi taking it? Qian he replied, Wu Ye won't let him take it. The difficulty of completing this task is extremely high, and it's very dangerous. He can't rely on resources from home and must depend on himself. Although Wu Ye values strength, he won't let Lingqi undertake something so risky right now. I asked the person who posted the task, and the deadline is 1 year. Completing this task within a year is unlikely for Lingqi. But you have hope. Fong Fong nodded. Since Qian he had said so, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly chose to accept the task. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the guild task. The task is as follows. Bounty for Demon Sculpture Egg. Guild contribution 70,000. Deadline 1 year. Please go to the first layer of the Forbidden Zone within a year and find a Demon Sculpture Egg. Tip: the Demon Sculpture is a myth-level monster, extremely dangerous. If you wish to give up, please do so quickly. Looking at the task description, Fong Fong couldn't help but be taken aback. Another Forbidden Zone. This task actually required going to the Forbidden Zone to complete. Mentor, what exactly is this Forbidden Zone? Fong Fong asked curiously. Mentor Qian he smiled upon hearing this and said, the Forbidden Zone is a vast area of abyss, very dangerous. But you still have time. In the next month, I will explain in detail all the theoretical knowledge you need to understand during your 3 years at university. After that, you will need to cooperate with Wu Ye to complete various trial tasks. Once those are finished, you will be able to access the Forbidden Zone. I will also plan out each person's development direction, but I guess Lingqi won't listen to me. If you have the chance, you should still try to persuade him. Although Wu Ye's teaching method has its merits, it is too extreme. If Lingqi's mindset is not strong enough, he may go astray. Fong Fong nodded. Mentor Wu Ye was indeed not very likable, but Fong Fong did not plan to follow him for learning all the time. Once he completed the trial tasks, he would consider developing in the Forbidden Zone. During the next month, Fong Fong stayed within the school, diligently studying theoretical knowledge without stepping outside. Even when the supply management of the Defense Army notified him that a leader-level bug had arrived, he did not go. As for Sumuyu's grandfather, there was still no news, so Fong Fong had no plans to go out. He remained in the university to study. During this month, Fong Fong almost clarified all the doubts he had in his mind. First, the Forbidden Zone. What is the Forbidden Zone? Naturally, it is a place that cannot be entered casually. The formation of this Forbidden Zone has a long history. When the game descended into reality, those demon-type monsters emerged from underground. They came from below, and after being defeated, they naturally returned. Underground. The countless entrances they left behind gradually formed abyssal areas as practitioners stationed to guard them. For example, Abyss Town. Besides these known abyssal areas, there is a larger abyssal area within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Forbidden Land. This Forbidden Land was the base of operations for demon-type monsters attacking humans back in the day. It covers a vast area, almost occupying half of the Dragon Kingdom, located underground. Back then, the leader Li Yang sealed the abyss entrances in various places, forming abyssal areas for practitioners to cultivate. However, sealing this largest forbidden zone is extremely difficult. From time to time, demon monsters would cross the boundary. Therefore, there has been a defense army stationed outside this forbidden zone for many years, which has gradually made it forbidden for anyone to enter. As time passed, the seals within this forbidden zone became increasingly firm. It transitioned from being completely off limits to gradually opening as a trial ground specifically for the university. There are a total of 10 layers within the forbidden zone. Students from each university can delve into it. However, those who have graduated cannot enter. This is also a special arrangement by the Dragon Kingdom to cultivate newcomers. After all, if other practitioners could enter, there wouldn't be enough monsters in the forbidden zone to go around. For humanity to thrive, it is essential to cultivate young people. Due to the array seals within the forbidden zone, the monster's strength is relatively more suitable for university students. Other practitioners are more suited to hunt world bosses or secret realm bosses, etc. There are a total of 4 entrances to the forbidden zone, corresponding to the 4 regions of the Dragon Kingdom: East, South, West, and North. The entrance in the eastern region is located in the mountains outside Zhongbei City. In Zhongbei Province and several nearby universities, there are teleportation arrays that can directly transport one to Zhongbei Mountain, entering this forbidden zone. The guild task that Fong Fong accepted is to enter the first layer of this forbidden zone and search for an egg of the mythical level demon beast, the demon sculpture. Next, let's explain the characteristics of the monsters. According to mentor Qian He, the game has descended into the world, but this world is not merely a game. When the game first descended into the world, many people found it hard to adapt. After all, not many humans played games back then. This led many gamers to believe that their opportunity for rise had come. However, as they delved deeper, everyone realized that it was not the case. The game's descent into the world is a fusion with the world, not a simple transformation. Therefore, in this world, any monster cannot be interpreted from a gaming perspective. For example, in the game, monsters' attributes increase with their level, but in reality, they do not. Many of the demon beasts in this world did not exist before they appeared with the game's descent into the world. Of course, some originally existed but later mutated. For instance, the nano-venomous insect did not exist before, but it appeared with the changes in this world. Moreover, its size has changed, visible to the naked eye. The original nano insect was completely invisible. This also explains why the nano-venomous insects controlled by Fong Fong can gather and become as large as a small mountain. Although it has nano in its name, its size is not as small as a true nano insect. Besides that, what shocked Fong Fong the most was a statement from mentor Qian He. He said, the changes in monsters are targeted, not a comprehensive enhancement. For example, in the game, high-tier and high-level monsters have higher attributes in all aspects compared to those of lower levels and tiers. However, this does not exist in the real world. Those monsters will continuously develop in their areas of expertise, becoming powerful in only one or a few aspects. This explains why the Demon Lord is clearly very fast but has low attack power. Why the Dark Cat Demon has strong mental power but zero attack power. Why the Iron Arm Ant has low attack power but very high health and defense. In the real world, there is no absolute balance, only directions in which one excels more. The game world, however, has preset values, which is a fundamental difference. At this point, mentor Qian He further explained the characteristics of insects to Fong Fong. Although the insect race can evolve, the lower the tier of the insect, the lower the probability of obtaining new skills after evolution. So if conditions allow, it's best to control higher tier insects. They start at a higher point, so their future growth potential will also be higher. Of course, insects that have been cultivated all the way up are also quite good, but relatively, they do not have as high a ceiling as higher tier insects. Fong Fong nodded. The silver gun ant had not inherited the skills of the stabbing insect initially. He was just lucky that after its tier increased, it comprehended a new skill. According to mentor Qian He, if the silver gun ant itself had a high enough tier, the probability of comprehending new skills would also be high. However, Fong Fong has encountered too few mythical level insects so far, so he cannot part with the silver gun ant and the fire stabbing insect. If there is an opportunity in the future, he could consider replacing them or allowing them to evolve into something even more powerful. After all, he has a divine level talent, divine insect evolution. This allows mythical level insects to evolve, which is a very impressive aspect. Finally, mentor Qian He said, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. Our world is subject to change. You will find that demon-type insects have their attributes doubled due to the influence of dark crystals from the dark world. But don't be nervous, this kind of change also appears in our professions. Many world bosses and dungeon bosses are also experiencing attribute enhancements. Although the professionals haven't encountered this situation, there are numerous various buff states, so the future of humanity remains uncertain. However, I can't explain why world bosses and dungeon bosses are experiencing this situation along with the professionals. Perhaps only the leaders of the Li Yang Alliance know. If you can make it through the selection for the Divine General Battle a year from now, you might also get a chance to learn about these. Fong Fong nodded. This was just a single chapter, yet it contained so much information. Fong Fong also needed time to digest it. According to Mentor Qianhe, whether it's monsters or professionals, they all seem to be getting stronger. It's just that monsters manifest in each individual, while professionals manifest in an endless array of states. And in this world, whether it's monsters or professionals, it's impossible for them to develop in a balanced manner like in a game. This is also the biggest difference between reality and games. Fong Fong mused to himself. In the real world, whether it's demon beasts or professionals, they will develop in the direction they are good at. Balance is impossible, because balance implies perfection, and as the saying goes, no one is perfect. Therefore, balanced attributes are unlikely to appear. Having clarified his doubts, Fong Fong felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. The health of the nano-venomous insect is not as good as that of the silver spear ant. Its defense is also inferior to that of the silver spear ant. However, the toxic mist of the nano-venomous insect is something the silver spear ant does not possess. Moreover, nano-venomous insects are always in swarms. A group of nano-venomous insects can easily crush silver spear ants. So having high attributes in certain aspects doesn't mean much, and the higher the rank, the stronger it is in its area of expertise. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Fong Fong gradually adapted to university life. However, university is completely different from high school. In just a month, Fong Fong had nearly completed all the theoretical courses he would study over the next 3 years. What followed would be 3 years of practical courses, allowing him to understand those theoretical concepts through practice. That morning, Mentor Qianhe called Fong Fong over. The two sat in the attic chatting. Mentor Qianhe said, "In 2 days, you will start practical classes with Mentor Woya. There will also be students from other departments joining. There's something I need to discuss with you." Seeing Mentor Qianhe's seriousness, Fong Fong straightened up. "Do you know what the purpose of these 3 years of practical classes in university is?" Fong Fong shook his head. "It's for collaboration and experience. The experience here is not leveling experience, but combat experience," Mentor Qianhe explained. "University and high school are a watershed. Those who do not enter university, unless they have great opportunities, are unlikely to appear in your world in the future. And these 3 years in university, besides helping you cultivate combat experience, the most important thing is to build connections, to prepare for becoming a backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's professionals after graduation." Fong Fong nodded at these words. Although nothing is absolute, Mentor Qianhe's words reflect a general trend. Most people who graduate from university will eventually develop into the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's professionals. In future battles, most of the comrades by your side will also be students from various universities. Mentor Qianhe continued, "The main focus of university is teaching teamwork, helping each professional understand their role in the team, so that no matter which team they are in, they can quickly complete their collaboration. But for you, the situation might be a bit different. I have never asked about your specific situation. However, the choices you make next will affect your lifelong development, so I must clearly tell you what you are most suited for. It turns out that in the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of the university, there are 2 teaching models. The first is teamwork, the second is individual combat. Teamwork needs no further explanation. It mainly involves how to collaborate between teams. This requires long-term practice and tacit cooperation. The second type, individual combat, has become rare in recent years. However, it still exists. For example, Fong Fong, whose attack power is exceptional and whose defense is even more terrifying. With his strength, to put it bluntly, he doesn't need teammates at all. He can completely venture into the abyss world on his own. However, having strength is one thing, but if there comes a day when you need to cooperate with the team and you can't, then that's a different situation altogether. Mentor Qianhe said, "I suggest you focus on solo combat, but at the same time, you must master the skills of teamwork. This is what you should learn the most in these 3 years." Fong Fong nodded. He indeed didn't need teammates much. It might not be apparent during leveling up, but when it comes to future adventures, teammates whose strength doesn't match his would become a burden. Fong Fong fully agreed with the path Mentor Qianhe had set for him. "So, Mentor, should I still attend the practical class in 2 days?" Fong Fong asked. Mentor Qianhe nodded. "You must go. The main thing is to learn how they cooperate as a team. But as for strength, Zhongbei University probably can't provide you with opportunities for improvement. Once you're familiar with teamwork, you can attempt to complete this semester's Tower of Heaven task. After completing this semester's task, you can try to go to the task hall to receive tasks. By the way, there will be 2 assessments during the midterm and final, both conducted in the restricted area. You can prepare in advance. Fong Fong nodded. 2 days of time is indeed a rare opportunity to rest. Fong Fong also planned to use these 2 days to evolve his Fire Spike Insect King. He also needed to visit Sumu's house. This girl sent a message yesterday that her grandfather finally arrived in Junbei City. The myth-level soul devouring insect he had been thinking about was finally coming. Just as Fong Fong was about to leave the campus, a graceful figure suddenly blocked his way. Fong Fong looked up and found it was a familiar face. Senior sister Qin Yueye. Is there something you need, senior sister? Fong Fong asked, looking at Qin Yueye. He remembered that when he first entered school, Qin Yueye had helped him out. However, they hadn't interacted since then, so he didn't know why she was looking for him. You must have finished your theory class, right? Qin Yueye asked. Yes. Fong Fong nodded. Qin Yueye said, I indeed have something to discuss with you. Since your theory class is over, the next step is the practical class. I have a task here that is recruiting personnel. Are you interested in signing up? A task? Fong Fong was taken aback and laughed. Why would senior sister look for me? I'm just a freshman. Qin Yueye replied, although you're a freshman, you shattered the Trial Divine Stone when you entered school. That kind of combat power isn't something just anyone can achieve. This task I have in hand can increase your guild contribution and defense army contribution after completion. The specific values depend on the contribution. Are you interested? Contribution? Fong Fong was surprised. The defense army contribution and guild contribution are both quite good. The former can be exchanged for insects, while the latter can be exchanged for the Dark Beast Master set. He just didn't know how much it would give. He currently had a task to find a demon egg. If he joined Qin Yueye's task, he could directly gather enough contribution to exchange for the Dark Beast Master set, which was worth a try. The allure of the Dark Beast Master set was too great for Fong Fong. Thinking about it, Fong Fong said, sure. What do you need me to do? Seeing Fong Fong agree, Qin Yueye couldn't help but smile and said, don't rush, follow me to the trial ground first. I need to see your specific strength. Fighting is different from the Trial Divine Stone. It must be tested in the trial ground. I'll tell you the specific task details after the assessment. Fong Fong nodded. He immediately followed Qin Yueye to the trial ground. The ordinary trial ground in the trial area was specifically designed for students to spar. Killing was prohibited here. Anyone who killed would be expelled from the school. After arriving at the trial ground, Qin Yueye directly took Fong Fong into one of the teleportation arrays. The two of them immediately disappeared from their original spot. This is a somewhat isolated space. The area is about 100 square meters, surrounded by dark rock walls. After the two appeared, Qin Yueye spoke up. I am an elven archer, currently at level 200 in the 6th transition. In a moment, I will change into equipment of the 4th transition at level 120 and take off a pair of accessories, trying to suppress my strength to match yours as much as possible. Then we can spar. Fong Fong shook his head at this. That's not necessary. However, Qin Yueye shook her head. It's very necessary. After all, your strength is only at the 4th transition, and I need to fully understand your capabilities. The task I received carries a certain level of danger. If you can't even withstand my strength suppressed to the 4th transition, then I can only say sorry. Fong Fong thought to himself, it seems the senior sister has some misconceptions about his strength. But then again, when he first entered school, he only showcased his attack power and did not demonstrate his defense, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts. Qin Yueye said, the Trial Divine Stone is, after all, an inanimate object. I know your attack is very high, but during combat, a high attack is useless if it can't hit the target. Let's start now. With that, Qin Yueye waved her hand, and a green longbow appeared. Fong Fong, seeing this, remained still, just standing in place. If he were to use his previous methods, he would only need to release the insects. Even if Qin Yueye had 3 heads and 6 arms, she would have to surrender obediently. However, Fong Fong also wanted to see the senior sister's combat skills, so he didn't do that this time. He secretly merged and unleashed the divine insects, just watching her. Junior, I can start now. After saying that, Qin Yueye continuously pulled the bowstring, instantly firing 3 arrows straight at Fong Fong. These 3 arrows were extremely fast, like 3 bolts of green lightning heading towards him. However, in front of Fong Fong, their speed was as slow as a snail. Fong Fong stood still, not moving at all. Qin Yueye was also taken aback, wondering why Fong Fong didn't dodge or avoid, and was about to remind him to be careful. Suddenly, she saw the 3 arrows pass directly through Fong Feng's body. The next moment, they struck the rock wall behind him. Fong Feng's figure had instantly vanished. A phantom? Aren't you a beast master? How can you have such speed? Qin Yueye was very surprised. Leaving in After image in place, this speed was something ordinary people could not achieve. Even the top assassination swordsman might not be able to do it. At least among the people Qin Yueya knew, no one could do that. Fong Fong smiled at her words. Senior sister, as an elven archer, these 3 arrows are not slower than a lightspeed archer. Is it strange that I have high speed? Not at all. Qin Yueya smiled broadly upon hearing this. The higher Fong Fang's displayed strength, the happier she was, as his joining would enhance their overall strength. Your speed surprises me, but let me see how your combat attack power is. After saying this, Qin Yueya shook the green longbow in her hand, and a green shield wall made entirely of arrows appeared beside her. This seemed to be a defensive skill of the archer, the arrow or ray shield. As an offensive profession, defensive skills like the arrow or ray shield are rare. Only elven archers can learn this skill. Qin Yueya pointed at the arrow or ray shield wall and said, back when we were both at the 4th transition, Xiaolingfeng took half a minute to break through this defense. You can give it a try. Fong Fong smiled upon hearing this, and didn't waste words. He stepped forward and punched it. With a loud bang, the entire arrow array shield wall was directly breached by Fong Fong, creating a gap. His entire arm passed through. Seeing this scene, Qin Yueya couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face filled with shock. Normally, even if a shield wall were to break, it would shatter completely. If such a situation occurs where a punch can penetrate completely, it can only indicate one thing: the opponent's attack power is too high, having broken through the entire shield wall's defense in an instant. Before it could shatter, a gap appeared directly. Qin Yueya nodded in satisfaction and said, your attack power and speed would definitely be a great addition to my team. However, the enemies we face in this mission are skilled at attacking the soul. I still need to test your soul power. As she spoke, Qin Yueya drew her bow and shot an arrow. This arrow, however, did not fly towards Fong Fong. Instead, it began to spin in place the moment it was released. From one arrow, it gradually split into thousands. Countless arrows spun in place, forming spiraling arrows. As the arrow formation began to rotate, Fong felt an invisible force pressing down on him, significantly slowing his speed. Even his ability to observe the surroundings was affected. This was the second time Fong faced a mental attack. To be honest, he felt quite uncomfortable, as if the entire world around him had slowed down in that instant. When he faced the Dark Cat Demon before, Fong had no resistance and was instantly trapped in the secret realm. Now, facing Qin Yueya's mental attack, he still felt powerless. That direct assault on his mind made him feel as if he were sinking into a quagmire. You are not skilled in mental power. It's strange, beast tamers have high requirements for mental power. Why do you seem so greatly affected? Qin Yueya frowned. The attack power and speed Fong displayed astonished her, but this mental power seemed to be his weakness. Fong remained silent, feeling strong yet unable to exert his strength. Looking at the arrow formation ahead, he was quite angry. Fortunately, he was not far from the arrow formation. My mental power is currently a bit weak, but senior, the range of your arrow formation should also be limited in actual combat, right? The space in this trial ground is limited and I cannot evade, but if it were in a real battle, the power of your arrow formation would be diminished. If the distance is far, the effect will be reduced, but if it's close? What if it's close? Qin Yueya asked. Fong smiled. Without explaining, then punched the arrow formation. With a loud bang, the chaotic arrow formation instantly exploded. The mental power pressing down on Fong also collapsed in an instant. Fong felt a lightness throughout his body, and that sense of powerlessness vanished immediately. If it's close, it will be directly blown apart. Fong laughed. Qin Yueya was also taken aback. She did not expect Fong to destroy her chaotic arrow formation with a single punch. It should be noted that the chaotic arrow formation is different from the protective arrow formation. It does not have a fixed shape, and to destroy it with a punch requires several times the attack power to disperse it directly. Otherwise, it cannot be interrupted. Indeed, just as she was shocked, she saw countless arrows escaping from the disrupted chaotic arrow formation, shooting out in all directions without any pattern. Qin Yueya was startled, not expecting such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, an arrow pierced through her shoulder in an instant. Fong, being closest to the core of the arrow formation, realized he had already been hit by several arrows. Fortunately, his defense was astonishing, and those arrows did not cause him any harm. Instead, they shot several holes in his clothes. Seeing Qin Yueya get hit, Fong hurriedly tore off the clothes that were no longer wearable. He casually flicked off several arrows and rushed to Qin Yueya's side. Senior, are you okay? Fong asked. Qin Yueya shook her head, covering her shoulder. I'm fine, let's get out of here. These arrows will disappear on their own soon. Speaking of which, Qin Yueya waved her hand and left the trial ground with Fong. A moment later, when the two reappeared outside the trial ground, Qin Yueya realized that Fong was still holding her, and her hand was resting on Fong Feng's shoulder. The most important thing was that Fong Feng's upper body was bare at that moment. I'm fine. You can let go now. Fong Fong was taken aback and then realized that their position was a bit too intimate, quickly letting go. Hey, senior, can I join your mission? Fong Fong hurriedly changed into a new outfit from his storage space while asking. Xin Yueye looked a bit awkward and nodded. Sure, your attack power and speed are quite good. I'll share the mission details with you later. I still need to prepare for a bit in the next 2 months. When your midterm assessment comes, we'll go with you. Fong Fong was taken aback. 2 months was still a long time. But thinking about it, he still had to follow Master Waya for combat coordination practice. Plus, there was the Tongtian Tower mission, all of which would take time. Xin Yueye said, actually, at most a month and a half, because it will take half a month to reach the Forbidden Zone. You can check the mission when you get back. I have to go now. After saying that, Xin Yueye turned and left. Fong Fong felt puzzled. Why? Did the usually aloof senior seem a bit shy this time? Was it because he was too handsome? Fong Fong touched his face, feeling quite helpless. What's the point of being so handsome? Being good-looking is a burden. Shaking his head in resignation, Fong Fong turned and walked towards the school gate. On the way, Xin Yueye indeed shared the mission details. Fong Fong took a look and was stunned to find that the mission even displayed the publisher's information. Hunting mission. Difficulty 2 stars. Publisher Ling Suifeng. 3 days ago, I discovered a group of anti-alliance individuals in Jiangbei Mountain. I conveniently killed one of their leaders. However, this person used spatial magic before dying, sending the remnants into the Forbidden Zone. I have urgent matters to attend to, and there are 8 remaining remnants, generally at the 6th transition level, needing help to hunt them down. They were affected by my frost manifestation skill before escaping, and the one who takes this mission will receive a frost stone to track these individuals. There is no time limit for completing the mission, but the frost manifestation can only last for 3 months, so please be sure to kill them within 3 months. Requirements: must kill them before they leave the Forbidden Zone. If they leave, the mission fails and the corresponding bounty reward will be deducted, shared among all members of the street team. Looking at the mission description, Fong Fong couldn't help but frown. Wasn't Ling Suifeng Sumu's grandfather? No wonder he had delayed for so long. It turned out he encountered anti-alliance individuals on the way, but that group was quite unfortunate. Ling Suifeng was a 9th transition mage. His strength was formidable, and those remnants could only escape because Ling Suifeng was hurrying to Jiangbei City. Otherwise, if they had escaped into the Forbidden Zone, they probably wouldn't have survived. Xin Yueye sent a message. I snatched this mission. There are guard troops in the first layer of the Forbidden Zone. They will monitor this mission in real time, and if those remnants force their way in, they will be killed by the guard troops, so they can't get out in a short time. And 6th transition professionals generally don't dare to go above the 6th layer. It's easy to die inside. They are most likely waiting in the first 5 layers for 3 months until the frost manifestation skill disappears, and then they will look for a chance to escape. So we will definitely make it in 2 months. I will also prepare well during these 2 months. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Okay, Fong Fong replied. Hunting 6th transition anti-alliance individuals. No wonder Xin Yueye took it so seriously. Their strength was on the same level. Moreover, from what Xin Yueye said, there might be mental power experts among those remnants. It seemed he needed to visit the Su family soon. Fong Fong put away the communication token and stopped thinking too much, leaving the school and heading straight to the guard troops supply office. At the guard troops supply office, the person in charge saw Fong Fong coming and directly handed him 2 brocade boxes without any further ado. In a separate room, Fong Fong opened the 2 brocade boxes. In the brocade box, there were actually 2 strange, completely black bugs. Upon closer inspection, information quickly emerged. Name: Corruption Worm Larva. Rating: Leader level, Yellow level, LV.0. The Corruption Worm is known for its low attack power, but its large numbers and strong reproductive ability. Active skill: None. Passive skill: Corrupts all things. The Corruption Worm can secrete a corrosive liquid that can erode everything, useful against both the shields of professionals and monsters, dealing 1000 damage per second. If there is armor, it will first corrode the armor. Looking at the information, Fong Fong was momentarily stunned. The Corruption Worm's passive skill, Corrupts all things, was simply a divine skill. Although his Fire Spike Worm could reduce defense, that was only effective against the main body of monsters and professionals. If the opponent used a defensive shield skill like Xin Yueye's arrow formation shield, then the Fire Spike Worm would be useless, because you couldn't break through the opponent's shield. The Corruption Worm's passive was simply a divine skill for weakening armor shields. For a moment, Fong Fong even thought about not using it as evolution material. Controlling it would definitely be useful against professionals and monsters with armor shields. But after careful consideration, Fong Fong still gave up. First of all, although the Corruption Worm's passive was powerful, it was somewhat impractical in battle. After all, the opponent wouldn't just sit back and watch you corrode their armor shield. The cooldown for shield skills wouldn't be too long. Just as you finished corroding, they would activate another, rendering it ineffective. So it was clearly not suitable to use the Corruption Worm as the main bug. If it can't be the main bug, if the fire spike worm could inherit the skill, that would be great. With the fire spike worm's armor breaking ability combined with this corrosion ability, tens of thousands could completely break through armor while weakening the opponent's defense. Even after fusion, it might enhance its destructive power against shield skills, but whether it can inherit it depends on luck. Fong Fong took a deep breath, not delaying any longer, and immediately chose to evolve. Ding! Congratulations, the fire spike worm you control has triggered the divine bug evolution skill. Evolution complete. Ding! The fire spike worm you control did not inherit a new skill. Hearing the system's voice, Fong Fong could only helplessly continue evolving. Ding! Congratulations, the fire spike worm you control has triggered the divine bug evolution skill. Evolution complete. Ding! Congratulations, the fire spike worm you control has inherited the corrupts all things skill. Ding! The rank of the fire spike worm you control has increased. The skill has changed. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new species, 10,000 spike worm. Please check the specific attributes yourself. As the system's voice rang out, Fong Fong was momentarily stunned. Inherited the skill? But it seems the rank increase did not comprehend the skill. This is really. Fong Fong smiled wryly, unsure if it was a gain or a loss. But it was already like this, and he was too lazy to think more. Directly opening the bug list to check the information on the 10,000 spike worm. Name: 10,000 spike worm. Rating: Lord. Level: Orange. Level: LV.123. Attack power: 6,000 health, 3,500 physical defense, 250 magical defense, 250 attached passive skill, 10,000 armor piercing. When attacking, can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 20%. Effect: can stack, can reduce the opponent's dual defenses to 0. Tip: the effect of 10,000 armor piercing is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Attached passive skill: Flight, can spread its wings and fly with no consumption. Speed is the same as the master. Attached passive skill: pierces all things. When attacking shield type skills, can reduce shield effectiveness by 20%. Effect: can stack, maximum is to ignore shields. Reminder: Lord level divine insect can evolve. Divine insect splitting talent activated. Currently splitting. Limit 38,000. Current quantity 309/38000. Looking at the information, Fang's eyes immediately lit up. Although the rank increase did not grant any new skills, the changes in the inherited skills were surprisingly powerful. Moreover, the original fire armor piercing had also been upgraded to 10,000 armor piercing, with an effect of 20%. What does this mean? It means that even if Fong Fong does not use the divine insect fusion talent in the future, just relying on the passive skill of the 10,000 piercing insect combined with the effect of tens of thousands, he could instantly break through Qin Yue's arrow formation protective skill. This is definitely a divine skill for penetrating armor. Thinking this, Fong Fong hurriedly opened the fusion effect list to check. The leader level Wansachong is currently able to fuse with the following fusion attributes. Ignore 80% defense after fusing with itself. It will gain the ability to ignore 80% of defense from Wansachong. Cannot stack, upgrade grade, maximum can reach 100%. Ignore shield. 80% defense after fusing with itself. When facing shield type skills, it ignores 80% of defense. Cannot stack, upgrade grade, maximum can reach 100%. The passive of breaking defense will not increase with upgrades. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fong Fong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If the previous fire armor piercing skill made them feel as if they were not wearing underwear when facing the berserker, then this time, the ability to ignore shields was equivalent to the berserker class, as if they were not wearing any clothes at all. It was laid bare before him, allowing him to take control. In a good mood, Fong Fong immediately bid farewell to the logistics officer of the defense army and headed towards the Su family. Currently, apart from the nano-poison insect, all of Fong Feng's bugs had reached the Lord level. He also decided that in the future, when controlling bugs, he would start directly from the Lord level as much as possible. Otherwise, the evolution process was just too tedious. Moreover, the most important thing was that the lower the grade, the fewer skills attached to the evolution. The probability of comprehending new skills was also low. It was better to directly control higher grade bugs, as this would allow for more skills to comprehend and inherit in the future. After sending a message to Sumuyu, Fong Fong hummed a little tune and headed straight for the Su family. At this moment, inside the Su family mansion, Sumu Tian, Sumuyu, and Ling Sui Fong had all gathered. On the bed in the room lay a woman. The woman had a peaceful expression, as if she were sleeping. However, there was a dark ring around her eyes, looking quite abnormal. The woman appeared slightly emaciated, lying motionless on the bed. Ling Sui Fong looked at Sumu Tian with some anger. You had me travel 1,000 miles with Xiao Shuai just to meet this year's top student from Jianbei University? Initially, when he received the message from Sumu Tian, he was very excited, as he had finally found a way to treat his daughter after so many years. But now, hearing that it was because of a student who had just entered university, the disappointment in his heart was immense. Father-in-law, I know you might find it absurd, but this kid Fong Fong is not an ordinary person. You should have heard on your way here from the guild that he is not only the top student but also a beast master by profession. By the way, you might not know his real name. He was using a pseudonym before. What was it again? Xiao Yu. Sumuyu hurriedly said. I have a girlfriend. I have a girlfriend? Ling. Sui Feng was taken aback. He had indeed heard that name before. Moreover, it seemed to have caused quite a stir at the time. Father-in-law. Feng Feng is quite extraordinary. Even now, there are still people from various guilds in Jiangbei City who haven't left. They all want to recruit Feng Feng, and your mage guild is among them. Ling Sui Feng nodded upon hearing this. He knew about that. However, he didn't expect that I have a girlfriend was actually Feng Feng. This kid's pseudonym is so frivolous. How did Xiao Yu get to know him? You must keep your distance in the future. Just joined university and already started dating. It's really hard to understand. Sumuyu felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Grandpa, that name was given by me. It's not Feng Feng's fault. Ling Sui Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. You, forget it, a girl shouldn't be kept. Back then, your father took away my daughter. Now even you. But remember, in the future, when looking for a partner, you must find someone strong. Don't say you can't find someone like your father, a secondary profession. Otherwise, your mother wouldn't. Grandpa, this isn't my father's fault, alright? Feng Feng is coming soon. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sumuyu said. Sumutian had long since gotten used to it. He let things go in one ear and out the other as if he hadn't heard anything. According to him, you can say whatever you want, but since your daughter likes me, she has to be with me. What can you do about it? Besides, what's wrong with being a secondary profession? Other than lacking strength, he hasn't treated Ling Shui poorly in any other way. At least he and Ling Shui are still very affectionate. Moments later, Feng Feng arrived at the Su family mansion. Looking at the luxurious Su family residence, Feng Feng couldn't help but sigh. Wealthy people even have such nice places to live. It's a pity that my parents passed away early. Otherwise, with my current worth, buying a house like this wouldn't be a big deal. Feng Feng. Seeing Feng Feng appear, Sumuyu hurried over and casually linked her arm with his. Ahem. Ling Sui Feng coughed. Upon seeing this, what kind of behavior is this? So you are Feng Feng, huh? I heard you can cure Xiao Shue's illness? Sumuyu stuck out her tongue and released his arm. Feng Feng smiled at this. To answer the elder, I do have some confidence. Although Feng Feng had never met Ling Sui Feng, he had heard of him long ago. This old man had an extraordinary presence, and there was a faint elemental fluctuation about him. It must be Ling Sui Feng himself. How much confidence is that? This matter concerns my daughter's life. Do you expect me to take a risk based solely on your word? Do you know what the consequences would be if you fail? Feng Feng's expression remained calm as he replied, if I fail, then it's over. However, elder, think about it. If I didn't have complete confidence, why would I wade into this murky water? As long as I stay at Jiangbei University for a few years, my future achievements will likely not be lower than yours. Why would I come here to risk being killed if I fail? Ling Sui Feng didn't respond but nodded. It was indeed the case. Though you say that, this is a serious matter. I heard from Mu Tian that you control a mythical level insect, the nano-poison insect. Could you let it out for me to see? Ling Sui Feng said. Feng Feng frowned slightly at this request. Wasn't it a bit excessive? Elder, I also heard you have a crystal stone of the Ice Phoenix. Would you be willing to show it to me? Impudent, Ling Sui Feng said, his eyes flashing, and in the next moment, several ice crystals instantly appeared around Feng Feng, seemingly trying to trap him. Seeing this, Feng Feng's eyes turned cold, and he immediately activated his insect fusion skill. The Wansasai insect had just completed its evolution, and he was itching to see its ability to ignore shields. The moment the fusion was complete, Feng Feng charged toward the ice crystal in front of him. With a punch, there was a loud bang. Following that, the ice crystal shattered completely. This scene left Ling Sui Feng utterly astonished. He was a 9-turn magic master. Although the ice crystal had average defensive power, it was definitely not something a 4-turn professional could destroy. Yet Feng Feng had really solved it with a single punch. Ling Sui Feng's expression instantly turned icy as he shouted angrily, who exactly are you? How could a 4-turn professional have such strength? Are you a member of the Anti-Alliance? Feng Feng was even more speechless. Upon hearing this, did being strong mean he had to be misunderstood like this? Damn it, if it weren't for the mythical level insect, Feng Feng really wanted to grab this old man by the beard and rub his face into the ground. How did someone with such a brain become an elder of the Mage Guild? Sumuyu hurriedly said, Grandpa, he really isn't a bad person. If you keep making a scene here, I won't have the face to ask him for help. Father-in-law. Sumutian also stood in front of Feng Feng, his eyes red with excitement. I know you're worried about Xiao Shui, but she is my wife, and I'm worried too. Feng Feng is the only one with confidence. Please don't make a fuss. Feng Feng looked at Sumutian's back, wanting to ask him something. How did you manage to deal with that hot-tempered father-in-law back then? Marrying his daughter must have been as difficult as stealing dragon eggs, right? Sumuyu noticed Feng Feng's thoughts were stalled, as if she could see what he was thinking, and said softly, Don't worry, my dad is not like my grandpa. As long as you speak up, my dad will definitely agree to our marriage. Fang Feng was taken aback and quickly replied, "You really are your dad's little cotton-padded jacket." Seeing his son-in-law and granddaughter standing in front of him, Ling Suifeng gradually calmed down. Fang Feng was also too lazy to waste time with Ling Suifeng. That punch had already given him a certain assessment of his Wanzi insect. At this moment, seeing the old man calm down, he took out the token that Li Qingfeng had given him. Ling Suifeng's eyes lit up when he saw the Divine General Trial token. "Senior, can we proceed now?" Ling Suifeng looked at the token and then at Fang Feng. "Is this the token Li Qingfeng gave you? The Divine General selection battle has not yet begun, and the number of people who can obtain the Divine General token is very few. I was too reckless, my apologies." Saying this, Ling Suifeng actually cupped his hands and apologized to Fang Feng. Fang Feng was also taken aback. It was said that the old often relied on their age to assert authority, and getting an old man to apologize was quite difficult. Unexpectedly, Ling Suifeng was so carefree, saying he would fight and then apologize just like that. "Senior, you're too polite, let's hurry up," Fang Feng said. Ling Suifeng nodded and immediately led everyone into the mansion. "Fang Feng, my young friend, please don't mind, I'm just a father who cares for his daughter. Back then, that kid Su Mutian didn't know what kind of love potion he gave to Schwer. She insisted on marrying him, and even when I introduced her to the best expert in the capital, she refused. I really had no choice. Please don't take what happened just now to heart. As long as you can cure Xiaoxue's illness, I'll introduce you to Li Qingfeng's daughter. She's a real beauty." Hearing this, Fang Feng felt embarrassed and whispered to Sumuyu, "Your grandfather is also a part-time matchmaker." Sumuyu looked speechless, while Su Mutian beside her said irritably, "All right. Li Qingfeng's daughter is about the same age as Xiaoxue. She'd be more like an aunt to Fang Feng. Besides, if you try to introduce her, see if Xiaoyu doesn't set your beard on fire." "Dad." Sumuyu's pretty face flushed. How could he say such things about his own daughter? Ling Suifeng then noticed something was off and looked at Sumuyu and Fang Feng. "You two have something going on? But not bad. I like this kid's strength, at least he's stronger than your father." "Grandpa, he hasn't agreed yet." Sumuyu's face turned even redder. Ling Suifeng then looked at Fang Feng. "What do you mean? This kid hasn't agreed? What's wrong with my granddaughter not being worthy of you?" Looking at Ling Suifeng puffing out his beard and glaring, Fang Feng felt his heart race. Goodness, the whole family was mobilized for the granddaughter. But if he really got together with Sumuyu, with Ling Suifeng as her grandfather, just thinking about it gave him a headache. "It's me who isn't worthy of Xiaoyu. I'm here to treat her illness, not to date. Can we start now?" Hearing this, Su Mutian and the others finally reacted and realized they had gone off track. The group quickly entered the inner room. Fang Feng also saw Ling Xue lying on the bed. He had to admit that Ling Xue was indeed beautiful. No wonder Sumuyu was so cute. "What do you plan to do?" Ling Suifeng became serious at this moment. Fang Feng didn't speak. He really didn't know what to do. After all, the insect was in Ling Xue's mind. He couldn't see it at all. This was truly like a tiger trying to eat a hedgehog, with no way to start. "Can you describe the characteristics of the soul-eating insect?" Fang Feng asked. The soul-eating insect is a semi-transparent bug, and even the adult insect is only the size of a fingernail. The larvae are about the size of a sesame seed. This one in Xiaoxue's mind has been there for some years. It's probably the size of a mung bean. This kind of insect has very strong mental power. It can sense you when you get close to Xiaoxue. At the same time, it will release a strong mental force to warn those who approach. So you can't get too close to Xiaoxue, Ling Suifeng reminded. Fang Feng felt that this might be an opportunity. Currently, his perfect control skill is black, which means this skill cannot be used. He wondered if getting close to Ling Xue and sensing the warning from the soul-eating insect would allow him to use this skill. Fang Feng thought, "I have to try it with her." Ling Suifeng hurriedly said, "How is your mental strength? If you get too close, the soul-eating insect will pull you into another space. It's very dangerous." Fang Feng frowned at this. His mental strength was indeed quite average. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to control it. No risk, no gain. For the sake of this mythical soul-eating insect, Fang Feng was determined and gritted his teeth, saying, "It should be fine." With that, he walked towards Ling Xue. Ling Suifeng and the others felt their hearts race and dared not approach. Fang Feng walked over, keeping his eyes on his perfect control skill. As long as it could be used, he would activate it immediately. However, the skill remained unlit. As he got closer to Ling Xue, Fang Feng indeed felt a wave of heart palpitations. The feeling was inexplicable, as if it were piercing straight to the heart, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, the perfect control skill still did not light up. Just as Fang Feng was contemplating whether to continue forward, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and in the next moment, the scene changed dramatically. The room he was in transformed into a blood-red space. Everything around was crimson, and there were even many pieces of human skin tissue. Fang Feng could see numerous blood vessels. On those skin tissues and blood vessels, small insects were crawling. These insects were completely translucent, without eyes, and had 4 tiny legs. They lay still, yet Fang Feng could feel that those insects were watching him. Even with Fong Feng's formidable strength, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This scene was enough to give even a beast master of the insect tribe a case of trypophobia. Fong Feng focused on one of the insects and soon information popped up. Soul Eating Insect, Insect Tribe Rank, Mythical Attack Power, Defense Power, Skills? Aside from the name, nothing else was visible. Moreover, Fong Feng noticed a problem. Ling Suifeng said that Little Snow only had one insect in her mind. But how could there be so many here? Could this be an illusion? It was clearly impossible to find the right one among so many insects. Fong Feng couldn't act here. This was definitely an illusion created by the soul-eating insect, and making a move here would be futile. Thinking this, Fong Feng looked again at his perfect control skill. This time, he was pleasantly surprised to see that the perfect control skill had lit up. This meant he could use it. Fong Feng swallowed hard, not hesitating any longer, and directly chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using the perfect control skill. The skill is now in cooldown. Ding! Congratulations, you can control the soul-eating insect. Please check the specific information yourself. With the two system notifications sounding, Fong Feng couldn't help but feel joy. He quickly opened the insect list. Sure enough, he saw the information for the soul-eating insect. Name, soul-eating insect rank, mythical, red. Name, soul-devouring insect rank, mythical, red, level, LV.123, automatically downgraded if exceeding host level, attack power, 0. Health, 1000 physical defense, 0 magical defense, 0 mental power, 100000 passive skill, danger precognition within a radius of 10 meters, will sense the approach of unfamiliar monsters in advance, passive skill, mental mastery, the soul-devouring insect can comprehend mental power, and the mental power bonus increases with level. Passive skill, mental immunity, naturally immune to mental attacks. Reminder, mythical level divine insect can evolve. Confused divine insect split talent activated, currently splitting, maximum limit 38,000, current quantity 150/38000. Looking at the attributes, Fong Feng couldn't help but nod. Naturally possessing mental immunity, this attribute is indeed monstrous, but in other aspects it is quite useless. This also confirms what Mentor Qianhe said before, that all monsters will develop in the direction they are good at. The soul-devouring insect is strongest in mental abilities. It's just a pity that after gaining control, it seems to lack active mental attack skills against others. However, obtaining mental immunity is already very formidable. Thinking this, Fong Feng opened the fusion list to check. Soul-devouring insect mythical level, currently confused, fusion attributes as follows. Danger precognition will gain the soul-devouring insect's perception bonus after fusing with itself, within a radius of 1000 meters. If monsters or strangers approach, it can sense in advance, and even high-level stealth cannot evade. And as the number increases, the range will also expand. Mental power will gain the soul-devouring insect's mental mastery bonus after fusing with itself, allowing the ability to retrieve objects from a distance within a radius of 1000 meters. Note, currently can only grab inanimate objects. Further upgrades will allow grabbing monsters and professionals. Mental immunity will gain immunity to mental attacks after fusing with itself. Already at peak, cannot be further enhanced. Reminder, the soul-devouring insect has high mental power. Continuing to increase rank has a high probability of comprehending other mental skills. Seeing that he could also gain mental immunity after fusion, Fong Feng couldn't help but smile. If he were to battle Qin Yuye now, her chaotic divine arrow formation would become useless against him. Although the soul-devouring insect is lacking in other aspects, it can even be said to have no offensive capability. But just relying on this mental immunity, it truly deserves its mythical rating. The new soul-devouring insect had already split within the insect nest, while the one he originally controlled was still in Ling Xue's mind. Fong Feng withdrew his gaze and waved his hand. Immediately, Ling Suifeng and the others saw a semi-transparent insect crawling out from Ling Xue's ear. Shaking its semi-transparent wings, it flew towards Fong Feng. Fong Feng waved his hand to collect it, then turned and smiled. I have not failed my mission. Ling Suifeng and the three were extremely excited, especially Su Mutian, who immediately ran over to check on his wife's condition. Sumuyu also wanted to go over but didn't want to neglect Fong Feng. Seeing her troubled expression, Fong Feng smiled and said, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside." "Okay, thank you." Sumuyu excitedly kissed Fong Feng on the cheek before running to check on her mother. Fong Feng touched his cheek, thinking, I even got a sweet kiss, this is a win. He then walked alone towards the outside of the room. Ling Xue should wake up soon. It seems they have a lot to talk about. Fong Feng also took the opportunity to try out this ability to retrieve objects from a distance and the danger reconnaissance. Outside the room was a large garden. Fong Feng casually found a stone chair to sit down and immediately activated the divine insect fusion. In an instant, the mental power enhancement effect of the soul-devouring insect became apparent. Fong Feng felt that within a radius of 1,000 meters around him, everything was as clear as if it were right in front of his eyes. Every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every person vividly appeared in his mind. He even had a feeling that as long as he focused his thoughts, the stones in the grass, the pebbles in the ditch, and even the teacup on the table would fly over to him. Come. With a thought, the teacup on the table indeed flew over and landed steadily in his hand. Looking at this skill, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile. Although the soul-eating insect itself is weak, the effect after this fusion is simply outrageous. Especially this danger perception, which perfectly compensates for my previous lack of reconnaissance skills. And this mental immunity, it's simply a divine skill. Fong Fong felt elated and couldn't help but lie back in his chair to rest. It was clearly inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye after obtaining the divine insect, and he had also prepared a gift for Sumuyu. The bone ring he had obtained while grinding in Abyss Town. When they came out, it wouldn't be too late to give the gift before saying goodbye. While familiarizing himself with the mental skills he had just acquired, he waited. About 10 minutes later, Sumuyu and Ling Suifeng walked out. Seeing that Sumu Tian hadn't come out, Fong Fong guessed what was going on. Thank you so much, my young friend Fong Fong. I, Ling Suifeng, owe you a big favor. If there's ever a need in the future, just let me know. I, Ling Suifeng, will not hesitate. The old man, Ling said, looking very pleased. Even Sumuyu had an uncontainable smile on her face, though her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Earlier. Your mother? She just woke up, but her body is still very weak, and she quickly fell asleep again. My father is watching over her, saying that once my mother is feeling better, he will definitely thank you in person. Sumuyu said. No need to be polite, since everything is fine, I will take my leave. This is for you. Saying this, Fong Fong took out the prepared bone ring. Sumuyu took it and was momentarily stunned. The Dragon Phoenix bond skill that this bone ring possessed was simply perfect for her. Did you specially save this for me? Sumuyu was somewhat touched. Fong Fong, seeing her like this, said, not really, it's not worth much, so I didn't sell it. Don't think too much. Hearing this, Sumuyu covered her mouth and laughed. You can't even lie properly. Our family runs a business, how could I not know the value of this bone ring? It's rare for you to give me a gift, so I also prepared something for you. Saying this, Sumuyu waved her hand and a set of robes suddenly appeared. What is this? Fong Fong looked at the colorful flowing robes in surprise. This is a decorative robe. It doesn't take up equipment slots, but it has no attributes. However, it has a very outrageous ability. I thought you might need it, and it doesn't cost much. Sumuyu said. Fong Fong clicked to check the information, and immediately the details of the robe popped up. Colorful robe, decorative grade, none level, none attributes, none passive skill, record can record the appearance, aura, level, and other information of all people the user has seen. If the other party activates the divine concealment fate, the level cannot be recorded, only the appearance and aura can be recorded. Active skill, transform, can freely change into the appearance, aura, etc. of all previously recorded individuals. Hint, in combat status, the transformation state can still be maintained, but the method of attack will not change. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fong Fong couldn't help but be amazed. This robe was simply a divine artifact for hiding one's whereabouts. Although the method of attack wouldn't change, generally, when he needed to take action, the opponent would be close to death anyway, so he didn't care whether the opponent could see through his true identity based on his combat style. Is this robe really cheap? Fong Fong asked. Sumuyu nodded. Of course, I can't afford the expensive ones. Fong Fong was skeptical. He always felt that this robe wouldn't be cheap. Beside them, Ling Suifeng couldn't hold back any longer and said, it's not expensive, it's only worth about 300 billion. Young people these days really, if you like it, just like it. Isn't it tiring to hide it? Just tell him directly that you specially spent a high price to snatch it. Isn't that enough? If you don't say it, how will he know your feelings? You're really not like my granddaughter Ling Suifeng. If you like someone, you have to go for it, otherwise how will he know you like him? Fong Fong was also quite helpless because of Ling Suifeng's explosive personality. He thought to himself that this old man must not have had a childhood, especially not that kind of beautiful youth in school. He definitely didn't have that. With his personality, if he really had a girl he liked during school, he would have scared her to tears. I like you, be my woman. The girl would probably cry out loud, and who knows, her father might come over with a 40-meter-long knife. Fong Fong initially wanted to leave directly, but Ling Suifeng insisted on keeping him for dinner to express his gratitude. In the end, he had no choice but to stay. Ling Suifeng loved to drink, and during the meal he pulled Fong Fong to drink an unknown amount. By the end, they were a bit muddled and he insisted on swearing brotherhood with Fong Fong. It was only Sumuyu who hurriedly stopped him, preventing the oath from actually happening. Otherwise, Sumuyu would have to call him second master. In the future, Sumuyu did not return to school with Fong Fong. Her mother had just shown some improvement, and at that moment she had no intention of going back to school, so she took a leave of absence. From Sumuyu's words, Fong Fong could sense a hint of reluctance. Her mother had been bedridden for so long, and now that she was finally recovering, Sumuyu might really find it hard to leave. However, this would inevitably delay her studies, and as for how Sumuyu would choose in The future Fong Fong naturally could not interfere, he could only respect her own wishes. On this trip, the fire thorn bug had completed its evolution and transformed into the 10,000 thorn bug. At the same time, it had obtained the mythical level spirit bug, the soul-eating bug, making it a bountiful harvest. But just thinking about the upcoming trial class gave Fong Fong a headache. That Woya mentor was not an easy person to get along with, and Fong Fong could only try not to provoke him. After all, he was the mentor. But if he came looking for trouble, Fong Fong certainly wouldn't indulge him. 2 days later, in the trial area of Zhongbei University, Fong Fong and his group had been waiting here for quite some time. In their freshman class, there were only 3 people in the Beast Master department. However, there were quite a few people from other departments, especially the Mage and Warrior departments, which had the most students. So the 3 of them, standing there, looked as if they were in the wrong line. The mentor in charge of the trial was indeed Mentor Woya. Mentor Woya stood at the front and shouted, "Today is your first trial. We have a total of 3 venues in our trial area. Your numbers are definitely sufficient. Next, everyone enter the trial field. Shortly, there will be seniors from the second year to personally demonstrate for you the importance of good teamwork." As Mentor Woya's words fell, the crowd entered the teleportation array ahead in a grand manner. Moments later, Fong Fong saw them appear in a space that resembled an abyss. Surrounding them was lava, and the place they stood on was a platform the size of a football field. Above the lava, there were many stone platforms, and on each stone platform stood numerous humanoid monsters. Fong Fong focused his gaze and quickly saw the information about these monsters. Lava Merman, Abyss Demon type rank, leader level, yellow, level, LV.120. Health 50,000 attack power, 30,000 physical defense, 10,000 magical defense, 10,000 active skill. Lava Summon can summon a lava attack on enemies. Active skill Flight can summon lava for short distance flying attacks. The attributes were rather ordinary, with nothing particularly strange. However, the overall balance was quite good, making it a rare balanced monster. Mentor Woya said, "This trial area is a true abyss, but its scale cannot compare to Abyss Town, so it has been designated for our Zhongbei University as a trial ground. The monsters here may not be many, but they are all very strong. You must not go deeper until you have practiced your coordination. Once you go deeper, the consequences are yours to bear. Next, there will be senior students from the second year to demonstrate for you. Remember, there will only be one demonstration. After it ends, you will have to form your own teams for collaboration. If you have any questions later, you can ask me. One of your tasks this semester is to clear this secret realm as a team of 5. As he spoke, Mentor Woya waved his hand, and a line of rankings appeared on the nearby lava wall. First place, time taken 15 days, creators, Xiaolingfeng, Jin Yue, etc. Second place, time taken 20 days, creators, Zhang Yixue, Li Yuan, etc. Third place, time taken 30 days, creators. These times are calculated from when you started your trial training, so today is your first day. You can see how long the seniors took to clear this secret realm and compare it with yourselves. Also, don't worry about this secret realm being damaged. The Lord here is a revivable one, so you can practice well and complete the trial training as soon as possible. Alright, let's begin. As Mentor Woya's voice fell, the scene became lively. Fong Fong stared at the leaderboard and noticed that above the first place, Xiaolingfeng, and Qin Yue's score, there seemed to be another score. However, it was covered by lava. This reminded him of the situation he saw in the abyss, where Zhang Du's score was also covered. Could it be that Zhang Du's score is the real first place? It's a pity it's covered, I can't see it. Fong thought about whether to ask Zhang Hao, but he found that the second-year seniors had already started their demonstration. Zhang Hao was watching intently. Just as Fong was also preparing to watch the demonstration, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. The first place was completed by Zhang Du. He only took a week, and he did it alone. Fong looked over and found that the speaker was actually Qin Yue. It seems the senior is also very concerned about Zhang Du. Fong said. Qin Yue smiled wryly. Although Zhang Du betrayed the alliance, his name is indeed very prominent at Zhongbei University. Many records are truly held by him. Xiaolingfeng wants to break them, but so far he hasn't succeeded. I have to participate in the demonstration later, so I won't talk to you much. I'm just curious if you will break these records. After saying that, Qin Yue left. Fong smiled bitterly upon hearing this. If it were before, he would definitely want to give it a try. But now, he thought it was better to let it go. He was now a hidden class, a slaughter bug master. With an invincible slaughter skill, if he cleared the secret realm here, the boss of this place would no longer be able to revive. By then, Mentor Woya would surely be anxious with him. Finding a random spot to sit down, Fong began to watch the demonstration. The so-called demonstration was actually the combat process of the seniors cooperating with each other. Those who have played games know that the tank stands in front, the mage stands behind, the swordsman waits to deal damage, the assassin looks for opportunities to take down monsters, and if there are archers on the sides, the summoner lies down the most comfortably. Each profession has its own position and responsibility. However, the real world is different from games. Besides these conventional positions, movement and coordination between each other are also very important. Especially the commander of a team, usually the captain. This person is the soul of the team. The power a team can exert depends entirely on how capable this commander is. Fong Fong watched for a while, and sure enough, Qin Yueya soon brought a team onto the stage. The lava merman is not a particularly strong monster. With the levels of Qin Yueya and the others, they could almost crush it. However, to achieve the effective acting, they did not use their full strength to attack. The main focus was on demonstrating the effects of switching defenses and moving positions. Most of the time was spent on defense and determining the best timing for attacks. To be honest, Fong Fong felt that this coordination was indeed very clever after watching. It almost showcased the characteristics of each profession. However, he felt that achieving such a unified coordination among everyone was quite rare. After all, after graduating from university, many people choose to join different guilds, and at that time, your teammates from university would go their separate ways. So, coordination generally only requires understanding one's own positioning. This very familiar. Coordination is optional. After joining a guild in the future, everyone would basically be busy improving their own strength. There wouldn't be so much time for mutual adaptation. The only time for adaptation would be in the defense army. After joining the defense army, these cooperations would be practiced again. Therefore, spending a lot of time on this is not cost-effective. As long as they can cooperate to clear the secret realm dungeon and complete their first semester task, that would be enough. After the seniors finished their performance, they did not leave. Many freshmen surrounded them to seek advice, and quite a few had already begun to try coordinating in practice. Zhang Yixue and Qin Yueya, as the two goddess-level figures of Jiangbei University, naturally had many people around them. Seeing this, Fong Fong did not disturb them. Mentor Qian he had said that he should mainly focus on solo combat. This kind of team coordination was something he could just observe. Finding a time to clear the secret realm dungeon would mean he had completed his first task of the semester. Boom! Suddenly, a sound echoed in the secret realm dungeon. Fong Fong turned to look and found that a fire dragon had appeared out of nowhere. It was indeed summoned by Ling Qi. At this moment, he was practicing with several other freshmen from different departments. The fire dragon summoned by Ling Qi looked very impressive, and it was actually serving as the damage dealer in the team. Fong Fong shook his head for a moment. Because beast tamers are not particularly suited to be damage dealers, except for freaks like Fong Fong. In other cases, the attack power and endurance of beast tamers are not as good as that of mages and archers. In Ling Qi's team, there was indeed a mage, but to give Ling Qi space for damage output, he had squeezed his own output space very little, which was clearly an incorrect coordination. Why did they let Ling Qi be the main damage dealer of the team? That fire dragon hasn't grown yet. Doing this is bound to cause trouble. A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Fong Fong turned to look and found that the speaker was Lili. What do you suggest? Fong Fong asked with a smile. Lili was a rare elven beast tamer, and it was a bit strange that no one had come to find her for practice. Lili replied, Ling Qi's attack can't keep up, and the others are still constantly pulling monsters. Their team will eventually be scattered. Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. Sure enough, just as the two were talking, Ling Qi's fire dragon could no longer hold back those lava merfolk. The originally somewhat organized team was instantly scattered. Mentor Wuya looked at the situation over there and spoke up. Everyone has seen it. The main reason for their failure this time is that they do not understand each other's strengths well. They don't know how many monsters are appropriate to pull. So you must remember, when you are still unfamiliar with each other, the damage dealer must take on the role of commander. Because they know their own damage best. This way, they will know how many monsters to pull. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Lili shook her head and said, that's not how it is. My father said that in a good team, those responsible for command are often support roles. Because damage-dealing roles need to ensure the stability and accuracy of their output, while support roles can observe the battlefield from all directions and control the overall situation. Fong nodded upon hearing this. He had a brief collaboration with Zhang Yixue before, and he felt very comfortable with her command style. At that time, he was the main damage dealer, charging in as a melee fighter, and he couldn't pay attention to the overall changes at all. What you said is not wrong, and Master Waya is also right. It mainly depends on how strong the damage output is in the team. If the output is strong, they can naturally take the command position. But if everyone is about the same, and the enemy is very strong, then the support position is the most suitable. Li nodded in agreement with Fong Feng's words. By the way, you just mentioned your father. Who is your father? Fong Fong asked curiously. Li smiled upon hearing this and was about to answer when suddenly a voice erupted. Fong Fong, what are you saying? Fong Fong was taken aback and looked up to find Master Waya staring at him, and the others were also drawn to Fong Fong by Master Waya's commotion. You just said that support roles can also command. Are you questioning what I just said? Seeing the old man starting to trouble him again, Fong Fong stood up and said, I suppose so. Damage roles need to output while also maneuvering. For example, a swordsman has to find opportunities to deal damage. How can they take the overall situation into account? Just now, Ling Qi and the others indeed failed because they misjudged the number of monsters to pull. But it seems that Ling Qi didn't have time to observe the situation from start to finish, so how could he spare time to command others? What you said about damage rolls commanding can only be done when the damage output is very high. Impudent! Master Waya shouted angrily. Who is the mentor, you or I? I have been teaching here for years, how could I not know which roles can command? And although I am a beast master mentor, the disciples I teach have attack power that is not weaker than mages and archers. Don't think that just because you are the top of this year's rankings, you are something extraordinary. If the situation were reversed, you might not succeed either. Real combat and training dummies are two different things. Fong Fong was too lazy to argue with Master Waya and said, believe it or not, I am very confident in my damage output. If it were me just now, I would definitely not have failed. And I am just expressing my opinion. Is there something wrong with that? Master Waya, you can ask the senior students who are currently doing their training, how many times have they commanded as support roles while leveling up in the field? Just as Master Waya was about to respond, Xin Yueye from the crowd spoke up. Mentor, I think Fong Fong has a point. After our team's commander left, I have been the one in charge. I am an elven archer and most of the time I play a controlling role. There was no problem with our cooperation. On the contrary, damage dealers often have to pay attention to their positioning, so they indeed can't spare the time. Of course, we all witnessed Fong Fong shattering the trial divine stone. I think if he were in charge of his team, it should also be fine. Master Waya's face turned even uglier upon hearing this. Being publicly contradicted by his students made him feel embarrassed. With his strength, he merely shattered an immobile trial divine stone, and you all hold him in such high regard. But in real combat, where do you find monsters and people standing there for you to hit? Master Waya said. Suddenly, another voice came out. The mentor said, according to what you said, monsters and humans won't just stand there for Fong Fong to attack, so the support roles in the team are usually the targets of the opponent's assassination. If the damage-dealing roles aren't strong enough, then it would be difficult for them to cope, and how could they have time to consider the situation of the support roles? Back then, I coordinated with Fong Fong in the fourth layer of the abyss, and I was the commander at that time. Of course, I had a good understanding of his damage output, so I could command him. If it wasn't enough, then naturally he would have to take the lead. What I want to say is that the commander doesn't have to be fixed as a damage dealer or a support role. It depends on the situation. For example, at that time, Fong Fong really couldn't spare a hand, so I took the command position. That's enough. Mentor Wuyo shouted angrily, interrupting Zhang Yixue and the others. He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze and said, since you all admire his combat power so much, fine. What's the use of just talking? If you have the ability, let him clear this secret realm dungeon for me today. If you can clear it, I will accept your argument. If you can't, then whatever I say, you will do. Got any objections? Of course, if anyone thinks Fong Fong is right, feel free to team up with him. I want to see if you can clear the secret realm dungeon with him. After so many years of guidance, do you think I don't know how to clear this dungeon better than you? If you're not convinced, you can try. I'm waiting. Let's see who can clear it today. The mentor Wuya said angrily. The people around, seeing Wuya so furious, suddenly no one dared to step forward. After all, at this moment, choosing to team up with Fong Fong would mean offending mentor Wuya. Everyone wasn't foolish, naturally, they didn't dare to stick their necks out. Fong Fong, seeing this situation, could only shake his head helplessly, thinking to himself. Fortunately, Sumuyu isn't here anymore, otherwise, she would definitely be the first to jump out. It really wasn't necessary to offend mentor Wuya for himself. However, just as he was thinking, Li stood up beside him. I'm willing to team up with him. Fong Fong was taken aback, looking at Li. He saw her smile at him, as if she didn't care at all. Seeing Li, mentor Wuya's expression darkened, but he didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Hao, standing nearby, immediately expressed his willingness to team up as well. With no one else stepping forward, Zhang Yixue was about to stand up too. Mentor Wuya hurriedly said, second and third year students are not allowed to participate. Zhang Yixue was about to ask why, but Fong Fong spoke up. Is it really necessary for mentor Wuya to do this? I'm just expressing my understanding. If this makes you angry, what can we say in the future? Besides, mentor Qian he set a solo route for me, so I came today to learn about team dynamics. In the future, I don't plan to team up with anyone, so why must you be like this? Fong Fong clearly underestimated the grudge between mentor Wuya and mentor Qian He. It was better that he didn't mention mentor Qian He. As soon as he did, mentor Wuya became even angrier. Good old mentor Qian He. You really think you're the best in the world with your solo tactics? Solo tactics, huh? Fine. Then you go solo today and let us see. No one is allowed to team up with him today. Go. You go solo and clear this dungeon for me to see. Upon hearing this, Fong Feng's gaze gradually turned cold. This Wuya was truly unreasonable, arguing with a three-point tongue. Even though Fong Fong had a good temper, he was too lazy to waste words with him and stepped down from the stone platform. Xin Yeyue hurriedly grabbed Fang Feng's Armin said, the boss of this secret dungeon is at the peak of the 5th transition, close to the 6th. Are you sure you want to go alone? Fang Feng looked at her, gently pushing her hand away without saying a word. He noticed Jiang Yixue was also looking at him, but her gaze was filled with determination. She nodded at Fang Feng as if encouraging him. Jiang Yixue understood her own strength, so she wasn't worried at all. When facing the Demon Lord, Fang Feng had easily resolved it. Even the 6th transition Lu Zi was dealt with just the same. Moreover, this was just a boss close to the 6th transition. Mentor Woya watched as Fang Feng jumped off the stone platform, his gaze tightening. He knew Fang Feng had dealt with the Demon Lord and had made it onto the Demon Hunter list. But that Demon Lord was resolved, not killed. These are two different concepts. Fang Feng is a beast master, the most likely outcome is control. But the boss of this secret dungeon must be killed. I really don't believe he can do it. Mentor Woya muttered to himself. Killing and controlling are completely different. While control requires the number of beasts being controlled to be as low as possible, it doesn't mean that full health means no possibility of control, just that the probability is very small. Killing, on the other hand, is entirely different. It requires a real fight with the monster. As Fang Feng jumped off the stone platform, the gazes of everyone present almost simultaneously turned towards him. As soon as Fang Feng landed, the nearest lava merman charged at him. However, Fang Feng seemed not to see him and merely turned to glance at Mentor Woya. Then, a flash of light appeared behind him, and in the next moment, a wing materialized. It was none other than the wing of the Slayer. Mentor Woya, let me say one last thing. If you insist on making me clear this secret realm dungeon today, you will bear all the consequences yourself. Seeing that Fang Feng dared to threaten him at this point, Mentor Woya immediately shouted angrily. I was raised to be tough. If you can't clear it today, don't even think about leveling up this semester. You'll continue to be a freshman next year. Fang Feng smiled, there was no point in saying more. With a flap of his wings, he made his move. Although the wing of the Slayer did not provoke hatred here, it couldn't stop Fang Feng from approaching. Fang Feng deliberately flew back and forth, drawing the attention of all the lava mermen present to him before heading straight into the depths of the secret realm dungeon. The onlookers were dumbfounded, each one staring in shock. Is he crazy? How can he attract so many monsters? Maybe he thinks it's too troublesome to clear them one by one. We don't understand the world of the big shots. But it can't be said that way. What Mentor Woya said makes sense. Many people choose to join Jiangbei University directly without participating in the recruitment ranking activities. True. Today we can see how strong this top-ranked brother really is. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Unfortunately, they could not see the subsequent developments. Once Fang Feng entered the depths of the secret realm dungeon, he was out of sight. Mentor, do we have to wait here? Someone asked. Mentor Woya replied, just wait, he won't last more than an hour before he comes out. This secret realm dungeon map is very small. The deeper you go, the more monsters there are. That's why your seniors took several days or even over 10 days to clear it. It's because once they enter, they can't easily come out. If they move, they will attract many monsters again. So they usually stay there overnight and continue the next day. As long as they kill the boss, the task is considered complete. The crowd nodded. If that was the case, they indeed wouldn't have to wait too long. While everyone was waiting, Jin Yueye approached Jiang Yixue. You are Jiang Yixue, it's our first meeting. Jin Yueye smiled. Senior, you're busy. It's not easy to see you at school. Jiang Yixue replied. You mentioned before that you teamed up with Fang Feng in the Abyss. Can you tell me about him? Jin Yueye asked. Jiang Yixue smiled at her words. That's not too good. He doesn't like being discussed. Oh, then can you tell me if you think he will succeed this time? Jin Yueye asked. Jiang Yixue smiled. He will definitely succeed, and I can tell you that he will come out soon. Jin Yueye nodded, feeling a hint of envy rise in her heart. From Jiang Yixue's words, she seemed to know Fang Feng very well. By the way, I heard you are the most outstanding in this sophomore class. I have a hunting task. Are you interested? Jin Yueye said. Jiang Yixue shook her head. Thanks, senior, but I don't want to leave school for now. Jin Yueye was a bit surprised, but seeing Jiang Yixue's gaze fixed on the entrance of the secret realm, she suddenly thought of something and said, Fang Feng has already joined. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Jiang Yixue was taken aback and then turned to say, You mean Fang Feng joined? Then I will join too. Jin Yueye was stunned and then laughed. Indeed, women understand women the best. As Fang Feng entered the secret realm instance, he quickly realized how surprisingly small its area was. In the passage ahead, there were countless lava merman monsters, almost one every 2 meters. On one side of the passage, the rock wall was riddled with many holes, seemingly man-made. Remembering that seniors had spent half a month to clear this place, Fang Feng understood the purpose of these holes. Clearly, they were for temporary resting. Although this secret realm instance was small, the number of monsters was considerable. There were very few people who could charge in like him. Others naturally had to prepare for a prolonged battle. Looking back at the large group of monsters chasing him, Fang Feng couldn't help but smile. This way, he could catch them all at once, and he wouldn't have to run back and forth to lure them. He charged deeper into the passage. Just 10 minutes later, Fang Feng saw a cave appear ahead. Inside, there was lava everywhere, and he noticed that directly facing the exit was a protruding rock where a burly merman lay. The merman seemed to sense Fong Feng's arrival and suddenly sat up. At the same time, a roar erupted, and a large group of lava mermen emerged from the lava below. So this is the boss. What a pity it's not a bug race. Fong Feng chuckled, and the next moment he directly activated the God Bug Fusion and charged forward. Wherever he passed, he knocked out the resting mermen without any resistance. To his surprise, he discovered that the lava mermen dropped items upon death. This is truly the Abyss world, so the boss here must also drop things? Fong Feng thought, his eyes lighting up. He glanced at his experience points and found that the monster's levels were too low. The experience he gained was almost negligible. No wonder college students, after becoming familiar with the training, had to start taking on tasks to level up outside. It was indeed not feasible to level up in this secret realm instance. Without experience, Fong Feng was too lazy to waste time. In an instant, he released the army of bugs. These abyss monsters had status immunity, and the poisonous mist couldn't affect them at all. To finish quickly, it was faster to unleash the army of bugs. Sure enough, as the army of bugs was released, the lava merman fell and rose like a tide. Fong Feng found that even the nano-poison bugs didn't need to be deployed against these lava mermen. The 10,000 spike bugs could push through directly. Fong Feng followed behind, collecting all the dropped materials. In just 3 minutes, he reached the entrance of the cave. At this moment, the boss inside finally looked at Fong Feng differently. It seemed to sense Fong Feng's hidden profession, and the lava merman king trembled all over. I didn't want to kill you so early. After all, if I kill you, the others in this secret realm won't be able to use it. But there's no choice. Mentor Wuya insisted I come in. So you can only be dismissed early, Fong Feng said as he recalled the bugs again and activated the God Bug Fusion, preparing to take down the Lava Merman King with a single punch, as is customary. Before resolving it, Fong Feng took a moment to glance at its attributes. Lava Merman King, Abyss Demon Class, Evaluation, Lord Level, Orange Level, LV.125, Health 100,000, Attack Power 50,000, Physical Defense 30,000, Magical Defense 30,000, Active Skill, Lava Frenzy, summons lava to attack enemies. Active skill, Lava Split. Just as Fong Feng was lost in thought, the Lava Merman King suddenly made a move. Sensing the risk of being slain, the Lava Merman King let out an angry roar. Fong Feng saw several streams of lava suddenly appear in the entire cave, spraying towards him. At the same moment, the Lava Shark King attempted to jump into the lava, seemingly trying to escape. Fong Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect this boss to be so cowardly, wanting to run away as soon as it realized it couldn't defeat him. Seeing this, Fong Feng instantly maximized his speed, and in a flash, he was right in front of the Lava Shark King. Before it could dive into the lava, he quickly grabbed its tail. Trying to run? Fong Feng smiled, pulling the Lava Shark King out by its tail and then slamming it heavily against the rock wall. However, what Fong Feng didn't expect was that the moment the Lava Shark King's body hit the wall, it transformed into a mass of lava that scattered everywhere. Fong Feng realized he had been tricked. Well, it has this trick. Interesting. Fong Feng chuckled and instantly activated his danger prediction skill. In an instant, the situation within a kilometer radius appeared clearly in his mind. He had thought it was just an ordinary boss that he could easily deal with. He didn't expect it to have an escape skill. After being locked onto by Fong Feng's danger prediction skill, the Lava Shark King's information finally surfaced. Active skill, Lava Frenzy, summons lava to attack enemies. Active skill, Lava Clone. The Shark King in the lava can create a clone every half hour. At the moment of creating a clone, the Lava Shark King will gain the protection of the lava and enter a 10-second invisibility state. Looking at the description, Fong Feng couldn't help but be surprised. It could actually enter an invisibility state, and once every half hour. This skill was indeed quite overpowered. No wonder the dungeon tasks here were meant to be completed over days. It was indeed not easy for other adventurers. Unfortunately, today the Lava Shark King was facing Fong Feng. After checking the Lava Shark King's information, Fong Feng noticed that the creature was already rushing down the passage. Without delay, he flashed and chased after it. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was still waiting in boredom. Fong Feng had only been in the secret dungeon for a little over 10 minutes. Many of them were still chatting, trying to pass the long wait. However, at that moment, a sudden roar echoed. Everyone was startled, and the next moment they saw the Lava Shark King charging out of the passage. This scene truly frightened many. What the hell? How did the boss come out? No way. Did Fong Feng lure the boss out? How long has it been? How did he pull the boss's aggro? That's not the point. If you're not afraid of dying and just charge in, what about Fong Feng? Could it be that Fong Feng is dead? Otherwise, why don't we see him? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Mentor Waya was also taken aback by the scene and quickly shouted, "Don't run around. Whatever you do, don't leave the stone platform. The Lava Shark King can't come up. Once you leave the stone platform, you'll be in danger. Everyone, don't." As Mentor Waya shouted, he prepared to personally suppress the Lava Shark King. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly saw a streak of light shoot out from the passage. The next moment, that streak of light pierced through the Lava Shark King's body. In an instant, the Lava Shark King was shattered into pieces. A burst of light erupted, revealing the items dropped by the boss upon being slain. Everyone was stunned by this scene, staring at the sky, unable to react for a long time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I killed it, all this stuff is mine, right?" Everyone was taken aback and then realized that Fong Fong was scratching his head, looking at them. It seemed a bit embarrassing to pick up the items dropped by the boss in front of so many people. Even the mentor Woya was stunned. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Quick, look at the record, it has refreshed. It has refreshed." Everyone, including mentor Woya, hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, they saw the record had been updated. First place, time taken 13 minutes. Creator Fong Fong. At that moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Mentor Woya even sat down on the ground, nearly fainting from anger. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone's gaze fell on the mentor Woya, who was standing to the side. Although Fong Fong had broken the record, leaving them all in shock, the thought of the recent bet between mentor Woya and Fong Fong made them feel sympathy for the mentor. As a mentor, being embarrassed in public was practically social death. Fong Fong picked up his things and noticed that mentor Woya looked quite awkward under the scrutiny of the crowd. He decided to leave directly. Although he found mentor Woya quite unpleasant, he couldn't go too far since he was still a mentor. He had already taught him a lesson, and lingering on this matter would only deepen Woya's embarrassment. It was better to leave directly. He had completed this secret realm instance, and he had also accomplished half of the tasks for the entire first semester of university. Stop. Just as Fong Fong was about to leave, mentor Woya suddenly spoke up. "Is there something else, mentor?" Fong Fong stopped and asked. "You won, and according to our bet, I will accept your suggestions. But, Fong Fong was taken aback, thinking to himself, what does this old man want now? He heard mentor Woya say, "But you disrupted the classroom order. Since I am your mentor, I have the right to deal with you. Starting tomorrow, you will enter the Tongtian Tower for seclusion. Aren't you impressive? You won't be allowed to come out until you pass the first 50 levels." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. The 50 levels of the Tongtian Tower, isn't that the level you need to reach after the first semester ends? Mentor Woya is being too harsh. I heard the early levels of the tower are manageable, but from the 40th level onwards it becomes extremely difficult, especially the 49th and 50th levels, which are very tough. Doesn't this mean Fong Fong will be stuck inside for a month? Perhaps not. I heard from a senior that it took him half a month just to pass the 49th level. The 50th level is even more insane. Sigh. Fong Fong might end up in seclusion for 2 months. As the crowd discussed, Zhang Hao shouted, "Mentor, are you unable to take a loss? You didn't say during the bet that the winner would be punished with the Tongtian Tower." "I can't take a loss, so what? If you say more, you can go too." Mentor Woya fumed, puffing his beard and glaring. Zhang Hao, helpless, fell silent. Fong Fong shook his head with a smile, thinking that mentor Woya had a bit of a childish temperament. That said, although mentor Woya was somewhat annoying, he still had a sense of propriety in his actions. Fong Fong was there to learn, and Woya didn't abuse his power to make him reflect in isolation, wasting his time. Although being punished to enter the Tongtian Tower for seclusion was a bit harsh, at least he could experience it in advance. Strictly speaking, he hadn't truly wasted his time. Fong Fong had been feeling bored at school anyway. It had been a month since he last leveled up, so since mentor Woya wanted to punish him by sending him to the Tongtian Tower, he might as well go. Fong Fong said nothing more, nodded to indicate he understood, and then left. Zhang Yixue and Qin Yueye did not chase after him. Both women were quite intelligent and could clearly see that mentor Woya valued Fong Feng's talent. Otherwise, he would have just sent him to reflect against a rock, wasting his time. How long will it take him to pass the Tongtian Tower? Qin Yueye wondered curiously. That night, mentor Qianhe also found Fong Fong. "I heard Woya punished you to enter the Tongtian Tower for seclusion?" Mentor Qianhe got straight to the point. Fong Fong nodded. Mentor Qianhe smiled and said, "You should have noticed that although mentor Woya seems difficult to get along with on the surface, he is not a bad person. The betrayal by Jiang Du back in the day has left him unable to let go until now. So he has always been hostile towards me, but he still let you go to the Tower of Heaven for seclusion instead of going somewhere else. You can tell from this that he actually values you a lot. He just fears that you might take a wrong turn by following me." Fong Fong nodded, as he naturally understood. "Since you're going tomorrow, let me tell you about the situation in the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven is a basic facility that every university has. According to the rules of Zhongbei University, freshmen in their first year must not only complete the secret realm dungeon but also pass the first 50 levels of the Tower of Heaven. With your strength, the first 40 levels of the Tower of Heaven should be no problem. Even the first 45 levels should be fine. The most important thing is the 49th level. You don't need to fight in the 49th level, you just need to dodge attacks. There are 3 types of attack patterns inside. You need to find the best dodging methods and movement routes for these 3 types, and once you complete that, you pass. This is a place to train your movement and positioning." Fong nodded upon hearing this. He didn't expect there to be a place specifically for training positioning. However, this was quite suitable for him, as his movement and positioning in solo combat were indeed very important. By the way, mentor, can I continue to push forward? Fong Fong asked. With his strength, the first 50 levels would likely pose no challenge for him. If he could push directly to the 70th level or even clear it, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to come back to the Tower of Heaven for trials in his second or third year? Mentor Qian, he smiled upon hearing this. If you have that strength, of course you can. At the entrance of other levels, there will be prompts, just follow the prompts. Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. Completing the trials of the Tower of Heaven in advance would indeed be great. The next morning, Fong Fong went directly to the entrance of the Tower of Heaven. The events of yesterday had caused quite a stir. As soon as Fong Fong arrived in the morning, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven. There were even seniors from the second and third years. Is that the new team member you mentioned? A young man with a huge shield on his shoulder asked from the crowd. Qin Yueyan nodded. Her name is Fong Fong. Fong Fong? The one who cleared the Secret Realm dungeon in 13 minutes yesterday? This kid is indeed different. Clearing the Secret Realm dungeon in 13 minutes is more impressive than you and Xiao Lingfeng back then. I just wonder how far he can get in the Tower of Heaven. By the way, I heard the Secret Realm dungeon hasn't reset yet today, the young man asked. Qin Yueyan nodded. Yes, it might be. Because Fong Fong was too tough on that boss yesterday, it hasn't reset yet. Let's wait a couple more days, it should reset. He's gone in, Qin Yueyan said, and everyone saw Fong Fong step into the Tower of Heaven. At that moment, the entire school forum was filled with posts about Fong Fong. Some even started a live broadcast outside the Tower of Heaven. After all, the news of clearing the Secret Realm dungeon in 13 minutes was truly shocking. They also wanted to see what kind of achievements this freshman could create inside the Tower of Heaven. I remember the record for the first 45 levels of the Tower of Heaven is currently held by Xiao Lingfeng, right? It took him 7 hours. No, actually the highest is Zhang Du. He cleared the first 45 levels in just 5 hours. Is he that amazing? How long do you think Fong Fong will take? To be frank, although the junior has a great reputation, the Tower of Heaven is no joke. I feel like he'll need at least 10 hours. I think it might be even longer. His attack power is high, but the 49th level is about training movement, so no matter how strong he is, it still depends on his own comprehension. Right, hey, it's starting. With the discussions of the crowd, the live video finally began. The light of the first level of the Tower of Babel lit up. Records started to appear one after another. Tower of Babel first level. Records. First place, Xiao Lingfeng, time 3 minutes. Second place, Qin Yueyan, time 3 minutes 15 seconds. Third place. At this moment, Fong Fong stood on the first level of the Tower of Heaven. He naturally saw the record of the clearance. However, with a casual wave of his hand, he wiped away the coding at the top of the record board. Sure enough, above Xiao Lingfeng, a new record appeared. It was none other than Zhang Du's. Zhang Du, time taken 2 minutes. Zhang Du's betrayal seemed to make Zhangbei University reluctant to mention him. Any record he said had been erased by this coding. But could doing this really erase all traces of his existence? Fong Fong mused to himself. Zhangbei University was merely deceiving itself. As he wiped away the coding, the crowd watching the live broadcast outside also saw Zhang Du's record. What the hell? What does this junior want? Is he trying to challenge Zhang Du's record? As much as I hate to admit it, Zhang Du was indeed fierce back in the day. No one from Zhangbei University was his match. Yeah, if it weren't for him, many wouldn't have thought that a beast master could be this powerful. I wonder if this junior can break Zhang Du's record. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Zhangbei University, Principal Lin Jiangmu was reviewing a thick stack of documents. Suddenly, he frowned. The Secret Realm dungeon hasn't refreshed after a day? What's going on? Thinking this, Lin Jiangmu sent a message to Mentor Woya to inquire about the situation. Mentor Woya quickly explained what had happened yesterday and concluded, this has happened before. The faster the Lava Shark King is killed, the longer the refresh time. I'll notify you as soon as the dungeon refreshes. Lin Jiangmu nodded upon hearing this. Such situations had indeed occurred before. You said someone cleared the Secret Realm dungeon yesterday. Who was it? Lin Jiangmu asked. Fong Fong. Mentor Wuya replied. Oh, it's this kid again? Where is he now? Lin Jiangmu inquired. I punished him to go into seclusion in the Tower of Heaven. He should have started by now. Lin Jiangmu was taken aback and quickly opened the record board of the Tower of Heaven. Sure enough, he saw that the lights on the first level had already lit up, indicating that someone was undergoing trials. The new students, aside from Fong Fong, had not yet begun their trials in the Tower of Heaven. Meanwhile, the seniors had long completed the trials of the first 50 levels. So, with the lights on the first level, it could only be Fong Fong undergoing trials. I see, notify me if there are any developments in the Secret Realm dungeon. Lin Jiangmu said, no longer paying attention to Wuya. He looked at the first level of the Tower of Heaven, and thought to himself, even General Qin Dong from the eastern region has personally come to mention this person. What is so special about him? Although he is the top of this year's rankings, it shouldn't warrant such attention. From General Qin Dong, could he be more important than Lily? Lin Jiangmu was puzzled and curiously waited. At this moment, inside the first level of the Tower of Heaven, Fang Feng looked at the trial stone tablet in front of him, which had a line of text written on it. Tower of Heaven Level 1, kill 100-liter level monsters, abyssal evil wolves. Hint, monsters in the Tower of Heaven have both physical forms and projections. To encourage professionals to strive for record breaking, the following settings are in place in the Tower of Heaven. Anyone who breaks a record can gain a large amount of experience. If no record is broken, no experience can be gained. Current fastest clearance record, Jiangdu, time taken 2 minutes. Looking at the introduction, Fang Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. I can gain experience here? And it's a large amount of experience. This is interesting. With that thought, Fang Feng directly released his army of insects. As the dense swarm of insects filled the entire first level, he pursed his lips and placed his palm on the trial stone. Ding! The trial is about to begin. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 1. With the final sound echoing. In the next moment, Fang Feng saw that the first floor of the entire Tower of Heaven was filled with at least 100 abyssal wolf monsters. Without even looking, Fang Feng launched his attack. Tens of thousands of insects instantly rushed towards those abyssal wolves. Even Fang Feng himself couldn't see the entire process clearly when suddenly a voice rang in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have refreshed the record for the first floor of the Tower of Heaven. Time taken 1 second. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained a large amount of experience. Hearing this voice, Fang Feng hurriedly checked his attribute panel. He had actually gained 1% of experience. Although this experience seemed small, this was just the first floor. If he could gain 1% of experience here, wouldn't he level up if he directly cleared to the 50th floor? Fang Feng thought to himself, not hesitating any longer, and headed straight for the second floor. With experience comes motivation. However, what he didn't know was that as the record for the first floor was refreshed, the group of classmates watching outside erupted in chaos. What the hell? Clearing in 1 second? This is ridiculous. Come on. Look at this. Is this something a human can do? Who can break this record in the future? 1 second. To break it means you can't exceed 1 second. Just blow up the Tower of Heaven. Where's the principal? Is the principal going to do something? This is cutting off our livelihood. Who the hell is this? Fang Feng? This is too insane. If he's strong, at least leave us a way out. In an instant, everyone outside was cursing. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Lin Jiangmu looked at the newly appeared record, and he was also taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure, leaned back in his chair, stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and waved his hand. The next moment, everyone present saw that the entire record regarding Jiangdu in the Tower of Heaven had appeared. Everyone was first stunned, then they understood. We're doomed. The principal is enjoying the show. It's fine for the principal to enjoy the show, but what do we do? If Fang Feng keeps refreshing records, we're completely finished. Looks like we can only go out to level up from now on. There's no hope for the Tower of Heaven. We never had any hope anyway. Jiangdu's record has stood for so long, no one could break it. That's true, even Xiao Lingfeng couldn't break it, let alone us. You can't say that. Jiangdu's record at least gave us some hope. But this Fang Feng is good. He directly crushed all hope. There's no hope left now. Hey, what's going on? How did the record for the second floor change? Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the record for the second floor indeed changed. Tower of Heaven. Second floor, first place Fang Feng. Time taken 1 second. Second place Jiangdu. Time taken 2 minutes. Seeing this newly appeared record, everyone's heart sank completely. In the principal's office, however, Lin Jiangmu looked on with great interest. Interesting. This little guy is really impressive. How long has it been since anyone could break Jiangdu's record? It seems our Jiangbei University is about to produce another Jiangdu. No, this kid might even surpass Jiangdu. No wonder General Qin Dong came personally to find me. This kid is a treasure. Outside the Tower of Heaven, Qin Yueya looked at the young man beside her and smiled. My judgment is pretty good. With his talent and strength, he can definitely join us for this mission. The young man nodded, his eyes filled with shock. Jiangdu was so stunning back then, and this Fang Feng can actually refresh his record. He will surely be extraordinary in the future. The results of our Jiangbei University's selection battle for Divine Generals this year will surely improve a lot. Qin Yueya nodded, she felt the same way. And while they were chatting, the record for the Tower of Heaven was refreshed again. Tower of Babel 3rd level, first place Fang Feng. Time taken 1 second. Tower of Babel 4th level. First place Fang Feng. Time taken 1 second. Tower of Babel 5th level, first place Fang Feng. Time taken 1 second. Everyone watched in astonishment as Fang Feng pushed straight from the first floor to the 10th floor in one breath. Each time, the record for clearing a level was maintained at 1 second. Just when everyone was at a loss for words to describe their shock, finally, on the 11th floor, Fong Feng's clearing record changed. Tower of Heaven, 11th floor, first place Fong Feng, time 3 minutes. Upon seeing this record, almost everyone present let out a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with excitement. It was as if they were saying, this kid is indeed human, not a ghost. With all those 1-second records, only a ghost could achieve that. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Fong Feng did not stop. He continued to push upward, taking half an hour to clear the 20th floor this time. Fong Feng also noticed that as he ascended, the strength of the monsters increased. At the same time, their numbers decreased, but the difficulty indeed began to rise. However, with Fong Feng's current strength, dealing with these monsters was almost a walk in the park. The reason he still took 3 to 5 minutes was merely to familiarize himself with the monsters' skills. It must be said that some of the skills of these monsters still surprised him. For example, the dark rat that could cast invisibility, and the assassination elf that could hide in the darkness, and so on. But unsurprisingly, Fong Feng cleared each floor by significantly refreshing the records. Time passed. 3 hours later, Fong Feng was already standing at the entrance of the 41st floor. Tower of Heaven, 41st floor. Earth Shellshin Turtle, please quickly slay 40 Earth Shellshin Turtles. Current fastest record, Jiangdu, time 30 minutes. Looking at the record, Fong Feng didn't think much and directly pushed the door open and walked in. At this moment outside, a group of onlooking students could no longer sit still. Damn, 3 hours straight. To the 41st floor. Jiangdu took 5 hours back then. What is this junior here for, studying or playing? With this strength, what university is he even going to? Exactly, is this even for university? Isn't this just fishing in a pond? Can't say that, I remember. Fong Feng said he came to learn combat skills. Combat skills? With this damn strength, what's there to learn about combat skills? Just push through. Yeah, with this strength, he could walk sideways in the wild. No one would dare to say a word. And speaking of which, isn't he taking a break? It's past lunchtime. Break? He was punished by Master Waya to go into seclusion. He can't come out until he clears the 50th level, so he probably can only eat in the Tower of Heaven. Punished to seclusion? With this strength, Master Waya punishes him? Master Waya must be out of his mind. With this strength, the principal would probably have to fawn over him. Master Waya still dares to punish him. Isn't that just crazy? Fong Feng was unaware that the outside had erupted into chaos. At this moment, he was looking at the 4 Earth Shellshin Turtles that had just refreshed in front of him. Earth Shellshin Turtle, Elf-type monster rating, Lord level. Level, LV.130 health, 300,000 attack power, none physical defense, 150,000 magical defense, 150,000 passive skill, invincible. Immunity, can immune all skills that ignore defense while also ignoring skills that weaken defense. Looking at these attributes, Fong Feng couldn't help but gasp. This Earth Shellshin Turtle is indeed fierce. Its poison mist and the defense-reducing skill of the 10,000 Thorn Bug are useless against it. No wonder even Jiangdu took half an hour to clear it. What a pity this isn't a bug. If a bug type had such health and dual defenses, that would be really enjoyable. Thinking this, Fong Feng no longer hesitated and for the first time unleashed the Divine Bug Fusion skill. Entering the Tower of Heaven, this was the first time he had used it. The Earth-armored tortoise can only be dealt with through sheer strength, although the army of bugs could quickly bite it to death. However, it is definitely not as fast as using the Divine Bug Fusion. Fong Feng had just executed the Divine Bug Fusion when, in the next moment, he punched one of the Earth-armored tortoises. As expected, that Earth-armored tortoise instantly exploded, and a high damage value appeared. 550 million with his current attack power of 570 million. The defense and health of this Earth-armored tortoise simply couldn't withstand his punch. Fong Feng then unleashed 3 more punches, and unsurprisingly, this Earth-armored tortoise died in just 7 seconds. Fong Feng once again set a new record. Glancing at his experience points, Fong Feng discovered that he had killed his way from the first level to here. Astonishingly, he had gained 70%, just as he had previously speculated. At this rate, once he cleared the 50th level, he would definitely level up. Without further delay, Fong Feng continued to charge upward. This time, he reached the 49th level in just half an hour. Meanwhile, the other students outside had become completely numb. Hurry up! Clear the 50th level. Yeah, I'm already numb. It's only been less than 5 hours. And I've reached the 49th level. Even the father of freaks isn't as freakish as you. Hurry up and destroy it. I'm tired. What are we even trying for? From now on, the task of saving the world will be left to the great Fong Feng. Although I'm numb like you guys, the 49th level is no joke. Jiangdu seemed to take 5 days back then, right? How many days do you think Fong Feng will take? I feel like at most 3 days. Hard to say, I think 2 days is enough. This kid is too freakish. Let's stop guessing and just wait for the results. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. At this moment, standing at the entrance of the 49th level, Fong Feng also saw the prompt for this level. Tower of Heaven, 49th level, Assassination Trial. There are 3 projections of Assassination Swordsman. At level 120, for transformations in this level the challenger must withstand their combined attacks for over 1 hour. The 3 assassination. Swordsman will have 3 sets of combination attack methods, so the challenger must prepare at least 3 countermeasures. The assassination swordsman will change their combination methods at any time during their attacks, so the challenger must master the 3 countermeasures proficiently. Current fastest record, Jiang took 5 days. Looking at the record, Fong Fong shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to spend some time here. However, he currently had plenty of time, so it was just right for him to hone his skills here. With that thought, Fong Fong didn't hesitate and directly entered. Moments later, when he summoned the 3 assassination swordsmen, the 3 figures instantly transformed into streaks of light rushing towards Fong Fong from 3 directions. To be honest, if this were a real battle, Fong Fong wouldn't be afraid of them at all. With his current attack and defense, if he really faced the 3 assassination swordsmen, even if he stood still and let them strike, they might not be able to break through his defense. Even if we take a step back, even if they did break through, what would happen? With his current health of 3 billion, could these assassination swordsmen really kill him? Clearly, it was impossible. Moreover, with Fong Feng's current new supersonic speed, those assassination swordsmen couldn't catch up to him at all, let alone injure him. However, in reality, not everything could go as Fong Fong wished. At least after entering university, he had heard Mentor Qian. He mentioned that among the anti-alliance people, there were many evil masters. They had even developed a very strange bead that could instantly extract a practitioner's soul upon approaching, thus achieving the goal of killing you directly without needing to engage in combat. The effect of these beads is reduced for practitioners with strong mental power, which is why universities have begun to emphasize mental strength. Xin Yueye, an elven archer, was not skilled in mental power, but in order to make up for her shortcomings, she spent a lot of money to purchase the skill of the Chaos Arrow Array. This alone demonstrates the importance of mental power. Fong Fong had just achieved immunity to mental attacks thanks to the soul-devouring insect. Previously, if he had encountered such strange beads, even with high health and dual defenses, he would have died. This is also why Fong Fong felt it was necessary to train and learn diligently here. There are always people better than you, and if one does not maintain a mindset of learning, one might end up capsizing in the gutter one day. Since I'm here to learn, I might as well give it my all. Facing the 3 assassination swordsmen, Fong Fong directly gave up using his new sonic speed. Once he used his new sonic speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him, making this trial meaningless. However, he could use his danger prediction skill, as he would often rely on it in future battles. Moreover, since this was about honing his positioning awareness, Fong Fong didn't even release any bugs. Naturally, he didn't use the divine insect fusion either. These 3 assassination swordsmen wouldn't actually kill him. If they attacked him, they would automatically give up and restart their attack. This would continue until he could completely evade their attacks. As Fong Fong had already been on the 49th floor for over 5 hours, the students observing from outside the Sky Tower began to leave. However, everyone was quietly paying attention to Fong Feng's trial. They all knew the content of the 49th floor trial and were curious to see how long it would take Fong Fong to clear it. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Many began to speculate whether Fong Fong was struggling. Why hadn't there been any movement in 2 days? Some argued that it was only 2 days. After all, Jiang had taken 5 days to complete it. Amidst the crowd's speculation, Fong Fong still hadn't emerged. Meanwhile, in the trial area of Beta University, Principal Lin Jiangmu looked at the empty secret realm instance before him, his brow furrowed. What do you mean the monsters haven't spawned after 3 days? When Jiang completed the secret realm instance, although there were instances of monsters not appearing, they respawned the next day. Why is it that 3 days have passed this time and nothing has spawned? Principal, I'm not sure. Should we ask the city lord to come take a look? They helped set up the secret realm instance. No one knows it better than them, Mentor Wuyo hurriedly said. He was also baffled, not understanding why the monsters in this secret realm instance had yet to appear. Lin Jiangmu nodded and instructed, you go find the city lord immediately and tell him about this situation. The secret realm instance being unusable is a big deal. We can't afford any delays. Yes. Mentor Wuyo quickly took his leave. Almost at the same time that Mentor Wuyo left, Fong Fong finally stepped out of the 49th floor after 2 days of silence. The record was refreshed at that moment. Damn, 2 days, impressive. No wonder. I specifically checked. Fong Fong was a top student in Longhua City. Top student? No wonder. This 49th floor tests comprehension ability. 2 days is impressive. Next up is the 50th floor. I wonder how long it will take him to clear it. The monsters on the 50th floor excel in mental power. I wonder how long he will need. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In a classroom, Qin Yue, Zhang Ishue, and several other professionals were discussing the details of a hunting mission. Upon hearing that Fong Fong was entering the 50th floor, Qin Yue remarked, Fong Feng's mental power is quite average. He might take some time on this 50th floor. How do you know, senior sister? Zhang Ishue asked curiously. Qin Yue then recounted her previous spar with Fong Fong. Didn't you practice leveling with him? You don't know? Xin Yueye asked curiously. Jiang Yishue's face flushed at the mention, recalling the events in the abyss. No, we encountered a dark cat demon. That cat demon suddenly died, and I thought Fong Feng's mental power was impressive. Xin Yueye responded, oh, I see. But why are you blushing? Did something else happen in the abyss? No, he's gone in. Jiang Yishue hurriedly changed the subject. Seeing this, Xin Yueye didn't ask any more questions but thought to herself, it seems that Fong Feng, this junior, has quite a bit of romantic luck. But with looks that handsome and such strong abilities, it would be abnormal if he didn't have romantic luck. With that thought, Xin Yueye didn't dwell on it further and looked towards the 50th floor, secretly wondering how long it would take Fong Feng to pass. The 50th floor, the final challenge. Fong Feng took a deep breath and walked in. To be honest, he had only been in this Tower of Heaven for 2 days. Yet, he had already started to like it here. Not for any other reason but because here he could gain experience. Currently, his experience was stuck at 90%. As long as he cleared this 50th level, he would definitely level up. By then, he would reach level 124. Ever since the enrollment rankings of Jiangbei University ended, he hadn't practiced much. He felt anxious but helpless. After all, theoretical knowledge still needed to be learned. Upon entering the 50th floor, Fong Feng saw a large cave. The space was quite vast. On one side of the wall hung a sign, 50th floor, Nine-Eyed Demon Spider. A boss skilled in mental attacks. After being defeated, a vortex passage will appear. Remember, do not enter. This was the only hint. For the 50th floor, Fong Feng looked at the sign and thought, a vortex passage? Where does it lead? And don't enter. If you hadn't said anything, I would have been cautious about going in. But now that you've mentioned it, I'm even more curious. People are like that. The more you don't want them to do something, the more they want to do it. Now, Fong Feng was somewhat curious about where this vortex passage led. However, Mentor Qianha hadn't said anything about it, only instructing him to follow the hints. Could there be danger inside the vortex passage? Fong Feng thought to himself, but he didn't take it too seriously. If it were really dangerous, Mentor Qianha would have definitely mentioned it. Since she didn't, it probably wasn't dangerous. It wouldn't hurt to take a look later. With that thought, Fong Feng directly activated the trial. As the trial activated, he saw a massive spider appear on the ceiling of the cave. This spider was at least the size of a truck's front end, with a total of 9 eyes. Its gaze was quite unsettling. Fong Feng focused his attention, and soon the information about the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider appeared. Nine-Eyed Demon Spider. Projection: Abyssal Demon Insectoid Rating: Lord Level, Orange Level, LV.140 Health, 30000 Attack Power, 5000 Physical Defense, 3000 Magical Defense, 3000 Mental Power, 30000 Passive Skill. Spider's territory: within 100 meters of the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider, one will be locked on by it. Passive skill: Fear Induction. Being within the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider's territory will cause mental interference, instilling fear and reducing attack power by 20%. Active skill: Web of the World. Fires a web to trap enemies. Once trapped, they will be immobilized for 10 seconds. Active skill: Mental Confusion. An intangible mental attack that can cause the target to enter a state of mental confusion. The weaker the mental power, the higher the chance of being affected. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fong Feng couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, aside from its powerful mental power, this mental type insect was lacking in other aspects. But with the two powerful skills of fear induction and mental confusion, it was enough to keep the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider undefeated. Unless one had overwhelming strength, how many could withstand its mental attacks? What a pity, it's just a projection. If it were the real thing, I could have tried to control it. Fong Feng felt quite regretful. He even specifically checked the perfect control skill, which was indeed gray and unusable. However, he quickly came to terms with it. The Nine-Eyed Demon Spider was a tier below his devouring spirit bug, and even if he captured it, it wouldn't be suitable for evolution. The best outcome would be to catch it and use it to evolve other bugs like the Crimson Feather Bug, the 10,000 Spikes Bug, or the Silver Spear Ant. If he could inherit the psychic skills of the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider, it would be worth it, even a great profit. Unfortunately, this was just a projection, completely beyond his control. Forget it, let's just deal with it directly. Fong Feng sighed. Since he couldn't control it, he didn't want to waste any more time. With that thought, Fong Feng took action. In an instant, Fong Feng unleashed the fusion skill of the divine insect. At the same time, his entire being transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight towards the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider. This projection of the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider was a mental-type insect, and Fong Feng's current mental resistance had reached the level of immunity. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to waste time with the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider. It was of no value. It was better to resolve it quickly and move on to the next level. As Fong Feng moved, the Nine-Eyed Demon Spider also reacted. However, its speed was clearly much slower in front of Fong Feng. Since it was perched on the rocky wall above, Fong Feng had no choice but to activate the Slayer wings to pursue it. The nine-eyed demon spider itself had weak health and defense, but its mental skills were very strong. As Fong Fong launched his attack, the system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. Ding! You have immunized against the fear state of the nine-eyed demon spider. Ding! You have immunized against the mental confusion state of the nine-eyed demon spider. These prompt messages kept ringing, making Fong Fong feel somewhat emotional. Fortunately, he had previously mastered the soul-eating insect. Otherwise, if he had come here directly, he would have indeed been entangled by the nine-eyed demon spider. This nine-eyed demon spider not only had mental-type skills but also passive mental skills, which were the strongest. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Fong Fong. Unsurprisingly, in less than 3 seconds, with a loud boom, the projection of the nine-eyed demon spider instantly collapsed. At the same time, a light shone from Fong Feng's entire body. Clearly, he had leveled up. Satisfied, Fong Fong noticed that the projection did not drop anything and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly remembered that the prompt mentioned a vortex passage would appear after this boss was defeated. Should he go in and take a look? What if the real nine-eyed demon spider was inside? Capturing it could serve as evolution material for other insects. With that thought, Fong Fong stopped to see if the vortex would appear. Meanwhile, outside, the record for clearing the 50th level was refreshed. However, the faculty and students of Jiangbei University had long since become numb. This time, it did not cause much shock. After all, they had seen even more shocking events and had naturally gotten used to it. In the classroom, Qin Yueye frowned slightly. Why so fast? It shouldn't be like this? Did you make a mistake? At this speed, even Jiang Du would be faster. How could his mental power be weak? Yeah, you must have made a mistake, or he was holding back when he sparred with you, several companions said. Qin Yueye was also somewhat puzzled. She looked at Jiang Ishue. Jiang Ishue shook her head. I'm not sure either, but Fong Fong always surprises people. Maybe he really was holding back before. Hearing this, Qin Yueye felt confused. Why would he hold back? Remembering that day, Fong Fong indeed avoided the influence of the chaotic arrow formation and smashed the formation with a punch. Then he came over to help her. Recalling that Fong Fong had been shirtless at the time and her hand had been on his shoulder, Qin Yueye froze. Could this guy have done it on purpose? Pervert, Qin Yueye said, her pretty face turning red. Senior, what's wrong with you? Jiang Ishue asked. Nothing at all, let's continue. Forget about him. Qin Yueye quickly changed the subject. At this moment in the Secret Realm instance, Principal Lin Jiangmu looked at the refreshed record of the 50th level and couldn't help but nod. What a good seedling, I haven't seen one in years. This year, the selection battle for Divine Generals at Jiangbei University can finally rise. Lin Jiangmu felt very hopeful. However, seeing this Secret Realm instance, he felt a headache coming on. He had no idea what was happening in this Secret Realm instance, why monsters had not been refreshing continuously. Meanwhile, in the 50th level, Fong Fong waited only a moment and sure enough, a black vortex appeared in the cave. After the vortex appeared, it remained calm and did not pull him in. It seemed that this vortex would not actively draw people in unless one entered willingly. Standing before the vortex, Fong Fong glanced at the warning on the wall, "Do not enter." He couldn't help but feel conflicted. If he didn't go in and later came out, he would still have to face the unpleasant face of Mentor Woya. But the warning was clear about not entering. Mentor Qianhai had also said to follow the instructions. However, considering his strength, it should be fine to take a look inside. Above the vortex, there was a time indicator, 30 minutes. It seemed to imply that the vortex could exist for 30 minutes. If he entered and came out within that time, it shouldn't be a problem. The more the warning discouraged Fong Fong from entering, the more restless he felt. Finally, he gritted his teeth. After all, he would still have to face Mentor Woyat's unpleasant face when he came out, so he might as well go in and have some fun. If he could find the true form of the nine-eyed demon spider, it would be a huge gain. Without further hesitation, Fong Fong walked directly into the vortex. As he entered, he instantly vanished from his original spot. Since Fong Fong was a freshman and the whole school knew he had been punished to seclude himself in the Tongtian Tower, many people stopped paying attention after he cleared the 50th level. After all, no one thought a freshman would challenge levels above 50. That was something only sophomores and upperclassmen would do. The surrounding environment quickly changed. When Fong Fong emerged from the vortex, he found himself in a much larger cave space, at least the size of 5 or 6 football fields. The walls were all rocky, but there were many holes in the walls, seemingly leading outside. However, they were quite far away. Fong Fong looked ahead and noticed a massive stone platform covered in spider silk. About a kilometer away, the platform appeared to be made of stone, and there seemed to be no sign of the true form of the nine-eyed demon spider. Fong Fong checked his absolute control skill, which was still gray. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Could it be that there really is no true form of the nine-eyed demon spider here? Thinking this, Fong Fong prepared to head to the stone platform. If the nine-eyed demon spider was here, the most likely place would be near that platform. Moreover, with so much residual spider silk around, it shouldn't be empty. After walking toward the platform for a while. With about 300 meters left, Fong Fong checked his perfect control skill again. This time, he was surprised to find that the perfect control skill was lit up, indicating that there were indeed bugs nearby. He just didn't know if it was the true form of the nine-eyed demon spider. Although he could use the perfect control skill, Fong Fong decided against it. If the bug was indeed the nine-eyed demon spider, he couldn't control it. Once he took control, he wouldn't be able to use it for evolution. He didn't really need the nine-eyed demon spider. While having more bugs would strengthen him, it would also increase the difficulty of evolution. Moreover, Fong Fong remembered that Mentor Qianha had said to try to control bugs of a higher grade. He had worked hard to elevate the Wansai bug and Silver Spear Ant to the Lord level. It was better not to control these bugs that wouldn't provide much enhancement. It was best to directly catch and evolve them, hoping to eventually control myth level bugs. With this determination, Fong Fong began to search. As he approached the stone platform, he was shocked to discover that it wasn't that. There were no bugs on the platform, but rather that the color of the nine-eyed demon spider was the same as that of the platform. If he hadn't gotten close, he really wouldn't have noticed. He activated his danger prediction skill. Although this skill was powerful, it would also be sensed by a creature like the nine-eyed demon spider, which was equally adept in mental abilities. If a practitioner with equally strong mental power is present, they can also be detected. And since Fong Fong didn't know where this place was, he naturally became a bit more cautious after appearing. When he saw the nine-eyed demon spider lying on the stone platform, he was taken aback. However, he soon laughed, finding something after searching high and low, and it turns out to be right here. I need to think about how to injure it without killing it, then use it for evolution. Fong pondered. Merging with the divine insect was definitely not an option. The damage would be too high and would kill it outright. After some thought, Fong Fong decided to release the insects, sending a portion of the 10,000 thorn insects over to try to injure the nine-eyed demon spider without killing it. If it died, there would be nothing left to play with. Before taking action, Fong Fong confirmed once more that there were no other people around, and only then did he begin. He released about 10,000 thorn insects, moving closer to the nine-eyed demon spider. Nine-eyed demon spider, abyssal demon type insect rating, Lord level, orange level, LV.145 health, 50,000 attack power, 6,000. Physical defense, 3,500 magical defense, 3,500 mental power, 50,000 passive skill, demon spider territory, within 100 meters. Of the nine-eyed demon spider, it will be locked onto passive skill, fear induction, being within the nine-eyed demon spider's territory will cause mental interference, instilling fear towards the demon spider, reducing attack power by 30%. Active skill, web of heaven and earth, launches a web to trap enemies. Once trapped, they will be immobilized for 15 seconds. Active skill, mental confusion, an invisible mental attack that can cause the target to enter a state of mental confusion. The weaker the mental power, the higher the chance of being affected. Looking at the attributes of the nine-eyed demon spider, Fong Fong already had a plan in mind. The strength of this nine-eyed demon spider was similar to that of its projection, but there was one difference. That was mental power. Mental power is different from physical attack power. A physical attack power of 3,000 and 6,000 can almost differ by half. If mental power were to double, the result would be terrifying. The nine-eyed demon spider's mental power reached 50,000, which gave it a natural advantage when facing other practitioners around level 140. After all, most practitioners in this level range were only in their second year of college, and their training in mental power had just begun. Coupled with the 30% damage reduction from its passive skill, its terror was evident. Unless one was naturally strong in mental power, it would be easy to fall into its hands. Clearly, Fong Fong was an exception. At his level, he was probably the only one with immunity to mental skills. This nine-eyed demon spider doesn't have any armor skills. I must control the Wansai insects well so they don't kill it, Fong Fong calculated. In his heart, he did not approach any further, as it was unnecessary. Once he got within 100 meters of the nine-eyed demon spider, it would surely detect him, and if it came straight for him, it would be troublesome. It was better to just watch from a distance. As the Wansai insects approached, the nine-eyed demon spider indeed sensed something and began to become agitated. Its massive body suddenly stood up, and several iron-like tentacles plunged into the ground, looking quite terrifying. For safety's sake, Fong Fong controlled the 5,000 Wansai insects to attack one by one instead of all at once. Although this would still incur some losses, it was better to be cautious, and losing a few was acceptable. After all, they could still split. The attack power of the Wansai insects was only 6,000, so when the first Wansai insect died, the damage value on the nine-eyed demon spider's head was 2500. However, the damage from the second one began to rise, 300036004000. As the Wansai insects continuously weakened the nine-eyed demon spider's defenses, the damage kept increasing. The nine-eyed demon spider, being adept in mental attacks, had a relatively low health of only 50,000. With the attacks from the Wansai insects, its health began to drop. 41000/500030003000/50000. 20000/50000. Soon, when the nine-eyed demon spider's health dropped to 10,000, Fong Fong stopped his attacks. 10,000 health was sufficient. Since he couldn't directly control it, he had to find a way to capture this insect. Speaking of which, one must mention the issue of insect evolution. In the past, Fong Fong had evolved his insects mostly using larvae purchased or exchanged from shops or other places. Larvae were very suitable materials for evolution. While possessing a rank, it does not have much attacking power. However, larvae are very rare, and the highest rank of artificially cultivated larvae is only at the leader level, yellow, which is also quite uncommon. As for higher ranks, let's not even mention them, they almost all have to be sought in the wild. Moreover, since not all insects in the insect race lay a large number of eggs, when there aren't enough larvae, one naturally has to use adult insects. During evolution, the material insects cannot show any resistance, so if one wants to use adult insects as evolution materials, they must be captured. These tamers cannot control the materials. Once they control the materials, they cannot use them for evolution. For example, if Fong Fong were to control this nine-eyed demon spider, he would not be able to use it to evolve other insects. This has been mentioned before. One cannot use controlled insects to evolve other insects they control. Otherwise, with Fong Fang's divine insect splitting skill, he would only need two types of insects to evolve each other to reach their peak. And this is clearly impossible. Of course, some might say that since you have divine insect splitting, you could just sell the split insects for a lot of money. Then you could evolve from ordinary insects all the way up. Here, it must be clarified that once the insects split from the divine insect are released from Fong Feng's control, they will directly disappear. Because these insects are split from the divine insect skill, once they lose Fong Fong as their host, they cease to exist. The only exception is the first insect Fong Fong controls, which is the mother insect. It can still exist after being released from control. However, similarly, if this mother insect is released from control, Fong Fong would essentially lose that type of insect. Therefore, using the insects he split off to make money is also not feasible. Thus, Fong Fong has been worried about one issue. That is, the fire spike insect he left in Longhua City has probably turned into a 10,000 spike insect by now. Such a powerful 10,000 spike insect, after being transformed by the divine stone, would likely mean that the 10,000 spike insect army would be impossible for any first transition professionals to complete their second transition tasks. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He hadn't considered these things at the time. Plus, after leaving Longhua City, the Lord of Nangong had not sought him out. Fong Fong didn't bother with it. He thought the Lord of Nangong should have his own way to resolve it. If it really came to it, if Fong Fong couldn't handle it, he could spend some money to buy a similarly ranked insect to donate to Longhua City. After all, that fire spike insect was indeed taken away by him. But that's a story for later. Seeing that the nine-eyed demon spider's health had dropped below 10,000, Fong Fong was ready to act. He took out an empty bottle from his pocket. This was a sealing bottle purchased from the auction house. It can seal insects on the verge of death, though there is a chance of failure. Fortunately, it was cheap, so Fong Fong usually kept over 1,000 of them on hand for emergencies. Beast tamers use sealing bottles to capture insects, while summoners use sealing scrolls to control monsters. Besides being able to directly purchase monster cards, summoners mostly use sealing scrolls to seal them, because not every time can a monster card be dropped. When encountering those with extremely low drop rates that they really want to have, they will choose to use sealing scrolls to seal them. They can also be used as their summoned monsters. Fong Fong took out a sealing bottle to give it a try, and threw it towards the nine-eyed demon spider. At the same time, a system voice sounded. Ding! Sealing bottle sealing failed. Hearing the sound, Fong Fong helplessly prepared to take out a few more sealing bottles to try. However, before he could take out the sealing bottle this time, he suddenly heard a loud rumble. Then he discovered that above the nine-eyed demon spider's head, a vortex had appeared. Following that, a figure cloaked in black robes emerged. The figure appeared quickly, and Fong Fong stared at him, wanting to check the information, but a prompt sound emerged. Ding! Your attempt to view has been immune to the other party. Unable to obtain the other party's information. Following that, Fong Fong saw that the person noticed the nine-eyed demon spider was about to die, and immediately scattered a large number of things, which were unclear, falling densely towards the nine-eyed demon spider. Fong Fong was too far away to see clearly what was falling. His reflexes led him to think it was the mage's area attack skill. After all, it seemed only the mage and the archer could scatter so many things right from the start. And those things didn't look like arrows, they resembled some kind of magic from the mage. Immediately, Fong Fong controlled the Wansai insect to retreat hastily. It would be a joke if such a large area really hit the Wansai insect. It would definitely cause significant damage. However, Fong Fong felt a bit angry inside. Didn't this guy see that he was the one who arrived first? This was outright monster stealing. But how could he have come out of the vortex? Was he a student from another academy? Fong Fong remembered that although each academy's Tower of Babel was independent, some monsters were universal. For example, the nine-eyed demon spider projection should be present in every academy's Tower of Babel. The nine-eyed demon spider had powerful mental strength, and some strong individuals could indeed make it classify multiple projections simultaneously for students to practice with. But looking at his attire, he didn't seem like a student. Could he be from the anti-alliance? Fong Fong was momentarily unsure. Just as he was about to stand up and scold the other party, telling him that this boss was already claimed, he suddenly saw the nine-eyed demon spider in front of him flicker and then disappear. At the same time, he noticed that among the scattered items, one was emitting a stream of light. This time he saw clearly that it was not magic at all. Instead, it was countless sealing scrolls. That guy had sealed the nine-eyed demon spider. Seeing this scene clearly, Fong Fong was instantly furious. He had worked hard to grind for half a day, not daring to kill it, just about to capture it, and this bastard directly snatched it away and sealed it. Although he couldn't be sure that this guy was a summoner, he was likely close enough. Even if he wasn't a summoner, he was someone who made money by sealing monsters. Stealing monsters right under his nose. Even Fong Fong, who usually had a good temper, was now furious. The man seemed unaware of Fong Fong, waving his hand to take the scroll and shouting at the vortex above. Got it. I don't know what's going on, but the real nine-eyed demon spider is at low health. I'm going back now. Saying this, the man was about to move up. Seeing this, Fong Fong cursed. What do you mean you don't know what's going on? That's my monster. I've been grinding for half a day, and you just come up and seal it. Who the hell are you? As Fong Fong spoke, the wings of the Slayer erupted from his back and he transformed into a stream of light rushing straight at the man in the black robe. The black-robed man was startled by the sound. Seeing Fong Fong unleash his wings and charge at him, he reflexively pulled out a card, and in an instant, a beam of light swirled around. After using the divine insect fusion, Fong Feng's speed was now supersonic. The moment the light from the man's card appeared, Fong Fong was already close to him. Without any deceleration, he instantly knocked the man away. Both of them crashed into the side of the rock wall, causing a large amount of debris to fall. However, when Fong Fong was ready to deal with this guy, he was shocked to see that what appeared in front of him was not a person at all. Instead, it was a massive ice crystal head. Upon closer inspection, Fong Fong realized it was actually the head of a dragon. As Fong Fong looked, a piece of information popped up. Frost Subdragon, Demigod Beast Evaluation, Lord Level, Orange Level, Attack Power, Health. Aside from the name and evaluation, the other information was completely inaccessible. Fong Fong wasn't surprised. This person might have also activated the Divine Concealment Fate, so he couldn't see any information. However, at this moment, Fong Fong was basically certain that this guy was definitely a summoner. Because other professions cannot use sealing scrolls, they can only use sealing scrolls to seal monsters. However, they do not have the ability to summon the monsters inside. Only summoners possess this ability. Otherwise, if any profession could use summoning scrolls to summon monsters, there would be no need for the summoner profession to exist. Who the hell are you? Dare to ambush me? A voice came from the side, and Fong Fong saw that the person had appeared beside him. They must also have a teleportation skill similar to shifting positions. It makes sense. Someone who can bring a large number of sealing scrolls to seal the nine-eyed demon spider must be wealthy. Having a skill like shifting positions is quite normal. Fong Fong looked at him with a cold expression. You stole my monster and still ask who I am? I am your father. After saying that, Fong Fong was about to make a move, but before he could rush out, he felt something grab his ankle. Turning his head, he suddenly saw the frost wyvern that he had crashed into the rock wall. The frost wyvern, to be fair, did not have the pure bloodline of the flame dragon like Ling Chi's, because wyverns belong to the demigod beast level, while flame dragons are genuine divine beast level. Although Ling Chi's flame dragon is also at the lord level, once it grows up, an adult flame dragon can reach the mythic level. The frost wyvern was already at adulthood, but it was still only at the lord level. Seeing the frost wyvern grabbing him, Fong Fong was instantly furious. The figure in the black robe said, "Friend, are you mistaken? I didn't see you when I arrived. How can you say this monster is yours? Shut the hell up. Do you think the nine-eyed demon spider would injure itself? That over 10,000 health points were ground down by me." Fong Fong cursed, and at the same time he turned around and grabbed the frost wyvern's claw. The black-robed man, seeing Fong Fong act directly, was also somewhat annoyed and said, "Even if I stole your monster, it was without my knowledge. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. Just name your price, and I'll pay you." Fong was already furious, and hearing this made him even angrier. "So what if you have money? What use is that to me?" Saying this, Fong suddenly exerted force, instantly pulling the frost wyvern out of the rock wall and throwing it towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man hurriedly dodged while saying, "You're just being unreasonable. I said if I stole your monster, I could pay. If money can't solve this, what do you want?" Fong Feng's gaze was icy as he coldly replied, "If money could solve it, would I still be talking to you? What do I want? Of course, to kill you," Fong said as he directly made his move. It was a joke. The nine-eyed demon spider had already been sealed by the sealing scroll. No matter how powerful Fong was, it was impossible for him to obtain this nine-eyed demon spider. Again, this was a loss that could not be measured by money. Since leaving Longhua City, he had never heard of anyone selling Lord-level bugs. Moreover, he needed this nine-eyed demon spider to evolve other bugs. It could be said that this nine-eyed demon spider was an invaluable treasure to him. At this moment, being robbed, how could he not be furious? The black-robed man also had a temper. Seeing Fong relentless, he coldly said, "Friend, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being rude. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Since you don't want money, I'll just take it. What can you do? What can I do? Just wait and see." Fong was too lazy to waste words and flashed towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man was startled. Seeing Feng's speed, he immediately dared not be careless. He quickly dashed onto the back of the frost wyvern, turning to run towards the vortex. However, his speed was no match for Feng's. In an instant, Feng reached behind the frost dragon. He raised his hand and grabbed the frost dragon's tail. Exerting a sudden force, he forcibly turned the frost dragon around and slammed it down towards the ground. The young man in the black robe was furious at the sight and slapped the frost dragon on the head. The frost dragon immediately opened its massive mouth, and a blast of icy breath shot straight towards Feng. However, Feng's speed was too fast. He dodged the icy breath with a swift movement and, in the next moment, was already in front of the frost dragon. He raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot, and delivered a powerful punch to the frost dragon's head with a loud bang. In the next moment, Feng heard a crisp crack. It seemed something had shattered. In that moment of distraction, Feng suddenly saw the frost wyvern on the ground vanish. Instantly, his danger perception skill activated. At the same time, he noticed that the figure in the black robe had already dashed out several meters. Beneath him appeared a large black rock. Windward Eagle, Raptor rank, Lord level. So he really is a summoner. Feng thought to himself, and then he saw that the black-robed man was holding a cracked scroll. It was indeed the scroll of the frost wyvern, and his previous punch had almost destroyed that sealing scroll. In fact, if Feng's punch had truly landed on the sealing scroll, it would have shattered instantly. But his punch had struck the frost wyvern's head instead. The scroll sealing the frost wyvern had only suffered a backlash, which caused it to crack. Seeing that Feng was not to be trifled with, the black-robed man chose to flee, retracting the nearly slain frost wyvern as he ran. He flew towards the vortex while shouting, "Good kid, you have some skills, but I'm definitely taking the nine-eyed demon spider. What can you do about it?" His words were filled with provocation. Feng's killing intent surged. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky. Almost simultaneously, a swarm of white insects flew out. It was the 10,000 stingers. Tens of thousands of 10,000 stingers instantly divided into two groups, each blocking the two vortices. Since Feng still needed to use the divine insect fusion skill, he couldn't release the nanopoison insects and other bugs. Otherwise, the attributes of the divine insect fusion would be lost. Feng paused in midair, looking mockingly at the black-robed man. "What can you do? If you can escape from me today, I'll take your surname." The black-robed man realized something was wrong. The vortex he was returning to was blocked by a large swarm of insects. Moreover, those insects looked quite formidable. Seeing this, the black-robed man said coldly, "Friend, I've already sealed the nine-eyed demon spider. Getting angry won't help. You name a price, I'll give you double, and we can consider this matter settled. How about that?" Feng wouldn't listen to him, replying coldly, "Even if you give me 2 wives, this matter isn't over. Today, prepare to die." With that, Feng transformed into a streak of light and charged at the black-robed man. The black-robed man was a summoner. He had no strength to engage Feng in close combat. Seeing him coming again, he hurriedly summoned the frost wyvern once more, hiding behind it and commanding it to attack. The frost wyvern's 2 claws reached for Feng. However, in his rage, Feng didn't care about that. He grabbed one of the claws with one hand and punched the frost wyvern's abdomen with the other. This time, there was no surprise. The black-robed man didn't dare retract the frost wyvern, because if he did, that punch would land on his own head. He could only watch helplessly as Feng's punch struck the frost wyvern. Almost simultaneously, a crisp crack sounded. The black-robed man realized that the corresponding sealing scroll on him had shattered. Instantly, the frost wyvern also collapsed to the ground, clearly done for. Feng ignored the corpse of the frost wyvern and walked towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man was truly desperate this time. He was just a summoner, and now his strongest ally, the frost wyvern, had been killed. He had almost completely lost his ability to fight back. "Brother, calm down, let's talk this over. You killed my summoned beast, you can't just wipe me out. I am Tian Miao from the Tian family of Tianshui City. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you go." Tian Miao shouted anxiously. Feng, however, wore a face full of anger. "What? Tianshui City? I've never been there." "It's not that you haven't been there, that's your own problem. You can't blame me, brother. We Can talk things over nicely. Fighting and killing are things girls like to do, and we boys shouldn't do that, right? Tian Miao was already getting flustered and incoherent. Fong Fong, however, had no intention of letting him off the hook, completely ignoring him as he stepped forward and grabbed his collar. He raised his hand, ready to punch the kid in the head. However, just as his fist was lifted, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Please note, you cannot attack a fellow member of the defense forces. Otherwise, it will be considered betrayal of the alliance. At that time, a broadcast will be made to the alliance declaring you a traitor. Fong Fong was momentarily stunned by the voice. Tian Miao, however, was so scared that he had already closed his eyes, nearly crying from anxiety. After a moment, seeing that Fong Fong did not continue to strike, he hurriedly opened his eyes. You are a member of the defense forces? Fong Fong still held onto his collar, asking coldly. Yes, brother, you are too, right? I knew. We were all on the same side. This is just an internal conflict among the people that can be discussed. Let the girls handle the fighting and killing. Tian Miao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Feng's question about being a member of the defense forces also led Tian Miao to guess a few things. Fong Fong was definitely also a member of the defense forces, and since they were both on the same side, his life was likely spared. However, Fong Feng's anger was still simmering, and he said coldly, even if you are a member of the defense forces, you still ruined my good plans. The defense forces say you can't attack your own people, but they didn't say you can't loosen their muscles and bones. As he spoke, Fong Fong revealed a cold smile. Tian Miao immediately sensed a dangerous aura. However, the next moment he felt a blur before being lifted off the ground. With a loud bang, he was slammed heavily onto the ground. Fong Fong dragged him around like a dead dog, smashing him down onto the ground a dozen times. Only then did he feel relieved, tossing him aside. When Tian Miao opened his eyes, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. He glanced at his health bar and found that he had only 10 drops of blood left. This guy really hadn't killed him, but he had been thoroughly beaten. That bastard, just wait until I find out who you are, otherwise I'll. Tian Miao was thinking. This when Fong Fong spoke up. You should be grateful that you are a member of the defense forces, otherwise you would definitely be dead today. Yes, thank you for sparing my life, big brother. By the way, what is your name? I'll remember it so I can come apologize later, Tian Miao hurriedly said. Hearing this, Fong Fong looked at him and said flatly, what? You still want revenge? You want to know my name so you can find trouble with me later? I think you got off lightly. As he spoke, Fong Fong took out a bottle of potion and poured it down Tian Miao's throat. Seeing his health bar fully restored, he lifted him up again for another round of beating. This time, when Tian Miao lay down, he felt like he was about to fall apart. He hurriedly waved his hands. No, I won't dare anymore, big shot. Call yourself whatever you want, I don't want to know. I just ask you to show mercy and spare my life. I'm just an ordinary person, please don't hold a grudge against me, just let me go. Big brother, I'm begging you. As Tian Miao spoke, he started to cry. At this moment, Fong Feng's anger had mostly dissipated, mainly because this guy was a member of the defense forces and he couldn't really kill him. The nine-eyed demon spider was already gone, so Fong still had to think of a way to make up for the losses. After thinking for a moment, he said, let you go? Sure, you can keep your underwear, but leave everything else behind. Then you can scram. With that, Fong turned around to collect the corpse of the frost yellowin. After all, it was a lord-level beast and its body was full of treasures. Naturally, he couldn't just leave it here unattended. With the vortex guarded by the 10,000 thorn insects, he wasn't worried that Tian Miao could escape. The nine-eyed demon spider is out of reach, and Fong is helpless. Looking at the large pile of frost wyvern corpses on the ground, Fong sighed in resignation. This heap of corpses could fetch quite a bit of money, but now dragon coins are not that important to him. As his strength increased, he realized that often money cannot buy everything. For instance, the lord-level insects he needs are simply not available in the market. It seems he can only obtain them later from the garrison supplies or from the guild. So money can only improve his daily life a bit and occasionally allow him to change his equipment. Of course, if he were to obtain the Dark Beast Master set, he might not rely on money for equipment changes in the future. With this thought, Fong had an idea. Since selling this frost wyvern is pointless, why not try its taste himself? As the saying goes, dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth. In his previous life, he had eaten plenty of donkey meat, but he had never had the chance to taste dragon meat. Since he had crossed over to a world with dragons, it would be a shame not to try dragon meat. Thinking of this, Fong immediately picked up some spider silk from around him and then grabbed a few fire-type magic scrolls. He ignited the scrolls and tossed them onto the spider silk. These fire-type magic scrolls are designed for camping in the wild. If the team lacks a fire mage, these are quite useful. Fong got the fire going and then cut a piece of dragon meat to grill on top. After doing all this, Fong turned to look at Tian Miao. The kid was covered in dirt, with a face full of it. He looked pitifully at Fong surrounded by a pile of things. Indeed, he was left with only a pair of underwear. Seeing that the kid was somewhat obedient, Fong Fong picked up the items one by one to check. Tian Miao's equipment was quite good, a complete set of 120 level Beastmaster gear. It was also of golden quality, yellow, which should be quite valuable. Fong Fong casually collected it to sell to Sumuyu later. In addition to these, there was one piece of equipment that surprised Fong Fong greatly. It was that black robe. Infiltrators. Robe, cloak grade, orange level, no requirement attributes, none unique passive skill, stealth, can hide all information of the host, simultaneously blocking the opponent's mental probing and weakening their mental attacks. Looking at the attributes, Fong Fong suddenly realized. It turned out that the reason he couldn't probe Tian Miao's attributes before was not because he used the hidden fate, but because of the effect of this robe. Moreover, this robe could also weaken mental attacks, which is quite good. Unfortunately, he already had a mental immunity skill, so this item wasn't of much use to him. Better sell it after we go out, Fong Fong thought to himself. Tian Miao, seeing his robe, hurriedly said, "Big brother, if you're going to sell it anyway, why not sell it to me? You name a price, and I absolutely won't haggle. I'm just lacking in mental defense, which is why I had my eye on that nine-eyed demon spider. I really didn't know this was your monster. Can't you just do me a favor? Selling is selling, right?" Fong Fong thought this made sense. After all, selling it to anyone is still selling. However, if that were the case, wouldn't it mean he was asking for money again? Fong Fong replied, "I can sell you the equipment, but the scrolls are off limits." The scrolls were sealed with monsters, so it was impossible to return them. Unexpectedly, Tian Mao readily agreed. Fong Fong felt something was off and quickly checked, only to realize that this guy only had 3 scrolls with sealed monsters. One was the Frost Wyvern, another was the Flying Raptor, the Wind Reversal Eagle. Besides that, there was only the 9-eyed demon spider left. Fong Fong couldn't help but say, "You look pretty wealthy, how come you only have 2 summoning scrolls?" Tian Shui covered his exposed chest and replied, "Big brother, I'm a summoner and I already have a Frost Wyvern, so I don't really need anything else. I just have a flying summon plus a mental type 9-eyed demon spider and that's enough. Who knew I'd run into you here?" Fong Fong sighed, too lazy to say more. Anyway, it was what it was. If he didn't have it, he didn't have it. After all, he was also a member of the defense army, so we couldn't just kill him. At that moment, Fong Fong took out the wind reversal sculpture and roasted it as well. After all, he wasn't a summoner and couldn't use it, and selling it wouldn't be useful either. Might as well taste both dragon meat and sculpture meat. As he watched the meat of the frost wyvern sizzling and oozing with oil, the aroma wafted through the air, and Fong Fong couldn't help but swallow. He tore off a piece and said, "You can leave now. Next time, look clearly before you act. Luckily you ran into me. If you had encountered someone from the anti-alliance, you would have already gone to meet your frost wyvern." Yes, then Tian Miao was just about to slip away, but upon smelling the aroma and seeing Fong Fong roasting dragon meat, he immediately lost his composure. "Big brother, this is a demigod beast, how could you roast it? At least show me some respect, that's my summoned beast. Although you did kill it. But you," Tian Miao said, the aroma was simply too tempting, and by the end, he couldn't help but swallow again. "But could you give me a piece?" Hearing Tian Miao's stomach rumbling and seeing so much dragon meat, Fong Fong casually tore off a piece and tossed it over. Tian Miao caught it without caring whether it was hot or not, stuffing it directly into his mouth while exclaiming, "Big brother, you really are something else, roasting my dragon to eat, you truly are. Hey, this dragon meat is really damn delicious. No wonder you're such a big shot." As Tian Miao spoke, he even leaned closer, looking at the meat with longing, as if he wanted more. Fong Fong gestured for him to help himself while glancing at his information. Without the robe to cover it, the information popped up this time. Name, Tian Miao Miao. Occupation, 4th Transition Summoner. Level, LV.123. Looking at the information, Fong Fong asked, "From the way you came out, are you a college student?" "Yeah, I'm a freshman at Tianshui University." "Big brother, you're also a college student? What a coincidence, let's get to know each other, I'll stick with you from now on," Tian Miao said. Fong Fong chuckled at this. "Still thinking about probing my name for revenge? You think I'm stupid?" Saying this, Fong Fong stood up and collected the remaining frost wyvern carcass. He had already spent quite a bit of time here, and the vortex was about to close. If he didn't leave soon, he might not be able to return. Since the dragon was provided by you, take the remaining dragon meat back to eat. Goodbye. With that, Fong Fong turned and ran towards his vortex. Tian Miao, holding the remaining dragon meat, took a bite and thought to himself, "You wait, old six, once I find out who you are, I will definitely take revenge for today. You also came through the vortex, so you must be from some university, and the seniors definitely wouldn't be testing the 9-eyed demon spider, they must have already tested it. You must be a freshman like me, I have to find you." Thinking this, Tian Miao couldn't help but take another bite of dragon meat and said, "Not gonna lie, this kid's roasted dragon meat is indeed delicious. But I need my frost wyvern, damn it, I have to get my family to summon another beast. Damn it." Saying this, Tian Miao took another bite of dragon meat and then walked towards the vortex entrance, bare-bottomed. Just as Fong Fong emerged from the vortex, he saw that the vortex disappeared at the same time. Watching the 50th level come to an end, Fong stood at the fork in the road, contemplating. Should he go out directly or continue to push forward? The requirement for first-year students was to clear 50 levels, while second-year students were required to clear 70 levels. As for third-year students, the requirements were relatively relaxed. They only needed to clear 100 levels before graduation. Why was there no fourth year? That was because starting from the third year, students would gradually leave school to venture out into the world. Thus, there were very few third-year students left in school, let alone fourth-year students, which was simply unrealistic. I cleared the first 50 levels and the Wuya mentor hasn't come. It seems he doesn't want to see me. Just as well, I don't want to see him either, so I'll continue to push forward. It would be good to clear it directly, then I won't have to come back for second and third year. With that thought, Fong Fong walked towards the 51st level. Meanwhile, in the trial area of Jiangbei University, Lin Jiangmu and mentor Woya stood anxiously outside the secret realm instance. Lin Jiangmu asked, "It's been 2 days without any news from Fong Fong. Hasn't he come out of the Tongtian Tower?" "It seems not, but he hasn't continued to challenge. It appears he's hiding in the 50th level," mentor Woya replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangmu said, "I know you have your own teaching methods, but Fong Fong is different. This child has talent. I'm afraid he will be tested in this year's Jiangbei University God General Selection Battle. He's been isolating himself in the 50th level for 2 days. We can't let him develop any psychological issues. Try not to have conflicts with him in the future. Just ignore him if necessary." "Understood," mentor Woya hurriedly replied. Even with his temper, he could only obediently listen to the principal. Just as they were speaking, Bei Jiangnan finally walked out of the secret realm instance, accompanied by several subordinates. "Lord City Master, what happened in this secret realm instance?" Seeing Bei Jiangnan, Lin Jiangmu quickly asked. Bei Jiangnan frowned slightly and shook his head. "I couldn't find out what went wrong with this instance. The formation is intact. The Lava Shark King won't escape. But why hasn't it respawned? I can't figure it out. Logically, these demon-type monsters should continuously respawn in places with lava. Why has it suddenly stopped? Who was the last to clear this instance? I feel the problem might lie with him. I remember there's a passive skill in a certain profession that, once a monster is killed, it is completely dead and won't respawn. I think you should ask that student." Lin Jiangmu and mentor Wuya exchanged glances. Almost simultaneously, they asked, "Could it be him?" "Who?" Bei Jiangnan inquired. "It's Fong Fong, that kid. Cleared it. Principal, this is bad. He cleared the Tongtian Tower before. If it's really his fault, then the Tongtian Tower." Lin Jiangmu's face changed upon hearing this. He hurriedly said, "Lord City Master, I must take my leave. This is really a big trouble." After saying that, Lin Jiangmu rushed out of the trial area, simultaneously sending a message to the person in charge of the Tongtian Tower, urging him to check the first level for any changes. Bei Jiangnan was also taken aback to learn that it was Fong Feng's doing. However, he soon smiled. If it really was him, then it was possible. As soon as Lin Jiangmu left the trial area, he headed straight for the Tongtian Tower. Meanwhile, mentor Woya hurried to find Fong Fong. When the two arrived at the entrance of the Tongtian Tower, they saw countless students gathered there. After inquiring, they learned that Fong Fong had started climbing the tower again. At that moment, he had already reached the 75th level, clearly aiming to clear it today. Just as they were about to enter, the person in charge of the Tongtian Tower rushed out and, upon seeing Lin Jiangmu, exclaimed, "It's bad. Principal, something has happened. The monsters in the Tower of Babel have stopped respawning. For example, the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and the 50th floor. I just checked, and it seems like the 60th floor has also stopped spawning monsters." Lin Jiangmu almost fell to the ground, pointing at the Tower of Babel. "Hurry! Go notify Fong Fong. Don't let him tear it down. Quickly shut down the Tower of Babel. If he keeps tearing it down, our university won't be able to continue." Mentor Wuyo and the person in charge of the Tower of Babel dared not delay. Upon hearing this and immediately turned to rush inside to find Fong Fong, they finally stopped him just as he was about to enter the 80th floor. At that moment, Fong Fong still looked bewildered. He had no idea what was happening outside. Half an hour later, in the principal's office, after the principal almost cried while explaining the situation, Fong Fong finally realized, feeling a bit awkward. "I know about the secret realm instance, but I didn't expect the monsters in the Tower of Babel to also be unable to respawn. Of course, if this causes losses to the school, I won't take responsibility, because it was mentor Wuyo who insisted I go to the secret realm instance. As for the Tower of Babel, it was also him who punished me by making me go in for seclusion," Fong Fong said innocently. Mentor Wuyo's face was almost green with anger, but he couldn't refute it, as Fong Fong was speaking the truth. Alright, you don't have to bear this loss. Jiangbei University still has some foundation. It's just that the repairs are too troublesome. At least more than 50 floors of the Tower of Babel are unusable this time. The most important thing is that your batch of freshmen can't train. I know your situation. You can go back for now. We need to consider how to handle this," Lin Jiangmu said. Upon hearing this, Fong Fong didn't hold back and left directly. The next 10 days passed without Fong Fong seeing Mentor Wuyo again. It was always Mentor Qianhe who was solidifying the theoretical classes. However, the school issued several announcements. First, the Secret Realm instance would be temporarily closed for a month. It might take a month to repair. After all, the Lava Shark King was completely gone, and Beiji Angnan could only think of ways to catch some other demon beasts. The Tower of Babel needed repairs from the 80th floor down. The floors above 80 could still be used. However, this meant that the freshmen were almost completely unable to enter the Tower of Babel. The second-year students were also somewhat affected. Finally, when there seemed to be no other choice, the school issued another order. Freshmen and second-year students would each have a mentor leading them to train in the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone was originally prepared for the university. However, it usually wouldn't be until the second half of the semester that freshmen would gradually enter. This year, however, the situation was special. The Secret Realm instance and the Tower of Babel had both been destroyed by Fong Fong. Ultimately, they could only enter early. Anyway, the theoretical classes were finished, and it was just a matter of going directly to the Forbidden Zone for trial training. The second-year students had many tasks to complete, so they could only postpone the trial training in the Tower of Babel to the second half of the semester. Currently, they could also go to the Forbidden Zone for trial training. Freshmen were tentatively assigned to the first layer of the Forbidden Zone. Second-year students were tentatively assigned to the second layer. The freshmen would be led by Mentor Wuyo. The second-year students would be led by a mentor from the mage department. They were expected to depart in 3 days. Once this news came out, Jean Yueye felt somewhat helpless. She still needed half a month to prepare and learned that Fong Fong and Jiang Yishue were going to the Forbidden Zone. She could only express that she would prepare as soon as possible and then meet up with the two in the Forbidden Zone. At the same time, she had other team members to recruit, and a group of people would head directly to the Forbidden Zone. After making the arrangements, Jean Yueye busied herself with preparations. 3 days later, Fong Fong, following the school's arrangements, set off to the Forbidden Zone with other students. During this time, the incident involving the destruction of the Sky Tower and the Secret Realm gradually spread. As a result, many people would shout Master Fong as soon as they saw him. If it weren't for Master Fong, we wouldn't have had the chance to go to the Forbidden Zone early and experience it. We must thank Master Fong properly. Fong Fong said little about this. How they chose to call him was their business. He was just happy to be able to go to the Forbidden Zone. If he could also complete the guild task of the Demon Egg along the way, that would be even better. The Forbidden Zone is not at Jiangbei University, but in a very concealed location. The exact location has not been publicly disclosed, known only to a few high-ranking individuals. Of course, since this Forbidden Zone has existed for so many years, it is not difficult for those with connections to find out its specific location. To reach the Forbidden Zone, one must first use the teleportation array at Jiangbei University to teleport to Jiangbei Mountain. However, entering from the teleportation array at Jiangbei Mountain is just the beginning. After Fong and the others entered through the teleportation array at Jiangbei Mountain, they would face more than half a month of travel. Although this trip was a collective outing organized by the school, and the school had prepared some beasts for transportation, there were over 100 people, which naturally slowed down their speed. According to the calculations of Mentor Wuyo and another magic system mentor, they would need at least 35 days to reach the true core of the Forbidden Zone. I specifically asked my family before. The Forbidden Zone has a total of 10 layers. The first 5 layers are places that 6-turn professionals can access. From the 6th layer onwards, one must at least reach 7-turn strength, otherwise, it is easy to be wiped out by the monsters inside. And this time we can only operate on the first layer, while the seniors in their second year can enter the second layer. In addition, we must be wary of the anti-alliance people. I heard that not long ago, an elder from the Mage Guild casually killed a few anti-alliance members, but some remnants still hid inside the Forbidden Zone, Jiang Hao said from the side. Fong Fong nodded. He was aware of this, as the hunting mission that Qin Yueye took on was issued by Ling Suifeng. However, he was curious and asked, why is it so troublesome for us university students to enter the Forbidden Zone, while those anti-alliance people can do it so easily? Jiang Hao laughed upon hearing this. They are different from us. First of all, the Mage Guild's incident was because there were strong individuals in the team, and that strong individual used spatial magic to send them in before dying. This comes at a great cost. With so many university students, we generally wouldn't enter like that. Secondly, the anti-alliance has some level of cooperation with the abyssal demons. For example, the 9-eyed demon spider on the 50th layer of our Tongtian Tower can open a vortex passage directly to the Forbidden Zone. And many high-ranking members of the anti-alliance have sacrificed their souls to the abyss, so they can use the abilities of these monsters that can open teleportation passages to send their people in. But we professionals cannot do that. Therefore, the 9-eyed demon spider's passage in the Tongtian Tower is not something we can control. Its appearance is entirely controlled by the 9-eyed demon spider itself. Fong Fong realized upon hearing this. The passage of the 9-eyed demon spider appeared after he killed it. If it were the anti-alliance people, they might only need to communicate with the nine-eyed demon spider and it would open the passage by itself. No wonder it is said that there are garrison troops guarding the Forbidden Zone all year round. With methods like the anti-alliance, if this place is not watched, it will sooner or later become the anti-alliance stronghold. Just as the two were talking, Jiang Yixue suddenly rushed over. Seeing Jiang Yixue, Fong Fong was somewhat surprised. This girl seemed to still be affected by the events in the Abyss Town. Since the start of the semester, she definitely wouldn't come looking for him unless something was up. It seemed she was afraid of being guessed about their situation. Why did she come over this time? Is there something? Fong Fong asked. Jiang Yixue looked around and signaled Jiang Hao not to listen. Jiang Hao, seeing this, helplessly said, "No, you are my sister, even if you have a secret conversation with Fong Fong, he will still be my brother-in-law in the future. What could be so important that I can't even hear it? Are you planning to elope? Go play somewhere else. If you don't leave soon, I won't be polite." Jiang Yixue frowned. "Fine. With a man, I don't need a brother anymore. Can I just leave?" Jiang Hao could only leave helplessly. It was then that Jiang Yixue spoke up. "Before we set off, my father contacted me and asked me to relay a few words to you." Fong Fong was puzzled. Did the city lord have some arrangements? Jiang Yixue continued. "Although there are guards in the Forbidden Zone, and this time it's a collective outing from the school. But you killed Lu Zi in Abyss Town before, so the anti-alliance people have probably been keeping an eye on you. He asked me to tell you to be careful. This time when you go to the Forbidden Zone, if possible, it's best to hide your identity and information, to avoid being hunted by the anti-alliance." Fong Fong nodded upon hearing this. He had almost forgotten about it. In the university, the anti-alliance had no opportunity to act, but now that they were leaving the university for the Forbidden Zone, it was indeed possible that they would be targeted by the anti-alliance. Jiang Yixue said, "The alliance and the anti-alliance have been fighting for many years, and there are many spies on both sides. These people hide very deeply, and it's unlikely to completely eliminate them, so you have to be careful." Fong Fong nodded to indicate he understood. He also reminded Jiang Yixue to be careful. After all, she was also involved in the killing of Lu Zi. Although she didn't exert herself, she at least sacrificed her innocence. One could never be sure that the anti-alliance wouldn't turn on even a little girl. Hearing Fong Fong bring it up again, Jiang Yixue's pretty face turned red once more. "Don't mention it again in the future," Jiang Yixue said angrily. Fong Fong nodded and quickly lowered his voice. "One last question. It's been almost 2 months since that incident. You haven't had any reactions, right?" Jiang Yixue was taken aback. "What reactions?" Fong Fong asked. "You know, the kind of nausea, vomiting, and drowsiness. Isn't that how it is in the early stages of pregnancy? Do you have any?" Jiang Yixue's pretty face turned even redder and she said angrily, do you have any decency? How can you get pregnant after just one time? You overestimate yourself. You can't. Damn. Fong was immediately displeased. "You can say I have no decency, but you absolutely cannot say I can't. If you say that, next time I get the chance, I will definitely prove that I Fong will not exceed 2 times. Dream on, I don't want to talk to you." Jiang Yixue's pretty face flushed as she turned to leave. Watching Jiang Yixue's departing figure, Fong thought to himself, it shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't my abilities be questioned? How come there's no reaction? Could it really be time to supplement? With that thought, Fong took out a piece of frost wyvern meat from his storage space. Eating dragon meat should be quite nourishing. How could there be no reaction? Fong thought as he pulled out a magic scroll from his pocket, preparing to roast it. However, thinking about it, there were quite a few fire mages in this large group, so he decided not to make it so complicated. He looked around and happened to see Ling Qi looking at him. He waved at him. "Come here. You come over." Ling Qi was taken aback. Although he was a bit unhappy that he wasn't acknowledged, he still wrote over on his machine. "What's up?" Ling Qi asked. He and Fong didn't have any direct conflicts, they just had different mentors, so their positions were somewhat different. In fact, Ling Qi was quite a decent person. At least, in Feng's interactions with him, he wasn't as unreasonable as Mentor Woya. "Can you help me out?" Feng said, taking out a piece of dragon meat. He had plenty of this dragon meat. The frost wyvern's corpse was so large. Even if the more than 100 people present ate together, it could last at least 3 days. Feng tossed 2 pieces of dragon meat to Ling Qi and said, "Use your fire dragon to roast it, and I'll share a piece with you when it's done." Ling Qi was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that Feng would ask him to do such a thing. Feng said, "You are you, and your mentor is your mentor. Actually, as long as you don't learn that arrogant temper of his, you're quite easy to get along with. Besides, aren't you a rich second generation? I heard you have many older sisters and younger sisters. Just for that, I'm definitely going to be friends with you. Stop being so slow, this meat is a good thing. I usually wouldn't share it with just anyone. Hurry up and start grilling." Ling Qi was somewhat bewildered by Feng's words. However, seeing the extraordinary meat in his hands, he couldn't help but swallow. Throughout the journey, the portable food provided by the school was truly terrible. So, gritting his teeth, he immediately summoned the flame dragon. The flame dragon was a divine beast of fire attribute. Of course, the term divine here did not mean it was mythical. Rather, it had a pure bloodline, and after reaching adulthood, its strength could reach mythical levels, making it quite precious. The frost wyvern, as its name suggests, had a bloodline that was somewhat inferior, so it was only at the demigod beast level. Naturally, its value was much lower. Under normal circumstances, a beast master could only control 10 beasts of the same level at most. Therefore, they would naturally choose the strongest to control. However, a summoner like Tian Lushui was different. As long as they had a summoning card or scroll, theoretically, as long as their mental strength was strong, they could summon many. So he didn't care much about the rank of the beasts, especially since the frost wyvern itself wasn't weak. It was just that Fong Fong was too strong, which led to it being defeated with a single punch. Ling Chi released the flame dragon to start breathing fire, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted out. Instantly, it caused quite a stir in the team, with many classmates gathering around. Fong Yi, you know Sister Jiang? She's the beauty of the sophomore year. After Sister Qin graduates, she'll be the campus beauty. Yeah, you and Sister Jiang aren't a couple, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? We're just good friends helping each other, Fong Fong replied. Not a couple? Then I just happen to have a younger sister. How about I introduce her to you? No, Fong Yi, my sister is definitely prettier than his younger sister, and most importantly, she's the right age. Just think about it, if you find a younger sister who knows nothing, how boring would that be? If you find an older sister, you just have to pat your butt and she'll know. What nonsense are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Fong Fong said seriously. Which school is your sister from? Just as Fong Fong was asking, Zhang Hao ran over. Don't set your sights on my sister-in-law. I'm telling you, my sister will definitely be his one day. Brother-in-law, what kind of meat are you roasting? It smells so good, give me a piece too. Zhang Hao was quite straightforward. Upon hearing Zhang Hao directly ask for it, the others stopped beating around the bush and looked at the roasted meat with their mouths watering. Seeing this, Fong Fong thought to himself that these guys were really here for the roasted meat. They actually thought they were introducing sisters to him. Do you all want to eat? Yes, I want to. I especially want to. I've been eating portable food for days, my mouth is about to get bored. Fong Fong laughed. Since you all want to eat, then fine, today Fong Yi treats. Everyone gets a share. Saying this, Fong Fong waved his hand, and a large piece of dragon meat appeared. He had plenty himself and couldn't finish it all, and since everyone was so enthusiastic about introducing their sisters and younger sisters to him, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. What if they really became family in the future? Zhang Hao directly took 2 pieces and, seeing that there were many people around Fong Fong, simply ran to find Jiang Ishue. The 2 of them used magic scrolls to roast the meat. For a moment, the aroma of roasted meat filled the team. Seeing this, Mentor Woya was somewhat angry, but the smell was simply too tempting. As a result, the entire team stopped, and everyone was roasting meat. Mentor Woya saw this and hurried over to Fong Fong. Upon seeing Mentor Woya, Fong Fong felt a headache coming on, so he simply remained silent and handed over a piece of dragon meat. I'm not here to ask for meat, Mentor Woya said. I'm just here to tell you that our time is very tight. Why are you still? Do you want to eat? Fong Fong asked. I'm talking about serious matters with you. Are you eating? Fong Fong continued to ask. The Mentor Woya was extremely annoyed and continued, I'm talking about serious matters, don't ask me if I'm eating, can you let me finish? Are you eating? Fong Fong asked again. Woya was so angry that he was about to explode, but at that moment, Ling Chi handed over a piece of roasted meat. Mentor, would you like some? Woya was taken aback. Seeing Ling Chi actually helping Fong Fong roast meat, he was almost furious. But the roasted meat was sizzling and so tempting. Seeing this, Fong Fong smiled and said, no charge. It's free. Woya ultimately couldn't resist, took the roasted meat, and said, this is the last time. But this roasted meat does taste good. What kind of meat is this? I've never seen it before. Oh, dragon meat. Fong Fong casually replied. This answer immediately stunned both Woya and Ling Chi. Ling Chi quickly glanced at the flame dragon beside him, saw it was still there, and breathed a sigh of relief. Woya was so shocked that he opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a long time. Fong looked at the flame dragon in Ling Chi's arms and smacked his lips, saying, this is an ice-type dragon, it tastes pretty good. I wonder if the flame-type dragon is good to eat. Ling Chi was instantly paralyzed. Woya hurriedly stood in front of him and said, Fong, don't mess around, a divine beast-level dragon is very hard to find. Ling Chi was even more anxious. Fong, let's not joke about this, okay? You and my mentor don't get along, but we have no enmity. If it really doesn't work, we'll go this time, I'll just have the school change my mentor, okay? Just don't set your sights on my dragon, alright? Woya looked at Ling Chi, who quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Fong laughed and said, alright, I was just thinking, eating too much dragon meat can get tiresome. Let's get going. A brief interlude. Fong didn't take it to heart. However, Ling Qi did, keeping his distance from Fong Fong for the rest of the journey, fearing that this guy would roast his flame dragon too. In the end, Fong Fong had no choice but to find a few mage girls to help him roast meat. Amid laughter and joy, the main group finally arrived at the core area of the Forbidden Zone on the 37th day of their journey. This was an underground space. The entire area was filled with rocks formed after the lava cooled. What Fong Fong didn't expect was that in the core area of this first layer, a town had already begun to take shape. Looking around, the entire core area was at least the size of 3 small villages. There were countless tents, and many people were bustling about. Mentor Qianhe introduced, this first layer has the largest area, and the garrison is stationed here. There is also a recruitment center for the garrison here. If anyone is interested, you can sign up. After slaying abyss-type monsters, you can earn merit points, and if you want to join the army in the future, you can. Later, we will connect with the commander of the garrison here. It is expected that starting tomorrow, you can go out for training. Now, everyone go set up tents and prepare your living quarters. Second-year students will follow your mentor and continue to the second layer. Wuya arranged, and soon the crowd dispersed. Fong Fong saw Jiang Yishue wave at him, then followed the second-year students to continue to the second layer. After Wuya made the arrangements, he called Fong Fong aside and said, "Starting tomorrow, everyone will go for trials. As for you, just handle it yourself. Don't disturb my teaching again, do whatever you want. But remember, no trouble. There are guards here. If you act recklessly, I won't be able to protect you." The words of Master Wuya took Fong Fong by surprise. Although Master Wuya had a foul temper, he could be quite decent at times. Inside the forbidden area, on the 10th level, in a hidden space, a young man shrouded in black mist opened his eyes. Black mist swirled around in his eyes. Before him, a subordinate knelt on the ground, fear written all over his face. "What's the situation?" the young man asked. Reporting, "My lord, the first and second year students from Jiangbei University have arrived in the Forbidden Zone. Fong Fong is among them," the subordinate hurriedly replied. The young man pondered for a moment and then said, "That's just right, let Mao Jie test his strength. I was quite surprised that he could kill Lu Zi. This kid's reputation has risen rapidly since he entered. If he's a genius, he must be crushed in the cradle. Take my breakthrough pill and help Mao Jie complete the 7-turn task as soon as possible." "Yes." The subordinate nodded quickly, then took the items and left. The young man gazed into the darkness ahead, anger in his eyes. Fong Fong, a mere bug, dares to ruin my good fortune. If I can't leave this 10th level, none of you from Jiangbei University will escape. As he spoke, the young man suddenly looked up at the front. He saw a vortex appear before him, and a voice came from within the vortex. "Jian Du, when will you take action regarding the matters in Abyss Town?" The voice was very unpleasant, tinged with a hint of angry growling. Jian Du's face darkened. "I need time to arrange things. You won't let me leave this 10th level, and Abyss Town also needs suitable candidates. Once I kill this Fong Fong, I'll send Mao Jie over." The other party was silent for a moment before speaking. "You better hurry, although Abyss Town is a small passage, it is extremely important. When we counterattack from the Dark Abyss in the future, every passage will be useful. Not letting you leave here is also for the sake of the bigger picture. After all, you are in charge of the eastern region, who else can take over the infiltration task of this 10th level besides you?" Jian Du said. "I know, that's why I haven't left. Moreover, this matter was agreed upon from the beginning, it can't be completed overnight. Why are you urging me again this time?" The voice from within the vortex replied. "That's because the Dark Crystal has sensed something. Li Yang within the Alliance has already seen through our intentions. He is also preparing. Not long ago, I learned that Li Yang personally captured a messenger carrying the Dark Seed. We must speed up our progress." "The messenger of the Dark Seed? Why didn't he kill him directly?" Jiang Du asked, but then he understood. The selection of the Divine General Seed. Li Yang is preparing to cultivate a second Divine General. Li Yang has a big picture perspective. If he cultivates a second Divine General, our situation will become even more difficult. As for Mao Jie, I only allow you to use the spatial vortex to send him out once. If it fails, you figure it out yourself. The more the spatial vortex is exposed, the stronger the alliances people will become. You should know this." Jiang Du nodded and said no more. The vortex quickly dissipated. Jiang Du looked ahead, anger in his eyes. "Li Yang, if I had just waited to see the Divine General selection, I wouldn't have been constrained by these old monsters of the Dark Abyss until now. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Regarding what you said earlier, I feel there's a problem." The next morning, as everyone was waiting to meet the guards stationed on the first level, Fong Fong said to Jiang Hao, "You said that those against the Alliance can use means to open vortex passages within the Forbidden Zone, allowing monsters to come and go freely. Then, the remnants that were slain by Ling Suifeng should have been easy to take out. Why did Senior Ling still issue a hunting mission?" Jiang Hao laughed upon hearing this. "That's because the passages they can use are already very few. The monsters that can open vortex passages within the Forbidden Zone must have very high mental strength, but such monsters are already rare, and over the years they have been used Continuously, each time they are used, they will be discovered by the defense forces, and then they will be controlled, becoming the wealth of our alliance used for the trials of university students like the nine-eyed demon spider. So every time they use one, there will be one less, and this back and forth actually increases the number of trials within our alliance. In recent years, such occurrences have become very rare. They probably realize this, so unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't dare to use them easily. Fong Fong realized. So that's how it is. While the two were chatting, the defense forces stationed on the first level came out. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was chubby and had quite a presence. After saying a lot of useless nonsense, he finally connected with Mentor Woya and the others. He announced that they could move around on the first level. Mentor Woya then called the first-year students to follow him for training. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Fong Fong, "You can move freely, but don't cause trouble, and be careful. Although this is the first level and there are defense forces, if you really encounter danger, they might not be able to save you in time, and you could be done for." Fong Fong naturally let it go in one ear and out the other, urging him to leave quickly. After finally sending Mentor Woya and the others away, Fong Fong headed towards the defense forces base. The guild task he accepted involved the demon sculpture, which was located on the first level, so he also planned to take this opportunity to complete the guild task. However, the first level was too large and he had no idea where the demon sculpture was, so his attention naturally turned to the defense forces. They had been stationed here for years, so they would surely know where the demon sculpture was. "Stop! Who goes there?" Outside the defense forces camp, two soldiers directly blocked Fong Fong. Fong Fong smiled and called out to the stationed officer who had not walked far inside. "Officer, I am a freshman from Jiangbei University and I have something to ask you." That chubby officer named Li Fei was a level 180 berserker of the 6th transition. You could tell by his physique. Hearing someone call him, he turned his head and frowned upon seeing Fong Fong. "Why aren't you leaving with your mentor?" "Officer, I have something to ask. Do you know where on the first level I can find the demon sculpture? Preferably one that has just laid eggs." Fong Fong got straight to the point. Li Fei replied, "Impudent, don't you know this is military intelligence? Unless you are also a member of the defense forces, you have no right to know. Hurry up and leave." Fong Fong laughed upon hearing this. "Isn't that a coincidence? I really am a member of the defense forces. Look." Saying this, Fong Fong took out his sword-wielding token. The two soldiers blocking him changed their expressions upon seeing the token and quickly sheathed their weapons. Li Fei inside also froze upon seeing the token. The token had the words Commander written on it. Additionally, there were 3 dazzling golden stars below. This was a token that only a 3-star commander would have. Li Fei, feeling the 1-star token in his pocket, immediately changed his expression. The indifference on his face vanished, replaced by a broad smile. This is like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, a family not recognizing another family. "Commander, please come in." Saying this, Li Fei even ran over personally. Fong Fong was taken aback, thinking to himself that he had just casually brushed off some demon monsters. Was it really necessary for him to be so polite? Could it be that his rank was higher than his? But that couldn't be the case. He was merely attached to the garrison and had no real power. Li Fei had already guessed what was going on. While inviting Fong Fong inside, he smiled and said, "Sir Commander, you are unaware of something. Although you only hold a nominal position, your rank is indeed higher than mine. If you were to officially hold a position in the garrison in the future, naturally, you would be my superior, and I would hope you would support me then." Fong Fong realized that indeed, those who could become commanders had a different perspective. Seeing this, Fong Fong stopped wasting words and said, "Then can you tell me where the demon statue is now?" Li Fei quickly replied, Of course. Please come in, and I will tell you everything about the demon statue." In the first layer of the Forbidden Zone, the garrison's station, Fong Fong had just sat down when Li Fei hurried over with several documents in his arms. "My lord, these documents are all records about the demon sculpture." Fong Fong nodded, not wasting words, and took them to review. Soon, he discovered a problem. Most of these documents were actually records of the garrison's casualties, such as a certain squad going out to investigate and then encountering trouble. However, the records about the demon sculpture were surprisingly few. Fong frowned and asked, "Why are there so few records about the demon sculpture?" Li Fei, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "My lord, you may not know. In the first layer of our Forbidden Zone, the monsters generally have a strength of 4 turns, with very few at 5 turns. And among our garrison in the first layer, aside from me being at 6 turns, most of the other soldiers are around 5 turns. By your reasoning, the garrison's strength should be able to crush most of the monsters in the first layer." Fong Fong countered. Since the garrison was stationed here, the personnel arranged would not allow their strength to be lower than that of the monsters here. Otherwise, what would be the point of guarding? So, with the garrison generally at 5 turns and stationed at 6 turns, they could easily dominate. In this area where monsters are generally at 4 turns, Li Fei hurriedly said, "My lord, you may not know, although the first layer is Generally at 4 turns, it is not all 4 turns, there are still places with 5 turns, and the demon sculpture is located in the only 5-turn monster gathering area in the first layer, in the Valley of Een Wind. The Valley of Een Wind? Fong Fong was taken aback. Li Fei quickly nodded and explained, that's right, in the Valley of Een Wind. The Valley of Een Wind is the only gathering area for 5-turn monsters in the first layer. There are also quite a few mythical level monsters there, and the demon sculpture is one of them. Although they are only 5-turn monsters, some of them possess strengths in certain aspects that are enough to elevate their evaluation to mythical level. This is why our garrison has suffered casualties. 5-turn professionals facing 5-turn mythical level monsters in a monster gathering area like the Valley of Een Wind can easily encounter trouble when probing deeper. My lord, I heard you say you are a student at Jianbei University. Can your strength handle this place? If you are not at 5 turns, you absolutely must not go. It can be very dangerous, Li Fei hurriedly reminded. Although Fong Fong held the rank of a 3-star commander, Li Fei was still very concerned about his strength. Even he, as a 6-turn professional, was reluctant to go there easily. And Fong Fong was just a university student. His strength going to the Valley of Een Wind would likely be even more perilous. Fong Fong nodded and said, you don't need to worry about that. Just give me a route map to the Valley of Een Wind. Alright. Li Fei, hearing this, did not dare to ask further and quickly had someone fetch a route map to the Valley of Een Wind. Fong Fong took it and prepared to leave. However, just as he stood up, he noticed a stone tablet standing at the entrance of the garrison station. Suddenly, a streak of light flew past the stone tablet. It seemed something had changed. Seeing Fong Fong lost in thought, Li Fei hurriedly said, my lord, since you are no longer in the garrison, you may not know, but this is the stone tablet of the demon hunting list. Although the university has started teaching about the demon hunting list, the ranking stone tablets are quite rare. Most are in the garrison. Just now, there was a change in the rankings. Saying this, Li Fei quickly went to check, and after a moment he smiled and said, it's young Master Tianmiao from Tianshui City who has climbed to the top of the demon hunting list, currently ranked 83rd. Tianmiao? Fong Fong was taken aback. Wasn't this the guy who had stolen his 9-eyed demon spider? Remembering that his frosty yelong tasted quite good, Fong Fong became interested and stepped forward to take a look. Sure enough, he found that the 83rd place was indeed Tianmiao Miao. It seems this guy has gone to find other monsters again. Fong Fong laughed, having killed his frost wyvern. As a summoner, this guy surely couldn't be without a summoned beast. He wondered what kind of summoned beast he had managed to secure this time. It would be great if it were a phoenix from the Fong clan. Dragon and phoenix. Dragon meat has been eaten, but the phoenix meat is still missing. Fong Fong couldn't help but smile at the thought. Li Fei, standing nearby, noticed and laughed. My lord, do you know this young Master Tianmiao? Sort of, Fong Fong replied with a smile. Your subordinate dares to ask for your name. This young Master Tianmiao is a freshman at Tianshui University, and he has already made it to the top of the Demon Hunter list in his first year. He is certainly a talent who will compete in the Divine General Selection battle in the future. And you, my lord? Fong Fong chuckled and said, Fong Fong. Fong Fong? Li Fei was taken aback, feeling that the name sounded very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. He quickly looked at the top of the Demon Hunter list. Sure enough, he soon saw Fong Fong in the 43rd position. My lord is truly remarkable to be ranked 43rd on the Demon Hunter list. I was blind. Li Fei became even more respectful. To reach the top of the Demon Hunter list at such a young age is a testament to incredible talent. Perhaps Fong Feng's current strength is not as good as his, but Fong Feng's future is undoubtedly broader. Fong Fong, however, was surprised. 43rd? How come? I dropped 3 places in such a short time? Fong Fong smiled wryly. Li Fei, hearing this, was also astonished and could only smile along. Alright, I have matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. If Mentor Wu Yo and the others come back and ask, just say I went to level up myself. Don't mention anything about my inquiry regarding the demon sculpture to anyone, Fong Fong suddenly said. Understood. Li Fei quickly nodded. Fong Fong said no more and turned to leave the military camp. Once he left the camp, Fong Fong headed straight for the Valley of Een Wind. According to the map Li Fei provided, the first layer of this forbidden zone is vast. Fortunately, the Valley of Een Wind is not far from the garrison. This is also to prevent the monsters inside the Valley of Een Wind from going on a rampage. So the garrison is deliberately stationed nearby. According to the map, it would take at most half a day's journey. If Fong Fong used his new sonic speed, he could probably arrive in half an hour at most. However, doing so would easily attract a lot of monsters' hatred along the way. Most of the monsters in the first layer are at the 4th transition level, and the experience gained wouldn't be significant. For Fong Fong, it would also easily draw others' attention. After thinking it over, Fong Fong decided to go at a normal speed. This trip was mainly to complete the task regarding the demon sculpture. It was best not to create unnecessary complications. The most important thing was to exchange for the Dark Beast Master set as soon as possible. As for leveling up, he would still need to go to the second layer later, where there are more 5th transition monsters for better leveling efficiency. With that in mind, Fong Fong said no more and headed straight for the Valley of Yin Wind. However, just as he was on his way to the Valley of Yin Wind, Li Fei suddenly sent a message. Since they were both active in the first layer, they had added each other as friends. Unexpectedly, just after he left, Li Fei sent a message. While on the road, Fong Fong opened it. He immediately saw that Li Fei had sent a picture along with a few words. My lord, after you left, I remembered that I saw your name on another list. On this list, you are ranked 90. You must be careful. This is the anti-alliance hunting list. Anyone on the list is a target for them. Fong Fong was taken aback and clicked on the image. Sure enough, he found himself in the 90 position. 90 Fong Fong, strength approximately at 4th transition level 124, profession Beastmaster as Fong. Fong was looking, he suddenly noticed 2 familiar names. 85th Shaolin Feng, strength approximately at 6th transfer level 199. Occupation Berserker. 87 Shin Yuei, strength approximately at 6th transfer level 200. Occupation Elf Archer. This is really strange. Clearly, Shin Yuei's strength is a level higher than Shaolin Feng's, so why is her ranking not higher than his? Fong Fong thought as he sent a message to Li Fei for clarification. Soon, Li Fei explained. It turns out that the rankings of the hunting guild are not based on strength but rather on the degree of threat posed to the anti-league. Shaolin Feng has always aimed to surpass Jiang Du, hoping to become the most outstanding student who can overpower Jiang Du. Unfortunately, he has never achieved that. However, this has led him to slay many demon monsters and anti-league members during his sophomore and junior years. In contrast, Shin Yuei, while also hating the anti-league, has taken a more cautious approach in her actions. Therefore, the damage she has caused to the anti-league over the years is not as significant as Shaolin Feng's. Thus, her ranking is naturally lower than his. It's also unnecessary to dwell on this. The hunting list is not a good list to be on, as a higher ranking often brings more trouble. The demon hunting list is quite similar to the hunting list. The earth list is not worth mentioning. Mainly the heaven list. Fong Fong, having studied at Zhongbei University, has a fairly comprehensive understanding of the heaven list of the demon hunting list. For instance, the demon hunting list primarily features college students from freshmen to juniors. Of course, this is the default and there are exceptions, but they are rare. Almost every large guild has a demon hunting list, mainly to scout talent and hope to recruit them into their guild. Therefore, it defaults to college students, as the monsters faced after graduation are much stronger. Once they achieve kills, they will ascend to higher lists in Longhua and will naturally be removed from the demon hunting list. If, after graduation, they do not continue to slay stronger monsters, their names will remain on the demon hunting list. For example, some may die in battle during their college years or choose to retire, leading to such situations. Fong Fong currently has no access to higher lists, so he won't discuss that. He will only talk about the ranking mechanism of the heaven list of the demon hunting list. The heaven list requires at least the slaying of lord-level monsters. In a small place like Abyss Town, one must at least kill a demon lord-level monster. The first layer within the Forbidden Zone is equivalent to the 4th layer of Abyss Town. Therefore, starting from the 2nd layer, slaying lord-level monsters will count towards the heaven list. The rankings on the heaven list are determined by the tier and level of the monsters killed. For example, the demon lord Fong Fong dealt with was a level 160 lord-level monster. If someone kills a level 160 mythic level monster, their ranking will be higher than his. Similarly, if someone kills a level 165 lord-level monster, they will also rank above him. Rankings are prioritized by tier, then by level. The demon sculpture is a mythic level monster, and if it's at the 5th transition, it should be above level 150. This time, I might just refresh my ranking on the heaven list. Fong muttered to himself, although he didn't care much about the list. However, everyone has a competitive spirit, and he is no exception. He is still very willing to improve his ranking. As he thought about this, Fong Fong was getting closer to the Valley of Yin Wind. At that moment, in a cave somewhere within the Valley of Yin Wind, 7 or 8 figures were huddled inside, respectfully looking at a figure that appeared before them. You all understand the master's intentions, right? If there are no objections, quickly take the breakthrough pills and complete the 7th transition. I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first, the figure said and quickly left. The remaining few looked excitedly at the young man in the center. Big brother, this is great. Your 7th transition breakthrough is in sight. Yeah, that's why we call you Big Brother. Lord Zhang treats you so well. Indeed, the breakthrough pills were given just like that. It's really enviable, the subordinate said enviously. The leader, Mao Jia, sighed. My master has indeed treated me well, but unfortunately, the envoy who brought us here has died. That Ling Suifeng is truly despicable. If it weren't for him, we might have left long ago, instead of being trapped here. But don't worry, once I break through to the 7th transformation and complete the task assigned by my master, he will definitely open the vortex passage to take us away. Several subordinates nodded in agreement. Mao Jia looked outside the Caven said, as the saying goes, the most dangerous place is also the safest. We are hiding in this valley of shadow winds. They certainly wouldn't expect us to be in the first layer. And the garrison in the first layer won't come to the valley of shadow winds unless there's a reason, so we can stay here until I complete my breakthrough. Good. Several subordinates nodded. At that, Mao Jie said no more, took the breakthrough pill, and began his closed-door breakthrough. His subordinates stood guard at the cave entrance to prevent any unforeseen events. Outside the Valley of Shadow Winds, when Fang Feng arrived here, it was already 3 hours later. Perhaps it was too close to the garrison, or maybe the monsters in the first layer were too weak. But he hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. He also didn't know where Master Woya had taken the others for their trials. Moreover, aside from monsters and Master Woya, he hadn't encountered any other practitioners. It made sense. The first layer was basically a training ground for first-year students. Besides their Jiangbei University, the first-year students from other universities should still be in the Trial Secret Realm and the Tower of Heaven. So, aside from them, there was no one else in the first layer. The second and third layers might be relatively more lively. However, Fang Feng couldn't go there now. Looking at the huge fissure canyon on the ground ahead, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Is this the Valley of Shadow Winds? Remembering how Li Fei had reminded him about the anti-alliance hunting gang, Fang Feng decided to hide a bit. This demon sculpture task was extremely important to him. It would be best if no one disturbed him, allowing him to complete it in one go. With that in mind, Fang Feng activated the transformation effect of the colorful cloak. The colorful cloak was a gift from Sumuyu. It could automatically record the appearance and aura of everyone it encountered, even maintaining it during an attack. However, the method of attack wouldn't change. For example, if he transformed into an archer, he, as a beast master, wouldn't use a bow and arrow. So if someone watched closely, they would still notice some flaws. Fang Feng rummaged through his options and finally chose to transform into an old man. He didn't remember when he had seen this old man before, but being older would make it easier to move around here. If someone saw him, they would think he was a senior and wouldn't easily come to disturb him. It was like transforming into a beautiful young woman. One would always attract unwanted attention. In this desolate area, encountering a beautiful young woman would certainly trigger a protective instinct. An old man was more practical. After completing the transformation, Fang Feng looked at his white robe and his gray hair and beard, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he was about to enter the Valley of Shadow Winds, he suddenly remembered something and quickly sent a message to Li Fei. I'm preparing to enter the valley. No matter what happens here later, don't make a fuss and don't send anyone over. Do you understand? Yes. Li Fei quickly replied, also hastily issuing orders that no matter what happened in the Valley of Shadow Winds today, they should not interfere. After arranging everything, Fang Feng finally walked into the Valley of Shadow Winds with satisfaction. In the Valley of the Shadow Wind, stretching over 400 miles, what this information says is indeed true. As soon as he entered the canyon, Fang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, this place is really vast. The entire canyon below is about 100 meters wide, and its height reaches 200 meters. Walking beneath it, he could see the corpses of monsters everywhere. Even the air was filled with a dangerous scent. However, after nearly 10 minutes in the canyon, Fang Feng had yet to see a single monster. These monsters have become clever, not a single one to be found. Looks like I need to use some methods, Fang Feng thought to himself. Initially, when he entered, he didn't want to provoke too many monsters. After all, he only needed to find the demon eagle. But now, having spent half a day without finding any monsters, it was clear that the creatures here were extremely good at hiding. If he continued to wander around like this, it would take ages to find the demon eagle. Thinking that he only needed to retrieve the demon eagle's egg, even if the demon eagle was startled and flew away, it wouldn't affect his egg retrieval. So Fang Feng decided to let go. Since the monsters here were so socially anxious, he would help them out. With that thought, Fang Feng instantly activated his danger perception skill. In an instant, the situation within 1,000 meters around him appeared in his mind in great detail. As the danger perception skill activated, Fang Feng finally realized that there were indeed monsters around him. They were just hiding in the caves and the rock walls on either side. In just a moment of activating the danger perception skill, he saw no less than 3 Lord-level monsters and 1 Mythic-level monster. However, unfortunately, none of these monsters were the demon eagle he was looking for. The levels of these monsters were indeed generally around level 155. The mythic level monster was at level 160, an ancient magic bear with a very irritable temperament. As soon as Fang Feng's danger perception skill covered it, it let out a thunderous roar. Along with it, the other monsters enveloped by the danger perception skill also roared in response. That's how the danger perception skill works. Although it's very useful, it can also be detected by the other party. Perhaps upgrading the spirit-eating worm's rank could allow it to go undetected. But now, any monster or practitioner with a bit of mental power would notice when someone was probing them. The monsters in the Valley of the Shadow Wind were no exception. Seeing that there were no monsters he needed here, Fang Feng immediately activated his new sonic speed and dashed forward. The danger field skill could perfectly cover the rock walls on both sides, and as soon as he found the demon eagle, he would be able to notice it immediately. Since he had already used the danger perception, it was better to find the demon eagle as soon as possible. As Fang Feng raced through the valley of the shadow wind, the entire valley erupted in chaos. In just a moment, the roars of monsters echoed endlessly, creating an astonishing momentum. At a fork in the rock wall, a few of Mao Jie's subordinates were guarding the cave entrance, and upon hearing the roars of the monsters in the canyon, they were somewhat bewildered, not knowing what was happening. However, at that moment, Mao Jie, who was meditating inside the cave, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Hurry back. Someone has come in outside. Their mental power is very strong, but their mental probing range is too large. Hiding in the formation, they won't be able to find us." Hearing this, the subordinates quickly hid inside the cave. One of them asked, "Boss, you said this person has strong mental power. Can this formation really hide us from their probing?" Mao Jie replied, "This formation was given to me by my master, so it's definitely fine. But don't move around, this formation can at most hide us. This person has caused such a commotion in the Valley of Shadow Winds, it might be aimed at us. Until I complete my breakthrough, do not act rashly." The crowd nodded in agreement. Mao Jie closed his eyes and continued his breakthrough. At this moment, not far from the Valley of Shadow Winds, a large group of people had just slaughtered a level 120 demon giant lizard. About 100 people were divided into 10 small teams, each team engaging the demon giant lizard for a full 10 minutes before finally slaying it. Mentor Wuya watched as his students' cooperation improved, feeling quite satisfied. However, just as they were preparing to search for another monster to hone their skills, a series of massive roars suddenly echoed from the distance within the Valley of Shadow Winds. The commotion shook everyone present. "Mentor, what is that place over there?" "Yeah, why such a huge noise? It seems there are many beasts over there." "Right. Should we go over there?" the students suggested. Mentor Wuya frowned slightly and said, "That is the Valley of Shadow Winds, where the monsters are generally at level 5 or even mythic level. It's not suitable for you to go there right now." "But with such a huge commotion, could it be the anti-alliance people?" Mentor Wuya's frown deepened. "Anti-alliance people? Then we must go take a look. We can't let them run wild in there." "Yes, Mentor, let's go take a look. Just observing from a distance should be fine, and if it's beasts, we can just leave." "Right, if it's anti-alliance people, we need to quickly notify the guard troops," the crowd said. Mentor Wuya felt troubled. He indeed wanted to go take a look, but bringing so many students along could be dangerous. However, leaving them here or returning alone didn't seem appropriate either. Once separated, if they encountered danger, it would be even more troublesome. But if there really were anti-alliance people in the Valley of Shadow Winds, he wouldn't feel at ease not checking it out. After all, they would be active in the first layer for a long time to come. Opportunities are fleeting. If he returned now, by the time he came back, those inside might have already fled. After much thought, Mentor Wuya decided to take everyone along to have a look. With his strength, even if they did encounter anti-alliance people, he would be able to handle the situation. Once it was confirmed that they were anti-alliance, he could also notify Li Fei to bring the guard troops over. With this in mind, Mentor Wuya wasted no time and led the group straight to the Valley of Shadow Winds. At this moment, Fang Feng had been running wildly in the Valley of Shadow Winds for over 10 minutes. Finally, he stopped. After running for so long, he finally spotted the figure of a demon eagle. The demon eagle was hiding in a cave ahead. Although it had just entered the range of danger perception, the information about the demon eagle quickly appeared. Demon Eagle, Abyss Demon Type Rank, Mythic, Red, Level, LV.160 Attack Power, 50,000 Health, 100000. Physical Defense, 30,000 Magical Defense, 30,000 Speed, 2,000 meters/second. Passive Skill, Wind Riding. In windy conditions, the Demon Eagle's speed will double. Passive Skill, Keen Perception. As a Raptor-type monster, the Demon Eagle has a very keen sense of danger. Any hostility within a 500-meter range will be detected. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyss Demon-type monsters are immune to all negative states such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Looking at the attribute introduction, Fang Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. This Demon Eagle had average attack and defense power, even inferior to that of Lord-level monsters. Only its health was somewhat decent. However, the speed of this Demon Eagle was absurdly high. A typical assassin swordsman reaching 500 meters per second was already impressive, but this Demon Eagle could reach 2,000 meters per second. Moreover, and most importantly, in areas with wind, its passive ability could boost its speed to 4,000 meters per second. Such terrifying speed made it quite difficult to catch, especially since this Demon Eagle had a very shameless passive ability. Within 500 meters, it could sense hostile danger. This meant that once Fang Feng approached within 500 meters of the Demon Eagle, it would immediately realize he was coming for it and would naturally escape at the first opportunity. However, for others, that 500-meter distance might be uncatchable. But for Fang Feng, who possessed the new sonic speed, that distance was more than enough. However, Fang Feng did not approach directly. Instead, he stood still for a while. Only when he confirmed that there was indeed a Demon Eagle egg in the Demon Eagle's nest did he feel joy. The mission is promising. To his surprise, the first demon eagle nest he discovered contained a demon eagle egg, and this was exactly what he needed for the guild mission he had accepted. However, along the way, he also noticed a problem. The person who initially posted the mission had hinted that searching for demon eagle eggs was very dangerous. Yet, throughout his journey, Fong Fong had even used his danger prediction skill. He had startled quite a few monsters, but he hadn't encountered any real danger. Those monsters seemed not to attack unless they were provoked or entered their attack range. From this perspective, it didn't seem dangerous at all. Or was he overthinking it? Did the demon eagle have abilities he was unaware of? Unable to figure it out, Fong Fong didn't want to think too much. The demon eagle egg was right in front of him, and there was no reason not to take it. At that moment, Fong Fong activated his divine insect fusion and began to walk step by step toward the demon eagle's nest. As he got closer to the demon eagle's lair, the demon eagle gradually noticed him, especially when he was about to close in on 500 meters. The demon eagle's two cunning eyes were fixed on him, as if it knew he meant no good. Fong Fong stopped, cursing inwardly. This damn eagle had become clever. He had only approached slightly, and it had already sensed him. If only he could have that skill. For himself, he would be invincible. Taking a deep breath, Fong Fang's speed exploded in an instant. A pair of slayer wings unfurled from his back, transforming him into a streak of light as he charged toward the demon eagle's hiding place. Almost simultaneously, the demon eagle reacted with lightning speed, spreading its massive wings and bursting out of the nest. However, Fong Fong was faster. He had already arrived at the moment the demon eagle dashed out. But he did not pursue the demon eagle. Instead, he headed straight for the nest. His primary target was the demon eagle egg, not the demon eagle itself. This momentary difference in targets allowed the demon eagle to rush out. However, when Fong Fong rushed into the nest, he was dumbfounded. The demon eagle's nest was completely empty, nothing left at all. Fong Fong quickly turned to look at the demon eagle that had already flown a distance away. Only then did he realize that the beast had actually taken the egg with it while flying out. What a cunning beast! Fong Fong cursed, turning and sprinting after the demon eagle. With his new sonic speed, the demon eagle could not escape his grasp. However, as he chased, Fong Fong gradually began to uncover the demon eagle's problem. The person who initially posted the task in the guild had warned that it was dangerous, and Fong Fong finally realized what it was. The demon eagle, seeing that its speed was no match for Fong Fong, began to dart only within the canyon, not flying out at all. The terrain inside the canyon was complex. Although Fong Fong was fast, he still couldn't change direction in time when faced with danger. For a moment, he could only slow down, but even then, he was still much faster than the demon eagle. Catching up to it was merely a matter of moments. However, this demon eagle was indeed cunning. It relied on its speed to fly towards the entrances of other monsters' caves. As Fong passed one cave, he nearly got caught by a pair of giant claws that reached out. The demon eagle was smart enough to lure other monsters to block Fong Fong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Nearly 10 seconds had passed, and Fong Fong still hadn't caught up to the demon eagle, which made him furious. In front of him, a massive bull-headed creature emerged from a cave, blocking his path. Fong Fang's gaze turned cold. He couldn't be bothered to even look and instantly punched forward. The enormous bull head was shattered into pieces. The sound of gaining experience and merit points rang in Fong Fang's ears, but at that moment he couldn't care less. With that punch, all the monsters in the Valley of Shadow Wind roared in response. Yet Fong Fong paid no attention, still chasing after the demon eagle. At the same time, he realized that the demon eagle was indeed sly. It flew straight towards the lair of a mythical ancient demon ape. Fong was enraged and did not dodge. The ancient demon ape indeed emerged from its cave, its massive hand aimed at Fong Fong, trying to swat him like a fly. However, Fong Fong also threw a punch, instantly piercing through the giant hand of the demon ape. A bloody wound appeared on the hand, shocking to behold. Although Fong Fong rushed past, silver light flickered on the demon ape's palm. It was countless nano-venom insects. At the moment of his attack, Fong Fong released tens of thousands of nano-venom insects, which covered the demon ape's entire body. Just 10 seconds later, a loud crash echoed from behind. The ancient demon ape was completely devoured by the nano-venom insects. As soon as the ancient demon ape died, Fong Fong heard a series of system notification sounds, seemingly indicating that his ranking on the demon hunting leaderboard had risen again. However, he couldn't care less at that moment. The other monsters seemed to be intimidated by Fong Fang's strength and dared not show themselves anymore. The demon eagle, seeing that other monsters were too afraid to appear, flew straight up the canyon, seemingly aware that Fong Fong was too powerful. The intimidated monsters did not dare to emerge, letting out a mournful cry in despair. However, the next moment, Fong Fong had already caught up and grasped the demon eagle's body. With a squeeze, he crushed it. At the same time, he caught the demon eagle egg that fell. All of this happened extremely quickly. From the moment Fong Fong acted to the final capture, it took only a little over 20 seconds. When Fong Fong held the demon eagle egg in his hand, his tense heart finally relaxed. However, just as he was about to return and collect the nano-venom insects, he suddenly noticed a large group of people standing on both sides of the canyon. With a glance, Fong Fong was somewhat dumbfounded. These people were none other than Master Wuya and others. Fong Fong instinctively touched his cheek, still looking like an old man. His tense heart slowly began to ease. He looked at the people who were frozen in place and coldly said, "Who are you? Why are you spying on me catching birds?" As Fong Fong opened his mouth, the shocked crowd below finally came to their senses one by one, especially Master Wuya, who hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. "Senior, please do not be angry. We are students from Jiangbei University and I am their mentor, Wuya. We did not mean to offend you, Senior. We came here after hearing the commotion in this canyon. We thought there were anti-alliance people here. Since you are here, we will leave at once." Upon hearing this, Fong Fong couldn't help but smile. Is this really Master Wuya, the usually aloof mentor? How could he be so polite? It seems this colorful robe is quite effective. As the saying goes, a person relies on their clothing and a horse relies on its saddle. This transformation even made Master Wuya fail to recognize him. The colorful robe not only changes appearance but also alters one's aura. Unless Fong Fong took action, they would never be able to tell. From the outside, this old man's profession seemed to be a summoner. Summoners and beast tamers have many similarities, which is one of the reasons Fong Fong chose to transform into this old man. Wuya was busy urging the students to leave. Some students were still in shock and hadn't come to their senses. Ling Chi, who was following Master Wuya, asked, "Teacher, is this senior very strong? Why are you so respectful?" Master Wuya replied, "You don't understand. Just now, he chased down the demon eagle with sheer speed. The demon eagle is a myth-level raptor, incredibly fast. Even I couldn't catch up. An ordinary assassin swordsman wouldn't be able to match this beast's speed. To be able to chase down such a creature on foot, his strength must be at least at the 8th transition, and he must be a master skilled in speed. This person's strength is beyond our reach. Fortunately, he is from the Alliance, otherwise, we would be in trouble." Ling Chi was also shaken by this and couldn't help but ask a question. "Teacher, according to what you said, this is a senior. Does he still take disciples?" Master Wuya was taken aback, looking at Ling Chi as if to ask, "Are you planning to betray the sect or what?" However, before Wuya could respond, a student on the side suddenly knelt down and said to Fong Fong, "Senior, do you take disciples?" "Yes, Senior, do you take disciples? I have great talent, just look at me." "Talent is useless. Senior, I not only have talent, but most importantly, my family is wealthy." "Senior, my family is not only wealthy, but my father also has 13 concubines. Please take me as your disciple, you won't regret it." Wuya was completely dumbfounded at this scene. Fong Fong was also taken aback and asked, "Does your father really have 13 concubines? Isn't that exhausting?" Upon hearing this, the person saw an opportunity and quickly said, "Senior, you must be joking. If you are willing to take me as your disciple, I will have my father find you 13 concubines too." No. Fong Fong was almost scared out of his wits. Even with his attack power of 500 or 600 million, he probably couldn't withstand a few rounds of bombardment. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was Fong Fong. How could he possibly take these classmates as disciples? Ahem. "I have no intention of taking disciples. You should leave quickly." Fong pretended to be mature. Seeing this, the students were still unwilling to give up. Finally, Fong Feng's expression darkened and he scolded them a few times. Only then did they give up and prepare to leave. Just as they were about to go, Fong Fong suddenly noticed that not far away, another group of people had arrived. And this group was none other than the second-year seniors led by the university's magic mentor. They didn't know how they ended up on the first level, but upon seeing the situation here, they all rushed over. Fong Fong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Why are there more and more people? Is it really necessary for me to just complete a task? Has it caused such a stir?" Master Wuya inquired about the situation and learned that the second-year students had come to the Valley of Yin Wind for training today. The monsters on their second level were generally at the 5th transition, and familiarizing themselves with the combat intensity from the first level of the Valley of Yin Wind was the most suitable. Familiar for 2 days, one can then participate in the trials on the second level. This has been the case every year. Unexpectedly, just after coming down from the second level today, I encountered such a scene. Mentor Wuya explained the situation to Fong Fong and then said, "I hope the senior can understand, our teaching arrangement is like this. If the senior has finished with your matters, could we allow our second-year students to enter the canyon for training?" Upon hearing this, Fong Fong immediately felt displeased. What a joke, his nanopoison insects were still inside. Moreover, he couldn't go to the second level for the time being. This first level was just this one training area. How could it be given to the second-year seniors? He coldly replied, "No. I need at least one more day in this wind canyon. You all should come back tomorrow." The others could only helplessly comply. Facing a big shot, they didn't dare to refute. They could only leave in disappointment. As he watched them leave, Fong Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, he noticed someone in the crowd standing still. That person was none other than Zhang Yixue. Zhang Yixue looked at Fong Fong with a furrowed brow, seemingly having guessed something. Mentor Wuya hurriedly urged her to leave, but Jiang Yishuo still didn't move. Instead, Fong Fong soon received a message. It's you, right? Damn. Fong Fong couldn't help but curse. This woman's sixth sense was truly unreasonable. Even Mentor Wuya didn't recognize him, yet she managed to identify him. Not speaking means it's you. Are you going to train here? Jiang Yishuo sent 2 messages in quick succession. That's right, how did you recognize me? Fong Fong asked. Just a feeling, but if you're training here, won't the monsters in the Shadow Wind Canyon be gone? Jiang Yishuo inquired. There's no way around it. I can't just not train, can I? Alright, hurry up and leave, keep it a secret for me. Fong Fong replied. Jiang Yishuo smiled and responded, you scared Mentor Wuya and our department's mentor to death. And those students, they all want to take you as their master. What? Are you very interested in the 13th room's concubine? Fong Fong was taken aback and quickly replied, I say, miss, when did you see me? Interested in the 13th room's concubine? Are you trying to kill me? Having you all is enough. Jiang Yishuo's face flushed at his words. It sounded as if she belonged to him and he had never said he wanted her to be his girlfriend. Moreover, what did he mean by you all? Mu Yu was right, you are greedy. Fong Fong was somewhat speechless. I call this greed? Shallow, I call this equitable distribution. Are you leaving? Or not? If you don't leave, I might just drag you into the Shadow Wind Canyon and give you a few shots to make you obedient. And last time you dared to say I wasn't capable. I see you haven't seen my prowess in a long time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishuo made a face at Fong Fong and then replied, rogue. She then turned and left with the others. Fong Fong watched them leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. He then turned back into the canyon to retrieve his nano-poison insects. At this moment, inside the cave in the canyon, Mao Jia had finally completed the task of the 7th transformation. At this moment, he felt his perception of the entire canyon becoming clearer and clearer. Boss, it seems a lot of students just came outside. Yeah, this old man doesn't seem to be planning to leave today. What should we do? Should we take him out? A few people asked. Mao Jia shot them a glance and said, take him out? You go ahead. That speed is practically like light. If you take him out, can I sit in your position as boss? Hearing this, the subordinate immediately dared not say another word. Mao Jia looked outside. This old man doesn't even know where he popped up from. His strength is terrifying. Even the ancient demon ape can't withstand a single blow from him. If we go out, it's just asking for death. We should stay here. Anyway, he won't be able to find us. Once he leaves, we can make a run for it. But you guys mentioned that many students came up before. This is an opportunity. If we can capture a few people and lure the guards away from their posts, we might be able to create chaos and escape from here. My master asked me to test that Fong Fang's strength, but I have no idea where this person is. By the time he opens a vortex passage for us, we might not be able to wait. If we can create chaos and slip away on the first level, that would be the best. Mao Jia was thinking. Suddenly, one of his subordinates exclaimed, Hey boss, look at that old man, what does he want to do? Mao Jia and the others hurriedly looked over. Upon seeing this, they were instantly dumbfounded. Outside the cave, Fong Fong actually. In the depths of the canyon, Fong Fong, after retracting the nano-poison insects, surprisingly did not leave immediately. Instead, his gaze swept across the entire canyon, a hint of greed in his eyes. It's not easy to find a leveling spot, but unfortunately, this absolute slaughter skill can be quite annoying at times. Fong Fong said helplessly, then he spread his hands wide. In the next moment, countless insects surged forth from all directions like a tide. Primarily, they were the nano-poison insects and the 10,000 stinger insects. After all, the red feather insects and the soul-eating insects were not good at combat. The increased speed and mental power after the fusion of divine insects were much more practical. As for the silver spear ants, they were defensive insects, and Fong Fong naturally wouldn't let them go into battle. To put it bluntly, they were his life-saving insects. Unless absolutely necessary, Fong Fong would not easily let them go out in large numbers. As the nano-poison insects and 10,000 stinger insects swarmed out, the two armies of insects merged and rushed towards the nearest rock wall. Their target was clearly the monster nest closest to him. That's right, he intended to clear out the monsters here one by one. Most of the monsters on the first level were 4-turn monsters, which were no longer suitable for him to level up. Only the 5-turn monsters in the Valley of Yin Wind were appropriate for his leveling. Unfortunately, there was only this one place on the entire first level. At this moment, Fong had even begun to calculate if he could find a reason to go play in the second level. The distance back to school was too far, taking at least half a month, and although the demon egg task was completed, he only had 70,000 contribution points, which was not enough for him to exchange for the Dark Beast Master set. Moreover, Jin Yue and the others would arrive in the Forbidden Zone in the near future. The best choice was still to level up here and wait for them. Once they arrived and completed the hunting task, perhaps he could accumulate enough points to submit the task in exchange for the Dark Beast Master set. If he didn't have the absolute slaughter skill, Fong Fong could have continued grinding monsters here. but since he had already obtained the absolute slaughter, he had no intention of returning to the Valley of Wind again. Countless insects had already surged into the monster nest while he was speaking. The poor monster didn't even receive any information before a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the demon lizard, gaining experience plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a demon type monster, merit points increased plus 1,000. Hearing the sounds, Fong Feng's figure flashed and he was already at the cave entrance. Seeing the various materials that burst out from the cave, he couldn't be bothered to look more closely and waved his hand to collect them. Then he headed straight for the second cave. This scene was witnessed by Mao Jia and others hiding in a distant cave. Several subordinates looked at Mao Jia. Big brother, what should we do now? This old man looks like he's planning to bloodbath this place. Yeah, we should hurry and slip away. If he gets close to us, we'll be discovered sooner or later. Mao Jia coldly replied, how can we slip away? If we go out now, it's instant death. When did such a strong boss come to slaughter in the first layer of the Forbidden Zone? And it's strange, the monsters here are generally all 5-turn. At his age, he can't possibly gain experience. Could he be farming materials? That makes even less sense. With his strength, grinding in the upper layers would be far more efficient than here. Mao Jia couldn't figure out why for a moment. This first layer was simply a beginner leveling area. How could there be such a strong old man grinding monsters here? It was truly unbelievable. But his subordinate was right. If they stayed here, they would surely run into trouble sooner or later. They were safe hiding in the cave, but once that old man got closer, they would inevitably be discovered. Just when Mao Jia was feeling a bit overwhelmed and didn't know what to do, suddenly all the monsters in the canyon went into a frenzy. They let out a series of roars. It seemed they had also realized that Fong Fong was slaughtering them one by one. Moreover, as Fong Fong became more familiar with the terrain here, the nano-poison bugs and the 10,000 thorn bugs had split into several groups, rushing towards different caves. Basically, as soon as Fong Fong finished picking up items on one side, monsters in another cave had already fallen. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen monsters had died without even showing their faces. After clearing out the items in the cave, Fong Fong listened to the roar of anger echoing throughout the canyon, his face filled with curiosity. Did these monsters suddenly go berserk because they saw him slaughtering their companions? Just as Fong Fong was about to ignore it and continue leveling up, he suddenly heard a series of bang 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 sounds. The ground of the entire canyon began to tremble. He hurriedly rushed out of the cave to look down. To his surprise, countless Lord-level mythical monsters had charged out from their lairs, standing in the canyon and seemingly looking at him. These monsters appeared to have intelligence, as if they were planning to unite against him. Fong Fong watched with great interest, but his eyes couldn't help but turn cold, thinking to himself, this place isn't the Abyss Town. Why do these monsters seem to be under someone's control? Could it be that there is a Beast King leader in the Valley of the Dark Wind? With that thought, Fong Fong waved his hand. The nano-poison bugs and the 10,000 thorn bugs formed two torrents, surging forward from the canyon. Those monsters, undeterred by death, charged towards the army of bugs. For a moment, the entire canyon was engulfed in a brutal battle. Fong Fong finally experienced the shock of a large-scale bloodbath involving the bug army. The system notification sounds by his ears never ceased. Ding! You lost nano-poison bugs plus 10 ding. You lost 10,000 thorn bugs plus 20 ding. Congratulations, you have slain the demon White Tiger, gaining experience plus 10,000 ding. Congratulations, your merit value increased plus 1,000. Listening to the continuous sounds, Fong Fong couldn't help but open the bug list. He saw that although the main battle 10,000 thorn bugs and nano-poison bugs had suffered some losses under the skill of the divine bug split, the replenishment speed was quite fast. It basically maintained a loss rate of around 100 per minute. Fong Fong had nearly 40,000 bugs, and at this rate he could indeed complete the bloodbath of the canyon. However, as the number of bugs decreased, the speed might also weaken. Fong Fong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the bugs are still too few. With a low upper limit and small numbers, they can't form an effective suppression against a large-scale cleansing. I need to get the Dark Beast Master set as soon as possible. Although the Dark Beast Master set was only level 119, it was still a complete set of golden level equipment. The boost to his mental power was simply incomparable to the scattered items he had. It would definitely increase the splitting limit significantly. With that in mind, Fong Fong no longer wasted time. Since the bug army was not advancing effectively here, he might as well take action himself. Fong Fong instantly charged out. As he approached the bug army, he waved his hand to draw them into his Dantian bug nest. At the same time, he instantly activated the divine bug fusion skill. The wings of the Slayer on his back unfolded in an instant. He transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight into the monster group. Wherever he passed, he punched one monster after another, as if he were a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Watching this scene, Mao Jia and the others hiding in the cave were completely stunned. They all gaped, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This was no longer a human, this was simply a killing machine.